You were born into a forbidden family of 3 god emperors, but on the day of your wedding, you were openly robbed of your marriage by a prince from the lower realm. At the sight of you raising your hand, a slap is delivered. If you are not shown some colors, you won't understand what it means when an emperor is enraged and a million corpses lie in his wake. I am looking at the iceberg beauty in front of me, with a smug smile on my face. So this is your choice? At this time, leaning against Yi Chen's side, Lu Qingyan also stopped pretending. Lin Dong, give up on this idea of marrying me. Compared to brother Yi Chen, what do you think you are? On the other side, Yi Chen looked disdainful. A mere member of a small sect, dare to touch my woman. Are you worthy? At this time, with the appearance of this scene, the scene suddenly fell silent, and all eyes were staring at you. In theory, on the day of the wedding, having one's woman snuggled up to someone else is a great shame and humiliation for any man, but you represent the Qingyun Taoist sect, and in the future, you will inherit the position of the sect master of the Qingyun Taoist sect. However, what is happening now is almost equivalent to stepping on and rubbing the face of you in the entire Qingyun Taoist sect. The person who came is the prince of the Deyu dynasty. It is said that in the Central Plains where strong individuals abound, the Deyu dynasty is the top power. At this time, people around exclaimed that although they were far away in the eastern wasteland, they had also heard of some top forces in Zhengzhou. The Great Yu dynasty is too powerful, far beyond what the Qingyun Taoist sect can compare with. However, at this time, you remained calm and composed, showing no signs of being affected at all. Instead, you disdainfully said, "In my eyes, what is the Great Yu dynasty?" As a member of the Lin family, a forbidden imperial clan of the upper realm, a mere lower realm power, no matter how powerful it may be in this realm, you really don't need to pay it any attention. Suddenly, a sneer sounded, and Lu Qingyan beside him said, "Lin Dong, you are really ignorant, not to mention you, even your Qingyun sect, as long as brother Yi Chen is willing, can be destroyed at any time." Later, Yi Chen looked at me, with a murderous intent in his eyes. "Kid, do you know that the 4 words of the Great Yu dynasty? Insulting them means death. A mere cultivator from the eastern wilderness, first dared to try to steal my woman, and now dares to be disrespectful to my Great Yu dynasty." However, at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared around countless cultivators, and I directly pointed to Yi Chen indifferently, saying, "At this point, there is nothing more to say, just a battle." Later, Yi Chen sneered coldly, "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally, with your status, you are not qualified to challenge me, but for swear, I will make you understand that in front of this prince, you are just a mere ant." At the same time, inside a forbidden area in the eastern wilderness, a voice suddenly sounded, "I have finally found the inheritance site of the Emperor Yuan Tian. It was not in vain to come here. It has been more than 10 years since I took the young master to the mortal world for training. Now it's time to go to the Qingyun Taoist sect and bring the young master to this place." As he spoke, he took a step forward, heading towards the Qingyun Taoist sect. This is a saint-level powerhouse. Also Lin Dong's protector, who led Lin Dong to experience the lower realm back then. At this time, inside the Qingyun Taoist sect, Yi Chen stood above the void, and around his body, there was also the sound of a dragon's roar. This kind of aura display is the dragon spirit body. The crowd recognized Yi Chen's physique, and the dragon spirit body is one of the most powerful physiques in this mysterious Tian continent. But what is even more unexpected is that this prince, who is only around 20 years old, has already reached the realm of the Divine Bridge. The realm of the Divine Bridge can already establish a sect in a place like the Eastern Wasteland. Coupled with the reputation of the dragon spirit body, it is not an exaggeration to say that this prince of the Great Yu dynasty is enough to sweep away many older generation cultivators in the Eastern Wasteland. Hearing the voices of admiration for Yi Chen's strength around him, Lu Qingyan beside him was now full of pride. "This is the man I chose. Whether in talent or background, he is enough to crush his peers, and he has the opportunity to inherit the entire Deyu dynasty in the future." As for Lin Dong, how could he possibly be qualified to compare with his brother Yi Chen? "Lin Dong, give up. As long as you are willing to kneel down and admit your mistake to brother Yi Chen, I can spare your life for the sake of our past relationship." However, you ignored Lu Qingyan's words and looked directly at the dragon's shadow around Yi Chen, saying indifferently, "What is a dragon spirit body? In my eyes, it's just a crawling reptile." As I spoke, at the same time behind me, there was also a light rising, which then turned into a slowly rotating Tai Chi shadow. This is the innate Tao body, naturally close to the great Tao. At this moment, when my true realm is exposed, the people on the scene appear even more shocked for a while. How is it possible that this Daozi of the Qingyun Taoist sect has already set foot in the realm of the Divine Bridge? At the same time, Yi Chen, who was standing above the void with an originally extremely self-confident gaze, now showed a hint of surprise. However, it is just a trace. I didn't expect that in this eastern wilderness, someone of the same age could reach the same level as this prince. But unfortunately, the heritage of my great Yu dynasty is not something that a native cultivator of this eastern wilderness can understand. This prince will crush you underfoot. The black and gold intertwined dragon robe fluttered in the wind, and at this moment, Yi Chen stepped into the air and threw a punch. The fist light is unmatched, carrying 9 golden dragon shadows, and will crush you in an instant. At this moment, Yi Chen is extremely confident, believing that this blow of his is enough to kill you with one punch. However, at this moment you are facing the looming shadow of 9 giant dragons close at hand. Boom! The Taiji shadow behind him bloomed with black and white light, and there were countless sword shadows hovering around him, accompanied by the power of thunder. Lightly pointing out a finger. Wow! The endless sword shadows transformed into a giant sword, as if it was going to split the entire void in two. This is my Qing Yin Dao Sec's Heaven Executing Sword Decree? How does it feel? This kid's Heaven Execution Sword decision will be so powerful, shouldn't I? Below, looking at his Lin Yuan strike, Xiao Zhantian revealed a face of confusion. It was the supreme sword technique of his own Qing Yin Dao sect, the Heaven Executing Sword Decision, which was created by the founding ancestor of the Qing Yin Dao sect, and only the patriarch could cultivate it. He also completely treated Lin Yuan as the next generation of the clan's successor before he went out of his way to break the rules of the clan and pass it on to Lin Yuan. But at this moment, what confused Xiao Zhantian was that the Heaven Executing Sword Decree that Lin Yuan was displaying at this moment had completely exceeded its original power. No, it seems like it's the Taiji void behind this kid that's adding to the Heaven Execution Sword Decree. It was at this moment that Xiao Zhantian finally discovered the reason. Above the dome of the sky, the giant sword is slowly falling, which contains the power of the Taiji shadow behind Lin Yuan, and as a result, it makes Lin Yuan's Heaven Execution Sword Decision beyond its original power. Chapter 7: Lin Yuan's True Strength. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the Qing Yin Dao sect, the fluctuations created by the 9 dragon shadows as they collided with that sword shadow of Lin Yuan's were so great that even some of the older generation cultivators felt their hearts startled. It was clearly just a confrontation between 2 young celestials, but it had already exceeded the power of quite a few sect lords. The Divine Bridge realm could already start a sect in the eastern wasteland, but at this moment, the power that had erupted from both Lin Yuan and Yi Xian seemed to have exceeded this realm. Right at this moment, above the void, the giant sword silhouette, suddenly accompanied by endless surges of black and white light around it, was the Taiji silhouette behind Lin Yuan, enveloping the giant sword. At this moment, the light of the sword flourished and was incomparably bright, as if it was going to break open the void. Click! The golden aura was soaring as the dragon shadow that Yi Xian had shocked with his fist was shattering, turning into countless points of light and disappearing into the void. Pust! In the meantime, above Yi Xian's handsome face, his complexion instantly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. How is that possible? With a shocked face, a mere eastern wasteland indigenous cultivator had injured himself. Yi Xian's face was filled with disbelief and confusion. His longtime conceit, unexpectedly suffered a blow. Hiss! The Diwu dynasty's prince, actually lost? How is that possible? That's the most famous contemporary pride of the central state, but he actually lost to Lin Yuan? At this moment, as the sight of Yi Xian's frustration appeared, the scene instantly resounded with a boiling sound. The results were surprising to a number of people. Even though all the people present were Eastern Wasteland cultivators, before this, they didn't think highly of Lin Yuan, a fellow Eastern Wastelander. After all, a prince of the Diwu dynasty of the central state. An Eastern Wasteland cultivator. The gap between the two is immense. The scene shook. Humph! Lin Yuan, what kind of despicable means did you use to backstab brother Yi Xian? If you really have the strength, then fight brother Yi Xian in a fair battle instead of using certain despicable means. Below, Lu Shue's voice rang out, gazing at Lin Yuan. Above her pretty face, she was filled with anger. Until this moment, Lu Shue still thought that a small Lin Yuan, how could he be Yi Xian's opponent? Yi Xian is one of the most powerful Tianjiu in the central state, while Lin Yuan, living in the eastern wasteland for a long time, is just a frog at the bottom of the well. Whether it was his identity, background, status, or the resources he possessed, Lin Yuan could not compare to his own brother Yi Xian. At this moment, Lu Shue firmly believed that it must have been Lin Yuan who had used some shady tactics to get a slight win over Yi Xian just now. Unexpectedly, you are still a despicable villain. People like you, I, Lu Shue, will not marry you even if I die. You die this heart. Lu Shue continued angrily, thinking to herself that she had recognized Lin Yuan's true person. Turning his head, he looked again at Yi Xian, who was not far away, and hurriedly approached. Yi Xian's face was pale, blood was flowing out of his mouth, and his breath appeared shriveled compared to before. "Brother Yi Xian, are you alright?" Unlike the treatment of Lin Yuan, at this time, facing her beloved, Lu Shue's face was filled with worry. "I know, with your strength, brother Yi Xian, how could that Lin Yuan be your opponent? It's all because Lin Yuan's methods are too despicable, backstabbing you. Don't worry, I'm fine, but I was just careless just now." In front of his woman, Yi Xian blandly said. As the top one in the central state, Yi Xian had his own pride. Originally, he didn't intend to take Lin Yuan seriously, just now it was just a casual strike. But unexpectedly, the other party had used his full strength. At this moment, Yi Xian was of the opinion that it must have been during the duel just now that Lin Yuan went all out. And he, himself, was just a random shot to lose. When one's true strength is displayed, one must make the other party understand. A mole is a mole and a lowly is a lowly. The noble Du imperial prince was by no means comparable to the indigenous cultivators of the eastern wasteland. At this moment, above the void, Lin Yuan was faintly watching the scene below, and inwardly, he wanted to laugh a little, being despicable and using shady means. Unfortunately, it was just that even Lin Yuan himself was a bit ignorant about his own situation. Whether it was the talent that far exceeded the cultivation of people of the same generation, or the Taiji Dao diagram behind him, everything signaled that one's physique should be extraordinary. Central state, Du imperial clan, dragon spirit body, that's all the strength? Unbearable. Gazing down at the pale Yi Xian below, Lin Feng smiled. Kill the heart, the other side is not proud of it, think that from the so-called central state, as a royal son of the dynasty, they think that they are superior. At this moment, Lin Yuan favored the other party's condescending stance, stepping on the ground and rubbing it. At this moment, as Lin Yuan said this, a chorus of mocking voices rang out from the scene. Yeah, central state heaven's pride, that's all the strength? Still a prince of the Du imperial dynasty, how did he lose in a single blow in front of Lin Yuan Daozi? Oh, one must not be too arrogant. Most of the people present were cultivators from the eastern wasteland, and had long been displeased with the superior stance Yi Xian had displayed when he had just descended, looking down on them, the people of the eastern wasteland. It would have been fine if he had the strength, but at this moment, as a prince of the Du imperial dynasty, he was defeated at the hands of Lin Yuan. Then don't follow the taunts with them. Of course, most of those who spoke out at this moment were also people from clans that had better relations with the Qing Yin Dao sect. Among the scene, as well as some eastern wasteland cultivators, they were scornful of the four words Du imperial dynasty. Xian nephew Lin Yuan, one must not be arrogant. You must know that the Du imperial dynasty's heritage is not comparable to yours, Qing Yin Dao sect. Right at this moment, a white-clothed, elegant figure stood out on the scene. It was none other than the patriarch of the drifting Snow Dao sect, Lu Tsong. In itself, letting his daughter marry Lin Yuan was just the last option for Lu Tsong. Comparing the identities of the two of them, the first thing that Lu Tsong considered, in itself, was this imperial son of the Du imperial dynasty. Originally, I thought that my sons and daughters were no longer fruitful with each other. However, what Lu Tsong did not expect was that at this last critical moment, Yi Xian had personally appeared. He even went so far as to fight Lin Yuan for the sake of his daughter. For that alone, at this point, Yanakura had already made a new choice regarding this marriage. Anyway, at the last moment, it wasn't like his daughter had formed a true Dao couple with Lin Yuan, so even if she withdrew from the marriage, it was nothing. Lu Tsong's eyes were gazing at Yi Xian, who was wearing a black and gold dragon robe with an honorable status. Your imperial son need not worry, I have a heavenly mountain sacred lotus here to help you recover from your injuries. Chapter 8 Sacred Pill Breakthrough. This is the Holy Lotus. I've heard that, amongst the puffing Snow Dao sect, there is a sacred pill. I can't believe that Patriarch Lu is willing to pass on the next blood book. It seems that Patriarch Lu is making up his mind to place his treasure on this Du imperial dynasty's royal son. At this moment, a clamor of voices resounded around them. Their eyes were all on fire as they looked towards the holy pill floating in front of Yi Xian. The 9 leaves of the petals, white as snow, bloomed with tints of blue light, and the surrounding area was instantly dyed with frost, accompanied by a mighty surge of powerful qi, majestic and incomparable. Sacred medicines, in this lower realm, belong to the top tier. And the heavenly mountain's sacred lotus, not only is it a holy relic for healing, but it is also wonderfully useful for cultivation. Not good enough to be present in the people shocked, this strain of heavenly sage Holy Lotus has been counted as the Piaoxue Dao sect town of things Lutsong weekdays themselves cannot afford to use. However, he didn't want to take it out when this emperor of the Diwu dynasty was injured. But then, the relationship between the drifting Snow Dao sect and the Green Cloud Dao sect, since today, I'm afraid it's going to descend to the freezing point. The face was elegant, with a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. For Lutsong, the district is just a holy medicine. If it is said to be able to climb up to the identity of the Diwu imperial clan's royal son, perhaps, in the future, the drifting Snow Dao sect, there is a chance to be able to unify the entire eastern wasteland may also be said. It's a great deal. Even so, Lutsong knew that Yi Xian's identity was not just as simple as the identity of the Diyu imperial dynasty's prince. According to the information he had once poked around, Yi Xian was not only the grand prince, but also the only dragon spirit body of this generation of the Diyu imperial dynasty, and was the most likely candidate to inherit the throne in the future. That was the immortal imperial dynasty that had suppressed everything in the entire central state, the future lord of the imperial dynasty, now showing up in person for his own daughter. Yanakura was excited to think about it at the moment. As for Lin Yuan, a district Cheng Yun Dao sect Dao's son is just, in itself, he is for his son and daughter alternative. Now that Yi Xian, the rightful owner, had appeared, Lin Yuan, who was the spare tire, was naturally kicked aside. Many thanks, uncle. I, Yi Xian, am grateful to have been given the holy pill by uncle today. With Lu Shui's assistance, Yi Xian stood up, before thanking Lutsong, with a hint of excitement in his gaze. Sacred medicines, even among the treasures of his Diwu imperial dynasty, there were in fact some, but he himself had only been bestowed by the imperial ancestor once. I can't imagine that I would get it in this eastern wasteland where aura is thin. Feeling the majestic spiritual energy within this holy medicine, Yi Xian was very clear that as long as he swallowed this holy medicine, not only would his injuries be recovered, perhaps his cultivation, too, could be taken to the next level, reaching the middle stage of the divine bridge realm. There's no need to be polite, Imperial Prince, this patriarch has already been informed of the matter between you and your daughter. Don't worry, I'm on your side. Looking at Yi Xian in front of him, whose noble aura and status was incomparable, Lutsong's smile was filled with gentleness. At this moment, under Lutsong's protection, Yi Xian's one holy medicine went down, the surrounding aura surged and raged, the original injuries caused by Lin Yuan were gradually recovering, and his pale face was gradually becoming red. The breath was growing, and the realm was gradually moving to a higher level. Taking advantage of Yi Xian's realm growth, at this moment, Lutsong suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan again, his face instantly turning cold. Lin Yuan, why don't you quickly apologize to Emperor Yi Xian? Otherwise, once the Diyu imperial dynasty learns of this, will you, the Qingyan Dao sect, be able to afford it? The voice was cold. In the absence of the previous attitude, it had to be said that this patriarch of the drifting Snow Dao sect changed his face really fast. Humph, Lutsong, it's a shame that you're still one of the three great patriarchs of the Eastern Wasteland along with the old immortal. I didn't expect that in order to climb onto the thigh of the Diwu imperial dynasty, you would be so shameless. A furious cry resounded throughout the entire Cheng Yun Dao sect. With a stalwart face, straight posture, and a head full of white hair, Xiao Zhantian pointed at Lutsong and angrily said. A direct poke at the other side. For Lin Yuan himself, this disciple, Xiao Zhantian was regretting it at the moment. If I hadn't agreed to this marriage before, none of this would have happened. Yuaner, if you want to do something, don't worry and be bold. Even if it's the Diyu imperial dynasty, so what, I, as well as the entire Changyan Dao sect, will be your backing. At this moment, listening to his master teacher's words, Lin Yuan was filled with guilt. It could be said that today's matter was entirely because of himself. The Diyu imperial dynasty, in this side of the heavens and earth, was indeed immense, far from being something that the Qingyan Dao sect could mess with, and would be in danger of extinction. But at this moment, for his own sake, Master Teacher was actually firmly on his side. Many thanks, Master, today's matter is due to me. Just take care of it yourself. Clad in black and standing above the void, Lin Yuan cupped his fists towards Xiao Zhantian with a firm gaze. Turning his head, he swept his gaze over Ryukura as well as Ryusetsu, the father and daughter. Hey, just an old dog. If this marriage really comes to fruition today, I, Lin Yuan, will become a sinner of the Qingyan Dao sect. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy cold as he sneered at the duo. Maybe that's the dog's eye view, inwardly sighing. Kid, you're looking for death. Once the strongest of the Diyu imperial dynasty descends, do you know that not only will you die, but the entire Changyan Dao sect will be destroyed for it? A cold aura surged in Lutsong's eyes as he disdainfully said. After understanding the horror of the Du imperial dynasty, Lu Tsong knew too well that the entire eastern wasteland, in front of that behemoth, was nothing. Yanakura was mocking Lin Yuan's ignorance. "Father, don't talk nonsense to him, there will be a day when he will regret it." Immediately after that, Lu Shui arrogantly said, looking at Lin Yuan as if he was just looking at a mole cricket again. Luckily, she didn't marry this kind of person, otherwise, in Lu Shui's opinion, her own life would be a piece of gray. At this point, swords are drawn. Because of the appearance of Yi Xian, the imperial son of the Du imperial dynasty, there would also be a complete rupture between the Piaoshui Dao sect and the Qingyan Dao sect. Just as the situation on the scene was tense. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic fluctuation of spiritual energy rose up to the sky with an astonishing aura. It's Yi Xian. With the power of the sacred medicine, he not only recovered his injuries, but also broke through his original realm, breaking through to the middle stage of the divine bridge realm. "Uncle, Schwer, let me deal with this brat. I will crush his entire body's bones and make him kneel in front of the two of you and apologize." After breaking through the realm, at this time Yi Xian was full of confidence. Chapter 9, Yi Xian after the breakthrough. At the divine bridge realm, the difference between the early and middle stages was incomparably huge. The Yi Xian and Lin Yuan before the original great battle were both at the early divine bridge realm. But at this moment, with the power of a holy medicine, Yi Xian had not only recovered from the injuries he had sustained in his previous defeat to Lin Yuan. Instead, it allowed his cultivation to break through and surpass Lin Yuan. This was entirely attributed to that heavenly mountain's sacred lotus in Lu Tsong's hand. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! An incomparably majestic spiritual energy rose up from Yi Xian's circumference, shaking even the void. Roar! 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 At the same time, the sound of the dragon's roar resounded through the clouds, and from behind Yi Xian, the dragon's shadow became more and more solid, as if it was about to truly manifest. On top of Yi Xian's body skin, there was a golden aura surging, and a golden dragon scale was suddenly born, as if it was inlaid on top of his skin, as if it was poured with golden juice, and it blossomed with a cold aura. "Do you really think that the dragon spirit body of my Diwu imperial clan can't be compared to you?" High and proud, in addition to the fact that he had just made a breakthrough in his realm, at this moment, Yi Xian's aura was like a rainbow. The eyes carried disdain as they gazed at Lin Feng. "Today I will make you understand the gap between you and this imperial prince." The dragon spirit body, valued as the strongest physique in the central state, was so powerful that it crowned the world in the realm. And just now, while fighting Lin Yuan, Yi Xian hadn't used the full power of his dragon spirit body. At this moment, the golden dragon scale spread all over his body, merging with the dragon's shadow behind him, before he was able to exert the full power of his dragon spirit body. The aura that blossomed out randomly was too terrifying, not at all comparable to a cultivator of the divine bridge realm, beyond the power of this realm. At that moment, when the scene was noticed, the scene once again boiled over. "Hiss, what a powerful aura, is this the strongest dragon spirit body in my Xiantian continent?" Below, there were voices ringing out, gazing at Yi Xian, who was like a true dragon at this moment, and within their gazes, there was shock. "Ha, worthy of a physique that only the Diwu imperial clan's lineage can possess, it's really powerful." Lu Tsong's eyes contained a smile as he looked at Yi Xian at this moment and marveled, such a young handsome man was the most suitable son-in-law in his heart. "Father, now you know that your daughter's vision can't be wrong." On the side, with a white flowing dress, fair complexion, and tall and delicate figure, Lu Shui similarly smiled. "Lin Yuan, he is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat, he still wants to marry me, he doesn't even think about it, with his status and background, is he even worthy of being compared to brother Yi Xian? Simply delusional." The voice rang out. At this time, the father and daughter had firmly believed that this time, Lin Yuan would lose. And it was in front of so many sect cultivators in the eastern wasteland that he lost to Yi Xian. Their choice, as it turns out, can't be wrong. Diwu dynasty versus Qingyan Dao sect? The most famous top heavenly pride of the current generation in the central state, versus a Dao son with some fame in the eastern wasteland? A little bit of brains should know how to choose. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Kill! Golden aura soaring, Yi Xian transformed into a golden aura, killing towards Lin Yuan. Each strike vibrated out, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar resounding through the 8 directions, the entire Qingyan Dao sect within the archives back. The aura was too majestic, the battle intent was unrivaled. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian, who was watching the battle below, as well as Xiao Xiaoxiao and the others, were all wearing worried faces. This imperial son of the Du imperial dynasty has just made a breakthrough, and with the addition of such a terrifying physique as the dragon spirit body, I'm afraid that Yuan will be in danger. White hair trembled, pale as the bark of a dead tree, palms clenched and loosened, brows furrowed. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian would be lying if he said he wasn't worried. Although from childhood, Lin Yuan's talent was far beyond his generation, but for what exactly Lin Yuan's physique was, Xiao Zhantian searched through all the canonical books of the Eastern Wasteland and had no way of knowing. Also as a result, influenced by not knowing, in Xiao Zhantian's opinion, Lin Yuan's unknown physique, I'm afraid that even if it was strong, it was at best equal to the dragon spirit body. But the problem now was that Yi Xian had just broken through the realm, his qi was in full bloom, and his cultivation was more than a chip beyond this disciple of his, Lin Yuan. Once the great battle came to an end, it was feared that Lin Yuan would meet an untimely end. That's just it, even if it ends up causing people to gossip, the old immortal will have to make a move for Yuaner when the time comes. Completely cultivating Lin Yuan as his own son, he had recognized him early on as the next generation's successor to the sect leader. If it wasn't for the fact that before, Lin Yuan had bitterly pursued Lu Shui, he had already reached the point of not marrying this woman. Even, Xiao Zhantian's original intention was to marry his daughter, Xiao Xiaoxiao, to Lin Yuan. But alas! Since ancient times, the older generation of cultivators were not allowed to make a move in a duel between young prides. Although this rule has never been stipulated by anyone, it is the default rule above the entire Xiantian continent. But at this moment, Xiao Zhantian had already made up his mind that once Lin Yuan was in any danger at that moment, he would have to step in. So what if you break the rules? Eldest brother. At this moment, in the midst of the great battle, the entire Changyin Dao sect, looking at Yi Xian's terrifyingly monstrous strength, were all worried for Lin Yuan. Among the disciples, with a flowery face, curved willow moon brows, and a green-colored dress, Xiao Xiaoxiao worried. It could be said that from a young age, Xiao Xiaoxiao had always been a butthead, growing up behind Lin Yuan. Pops was strict with himself, and the other brothers and sisters, perhaps because of the identity of the patriarch's daughter herself, were a bit scornful. Only the eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan, pampered himself since childhood, and I don't know when, but Xiao Xiaoxiao already had Lin Yuan's shadow inside her, and the two of them were inseparable since childhood. However, until the appearance of that woman, in the same woman's intuition, Xiao Xiaoxiao knew very early on that Lu Shui clearly looked down on the eldest senior brother, but has been wanting to escape. This was also the reason why Xiao Xiaoxiao had always been averse to Lu Shui, for some reason. At this moment, looking at how powerful Lin Yuan's opponent had become after breaking through the realm, Xiao Xiaoxiao was worrying about Lin Yuan. Yi Xian, who had broken through the realm and exploded the full power of the dragon spirit body, was too powerful. Of the countless cultivators present at the moment, no one thought that Lin Yuan would be able to win this battle. But just at this moment, above the celestial dome, facing Yi Xian's boundless battle intent, Lin Yuan's black hair was dancing around like ink, his black clothes fluttered in the wind, and in his gaze, he remained indifferent. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The Taiji shadow from behind Lin Yuan was slowly rotating, fusing with Lin Yuan's body to become one. In an instant, Lin Yuan's eyes changed, one black and one white in his eyes, his aura was transcendent and incomparable, as if he was fused with the Tao. An incomparably majestic black and light dichromatic Tao light rose up from Lin Yuan's surroundings, and the void was dyed ink. Kill. Chapter 10, Lu Shui's Disbelief. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, above the green cloud Dao sect, the void was producing violent fluctuations. It was clearly just a sparring match between two young prides, but the fluctuations that erupted caused many of the Eastern Wasteland's older generation powerhouses present to feel their hearts pounding. Golden light streaked across the sky, accompanied by the dragon's shadow vibrating in all directions. Each of Yi Xian's strikes was powerful, completely exceeding the strength that the Divine Bridge realm should have. But at this moment, along with the black and white light surging around Lin Yuan's body, it was as if the surrounding matter had been turned into black and white. Every strike that Yi Xian shook out was easily diffused by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's aura, at this moment, became incomparably bizarre, as if it was similar to the Tao, indifferent and transcendent above all else. How is it possible? What kind of physique does Taoist Lin Yuan have that even a fully displayed dragon spirit body can't harm him? At this moment, below, there were shocked voices ringing out, and as they looked at Lin Yuan, who was enveloped by the black dichroic light, their gazes were tinged with disbelief. Weird, you should know that at this time, Emperor Yi Xian is in the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm, which is higher than Taoist Lin Yuan's realm. Yes, but looking at the situation at this moment, Taoist Lin Yuan is surprisingly not at a disadvantage at all, and is even vaguely a bit higher. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Looking at the sky above, the two figures in a great battle, the people present were all shocked, as well as puzzled. The battle power that Lin Yuan had displayed was beyond their imagination. Originally, he thought that after Yi Xian's breakthrough, with the addition of his powerful dragon spirit body, Lin Yuan would definitely be no match. This was the common knowledge of those present. But at this moment, this perception, it seemed, had been reversed in Lin Yuan. One must know that before this, not to mention the other sect cultivators on the scene, even Xiao Zhantian, who was originally from the Qingyun Dao sect, did not hold any hope for Lin Yuan. Ha 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 ha. Well, it seems, it's the old man's eyes that are clumsy. Just how much strength is this brat hiding, so much so that even Master has been hiding it. At this time, the original just now was still for Lin Yuan. This disciple, worried beyond measure. Xiao Zhantian laughed loudly, pale-faced to find death, excited to the extreme. Originally, he had already made plans to disregard everything and break the rule that when Heaven's Pride fights against each other, the older generation of cultivators must not intervene, but also to protect Lin Yuan. But at the moment it seems as if it is no longer necessary. At this moment, Lin Yuan was completely capable of relying on his own strength to defeat that so-called emperor of the Deyu imperial dynasty. One must know that the top tier of the Central State's heavenly pride, in the past in the Eastern Wasteland, the younger generation, could not possibly be a rival. But today, the myth of the Central State's heavenly pride being undefeated in the face of the other four states' heavenly pride would be broken by Lin Yuan. Moreover, the one who defeated it was still the contemporary Grand Prince of the Deyu imperial dynasty, a young powerhouse with a dragon spirit body. Eldest brother turned out to be so strong. Xiao sighed, although in the past, eldest senior brother Lin Yuan's fame in the Eastern Wasteland was already not small. But before that, it's just been the circulation of the Eastern Wasteland. Even though Xiao had never set foot in the Central State, he had heard about it, and it was rumored that it was a happy land in the eyes of Xiantian continent cultivators. There were countless heavenly prides, and every one of them was not comparable to the people of their Eastern Wasteland. But unexpectedly, that was it, Yi Xian, who was the top amongst all the heavenly prides in the Central State, after his breakthrough, his realm was still above that of his eldest senior brother. However, judging from the battle situation at this moment, it turned out that he was completely being pressed by his eldest senior brother, without the ability to fight back. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, the sparring match between Lin Yuan and Yi Xian in the sky above had also completely entered white heat. In the midst of a great battle. Realm breakthrough? Fully exploding dragon spirit body? A royal prince who thinks he's noble. But what is all this that you think you have in front of me? Lin Yuan's body was surrounded by an incomparably bright black and white light, stepping into the void, his long black hair fluttering, indifference in his eyes incomparable as he was mocking Yi Xian across the room, his stance erect. At this moment in the battle, even if he wasn't clear about his own situation, Lin Yuan already understood that his own physique was definitely not comparable to the dragon spirit body, the so-called #1 physique in the Xiantian continent. Boom! Lin Yuan landed every blow. Click! The golden dragon scales set on top of Yi Xian's body skin are breaking, there is blood flowing out from the wounds, and the dragon shadow behind the dragon spirit body is gradually becoming dimmer. Yi Xian's body was shaking, no longer having the condescension he had before, and his face was tinged with unwillingness. Having already suffered a blow inside, hearing Lin Yuan's words. Pust! Yi Xian once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Lu Shui not far away with worried eyes. How? Brother Yi Xian he. At this moment, below, Lu Shui shook inwardly, unable to accept this scene. She couldn't understand why Lin Yuan, who, clearly before, wasn't even in her eyes, had become so powerful. Chapter 11 Yi Xian's Protector's Advent. Whether it was talent or status, in Lu Shui's eyes, brother Yi Xian was the man he admired the most. Before this, Lu Shui even thought that comparing Lin Yuan to her own brother Yi Xian was a disgrace. But what about this moment? Inwardly vibrating, her beautiful eyes were tinged with worry. She's lost, confused, and disoriented. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, above the void, Yi Xian's defeat was finalized, and the countless gazes around him were likewise watching. I can't believe it. Could it be that in this life of my Eastern Wasteland, a peerless heavenly pride is about to appear? Rumor has it that the Deyu imperial clan with the dragon spirit body has been invincible in the same realm since ancient times, even when placed in that land of heavenly pride in the Central State, but now, who would have thought? There was a clamor at the scene, and many cultivators from the eastern wasteland were shocked inside at the scene in front of them. Both shocked at the failure of the Xian Tian continent's #1 physique, the dragon spirit body, and shocked at the unfathomable depths of Lin Yuan, the Qingyan Dao Sect's contemporary Dao Sun. After all, although the previous Lin Yuan's fame was already not small, and all the large and small clans in the eastern wasteland had heard of him, but after all, he was only within the eastern wasteland. But now, even an invincible heavenly pride from the central state was about to lose to Lin Yuan. The phoenix lost and the sparrow won. Yes, before this, in the eyes of the countless people on the scene, Yi Xian from the Du imperial dynasty was the towering phoenix. As for Lin Yuan, who was the Dao Sun of the Qingyan Dao sect, in terms of status alone, he was a tiny sparrow compared to Yi Xian. At this moment, the countless cultivators on the scene could already imagine it. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the name Lin Yuan will definitely spread within the central state, causing tremors. Father! You quickly saved brother Yi Xian! A white dress flowing, fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, Lu Shue's voice was trembling, looking towards the father of the identity, Lu Tsong, wanting him to make a move for his brother Yi Xian. Until this moment, Lu Shue still stubbornly believed that Lin Yuan might have just stepped on some kind of bad luck, and that it was only by virtue of luck that he was able to win over Yi Xian. She knew very well that a physique like the dragon spirit body would become more and more powerful the further one progressed, and she firmly believed that her own brother Yi Xian would definitely become a top-notch powerhouse that would be famous throughout the entire Xian Tian continent in the future, and become the emperor of the Du imperial dynasty. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was nothing more than a momentary stroke of luck that would eventually die out with the passage of time. A lowly is a lowly, a mole is a mole, this was the destiny of birth, and the splendor of the Diwu dynasty for endless years could not be compared to Lin Yuan's momentary luck? Don't worry, my father knows in his heart. With an elegant face, Lu Tsong's voice rang out, and his gaze had been watching the battle above the void. No matter which way you look at it, Yi Xian, who was the son of the Du imperial dynasty, couldn't have anything happen to him, there was no doubt about it. His own daughter liked Yi Xian, this matter, Lu Tsong had been aware of it for many years. And, for that matter, he couldn't agree more. If not for the fact that it wasn't until this moment that Yi Xian finally showed up, there wouldn't have been a marriage today at all. But fortunately, this Du dynasty's prince, at the last minute, finally showed up. As for Lin Yuan, he should have known better when Yi Xian, the rightful owner, appeared. In Lu Tsong's gaze towards Lin Yuan, a cold light was surging at the moment. As one of the three great Dao sects in the eastern wasteland, the patriotic Snow Dao sect's patriarch, his strength had long since reached the Dao Palace realm. Even if before his eyes, the battle power that Lin Yuan had displayed was already not bad, but in his eyes, it still wasn't enough to look at. Yanakura was about to strike. Patriarch Lu, don't forget that you are also from the eastern wasteland? Just at this moment, a chiding sound rang out, it was Xiao Zhantian. He had been watching the movements of this Lu family's father and daughter duo, and as early as when Lu Tsong wasted no time in using the born sacred lotus to recover Yi Xian's injuries and to raise his realm, he had decided on this patriarch Lu's stance. But at this moment, what Xiao Zhantian never expected was. Being one of the three great sects in the eastern wasteland, the relationship between the two great sects, Xing Yun and Piao Shui, had always been good over the years. But at this moment, this patriarch Lu, in order to embrace the Du imperial dynasty's thighs, was actually going to strike out at his own disciples. Brother Xiao, you should understand what the depths of the Du imperial dynasty represent. Once something happens to Yi Xian today, your Qingyan Dao sect, can you afford it? With an elegant face, above the corners of Lu Tsong's mouth, there was a cold smile hanging in a threatening manner. How could a mere Lin Yuan compare to Yi Xian? Once anything happens to Yi Xian today, their entire eastern wasteland, countless clans, facing the behemoths such as the Du imperial dynasty, all can't afford it. The majesty of the immortal imperial dynasty of the central state could not be offended by others. Even a top-ranked eastern wasteland sect like the Qingyan Dao sect was as small as dust in front of those immortal imperial dynasties. Just as Lu Tsang and Xiao Zhantian were in a stalemate. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the void. Where is your previous condescension? Lin Yuan's attack continued, his eyes cold and indifferent. On the contrary, Yi Xian on the opposite side was cloaked and staggered, spitting out blood in a large mouthful. He was defeated to the core, and his breath had shriveled to the core. How? The voice Nan rang out, and Yi Xian's gaze was in disorientation. Born noble, standing on the clouds, there were not yet a few of the same generation of heavenly prides in the central state who were in his sights. Not to mention this eastern desolate land, for the cultivators here, he had never carried contempt. But at this moment, facing an eastern wasteland cultivator that he had never looked up to, he was actually defeated. To put it in the past is something one can't even imagine. At this moment, looking at Lin Yuan on the opposite side, Yi Xian's heart was growing chills. He knew that at this rate, he would really die. As a prince of the Du imperial dynasty, with his status, he naturally wouldn't come alone. Right here and now. A golden token quietly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. This emperor's son has traveled across the Xin Tian continent and fought against countless heavenly prides. I have to admit, you do have some strength. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. Until this moment, Yi Xian still hadn't let go of his condescension, and his gaze carried a downward look as he was looking at Lin Yuan on the opposite side. But the gap between identities determines the distance between you and this imperial prince. In front of me, you will always be nothing more than a humble reptile. Smiling coldly, Yi Xian spoke. Click. The golden token in his hand was crushed. This was Yi Xian's last resort, and it was also the way he was enough to solve all the troubles. Though, this kind of tactic, amongst the battles between Heaven's Pride, had never been frowned upon. However, his identity was destined to only be looked up to by the natives of places like the Eastern Wasteland. As Yi Xian's token that represented the Du dynasty's royal prince was crushed. Right here and now. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky above the green cloud Dao sect, a blurry figure floated above the void, carrying a supreme aura that was immense. I hope that the imperial prince will redeem himself for his late arrival. This is Yi Xian's protector, a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse, powerful pressure, enveloping the entire Qing and Dao sect, shocking the hearts of the people. Chapter 12 Lin Yuan's Resolve. Ascension realm is already ranked in this realm strong top, reached a certain realm, will be able to ascend to the world of cultivators, everyone aspires to the upper realm. However, this kind of strong person was only rumored within the Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, the pressure emanating from the surroundings of even a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse descending was unimaginable to the countless Eastern Wasteland cultivators at the scene. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The entire Qing Yin Dao sect was trembling like in front of this Yi Xian's protector. How dare you! It's just a mere Eastern Wasteland clan, how dare you hurt our imperial son! Capital offense! An old voice was resounding, echoing within the entire Qing Yin Dao sect like a flood bell. An incomparable pressure that was spreading in all directions, this fluctuation was too terrifying. In an instant, countless Eastern Wasteland cultivators at the scene instantly turned pale. Put. 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 There were even some people with lower cultivation levels who spat blood from their mouths, and the scene was dead silent. After being immersed, some people's gazes trembled as they looked at the Dao protector beside Yi Xian with a respectful expression. This senior, but he has already cultivated to the half-step ascension realm? At these words, the scene shook once again. Half-step to heaven? Is this the depth of the immortal imperial dynasty? Hiss. At this moment, the scene shook, and a shocked voice was ringing out. The people on the scene were all cultivators from the Eastern Wasteland. Not seeing as strong as the patriarchs of the three great Dao sects of the Eastern Wasteland, Lu Xan and Xiao Zhantian, who were now only at the Dao Palace realm. But even so, in the Eastern Wasteland of this remote place, it was already among the strongest. A single thought was enough to determine the life and death of countless clans in the Eastern Wasteland. But at this moment, a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse had personally appeared before their eyes, and for this level of powerhouse, it had only remained in the rumors of the Eastern Wasteland. Moreover, what made those present even more shocked was that even such a powerful person was still so respectful in front of Yi Xian, the imperial prince, calling himself an old slave. This was the depth of the immortal imperial dynasty of the central state, with the identity of Emperor Yi Xian. Since the day he made his voice heard, there was a top powerhouse of the half-step heaven ascension realm, defending him. This kind of heritage was indeed unimaginable to the Eastern Wasteland cultivators. With eyes that were incomparably conceited, Yi Xian swept over the countless cultivators present, looking at the shock on the faces of them, the natives of the Eastern Wasteland. He enjoyed this feeling. His identity was never something that needed to be looked up to by the natives of the Eastern Wasteland, it was a born superiority that no one could ever break. Even if a district Lin Yuan was stronger than him, so what? In front of the absolute status gap, everything is just futile. Long Air is the protector of the Dao beside this imperial prince. Today, this imperial prince would like to see who can do anything to me within this area of the Eastern Wasteland. Feeling that he had done it again, Yi Xian was smug, especially with regards to Lin Yuan on the opposite side of the room, a grim smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Now you should understand, compared to me, you're just a reptile. With you, you also dared to get your hands on this emperor's woman, are you worthy? With the protector of the Dao Long Air beside him, handing over a few pills of spirit elixir into his stomach, Yi Xian's pale face instantly became rosy, and his atrophied breath was being restored. The black and gold interwoven dragon robe fluttered in the wind, standing tall and proud above the void. However, judging from the situation at this moment, Yi Xian did have this qualification to be egotistical. A half-step heaven ascension realm protector was enough to overthrow everyone on the scene as long as he, Yi Xian, was willing to do so. I knew it, with brother Yi Xian's status, how can he be compared to the guy Lin Yuan stepped on? As long as brother Yi Xian's protector appears, crushing Lin Yuan is as easy as crushing a bedbug. Below, Lu Shui laughed. A flowing white dress, fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, 3,000 green silk hanging down, like a fairy in a painting. It was an absolutely beautiful skin, but the expression on the pretty face at the moment, how to look at it, how to be disgusting, nauseating. Being a Taoist couple with Lin Yuan was just a means for her to force Yi Xian to show up, never looking down on Lin Yuan as a tool person, and now she waited until her beloved's appearance. As for Lin Yuan, even if it was the death of countless cultivators of the entire Changyun Dao sect, what did it have to do with her, Lu Shui? The situation was completely reversed, the original battle that was bound to be won, with the descent of Yi Xian's Dao protector. At this moment, Lin Yuan, as well as the entire Qingyun Dao sect, were facing a huge crisis. The pressure of the half-step ascension realm was too terrifying, and Lin Yuan's body was as if he was carrying countless mountains on top of him. Click! 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 The surrounding space was compressing, infinite pressure was sweeping towards Lin Yuan, the bones were clicking, the pain was unbearable, the whole body, it seemed like it was going to be crushed. Tick-tock. 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 Cold sweat was pouring out, scattering like rain. There is indeed some strength, to be able to resist a tenth of the old immortal's aura. The voice carried a hint of surprise. In a black coat, his body hidden in black mist around him, Long Air laughed coldly, his eyes scarlet in color, as he was looking at Lin Yuan. It had never occurred to me that a mere divine bridge realm cultivator possessed perseverance. At this moment, even Long Air, who was the protector of the Dao, had to admit that it was no wonder that this kid in front of him was able to defeat his own royal son. But alas, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how powerful your talent is, what's the use? A dead heavenly pride is never more than a corpse. To make an enemy of the emperor, this is your sin. Like a god, it was judging Lin Yuan. Diwu dynasty, things have always been overbearing, not to mention in the eastern wasteland, even in the countless strong in the central state, their words, is the holy decree, along with the prosperity, against the death. Not to mention, even if someone dared to injure their imperial son, Yi Xian, that would be an unforgivable offense. Speaking. Boom. 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 Once again, there was an infinite pressure pressing down towards Lin Yuan. The bones clicked as if they were about to pop. Within his eyes were tough, resolute and incomparable, flashing with killing intent. Lin Yuan did not back down. Against the infinite pressure, the black and white light around his body was becoming dim. He was in a life and death situation. Previously awakened memories, Lin Yuan remembers that it seems that the person who brought himself down to the world back then was an old man. Chapter 13, Crisis. The gap is too big, this time, the Qingyun Dao sect, but it's messing with someone who shouldn't be messed with. Who's to blame? It's not good to offend anyone but the Diwu dynasty. Who would have thought that the identity of this prince would be so honorable, a half-step heavenly ascension realm? All of them are enough to sweep through our entire eastern wasteland, but they are just the protector of this prince's path. At this moment, looking above the void, the black-clothed, defiant Lin Yuan, a voice was resounding from the scene. Some people were shaking their heads and sighing, there was no hope. In front of a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse, Lin Yuan was bound to die today. I'm afraid that even the entire Changyun Dao sect is facing a huge crisis and could possibly be destroyed. The Diyu imperial dynasty was too powerful, and what was being shown at this moment was only the tip of the iceberg. He really don't know the heights of heaven, and dare to be so arrogant in front of Senior Long. This kid, hopeless. A voice rang out with mockery, resonating throughout the room. With an elegant face, it's Yanakura. At this moment, he couldn't wait to come forward, wanting to rush to clear his relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect. After all, the matter of today's big wedding was still related to their drifting Snow Dao sect. Now that he had offended the Diwu dynasty, no one could save Lin Yuan. Must make their position clear. Lu Tsang also pointed to his daughter. This relationship with Yi Xian, let their own clan soar. It could be envisioned that after today, even if the Qingyan Dao sect was lucky enough not to be destroyed, it would definitely be greatly wounded. The entire eastern wasteland on the three great Taoist sects, with the help of the relationship with the Diwu dynasty, their own Drift Snow Taoist sect, may not be unable to unify the entire eastern wasteland large and small sects. Yanakura bowed respectfully towards Ruji, inwardly excited at the thought. It didn't need to be much, as long as this Yi Xian's protector, Senior Long Heir, was willing to help them, it was enough. Brother Xiao, am I right? Skin smiling, Lu Tsang was sneering at Xiao Zhantian. The depths of the Diwu imperial dynasty are not something you or I can imagine. That disciple of yours, dead is dead, don't make any mistakes, or else today will be the time when your entire Qingyan Dao sect will be exterminated. It appeared to be persuading Xiao Zhantian, the Qingyan Dao sect patriarch, not to be impulsive. But Yanakura knew his old friend's temperament too well to be rigid. The more one says this, the more impulsive the other is. And this was also the result that Lu Tsang wanted. He just wanted Xiao Zhantian, this old thing, to clash with that dragon senior. In this way, the self-same drifting Snow Dao sect, wanting to annex the Green Cloud Dao sect, would have a chance. Although the Eastern Wasteland placed its own sect, alongside the Qingyan Dao sect, as one of the three great Dao sects. However, Lu Tsang is very clear that in terms of overall strength alone, the Qingyan Dao sect is the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland, and there is still a considerable gap between his own family. Today's event may be their chance. Father, eldest brother him. The voice was clear and crisp, with a flowery face and curved willow moon brows, a green-colored dress, standing next to Xiao Zhantian. It was Xiao, his voice trembling, his gaze tinged with worry, as he looked above the void. Looking at the Lin Yuan who was already about to be unable to support himself and was about to die at any moment. Half-step heaven ascension realm, powerful indeed. With a stalwart face, straight posture, and a head full of white hair, Xiao Zhantian let out an exclamation. Although he was already at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, there weren't many that could be compared to him in this eastern wasteland. However, facing a half-step heaven ascension realm, Xiao Zhantian knew very well that he was absolutely no match. That kind of strong person was just one step away from being able to step on top of this realm. But this, too, was just a protector of that emperor's path. In his pale gaze, however, there was not the slightest flinch. Xiao Zhantian knew very well that there were some things that it was useless to back down. Offending the Diyu imperial dynasty, today may be the time when our Qingyan Dao sect is destroyed, and everyone will die. So, are you scared? With a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Zhantian was looking at his only daughter. I don't want eldest brother to die. There were no unnecessary words, Xiao was just a few simple words. Click. 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 Above the void, the space around them was squeezing. The constant, half-step ascension realm's pressure was as if even the surrounding space was about to shatter. The pressure Lin Yuan was under at the moment was unimaginable. The other party didn't seem to want him to die a painful death, but to crush his bones, flesh and blood, inch by inch. The body was cracking, densely packed wounds appeared, and blood was flowing out along the wounds. Tick-tock. 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 One could see Lin Yuan's white bones, cracking through the hideous wound. How about this? This is what happens when you offend this imperial prince. A mere native of the eastern wasteland in the district, what are you going to fight me with? Highly arrogant, with cold eyes and a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, Yi Xian was constantly mocking. At this moment, as long as he gave an order, he could make Long Heir completely obliterate Lin Yuan. But, being born noble, he had never been made to make a fool of himself in front of so many people since he was born, especially in front of his woman. With his previous frustration, Yi Xian would never let Lin Yuan die so easily. Rather, it is necessary to make the other party in pain, little by little to destroy the other party's mind, pain to their own begging for forgiveness, so, in order to be able to unload the hatred of the heart. At that time, it would be the time to behead Lin Yuan. But at this moment, to Yi Xian's surprise, having reached this moment, he still hadn't seen Lin Yuan beg for mercy from himself. The black clothes had long been drenched in blood, and without uttering a word, Lin Yuan's gaze was just coldly watching. Although he knew his own identity, Lin Yuan had never met the Dao protector who had brought him down to the realm back then. Lin Yuan didn't know where the other party was and when they showed up. Perhaps, today, he is going to die here. Inwardly sighing, resigned for sure. However, with his current strength, facing a half-step heaven ascension realm, the gap was indeed too great. Ruji, finish him off. Yi Xian had already lost his patience, looking at Lin Yuan, whose body, along with his bones, were shattering in front of him. He could not comprehend that if it were his own, he would be able to withstand this kind of excruciating pain without begging for mercy. Yes, Your Majesty. Longhair said respectfully from the side. At this moment, Lin Yuan, in front of them, was a mole cricket that could be crushed at any time. Kid, some people's identities are actively not something you can offend. Pay attention in your next life. Longhair laughed coldly and was about to make a move to decapitate Lin Yuan. Right here and now. Who dares to touch my disciple? Below, a voice rang out, accompanied by a brilliant swordlight, cutting through the void, in chopping this way. It's Xiao Zhantian. Chapter 14. Lin Jiu appears. Mastermind. Dying, on the verge of death. Drops of blood overflowed from his eyes and crossed his pale cheeks. His long hair was spread out and covered half of his face. Lin Yuan was looking at the pale figure as his heart shook. He knew very well what it meant for his master teacher to strike at this moment. This will bring the entire Qin Yundao sect, the scourge of extinction. The whole clan, tens of thousands of people, will be dead by then. This is a matter that is due to myself. Lin Yuan didn't want to involve the old man who had raised him, as well as the masters and brothers who had grown up together in the numerous sects, because of himself. Although the Lin Yuan of today had just crossed over and not long ago. But after the memories were completely fused, he and the original owner would have been indistinguishable from each other. Now he is the original owner, and the original owner is him. Don't worry, with the old man here, no one can kill you. Holding the heaven-punishing sacred sword in his hand, Xiao Zhantian was speaking to Lin Yuan, and within his pale gaze, there was an incomparable firmness. Qin Yundao sect, the East Wasteland equally endless years, within the clan, there were also strong people who had ascended to the upper world. This heaven-exorcising sacred sword, which was a holy weapon, was left by the person who ascended that year. However, facing a half-step ascension realm powerhouse, even with the help of the heaven execution sacred sword, it might not be enough. With his current strength, he was simply unable to completely activate this saint weapon in his hand. But, there are some things that you have to do even when you know you can't. Lin Yuan, he picked up in a snowy place back then. Nearly 20 years of raising each other had long since made the other his true son. And over the years, Lin Yuan had never let Xiao Zhantian down. The district Dao Palace realm is just a mere thing, thinking that by relying on the holy weapon in his hand, he can save this kid? It's just self-destruction. Within the black mist, Longhair let out a cold laugh. Longhair, today, I'm going to let this brat, along with the entire Qin Yundao sect, perish. Next to him, Yi Xian disdainfully said. The previous defeat to Lin Yuan, too many people at the scene had seen him fail. Until this moment, it was still recognized by Yi Xian as a disgrace, and his anger had yet to subside. He wanted to use the blood of Lin Yuan, already countless cultivators from the entire Qin Yundao sect, to establish his authority. Let all these natives of the eastern wasteland see what would happen if they offended him, the imperial son of the Dayu imperial dynasty. He was destined to be looked up to only by the people here, and anyone who dared to provoke would have to pay with his life. Yes, Your Majesty. Longhair respectfully said, his gaze turning to Xiao Zhantian who came with his sword. Although above the Dao Palace was the Ascension realm. But the difference between the two can be completely described as a world of difference. Even if it was a half-step to heaven, it was still not comparable to Xiao Zhantian's Dao Palace realm. Solving Xiao Zhantian first, anyway, at this moment, Lin Yuan couldn't bounce around for much longer. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Longhair was striking, his body shrouded in black mist, and his pupils' blood-ons blossomed. It was a pale white hand claw, poking out from the middle of the black mist, huge and incomparable, covering the entire sky of the Qin Yundao sect, and falling towards Xiao Zhantian. The surroundings darkened for an instant. Half-step heaven ascension realm, full strength strike, this kind of aura was too terrifying, and within the Qin Yundao sect, the cultivators who noticed this scene shook within their hearts. Is this an ascension realm powerhouse? Someone's voice was shaking as they murmured. No, this is just a half-step to the heaven ascension realm, but with one strike, it's estimated that it's still capable of obliterating all of us present. Someone shook their head helplessly. The gap is too great, even with Xiao Zhantian's strength and with the help of a holy weapon, I'm afraid it would be difficult to receive this strike. Within the Qin Yundao sect, a voice was ringing out, looking under the giant claw, that old man with white hair and a still upright posture. No one present thought that Xiao Zhantian would be able to receive this blow. And this whole thing was entirely caused by Lin Yuan. Countless eyes were watching. Acid. A sword-chanting sound rang out, and the golden sword aura was bright and dazzling, from the bottom up, in chopping out. Humph. It's just the light of a fire. A holy weapon is a complete waste in your hands. Within the black mist, it was still completely impossible to see Longhair's face, and only his mocking voice could be heard. High above the world, not looking anyone in the eye, all below the Ascension realm are ants. Saint artifacts are only refined by Saint realm cultivators. That kind of powerhouse does not exist in this realm at all, only the upper realm can have them. With Xiao Zhantian's strength, he was also simply unable to utilize the power that the heaven-punishing sacred sword should have. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The claw marks were colliding with the heaven-punishing sacred sword. Right here and now. Pust! In the middle of the battle, Xiao Zhantian sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his originally upright posture also withered a few points. His figure flew out upside down and smashed to the ground. Blood flowed and stained the ground, seriously injured. Griffins should have the awareness of griffins, it's just a mantis blocking a car. Above the void, amidst the black mist, Longhair let out a cold snort. Xiao Zhantian was defeated and wanted to step in and save Lin Yuan, but he was still unable to do anything. Dad! Sovereign! Master! Countless figures surrounding the collapsed Xiao Zhantian. There were Xiao, elders within the sect, and disciples who were worried. They looked at the severely injured and unconscious patriarch Xiao Zhantian, before looking at Lin Yuan, who was currently drenched in blood and equally dying, above the void. No one had expected that today was originally a happy event for the Qingyun Dao sect, inviting countless Eastern Wasteland cultivators to come, but in the end, it had turned out to be like this. The Diyu imperial dynasty was too powerful. Just Yi Xian, the Dao protector beside this emperor, was still not something their tiny Qingyun Dao sect could resist. And this, perhaps, was just the tip of the iceberg of the Diwu dynasty. Today, perhaps it really was the time when the Qingyun Dao sect would be destroyed, and no one in the world would be able to save them in the face of that immortal imperial dynasty that was overwhelming the entire Xiantian continent. At this moment, within the entire sect, except for the disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect, their faces were covered in anger. Everyone else was silent, and no one dared to utter a word. They had also seen the scene just now. That was the strength of the half-step Ascension realm. Under the majesty of Longhair, even if one was as strong as one of the three great sects of the Eastern Desolate, it would be difficult to escape the crisis of being destroyed today. After today, in this Eastern Wasteland, there will no longer be a Qingyun Dao sect. His stature was erect and dignified, wearing a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, standing above the void, arrogant and incomparable. Yi Xian was looking at Lin Yuan, trying to see the expression he wanted to see on Lin Yuan's face. But he was disappointed, and the only thing that surged within those blood-dripping, deep pupils was endless coldness. That coldness, for some reason, caused Yi Xian's heart to panic. Ruji! Just as Yi Xian ordered that the entire Qingyun Dao sect be overthrown in front of Lin Yuan. Ta-da! 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 Right at this moment, there were footsteps that came from the distance, echoing throughout the entire Qingyun Dao sect. The void was trembling, like the surface of a calm lake, creating ripples. What's the commotion? Countless people at the scene all heard this sound, including Yi Xian, Longhair, and the countless cultivators at the scene. While countless people were still searching for the owner of the sound of the pace. Click! Just at this moment, the space cracked open and a figure stepped out from it. Young lord, after many years of absence, do you still remember the old immortal? This is an old man, a gray coat, full of gray hair, not angry and authoritative, the breath emitted by his body, so that the surrounding emptiness are trembling, as if it cannot carry his body, the space will be broken. It was none other than Lin Jiu, who had come from the forbidden land of the desolate ancients and was smiling when he first appeared. Looking around the room, he searched for Lin Yuan's figure. Although he hadn't seen it for many years, the only person who possessed a physique that belonged to someone from the upper realm among those present was Lin Yuan. Therefore, his eyes passed around only when he saw Lin Yuan, who was covered in blood and dying. Lin Jiu's original smiling face was instantly covered with frost. Chapter 15, Half-Step to Heavenly Realm? It's nothing more than a dog. The Emperor clan Lin family, ranked as one of the taboo families in the upper realm, was famous in all the heavens and all the domains, and Lin Yuan was the son of the Lin family's head. It was only because of the rules of the clan that he was forced to be sent to this lower realm to practice back then. Lin Jiu understood very well how much trust the family head had placed in his hands back then by handing over the young master, who was but a baby, to himself. But what about this moment? Seeing that Lin Yuan, who was covered in blood, densely scarred, and whose bones were shattering, an incomparable guilt, anger, and killing intent surged from within Lin Jiu. Standing in the void, gray clothes and white hair, the pale figure didn't seem to be tall, but at this moment, it was as if the whole piece of heaven and earth, in front of Lin Jiu, were especially small. Having been the guest secretary of the Lin family in the upper realm, and having the honor of being bestowed with the Lin surname, Lin Jiu's strength, not to mention the district's Xian Tian continent, was considered to be strong even among the upper realm. I'm really ashamed of the family head's wishes back then. His eyes were looking towards Lin Yuan's figure that had gradually fallen into unconsciousness. Lin Jiu's voice was trembling. Speaking. Boom. Taking a step out, so fast that it was like an instantaneous movement, Lin Jiu appeared in front of the severely injured Lin Yuan, his face full of worry. The palm of his hand was like the bark of a withered tree, falling on Lin Yuan's body, incomparably majestic aura, transforming into the power of life, continuously surging into Lin Yuan's body within, in restoring his injuries. More than understanding the situation of the matter, just who was it that dared to seriously injure Lin Yuan to such an extent? Naturally, it was more important to ensure Lin Yuan's safety first. After that, it's time to slowly clear the air. Cough. Cough. Feeling inside his body, the shattered tendons and broken bones were recovering and regrowing under an incomparably majestic aura. Lin Yuan, who was already somewhat unconscious, gradually regained some spirit. His eyes looked at the old man in front of him. Lin Yuan understood that it was the other party who was saving himself. But what Lin Yuan didn't understand was that, logically speaking, at this moment, with that long air strength, there should be no one within the entire Qin Yin Dao sect who could save himself. Until Lin Jiu's appearance overlapped with the figure in the depths of his memory. It's you! A weak voice rang out, and Lin Yuan's pupils instantly shrank, recognizing the Lin Jiu in front of him as the old man who had brought himself down to the realm back then. Young lord, don't talk too much, recover your injuries at ease. After that, the old man will make some people pay the price they deserve. By checking the situation inside Lin Yuan's body, Lin Jiu's initial worries finally disappeared. Logically speaking, receiving such an injury, if it were an ordinary cultivator, I'm afraid that he would have died long ago. It was fortunate that this unique physique of the young master had preserved the last shred of life for him, and at this moment, Lin Jiu was secretly rejoicing inwardly. Fortunately, he came in time. If he came one step later, once the young master has any flashbacks. The result Lin Jiu didn't even dare to imagine. Right at the last moment of the crisis of the Qing Yin Dao sect, as well as Lin Yuan, an inexplicable old man suddenly appeared. At this moment, there were countless onlookers at the scene, cultivators from all the major clans in the eastern wasteland. The Ryu family father and daughter, as well as Yi Xian and his protector, Long Air, were all at a loss. Who are you that you dare to save my prince's enemy? Conceited, arrogant, and with a condescending tone, Yi Xian was questioning Lin Jiu. This old thing, doesn't it know that the person who rescued him is the enemy of this Du imperial dynasty's prince? How dare it go so far? This is completely not putting him, Yi Xian, in his eyes. Indeed, the sight of Lin Jiu's appearance just now did shock Yi Xian for quite a while. However, once he thought that this place was just the eastern wasteland, and what he represented behind him was the Du imperial dynasty, Yi Xian had nothing to worry about. Above this entire Xian Tian continent, is there anyone who dares to be the enemy of their Du dynasty? The questioning voice rang out. Hearing this, within the gaze of Lin Jiu, who was rescuing Lin Yuan, killing chances were immediately surging, and he also completely understood that the young lord's injury was related to this person. However, now was an important time to recover the young lord's injuries, and at this moment, all of Lin Jiu's attention was focused on recovering Lin Yuan's injuries. Ignoring Yi Xian's words. My prince is asking you, didn't you hear? The black mist surged, and seeing the words of his own royal son, the other party looked as if they were lazy. Ruji was furious. Pretending. I'd like to see what strength you have to be so arrogant. Just now, when Long Air probed the other party's realm, he realized that he was unable to see through the other party's realm. You know, you are a half-step ascension realm powerhouse. Within the small eastern wasteland, there is still someone that you cannot see through? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The aura was majestic. The strength of the half-step heaven ascension realm poured out completely, in suppressing down towards Lin Jiu. One must know that when he had seriously injured Xiao Zhantian with a previous strike, Long Air had not even used his full strength. But this for some reason, Long Air actually felt a trace of oppression in front of this old man who appeared inexplicably. With a cold snort, not leaving the slightest residual force, Long Air was striking out, wanting to test out Lin Jiu's true realm. At this moment, countless eyes on the scene were paying attention to this scene. But what surprised countless people at the scene was that they were facing the power of Long Air, a half-step ascension realm powerhouse. That old man who had just appeared and inexplicably showed up to restore Lin Yuan's injuries, surprisingly remained motionless and focused on restoring Lin Yuan's injuries. It was as if everything else was not as important as a single hair of sweat on Lin Yuan's body. In the middle of the crowd, a white dress flowing, fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, 3,000 green silk hanging down, was Lu Shui. No wonder Lin Yuan was able to defeat brother Yi Xian before, it should have something to do with this person. Gazing at Lin Jiu, who was restoring Lin Yuan's injuries, Lu Shui's gaze was contemptuous. Humph. Brother Yi Xian's protector is a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse, so what's the use of saving Lin Yuan? It's just a matter of dying a little later. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Above the void, Dragon 2 strike was falling towards Lin Jiu, incomparably powerful. Finally, sensing that the last trace of crisis within Lin Yuan's body was lifted, Lin Jiu stood up. Grey clothes fluttering, indifference within the eyes, an incomparable terrifying breath rises from Lin Jiu rises, under his breath, the sky and the earth for the change of color, the Qiankuan for the tremor. Half step to heaven? It's just a dog thing. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Casually a palm shot out, only hand to cover the sky, endless purple gas surging, in toward the Dragon 2 suppression and down. Chapter 16. One strike shocked the whole stadium, news brought by Lin Jiu. The void rumbled, and the entire Cheng Yun Dao sect trembled under Lin Jiu's aura. Face that blow. How is that possible? The originally confident Dragon 2, at this moment, his voice was tinged with confusion, that kind of power, completely beyond his imagination. The palm print covered heaven and earth, before falling towards Long Air, who panicked in the face of this strike. Irresistible, hard to resist. Pust. Blood staining the void, the remnants of Long Air's body was falling, like a shooting star, crashing heavily on top of the earth. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The ground rippled like a tidal wave, and several large halls in the vicinity collapsed with a bang, and dust was flying up, covering everything around them. With this scene, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Time is passing and the dust will eventually settle. At this point, this half-step ascension realm existence can't even block a single blow in front of this senior? There were people at the scene whose gazes were shocked beyond measure, their hearts shaking and roaring violently. Those who can have this kind of strength are afraid that this senior has truly reached the ascension realm. Someone looked above the void at Lin Jiu's figure inside. Strange, although the Green Cloud Dao sect is not bad in my eastern wasteland, when has it ever possessed such a strong person? A voice was ringing around them. Most of the scene were cultivators from the eastern wasteland. In their eyes, the ascension realm was already a rumored powerhouse. As for cultivators beyond the heavenly ascension realm, that was not something they could even imagine, only the legendary upper realm existed. Therefore, in their perceptions, the concept of the strongest person only stayed in the heavenly ascension realm, and most of the people at the scene agreed that Lin Jiu's strength was that of a heavenly ascension realm senior. At this time, above the void. After Lin Jiu's salvation, the dying Lin Yuan, his injuries had recovered. Although he had not reached his peak state, he was no longer in any serious trouble. Although it was said that the highest realm this realm could accommodate was the realm of ascension. But for some reason, Lin Yuan was able to clearly feel that this protector of his own, Lin Jiu, was by no means as simple as just a mere area of the heavenly ascension realm. Lin Yuan looked at the old man beside himself with a curious gaze. Senior should be more than just the ascension realm, right? Lin Yuan asked. Young master can just call me Lin Jiu, the word senior, I can't afford it. Lin Jiu hurriedly bent down and said. As the young lord's protector, he had failed to take care of Lin Yuan, and had almost allowed Lin Yuan to fall in this small Xin Tian continent. Until this moment, Lin Jiu still felt guilty inside, believing that he had failed the family head's mandate back then. Returning to the young lord's words, I'm not talented, but I'm only in the middle stage of the Saint realm now. Just kidding, the upper realm Emperor clan Lin family, that was a forbidden family that suppressed the 10,000 domains of the heavens, and Lin Yuan's identity, and the son of the family head. What qualifications did the district's realm of ascending to the heavens have, and what qualifications did they have, to be a protector for Lin Yuan? Lin Jiu said with a bland smile. Unfortunately, the sound of the duo's speech was too small for the others to hear, otherwise, the word Saint Realm would be enough to shock everyone. Holy Realm! Lin Yuan, who heard those two words, couldn't help but have a hint of surprise appear in his gaze. not distinguishing between the upper world or within this Xian-Tian continent. From the time Lin Yuan had just cultivated, he had already understood. The worldly realms, from low to high, were divided into body refining, qi gathering, god concentration, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascension, quasi-sacred, sacred realm, quasi-imperial, and imperial realm. In this realm, the heaven ascension realm was already the pinnacle, invincible to the entire continent. However, the protector that one's own, that true family, had arranged for oneself was actually a saint realm powerhouse. The Lin family's direct bloodline, when they are young, they need to travel to the 10,000 realms of the heavens to train. I'm sure you already know about this matter, young lord. Then, with a pale gaze, Lin Jiao was continuing. Every Lin family lineage, when they were young children, would have the inherited memories about the family sealed with their sea of consciousness, and only at the time of adulthood would they be completely awakened. Now that Lin Yuan had reached adulthood, his memories of his family should have awakened. The reason why I was ordered by the family head back then to choose this realm as a place for the young master's training was for another reason. The relic of a great emperor is hidden in this realm, and this relic is even more closely related to your true physique, young lord. I've been searching for more than 20 years, and this, too, is a coming-of-age gift that I've come this time to bring to you, young lord. The remains of a great emperor. Hearing this, Lin Yuan shook inwardly. There was no longer any need to say what the great emperor stood for. Anything related to the emperor, that was taboo. But what Lin Yuan couldn't understand was that the inheritance of a great emperor was hidden in this lower realm. No wonder. For so many years, Lin Jiao, the protector of the way, had not been guarding himself, but was instead searching for a great emperor's inheritance for himself. What was even more concerning to Lin Yuan was that the mystery of his true physique was going to come out. Lin Yuan and his duo were above the void, their voices were too small, and no one knew what they were saying. At this point, within the Qin Yin Dao sect, the scene was in ruins. But all the Green Cloud disciples at the scene would never blame that senior who was talking about something with senior brother Lin Yuan at the moment for destroying the Green Cloud Dao sect like this. Instead, they all looked curious, as well as overjoyed. Just before, within the entire Changyin Dao sect, countless disciples, elders, had all despaired, and they were all ready to die along with the sect. There was no way around it. The oppression brought about by the then Long Heir, a half-step ascension realm powerhouse, was despairing. However, right at the most critical juncture, the senior who seemed to be acquainted with eldest brother appeared. A hit. Just one hit. Enough to make a desperate Ruji become alive or dead. It was that senior's appearance that saved the entire Changyin Dao sect. But I grew up with eldest brother. But I don't even know when eldest brother knew that kind of powerhouse. Among the Qingyun sect members, Xiao, who had assisted Xiao Zhantian to get up, was filled with curiosity above a small face. There should be some secrets hidden in Yuqi's body. Face still pale, Xiao Zhantian woke up from his coma after a group of elders rescued him. It was just that, having been heavily injured by Long Heir before, his already aged body seemed to have aged a few points more than before. Regarding Lin Yuan's body, hiding secrets, this matter, Xiao Zhantian had always known. After all, he had watched Lin Yuan grow up a little bit. Very early on, he had known that Lin Yuan's kind of unknown physique was by no means something that could be born in this realm. And after that, the dragon spirit body, which was strong and number one in this realm, lost in the hands of Lin Yuan, further confirming Xiao Zhantian's thoughts. But what Xiao Zhantian did not expect was that a senior who had stepped into the Ascension realm would be acquainted with Lin Yuan, that kind of level, which is the absolute top of this realm, and placed in the central state, it is also the top of the Chapter 17 Yi Xian's Confusion, Time and Space Transportation Talisman. How did this happen? This can't be right. At this moment, in the middle of the scene, Yi Xian's gaze was appearing incomparably confused, unable to accept this scene. His own protector, Long Heir, a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse, was a top-tier powerhouse even when placed within his own Du imperial dynasty. But this is just the Eastern Wasteland, a remote place, just a remote place, and there is even someone who struck a blow, hitting Long Heir severely, and living or dying. In particular, the person who was able to injure Long Heir must have truly stepped into the realm of heaven ascension. Although there was only a half-step difference between the half-step heaven ascension realm and the true heaven ascension realm, it was often a world of difference. Yi Xian couldn't understand. He was a prince of the Du imperial dynasty with an unparalleled status, but with his own status, he wouldn't be able to get a true powerhouse of the heaven ascension realm to protect him. And that Lin Yuan is just the son of a small clan in the Eastern Wasteland, a lowly fellow by nature. What does he have the right to do? Yi Xian was losing his mind, standing frozen in place. Now that his own protector, Long Heir, was alive or dead, his heart was in fear. In the past, every time when long hair appeared, it was enough to smooth out all the troubles for him. But this time, a woman from a small clan, plus some bull prince from a tiny dynasty? Lin Zhou's voice rang out, his gaze indifferent as he swept over Yi Xian, as well as Lu Shui. After chatting with Lin Yuan just now, he had already learned the whole story. Inwardly, he sighed a little. His own young master, on the day of his marriage, even appeared in such a situation. It was fine for the young master of the Lin family to look at a woman from the lower realms, but he hadn't even been looked at by others. If this were to spread back to the upper realm, it would not be laughed off by the other emperor clans, some other forbidden forces. Lin Zhou had already made up his mind that this matter, when he returned to the upper world, he could not say anything outside even if he was beaten to death. After all, Lin Yuan was representing the face of the entire Lin family. Lin Zhou shook his head helplessly. Heir? Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed. He could feel beside him at the moment Lin Zhou's gaze, if anything. Perhaps because he was in his own way, Lin Zhou didn't say it, but Lin Yuan still saw a hint of helplessness in the other party's eyes. But this, can you blame yourself? Blame it on the original dog licker. I had just crossed over, and before I knew it, I was being dragged off to get married. Then, a condescending Diyu dynasty prince jumped out right after, saying that he had stolen his woman. Fighting alongside yourself, and not being martial, you start shaking people when you can't beat them. And then, this is it. I've suffered no less myself, and almost died. Boom! Right at this moment, Lin Zhou, who was beside Lin Yuan, casually pointed out a finger, before falling towards Yi Xian. No! Yi Xian let out a miserable cry. Click! 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 The bones in his entire body were making noises as if they were about to crumble. He was suffering the pain that Lin Yuan had suffered before, and was going to suffer even more. With Lin Zhou's strength, it was too easy to kill a small character like Yi Xian. But in Lin Zhou's opinion, the torture that his own young master had endured before, if he let the other party die so easily, it would be too cheap for the other party. Get your ass over here too. Boom! Lin Zhou held his palm in the air. There was the direction where Ruji had fallen just now. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, debris splashed, and a remnant body rose uncontrollably from the ruins, transforming into a stream of light that stood together with Yi Xian, enduring endless torture. It was Long Hair, who wasn't dead. Half of his body had disappeared. No, senpai. The voice seemed to carry an endless amount of pain. At this moment, Long Hair finally understood why Lin Zhou's strike from before was so powerful. By all accounts, it was definitely enough to decapitate him. However, for some reason, just as the palm imprint fell, it seemed to shrink in strength, only to seriously injure him. It turns out that people just want to will themselves and the prince too, alive torture to death. We are from the Diwu imperial dynasty. Please spare our lives for the sake of the Diwu imperial dynasty, senior. Long Hair and Yi Xian were begging for mercy, wanting to use the power behind them to make Lin Zhou afraid. After all, on top of this continent, everyone knew what the Diwu dynasty stood for, and no one dared to not give the Diwu dynasty face. One must know that he, Long Hair, half-step heaven ascension realm, was merely Yi Xian's protector. Although the old man in front of him, although powerful, was an ascension realm powerhouse. But within their immortal imperial dynasty, there was not an absence of old ancestors who had truly stepped into the heaven ascension realm, and there was not just one. Yi Xian, the only dragon spirit body amongst the current generation of emperors, was the future successor to the throne, and was too important to the Diyu imperial dynasty. Once something happened here, the consequences, it was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Oh? Trying to threaten the old man with your, so-called, bull imperial dynasty? With a cold laugh, gray clothes, and white hair, Lin Zhou stood on top of the sky dome, not angry and authoritative. The breath emanating from his body made the surrounding void tremble, as if it could not carry his body and space was about to break. The gazes that looked at Yi Xian and Long Hair were as if they were looking at two mole crickets. Sacred realm, transcending above this heaven and earth, just that some people are ignorant, and have always thought that he, Lin Zhou, is in the ascension realm. Adding to the fact that this heaven and earth was too small, he couldn't utilize the power of a true saint realm, but it was enough to exterminate a small Diyu imperial dynasty. Griffins are still griffins, how can they know the true vastness of heaven and earth? In the midst of the majesty, there was a hint of killing intent, and when a saint realm cultivator was angry, heaven and earth would change color. No good. Still suffering from endless pain, Long Hair was instantly startled. He could see that the other party had really moved to kill, and wanted to chop himself and the imperial son to death here, and not even the prestige of the Dayu imperial dynasty could make the other party have any scruples. Ruji, help me. On the side, Yi Xian was truly afraid, his sweaty hair stood on end, and his heart was incomparably chilled. Born noble, he had never thought that he would one day die within this small eastern wasteland. Both of them felt the crisis of death. As Yi Xian's protector, Long Hair didn't dare to let any accidents happen to Yi Xian even if he had to give his own life. It wasn't that he, the protector of the way, was so loyal. Rather, back when he, Long Hair, was chosen to be Yi Xian's protector, his own family, his own descendants, his relatives, were now all controlled by the Dayu imperial dynasty. Once Yi Xian dies today, then. With his body crippled, Long Hair's gaze was resolute and firm, and a rune in his hand that was draped with the laws of space and time was lighting up. Your imperial son, the old slave, will help you escape from this place. But please, your majesty, take care of the old slaves clan. Long Hair was quietly transmitting to Yi Xian. In the beginning, one of the great Yu dynasty's supreme ancestors had gifted a time and space transportation talisman to Long Hair, in order to open the talisman himself once Yi Xian encountered a crisis. The Dayu imperial dynasty, mighty over the entire Xian-Tian continent, was naturally not as simple as it appeared to be. Even in that upper realm where everyone traveled to, there were likewise people. And this time and space recluse talisman in the hands of Long Hair, rumor has it, is handed down from the upper world, precious and incomparable. Chapter 18, One Dead, One Fleeing. Don't worry, Long Hair, as long as you can save this imperial prince, I'll make sure your clan is safe. Inwardly anxious, Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. He was willing to pay whatever it took to keep him alive. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic bloodlight rushed up from within Long Hair's remnant body, dyeing the void red. Time and space recluse talisman is the thing of the upper world, not to mention that now has been seriously injured dying, even if it is when Long Hair is in full bloom. In order to fully catalyze the time and space recluse talisman, it is also impossible, it requires too much spiritual energy. Run away, Emperor! With a loud shout, around Long Hair, there were blood-colored flames igniting as he was blood-sacrificing all his power. Blood sacrifice of oneself was a cultivator's last resort, sacrificing everything about oneself. The power that erupted was unimaginable. But this way, the cost is also often incomparably huge. The body dies, the soul flies away. Once when a cultivator uses this kind of power, it has already held the determination of certain death. Endless blood-colored light was converging within that time and space recluse talisman. The remnants of Ruji's body disappeared. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, the power of time and space was surging, and within the runes, golden light flourished, enveloping Yi Xian. Click! A spatial crack appeared and sucked Yi Xian into it. No good, it's the time escape talisman. Lin Jiu let out a loud cry, his brows furrowed. All of this had happened too fast, just in a short instant. The time and space transportation talisman, even in the upper realm, was considered a relatively precious thing, and by activating it, it could tear through the void and teleport to an endless distance away. However, what Lin Jiu could not have imagined was that a small lower realm imperial dynasty was nothing more than a small lower realm imperial dynasty, but it actually possessed such treasures. Looking towards the spatial passage that was about to disappear. I was too careless to think too much. Boom! Lin Jiu slapped out his palm. If this let the other party escape, where would he put this old face? Ah! From within the spatial channel, a miserable scream came from Yi Xian. Even the spatial channel constructed by the time and space transportation talisman was shattering and collapsing under Lin Jiu's strike, turning into countless pieces of spatial debris. Pust! From the broken space channel, that was half of Yi Xian's stump, blood Linlin, cut off by the broken space debris. However, the upper half of Yi Xian's body was nowhere to be seen, and dragging the remnants of his body, he eventually fled. I am guilty, please punish young lord. With an iron color, Lin Jiu leaned down towards Lin Yuan, in dissatisfaction with himself. Because of his carelessness, he let go of the young lord's enemy. He was blaming himself and feeling guilty inside. Elder Lin doesn't need to be like this, at least Long Hair is dead. Yi Xian, there will be plenty of chances to settle him later. Lin Yuan hurriedly helped Lin Jiu up and said with a smile on his lips. Previously, if it wasn't for Lin Jiu's appearance, Lin Yuan was clear that his current self, too, would have died long ago. What qualification does one have to blame the person in front of him in terms of sense and reason? Thus, the crisis of the Qingyan Dao sect was lifted. Originally, today's event was the day that Lu Shui and Lin Yuan became a Taoist couple, and in the end, things changed and became like this. I'm afraid it was something that no one present had ever thought of. Strong as that emperor of the Du dynasty, who had suppressed the entire Xiantian continent, had not even taken a single advantage today. Instead, it caused a half-step Ascension realm powerhouse to die and be dispersed. Honorable as the Du imperial dynasty's prince, he ended up dragging his broken body and escaping with great difficulty under Long Heir's blood sacrifice. And this, moreover, was something that countless cultivators present had not thought of. The way things turned out, it was too magical. No way. How did it come to this? Yi Xian had fled, but at this moment, the Lu family's father and daughter were still stuck in the same place. Below, among the crowd. A flowing white dress, fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, 3,000 green silk hanging down, like a fairy in a painting. It's none other than Willow Snow. Her face was lost and pale, and until this moment, she still couldn't accept the scene in front of her. His own brother, Yi Xian, had unexpectedly lost, and only escaped with his life after being seriously injured in the end. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was nothing more than a tool for himself, a tool to force brother Yi Xian to show up with the matter of marriage. Now then, the man of destiny that he had worked so hard for, and had hoped for, had lost. And that tool that he never took seriously, Lin Yuan won? Who would have thought that the end result would turn out like this? That's a prince from the Diwu dynasty. Smiling bitterly, Yanakura shook his head helplessly. He had pressed the wrong treasure and placed all his hopes on Yi Xian's body. Originally, he had also thought that with that prince's relationship with his own daughter, he would use the other party's position to help his family's Piaoshui Dao sect dominate the entire eastern wasteland. The number one clan in the eastern wasteland, this had always been Lu Tsong's wish. Even going so far as to give that imperial prince the innate holy lotus that the drifting Snow Dao sect had treasured for countless years. But in the end, it will be a basket case. Isn't it just by relying on the powerhouses of the Ascension realm? I once heard brother Yi Xian mention that within the Du imperial dynasty, there is more than one elder ancestor of the Heaven Ascension realm. Skimming her mouth, Lu Shui's gaze quietly looked towards Lin Yuan in the distance and said disdainfully. Until this moment, she remained unconvinced. It was because back then, when she traveled to the central state and fell in love with Yi Xian, she had witnessed how glorious that nearly immortal imperial dynasty was. To this day, she still firmly believed that when brother Yi Xian returned to that imperial dynasty and recovered from his injuries, it wouldn't be long before he would come to pick himself up. She was confident that she could never be wrong about her vision. As for Lin Yuan, he was only worthy of staying in this remote place in the eastern wasteland. Oh. Yanagura, who originally still had a bitter look on his face, instantly brightened his gaze after hearing his own daughter's words. Within that imperial dynasty, there are really several Ascension realm powerhouses? Hearing this, Yanakura, in shock, if so, their own investment may not be unable to get a return. Today, the one who had brought the entire Qingyan Dao sect back from the dead was nothing more than the old man beside Lin Yuan right now, and the cultivators at the scene recognized that it was an invincible powerhouse of the heavenly Ascension realm. Father, why would my daughter lie to you? This is what brother Yi Xian himself told me back then. Thinking of this, Lu Shui, also not lost, the heart once again have some expectations. Chapter 19. Young Lord? Chengyun's crowd was shocked. Master, your injuries. With Lin Jiu following beside him, Lin Yuan appeared in front of Xiao Zhantian with a respectful face. If it wasn't for the fact that before, his own master, at all costs, had blocked that Long Heir for a while. Lin Yuan knew very well that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for Lin Jiu to arrive either. Thus, Lin Yuan still had immense respect for the master teacher in front of him. Ha ha! This injury of the old man is nothing. The danger of the Qingyan Dao sect's extermination was lifted, and Lin Yuan, who had been recognized by Xiao Zhantian as the sole sect leader's successor, had survived. With a bold voice, Xiao Zhantian was laughing. The injuries had not yet recovered, his stance was not upright, and he had become a few points paler than before. His eyes swept over Lin Yuan, before looking at Lin Jiu. Many thanks to Senior for stepping in and saving the lives of my entire Qingyan clan. For some reason, it felt like the senior in front of him, who was at the very least in the heavenly Ascension realm, was somewhat respectful towards his own disciple, Lin Yuan. However, this has nothing to do with him, Xiao Zhantian, to each his own, for the strong, to have fear. Patriarch Xiao is too polite. I also have to thank you for nurturing my young master over the years. Lin Jiu smiled blandly without the slightest hint of being a strong man. Although Xiao Zhantian didn't recognize him, he knew the other party. Back then, when he had just brought Lin Yuan down to the realm, he had secretly observed Xiao Zhantian for a long time before deciding to hand Lin Yuan over to this one to cultivate. Even when Xiao Zhantian brought Lin Yuan back to the Qingyun Dao sect, he secretly lurked around for a long time before he put his heart down and traveled to various parts of the Xian Tian continent, searching for the relics of the Yuan Tian emperor. However, with his strength, if he didn't take the initiative to show himself, no one would be able to discover him in this Xian Tian continent. Lin Yuan was only about 20 years old, but now he had already cultivated to the Divine Bridge realm. In addition to his own powerful physique, Xiao Zhantian's cultivation of Lin Yuan was also a credit to Lin Zhou. This alone was enough to make Lin Zhou respect him. Young Lord. At this moment, when Lin Zhou addressed Lin Yuan as Young Lord, Xiao Zhantian, as well as Xiao Xiaoxiao beside him, the elders of the Qingyun Patriarch, and a group of disciples, were all shocked. Regarding Lin Yuan's life, when Patriarch Xiao Zhantian went out to carry back a baby, this matter, within the Qingyun Dao sect, some of the older elders, were still clear. This was a senior of the Heaven Ascension realm, someone at the very top of this realm, addressing Lin Yuan as Young Lord. This. For a moment, the countless Qingyun sect members around them were looking at Lin Yuan, their hearts shaking. Feeling his seeming gaze around him, Lin Yuan's face was calm. No matter what my future status is, I, Lin Yuan, will always be a disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Yuan laughed. The memories had merged thoroughly, and were all too familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. On the contrary, for that original family of his, the Upper Realm Lin family, it was too unfamiliar and only existed in the family heritage memory. Lin Yuan wouldn't forget that before, things had started because of himself, almost causing the entire Qingyun Dao sect to be exterminated. In such a crisis, Master Xiao Zhantian stepped forward, and the entire Qingyun sect people, no one resented themselves and were willing to go to their deaths with him. Being a man, you can't forget your roots. Although they were incomparably curious about Lin Yuan's true identity, seeing that neither the senior nor Lin Yuan mentioned too much about it, they didn't ask too many questions. Eldest senior brother, to think that you still have this kind of identity. In the future, you can't forget about little sister me. Crisp voice, flowery face, willow moon curved eyebrows, a green dress. It was Xiao Xiaoxiao, smilingly. She counted together with Lin Yuan long up, perhaps not long, his own big brother not long, the original will return to that real family it. She was afraid of still not being able to see Lin Yuan. How? As he spoke, Lin Yuan laughed and rubbed this junior sister of his little head, his hair being rubbed and messed up. The young girl in front of me has long been regarded as her own sister, growing up together, and close to each other. From today onwards, I, the Qingyun Dao sect, will no longer have anything to do with you, the drifting Snow Dao sect. At this time, the cultivators who had originally come to participate in the feast, large and small, countless clans in the eastern wasteland, had not yet left. Under the gaze of countless gazes, Xiao Zhantian looked at the Lu family's father and daughter with an angry expression on his face. Although, at the previous moment of crisis in the Qingyun sect, the drifting Snow Daoist sect did not take advantage of the opportunity to strike. However, the other party's various manifestations were on the side of that prince of the Dayu imperial dynasty. Without resolving the Lu family's father and daughter on the spot, he had already done his best to be kind. After all, they were one of the three great sects of the eastern wasteland, and over the years, the relationship had been good. But since today, the relationship between the two clans will completely descend to the freezing point. Since Patriarch Xiao said so, then I will take my leave. With a calm gaze, after learning the true strength of the Diwu imperial dynasty, Lu Tsong felt that there was still a chance. As for the relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect, to be with the help of the momentum of the Diwu imperial dynasty, he wants, together with the entire eastern wasteland, then also with the Qingyun clan, between the inevitable saber rattling. Let's go! Lu Tsong gave an order, and beside him, Lu Shui, as well as the cultivators of the drifting Snow Dao sect, were leaving. Che, what's so godly about it? It's just relying on an Ascension realm powerhouse. As she was leaving, Lu Shui skimmed her lips and whispered, inadvertently sweeping her gaze over Lin Yuan. All of his original intentions had been ruined, and even his own brother Yi Xian had almost died because of Lin Yuan. Thus, Lu Shui's feelings towards the entire Qingyun Dao sect, as well as Lin Yuan, if it was said that they were despised before, then now it was with hatred. The voice was small, but among the crowd, Lin Yuan heard it. With a black coat and a cold face, looking at Lin Yuan, who had started everything because of this woman, there was killing intent surging in his eyes. Into a marriage or not, Lin Yuan to this person just started to meet, there is no good feeling, the other party is not willing, for Lin Yuan is just right. However, the other party shouldn't take the entire Qingyun Dao sect, as well as her own life and death crisis, just to fulfill herself. If it wasn't for Lin Zhou's timely appearance at that time, I'm afraid that his current self, as well as the entire Qingyun Dao sect, would have been destroyed. Only because of this woman's selfishness. He. Wait for it, I'm curious to know, how strong is that so-called imperial dynasty? With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan calmly gazed at. Chapter 20 The Mystery of the Original Physique. The matter ended, and countless cultivators who had originally attended the wedding banquet were leaving. A few days later, a piece of news from the eastern wasteland among countless cultivators widely circulated. Lin Yuan, the Dao son of the Qingyan Dao sect, defeated the imperial son from the Du imperial dynasty in the central state. When the news came out, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. Really, that's the pride of the central state. When did we ever produce such a pride in the eastern wasteland? No way, Du imperial dynasty, that's the most powerful force in Xiantian continent. Hiss, how is it possible that a half-step ascension realm powerhouse is dead? Since ancient times, but all eastern wasteland cultivators needed to look up to the central state. Whether it was the aura of heaven and earth, or the power of the sect, the gap between cultivators was incomparably huge. As a result, whether it was between the older generation or the younger generation, their eastern wasteland cultivators were unable to compare with the central stateside. The gap was too great. Green Cloud Taoist Sect. The room was quaint and there were only two people. Divine Bridge Realm, not bad. It seems that the young lord has not slacked off in his cultivation over the years. Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. Elder Lin is too kind. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Previously, according to what Master Xiao Zhantian had said, the fact that he had been able to crush the pride of his generation in terms of cultivation speed for so many years should have something to do with his physique. But for the mystery of his own physique, Lin Yuan was not quite clear until this moment. At this moment, the person in front of him should be aware of his true situation. Lin Yuan's gaze was tinged with curiosity. Surveying the surroundings and standing opposite Lin Yuan, as if he could see Lin Yuan's inner thoughts, Lin Jiao smiled. In all the heavens and all the worlds, there are a total of 3,000 physiques. Does the young lord know what physique is ranked in the top 10 among these 3,000? Not having spoken of Lin Yuan's true physique, he had instead inexplicably spoken of the fact that within the heavens and the worlds, there were a total of 3,000 physiques, as well as the supreme physiques that were ranked in the top 10 of all those 3,000 physiques. The 3,000 physiques of the heavens? Top 10? Hearing these words, Lin Yuan stood in place with a blank expression, shaking his head in disbelief. All the heavens and all the worlds, the top 10 ranked physiques, also known as the 10 supreme physiques, those are the most top-tier physiques in the world. Only after deliberately selling the story did Lin Jiao begin to speak. Even the Saint Realm's Lin Jiao, within his pale gaze at this moment, mentioned these 10 supreme bodies with incomparable admiration. It can be said that any pride with 10 supreme bodies, they are destined to be the king of the same generation, invincible in the same realm, suppressing everything, cross-border in battle, and never a problem. And amongst these 10 supreme bodies, there is a physique called the Supreme Tao body. This kind of physique is known as the Son of the Great Tao. One of the 10 supreme bodies, Lin Jiao was mentioning it separately, and his gaze towards Lin Yuan was changing. Tai Shang Tao body? Lin Yuan's voice was perplexed. Hearing Lin Jiao mention it so deliberately, Lin Yuan always felt that this kind of physique, which sounded as if it was incredibly powerful, was somehow related to himself. Young lord, your true physique was originally, of the 10 supreme physiques, the Supreme Tao physique. But unfortunately, because of certain reasons, it has caused your original supreme body to undergo some changes. It wasn't until this moment that he began to speak out about Lin Yuan's true physique. The Supreme Tao body, ranked as one of the 10 supreme physiques, was a supreme and incomparable physique in the upper realm. It was just that the appearance of this kind of physique was too demanding to appear. Even if it was placed in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, it would take 100,000 years for one to be born. And once in these hundreds of thousands of years of having a Supreme Tao body, the heavens and the world simply could not give birth to another Supreme Tao body. However, strangely enough, more than 20 years ago, Lin Yuan, who possessed the Supreme Tao body, descended into the world, less than 100,000 years after the fall of a great emperor who once possessed the Supreme Tao body. The final result was that Lin Yuan, the new Taishang Dao body, was suppressed by the power of the rules and turned into the inferior body of the Taishang Dao body, the innate Dao body. The innate Dao body, which ranked over 90th among the 3,000 body types in the upper realm, was not bad, but it was also far from being able to compare to the Supreme Dao body, which was known as the 10 supreme body. At this moment, Lin Jiao slowly explained to Lin Yuan everything that had happened. Hear these words. That's why. My physique was originally a Taishang Dao body. 20 years ago, because of the suppression received from the power of the rules, it turned into that so-called innate Dao body? With a face of disbelief, it was really this news that was too shocking for Lin Yuan. The power of the innate Tao body had caused Lin Yuan to surpass countless people in this realm. But now, his own protector of the Tao was suddenly telling himself that he, Lin Yuan, had never been an innate Tao body. Rather, it is the original 10 supreme bodies in the upper world. Looking at Lin Yuan's puzzled gaze. It has something to do with Emperor Yuan Tian. Lin Jiu slowly explained, bringing up the name of a great emperor. The relic that he had been searching for these past 20 years or so was the one left by the great emperor who once possessed the supreme Tao body. In order for Lin Yuan's to reawaken the body of the Taishang Tao body, all the mysteries would have to be solved by finding the relics of that last Taishang Tao body in the world, the Yuan Tian emperor. According to Lin Yuan's father back then, the head of the emperor clan's Lin family projected that it was that relic that possessed the possibility of restoring Lin Yuan to his former self. So that's one of the reasons I went down? At this moment, Lin Yuan understood that the reason why he had truly descended to the realm was both because of the Lin family's clan rules and in order to restore his true physique, and it all had to do with that great emperor's inheritance place. Yes, young lord. Back then, the price that the family master spent in order to deduce the inheritance place of Emperor Yuan Tian for you was not small. Lin Jiu laughed. Awakening the supreme Tao body is important. This is also the year Lin Jiu just down the world will leave Lin Yuan and the Qingyun Dao sect disregard of the reason. After that day, several days had passed since Lin Yuan had learned about his physique. Within Lin Yuan's room. Boom! The majestic aura was surging as Lin Yuan's realm was breaking through. It seems that the life and death crisis on that day has blessed me with a blessing. Although on that day, when he was about to die, Lin Yuan was pulled back from the ghost gate by his own protector, Lin Jiu, the injuries were not fully recovered. Between life and death, crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. The room was vibrating, and the black dichroic light around his body lit up, transforming into a taiji shadow that hovered behind Lin Yuan. Water to water. Mid-divine bridge realm. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Yuan stood up. The divine bridge realm, within the entire eastern wasteland, I'm afraid that Lin Yuan is the only one of the younger generation who has reached it. This is the power of the innate Tao body. I wonder, what about the supreme Tao body that is known as the 10 supreme bodies? Thinking about that day's conversation, Lin Yuan was curious. Standing up, between muttering to himself, before heading out. Chapter 21 Diwu Dynasty, arriving at the Forbidden Land. The Green Cloud Hall, a grand hall, was the main hall of the Green Cloud Dao sect. At this time, the temple. If Yenny's trip forward to the desolate ancient Forbidden Land is a problem, I'll be troubling Senior. Inside the hall, Xiao Zhantian's face was tinged with worry as he spoke in a respectful voice to Lin Jiu. Even though he already knew that the senior in front of him named Lin Jiu, who was Lin Yuan's protector of the way, had displayed the strength of the minimum ascension realm on that day, Xiao Zhantian was still a little less assured. After all, that was the ancient forbidden zone that everyone in the Xintian continent talked about. Please rest assured, Patriarch Xiao. Even if I, Lin Jiu, lose this old life, I will definitely protect young master's safety. Shaking his head slightly, he laughed, seeing the worry on Xiao Zhantian's face. Lin Jiu secretly sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had indeed not chosen the wrong person when he chose this Patriarch Xiao. Soon, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. What are the two old men talking about? It's just a casual conversation. Lin Jiu, who was on the side, laughed. Is this another breakthrough for young lord? At a glance, he perceived that Lin Yuan's aura was a lot stronger than before. Maybe it was just a lucky breakthrough after experiencing a life and death crisis before. If only there were more of them. Lin Yuan murmured, his eyes glowing. More times? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, even Lin Jiu, who was a Saint Realm powerhouse, stumbled in his body and almost didn't fall head over heels. Once is enough for him Lin Jiu to suffer, this if a few more times. Never. Voice eager, Lin Jiu is really afraid that in the future, Lin Yuan there is dangerous to drill where. He's an old man who wants to live a few more years. Lin Yuan was heading to the desolate ancient forbidden zone that everyone in the Xintian continent talked about, and in a short while, inside the Hall of Green Clouds, quite a few people appeared. This time, when you go out, there may be danger, so Master has nothing to give you. This heaven-punishing sacred sword will be given to you for defense, sooner or later it will be handed over to you anyway. The Heaven Execution Sacred Sword is held by the Qingyun sect, only by successive generations of patriarchs. However, Xiao Zhantian thought for a long time and still gave the Shank Sword to Lin Yuan, his chosen soul heir. The Sacred Sword of Heaven Execution. At this moment, upon seeing the patriarch handing over the proofs of the successive patriarchs of the Qingyun Dao sect to Lin Yuan, the crowd of Qingyun elders in the hall, the peak masters of the peaks, still resounded with surprise. Acid. The sound of the sword chanting rang out. The sword was radiant, blossoming with golden aura, and there were several runes suspended around the sword. The great hall was illuminated. It's a holy weapon. This sword is not bad. At this moment, Lin Jidu, who was standing on the side, spoke out. A holy weapon, only a Saint Realm cultivator could refine it, but Lin Jiu knew that with his own strength, he was not yet able to refine such a holy weapon. One could not help but feel some curiosity within. How could the Qingyun Dao sect, which was clearly only an Eastern Wasteland sect, be able to possess such a holy weapon? Master, you. This item was so valuable that Lin Yuan froze. Keep it. Without saying much, Xiao Zhantian just calmly said. Yes, master. Lin Yuan bowed and said. For the old man in front of him, Lin Yuan had always respected him immensely since he was a child. Aside from Xiao Zhantian, amidst the gazes of the crowd of Qingyun sect members, who were curious about Lin Yuan's identity. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Lin Yuan tailed Lin Jiu and left the Qingyun Dao sect. Elder Lin, let's go. Yes, young lord. Lin Jiu led the way, and the two of them, Lin Yuan, flew all the way through the air, and towards the easternmost part of the Eastern Wasteland. The ancient Forbidden Land is located in the extreme east of the Eastern Wasteland. Meanwhile, Central State. Emperor Dao Domain. Within the Diwu Imperial Dynasty. The dragon chi of the Imperial Way rushed to the sky, and the temple was lofty and extremely brilliant. The Imperial Palace. Xian'er. Above the purple and gold dragon chair. A black dragon robe, a purple and gold crown on his head, and a majestic face. With a powerful aura around him, it was none other than the contemporary emperor of the Dayu dynasty, Yi Tu. Who is it that dares to hurt you like this? With worried eyes and a hint of anger, looking at Yi Xian who appeared below dragging his remnants of his body, this immortal emperor who had suppressed the central state was completely enraged. Father, save me, it's the Qingyun Dao sect. His own protector, Long Air, who had finally escaped with his life with the help of a time and space recluse talisman at the expense of a blood sacrifice, Yi Xian, had finally arrived at the Diyu Imperial Dynasty. Still being carried up to the palace by the guards, after seeing his own father, he only uttered the 4 words Qingyun Dao sect before completely fainting. As Yi Xian was being rescued by the powerful men of the Imperial Dynasty. Yi Tu's face was iron blue, and his killing intent surged wildly. I want to know what happened to Xian'er after he traveled to the Eastern Wasteland, the Qingyun Dao sect. Also, where's Ruji? The voice was majestic and domineering, and the entire Imperial Dynasty was in this face, trembling. A command. The entire Diwu Imperial Dynasty moved. This immortal Imperial Dynasty, which had suppressed the entire Xiantian continent, had influence over the other 4 states of the land, in addition to controlling the central state. Soon, late at night. Back to Emperor Yu, the Grand Prince's previous whereabouts have been scouted. This matter is related to the Qingyun Dao sect, and it is said to be because of a woman. And Long Air died to save the Grand Prince. Every generation of the Emperor of the Diyu Imperial Dynasty was known as the Yu Emperor. The person who reported back from below was kneeling on the ground with a fearful face. The Diyu Imperial Dynasty was extremely brilliant, and the emperors of each generation were all overwhelmingly powerful above the Xiantian continent. And Yi Tu, the contemporary Yu Emperor, the realm of ascension. Under his rule, he practiced an iron-blooded wrist, those who were obedient prospered and those who were disobedient perished, and countless large and small sects in the central state of the current era submitted to his majesty. Ta-da! 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 Fingers kept tapping on top of the dragon chair. Within this empty hall, it seemed unusually loud. Yi Tu's face was cloudy and uncertain. Because of a woman? Hee, no matter what it's because of, a tiny Qingyun Dao sect. I'd like to see who gave them the guts to hurt my royal son. Time is passing. The Eastern Wasteland, the Far East. Is that the ancient Forbidden Land? Lin Yuan's voice carried shock in it as he stood on top of the void, before looking ahead. The undulating ridges loom large, imposing and spectacular. Unlike ordinary mountain ranges, the peak in front of them, with sparse grass and trees, carried a savage meaning, and an ancient, vicissitudes atmosphere greeted them. This was a truly forbidden land that no one dared to set foot on above the Xiantian continent. Yes, young lord, your chance to advance to the supreme Dao body may be right here. The old immortal also searched for many years before finally finding it for you, young lord. Back then, Lin Yuan was thrown to the Qingyan Dao sect. Lin Jiu searched the entire Xiantian continent and set foot in 5 states until he finally found it in this forbidden area. Chapter 22, Finding the Secret Stash. Enter within the ancient forbidden zone. Dark clouds covered the sky, and above the void, purple thunder surged like a sea of thunder, enveloping the forbidden area. Here, it was impossible to fly through the air, or else one would encounter the impact of the thunder sea. The Saint Realm Linjiu was naturally fearless. But isn't this taking Lin Yuan? The mountain peaks in the earth, without an inch of grass, took on a grayish-white color that was palpitating. This was a forbidden area for Xiantian continent cultivators. In addition to that terrifying environment inside, there were countless powerful foreign beasts. It could be said that even the foreign beasts of the Heaven Ascension realm could be found everywhere within this restricted area for cultivators. Roar! 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 Lin Yuan had just followed Lin Jiu forward not long ago. Ahead, a white tiger with wings on its back and huge blue eyes appeared in front of the duo, blocking the way. Dozens of feet tall, like a mountain, that monstrous ferocious aura. It proved that this was a foreign beast of the Ascension realm. Humph, just a great demon that left behind a white tiger bloodline. Lin Jiu's voice rang out calmly. Boom! Casually slapping out a palm, a huge palm print descended from the sky, purple surging. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and foreign beasts of the Ascension realm that were dozens of feet in size died in front of Lin Yuan. Is this the might of the Holy Realm? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Before, although he knew that this protector of his path, Lin Jiu, was a Saint Realm cultivator. But as for this holy character, just how strong it was, Lin Yuan didn't have a concrete intuitive feeling. The strength that Lin Jiu had displayed when he defeated Long Air had already shocked Lin Yuan beyond measure. At this moment, within this ancient forbidden zone, looking at the foreign beast that appeared at random, its breath shook the heavens and shook the earth, far more powerful than the previous Long Air by countless times. But so what? A direct slap to death. Lin Yuan began to have a renewed perception of himself as a protector of the Tao. The young lord doesn't have to be surprised. The old immortal can only be considered average in the Lin family in the upper realm. Smilingly, he said, in front of Lin Yuan, there was not the slightest bit of a senior predecessor's stance. Lin Jiu always remained humble. Looking at Lin Yuan in front of him, Lin Jiu was sighing. Perhaps the young lord just knew that he came from the upper realm emperor clan, and didn't have the slightest idea what his identity actually represented. Perhaps, this was the reason why the Lin family had been able to stand in the heavens and the earth for so many long years, always brilliant. The Lin family's direct lineage, obviously born with unparalleled honor, but every Lin family child born was inevitably sent to the lower realms for training due to clan rules. Those who had no one to rely on and only had a protector to follow, those who were able to truly rise and grow up and return to the imperial clan's Lin family, not 1 in 10 existed. And without exception, those who were able to return, whether it was talent, heart, or perseverance, were definitely the best of the younger generation in the upper realm. In this generation of Lin family children, those who were sent to the lower realms with Lin Yuan, there were hundreds of them that he, Lin Jiu, knew of alone, only the realms they were in were different. After returning to the Lin family in the upper realm, these people, along with Lin Yuan, were going to jointly compete for the position of the contemporary Lin family's divine son. Lin Jiu still remembered what the family head had said to him back then. Lin Jiu, no matter what, please make sure to find the Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance for Yuan heir. Before descending to the realm, this was what the family head had said to himself, and even then, Lin Jiu could hear a hint of pleading in the family head's tone. He was just a house slave of the Lin family, and being given the Lin surname was already a supreme honor. What kind of ability is it that would make the head of the family plead with himself? And for that reason, for the sake of this statement, for a whole close to 20 years, he never dared to slack off. Finally, he found it and brought the young lord here. Let's go, young lord, the inheritance left by the Yuan Tian Emperor is just ahead. Lin Jiu walked in front. His pale body did not appear tall, but rather a little stooped, but the breath that bloomed around him, it was as if the whole piece of heaven and earth, in front of him appeared to be small. The journey across the country did not encounter too much danger. The might of the Saint Realm was enough to suppress everything in this realm. The deeper one went into the desolate ancient forbidden zone, the more terrifying the crises around them became. Months of time had passed, and it was unknown how far they had traveled. This area was too huge. I'm afraid it was not smaller than the entire eastern wasteland. With such a huge area, just the outskirts still show some signs of the people who once lived there. As for traveling forward to this place, I'm afraid that the entire Xiantian continent, since endless years, only 2 people have set foot on it. Lin Yuan knew very well that if he hadn't followed Lin Zhou, I was afraid that in his entire life, he wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Finally. Young lord, it's here. That's where the entrance to the Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance is. Looking in the direction Lin Zhou was pointing. Ahead. A huge light gate about 1,000 feet high stood there, golden aura soaring, purple haze surging. It was a kind of power of law above everything, connecting the sky to the earth, as if the entire ancient forbidden land existed due to that kind of power. That was the power of the Emperor's Way, which shouldn't have appeared in this tiny lower realm. But for some reason, on top of this Xin Tian continent, this ancient forbidden zone was formed. And the real Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance was hidden within that door of light. The only way to get it is to enter it. Emperor! That's the power of the imperial way. Even though there was still a lot of distance, that kind of supreme greatness that overrode everything and transcended to the highest level really made him feel like a mole cricket looking up to the heavens. Even the upper world has not yet been there, for many years, since the Qingyan Dao sect grew up. For the word emperor, Lin Yuan only saw it inside the canon, not more or less. Lin Zhou's might of the Saint Realm had already shocked Lin Yuan beyond measure along the way. But while looking up at that true power of the imperial Dao, unable to speak, 5 words suddenly arose within his heart: all beings are mole crickets. Emperor Yuan Tian, the last supreme Dao body in the world. On the side, Lin Zhou's voice sounded inside. If Lin Yuan was able to regain this kind of physique, with the addition of the background of the Emperor clan, he couldn't imagine what Lin Yuan would reach in the future. A great emperor's inheritance, placed in the upper realm, it was enough to make the world, countless large and small holy places, immortal clans, and even emperor clans go crazy. Heaven knows, back then, the Lin family had spent a great deal of money in order to deduce the realm in which this inheritance existed. Chapter 23 Land of Transmission, Tai Ching Palace. Young lord, stay close to me. Looking at the light door in front of him that emanated the laws of the imperial Dao, even Lin Zhou didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Kidding aside, that was left behind by a great emperor after his Dao meteoric rise. Even if endless years had passed, it was not something that he, a Saint Realm cultivator, could take lightly. Boom! As he spoke, Lin Zhou pointed out a finger, and purple chi surged, and from Lin Yuan's circumference, a light shield was formed to protect Lin Yuan's safety. The two of them were moving forward, and the light gate, which was 1,000 feet in size, was still some distance away from them. Rumor has it that 100,000 years ago, Emperor Yuan Tian was ascending to the upper realm from the lower realm. Although he was only a cultivator of the lower realms, the Yuan Tian Emperor of that world, with his invincibility, suppressed all the powerhouses of the current world, and ultimately ascended to the very top. If what I have guessed is correct, the lower realm where Emperor Yuan Tian was back then should be this Xin Tian continent, and it might even be the people of the eastern wasteland. At this moment, Lin Zhou was introducing the experience of Emperor Yuan Tian to Lin Yuan. 100,000 years was too long, even for the cultivators of the upper realm. The deeds of a great emperor were only recorded amongst an emperor clan like the Lin family. After the lower realm, Lin Zhou had discovered it when he set foot in the land of the 5 states. Among these 5 states, only the eastern wasteland had the thinnest aura. Perhaps, that emperor back then had exhausted so much of the eastern wasteland's chi. That was why the eastern wasteland nowadays ranked at the bottom of the 5 states of the Xin Tian continent, both in terms of the number of strong people and the power of aura. The man from the eastern wasteland, with his overwhelming presence, suppressed everyone in the first world, and eventually proved to be an emperor. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart shook and he instantly stood in awe of this emperor. With his family's inherited memories, Lin Yuan, however, understood very well that the gap between the upper realm and the lower realm's heavenly pride was unimaginable. Just what kind of demeanor was it that allowed this emperor to overwhelm everyone in that world? But it's a pity that such an emperor, in 100,000 years, is suddenly fallen. Before his fall, he had used his godless law to transform the 3 purities in one breath and establish 3 secret hiding places. And this is just one of them. Lin Zhou sighed, great emperor, above transcendence, by all accounts, such a figure represented invincibility in the world. However, 100,000 years ago, it inexplicably fell. Until now, for the matter of the Yuan Tian Emperor's fall back then, among the upper realms, it was still a mystery, and no one knew the real reason. Between conversations, the duo had appeared before the door of light. Golden ons pranced, purple haze surged, and endless light was scattering. It was the power of the Emperor Dao laws that was left behind after the fall of an emperor surging, and even though he was being protected by Lin Zhou, a Saint Realm, at this moment, Lin Yuan still felt an infinite sense of oppression coming his way. The face was instantly pale, the body was shaking and trembling. Is this the might of the imperial way? Lin Yuan was shaking inside, his face was incredibly pale, bean-sized beads of sweat were dripping, and his body was trembling. It didn't receive an attack, but just being close to this kind of extreme power was still not something that a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm like Lin Yuan could imagine. It was as if above his body, he was carrying countless mountains to be crushed by this power. At this moment, Lin Yuan could no longer imagine if Lin Jiu hadn't shared the vast majority of it with his own strength. I'm afraid that I will be crushed by this power of law, instantly. This was still only the power left behind after the fall of a great emperor, and there were not a single one left in 100. Click. 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 The closer he got, the more terrifying the feeling of oppression became, and Lin Yuan's bones were rattling as if they were about to shatter. It seems that the Yuan Tian emperor of that day, who left this inheritance place behind, didn't make things too difficult for our descendants. A great emperor's secret stash could not be that easy to obtain. Even under Lin Jiu's protection, the feeling of oppression that Lin Yuan was under was already incomparably terrifying. This was still the case when Lin Yuan was in possession of his innate Dao body. If it were any other Divine Bridge realm cultivator, he would be instantly crushed by this kind of power. However, in Lin Jiu's mouth, the Yuan Tian emperor of that year still hadn't set up an obstacle that was too difficult. Young lord, hold on, when we cross this door, we'll be able to enter the real inheritance land. Lin Jiu's eyes were tinged with worry, and his spiritual energy was surging wildly, in the process of blocking the vast majority of the emperor's Dao pressure for Lin Yuan. There was only so much he could do for Lin Yuan. As for the rest, it was still up to Lin Yuan himself. Thank you, Elder Lin, don't worry, my Lin Yuan words are not that fragile. Previously, when facing a life and death crisis, Lin Yuan was still fearless. The Emperor Dao pressure was certainly terrifying, but it wasn't enough to make Lin Yuan flinch. Clad in black, Lin Yuan's gaze was firm. Click. 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 The bones in his body were vibrating, about to shatter, and every step he took was incomparably difficult. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, only 1 step away from crossing this portal. Steadfast and resolute, gazing at Lin Yuan, Lin Jiu, who stood at the side, nodded slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of gratification. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Yuan, the young master, was sent down to the realm to practice back then. With the resources of the Emperor clan Lin family, even if they were to pile them up hard with resources, a quasi-empire wouldn't dare to say, but it would still be no problem to pile Lin Yuan up to the Saint realm. However, what the Lin family needed was never a second generation, middle-of-the-road trash. Rather, it was the supreme heavenly pride that needed to compete for that sole imperial throne in this era. Realm, cultivation, and talent are certainly important. But more than that, it was the heart of the Tao that would determine how far a cultivator would ultimately go. In all the heavens and all the worlds, over the long years, those who were able to reach the top of the emperor's throne, which one of them wasn't someone who possessed an invincible Tao heart? Boom! It was at this moment that the final step was taken with immense difficulty. Finally, Lin Yuan's figure traversed the portal and his figure disappeared into thin air, entering the true land of the Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance. It seems that the young lord's Dao heart is much stronger than the old immortal had imagined. Smiling in relief, Lin Jiu knew very well that with the pressure that Lin Yuan had just endured on his body, if he were to be replaced when he was young, he might not be able to resist. Taking a step out and following closely behind, Lin Jiu similarly entered it. Crossing over the portal, but just as he entered, I'm afraid Lin Yuan didn't even realize it. Before he came, his own master Xiao Zhantian gifted, he was included within the nativity ring of the Heaven Execution Sacred Sword, suddenly flashed a light, very weak. Time shifted and space traveled as if entering another heaven and earth. It was within an imperial palace, grand, lofty and incomparable, surrounded by endless chaotic mist. And incomparably ancient, vicissitudes of life greeted him, as if everything here had been lost to time. The surrounding area was empty and silent. Is this the place of the Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance? Lin Yuan looked around. It was strange, obviously he was in the desolate ancient forbidden zone a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at this imperial palace. Under the cover of the chaotic mist, the surrounding scene was somewhat dim. This is Emperor Yuan Tian's Taiching Palace. Right at this moment, Lin Jiu's figure appeared beside Lin Yuan. Slurping, Lin Jiu recognizes the origin of this imperial palace. Chapter 24 Supreme Dao Pupil, Possibility of Advancement. Taiching Palace. Emperor Yuan Tian had transformed the 3 purities in one breath and was once one of the 3 great imperial palaces. Back then, before the Yuan Tian Emperor was about to fall, he hid everything he had within these three great emperor palaces and teleported to all walks of life, and no one knew where these three great emperor palaces were hidden. And at this moment, this one within the ancient forbidden zone was the Tai Ching Emperor Palace. Just when Lin Jiu was surprised, the surrounding chaotic mist began to fill in, churning. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, there was above the Emperor's throne, and the endless chaos mist around it was sweeping there, as if it was turning into a chaos vortex, as if there was something terrifying that was about to be born. There was an infinite amount of Dao light rising up, and there were subtle and complicated light and Dao patterns emerging and combining. An ineffable aura was emerging. Wow! It was a single eye, suddenly emerging from the endless chaos of Dao light, transcendent, supreme, and above everything. Within the pupils, it seemed as if they contained 10,000 paths, and wherever the light of the eyes shone, it was the place where the great paths were located. That kind of aura, it was too scary. This. Could it be the Taishang Dao pupil of the Yuan Tian Emperor back then? At this moment, when noticing the sudden appearance of this Dao pupil within the Tai Ching Palace, Lin Jiu was shocked, his voice carrying disbelief and his breathing was a little short. The purpose was for Lin Yuan to advance to the supreme Dao body. There were many heavenly prides in the world, although there were quite a few that possessed powerful physiques. But since ancient times, the ones that ranked in the top 10 physiques were different. These 10 major physiques, in turn, were called the 10 supreme physiques by the worldly cultivators. It means that if there are no accidents, those who can possess these 10 physiques will be destined to ascend to the throne in the future. Taishang Dao pupil? Looking at the one eye that contained the 10,000 paths, when he heard those 4 words, Lin Yuan somehow felt as if there was a voice within his body telling him to get it. It was as if his body was out of control, wanting to move closer to that Dao pupil. He himself was originally a Taishang Dao body, and this pupil, however, was known as the Taishang Dao pupil. At this moment, looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Jiu began to explain the gap between the two Fu Dao body and the innate Dao body. The innate Dao body, born close to the great Dao, is extremely extraordinary, both in cultivation and when fighting against others. And in the upper realm, the innate Dao physique is enough to rank in the top 100 physiques even among the 3,000. At this moment, looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Jiu sighed. An innate Dao body that was able to rank in the top 100 in the upper realm could not be said to be less powerful. However, if compared to a supreme body like the supreme Dao body, it was far inferior. It could be said that any heavenly pride that possessed the 10 supreme bodies, they were destined to be kings among their generation, invincible in the same realm, powering over everything, fighting across borders, and it was never a problem. And coincidentally, there was some kind of special connection between the innate Dao body and the supreme Dao body, but since ancient times. Granted, the physique is innate, which is something that can't be changed after birth. However, among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, only the innate Dao body and the supreme Dao body were the most special. All of them are close to the Great Way. However, what was different was that if Lin Yuan's innate Dao body was merely close to the Dao, the Taishang Dao body, then, has another name. Sons of the Avenue. At this moment, Lin Jiu was, one by one, telling Lin Yuan about these things. This was also the reason why, back then, Lin Yuan was able to degrade his innate Dao body and save his life. Taishang Dao body. Just now when this Dao pupil appeared, my body, involuntarily, wanted to get closer, and there was always a voice in my ear saying, "Get it." At this moment, Lin Yuan voiced the doubts he had just had within his heart. Although he had turned into an innate Dao body back then because of reasons, Lin Yuan could still feel some sort of inextricable connection with that eye at this moment. Lin Jiu had a smile on the corner of his mouth as the Taishang Dao pupil appeared. He understood that this time, advancing to the supreme Dao body was imperative. Originally it was just thought at first that perhaps there was just a bit of a chance. After all, it was a slim hope, but even if it was possible to make the young lord's strength soar by relying on the inheritance of Emperor Yuan Tian, it would still be earned. So that after returning to the Lin family in the upper realm, when competing for the position of God's son, so that the young lord could have some certainty. But now, looking at that Taishang Dao pupil, Lin Jiu knew that it was stable. Today, no matter what the cost, I will promote a supreme Dao body for the Lin family. The old man's gaze was firm with excitement. That was the supreme Dao body, one of the 10 supreme bodies. With Lin Yuan's identity, behind him stood the imperial Lin family, such a background and strong resources. In the future, if he were to add in the supreme Dao body, the ultimate Lin Yuan would be able to step on which step, Lin Jiu didn't even dare to imagine at this moment. Taishang Dao body. Lin Yuan whispered, pondering. At the moment, looking at the eye, the body was overwhelmed with longing, as if it belonged to him. Now, Lin Yuan had already learned from Lin Zhou's mouth that the 4 words Supreme Tao Body meant something even in the upper realm. If I can help you, young lord, to have the Supreme Tao Body, what if I, Lin Zhou, lose this old life? The kindness of my family head's knowledge back then, I, Lin Zhou, will never forget it in my entire life. Lin Zhou smiled broadly, his eyes were looking ahead, the surroundings were empty, the only thing that was above the Taiching Palace, that was an imperial throne. Above the emperor's throne, chaotic Tao light rose up, densely packed Tao runes like tadpoles were swirling and being encircled, and the pupil of the supreme Tao was silently suspended there. Within the pupils, there are 10,000 paths, and wherever the light of the eye shines, that is where the great paths are. This aura was so supreme that just gazing at it, it was as if one could truly see that the great Tao was manifesting. Great Emperor Yuan Tian has fallen for 100,000 years though. But within this Taishan Tao pupil, there are still remnants of the Emperor Tao laws of Emperor Yuan Tian from back then. In order for the young lord's innate Tao body to fuse with this Taishan Tao pupil, thus transforming it into a true Taishan Tao body, the old immortal must also erase the imperial Tao laws in it, so that the young lord can be foolproof. At this moment, Lin Zhou's gaze was grave. The power of the imperial way was unattainable. Even now, within this Yuan Tian Great Emperor's much remaining Tao pupil, with the passage of 100,000 years, the power of the imperial Tao laws within it could be said to be 1,001. However, with his Lin Zhou's strength, if he wanted to completely erase the power in it, the danger involved was unimaginable. The opportunity was right in front of him, the thing that would allow the young lord to truly rise, even if he, Lin Zhou, gave his life, he would do it. The joke just now was also meant to make Lin Yuan put his heart down. This time, it's going to take a fight. Lin Zhou whispered, faintly inaudible, only he could hear it, in going upwards. Chapter 25 Emperor Yuan Tian's voice, Jade Ruler shattered. Chaotic mist, the surroundings were dim, the only thing that shone was the radiant Tao light, and under that power, the imperial palace of the Taiching dynasty was shaking and trembling violently. The shaking emperor's might could not be compared to an ordinary cultivator. Even Lin Zhou, who was as strong as the Saint Realm, faced that supreme Tao pupil with a gaze that was incredibly grave. He was striking out to erase the imperial Tao laws in it for Lin Yuan, so that Lin Yuan's innate Tao body could fuse with it. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right here and now. The pupil of the supreme Tao, stopping its absorption of the surrounding chaotic mist, contained a power that was a lot more powerful than when it appeared just now. Within the pupil light, a hint of humanization seemed to appear, sweeping over Lin Yuan as well as Lin Zhou, who was in close proximity. One must know that with the fall of the Yuan Tian Emperor back then, the Taishan Tao pupil was already a dead thing. But at the moment, a spirituality emerged. Boom! An incomparably majestic pressure appeared from within the pupils, suppressing the two of them towards Lin Yuan. The palace shook and rumbled, and if this wasn't the Taiching Palace, I'm afraid that the entire imperial palace would have shattered. Like the eye of extinction that was about to crush everything in the world, this power was too terrifying. Elder Lin, be careful. Lin Yuan's eyes contained worry as he looked at the old man who had blocked the way for him. It was as if that Tao pupil contained some kind of magic, causing Lin Yuan to involuntarily want to get closer and want to get it, a voice that came from the original voice of his innate Tao body. But Lin Yuan also didn't want others to risk their lives for himself. Don't worry, young lord. Although I am of average strength in the Lin family, a dead animal that has lost its owner is just a dead animal. Watch the old man fetch it for you. Smiling broadly, Lin Zhou showed an incomparable calmness and confidence, but this was just to reassure Lin Yuan at the back. Kidding aside, Emperor Yuan Tian's Taishan Tao pupil, even though the great emperor had fallen for countless years back then, it was not something that Saint Realm cultivators could easily resist. A grey coat, windless, the gravity carried in his pale eyes, Lin Yuan, who was standing at the back, was unable to see it. Boom! It was a jade ruler that appeared in Lin Zhou's hand with a purple haze, illuminating the dimly lit imperial palace. This was a holy weapon, Lin Zhou's original holy weapon, connected to his heart and blood. Several times before, Lin Yuan had never seen Lin Zhou use a Tao weapon, and thought that the other party was not good at using it. But at this moment, Lin Yuan understood that with the strength of a Saint Realm powerhouse, what he had encountered before was simply not enough to make this kind of powerhouse use his Tao weapon and suppress everything with just his hands. But now it seems. Lin Yuan stood at the back, watching. Boom! 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 Ahead, within the pale body, Lin Zhou's mid-Saint Realm aura was climbing up, clearly stooped, but containing boundless greatness, reaching the apex in an instant. Break! A shout. The jade ruler in his hand was waving, chopping forward, the purple gas surging and majestic. It was a purple light that seemed to be enough to break through the void, fighting against the pressure of the Taishang Dao pupil. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The void shook, space seemed to shatter, and majestic collision fluctuations swept through everything within the imperial palace. Is this the power above the Saint Realm? Sweat hair stood on end and his heart was incomparably shaken. Lin Yuan stood unsteadily on his feet with surprise and almost fell. With his strength at the Divine Bridge realm in this kind of duel, if it wasn't for the pale figure in front of him fending for himself, I'm afraid he would have been crushed in an instant. The body was old and carried a sense of decay, but it was like the strongest barrier in the world, blocking the boundless pressure for Lin Yuan. Boom! The violet light surged and crashed against everything within the imperial palace of the Taiqing Emperor. It was a strike that Lin Zhou had chopped out with his own innate saint soldier. The pressure that descended from the pupil of the Supreme Tao was unexpectedly broken by this ruler. "Ah, how about it, young lord, the old immortal didn't lie to you." Laughing out loud, Lin Zhou stood in front without turning back. A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but unfortunately, Lin Yuan, who was standing at the back, couldn't see it at all. "Elder Lin is awesome." Out loud, he exclaimed in admiration. The supreme pressure that had just descended from that Supreme Tao pupil was something Lin Yuan could hardly imagine. But I didn't expect that it would be easily broken open by Lin Zhou. At least, in the eyes of Lin Yuan, who was standing at the back, it was. "Watch as the old immortal obtains this Supreme Tao pupil for you, young lord." Lin Zhou's pace was steady as he was moving upwards, approaching the Taishan Dao pupil. In his eyes, they were glowing as he wanted to create a Supreme Tao body for this generation of the Lin family. But just then, above. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The light of the Tao was radiant, surrounded by the runes of the great Tao, and within the pupil of the Supreme Tao, a voice suddenly rang out. "Griffin, die." The voice was as grand as a flood bell, shaking the imperial palace. That voice, as if it came across time and space, contained incomparable majesty. Supreme, sacred and incomparable, irresistible, irreversible, and anyone who fights against it will die, overriding everything. Could this be the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian? Puffing. A mere sound caused Lin Zhou, a Saint Realm powerhouse, to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his body was retreating as if he had been struck by lightning. Every great emperor is the king of the whole world, deterring the ancient time and space people. That kind of existence, a thought of heaven and earth collapse, shattered the world of all kinds of living things, only to submit. But at this moment, within the pupil of the Supreme Tao, the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian resounded. "This is just the beginning." Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right here and now. It was still the same Taishang Dao pupil that was quietly suspended above the emperor's seat. The light shone brightly, the heavens sank, and surrounding the pupil light, countless Dao patterns were arranging and combining. In the end, it turned into a divine chain of order that was falling towards Lin Zhou as well as Lin Yuan. This kind of power, too terrifying, was far beyond the ability of Lin Yuan, who was now, in the realm of the district Divine Bridge, to resist. The aura of death was spreading, enveloping Lin Yuan's surroundings. "Can't move." Clothed in black, Lin Yuan stood frozen in place, his own self as if locked by that power, unable to move a bit. Inwardly struggling, wanting to break free, but the gap was too great, like a mole trying to shake heaven and earth. Boom! The divine chain of order, which contained imperial might, was about to fall, a moment of life and death. "Young lord, watch out." Looking at the falling order god chain, Lin Zhou was anxious. He had been so unforgiving to find this place of inheritance and had brought the young lord here, and had a chance for the young lord to become a supreme Dao body. But now, the emperor's might was truly descending and appearing. Boom! It was too late to think too much. A step was taken and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Yuan, with Lin Zhou blocking in front of him. Not daring to hide in the slightest, the power of the Saint Realm was pushed to the extreme by Lin Zhou, far exceeding his previous power. The jade ruler in his hand was waving, and the purple light was flourishing, radiant to the extreme, resisting the divine chain of order that contained imperial might. Click! The jade ruler shattered, turning into countless fragments, accompanied by a dim light, splashing down the four directions of the imperial palace. Chapter 26: The Emperor's Shadow Who Came Across Time and Space, The Origin. An essence Dao soldier was of immense importance to any cultivator in the world. Bred in its own way, with its own blood, with its own soul, and with its bloodline connected, in the hands of its lord, it could exert a power beyond its equilibrium. However, it was also because of this that, once the intrinsic Tao soldier was damaged in any way, the repercussions for the owner would be incomparably great. Not to mention, at this moment, Lin Zhou's original life saint soldier was completely shattered and turned into countless pieces. Boom! Clothed in black, Lin Yuan stood frozen in place, a stream of warm blood sprayed on his face, bloodstains on top of his handsome face. Looking at the old man who had just defied the odds and stood in his way. The other party's face was as pale as paper, his breath shriveled to the extreme, and above his forehead, cold sweat was flowing. Lin, Elder Lin. Lin Yuan was losing his mind, his heart was shaking, his face was complicated, and he was feeling guilty. If it wasn't for the old man in front of him, who had just blocked in front of him, I'm afraid that he would have already been dead by now. Mei. In a large mouthful of spitting out sacrificial blood, the shattering of the intrinsic Tao soldier caused Lin Zhou to be weakened to the peak at this moment. Originally, I still wanted you, young lord, to become a supreme Tao body. It seems that I, Lin Zhou, am out of my depth, and have caused young lord to suffer such a crisis. Lin Zhou collapsed on the ground, his voice was becoming weak. A hallowed Saint Realm powerhouse, placed in the middle of the upper realm, would be enough to start a sect. The heavy blow just now had not reached the point of making Lin Zhou's body die, although it had not yet reached the point of making Lin Zhou's body die. However, above, the divine chain of order, which contained the Emperor's might, was still there, about to descend down again. But the block just now was just delaying the death of the two, for a little while. If nothing else, they're both dead. All of this was something Lin Zhou had never expected. If it was just the power of the Taishang Dao pupil, in the end, it was nothing more than a masterless object. With the power of his Saint Realm, putting everything he had together would be enough to allow Lin Yuan to fuse that supreme Dao pupil. But what had not been expected was that just now, the voice of the Yuan Tian Emperor had appeared, coming across time and space, causing that supreme Dao pupil to feel as if it had been infused with the soul of an emperor before he was born. It's my fault, I'm ashamed of what the family had entrusted me with back then. The old voice contained resignation. And at the moment, looking at the old man on the ground who had suffered severe injuries in order to save himself, until this moment, the other party was actually still feeling guilty. Elder Lin doesn't have to say much, it's just a death around here. Lin Yuan calmly said, making a silent bow towards the other party. In the face of the impending death, there was not the slightest bit of fear, and his gaze was bland, but instead, he acted a bit spontaneous. He never felt how special his identity was, nor did he ever think to himself that, as a member of that upper realm's imperial clan, how honorable he was. Click. 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 Right here and now. The Tao light was radiant, and the divine chain of order formed by countless Tao patterns shook the void as it was falling towards Lin Yuan and the two of them. This time, there would be no one to stand in front of Lin Yuan, surpassing the greatness above this realm. Directly Lin Yuan was fixed in place, unable to move a bit. Irresistible, difficult to resist, Lin Yuan's eyes were calm, having originally accepted the destiny of certain death to follow. But just then. Click. The space ring in Lin Yuan's hand broke through and burst open. Acid. A sound of a sword chanting resounded throughout the entire imperial palace, and the body of the sword, which was blooming with golden aura, blocked above Lin Yuan. Shocking things came up. This is the sacred sword of the exorcist. The voice was ringing with a hint of surprise, but it didn't belong to either Lin Yuan or Lin Zhou. Instead, it came from above the imperial seat of the Taiching Palace, within that Taishang Dao pupil. It was the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian, who seemed to recognize this heaven execution sacred sword. Boom! Originally in the falling order of the divine chain, stopped descending, quietly suspended above the void, the sense of crisis locked by death, disappeared. What's going on? This is. Lin Yuan was at a loss. The sacred sword of heaven execution, which was kept by the founding ancestor of the Qing Yin Dao sect, was an object held by the successive patriarchs of the sect. Before leaving the Qing Yin Dao sect this time, it was bestowed upon him by his own master. However, what Lin Yuan didn't understand was that the holy sword of the heavens was, at most, just a holy weapon, and it was not yet able to resist the power of the Emperor's Dao that had descended just now. The gap is too big. Haven't you seen the original holy weapon in Lin Zhou's hand? It's shattered. But why would it make an emperor ring with amazement? Great Emperor Yuan Tian seems to recognize this sword in your hand, young lord. The crisis of death was lifted, just as Lin Yuan and Lin Zhou both had a puzzled look on their faces. Right here and now. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The entire Tai Ching Emperor Palace was shaking violently as if it was about to crack. It was an incomparably illusory figure that appeared from the pupil of the Supreme Tao as if it had crossed over 10,000 eons of time and space, descending within this imperial palace. White hair, like snow, was flying, a green coat, the light around him shone universally, and the heavens sank. It was a young man, and within his eyes, the river of stars was turning, and under his feet, 10,000 great avenues were roaring in unison, submitting to him. In the center of its brow, there was a single eye, identical to the Taishan Tao pupil within the imperial palace at this moment. The Heaven Execution Holy Sword, where did you get it? He was watching Lin Yuan, asking, and in his voice, there was a hint of curiosity. Emperor Yuan Tian. He appeared, spanning 10,000 eons of space and time, his body incomparably illusory, appearing in front of the Lin Yuan duo. This aura was too supreme, above all else. Boom! Lin Yuan felt an incomparable pressure, even if the other party hadn't exerted pressure on him and was only inquiring about where his heaven-executing sacred sword came from. This sword is owned by the successive patriarchs of my Qingyan Dao sect, and was gifted to me by my master before I left. Looking straight at the emperor's might and not backing down, Lin Yuan's gaze was firm and he calmly returned, not being humble and not overbearing. Oh, Qingyan Dao sect. Do you know who the founding ancestor of the Qingyan Dao sect was? When he heard Lin Yuan mention the Qingyan Dao sect, Emperor Yuan Tian suddenly smiled and said, "In front of a great emperor, there were almost no secrets to hide." At this moment, great Emperor Yuan Tian could see that the power of the heaven-executing sword decree that had been practiced within Lin Yuan's body, and nodded his head slightly, the smile at the corners of his mouth growing even wider. The founding ancestor of the Green Cloud Taoist sect? As a Taoist son of the Qingyan sect, and having long ago been internalized as the next generation of the sovereign, Lin Yuan naturally knew. I once heard my master say that the ancestor of my Qingyan Dao sect was Taoist Tai Ching, but he had already ascended to the supreme realm countless years ago. Lin Yuan pondered a little. Qingyan sect has been established in the eastern wasteland for endless years, and the inheritance has never been broken. This is the imperial palace of Tai Ching. Taoist Tai Ching. Lin Yuan was murmuring. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something. Originally calm face instantly appeared incredulous, a face of shock, in looking up to the Yuan Tian emperor. Chapter 27. Greetings to the ancestor. You come from the Lin family of the upper realm. Back then, this emperor created the emperor's law, and one Qing transformed into 3 Qing. And one of the bilocations was reincarnated to the Xintian continent. You guessed correctly, Taoist Tai Ching. It was precisely one of the 3 Qing branches of this emperor back then. The illusory figure of Emperor Yuan Tian was smiling as he spoke. Boom! The heaven-punishing sacred sword that originally belonged to Lin Yuan transformed into a golden aura as it flew towards Emperor Yuan Tian. The holy sword had a spirit, and in front of Emperor Yuan Tian, it behaved like a child, with its golden, radiant sword body, chanting. Even Lin Yuan had never made this holy sword so strong. After all, then Lin Yuan, back then, was one of the great emperor's bilocations that created it. In that case, this emperor is also considered the founding ancestor of your Qingyan Dao sect. Taoist Tai Ching, who was originally one of the Yuan Tian emperor's bilocations, certainly didn't have any faults with this statement. Holding the heaven execution sacred sword in his hand, great Emperor Yuan Tian was reminiscing about the past. He, who had already fallen long ago, what appeared at this moment was only a strand of consciousness that remained in the pupil of the Taishan Dao. Unexpectedly, this time when he woke up, he would encounter Lin Yuan, a descendant son of Qingyun. He knew very well that according to the rules of the sect established by his doppelganger, only the patriarch of the Qingyun sect was qualified to hold the heaven-executing sacred sword. In this generation, however, the heaven-executing sacred sword had appeared in the hands of this young man in front of him. Green Cloud disciple Lin Yuan, greetings to the ancestor. Upon learning that one of the Yuan Tian emperor's doppelgangers in front of him was the ancestor of their Qingyan Dao sect. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that Lin Yuan wasn't shocked inside. Clad in black, standing at the bottom, Lin Yuan had a respectful face, and in his gaze, he was especially appalled, as he made a bow towards the Yuan Tian emperor. Attitude of humility. Whether it was because of the sect, even one emperor in front of him would be enough for him, Lin Yuan, to pay his respects. Not bad, to be able to inherit the position of patriarch of the Green Cloud sect at such an age. At this moment, knowing that the heaven-executing sacred sword was in Lin Yuan's hands, the great Emperor Yuan Tian had thought that the current sect leader of the Qingyan Dao sect was Lin Yuan. What kind of talent did such a young person have? With regards to Lin Yuan, great Emperor Yuan Tian was very curious at the moment. Because the other person is too young. Although, the age of a worldly cultivator should never be judged from the surface. Some of the old monsters who had lived for even 1,000 years, who had the skill of nourishing their faces, looked similar to the Lin Yuan in front of them. However, what kind of existence was the person in front of him, a great emperor? Could he still not see through a cultivator's true age? At this moment, Great Emperor Yuan Tian was sizing up Lin Yuan. Above, the gaze was not malicious, but being watched by a great emperor, Lin Yuan still felt an incomparable pressure. For his own body, he lost control, just like a mole cricket, facing a giant dragon soaring in the sky. Bang! 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 The heart was beating, significantly faster than usual. Is this the pressure of a great emperor? Lin Yuan was sighing inwardly, for emperor realm cultivators only existed in the canonical books and had no intuitive feelings. But at this moment, Lin Yuan truly felt what it meant to be emperor might. Even if a great emperor stood there and did nothing, it still made people feel shocked. Not only Lin Yuan. At this moment, the severely injured Lin Jiu was already a saint realm cultivator, but in front of this emperor's shadow, he still showed incomparable respect. All under a great emperor were mole crickets, it was never said to be just that. Moreover, it should be known that the Yuan Tian emperor's silhouette in front of him was not originally the real body. It's still just a wisp of a remnant soul. Before the emperor's might, it is not to be looked at directly. The scene was in silence, just for the moment. Ha! Innate Tao body? Emperor Yuan Tian, who was sizing up Lin Yuan, recognized Lin Yuan's true physique. No wonder, at such an age, you have become this generation's Green Cloud Dao sect leader. The more Emperor Yuan Tian looked at Lin Yuan, the more satisfied he became. The innate Tao body, ranked in the top 100 of the 3,000 physical qualities in the upper realm, although in the eyes of existences such as him, the innate Tao body was nothing, and the only thing that could make them care was the top 10 supreme bodies that ranked in the top 10. But where is this place? It's just the Xian Tian continent. That belonging to the lower realms, to be able to possess an innate Tao body, this was enough to show that today's Qingyan Dao sect should be developing well. What's more, there was some sort of connection between one's own Taishang Dao body to the innate Dao body. At this moment, Great Emperor Yuan Tian thought this way. Back to the words of the ancestor, that actually disciple has not yet inherited the position of the patriarch. But it was master, his old man, who bestowed this sword on me in advance. Seeing that the Yuan Tian emperor in front of him thought that he was already the patriarch of the Qingyan Dao sect, Lin Yuan sweated a little and hurriedly explained. So what, if this emperor says you are, you are. The voice was majestic, domineering, and revealed unquestionability. Hearing the words of the Yuan Tian emperor, Lin Yuan stood frozen in place and froze. Am I, sort of, recognized by the ancestor, the great Emperor Yuan Tian? At this moment, Emperor Yuan Tian's gaze was turning towards Lin Jiu below. His gray clothes were stained with blood, his breath was wilted, and the shattering of the essential Dao soldier had made it difficult for Lin Jiu to recover from a momentary serious injury. It was also Lin Jiu's confrontation with the Taishang Dao pupil that awakened this residual thought of Emperor Yuan Tian that remained within the Taishang Dao pupil. A saint realm cultivator? A majestic, supreme aura was coming towards Lin Jiu. Compared to his attitude towards Lin Yuan's latter disciples, Emperor Yuan Tian treated Lin Jiu completely differently. Standing in the void, with the 10,000 paths under his feet in submission, Emperor Yuan Tian's voice rang out in question. At this time, Emperor Yuan Tian had already confirmed that this saint realm cultivator who appeared in his Taiching palace had no aura cultivated by their Qingyun sect in his body, and thus had no relationship with Qingyun sect whatsoever. Lin Jiu's injuries had not yet recovered and he fell to the ground. Facing a great emperor, he categorically did not dare to lie on the ground and answer. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, who was on the side, hurriedly helped Lin Jiu up. Back to the great emperor. My name is Lin Jiu, from the Lin family of the imperial clan of the upper realm. This time, I have appeared within this Tai Ching palace with the young lord, and if I have offended, I ask the great emperor to forgive me. Saint realm cultivators, although placed in the upper realm, they were all considered strong, but in front of a great emperor, they were somewhat inadequate. Lin Jiu leaned down, looked at Lin Yuan who was on the side, and with a respectful face, he was speaking back to Emperor Yuan Tian, recounting the origin of the matter. Originally, Emperor Yuan Tian, who had a majestic face, was still pondering how Lin Yuan, a junior disciple, was able to make a sacred realm cultivator follow him when he was still pondering. At this moment, when he heard the upper realm imperial clan Lin family in Lin Jiu's mouth, his face suddenly changed. Wait. So, both of you are from the Lin family of the upper realm. There was a hint of surprise in Emperor Yuan-Tian's voice. All things were clear. Just now Emperor Yuan-Tian was still puzzled as to why this junior disciple of his, Lin Yuan, possessed an innate Tao body that simply could not be born in the lower realms. With the addition of a Saint Realm cultivator following along. Got it, completely. The Emperor clan Lin family, mighty in the heavens and the worlds for endless years, ancient and incomparable, yet always brilliant. Even before the Yuan-Tian Emperor proved to be an emperor, the Lin family was already at the top of the world, a true forbidden emperor clan. Therefore, for the Lin family direct lineage bloodline, young need to banish the matter of experience, he also had some understanding back then. And on top of that, for the imperial Lin family, there was another thing that Emperor Yuan-Tian had never repaid until his fall. In that life, he became famous at a young age, conquering the Emperor Road and being invincible in the world. But just before he certified as an emperor back then, he had encountered a party of forbidden zones. The forbidden zone of the upper realm was an ancient immortal force, and a person who had not yet become an emperor facing the pursuit of the forbidden zone was a near certain death situation. Those who were able to fight against the forbidden zone, the only ones in the heavens and the worlds, were those few ancient forbidden land emperor clans. Luckily, it was with the help of the Lin family back then that allowed him to escape that pursuit and eventually certify as an emperor. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard Lin Zhou's words, Emperor Yuan-Tian's attitude immediately became gentle. Chapter 28 Emperor Yuan-Tian's Self-Erasure, Fulfilling Lin Yuan. You want to borrow this emperor's eye to turn your innate Tao body into a supreme Tao body? Above, the illusory figure of great Emperor Yuan-Tian stood in the air, his gaze sweeping over the Taishang Dao pupil on the side, a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, as he was looking at the Lin Yuan duo. At this point, great Emperor Yuan-Tian had already understood what Lin Yuan and the two of them were asking for by appearing at this Tai Ching palace. Back then, before he was about to fall, he transformed the three purities in a single breath and transmitted his three imperial palaces to all walks of life, and used the power of the laws of the Emperor's way to conceal the exact location of these three imperial palaces. It would be very difficult for an ordinary power to search for any of these three imperial palaces. However, he did not expect that the duo in front of him was actually from the Lin family of the Emperor clan of the Upper Realm. With the depths of that forbidden Emperor clan, Emperor Yuan-Tian understood that it really wasn't too difficult for them. Being a supreme Tao body in his lifetime, Emperor Yuan-Tian was at the same time very clear. The innate Tao body, and one's own Taishang Tao body, technically speaking, actually counted as the same type of physique, inherently close to the Great Tao. However, it was the difference between the will of the Great Tao contained within the physique, more or less. With the help of one's own Taishang Dao pupil, it was indeed possible for this junior disciple in front of him to transform into a true Taishang Dao body. But at this moment, the great Emperor Yuan-Tian was considering a different issue. The Dao pupil within this Tai Ching Emperor Palace was a part of his own body before he fell back then, and desecrating an emperor's corpse was intolerable for any great emperor. This emperor agrees. Suddenly, at that very moment, just as there was silence, this emperor will take the initiative to dissolve this consciousness. Without waiting for Lin Yuan and the two of them to react, great Emperor Yuan-Tian continued to speak. If he wanted Lin Yuan to fuse the supreme Dao pupil, he was afraid that if he was merely at the realm of the divine bridge, he wouldn't even be able to withstand the emperor's might that remained within this eye, and when he fused it, he would be crushed in an instant. However, at this moment, Yuan-Tian was taking the initiative to mention that he wanted to dissolve this consciousness of his. This would mean that the last vestige of his consciousness remaining in this world was going to dissipate between heaven and earth, and there would be no more of him from now on. Ancestor, you. Great Emperor. Lin Yuan called him Grandmaster, and Lin Zhou called him Great Emperor. The duo's voices were tinged with shock, originally thinking that, with the appearance of a consciousness such as the Yuan-Tian Emperor in this Tai Ching Palace, Lin Yuan's hopes of advancing to a supreme Dao body would finally be dashed. But at the moment, not expecting. It was still brought up by the Yuan-Tian Emperor in front of him, himself. There's no need to be surprised that this emperor has made such a decision. Who let this emperor back then, your Lin family alive, and has never paid it back? Let's use this Taishang Dao pupil to pay it back. White hair, like snow, was flying, a green coat, the light around him shone universally, and the heavens sank. Yuan-Tian Da's youthful appearance, he is halfway to fall after becoming an emperor, not really to the emperor realm of the great limit will come. The 10,000 great avenues under his feet were roaring in unison, and within his pupils was as brilliant as a river of stars. At this moment, his gaze, piercing through this imperial palace, was looking to the outside world. Sweeping across the Xin-Tian continent, eyeing the 10,000 domains of the heavens, the 9 heavens of the upper realm, the endless vastness of the starry sky, an ancient road that traversed the ancient and modern worlds, all of these were in his eyes. It was his last glimpse of the world. Erasing the last vestiges of the ego to fulfill a junior disciple of the Divine Bridge realm. If Lin Yuan was merely a disciple of the Qingyan Dao sect, this would not be enough for him to do all of this. However, when it was learned that Lin Yuan in front of him was the direct lineage of the Lin family in the upper realm, in addition to the other party being an innate Dao body, it was all too much of a coincidence, as if it was owed back then and would be paid back today. At this moment, Great Emperor Yuan Tian released his mind. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right here and now. The entire imperial palace was trembling violently, shaking. This was the aura of the emperor's fall. Above the imperial throne was the figure of Emperor Yuan Tian, under whose feet the 10,000 great Dao was collapsing, and his body was transforming into an endless rain of dots of light that was gradually dissipating, in an instant, like a candle in the wind. Farewell, ancestor. Greetings, great emperor. Below, the two of them, Lin Yuan, turned towards the Yuan Tian emperor's self-mortalized remnant body and said with a respectful face, "Ha, this emperor would have fallen a long time ago. Today is just a final farewell to this world." By the way, in addition to this Taiching imperial palace, back in the day, this emperor, there are also 2 great imperial palaces, Shanqing and Yuqing, hidden in the upper world. Whether or not you can find it depends on your luck. In the midst of the endless rain of light, in a green coat, the great emperor was spilling out, smiling broadly, as he was looking down at Lin Yuan. In the end, along with the last trace of the power of the emperor's Dao shattering, he disappeared. This Taiching Emperor Palace is completely quiet, only 2 on the road pupil, still quietly suspended above the emperor's seat. I can't imagine that the old man will one day be able to see the sight of an emperor's fall. Standing in place, his breath still shriveled, disregarding the injuries on his body, Lin Jiu was shaking and roaring violently inside at the sight he had just witnessed. There were no emperors in this world, and the fall of a great emperor was difficult to see denied. Today, he had seen it, witnessed it with his own eyes, and even though it was only the dissipation of a remnant of Emperor Yuan Tian's mind, it was still shocking. Within the pupil of the Supreme Dao, the remnants of the emperor's might disappeared, and it seems to have become milder than before. The voice rang out, it was Lin Yuan. The eyes were looking at the imperial seat above, the Taishang Dao pupil. The body's desire to fuse that I had completely reached the extreme, a strong urge that did not come from Lin Yuan, but from his own innate Dao body, every cell cheering. Great Emperor Yuan Tian personally erased his own consciousness. This is far beyond what an old immortal can do. It is now truly unowned. Go ahead and fuse it, young lord. Lin Jiu's gaze was equally excited. A supreme Taoist body, that is the heavens and the heavens, 3,000 physiques, can be ranked in the top 10 of the supreme body, is about to appear. Chapter 29, Yi Xian's Revenge and the Integration of the Supreme Dao Pupil. The light of the Dao was radiant, and a pupil was silently suspended above the emperor's throne. The imperial might in it had completely dissipated, losing the oppressive feeling it had before. Ta-da! 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 The sound of steps sounded as Lin Yuan was approaching. Around his body, black and white light was rising, and behind him, a Taiji shadow slowly emerged. Without the slightest bit of rejection, it was as if there was an innate harmony between the Supreme Dao pupil and Lin Yuan's innate Dao body. Seemingly pulled by the Taiji void behind Lin Yuan, the pupil of the Supreme Dao floated in the air, flying towards Lin Yuan autonomously. Seems kinda simple. With a clear face, Lin Yuan had a small smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. After all, it was the eyes of a former great emperor, and if one wanted to fuse them, no matter which way one looked at it, I was afraid that one would have to go through some hardships. But at this moment, the result was out of Lin Yuan's expectation. It was as if that I, and one's innate Dao body, were originally connected to each other in some way. This is the hand of a great emperor himself, erasing all traces of himself from it. The voice rang out, it was Lin Jiu whose breath was still weak and shriveled. It's a million times better than what was originally expected. Lin Jiu was very clear that with the power of no more than the Saint Realm, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to completely erase the power of the emperor's Dao within the pupil of the Taishang Dao, as well as all traces about the Yuan Tian emperor. At most, it caused the Dao pupil to reach the point where Lin Yuan was able to forcibly fuse it. But in that case, the traces of a great emperor remained in it, and if Lin Yuan was allowed to fuse them, even if he eventually transformed into the Supreme Dao body, such was lacking. There was nothing that was more perfect than Yuan Tian Emperor, the master, taking the initiative to erase the traces of it. between the two conversations. The pupil of the Supreme Tao was merging into Lin Yuan's brow. Flawless and integrated, not as if it had been acquired later in life. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic Tao light rose from Lin Yuan's circumference. The Tao light was radiant, in the process of transforming into countless mysterious Tao patterns, densely packed, suspended around Lin Yuan's circumference. The blood and bones, including the meridians, every cell, everything within the body, seemed to be sublimated under the shroud of the Tao light, which was undoubtedly a rebirth. The changes were too great, and Lin Yuan's aura was similarly climbing. It was only just fused, but at this moment, from Lin Yuan's body, a kind of aura emerged that even Lin Jiu, a Saint Realm powerhouse, could hardly ignore, although there was only a trace of it. This is the aura of the supreme body that is already appearing. Ignoring his own shriveled injuries, Lin Jiu was gazing at Lin Yuan, his eyes glowing. His beard and hair were white and shaking, and it was hard to hide the immense excitement in his heart. Supreme body, the supreme body of the 3,000 physical qualities of the upper realm ranked into the top 10, what it signifies, there is no need to say more. The 10 supreme bodies, not in any particular order, only lies in the fact that the pride of each generation who possesses this kind of physique, can bring this kind of physique, to what extent it can be utilized. In short, when this kind of physique appeared in the world, they were the true pride of heaven, invincible in the same realm, that's what they said. Of course, because of this, advancing to a supreme body was not that easy and required a certain amount of time. Just as Lin Yuan was fusing the supreme Tao pupil from the desolate ancient forbidden area, the Taiqing Emperor Palace. In the meantime, Middle States. Diwu Dynasty. Inside the Imperial Extremity Hall, the dragon's aura rose to the sky, and this was the place where the entire central state was in power. Inside the hall, there stood a figure with an upright and imposing posture, wearing a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, handsome and incomparable. It was none other than Yi Xian. After a huge cost to the Diwu Imperial Dynasty, in just a few months' time, the severed limbs were reborn and the injuries had been completely recovered. Moreover, the aura surging around him had also vaguely become more powerful than before, as he had broken through to the late Divine Bridge realm. Instead of dying after the robbery, it made him even stronger. At this point, the intention is to get out of the way. Father, my injuries have been healed and my realm has broken through once again. This time, I will never lose the face of the Diwu dynasty. Xingyan Dao sect, as well as that Lin Yuan, I want them to pay the price. The voice rang out, his eyes conceited beyond measure. Yi Xian, and towards the top, the majestic figure above the dragon chair bent down and said, "The previous failure was entirely due to the sudden appearance of that Heaven Ascension realm old man, and the suddenness of the incident prevented him from contacting the powerhouses of the Imperial dynasty in time. Otherwise, in Yi Xian's opinion at this moment, he might not necessarily lose. As a result of this, in front of those natives of the eastern wasteland, in front of his beloved woman, he lost face as a prince, and even brought the entire Diyu dynasty into disrepute as a result. Like a fish in the throat, this is something one would never tolerate. Born noble, born to stand on the clouds, his future is even more to inherit the throne, commanding the entire Diyu imperial dynasty. The lost face must be regained, and those who dared to be his enemy would eventually die in endless pain and remorse. Xianer, remember, your identity represents the entire imperial dynasty. Having already failed once, this emperor only hopes that this is the last time." Dressed in a black dragon robe, wearing a purple and gold crown, noble and indifferent, sitting on top of the dragon chair, his face was majestic and his breath was strong. It was none other than the emperor of the Diwu dynasty, Yi-2. Possessing the most powerful force in the Xian-Tian continent, and being a powerhouse of the Heaven Ascension realm himself. His name, within the entire central state, was Taboo. A thought can determine the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings in the Xian-Tian continent. The obedient will prosper and the rebellious will perish. So what if it's even a Heaven Ascension realm cultivator? If he dares to be an enemy of my Diyu imperial dynasty, he will die. Majestic, his voice domineering and incomparable, he had already learned the reason for Yi Xian's failure earlier. As he spoke, Yi-2's gaze was looking out of the hall and into the depths of the Diyu imperial palace, where the entire dynasty is forbidden. Xianer needs the two supreme elders to follow him on this trip to the eastern wasteland. Emperor, you ordered it, and the two of us naturally obeyed. It's just a mere eastern wasteland cultivator, so what if he's in the Ascension realm? The two voices were grand and incomparable, coming from the depths of the forbidden land of the palace. Boom! One moment. Inside the Imperial Extreme Hall, space was distorting until two pale figures slowly emerged. One wore a bloody robe, and the other a green Taoist robe, both with drooping faces. The aura was hidden and unobtrusive, as if it blended with heaven and earth. These were two Ascension Realm cultivators. Unbelievable. One must know that the Ascension Realm in this realm is already the limit, and the strength stands at the top of the world. Not to mention in the remote places of the other 4 states, even in the central state, which had the most prosperous spiritual chi, cultivators of the Heaven Ascension Realm were already legends. However, at this moment, within this Imperial Extreme Hall, if we add Yi to the Emperor, the entire Du Imperial dynasty would already possess 3 heavenly Ascension Realm powerhouses on the surface. To be able to have the assistance of 2 old ancestors, what's the point of slaughtering the district's Qing Yin Dao sect? At this moment, seeing the 2 major Heaven Ascension Realm cultivators that appeared, Yi Xian's gaze was shocked and overjoyed. The old man who had helped Lin Yuan was just a mere one, still only an Eastern Wasteland cultivator, and it was expected that his strength would be among the Heavenly Ascension Realm, and how strong could he be? Even he hadn't expected that this time, his father had sent out 2 Heavenly Ascension Realm cultivators for his own sake. Moreover, these 2 were not ordinary people, they were from the clan of their royal family, the Yi family. In other words, it was his Yi Xian's old ancestor. This time he will have full control. Overjoyed, he wants Lin Yuan, and the entire Changyan Dao sect, to repay him tenfold. Chapter 30 The Underpinnings of the Diwu Dynasty. This time, in addition to having the 2 supreme elders go to the Eastern Wasteland to settle the Qingyan Dao sect. One more thing. The Holy Envoy of the Upper Realm issued a holy order not long ago, asking my Diwu Imperial dynasty to search for a secret treasure. At this moment, Yu Huangyi too, who was sitting on top of the dragon chair, spoke about another matter. Oh. The order of the Holy Envoy? When they heard the word Saint Envoy, the faces of the 2 supreme elders instantly became less prideful and turned into a look of respect. The Diyu Imperial dynasty, on top of this continent, was known as the Immortal Imperial dynasty, and was able to power over the entire Xiantian continent, in addition to its own strength. That is, even in that worldly cultivator, the upper realm that everyone aspires to, they are still connected. After all, since ancient times, the Yi Imperial clan, there were quite a few strong people who had ascended to the upper realms. Regarding this matter, Yi too, who was a Yu emperor, was equally baffled. I don't know why, but this time, the holy order that was transmitted down from the upper realm only had a few words, but it mentioned the word Eastern Desolate. We cannot disobey the order of the Holy Envoy, this emperor has decided. So, you guys go to the Eastern Wasteland this time, and completely incorporate that barbarian land into my dynasty's rule, and incidentally swiftly search for that so-called secret stash. Let's start with the slaughter of that Qingyan Dao sect to deter the curmudgeons. Those who go along will prosper and those who go against will die. Voice cold, Yu Emperor Yi II's order had already decided the life and death of countless large and small clans in the Eastern Wasteland. The implication was that countless clans in the Eastern Wasteland could all live as long as they submitted to the Diwu Imperial dynasty. Only that Qingyan Dao sect must be destroyed. That is, to retrieve Yi Xian, the emperor's son, from the humiliation he had suffered before, and to deter those small clans with the Qingyan extermination. After all, the Qingyan Dao sect had held a pivotal position in the Eastern Wasteland since ancient times. So much for a 1-2 punch. Listening to the overbearing voice of his own father emperor above, Yi Xian, who was standing below at this time, was listening to his blood boiling. This is the depth of my Diwu dynasty. In the upper realm, all of my Yi Imperial clan's family members are strong. Standing inside the Imperial Extremity Hall, Yi Xian listened to his father's discussion with the 2 great elders. His already upright stance was once again raised a few notches, his nostrils turned to the sky. Time is passing. Eastern Wasteland. The sky and the earth were white. The drifting snow Dao sect, located in the extreme north of the Eastern Wasteland, where snow drifted all year round. But at this moment, within a courtyard, it was 4 seasons like spring, with small bridges and flowing water. I don't know how brother Yi Xian is doing. Damn Lin Yuan, my good plan was disrupted by him. Standing within the courtyard, a white dress fluttered, with a fair complexion, a tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 green silk hanging down. It's none other than Willow Snow. After that incident earlier, she returned to the drifting Snow Dao sect. Thinking back to what had happened before, his heart was still reeling inside. The original plan was to force her brother Yi Xian to show up on top of the wedding, so that those people of the Eastern Wasteland could see what kind of man she had truly chosen. The imperial son of the Diyu Imperial dynasty, bearing the dragon spirit body, the #1 physique in the Xiantian continent, was noble and unparalleled, and in this way, he was worthy of himself. She had originally thought that above the wedding banquet, she would let brother Yi Xian take her away in the gaze of Lin Yuan's dog-licking despair and the voices of those ignorant cultivators' admiration. However, things ended up changing in a way that completely exceeded Lu Shue's imagination. His own brother Yi Xian was seriously injured and almost killed, fleeing from serious injuries, and even a half-step Heaven Ascension Realm Protector was dead. His own plans went out the window. This was all because of Lin Yuan. Resentment and hatred appeared in the courtyard, above this pretty face. Hey! A sigh, just as Lu Shue sighed. Why was fate so unfair to her? Just then. Share, I'm coming. The voice rang out, a black and gold intertwined dragon robe. His stature was upright, and he was instrumental and handsome. It was Yi Xian, who had come from the central state, who appeared in this compound. There was a self-professed, incredibly handsome smile at the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi Xian. The pretty figure turned around and cried tears of joy when she saw this figure she had longed for. Flying and gushing into the arms. Don't worry, this time, I'll take you away. Only, it needs to be after beheading that Lin Yuan first, as well as overthrowing the Qing Yun Dao sect. Yi Xian smiled blandly. This time, he was full of confidence. But that Lin Yuan, there is a Heaven Ascension Realm powerhouse beside him. Willow Snow worried. Hee, a district Eastern Wasteland's Ascension Realm is just that, how strong can it be? This time, but there are two of my Du Imperial Dynasty's Supreme Elders who came with me, both of whom are at the Heaven Ascension Realm. And this is still just the surface strength of our Du Imperial Dynasty. Conceited, Yi Xian was incredibly arrogant. Ha! Is this all just surface strength? When she heard that two Ascension Realm powerhouses followed Yi Xian, above her pretty face that entered the bosom, Lu Shue was filled with shock. At one time, although she had heard from Yi Xian about the depths of the Du Imperial Dynasty, she still hadn't thought about it. Within that monumental Imperial Dynasty, it was possible to casually send out two Ascension Realm powerhouses. In that case, what does that Lin Yuan count as, but just a small man with a small mind? And even so, listening to what brother Yi Xian said at this moment, this was still the surface. Then, how terrifying should the Du Imperial Dynasty's true depths be? Even in that upper realm, we, the Du Imperial Dynasty, have strong people who exist. This time I came, apart from taking revenge, I was also ordered by the Holy Envoy of the Upper Realm to unify the Eastern Wasteland and look for another thing. Pulling the tiger's skin to make a coat, Yi Xian condescendingly said. I knew it, that Lin Yuan, how can he be compared to brother Yi Xian? Before that it was just a small man's ambition. Lu Shue's eyes were full of little stars. That was the upper world. Unexpectedly, the Du Imperial Dynasty even had this relationship. Sure enough, one's vision, it's never close. Chapter 31, The Storm is Coming. Therefore, the Imperial Prince has come here to unify the entire Eastern Wasteland for the Du Imperial Dynasty. Inside the drifting snow palace, at this moment, surprised voices were ringing out. With an elegant face, it was none other than Ryukara. Hearing this news, his heart shook with ecstasy. It was well known that the Du Imperial Dynasty did not have any power in the Eastern Wasteland. A powerful clan was needed to control the entire Eastern Wasteland for the Du Imperial Dynasty. And with the strength of his family's drifting Snow Dao sect, in addition to this moment. Looking at his daughter's intimacy with this Imperial Prince. Who else would give up Lutsong and the Snowflake Dao sect for such a heavy responsibility? It's not unlike what you've been thinking, this deal, it's so worth it. I, Yi Xian, will not forget the favor of Uncle Lu who borrowed the holy medicine last time and helped me make a breakthrough. Don't worry, after this unification of the Eastern Wasteland, the number one clan in this Eastern Wasteland will naturally be the Puffing Snow Dao sect. The prerequisite is that Uncle Lu, as well as the entire drifting Snow Dao sect, submits to my Du Imperial Dynasty. Standing side by side with Lu Shue, a black and gold dragon robe with a condescending face, Yi Xian was laughing. To unify the entire Eastern Wasteland, they needed to support a powerful force, and the Piao Shui Dao sect in front of them was the most suitable. It's an honor for us to be under the banner of the Du Imperial Dynasty. Without the slightest hint of refusal, Yanakura readily accepted. I wonder who these two seniors are. Looking behind Yi Xian, the two figures whose breaths were hidden but not revealed, blending with the heaven and earth. Lu Tsong was shocked inwardly, and when he just wanted to probe the other party's realm, he realized that his power had just approached, and it was like a stone sinking into the sea. They are the supreme elders of my Du Imperial Dynasty. Two Ascension Realm powerhouses. Proud beyond measure, Yi Xian smiled blandly. Last time, didn't a strong person of the Heavenly Ascension realm appear beside Lin Yuan before the situation was reversed and he escaped with serious injuries? This time, instead, he brought two. He was eager to see the expression of fear on the face of that Lin Yuan, as well as the entire Qingyan Dao sect, when the time came. 2. Ascension Realm. Hiss. Sucking in a breath of cool air, Yanakora's insides were shaking and roaring violently. Worthy of the Diwu dynasty, he had bet on the right thing in the first place. After coming back from that incident, Lutong had also been heartbroken about his one heavenly mountain sacred lotus. That's a holy medicine that you can't even bring yourself to take. And now it seems to be absolutely no loss, even a big profit. To Ascension Realm, how could Lutong, who was one of the three great patriarchs of the Eastern Wasteland, not be aware of it? With these two seniors, they could definitely sweep across the entire Eastern Wasteland. Moreover, he was also a powerful person from the Diyu imperial dynasty, so how could he be compared to the old man beside Lin Yuan? Read this. Please rest assured, your imperial prince as well as the two seniors, I will contact the other sects in the Eastern Wasteland and in 10 days, we will crusade against the Qingyan Dao sect. Vow to make that Lin Yuan pay the due price for the imperial prince out of that bad breath before. With a respectful face, the excited expression on Yanakora's face was hard to hide. Time is passing. In just a few days, the entire Eastern Wasteland had countless clans, large and small, with dark tide surging. Taoist peaks towered over the sky with aura. This is the Green Cloud Taoist sect. Although one of the three great sects of the Eastern Wasteland, in terms of overall strength, Xingyun is far beyond the other two great sects of Piaxue and Tiandang. The disciples under the sect were close to tens of thousands, and within the sect, besides Xiao Zhantian, the patriarch, there were also the 10 great elders and the major peak masters, which were powerful. At this time, inside the Green Cloud Palace. Father, why isn't eldest brother back yet? No one even plays with me. The voice rang out crisply. About 16, 7, flowery face, willow moon curved eyebrows, a green dress, blinking big eyes, is in the flower season. Xiao Xiao had a bitter look on his face as he was asking his old man, Xiao Zhantian. Your eldest brother is out on important business. Have you finished your cultivation today? Thinking of playing all day long. The face is stalwart and full of gray hair. After Xiao Zhantian had experienced the severe injuries from before, this old patriarch of the Qingyun sect had obviously stooped a few points in stature and was no longer as upright as before. With a helpless face, he looked at the only daughter in front of him. Cultivation is as slow as a tortoise crawling, and what you eat is not enough. After cultivating for more than 10 years, he was still in the realm of qi gathering, not at all like himself back then. Not yet, not yet. Xiao Xiao's gaze dodged a little. Hey! A sigh. Xiao Zhantian remembered that disciple of his, Lin Yuan, had already broken through to the Divine Bridge realm when he was Xiao Xiao's age. Both were brought up by themselves, so why is the gap so wide? Let alone comparing to your eldest senior brother, which of those disciples within the sect didn't enter later than you? Now, people have passed you. If you don't cultivate properly, I'm afraid you're going to set a record for this sect. When the old man dies, let's see who can still take care of you. With a series of shelling, Xiao Zhantian hated the iron. After you die, father, won't there still be an eldest brother? Blinking her big eyes, great filial daughter Xiao had an innocent look on her face. When these words came out, the hall was instantly quiet. Whiskers trembling, Xiao Zhantian resisted the urge to slap the rebellious woman in front of him to death. The disciples of the Qingyan sect who were in the same hall even hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending that they hadn't heard anything. The clan is peaceful and everything enters into the past. Right at this moment, a voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire Qingyan Dao sect. Patriarch Xiao, goodbye. A group of people, coming through the air, appeared above the Qingyan Dao sect. At the head of the group was Yi Xian, with a haughty expression and an icy gaze, followed by those two Heaven Ascension realm powerhouses. In addition to that, Lu Cong, Lu Shui, and countless powerful people from the drifting Snow Dao sect were all clearly visible, with a murderous aura. If you offend His Imperial Highness, you should have expected to end up today. Today, the Qingyan Dao sect shall be destroyed. It had been Lu Cong who had been vocalizing, looking at the high-faced Yi Xian from time to time. This time, the siege of the entire Qingyan Dao sect was something that he, Lu Cong, had been planning after receiving Yi Xian's authorization. The two great emperor powerhouses of the Heaven Ascension realm, after learning of the true strength of the Diwu imperial dynasty, countless clans throughout the Eastern Wasteland had already expressed their subjugation. The only thing that was in front of him was the Qingyan Dao sect, which was going to perish regardless of whether it was submissive or not. Who made them offend the wrong people? At this moment, Yanakura laughed coldly. Soon, as long as the Green Cloud Dao sect before him perished, his long-cherished wish of ruling the entire eastern wasteland, which he had been doing all along, would be fulfilled. The storm is coming. At this moment, the Green Cloud Daoist sect was in an uproar. Inside the Hall of Green Clouds. You stay in the temple and don't go out. Xiao Zhantian looked at Xiao Xiao and said with a heavy face. Notify the great elders, peak masters, and meet the enemy. The pale figure, striding toward the outside of the hall, a sovereign's order, in the order of. Chapter 32 Sect Crisis. Yanakura. Last time, the old man was mindful of your Piaoxue Dao sect, and my relationship with Qingyun for many years, so he let you and the others go. I can't imagine that in order to lick the stinking feet of that Du imperial dynasty, you've brought people to kill my Qingyun Dao sect. With a head full of white hair and a grandiose voice, Xiao Zhantian was angrily staring at Lu Tsang and his group above the void. As the same three great Dao sects of the eastern wasteland, for countless years, the relationship between the two sects could not be described as not being close. But now. Patriarch Xiao, that's not true. Right at this moment, without waiting for Lu Tsang to reply, another group of people descended in the sky above the Qingyun Dao sect. The person at the head, dressed in blue, with crane hair, immortal style, holding a duster, the person who just spoke out, is him. The Heavenly Dipper sect, which was also one of the three great Dao sects in the eastern wasteland, was located in the extreme west of the eastern wasteland and was far away from the Green Cloud Dao sect. But unexpectedly, this time, even they came. The person who spoke, whose name was Tian Xianzi, was none other than the sect leader of the Big Dipper sect. Old man Tian Xian, what, are you going to follow the example of that drifting snow Daoist sect as well? Xiao Zhantian looked at Tian Xuanzi's figure and sneered. Regarding the arrival of the Heavenly Dipper sect, Xiao Zhantian was not as angry as before. After all along, the Big Dipper sect and the Qingyun Dao sect had always been feuding, even though they were the same as the three great Dao sects of the eastern wasteland. Even the last wedding banquet had not invited anyone from the Big Dipper sect. Hee, old man, today is the day your Qingyun Dao sect will be destroyed. How dare you speak so loudly? Tian Xuanzi's face smiled coldly, and as he spoke, he bowed slightly towards Yi Xian, who was not far away. Offending the imperial son of the Du imperial clan, your Qingyun Dao sect deserves this calamity today. The hatred of many years was going to be ended today, and this was undoubtedly a joyous event for Tian Xianzi. The Green Cloud Dao sect, located in the central land of the eastern wasteland, had the most abundant spiritual qi. Years ago, there had been a sect war between the Big Dipper sect and the Qingyun Dao sect over this land with the most abundant spiritual qi in the eastern wasteland. In that battle, their Big Dipper sect lost and could only be forced to relocate to the extreme western part of the eastern desert. The aura was thin, the land was vast and the people were sparse, and as time came down, the clan withered. Originally, they thought that facing the always flourishing Qingyun Dao sect, they, the Heavenly Gang sect, would never have this chance to take revenge. But it wasn't until a few days ago that a message from Lu Tsang of the Drifting Snow Dao sect allowed this Tian Xianzi to rediscover the hope of revenge. In the letter, Lu Tsang had said that the Du imperial dynasty had sent out 2 strong men of the Heavenly Ascension realm to exterminate Qingyun. Upon hearing this news, Tian Xianzi immediately rushed over with countless powerhouses from the Heavenly Dipper sect. Listening to some of the bull below, Yi Xian had a look of impatience on his face. He came today to take revenge. But after searching for half a day, he didn't find Lin Yuan, or the figure of that Heaven Ascension realm old man. Where's Lin Yuan? Tell him to get his ass out here and meet me. This time, this imperial prince will see how he can still defeat me. With 2 supreme ancestors standing behind him, Yi Xian's confidence doubled. Plus, he had just recently broken through to the late Divine Bridge realm. In Yi Xian's opinion, this eastern wasteland is a poor and remote place, and it is expected that Lin Yuan is still estimated to be at the early stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Hongdiwu dynasty, countless treasures, casually reveal a piece, all let this kind of indigenous cultivators, for the shock, never seen in a lifetime. This, the gap, cannot be envied. What a bull prince, he's still not my disciple's underling. It's a pity that my disciple, who went out for something, went out and is not within the clan today. Shaking his head slightly, Xiao Zhantian laughed coldly in the face of Yi Xian's words. Although Lin Yuan followed Lin Zhou to the desolate ancient forbidden zone in a hurry at that time, in Xiao Zhantian's view, the identity of that disciple of his was definitely not ordinary. Could it be that you're afraid of brother Yi Xian and have found an excuse to hide? Wasn't it quite godly to rely on an Ascension Realm cultivator before, now you're afraid? To tell you the truth, this time, Brother Yixian, he has brought with him 2 imperial dynasty powerhouses of the heavily Ascension Realm, and will definitely make that Lin Yuan look good. It was Lu Shui who followed beside Yixian, a mocking voice rang out, and above her pretty face, she was proud beyond measure. And when Lu Shui said this, it immediately caused the scene to shake. In particular, the expressions of the people from the Drifting Snow Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect were all shocked, and one gaze was looking behind Yixian. Hiss. 2 Ascension Realm powerhouses, is this the platitude of the Du Imperial Dynasty's royal son? No wonder, the Du Imperial Dynasty is able to suppress the Xian Tian continent. Previously, I thought that Lin Yuan was more than capable, but it seems that he is indeed incomparable to this prince. At this moment, the cultivators of the Drifting Snow Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect were instantly confident. With 2 Ascension Realm powerhouses holding down the fort, what were they afraid of? 10 days ago, Lu Tsang sent a letter to all the major clans in the Eastern Wasteland, not just the Tian Gang sect, which was far away in the extreme west of the Eastern Wasteland, received the news. The vast majority of the East Wasteland's prestigious clans had received the message. Especially after learning that, this time, the Du Imperial Dynasty had still sent out 2 Ascension Realm powerhouses. The letter even mentions that the Diwu Dynasty is going to unify the entire Eastern Wasteland, and that those who are obedient will prosper and those who are disobedient will perish. This siege of the Qin Yin Dao sect is a sign of surrender. Anyone who fails to do so will be liquidated afterwards. With the Drifting Snow Dao sect and the Heavenly Gang sect, the Eastern Wasteland's 2 major sects arrived under the circumstances. Soon. Wow! In all directions of the Green Cloud Dao sect, the figures of countless sect cultivators appeared. Some of these clans, originally, were even more closely related to the Qin Yin Dao sect. But now, they were in a life and death situation to exterminate the Qin Yin Dao sect. Patriarch Lu. Sect Master Li, you guys? Sounding incredulous and dismayed, Xiao Zhantian looked at the 2 figures that appeared among them. Even the several great sects that had once risen to prominence by relying on their Green Cloud Dao sect had come. Patriarch Xiao, don't blame us, we can't afford to offend the Du Imperial Dynasty. Blame it only on that disciple of yours, the one who offended was the imperial son of the Du Imperial Dynasty, we can't survive without destroying Cheng Yun. Among the crowd, 2 patriarchs who had always been close to Xiao Zhantian said with cold faces. At this moment, it seemed as though the Qin Yin Dao sect had been disallowed by the entire Eastern Wasteland. Standing high in the sky, he learned that Lin Yuan was not there, the person he hated the most, had not appeared in the battle of extermination that he had dutifully planned. Yi Xian was slightly unwilling, it was here before that he, the honorable and incomparable imperial prince, was caused to almost die. The eyes were cold. Kill. Not a single one. Yi Xian gave an order. Chapter 33 Bloodstained. With Yi Xian's command. Obey the emperor's order to kill. Lu Tsang's body surged with cold aura around him, his gaze was icy cold and incomparable. This time, the strongest members of the Piaoshui Dao sect came out, all of them were brought by him. Behind them, countless powerful auras were following Lu Tsang, killing countless cultivators of the Qin Yin Dao sect. In the distance, the Big Dipper sect was killing, and it was time for revenge. The revenge of that year will be avenged today. Holding a duster in his hand, Tian Xianzi's immortal style and Taoist bones were now shaped like an evil ghost. Behind them, countless figures from the Big Dipper sect were following Tian Xuanzi, killing the 4 directions of the Qin Yin sect. Kill them all, leave no one behind. This was an order from the emperor's son of the Du Imperial Dynasty, and none of the countless clans that surrounded the Qin Yin Dao sect dared to disobey it. Countless Eastern Wasteland clans, large and small, were striking out. The sounds of killing and roaring resounded through this sect that had been passed down for endless years. Since Daoist Tai Ching founded the Qin Yin Dao sect, endless years had passed, and the legacy had never been broken, nor had it ever suffered such a crisis. But now, today's Qin Yun had been abandoned by the entire Eastern Wasteland. A whale falls and all things come to life. Perhaps, for this moment to appear, large and small Eastern Wasteland clans. The Qin Yin Dao sect was that piece of fat meat, and every cultivator wanted to come up and take a bite. If they were in the past, they wouldn't dare to have the slightest thought when facing the Qin Yin Dao sect, but now, an even more powerful Du Imperial Dynasty had appeared, and in the face of the Du Imperial Dynasty, the Qin Yin Dao sect would be nothing more than ants. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The halls were collapsing, pieces of houses were crumbling, and amidst the broken walls were accompanied by the deaths of countless Qin Yin Dao sect disciples dressed in green. Green Cloud, Drifting Snow, and Big Dipper sect. Among the three great Dao clans, it had always been Qingyun who ranked at the top in terms of overall strength. But at this moment, there were these two great sects joining forces, the number of strong people themselves, as well as not being weaker than Qingyun. In addition to those countless eastern wasteland sects, large and small. Kill. If you want my Qingyun Dao sect to be destroyed, you'll have to tear off a piece of their flesh even before you die. The heavens were raised to the sky in grief and pain. The 10 great elders of the Green Cloud Dao sect and the peak masters of the peaks looked at the pieces of disciples that had fallen and chose to die with their enemies by way of a blood sacrifice. There were too many enemies, like a tidal wave, flooding the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Endless blood was dripping down, eventually converging into a river, staining the main peak of Qingyun, as well as all the great peaks. This battle, it's too gruesome. Outside of Qingyun, Lutesong had long ago ordered some strong men to guard the 4 directions to prevent any disciples of the Qingyun Dao sect from escaping. What are you doing out here? Old age and serious injuries from a previous time, Xiao Zhantian had not yet healed from his old injuries. Covered in blood, the battle spirit was overwhelming. Behind him, a green-colored figure was approaching him. It's Xiao Xiao Xiao. It had all happened so fast, and she had seen one of her normally familiar brothers and sisters die. I saw senior uncle, elder, and they're all dead. Father, I understand, we're all going to die today, aren't we? Above the still somewhat childish little face were tears. Boom! With one blow, he shook back several strong enemies of the Piaoshui Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect. Xiao Zhantian turned around and looked at this only daughter with a complicated expression. Don't be afraid, father will protect you. As he spoke, from Xiao Zhantian's hand, a black stone block appeared, the size of a thumb, with tiny and incomparable Dao lines inscribed on it, and it looked, well, plain. Back then, the founding ancestor of Qingyun Dao, Taiching Taoist, left behind a total of 2 things before he ascended. One was the heaven-executing sacred sword that had been held by successive generations of patriarchs of the Green Cloud Dao sect, generation after generation. The other, on the other hand, was this vast, black, ungainly rock. However, by now endless years have passed, and the position of the patriarch has been changed by an unknown number of people. However, no patriarch had ever penetrated the secrets in the stone. Now, the Qingyun Dao sect might be about to disappear today. Originally, he had planned to hand this item over to Lin Yuan after his death. But now, Xiao Zhantian put the stone into Xiao Xiaojiao's hands, just hoping, in the end, that a hint of a miracle would occur. Looking at Xiao Xiaoxiao one last time, within the pale gaze was disenchantment. With his qi and blood depleted and covered in wounds, the pale figure turned around, resolute, and flew forward with great strides. Surname Lu, and that old man Tian Xian. Come, in a battle with the old man for 300 rounds. The voice contained an infinite amount of wariness. Oh, it's come to this, and you're still talking tough. It's just the end of the line. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Above the void, Xiao Zhantian battled with the figures of Lutesong and Tian Xuanzi. With the will of certain death, Xiao Zhantian's battle intent was incomparably strong, and he was actually pressing those two to fight. At this moment, above the celestial dome, Yi Xian, who had never gotten off the stage, was quietly watching everything below. Above the face, there was impatience. It had taken so long to exterminate a small Qingyun Dao sect. Please also ask the old ancestor to make a move and settle the battle as soon as possible. Yi Xian bowed towards the 2 old men. One in red and one in green robes, their faces pale and cold, their breath hidden but not revealed, blending with heaven and earth. The 2 heavily Ascension realm old men, both of whom were Yi Xian's royal family, had been silently standing behind Yi Xian, their faces haughty and cold, not uttering a single word. For battles of this level, their gazes were always calm, as if they were watching a house, not bothering to get off the field. They were not under Yi Xian's command. The purpose of this visit was to deal with the so-called Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse behind Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, the one they had heard of, who was in the same realm as them, was not in the Green Cloud sect this time. But seeing that Yi Xian, the prince, was so invited, after all, it was a person of their Yi surname, and it was more likely that he would inherit the throne in the future. That's still a bit of face to give. Just as well, let the old man take the shot. The red-clothed old man, with an expression of lack of interest on his face, calmly said. Sharp gaze, looking down. Griffin, die. The voice rang out indifferently. A random finger pointed out, like a finger of dead wood, with a blood-colored glow lingering around it. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. In an instant, the blood light bloomed and incomparably large fingerprints, from the top of the clouds probed out, toward the great battle in the middle of Shao Zhantian fell. Dead. All dead. Blood gathered into a river, and amidst the broken walls, there was a figure in green, standing frozen in place. Father is dead. Elder brother, they're all dead. The elder is dead too. It's Shao. Above her pretty face, there was still a hint of childishness, tears were dripping, and she murmured helplessly. Merely at the realm of Qi gathering, she had survived until this very end under the protection of one of the elders. But just now, the elder who protected her also died, leaving her alone. Her gaze was looking above the void. She saw that imperial prince named Jixuan, and the other party was sweeping over herself and so Qingyun's dead disciples with a disgusted gaze. She saw Lu Shui standing beside Jixuan, her white clothes untainted by dust and radiant. A great victory, especially for those previously weak eastern desert clans. It was a feast, scavenging the treasures that originally belonged within the Qingyun Dao sect. Why is there another one here? By the looks of things, it's a leak from the Qingyun Dao sect. The emperor has ordered that no one from the Qingyun Dao sect must be spared. Kill her. In the end, a green-colored figure collapsed in a pool of blood. Blood flowed out and dripped down on top of a black stone in its hand. Above the stone, drenched in blood, tiny runes on it flowed and flickered with a shimmering light. Chapter 34 Supreme Dao Body, Lin Yuan's Unease. The Ancient Forbidden Zone. Emperor Tai Qing's Palace. Months passed. Chaos filled the air and the light around them dimmed. Just then, it was a radiant figure. It was Lin Yuan. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! An incomparably majestic aura rose up from Lin Yuan's circumference, and the entire imperial palace was vibrating and trembling under this aura. His body was slender, his face was clear, and within every inch of his body skin, he was glowing, containing the rhythm of the Tao. There was endless blazing light flowing in his eyes, containing the changes and evolution of the world's phenomena. Where the center of the eyebrow was, it was cracking open, and the black dichromatic color was rotating. It was an eye, it was the pupil of the Supreme Tao, and it had been completely integrated within Lin Yuan's body. It was innately natural. Within the pupil of the Tao, it seems to contain 10,000 paths, one by one, horizontally and vertically intertwined with each other, and where the light of the eye shines, it is the place where the Tao is located. This aura was too terrifying, transcendent, supreme, above everything, though only for a moment. The spiritual energy required by the Supreme Tao pupil was too terrifying, and with Lin Yuan's current realm, he was still unable to completely control this Tao pupil. It's done! Below, excited voices were ringing out. A gray coat, a head full of gray hair, eyes with expectations, is Lin Jiu. The excitement was so great that his whiskers were shaking. Several months had passed, but the injuries left behind by the shattering of the previous intrinsic sacred soldiers still hadn't recovered. Despite his own injuries, he barely stood up before looking at Lin Yuan. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Yuan's body, even he, a Saint Realm powerhouse, was shocked by it. That was the power of a physique that only the 3,000 physiques of the upper realm, the top 10 ranked supreme physique, could possess. Compared to the desolate ancient saint body, the Tsong Tian hegemony body, and other supreme bodies that had peerless qi and blood, and whose power could shake the heavens and the earth. The Supreme Tao body, however, appeared to be even more transcendent, with the rhythm of the Tao permeating its body at all times, like a true son of the great Tao. Lin Jiu's gray clothes were still stained with blood and his breath was shriveled, but the expression on his face at the moment seemed to be even more excited than if he himself had a supreme body. The fusion worked. Facing the old man's expectant gaze, Lin Yuan just smiled lightly and said. For some reason, just now, a sense of uneasiness suddenly flashed within, which caused Lin Yuan to frown somewhat slightly. Let's hope nothing happens. Lin Yuan let out an inward sigh. With that, his gaze once again looked at Lin Jiu. However, I'm still unable to completely control that Supreme Tao pupil. I can feel that it seems that only after completely controlling that Taishang Tao pupil, the vision that uniquely belongs to the Taishang Tao body will awaken. Lin Yuan asked with a curious expression on his face. For months, the fusion had been smooth, and he couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. After this period of time, chatting with Lin Jiu, he was also learning some things about the Supreme Tao body. The 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm all possess their own unique visions. The fact that the visions come out and add to one's own body is what makes these 10 supreme bodies, the fundamentals that make them proud of all the body types in the world. But now, with his own vision, he was never able to move. which knew that at this moment, after hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Jiu was acting with a face of taking things for granted. He knew what the problem was. Young lord, do you know what the Supreme Tao body represents? That's one of the 10 most powerful physiques in the world throughout the ages. The great Tao in the lower realm is incomplete and all laws are crippled. Only after returning to the upper realm will you be able to completely control that Supreme Tao pupil and the vision will awaken. Lin Jiu calmly laughed. For that matter, he wasn't worried at all. Only by returning to the upper realm would Lin Yuan's vision be completely awakened. Do we have to go back to the upper world to do that? Hearing this, Lin Yuan lowered his heart. This fusion of the Supreme Tao pupil didn't just allow him to be promoted to a Supreme Tao body as simple as that. The palm of his hand was like jade, containing the rhythm of the Tao, and he held it slightly. Boom! The surrounding space instantly appeared to explode, just like the surface of a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The surging and raging spiritual power fluctuations in his body, if it was just a stream before. Now it will be like a river, a torrent of water. Compared to before, Lin Yuan's strength had grown more than 100 times. Middle stage of the Tao Palace realm. That's right. Before coming forward, he was only in the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm. But now, Lin Yuan's realm strength had already broken through to the middle stage of the Tao Palace realm with the help of the power contained therein when he fused that Supreme Tao pupil. A whole big realm. In just a few months' time, this kind of thing, if placed in the Xin Tian continent, even in the upper realm, would sound too magical. But, don't forget that the Taishang Tao pupil was left by a great emperor. Even though Emperor Yuan Tian had erased the laws of the emperor's way in it, all traces about himself. However, the spiritual power contained within it was still incomparably astonishing. Even in the body of today's Lin Yuan, there was still a spiritual energy that had not been absorbed that was left over from when he had fused the pupils of the Supreme Tao. With the matter over, Lin Yuan intended to leave this place. For some reason, that inner turmoil was becoming clearer and clearer. Young lord, I'll accompany you. Lin Jiu staggered, his body unsteady. No need, Elder Lin, you stay here first and recover your injuries with the help of the chaotic chi within this imperial palace. This time, I alone am enough. Looking at the old man in front of him, whose breath was shriveled after being seriously injured for saving himself earlier. The impact of the shattering of an Essence Tao soldier on a cultivator was incomparably huge, and it was a great fate that he didn't die. And within this imperial palace, there was still quite a bit of chaotic aura remaining, which could just be used to nourish one's wounds. Otherwise, with Lin Jiu's sacred realm, when he reached the outside world, if he wanted to completely recover, it would be a matter of monkey's time. With Lin Yuan's current realm of the middle stage of the Tao Palace realm, if he were to add in the Supreme Tao body, his true battle power, even Lin Yuan himself didn't know at the moment exactly what step he had reached. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy inside. I have a time and space recluse talisman here that can help you, young lord, leave this desolate ancient forbidden zone. Looking at his own young master's frown from time to time, Lin Jiu spoke as a rune appeared in his hand. Silver light surged, draped with the power of time and space. For cultivators in the upper realm, this kind of thing is essential. Although it was precious and naturally unaffordable for the average upper realm casual cultivator. But don't forget where Lin Jiu came from, it was the Lin family, the imperial clan of the upper realm. Even that Du imperial dynasty was able to take out one for that Yi Xian to use to save his life. With Lin Jiu's status, naturally it is not that he will not lack this thing. Chapter 35 Lin Yuan's Blame. Within the Taiching Palace, the silver light flourished, and the power of space and time was surging wildly around them. Back then, Long Air barely managed to activate the time escape talisman by sacrificing himself with blood. But at this moment, Lin Jiu was seriously injured and shriveled up, only slightly moving his spiritual energy in his hands. Ka Ching. A spatial passage that led to nowhere appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Take care, Elder Lin. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, then turned around and entered it. Young lord, please also keep in mind that if you meet a strong enemy, you should not fight them. Just bide your time and wait for the old man to come. Lin Jiu stood in place, his eyes looking within the pitch-black spatial passage. The gray clothes were stained with blood, his breath was a little weak, and his pale face was marked with obvious worry. The last time he went to the Qing Yin Dao sect, it really scared him. So close. Got it. Inside the soon-to-be-closed passageway, Lin Yuan's voice came. Boom. Accompanied by a spatial tremor, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Qingyun Town. Located under the Green Cloud mountain range, it was named after the Green Cloud Taoist sect. At the time when the Qingyan Dao sect recruited disciples every year, the town would be bustling with unprecedented activity, with countless young talents arriving in an endless stream. The days for the clan to recruit disciples had long passed this year, and the town was a bit more cold than usual. The sky is gray. Iced zucchini, big, sweet frozen zucchini. Above the streets, the sound of vendors shouting and selling rose up in all directions, and the atmosphere of fireworks was full of fireworks. Have 2 bunches of iced candy canes. A black dress with a clear face was none other than Lin Yuan, who had teleported away from the Taiqing Palace, and a lower-grade spirit stone with a weak aura was handed out in his hand. Every time he went out, when he returned to the Qingyan Dao sect, Lin Yuan would bring 2 bunches of ice candy gourds to his little sister. Okay. The vendor's voice rang out, looking at the spirit stones in Lin Yuan's hand with a fiery gaze. Because of its proximity to the monastic sects, the town's trading goods can also be replaced with spirit stones, and are more popular than gold and silver and other mundane goods. Lin Yuan came to this world. Days have not been short, with the fusion of memories. Sometimes even Lin Yuan cannot help but sometimes doubt, he really is crossing over, or originally belongs to this world. Sir, your ice candy gourd is ready. Red in color and crystal clear in appearance. Looking at the ice candy gourd in his hand, a strand of memory deep in Lin Yuan's mind was evoked. I remembered that when I was a child, I always brought my little senior sister, Xiao, to sneak down the mountain to come to this town and purchase all kinds of food. At that time, Lin Yuan was only 6 or 7 years old, and Xiao was only 4 years old, and she was so cute with her powder and jade. Of course, before every time he went down the mountain, Lin Yuan would instruct his little sister to steal his master's spirit stones, already doing the shopping. After returning to the clan, being discovered was inevitable. Facing the serious expression of her master, the youngest sister was also righteous enough to never give Lin Yuan up, insisting that the spirit stone was stolen by herself. A hint of a smile hung above his clean face. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, just at this moment, a few voices came from the side, breaking his memories. Have you heard, a few days ago, the entire Qingyan Dao sect was exterminated, and within the entire sect, not a single living soul was left behind. On that day, the mountain range shook, and even the countless mortals in the town below this Qingyan mountain felt the heaven-destroying fluctuation, which was truly frightening. The news is all over the place. I heard that it was done by the Puffing Snow Dao sect, which is far away in the far north, in conjunction with countless large and small sects in the eastern wasteland. I heard there's also some kind of imperial dynasty from the central state. A voice was ringing around them. Because of the constant proximity to the Qingyan Dao sect, in the town, there was no shortage of casual cultivators without clans. The news came from their mouths. At those words, Lin Yuan's figure stumbled and swayed. Snap! The icing in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. The body flashed as a black shadow, like a swift wind, and disappeared into the town. Is it my eyes? The vendor looked at the man in black who had just stood in front of him and wiped his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the spirit stones in his hand, as well as the 2 strings of iced sugar gourds that had shattered on the ground, in a daze. The mountain gate collapsed. The originally magnificent Qingyan mountain gate was transformed into countless huge pieces of broken stone, scattered randomly all around. The blood, long since dried, stained the entire earth red. The temples, one by one, have long since collapsed. Among the broken walls and endless ruins were countless corpses, the green stone-paved floor tiles turned up, revealing the land below, the color of blood, dyed red by the countless disciples of the Green Cloud sects, blood. The scene was like a hell on earth. Ta-da! 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 Clothed in black, Lin Yuan walked in this place where he grew up. Although it was from the upper realm, the memories, from this Qingyan Dao sect. Here he grew up for 20 years. All the way forward, his gaze trembled as he looked around at the faces of those who had died tragically, all of which were incomparably familiar to Lin Yuan. There are master uncles, elders, the peak masters of the great avenue peaks, and countless master brothers. How? How did this happen? With a trill. Lin Yuan couldn't accept the scene in front of him. They were still alive and standing in front of them before they left. But now, they've all long since lost their breath, and are tragically dead. The Green Cloud Palace, the original majestic and incomparable main hall, had also long since collapsed and turned into ruins. In front of the temple, it was a pale corpse with a head full of white hair and no breath. It was Xiao Zhantian. Mastermind. And next to it, it was a green-colored silhouette, with a bit of childishness on top of its pale and pretty face, which eventually collapsed in a pool of blood. Its little sister, Xiao. Dead. It's all dead. murmured and whispered, his voice faintly audible, and did not go on. Lin Yuan stood frozen in place, like a statue, in a state of disorientation. The body trembled, the heart was ringing, and in the gaze, there was a void, losing all light, dull and gloomy. Drifting Snow Taoist Sect. Diwu Imperial Dynasty. They came here to kill me. I'm the one who victimized the entire clan. So, master, little sister, they all died because of me. Repentance, guilt, and endless self-reproach, like a tidal wave, were surging toward Lin Yuan, drowning him as if he were about to suffocate. Poof! Trembling and unable to stop his body, Lin Yuan knelt on the ground, his entire body's strength, as if it had been drained. Bang! 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 His forehead hit above the ground, completely ignoring the blood on the ground. Lin Yuan was kowtowing, tears were welling up and in. It was the only way he could assuage the inner questioning of himself. It was he who killed Qing Yun up and down, all of them. Chapter 36, A Night of White Heads. Green Cloud Taoist Sect. The sect has been established in the Eastern Wasteland for endless years, and is considered to be the oldest sect in the Eastern Wasteland, with a legacy that has never been broken. But just a short while ago, a piece of news shook countless cultivation circles throughout the Eastern Wasteland. The Qingyun Dao sect, which has the potential to become the #1 sect, was wiped out a few months ago, with countless disciples all dying horribly, leaving not a single survivor. When this news came out, countless cultivators were abuzz over it, some watched coldly, while others secretly sighed. How is it possible, the Qingyun Dao sect, nowadays, is considered the #1 sect in my Eastern Wasteland, with disciples on the verge of tens of thousands, who can be an opponent? That's right, but I've heard that beside the Dao Sun Lin Yuan, there's also a powerful person of the Heaven Ascension realm this time. Rumors, absolutely rumors. At the beginning, some of the countless cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland who had not participated in that battle in the first place still found it hard to believe. Until later. What is the Qingyun Dao sect? In front of the Diyu Imperial Dynasty, it's just a slightly larger mole cricket. I have heard that the Diyu Imperial Dynasty sent out 2 Ascension Realm powerhouses. The tiny Qingyun Dao sect is not worth mentioning. Who told them to be ungrateful, even daring to offend the Diyu Imperial Dynasty's prince? They really don't know the height of heaven. Countless mocking voices resounded from within many clans. After all, when the Qingyun Dao sect was under siege, there was a share of them. The extermination of the Qingyun sect members and the entire Qingyun Dao sect, which had been looted, had made many sects rich. However, back then, after the sacking of the Qingyun Dao sect, most of the treasures were still in the hands of that imperial prince, Yi Xian. Under the leadership of the Drifting Snow Dao sect, countless clans in the Eastern Wasteland nowadays had decided to submit to the Diyu Imperial Dynasty, willing to be traitors. Just as some cultivators who were not involved in that battle were still shocked by the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect. Not long afterward, a piece of news came out from the Drifting Snow Dao sect. I, the Drifting Snow Daoist sect, wish to call upon the large and small clans of the Eastern Wasteland to discuss the matter of dividing up the Green Cloud territory. Lu Tsong, who was the patriarch of the Drifting Snow Dao sect, decided to give the order to call on the cultivators who had participated in that battle in the first place. It was said that they were discussing dividing up the territory, but the secret reason was that they wanted to use this as an excuse to unify the entire Eastern Wasteland's sect forces. Qingyun to destroy, naturally when they drift Snow Taoist sect, the authority of the East Wasteland. Now in addition to his own daughter, Lu Shui, with the Diyu Imperial Dynasty's imperial son, Yi Xian. They, the Drifting Snow Dao sect, were supported by the entire Diyu Imperial Dynasty, becoming the spokesperson of the dynasty in the Eastern Wasteland. The rise is destined to be irresistible. The news shook the 4 directions. After all, in today's Eastern Wasteland, who didn't know that the only way to want that immortal imperial dynasty to climb up the ladder was to befriend the Drifting Snow Dao sect? It couldn't be helped, who let the other patriarch Lu give birth to a good daughter, who was even able to be looked upon by the Grand Prince of the Diyu Imperial Dynasty. Even the Drifting Snow Dao sect had recently been rumored that it wouldn't be long before Lu Shui would marry that imperial son, Yi Xian, in the central state and become a Dao couple. Soon, countless people from large and small clans in the Eastern Wasteland were making their way towards the Drifting Snow Dao sect, wanting to go ahead and climb up the ladder. And in the meantime, late night. Within the broken Qingyun sect, it was as eerie as hell on earth. It was a thin, single figure, kneeling silently on the ground, surrounded by dead silence. Boom! The clouds were dense, and the thunder in the sky was hideous, cutting through the dark night sky. Wow! The rain was pouring down, the dirt on the ground, the dried blood, was being washed away. Kneeling on both knees, a black dress has long been soaked by the rain, penetrating coldness surging through the whole body, without the slightest awareness. Lin Yuan's pupils were incomparably empty, his face was pale, and an endless sense of guilt pressed down on him, making him somewhat breathless. A voice inside kept ringing out, questioning, holding people accountable. The one who got them killed was me. Time is passing. It rained heavily, all night long. Above the ground of the clan, which had been once dyed by blood, the red color was fading as the overnight rain washed it away. Early morning. The sky is still gray. The black clothes were soaked through and clung to Lin Yuan's body with the rain. He was still kneeling tightly, silent. Tick-tock. 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 The sound of dripping water, from between the hair and dripping. The long hair that was originally black as ink, overnight, was pale. A night of white heads. He was only 20 years old, but now had a head of white hair, like snow. No one knew what Lin Yuan had gone through this night, the suffocating guilt that weighed him down. Even though he had experienced a life and death crisis before, for many years, the Qingyan Dao sect had protected Lin Yuan so well that he always carried a hint of childishness within. But now, his gaze changed. A night-born white hair, the original clear face above, that is a pair of eyes full of death. Indifferent. Indifferent to everything in the world. Inside, it was as if it was frozen and could not be melted. Senior, junior sister, I will avenge the entire Qingyan for you. Blood debt, to be paid with their blood. The voice was a little hoarse, and in the light of the eyes filled with dead silence, they were firm, and resolute beyond measure. That coldness emanating from Lin Yuan's body at this moment caused one's heart to palpitate and make one's heart tremble. The drifting Snow Dao sect, the countless clans in the eastern wasteland, large and small, that had besieged Chongyun, Lin Yuan did not intend to spare a single one of them. Even that Du imperial dynasty, which had been claimed to be immortal since ancient times, Lin Yuan was going to overthrow it. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth, cut down all and leave none behind. This was an oath that Lin Yuan had made to the entire Chongyun Dao sect, so those who had died tragically. Time is passing. 3 days later. Within the shattered sect, the original corpses were no longer there. Amidst the broken walls and endless ruins, one more grave, the earth is new. During these few days, Lin Yuan personally buried that originally familiar face. From now on there will be no more Qingyan Dao sect in the eastern wasteland, this is just a mausoleum. Boom! A coffin fell to the ground, and inside, lying on the ground, was an old man with a head full of white hair, Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian. Many years ago, from a snowy place, picked up Lin Yuan, this cultivation, is 20 years. Treating him like his own son, even the future position of patriarch, was also a force to be reckoned with, intending to pass it on to Lin Yuan. Master, I'll let you see how those people, desperate and dead. With a hoarse voice and a last glance from his eyes, Lin Yuan slowly closed the lid of the coffin for fear of disturbing the old man's deep sleep. Leaning down, the single figure carried the coffin. A black dress, white hair like snow and fluttering, his face was frosty, and in his gaze, there was an endless dead silence. Lin Yuan carried the coffin on his back and stepped into the air, on his way to the extreme north of the eastern wasteland. And there, it is also the direction of the drifting Snow Taoist sect. Chapter 37 Arrival at the Puffing Snow Taoist sect. Eastern Wasteland. The sky and the earth were white. The snowy peaks towered high, and the summit was a huge flat surface, as smooth as if it had been. The drifting Snow Dao sect was built on top of the peak, with countless pavilions and halls. Underneath the entire clan was an entire spiritual vein, accompanied by the shroud of the clan's spell formation. Thus, being within the drifting Snow Daoist sect did not make one feel a chill. Patriarch Lu's great display of power that day, admiration, admiration. What is the Qingyan Dao sect? In my opinion, this Piaoshui Dao sect is the #1 sect in my eastern wasteland. From now on, I still hope that Patriarch Lu will take care of us more. All the major clans in the eastern wasteland, the people who came were in an endless stream, and those who could be called dignitaries were all here today. They all participated in that battle, for the siege of the Qingyan Dao sect. Countless people from the Green Cloud sect died tragically at their hands. The scene was loud and lively. Not far away, there were countless other figures of cultivators arriving. Look, even the Big Dipper sect, which is far away in the far west, is here. In the distance came a line of people. The person at the head, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, with crane hair, immortal style, holding a duster, was the Tianxian Zi who had killed the most people in Qingyan Dao sect that day. Behind them followed a group of powerful men from the Big Dipper sect, all dressed in blue. My Big Dipper sect has lived in the bitter cold land of the extreme west for a long time, and today, whatever I say, I will take over the territory of the Qing Yin Dao sect. Tian Xuanzi faintly said, his gaze tinged with greed. With regards to the location of the Qing Yin Dao sect, Tian Xianzi's obsession remained. Time is passing. Soon, within the drifting Snow Dao sect, the figures of the cultivators were overcrowded. Those who were able to come here today were all the patriarchs and elites of the major clans. On top of a huge martial arts field, this place was, on weekdays, a place where the disciples of the drifting Snow Dao sect practiced and fought, and at this moment, the surrounding area was filled with people. Ha ha! Today, all of you are able to come here, making my drifting Snow Dao sect flabbergasted. A voice rang out, with an elegant face and a white coat, looking at the crowd below. Lutson laughed openly. Nowadays, their drifting Snow Dao sect had been supported by the Du imperial dynasty and had become the imperial dynasty's spokesperson in the eastern wasteland. The long-cherished wish of wanting to unify the eastern wasteland for many years was finally about to be realized. Even in the near future, their own daughter is about to complete the marriage with that Prince Yi Xian in the central state, so that their relationship with the Du dynasty will be further, and even have the opportunity to go to the audience with the Chu emperor, known as the world Xin Tian continent's first strongest. Think about it, is exciting. A series of happy events in succession. The smile at the corner of Lutsong's mouth simply could not stop. The reason why he invited so many cultivators from all the major clans in the eastern wasteland to come today was in order to establish his Lutsong's prestige in the eastern wasteland. Without waiting for Lutsong to open his mouth, there was naturally a horse's ass delivered from below. Changhan Valley. The Hall of 1,000 Cranes. From now on, I wish to follow Patriarch Lu's orders. Below, amongst the countless cultivators, the voices of two patriarchs rang out, bowing with respect as they faced Lutsong. Patriarch Lu, Sect Master Li, you two are too polite. Don't worry, Lutsong, will never treat you too poorly. With a gentle face, Ryukura waved his hand and smiled. The words were said, but inwardly for those two, they were disdainful. Changhong Valley and Thousand Crane Hall, originally belonging to the Qing Yin Dao sect's affiliated sects, relied on the Qing Yin Dao sect to rise to prominence. A letter from himself, as soon as he heard the four words Du imperial dynasty, made these two major sects immediately turn their guns and attack Qingyun. Who knows that in the future, when the drifting Snow Taoist sect is weak, these two will take advantage of this to do so again. After all, it's not like any individual would trust this kind of 250. However, today, so many dignified and powerful people from the eastern wasteland had come, above face, it was still necessary to do a good job. Sure enough, there is a role for second fives. With Patriarch Lu and Sect Master Li expressing their submission towards Lutsong. Soon, a voice rang out from below, one after another. I'm Bai Ta Tang. I Cold Snake Temple. One by one, in the eastern wasteland cultivation world, there were dignified patriarchs, and their voices were all ringing out at this moment. After all, it was obvious to any cultivator present. Behind them stood the Du imperial dynasty that had pressured the entire continent, and the rising momentum of the Piaoshui Dao sect had been unstoppable. In that case, it would be better to submit as early as possible, not seeing that even that powerful and incomparable Qing Yin Dao sect was destroyed in the hands of this Lu patriarch. Having witnessed and participated in that extermination tragedy with their own eyes, they don't want this kind of thing to happen to them. Thank you all for looking up to me. From today onwards, I, the drifting Snow Daoist sect, shall be the example of the eastern wasteland, and between all the great clans, we shall build the common prosperity of the eastern wasteland. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and Yanakura was laughing. It seems that the rise of this drifting Snow Dao sect has become a great trend. Below, Tian Xuanzi looked at this scene with a complicated gaze, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't envy it. But it couldn't be helped, even though they were one of the three great sects of the eastern wasteland, behind themselves, they didn't stand a Du imperial dynasty's prince. I, the Big Dipper sect, have come here only to occupy the Qing Yin Dao sect. As for the rest, it's none of our business. Crane Hair, Tian Xuanzi calmly said, waiting for the next, about the division for the territory of Qing Yin Dao sect. They, the Big Dipper sect, had only come here today for this matter. It was a spectacle. Countless eastern wasteland cultivators appeared within the drifting Snow Dao sect, buzzing with activity. All of their hands had been stained with the blood of the people of the Qing Yin Dao sect. Just as the people present were discussing how to divide the territory of the Qing Yin Dao sect. Right here and now. Outside the drifting Snow Dao sect, a single thin and slim figure came with a coffin on its back. White hair like snow, fluttering in the bitterly cold wind. He was dressed in black and his face was as cold as frost. Once a teenager, the eyes lost the light. Within the eyes is a dead silence, indifferent to everything in the world. It's Lin Yuan. His temperament has changed drastically. The current him was like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, cold and indifferent, making people shudder. 2. A hoarse voice rang out. Lin Yuan was overlooking the entire drifting snow Dao sect at his feet. Chapter 38, A Strange Death. All of you were instrumental in destroying the Qingyan Dao sect. Today, Lu Tsang impassioned, below countless cultivators, eagerly awaiting. That was the Qingyan Dao sect, the place with the most abundant spiritual energy within the eastern wasteland. Even just occupying a piece of land would be enough to make countless clans soar. At this point, the scene was incredibly noisy. Just as Yanakura was about to go on. Suddenly, my Qingyan Dao sect, the entire clan of 13,862 people, all died tragically at the hands of all of you. A slightly hoarse voice rang out, echoing within the entire drifting snow Dao sect. The voice is not big, but it is powerful, and it seems to contain some kind of special rhythm, making people's hearts inexplicably in the birth of a chill. In an instant, the scene exploded. Who's talking? Lin Yuan. Isn't this the Dao son of the Qingyan Dao sect, the person that Emperor Yixian wants to kill? When we overthrew the Qingyan Dao sect that day, this person was not there, and I thought that he had meticulously fled for his life. A voice was ringing out, eyes looking up in all directions, searching for the owner of the voice. Boom! Above the void, there was Dao light surging, and mysterious and unfathomable Dao patterns were suspended, arranging, combining, and converging to form a layer of steps that floated down. I, Lin Yuan, have come today to invite all of you to die. Lin Yuan stepped down with his feet on the Dao tattoo ladder, the huge coffin on his body almost covering his thin figure. Within the eyes filled with dead silence, for the first time in many days, a glimmer of light flashed. It was a cold aura, it was an endless killing intent that took the hearts of the people. Being gazed at by this gaze, the soul all seemed to tremble and throb. Lin Yuan was sweeping over all the cultivators at the scene. There is Lu Tsang, there is Tianxianzi, there are those who originally relied on their Qingyan Dao sect and rose to power, and ultimately fell on the verge of having broken through to the middle stage of the Dao Palace realm, and even possessing the supreme Dao body. Lin Yuan went back full of excitement. There, he had grown up for more than 20 years, and his memories were from there. Every blade of grass, every tree, every face within the sect, were all incomparably familiar. But after going back, he saw something. It was the broken Qingyan Dao sect, the broken corpses. There was his own master, his little sister, all of them died tragically, all thanks to these people in front of him. It was only because of the order of the Diwu imperial dynasty, a prince of incomparable status. Having decimated the Qingyan Dao sect they were currently discussing how to divide up the territory. Little, when we overthrew Qingyun that day, you stepped on luck and stayed alive. Today you even dare to take the initiative to run to the door to send death. This is just right, without the need for Patriarch Lu and all of you present to do anything, the two of us will be enough to take this little life. Two voices rang out among the clamoring crowd. It was Patriarch Lu of the Changhong Valley, and Sect Master Li of the Thousand Crane Hall, 2/5. With pale faces, the two of them cupped their fists towards Lu Tsang with respectful faces and volunteered to step forward. The eyes looked towards Lin Yuan, in a cold smile with a killing intent. The clan that the two were from, originally belonged to the Qingyan Dao sect affiliation and relied on the Qingyan Dao sect to rise to prominence. Although they had participated in the battle to overthrow the Qingyan Dao sect that day, the duo had always wanted to set aside any relationship with the Qingyan Dao sect. Now, Lin Yuan, a former Dao son of the Qingyan sect, took the initiative to send them to the door, but for them, it was just right. Then I'll be obliged to you both. With an elegant face, Lu Tsang swept his gaze over Lin Yuan with disdain. Just now, when Lin Yuan appeared, he really startled Lu Tsang. With his Dao Palace realm, it wasn't Lin Yuan that he was afraid of either, but before, the one who followed Lin Yuan, the powerhouse of the Heaven Ascension realm. His own virtuous son-in-law, Yixian, and his daughter, had returned to the central state not long ago, preparing for their wedding in the next few days. However, before he left, he did leave behind an order for the drifting Snow Dao sect to lead the countless sects throughout the eastern wasteland in search of what the hell is a supreme secret treasure. Supreme? A secret stash? What the hell was that? Until now, Yanakura was still confused. Originally, he had planned to instruct the countless cultivators at the scene to look for him after today's events. However, he did not want a leaky fish from the Qingyan Dao sect to appear. There is no point in having a strong talent. the early stage of the divine bridge realm in his eyes is just a mole cricket. So it was just right to send Lin Yuan's corpse to his virtuous son-in-law, Yi Xian, and it was also considered a surprise for this old husband of his to give to the other party on the wedding day. Patriarch Lu is polite. Boom! Boom! Two surging aura fluctuations rose from the circumference of Patriarch Lu and Sect Master Li. The late Divine Bridge realm, or two of them, was too simple to deal with someone at the early stages of the Divine Bridge. At this moment, the people present's knowledge of Lin Yuan was still stuck on Lin Yuan's wedding banquet from before. The people around him were murmuring, and they didn't take Lin Yuan seriously. It seems that the Qingyan Dao sect is about to be completely exterminated today. Patriarch Lu and sect leader Li are but powerful, so who can blame them for running to their deaths on their own? The scene was clamoring, pointing their fingers at Lin Yuan, the Qingyan Daoist son that they once needed to look up to. After all, which one of the people present was not a person of honor in the eastern wasteland, a young heavenly pride? If he lost the power behind him, he was not yet in their eyes. Little suffer death. Two loud shouts rang out, and spirit light surged, transforming into residual shadows, like a swift wind, in killing Lin Yuan. Bang! The coffin was gently placed on the ground by Lin Yuan, afraid of disturbing the resting place of the people in the pavilion. With a calm gaze that did not ripple, Lin Yuan stood in place. In silence, he looked at the two swooping down, Patriarch Lu and Sect Master Li, who had once sworn an oath of allegiance to the Qingyan Dao sect. For these two, Lin Yuan was acquainted with them. It's really taking shamelessness to the extreme. A hint of sarcasm hung at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth on his ice-cold face. As in looking at two clowns. Against this kind of goods, there was no longer a need for Lin Yuan to go all out. There was black and white light suspended at Lin Yuan's fingertips, pulsating. Boom! Lightly pointing out a finger. Click! Click! It was Patriarch Lu, Sect Master Li, and the others, speeding over with cruel expressions on their faces. However, growing above his body, two large, pale heads instantly burst open. Blood flowed all over the place, and the two headless corpses just reached Lin Yuan. Poof! Poof! Eventually fell to the ground. This scene was so bizarre that the scene that was originally surrounded by Lin Yuan, pointing and clamoring, was instantly silent. What's going on? What happened? This can't be right. A shocked voice rang out. Those were two late-stage Divine Bridge realm powerhouses, two sect lords, people of honor in the eastern wasteland. Just like that, noiselessly, fell in front of Lin Yuan. Chapter 39: The Egotistical Tian Xuanzi. At the time when Lin Yuan had just appeared, the people present did not care in the slightest. An early stage of the Divine Bridge realm, what waves can he make? Instead, he was mocking Lin Yuan for being self-destructive, automatically seeking out the door to send him to his death. Those who were able to appear here today, they represented the highest combat power of the eastern wasteland. A gaze with surprise swept over the two headless corpses before looking at Lin Yuan. One had to admit that this young pride of the past was already stronger than the vast majority of the eastern wasteland's sect lords. But unfortunately, today there was the drifting Snow Dao sect, along with the Big Dipper sect. High achievers gather. And just some strength. The puffing Snow Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect will be able to exterminate this brat with a randomly deployed powerhouse. Without the Qingyan Dao sect, the identity of the so-called Qingyan Dao son isn't worth much, and who would take him seriously? A disdainful, mocking voice was ringing out all around, one after another. They were watching Lin Yuan, sneering. After all, now that the Qingyan Dao sect had been destroyed, the Piaoxue Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect were the strongest. The death of those two patriarchs just now had indeed shocked those present for a moment, but that was all. Among the people present, the strength of those two could not be considered top-notch. Black clothes and white hair, at his feet were two headless corpses, blood slowly flowing from where their broken necks were to Lin Yuan's feet. Standing in the middle of the many cultivators at the scene, facing that voice of mockery and disdain, Lin Yuan's face was flat. After all, who cares, with a bunch of soon-to-be dead people going overboard? You're all in this together. With a hint of hoarseness in his voice, his gaze swept over everyone present, Lin Yuan said in a flat tone. Within the imperial palace of the Taiqing Emperor, the physique was promoted to the Taishang Dao body, a top 10 supreme body in the upper realm. His own realm, he also took this opportunity to reach the middle stage of the Dao Palace realm. For this group of little Kara in front of him, Lin Yuan really didn't put it in his eyes. Inwardly, it was a pity that countless people from the Qingyan Dao sect had died in the hands of this group of people. You're all in this together. The moment Lin Yuan said this, the room boiled over. I've seen arrogance, I've never seen such arrogance. After all, it had only been a short period of less than a year since that wedding banquet in the Qing Dao sect. At that time, there were quite a few people who were present at the strength displayed by Lin Yuan in his battle with Yi Xian. Early Divine Bridge realm, in the eyes of those present, even if Lin Yuan was in how demonic he was, in less than a year's time, what realm could he break through to? They only thought it was because Lin Yuan had been blinded by hatred and was completely unaware of the heights of heaven. What an arrogant brat! Big talk, who do you think you are? Do you know that even your entire Qingyan sect perished at our hands? There were countless snickers. Strong as the Qingyan Dao sect, which had already vaguely had the potential to become the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland, was just as likely to be annihilated under their combined efforts. Not to mention, such a young kid in front of him. Totally out of his depth and doesn't know how much he weighs. Just as the scene was filled with laughter and mockery, a pale figure stood out. A blue Taoist robe, crane hair, immortal bones, holding a duster. You're that old man Zhao's disciple? Do you know that your master died at the hands of this old man? A tone of a high-ranking person acting as if he was teaching a lesson to his juniors. Tian Xuanzi looked at Lin Yuan and smiled coldly, his gaze looking down. Obviously on that day, it was he and Lu Tsong who had joined forces with the two of them, and in the hands of Xiao Zhantian they had both lost in succession and were almost hammered to death, and in the end, it was a powerhouse of the Heaven Ascension realm who had made a move and beheaded Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian. But at this moment, in this Tian Xianzi's mouth, the person became killed by him. However, it didn't matter, for Tian Xianzi, most people didn't see that day's sight anyway, so he could just take advantage of this matter to show his face in front of the many people at the scene. Hiss. Would never have thought that on that day, Xiao Zhantian turned out to have died in the hands of Senior Tianxian. The Big Dipper sect has always been one of the three major sects in my eastern wasteland, and it's only normal for Senior Tianxian to have such strength. Hee, this kid was arrogant just now, I'd like to see if he's still arrogant in front of Senior Tianxian. At this moment, as soon as Tian Xuanzi appeared on the stage, a voice of admiration resounded from the scene. After all, Xiao Zhantian, who was the head of the Qingyun Dao sect, had always been a renowned powerhouse in the eastern wasteland, and even so, he still had to die at the hands of Tian Xuanzi. While the crowd at the scene didn't look inverted, not far away, Lu Tsong, after hearing Tian Xuanzi's voice, his expression instantly became unnatural. It seems that it's true that the older a person gets, the thicker their skin becomes. Murmurs and whispers, faintly audible. Yanakura didn't come forward to break it up. Nowadays, the Drifting Snow Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect were on the same boat. If we tear each other down, we're afraid of being laughed at. Old dog, with your meager strength, how dare you claim to have defeated my master? With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan saw the true strength of Tian Xuanzi. Early Dao Palace Realm. With Lin Yuan's realm today, the strength of Tian Xianzi, who was conceitedly a superior person in front of him, was clear at a glance in front of him, and there was nothing to hide. In this way, how dare he speak so boldly and put gold on his own face? Regarding the Big Dipper sect, Lin Yuan naturally knew about it. For many years, they had been hostile to each other with the Qingyun Dao sect. Thus, Lin Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit surprised that the Big Dipper sect was involved in that battle. Little, dead to the world, still dare to talk tough. Just as well, I'll send you off to meet with the people of your Qingyun Quan clan. Feeling as if his lies had been demolished by Lin Yuan, Tian Xianzi couldn't hang on to his face. After all, he had always held himself in high regard. A junior in front of him had allowed not to take himself seriously. On top of that, the person in front of him was, again, a disciple of his enemy. It could be said that Tian Xianzi stood out to let Lin Yuan, the last fish in the net of the Qingyun Dao sect, die in his own hands, and also counted as a perfect conclusion to the hatred that had always existed between the two sects. Die! Tian Xuanzi let out a loud shout, his Dao robe flying and his beard shaking. Boom! An incomparably majestic spiritual energy rose up around Tian Xuanzi's body, a blue light that surged in all directions. The duster in his hand grew against the wind, roiling with silver filaments, obscuring half of the void as it pierced towards Lin Yuan. Densely packed, soft with steel, enough to tear and pierce through everything. Is this the strength of Tian Xuanzi? Worthy of being the patriarch of my eastern wasteland's three great clans, such terrifying strength. This brat, it's not good to mess with anyone, but he even dares to mess with Senior Tian Xian, taking his own life. Within the Drifting Snow Dao sect's huge martial arts field, the strongest members of the various sects standing were densely packed, and a voice was ringing out. No one thought that Lin Yuan would be a match for Tian Xuanzi. Chapter 40, Use your blood to help Qingyun to be saved. The Big Dipper sect, even if it had lost the battle with the Qingyun Dao sect back then, that was 100 years ago. However, the overall strength of its entire clan still ranked in the top 3 within the entire eastern wasteland. For this reason, Xiao Zhantian, Tian Xuanzi, and Lu Tsang had always been recognized as one of the 3 strongest people in the eastern wasteland. The strength of the early stage of the Dao Palace realm was not comparable to the central state, a place where cultivation flourished and aura was abundant. Those who were able to cultivate to the Dao Palace realm in this eastern wasteland were already veritable top-tier powerhouses. At this moment, a top-tier powerhouse who had long been renowned dealt with a young celestial pride. Naturally, no one thought that Lin Yuan would be a match for Tian Xuanzi. After all, between the two, whether it was their identity, cultivation strength, or fame in the eastern wasteland, it seemed to the countless people present that there was too much of a difference. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Without the slightest bit of retention, Tian Xuanzi faced this enemy's disciple, and the moment he struck, he went all out, carrying a strong killing intent. Within the pale gaze, cruelty emerged. Kid, scared? Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's too late. With white hair like snow and dressed in black, Lin Yuan appeared too calm to stand still. This kind of gesture, looking at Tian Xuanzi's eyes, just thought that this arrogant brat was completely, already fearful to the point of not knowing what to do. Old dog, it's a pity. You won't be able to see the Big Dipper sect's demise. Lin Yuan's bland voice rang out. What do you mean? Tian Xuanzi, who was in the midst of striking, had a questioning look on his face. Boom! Right here and now. An incomparably majestic aura rose from Lin Yuan's body, and the surging incomparable spiritual energy rushed straight into the sky, shattering the dark clouds that filled the sky above the dome of the heavens. Mid-Dao Palace Realm. Moreover, with the breakthrough to this realm made by the etheric Dao body, the fluctuation of spiritual energy contained around Lin Yuan was not at all something Tian Xuanzi could imagine. If the spiritual energy contained within Tian Xuanzi's body was just rivers, then Lin Yuan is an ocean. How? Wasn't he in the early Divine Bridge realm before? Why would he be? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, even if he and how demonic, just 1 year's time. Voices were horrified, and a voice resounded around the drifting Snow Dao sect. They couldn't comprehend what had happened to Lin Yuan's body within this short period of time. Even in ignorance, the problem was evident at this moment. This is the strength of the middle stage of the Dao Palace realm. In the middle of the eyes, was confusion, was difficult to understand, standing not far away from Yanakura, lost in thought. One must know that after a lifetime of bitter cultivation, he was only at the early stage of the Dao Palace realm today, the same realm as that Tian Xuanzi. Surprise! Being outdone by a young man in his mid-20s. Kill! Only a faint word. With a slender stance and a face that was cold and unimaginable, at the age of 20, Lin Yuan looked too young and did not look too harmonious against that full head of white hair. No need for dogs. His own body, his flesh, was strong enough. Boom! A punch is thrown. Turning into a fist seal, the black and white Dao light blazed incomparably, and the void trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. Put! 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 In an instant, in Tian Xuanzi's hands, the sky was filled with dust whisks of silver threads that contained blue spiritual light, just like blue waves rippling. Under this fist seal of Lin Yuan, it was crumbling and dissolving, defenseless. How? The pale gaze was filled with disbelief. This duster, but he took from 10,000 years of cold spider silk refined, tough and incomparable, the same realm of the enemy, unbeatable. But at this moment, the other party is just a punch, their own Dao soldiers, completely broken, looking at the hands of the duster bear, only a rod left. Tian Xuanzi was in deep thought. However, before he could react. Die! After Lin Yuan's fist light shattered Tian Xuanzi's Dao weapon, his attack did not decrease by a single bit. Black and white light intertwined with each other, accompanied by fist seals suppressing them. Pust! The old body, accompanied by the blue Dao robe, exploded and blood stained the void. Tian Xuanzi, who was one of the 3 great patriarchs of the Eastern Wasteland, died. Just one hit. Died under this punch from Lin Yuan. It was unimaginable, that was the sect leader of the Big Dipper sect, with a reputation that spread far and wide. In the end, he actually died in the hands of a 20-something-year-old, young heavenly pride. Patriarch. Master. Harpies. Only the strongest members of the Heavenly Dipper sect who had followed Tian Xianzi looked at the blue Dao robes all over the ground that had long been broken and stained with scarlet blood. Within his gaze, anger was incomparable as he glared angrily at Lin Yuan. However, they had forgotten that back then, when they slaughtered the disciples of the Qingyan Dao sect, they were cruel to the extreme. Taking his turn was too much to bear. It was no wonder, after all, Tian Xuanzi was too important to them. The Heavenly Dipper sect, which did not have a single Daogong realm powerhouse in its ranks, would be removed from its position as one of the three major sects in the Eastern Wasteland. Killing Senior Tian Xin with one strike, The scene was in an uproar, and the surrounding onlookers sucked in a breath of cool air as they watched Lin Yuan at this moment. After all, the people present were all involved in the slaughter of the Qingyan Dao sect. Once if Lin Yuan was not resolved today, what awaited the countless clans present would also be a massacre. Today impossible to let this little leave, must join forces, chop him here. Not far away, the elegant-faced, originally calm and securely winning Lu Tsong, at this moment, the same eyelids were jumping straight up. The sight of Lin Yuan just now killing Tian Xuanzi with a single strike had really startled him. After all, their own realm, but with Tian Xianzi same realm just, really fight, hold up, is only a little stronger than Tian Xianzi. Now. Looking towards Lin Yuan's figure, for the first time, a hint of panic appeared within Yanakura. Kill, today either he dies or we die. I don't believe he can defeat so many of us, there's still Patriarch Lu. He must not be spared. The surroundings boiled as countless voices with killing sounds rang out. Previously, if it was said that the people present were just watching the show, then now, with Lin Yuan's true realm exploding and the death of Tian Xuanzi in one strike, they were completely unable to sit still. The middle stage of the Dao Palace realm, this kind of strength had already caused countless people present to look up to it. Must join forces, responsible for those present, none can escape. Endless spiritual light surged from the bodies of the countless cultivators present. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It shot straight up into the sky, and above the void, it seemed to have turned into an ocean. The moment. The drifting Snow Dao sect shook. Join forces? Too bad it's useless to me. It's time to use your blood to transcend the dead of my Qing Yun. White hair like snow, Lin Yuan a dead eyes, is endless madness. Chapter 41, Killing to the Point of Trembling, 9 Dragons Qiankuan Formation. Puffing. 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 Blood was dripping, and the bodies of the cultivators were falling like grass, broken limbs and arms, and the deaths were extremely tragic. Just like that day, the extermination tragedy that happened in the Qingyan Dao sect. Only, this time, the situation appeared within the drifting Snow Dao sect. And, it was one man, slaughtering a group of people. Those who were able to appear at the drifting Snow Dao sect today, they were all dignified existences in the Eastern Wasteland, the patriarchs of the various sects, the big shots. All of their hands had been stained with the blood of the disciples of the Qingyan Dao sect. But today, their blood will surely stain every inch of the Piaoshui Dao sect. No. Spare me. He's the devil. A miserable, fearful voice was ringing out, hoarse. The sounds of fear, hissing, and the sounds of broken corpses and bones were staged within the drifting Snow Dao sect at this moment, like hell on earth. Tick-tock. 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 Blood from the countless broken bodies, broken corpse wounds and the outflow, dripping on the ground above the slow flow, and ultimately converge, blood flow into a river. Kill. Lin Yuan's voice was magnificent and shook the 4 directions. Above the snow like white hair, scarlet dotted it, and the strands of hair were dancing about without wind. The eyes were dead silent, devoid of light, containing no emotion, cold and creepy. Standing amidst mountains of corpses and blood, the madness was immense. In his mind's eye, the familiar face had surfaced. There was his own master, his little sister, the countless disciples of the Qingyan Dao sect, the elders of the... It was Lin Yuan who buried them with his own hands. Always believing that it was because of himself that he had killed them, the Qingyan Dao sect, the entire sect of 13,862 people, that was one fresh life. That feeling of guilt, like a tidal wave, these days, pressed Lin Yuan to the point where he couldn't breathe. Right now. The enemies were right in front of him, those broken bones, their dripping blood, that gaze of despair, fear, and regret before they fell to the ground, made Lin Yuan's heart get a hint of redemption. In became crazy as hell. There's nothing to say that a blood debt never needs blood to be paid. The killing intent was monstrous. It was like a demon god crawling out of hell. The atmosphere of fear at the scene was at its peak. He's really that Taoist son of the Green Cloud Taoist sect? Such a cruel regicide should never be left behind. The words were said, but trembling voices were ringing out. At this moment, no one dared to go forward, frantically fleeing. Lin Yuan's aura of the middle stage of the Dao Palace realm completely erupted, and with the Tai Shang Dao body that he possessed, this was a complete crush. The difference was too great, devastating, without a single fight. After all, among the people present, one of the two greatest powerhouses, Tian Xuanzi, had been blown to pieces by Lin Yuan's punch. Don't mess up, everyone! Shaky voice. Yanakora's scalp tingled as he watched the frightening scene at the scene. Was this still the Lin Yuan he knew? The temperament has changed so much. And in just a few months' time, from the early Divine Bridge realm to the mid-Dao Palace realm, how exactly did he reach it? Yanakora's heart was filled with doubt, disbelief. However, now is not the time to think about that. All of you help me, with my Piao Shui Dao Sect's great formation, killed his son. A bellowing voice said. The panicked, noisy scene around them quieted down. Obviously, Lu Tsong, who was the pattern Snow Dao sect leader and the initiator of this incident, was still able to speak. Instantly became the backbone of the cultivators present, only the next 100 remaining cultivators, panicked eyes and looking at Lu Tsong. The disciples of the drifting Snow Dao sect, listened to the order. With a heavy face, a token as if carved and molded from ice crystals appeared in Lu Tsong's hand. The silver light on it flowed and contained a slight chill. A command. Boom. 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 From all sides of the drifting Snow Dao sect, figures dressed in white appeared. There were the elders, hall masters, and disciples of the drifting Snow Dao sect, densely packed, standing in all directions, surrounding Lin Yuan. Turn on the big formation. Speaking. Lu Tsong's spiritual energy surged all over his body, all converging in the token in his hand. Boom. An incomparably bright silver light rose from the token in Lu Tsong's hand and shot straight up into the sky, resonating with the protective array that enveloped the entire drifting Snow Daoist sect. Above the void, the light is dazzling, the space is as rippling as a lake, the silver light and the protective array are intermingled with each other. Roar! 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 In an instant, there was the sound of a dragon's roar, a whistle that moved the 9 heavens, coming from above the void. But there was only the sound, not the dragon's shadow. Obviously, with the strength of Lu Tsong, the patriarch, he was unable to completely open it. At this time, Lu Tsong, who was at the bottom, his face was already strained beyond measure, and bean-sized beads of sweat were dripping down. Everyone, help me quickly, this formation cannot be opened by me alone. Yanakora bellowed. Yes, sovereign. A voice rang out from all directions. It was those drifting Snow Dao sect powerhouses that had just appeared. Obviously, they knew about this formation. A channel of spiritual light, from all directions, converged, all injected into the ice crystal order held in Lu Tsong's hand. Receiving assistance, Yanakora's face instantly relaxed. Roar! 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 The sound of the dragon's roar was becoming more and more majestic, the space distorted, from above the void. The silver light was brilliant, it was a dragon head silhouette that was emerging, and the aura of dragon power was spreading over the sky. This is the drifting Snow Dao sect's 9 dragon Shankuan formation? Being below, standing amidst the endless corpses, his eyes were looking up into the void. Lin Yuan's voice faintly rang out. Once, he had heard his master Xiao Zhantian mention that among the 3 great sects of the Eastern Wasteland, when it came to sect protection formations, the Piao Shui Dao sect was the first. 9 dragons Qiankuan formation, rumor has it that under the Ascension realm one must die. Even if it was a half-step heavenly Ascension realm, once the void was above the sky and the 9 silver dragons all appeared, it would have to be seriously injured even if it didn't die. However, since the founding of the drifting Snow Dao sect, there hadn't been any patriarch that could completely catalyze the 9 silver dragons to appear in unison. The spiritual energy consumed was too great. Just as Lin Yuan was curious about this so-called Eastern Wasteland's #1 clan protection formation. Roar! 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 Above the void, a majestic dragon's might covered the entire Piao Shui Dao sect at this moment. The silver light is bright and dazzling, incomparable, flashing shrinking with sense and cold shadow of the dragon's body, slowly emerging, which is only gathered by the formation, at the moment, but solid and incomparable, emitting the coldness of the heavens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With Lu Tsong, plus the power of all the strongest members of the drifting Snow Dao sect at this moment, 6 dragon shadows were condensed. Chapter 42, The Might of the Supreme Tao Body. This is the Nine Dragons Qiankuan formation of the Piaoshui Dao sect, the #1 clan protection formation in my eastern wasteland. The 100 or so cultivators who had been killed to the point of trembling by Lin Yuan with his own strength had originally despaired. At this time, everyone is looking up into the void above, that bloomed out of the silver aura, the sound of the dragon roar moving heaven and earth, 6 huge dragons, circling, dancing, the dragon power of the air spread over the sky and earth, shocking the Qiankuan. Hope appeared. If they could really condense 9 silver dragons, it seemed to all the cultivators present that it wouldn't be more than enough to deal with a Lin Yuan. After all, there are rumors that the Piaoshui Dao sect's protective array, once the 9 dragons are gathered, even a half-step ascension realm powerhouse, faced with this array, not to die, but also have to take off layers of skin. And just now, the realm that Lin Yuan had displayed, those present, had already learned about it. Mid-Dao Palace Realm. Rumor has it that when 9 dragons appear together, the world is invincible, and now 6 have appeared. Since that's the case, let's combine our strengths and coalesce 9 silver dragons to kill this evil demon. The despair on his face was gone, completely forgetting how he and the others, just now, were holding their heads in their hands. Instead, there were faces full of excitement, and all mouths, with an air of righteousness. It was as if they were the righteous ones in this representation of the eastern wasteland. And Lin Yuan, who killed so many cultivators at the scene, has already been recognized by them as an evil demon, a common enemy of the eastern wasteland, and everyone has to be put to death. Patriarch Lu, we have come to assist you. Mutilating so many of my eastern wasteland cultivators, he must not be spared. That's right, to be able to cultivate such an evil generation, the Qingyan Dao sect, in my opinion, is probably no better. Fortunately it has already been destroyed by all of us. A voice was ringing out, impassioned and righteous, determined to kill Lin Yuan and return justice to those who had died tragically at Lin Yuan's hands. Speaking. Boom. 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 An incomparably majestic spiritual energy surged from around the hundreds of cultivators present, converging and injecting towards the ice crystal order in Lu Tsung's hand. The token is crystal clear. One moment. The incomparable silver aura once again flourished from Lu Tsung's hands, illuminating the surroundings and reflecting on the faces of everyone present. It was as if this was in their eyes, the light of justice that would put to death Lin Yuan, the evil demon. Oh? I'd become an evil demon instead? White hair stained with blood, the black clothes on his body had long been soaked with blood. Lin Yuan watched this scene with interest. A hint of a smile appeared on his original frosty face. It was a sneer, a sneer. Facing the Diwu imperial dynasty, these people present could not wait to kneel up and lick its toes. On his orders, he joined forces and decimated his own Qingyan Dao sect, leaving not a single survivor, and scavenging the treasures within the sect afterwards. Today, they had gathered here at the Drifting Snow Dao sect, ready to discuss how to divide up the positions held by the Green Cloud Dao sect. Lin Yuan came for revenge and became an unscrupulous evil demon with a thirst for killing in their eyes. Since ancient times, so-called justice is only on the side of the majority. Today, Lin Yuan had only come alone. In terms of verbiage, naturally, you can't argue with the opposite side. However, for Lin Yuan, it didn't matter. If this is justice, if this is fairness, then he would crush it, with a light foot. Roar! 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 The sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the heavenly dome to shake. 6 giant silver dragons, hovering above the void. Right at this moment, as the power of the countless cultivators present was injected. Boom! 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 Those were the 3 silver dragons that had reappeared, spreading their teeth and claws and flying in the air. 9 bars. 9 dragons Qiankuan formation, it's done. Ha ha. This time, I'll see how arrogant he still is. Loud bursts of laughter resounded through the Piaoshui Dao sect at this moment, and the expressions on their faces were incomparably excited. His eyes were cold, as he looked at Lin Yuan, who was surrounded by the 9 dragons. It's finally done, even I'm seeing this complete 9-dragon Qiankuan formation for the first time. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Lu Tsung wiped the sweat from his face was white and beardless, and above his elegant face, he was equally excited. It could be said that at this moment, Lu Tsung, as well as all the cultivators present, were confident. This was the #1 formation in the eastern wasteland, and with the 9 dragons gathered together, it was the complete 9-dragon Qiankuan formation, which had been successfully executed for the first time since the founding of the Drifting Snow Dao sect. Not to mention that Lin Yuan was such a middle stage of the Dao Palace realm. Even if a half-step heavenly ascension realm came, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Thus, no one thought that Lin Yuan would be able to block this strike. No matter how strong your talent is, such cruelty will not be tolerated by heaven. Lu Tsong swept his gaze over those corpses at Lin Yuan's feet and looked at Lin Yuan, saying with great righteousness, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Regarding how many people died in Lin Yuan's hands, as long as they weren't disciples of his drifting Snow Dao sect, he, Lu Tsong, really didn't care. However, there were still so many other Eastern Wasteland clan powerhouses on the scene, so they mustn't take advantage of this opportunity to show their performance? Lu Tsong had already thought that after Lin Yuan's death, shortly afterward, rumors would spread from all over the Eastern Wasteland. The remaining members of the Qing Yun Dao sect, the leaky, Daozi Lin Yuan, slaughtering countless righteous people and falling into the devil's path in order to become evil demons. In the end, under his Lu Tsong's leadership, with the East Wasteland's righteousness, to save the tide, at a huge cost, finally killed this evil demon. Wanting to unify the Eastern Wasteland, this was a good opportunity to establish himself, a glorious and dazzling image. Sure enough, as Yanagora's voice rang out, the scene immediately resounded with a chorus of cupped feet. Patriarch Lu's great justice. Kid, it's a bargain to be able to die under this 9-dragon Shinkuan formation. That's right, those people from the Qing Yun Dao sect before, the way they died, were much more miserable than you. The scene laughed recklessly, uttering words to taunt Lin Yuan with unparalleled confidence. Forgetting to forget that before, they were in such a sorry state in front of Lin Yuan. Oh yeah? With a calm face, Lin Yuan was indifferent to the voices around him, and only faintly said. Raising his head, his eyes were looking above the void. Roar! 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 9 dragons crossed the sky, silver light illuminating the entire Piao Dao sect, the aura of dragon might spreading across the sky, shocking the Qiankuan, in falling towards himself. That might was indeed not something that a mid-Dao Palace realm cultivator could resist. Do you guys think that this 9-dragon Qiankuan formation can really trap me? Oh, this kid, he's got a big mouth. The complete first great formation of the Eastern Wasteland is not even in his eyes, this son is rampant. Who does he think he is? Disdainful, mocking voices came from all around, and the scene was incredibly noisy. They, the winners. Waiting in the wings, Lin Yuan died under this Eastern Wasteland's first great formation. Your eyes are too low. Lin Yuan was bashful. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, an incomparably blazing Dao light rose up from Lin Yuan's circumference. The void was violently shaking and trembling, and it was as if that unparalleled physical power was going to shatter the surrounding space. White hair like snow was flying, his body was slender, his face was cold, and within every inch of his body skin, he was glowing, containing the rhythm of the Tao. There was endless blazing light flowing in his eyes, containing the changes and evolution of the world's phenomena. This aura was too terrifying, it was something that completely surpassed above this realm, the supreme Tao body. Chapter 43 Fist Seal shatters the 9 dragons, Yanagora's despair. What kind of physique is this? That vibe. When they saw the changes that appeared on Lin Yuan's body, among the many cultivators at the scene, their eyes showed their gravity. Even the dragon spirit body, which was known as the strongest body in the Xin Tian continent, was by no means as terrifying as the breath revealed by Lin Yuan in front of him. Regardless of his physique, I don't believe that he can still block the number 1 formation in this Eastern Wasteland since ancient times. That's right, my drifting Snow Daoist sect's 9-dragon Shenkuan formation is enough to kill this son. Only Lu Tsong, along with the countless powerhouses within the Piao Dao sect, were incredibly confident in their own sect protector formations. Joking aside, since the establishment of the sect, this was the first time that the sight of 9 dragons gathered together. This could still be broken by a heavenly pride in the middle stage of the Dao Palace realm? No way. Absolutely not. Speaking. Above the void. Roar. 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 9 dragons across the sky, silver dazzling, flickering with the cold aura of the dragon body, each one is 100 meters long and short, covering the sky, surrounded by the sound of the dragon's roar. The entire puffing Snow Dao sect was shaking and trembling over it. Sharp claws probed out, enough to tear gold and crack rocks, to open mountains and break mountains. They were swooping down, they were suppressing Lin Yuan. Just 9 loaches. The voice was bland and confident. Boom! In the face of the 9 giant dragon silhouettes with incomparable dragon might, Lin Yuan's figure advanced instead of retreating. 1 step forward. Click. The ground under his feet was splitting into a huge crack, with gullies running deep. Lin Yuan's figure rose into the air and shot straight into the sky, killing the 9 silver dragons that were swooping down. Kill! A loud cry, with a grandiose voice, shook the 4 directions. A head full of white hair flying, black clothes spreading in the wind, the Tao light around his body, radiant to the extreme. Since ancient times, the Supreme Tao body is ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies in the heavens and the worlds, and any one of them is invincible in the same realm, and as for fighting across borders, it has never been too difficult. Not to mention in the middle of this lower realm. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Black and white Daowans, light shining between heaven and earth, battle intent unrivaled, fist seals were swinging out, crushing everything. A shocking scene emerged. The 9 dragons Qiankuan formation, which was known as the number 1 formation in the eastern wasteland, was currently shattering under Lin Yuan's fist imprint. Click! 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 The dragon's body was being shattered, broken limbs and arms, and the originally bright and incomparable silver radiance was becoming dim and losing its original brilliance. Roar! 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 The sound of the dragon's roar was tragic, hissing, and the broken dragon's body, transformed into countless dots of silver light, in scattering the sky. How is that possible? Is he really just at the Tao Palace realm? This is the number 1 formation in the eastern wasteland, how can it be? Below, Lu Tsong, the countless powerhouses of the drifting Snow Tao sect, were killed by Lin Yuan to the 100 or so remaining cultivators from the eastern wasteland. Their hearts were vibrating and roaring violently, their minds were filled with incomprehensibility, and their eyes were all confused. The 9 dragons Qiankuan formation was barely catalyzed by the joint efforts of all the people present. At this moment, under Lin Yuan's powerful attack, the 9 dragons Qiankuan formation shattered, and along with the people present, all of them inevitably suffered a heavy blow. Puffing! 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 His face was white, spitting blood, and some of those with weaker cultivation were even bleeding directly from their 7 orifices, looking miserable and incomparable. They were looking up, lost in thought as they looked at the young man who was stepping into the air at the moment with a magnificent aura. One must know that the 9 dragons Qiankuan formation, but even a half-step Ascension realm powerhouse would have to drag a layer of skin when they came. At just such an age, only around 20 years old, he had already reached this kind of ground, and was even stronger than the half-step Heaven Ascension realm with his strength at the middle stage of the Tao Palace realm. It all seemed too magical. Perhaps we shouldn't have participated in the battle to exterminate Qing Yun before. Other than the strongest members of the drifting Snow Tao sect, the other cultivators were laughing bitterly. They were defeated, and what awaited them next was death. Inwardly, a trace of regret flashed through his mind as he looked at Lin Yuan, able to reach this step at this age, in the eyes of countless cultivators at this moment. Perhaps, in the future, the young man in front of him would really be able to subvert the Du imperial dynasty that was claimed to be immortal. This is a true reflection of what is going on in the minds of countless people at this moment. But it's too late for regrets. Their hands were not stained with the blood of the Qing Yun Tao sect's cultivators. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Face pale, muttering and whispering, Yanakura couldn't accept the scene in front of him. Always confident and elegant, at this moment and became lost, as if the soul was taken out of the general. Dazed, confused, and unable to understand. Clearly distant from his long-cherished dream for many years, the great ambition of unifying the Eastern Wasteland. It's just one step away, really just one step away. But now, even their drifting Snow Tao sect, the 9-dragon Qiankuan formation, which had always been known as the number 1 formation in the Eastern Wasteland, had been easily cracked by Lin Yuan. He himself no longer had a bottom card to fight Lin Yuan. The previous plan to overthrow the Qing Yun Tao sect was ordered by the Du imperial dynasty though. However, one of them contacted all the major clans in the Eastern Wasteland and teamed up to overthrow the Qing Yun Tao sect, but he, Lu Tsong, personally planned it. He knew very well that Lin Yuan would never let himself go, and along with the Piao Shui Tao sect, he was afraid that it would be decimated in one day as the Qing Yun Tao sect had been before. Lu Tsong knew very well that the current Lin Yuan definitely possessed the strength. Sovereign! Beside him, an elder's voice rang out, waking up Yanakura, who was in a daze. There must be a way. There will be. Yanakura is like a lost soul. And please all of you. To die. Lin Yuan killed his way into the crowd, his eyes filled with death, indifference, and ruthlessness. Puffing. 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 A body, like grass, fell at Lin Yuan's feet. There were strong people from the drifting Snow Tao sect and other cultivators. Eyes always cold, without a single touch in his heart, Lin Yuan's heart had been frozen the moment he saw the destruction of the Qin Yin Dao sect. Hot blood rolled, sputtering and dripping, still unable to make this frozen heart melt away. Hand to hand, the enemy will be cut down, leaving no one behind. These were the words that Lin Yuan had spoken as he knelt down in the shattered Qin Yin Dao sect, to the entire sect, the 13,862 tragically deceased souls. At the moment, he was honoring what he had said before. Poof. 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 Heads rolled, limbs were broken, and the original bright red pool of blood on the ground rose a few points again. In the blink of an eye, there was no one around and standing in front of Lin Yuan. The remaining 100 or so cultivators, along with all of the strongest people and disciples of the Piao Shui Dao sect, all died in Lin Yuan's hands. Lu Tsong was the only one left, standing dumbfounded, looking at all this, his entire body becoming insane, looking at Lin Yuan with a gaze of hatred that was beyond compare. If you slaughter my Piao Shui Dao sect today, in the next day, you will die just the same if the Diyu imperial dynasty's strongest killers arrive. Shui is about to marry imperial Prince Yi Xian. You'll never know how powerful the underpinnings held within that imperial dynasty are. Yanakura was resentful beyond measure. It was Lin Yuan who ruined everything for him. Chapter 44 Learning Lin Yuan's true identity, Lu Tsong's regret. Diwu dynasty? A snort. When he heard those 4 words again, Lin Yuan's heart was tinged with hatred. The culprit for destroying the Qin Yin Dao sect was this bull imperial dynasty. Never looked this Diwu dynasty in the eye. Originally, Lin Yuan's intention was to head to the central state after returning from the Tai Qing Emperor Palace. After all, Yi Xian had escaped from his hands before. With regards to that imperial prince, Lin Yuan never intended to let go. But what Lin Yuan didn't expect was that he hadn't even killed the door yet. These rats from the eastern wasteland, along with that imperial son Yi Xian, wiped out the entire Qin Yin Dao sect. Blood feud. This drifting snow Taoist sect, this eastern wasteland, is just the beginning. Wasn't Yi Xian going to marry Lu Shui in Central State? How could such a good thing be missing him Lin Yuan again? I wonder if the other party will be satisfied with a blood-stained wedding banquet. Diwu dynasty? The emperor? He's not even qualified to lift my shoes. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy cold, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he was watching Lu Tsong in front of him. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Today is your victory, but I didn't expect that you were so arrogant and cocky. The drifting snow Dao sect was killed by the person in front of him, and his own life's long cherished wish was broken by him. Things have come to this point, Yanakura also simply not in fear. Stubbornly. You're just an orphan picked up by those old men from the wild, so what qualifications do you have to compare with my virtuous son-in-law? The honor of the bloodline, the gap in status, is something you will never be able to understand. Shaking his head slightly, his black hair scattered randomly, gaunt and incomparable, as if he had instantly aged, above his face, Lu Tsong was persistent and incomparable, looking at Lin Yuan in front of him with disdain. Back then, the drifting snow Dao sect and the Qin Yin Dao sect were on better terms, and Lu Tsong also knew something about Lin Yuan's life. In his opinion, an orphan was just an orphan, so what qualifications did he have to be compared to the first power of the Xian Tian continent, the Grand Prince of the Diyu imperial dynasty? That virtuous son-in-law of his, Yi Xian, in the future it is even possible to inherit the throne and control the most powerful force in this realm. At that time, he would avenge himself, as well as the entire drifting snow Dao sect. They're all dead, and they're still so obsessed. It had to be said that Lu Shui and this Lu Tsong duo were worthy of being father and daughter, whether it was cognitive or character, as if they were carved out of a mold. I was indeed picked up from a snowy place by his elder master. Nodding slightly, Lin Yuan calmly said. For the matter of that year, when he was small, his master, Xiao Zhantian, had already told him about it. The matter needs no further comment. Humph. Just an orphan. Hearing this, the disdain on Lu Tsong's face was becoming more and more intense. In Lu Tsong's opinion, if Lin Yuan hadn't stepped on and been picked up by Xiao Zhantian when he was a child. Not to mention that honored Diyu dynasty prince, even within his own clan, a random outer disciple who picked water and did odd jobs was not something that the original Lin Yuan could be compared to. But who told you that a person picked up from the wild is fatherless? I come from the upper realm imperial clan, the Lin family. Just then, Lin Yuan blandly said. Go to. Upper world. The Imperials. Lin. Confusion was instantly revealed in Yanakura's eyes. Boom. When hearing these words, for some reason, Yanakura's scalp tingled, as if these words, what they represented, were a taboo. Just the words were about to come out of his mouth, and a kind of meditative, incomparable palpitating feeling was surging through his whole body. The surrounding heaven and earth were quiet, and space and time were as if they were frozen. Dang! 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 At this moment, it was as if Ryukura could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Beads of sweat were dripping. There was a moment of silence before finally breaking free from the strange atmosphere. Phew! Take a big breath. The whole person was as if paralyzed with exhaustion. You said you came from the upper world. The imperial nation. How is that possible? Unbelievable, hard to understand. Lutsong's face was complicated beyond measure, as he looked at Lin Yuan in front of him, who had always been despised by him. From the time when Lin Yuan had been courting his daughter, he had been extremely disdainful of Lin Yuan's birth. An orphan who stepped on luck is just an orphan. What qualification is there to marry his own daughter? The reason why, before, he had agreed to marry Lu Shui to Lin Yuan. Or was it because, over the years, Lin Yuan had indeed become somewhat famous amongst the group of heavenly prides in the eastern wasteland? On top of that, at that time, Xiao Zhantian had personally promised him. In the future, he would pass on the position of patriarch of the Qingyan Dao sect to Lin Yuan, and it was only then that he reluctantly agreed. This was before Lin Yuan and Lu Shui's wedding banquet. Who knew that on the very day of the wedding banquet, Yi Xian, the imperial prince from the Diyu imperial dynasty, had descended? At that moment, Yanakura instantly recoiled. An orphan, even if he was able to inherit the position of the Green Cloud Patriarch in the future, how could he be compared to the Diyu imperial dynasty's royal son? He didn't hesitate to give the Heavenly Mountain Sacred Lotus to Yi Xian on top of Lin Yuan's wedding banquet, firmly standing on the side of the Diyu imperial dynasty. Even going so far as to later unite all the great clans in the eastern wasteland and overthrow the Qingyan Dao sect, but also to embrace the big leg of the Diyu imperial dynasty. But now what? What did he hear? The true identity of an orphan child that he had once looked down upon extremely was actually someone from the upper realm. The upper realm, that was the upper realm that everyone in the lower realm cultivators aspired to. After going through hundreds of trials and tribulations and heavy calamities, one can step into the realm of ascension before finally ascending to the upper realm. The difficulty of this process no longer needed to be described, from the countless cultivators in the entire eastern wasteland, but now there wasn't even a single half-step ascension realm powerhouse. One could see how difficult it was to ascend to the upper realm. And the Imperials. What a joke. Body refining, chi gathering, God concentration, divine bridge, Dao palace, ascension to heaven, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, emperor realm. Even for those who had just started cultivating, they understood what the word emperor actually stood for. That was in the upper realm, and it all represented invincibility in the world. And a person of the imperial clan, being brought to himself, compared to a royal dynasty in the lower realms? At this moment, Yanakura's face was completely confused. If you say you are, then you are, huh? Yanakura, always a bit unable to believe it inside, spoke out. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Yuan in front of him. This unknown physique, the aura that emanated from that around his body was indeed far from being possessed by a cultivator of the lower realm. On top of that, remembering that on the day of the wedding banquet before, the old man who appeared beside Lin Yuan at the Heaven Ascension realm had even addressed Lin Yuan as young lord. As well as, just now, when he tried to pronounce the 4 words Emperor Clan Lin family, it suddenly happened to him, that kind of forbidden power in the underworld. It seems that. Maybe it's true? Well, you talk too much crap. With an impatient expression on his face, Lin Yuan spoke out. I hear then that your dog's son-in-law, with that, is to be married before long? Then let's borrow this head of Patriarch Lu as my congratulatory gift. Lin Yuan's words fell. Light flashed between his fingers. Puffing. Blood was scattered. Lutsong died, and before he died, his disoriented gaze kept looking at Lin Yuan with incomprehensibility, as well as a hint of regret. Chapter 45 Lin Yuan's Breakthrough. Within the drifting Snow Dao sect. A great battle is over. Countless halls collapsed, buildings crashed to the ground, and there were countless corpses. There were countless cultivators of the drifting Snow Dao sect, from the patriarch, elders, and hall masters, down to the pro-disciples and outer disciples, and not a single one was left behind. There were also powerful people from all the major clans within the eastern wasteland. But now, it was just one of the countless corpses in a pool of blood. Blood was flowing, staining the entire clan red, no less tragic than what happened in the Qingyan Dao sect that day. Blame it on the fact that they were on the wrong side of the fence and made a bad choice. The 4 words, "du imperial dynasty," made them oblivious, thinking that as long as they could hug the thigh of that so-called immortal imperial dynasty, they would be able to rest on their laurels. But today, Lin Yuan's appearance had taught them a lesson. Blood debts never need blood to pay. Amidst the endless wreckage, a coffin, placed on the ground, was carried by Lin Yuan. Inside the coffin, an old man was buried, and it was he who had taken in and raised the Lin Yuan of that year. Treating Lin Yuan as the sole successor, and even originally, even the position of patriarch of the Qingyan Dao sect was intended to be passed on to Lin Yuan. Only now, everything about the Qingyan Dao sect was gone after that battle of extermination. Puff! Ignoring the bloodstains on the ground and not minding the dirt, Lin Yuan knelt on both knees, facing the coffin. "Master! You saw it, didn't you? All the people who caused my Qingyan to perish that day, they paid the price they deserved. The black clothes were soaked through, like snow, and above the head full of white hair, it was still stained with blood, scarlet dots. Above the clear face, the gaze was somewhat touched. Only at this moment, the young man who killed like a demon unloaded that indifference. The entire Qingyan sect, the 13,862 dead souls, Lin Yuan always believed that they died because of him. It was myself who got them killed." This kind of remorse, for his own questioning, pressed Lin Yuan these days, always breathless. He took everything and carried it on his back. Within the shattered Qingyan Dao sect, he knelt for a night. Overnight, black hair turns white. Within the coffin, there was never a reply. At this moment, the surrounding area was like a hell on earth, dead silence. With half of his revenge avenged, Lin Yuan's heart, which had been taut for many days, finally got a hint of relief at this moment. Or maybe it's that glimmer of forgiveness for yourself. Boom! Right at this moment, a majestic spiritual energy surged from Lin Yuan's circumference. Going to break through? The still slightly hoarse voice broke the silence around them. In feeling the changes within. This spiritual energy is what was left behind when fusing the pupils of the Supreme Tao within the imperial palace of Taiching before. Learn the reason for the impending breakthrough. Previously, after breaking through to the Tao Palace realm, Lin Yuan could still feel that there were still remnants in his body of the spiritual energy left behind when he fused the Taishang Tao pupil. At this moment, the last trace of this remaining spiritual energy was finally going to be completely consumed by Lin Yuan, helping Lin Yuan's realm to take another step forward. The broken and bloodstained Piao Shui Dao sect was surrounded by ruins as Lin Yuan fell into a breakthrough. In the meantime, all over the eastern wasteland. Strange, that day went to the drifting snow Dao sect of the various great sects of powerful people. Now that 10 days have passed, why isn't there the slightest bit of news? For dozens of days in a row, even the entire drifting snow Dao sect seemed to have disappeared from the world. Logically speaking, it was only right that news of such an event would have circulated a few days ago. But no! The drifting snow Dao sect, the Big Dipper sect, along with the eastern wastelands large and small, the strongest people from all the major sects, were as if they had evaporated from the earth. There's not a scrap of news circulating about them. Up ahead is the drifting snow Daoist sect. This place, it's really cold. Hee, the drifting snow Dao sect, which has always been in my extreme north, is definitely cold. The sky and the earth were white, and some scattered cultivators, braving the snow, were moving forward. The cultivators in the world, in terms of numbers, were still the most numerous of the scattered cultivators, spread throughout the eastern wasteland. It wasn't just anyone that was qualified to join the sect. These days, countless eastern wasteland powerhouses that have disappeared since the drifting snow Dao sect, curiosity, attracted this far north, countless scattered cultivators to come, wanting to find out. Remember, when we arrive, with our status, but we have to be respectful. Otherwise, with the strength of these people of ours, someone else's drifting snow Daoist sect would be able to send out a disciple at random and wipe us all out. Among the scattered cultivators, there are seniority elders, their voices proudly said. Although he was a casual cultivator, many years ago, because of an incident, he was fortunate enough to have traveled to the drifting snow Dao sect and seen what was one of the most powerful sects in the eastern wasteland. Here it is, just climb this snowy peak. The elder led the way, a little apprehensive inside, and in front of him, there was a huge snowy peak rising up out of the ground, and on top of the peak, it was flat. Driven by curiosity, a group of dozens of casual cultivators were climbing. The cold wind howled and panted heavily as he climbed for several hours. But when the summit was reached, looking in front of you scared everyone silly. The great hall collapsed, the pavilion shattered, and among the endless ruins were endless corpses, and for tens of days, the blood on the ground did not dry up. The smell of blood was incomparably thick, permeating the entire shattered drifting snow Dao sect. This is the drifting snow Dao sect? Dead. The entire drifting snow Dao sect, along with countless powerful people in the eastern wasteland, are dead. Dozens of people, shaking and sweating inside. Just who, exactly, is able to do this, to cut down so many powerful people? At the head of the group was an old man, dressed in rough black clothes. Its name is Wu Yi, age 70, more than, just barely cultivated to the realm of Qi gathering, seniority longer, in this far north of the land of a group of loose cultivators, is also some prestige. In front of him, among those countless corpses that had fallen to the ground, any one of them was a person that he needed to respect and look up to on weekdays. But now, it's just a corpse. Just as the dozens of people present were shocked and curious about it. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right here and now. The entire shattered drifting snow Dao sect, along with the snowy peaks underneath its feet, were shaking and trembling violently. It was a radiant figure, rising up from the endless ruins, the breath surging randomly around his body, shaking the four directions, attracting the gazes of these dozens of loose cultivators who had just arrived at this place. Finally a breakthrough. The black and white light around his body was rising up, and the majestic spiritual energy in his body was swimming all over his body. The light of the Tao shone brightly, transforming into countless mysterious runes, suspended from the circumference, densely packed. The breath was becoming more and more powerful, climbing in knots. Boom! After breaking through that last obstacle in the middle stage of the Tao Palace realm, the spiritual energy in his body, compared to before, was once again more than several times more majestic. It's Lin Yuan. After nearly half a month's time, he broke through to the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. Chapter 46 Direction, Central State, Dayu Dynasty. At the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, as strong as Lu Tsang of the Drifting Snow Dao sect, Tian Xuanzi of the Heavenly Dipper sect, and the patriarch of the Qingyun sect, Xiao Zhantian, Lin Yuan's master. The sovereigns of these three great Dao clans, none of them had reached the late stage of the Tao Palace realm even in their lifetime. They were known as the three strongest men in the eastern wasteland. But at this moment, Lin Yuan, who was only about 20 years old, had reached the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. In terms of realm alone, the current Lin Yuan had already crowned the entire eastern wasteland. And that's, still, from the realm level. One must know that before he had not broken through the 9 dragons Qiankuan formation that Lin Yuan had broken, it was claimed that when a half-step heaven ascension realm powerhouse came, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Thus, the true battle power of Lin Yuan, who possessed the supreme Tao body, could not yet be judged on the basis of a mere realm. I wonder, does the current me have a fighting chance against a true ascension realm? The Tao light around his body was radiant, standing in the air, and his eyes, which had been closed tightly for half a month, were slowly opening. Feeling the changes in the spiritual energy within his body, Lin Yuan's voice rang out as he calmly said. The Heaven Ascension realm was already the top of the entire Xian-Tian continent, and strength had already reached the extreme in this realm. It was rumored that those powerful people had the might to move mountains and fill up the sea, and to open up the sky and split the earth. In this realm, there has also been a saying. No matter how strong your talent is, how amazing your talent is, under the Ascension realm, all are ants. But now, Lin Yuan was trying to see who was stronger and who was weaker with his current realm, along with the Supreme Tao body, against the Heavenly Ascension realm. Dayu Dynasty. With his eyes blazing, Lin Yuan's gaze was looking into the distance, where the direction of the central state was. In the 5 states of the Xian-Tian continent, the central state had the most abundant spiritual qi in heaven and earth, and the cultivation path was the most prosperous. It was rumored that there were countless heavenly prides there, everyone was like a dragon, and there were even countless strong people, far beyond the other 4 states. And what made Lin Yuan even more concerned was the culprit that killed his entire Qingyun Dao sect, the Dayu imperial dynasty, was within the central state. Now, the strength had once again broken through, and the realm had reached the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. This central state, this will certainly go, and it is urgent. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering his next plan. Dare I ask, but is it Taoist Lin Yuan? Just at this moment, below, a voice rang out, a man in green, a little apprehensive inside. In looking up at Lin Yuan, his voice was tinged with trembling as he asked in curiosity. His name was Han Ci, and he was just a casual cultivator who had been cultivating for many years, and now he was still stuck at the stage of body refining. Years ago, had the honor of meeting Lin Yuan once. However, at that time, Lin Yuan was a renowned heavenly pride in the eastern wasteland, backed by the Qingyan Dao sect, and was the Dao son of one of the three great Dao sects in the Eastern Wasteland. His status was honorable and spirited, but he was approachable, and even when facing a casual cultivator like him, he did not have the slightest bit of a stance. But now, looking at the young man with a full head of white hair, his temperament greatly changed, cold as ice, the chill emanating from his body, causing his heart to tremble. Even Han Ci was a bit unsure if the person in front of him was still a Dao son of the Qingyan Dao sect. The change was so great that I almost didn't recognize it. Thoughts were interrupted. Lin Yuan just frowned slightly. Looking down below, a group of cultivators whose realm was no higher than Qi gathering. The aura in the body is disorganized and the foundation is shallow. This is a group of loose cultivators. I'm Lin Yuan. The voice said calmly, without the slightest hint of condescension or bravado. Although the Qingyan Dao sect had been destroyed, there was a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. These people in front of him were not even qualified to participate in the battle of the overthrow of the Green Clouds. Although he, Lin Yuan, hated it, he was not so bad as to take these people to vent his hatred, bullying, this kind of thing, he did not care to do. This drifting Snow Dao sect, and the sect masters of the great sects? Han Ci, as well as the crowd of loose cultivators present, swept their gazes across the surroundings, fearful and with incomparable curiosity. It's well known. Not long ago, the news of the Qingyan Dao sect's extermination was something that they had heard about all over the Eastern Wasteland nowadays, even from the scattered cultivators in the extreme north. When the Qingyan Dao sect was first exterminated, it was led by the two major sects, the Piaoshui Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect. And right now, within the drifting Snow Dao sect, the entire sect, as well as those patriarchs of all the major sects, the strongest people, were killed to the point that there wasn't even a single one that could take a breath, and were slaughtered to death. And Lin Yuan appeared here. Without much thought, the result seemed to already indicate that the one who caused the scene in front of him, which was like an inferno on earth, was Lin Yuan, the former Dao son of the Qingyan Dao sect. However, the scene in front of them was too shocking, too frightening, and even though they knew that it might have been Lin Yuan's doing, they still didn't dare to be sure. Until, that is, Lin Yuan himself admitted the matter. I killed it. Standing in the air, Lin Yuan's face was calm as he faintly said. Boom. The moment this moment came out, the scene instantly boiled over. Dozens of gazes were looking at Lin Yuan, shocked beyond measure. How long has it been? The previous Lin Yuan was in the Eastern Wasteland, although he had become extremely famous. But that was only among the younger generation, but now. It was unimaginable that this was almost by virtue of one's own strength, killing the entire Eastern Wasteland's great clans until their inheritance was severed. Such a ruthless person was almost an unattainable existence for them, and a single thought was enough to crush them into dregs. Dressed in black, the blood on the teenager's body was still there, and that icy coldness was shivering though. But at this moment, the dozens of loose cultivators present did not feel a trace of malice in Lin Yuan. The person who had killed to the extent that the legacies of the great clans in the Eastern Wasteland were broken was just calmly conversing with them. It's time to leave. In ignoring those present, Lin Yuan appeared before the coffin. The figure was thin and slim, almost blocked by the coffin, but within the body, it was as if it possessed endless power. Leaning down, with a slight effort, he lifted it and carried it on his back. Boom! Taking one step, Lin Yuan was departing. Leaving this, the drifting Snow Dao sect that had buried countless powerful people in the Eastern Wasteland. The direction in which we are traveling. It's the middle of the state. Target, Diwu Dynasty. But what he doesn't know is how much his name will shake the Eastern Wasteland in the near future. Chapter 47, Lin Yuan's two characters shook the Eastern Wasteland, arrived in the central state. A few days later, a piece of news shook the entire Eastern Wasteland, causing countless cultivators in the world to feel incredible. The Piaoshui Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect, two of the top sects in the Eastern Wasteland, along with countless famous and powerful people, were decimated within the Piaoshui Dao sect, leaving no one behind. When this news came out, countless cultivators in the world were abuzz. The source of the news came from a group of loose cultivators in the far north. At first, it was simply hard to believe. Are you kidding me? That represents the entire top battle force of the entire Eastern Wasteland, being killed off? Rumors are definitely rumors. Within the Eastern Wasteland nowadays, the rumors are really getting more and more outrageous. Do people who spread rumors not have any brains? At first hearing, no one chose to believe it. This kind of news, it was outrageous. Especially when he later learned that the one who had decimated so many powerful people was still the work of just one person. These loose cultivators, they really do say anything for the sake of fame. That's just it, don't even think about it, is it possible? The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Someone exclaimed. The unbelievers are still in the vast majority. Until, when a cultivator actually traveled to the far north and saw the scenes within that Pao Shui Dao sect, which was like a purgatory on earth, the entire person was stunned. Buried under the rubble, each broken wreckage could be a patriarch, elder, or the like of a major clan in the eastern wasteland. Strong as Tian Xianzi, his corpse is not left. All that remains of Yanakura is his headless body. This time, no one will ever be disbelieved again. That scene was so shocking. It's true, countless powerful people from my eastern wasteland died within the Puffing Snow Dao sect. Countless powerful clans have been killed until their inheritance is broken. Just who is it that can do this? Countless cultivators, all gathered in the extreme north, within the drifting Snow Taoist sect, seeing the devastation, heartbreaking. It was simply unimaginable, and I'm afraid that the only people in the world who could achieve this step were those who were truly strong enough to step into the Ascension realm. Therefore, the first thing that countless people thought of was a strong person from the central state. This was because within the Xian heavenly continent, apart from the central state, it was difficult for the other four states to give birth to strong individuals of the heavenly Ascension realm. But right at this moment, amongst the crowd, a man in green clothes appeared, and it was none other than one of the scattered cultivators that day, Song Ci, who had spoken with Lin Yuan for a few moments, who spoke out the real reason for what happened. Facing the curiosity of the crowd. It's Taoist Lin Yuan. That day within the drifting Snow Dao sect, when they were discussing the division of the Green Cloud Dao sect's territory, it was Taoist Lin Yuan alone who was present. Decimate the countless powerhouses on the scene. With a coat of green clouds, Song Ci was a little apprehensive inside, he was just a casual cultivator. Being sized up by so many powerful people was extremely stressful. When the words Lin Yuan Daozi were mentioned under his breath, his eyes were glowing and an expression of incomparable admiration flowed across his face. Xingyan clan was destroyed, carrying a blood feud, alone, with the coffin of his teacher, blood washed the entire Pao Shui Dao sect. What exactly is the... One must know that there were the two top clans of the eastern wasteland, the drifting Snow Dao sect and the Big Dipper sect, plus those on the scene, who were big names in the entire eastern wasteland. Any of these people, but he, Song Ci, usually saw, have to be respectful existence. But in the hands of Lin Yuan Daozi, it was like slaughtering grass. Perhaps. Such a character is worthy of the four sons of heaven. Song Ci's inner admiration flowed out, his heart surging, and his gaze was looking into the distance. That's the direction of the Middle Kingdom. It was also the direction Lin Yuan had traveled in after leaving that day. Lin Yuan. When the name was heard, the scene shook and. For that previous extermination of the Qingyan Dao sect, the people at the scene, naturally, understood it. Whether it was from every aspect, the only person left after the Qingyan Dao sect was exterminated had a reason to do this. How the hell did he do that? Someone at the scene shook inside and murmured in a low voice. After that, within the drifting Snow Dao sect, along with the deaths of the strongest members of the various sects, the matter was thoroughly circulated. The deaths of the Big Dipper sect, the drifting Snow Dao sect, and the strongest members of the various clans are assured. The person who caused this situation is the former Dao son of the Qingyan Dao sect, Lin Yuan. Capping this matter was undoubtedly a great earthquake for the entire eastern wasteland afterward. And the name of Lin Yuan, since then, for the countless clans in the eastern wasteland, as if it were a taboo. Some people were praising Lin Yuan for his deeds to avenge the deep hatred of the clan. If a person, even raising himself up, the revenge of the whole clan is ignored, even if the talent is high and the strength is strong, what is the use? There are also those who believe that causing such a killing in order to avenge one's own revenge is too cruel, and sooner or later one will fall into the devil's path. Of course, these are just other people's comments. Even when Lin Yuan, who was the person involved, learned of this, he only scoffed. Spare the enemy? One's own Qingyan Dao sect, the grievances of the 13,862 dead souls who died, what should one take to dispel? Just as within the eastern wasteland, it was still shaken by Lin Yuan's name. At this time, far away from the eastern wasteland continent on the sea level. Achoo! Achoo! A black dress with a full head of white hair, carrying a coffin on his back and traveling through the air. Lin Yuan suddenly sneezed twice. What's the deal, who's going to read me again? Lin Yuan touched his nose. With his current strength at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, could he still suffer from wind chill? This was obviously impossible. Not thinking much about it. The unceasing speed of the imperial air traveled forward, his gaze was looking down below. Endless, azure blue turquoise waves rippled and occasional waves churned 100 feet high. From time to time, one could see an overseas immortal island with traces of the presence of cultivators on it. However, it had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. His goal was the central state, the Diyu imperial dynasty. The 5 states of the Xian-Tian continent are all separated by endless oceans. With my strength at the Dao Palace realm, I have now left the eastern wasteland and have been flying for more than half a month, and I still haven't reached the land of the central state. With a sigh, Lin Yuan had to admit that this Xian-Tian continent was vast. With his current speed, even if he traversed the entire eastern wasteland continent, I'm afraid that a few days at most would be enough. Time is passing. In the blink of an eye, a month of time had once again passed. Finally. Ahead, since the end of the sea level, a majestic and incomparable continent, several times larger than the eastern wasteland, was introduced to Lin Yuan's eyes. Central State has arrived. A slightly hoarse voice rang out. Looking ahead, killing intent surged wildly within Lin Yuan's deep eyes. The drifting Snow Dao sect, those eastern wasteland clans of all sizes, could only be counted as pawns. The one that truly brought about the demise of his master, his little sister, and the entire Qing Yin Dao sect. It's Yi Xian, it's the Diwu dynasty. His trip is to this Xian-Tian continent, claiming that since ancient times immortal dynasty, completely overthrow. Chapter 48 Yi Xian and Lu Shue's wedding banquet, Lin Yuan arrives. Middle States. The spiritual qi was abundant and incomparable, ranking as the most prosperous place for cultivation in the Xian-Tian continent. There were countless immortal sects and Dao mansions, with powerful people like clouds, far beyond the other 4 states. Forces like the Heavenly Dipper sect and the Puffing Snow Dao sect, which were known as top-level forces in the eastern wasteland, could be found almost everywhere within the central state. And on top of so many powerful forces in the central state, a monumental power, the Diwu imperial dynasty, overcoming all beings. The entire central state is divided into 36 domains. The imperial Dao domain located in the hinterland of the central state, the Diyu imperial dynasty, was situated in this domain. The dragon chi of the imperial way rushed to the sky, and the surrounding halls were lofty and incomparable. At this point, within the Diwu palace, however, there were lights and colors everywhere, red silk everywhere, and the joy attracted countless powerful forces from the central state. Congratulations, congratulations, the great prince is a famous heavenly pride in my central state. For today's wedding, I, the heavenly dragon Dao mansion, have slightly prepared a thin gift. It's no honor. The only heavenly pride of the contemporary imperial dynasty who possesses the dragon spirit body and is the grand imperial prince. How can the big wedding day be without my Luladeo sect? Within the Diyu imperial palace, there were countless powerful people from the central state who had come, all of them coming with thick gifts and smiles on their faces. There was no other reason. Today, it was the big day that Yi Xian, the great prince of the Diyu imperial dynasty, was tying the Dao couple with Lu Shui. The news has been out for months. It was reasonable to say that even the wedding day of an imperial prince would not cause so many powerful people from the central state to come. However, the difference was that Yi Xian's status was so honorable that even amongst the contemporary group of emperors, there was no one who could compare to him. One must know that even for the people of the Diyu imperial clan, not every royal son, at birth, could possess the dragon spirit body, which was the #1 physique in the Xian-Tian continent since ancient times. Coupled with Yi Xian's identity as the Grand Imperial Prince, it was no surprise that the throne of the next generation of Yu Emperor would definitely belong to Yi Xian. It was also for this reason that climbing into a good relationship with this future Yu Emperor in advance was essential for the countless powerful forces in the central state today. There were countless guests, and the palace was packed with people. Although they are all strong, they are all for entering the palace on foot. Joking, since the establishment of the Diwu dynasty, there has never been anyone who dared from the palace above the imperial air. That is no different from looking for death. The feast was about to open, and the scene was loud and joyous. At this time, within a palace in the imperial palace, he was dressed in red, with an upright and dignified posture, and his appearance was incredibly handsome. It was none other than Yi Xian. This thing, what the hell is it? The voice rang out with a question. In the palm of his hand, there was a thumb-sized, black stone block, and on top of the stone block, it was densely packed with countless mysterious Dao lines. Yi Xian was surveying with curiosity in his eyes. This item was a trophy that he had collected when he traveled to the eastern wasteland, that day, when he slaughtered the Qing Yin Dao sect. It looked like stone, but something in the underworld told him that it was never that simple. Like stone, not stone, like wood, not wood, this kind of material, even within the treasury of his Daewoo imperial dynasty, has never been seen. If it was just the material, it naturally wouldn't have been able to attract the gaze of this honorable grand prince of his status. What made Yi Xian the most curious was the densely packed runes inscribed on it, which were ancient and simple, as if they were naturally carved. It was also for this reason that among the countless precious trophies of the Qing Yin Dao sect in the beginning, he had his eye on this item. But quite a few days had passed since his return from the eastern wasteland, and until now, he hadn't been able to figure it out. Just as Yi Xian stared into the middle of his palm, his eyes were deep in thought. Great Prince, the auspicious time is almost here. Ms. Lu has already appeared at the wedding banquet. Outside the hall, the maid's voice rang out, interrupting Yi Xian's inner curiosity. Got it. Putting away the stone block inscribed with mysterious runes in his hand as if it was a treasure, Yi Xian stood up and left the temple in large strides, heading to the wedding banquet. Look, that's the great prince, the strongest heavenly pride of the contemporary central state. What about the dragon spirit body, a lineage of Ye's royal family, a unique and powerful physique that has always been known as the first in the Xintian continent? Have you heard, this grand prince, who married, is actually just a small clan woman from the eastern wasteland. Those who came to the feast this time were not only the powerhouses of the great clans in the central state, along with some of the central state's heavenly prides who were of the same generation as Yi Xian had come. There were both men and women, and as Yi Xian's figure appeared, a voice whispered in the scene. As a person of the central state, the cultivators of the other four states are all born with contempt and are looked down upon. Therefore, in the eyes of many people at this moment, Lu Shui, an indigenous person from the eastern wasteland, had completely flown the coop. At this point, the sight of the wedding reception. Among the crowd, also dressed in red, with a fair complexion, a tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 green threads hanging down. The expression on Lu Shui's face as she listened to the bragging of the people around her was one of pride. Seeing Yi Xian coming over, she was busy waving her jade hand. Brother Yi Xian, I'm here. The beautiful eyes swept around in passing. The people present could be the Daewoo imperial dynasty, as well as the true powerhouses of the central state. If you blow your breath, you can blow the Qing Yin Dao sect out of existence. And one of the main characters here today is her, Lu Shui. That's what one really wants. A small Qing Yin Dao sect, a mere Lin Yuan, was worthy of himself? A toad wants to eat a swan's flesh. That Lin Yuan is just an orphan, what virtue and ability, and now the Qing Yin Dao sect has been destroyed by his own brother Yi Xian. Without the Qing Yin Dao sect, it was just a dog that had lost its way, and how could it be compared to his own brother Yi Xian? Lu Shui at this moment only felt that her decision was incomparably correct. The wedding reception is about to open. Within the Daewoo Imperial Palace, there were countless top-notch powerhouses and celestial pride from the central state, in addition to the powerhouses of the imperial dynasty itself. It could be said that almost half of the big names of the central state had gathered here. The wedding banquet, which was waiting for Yi Xian and Lu Shui's tie-up as a Taoist couple, was officially opened. Just at the same time, outside the palace, a black dress with a full head of white hair, the aura around him was cold and incomparable, carrying a coffin behind him, ignoring the strange gazes of the people around him. Is this the Daewoo dynasty? Grandeur indeed. It was Lin Yuan, who had come from the eastern wasteland, who gazed at the majestic imperial palace in front of him and nodded slightly. One had to admit that the Daewoo imperial dynasty, which was the overlord of the central state, was indeed not comparable to those sects in the eastern wasteland. Unfortunately, it's just that I don't know if this imperial dynasty, which is called immortal, is still around since today? Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh, and in the midst of a dead gaze, the endless coldness, as if he wanted to freeze the entire world, caused one's heart to tremble. Qing Yin Dao sect that the dead 13,862 dead souls will begin today completely to an end. Chapter 49. Within the imperial palace, the figure that came with a coffin on its back. At this moment, within the palace, the scene was clamoring as countless gazes were watching Yi Xian's duo. Especially Lu Shui, her face was shy and her heart was looking forward to it. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. One's own brother Yi Xian, in the future, was an unquestionable candidate to inherit the throne of the Daewoo imperial dynasty. And wait until then. A fangirl heart was beating violently with excitement. From today onwards, her identity was destined to become golden, and would be beyond the comprehension of those eastern wasteland natives. I can't imagine that a woman from a small sect from the eastern wasteland can have today. Oh, that's life. I heard that the East Wasteland that place has thin spiritual chi, poor mountains and water, and the cultivators are even extremely poorly endowed. People born in the central state, they were born with a sense of superiority. The people around them were whispering, their eyes were looking at Lu Shui, and it would be a lie to say that they were not envious. Haven't you seen that even those surrounding great figures from the central state are making no effort to flatter Imperial Prince Yi Xian? What was the figure? Wasn't it to strike a good relationship with Yi Xian, the future Yu Emperor, in advance? As a result, it was no better than a woman from the Eastern Wasteland. As time passes, the auspicious time has come, please also. The voice of a male duck's voice rang out. This was a palace's grand inner governor, a close confidant of the contemporary Emperor Yi Tu, presiding over the wedding banquet for the two of them, Yi Xian. Suddenly, right at this moment, within the entire palace, the surrounding void was shaking and trembling violently. This change immediately interrupted the order of the original wedding banquet. Ta-da! 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 It was the sound of steps ringing out, and with each step falling, the space, like an originally calm lake, was creating ripples. Above the emptiness of the palace, it was a figure that stepped into the air. White hair like snow, but his face was somewhat clear, a black dress, a cold temperament, a single thin figure, carrying a coffin that was several times larger than it. It was Lin Yuan. One moment. This kind of change immediately caused countless people at the scene to be humanly shocked. One must know that since the establishment of the Diwu imperial dynasty, no one had ever dared to travel in the air from the upper part of the imperial palace. Because, it's no different than looking for death. But at this moment, right now, this taboo rule in general, is being broken. And from afar, it was such a young teenager, whose age was not much worse than quite a few of the Zhengzhou celestial pride on the scene. Wow! The wedding reception was interrupted and the scene exploded into a frenzy. Who are you, eaten up with bear heart and leopard's gall? How dare you to roam the skies above the palace? Hee, the wedding banquet site dared to come with a coffin on his back, he really doesn't know how to die. It's just a clown show. A cynical voice rang out from the scene. It's him. Standing side by side with Lu Shui, all dressed in festive red, Yi Xian's gaze carried a murderous intent as he looked at Lin Yuan. Last time, he had brought the two great ancestors of the Diwu imperial clan to kill in the eastern wasteland just to seek revenge on Lin Yuan. Who knows, the other party was not there, and in the end, they could only slaughter the Qing Dao sect to vent their hatred. It was thought that the other party would become a lost dog from now on and hide up all day long. But I didn't expect that on the day of his wedding, the other party would dare to show up, and in such a high-profile manner. Brother Yi Xian, Lin Yuan, this bereaved dog appearing, is undoubtedly the same as looking for death. It's just the right time to fulfill your heart's desire. On the side, Lu Shui laughed in a charming voice, but she didn't care about Lin Yuan's appearance at all. Inside, I even wanted to laugh. What is this place? Diwu Dynasty. Not counting the powerful people hidden deep within the palace, in Lu Shui's opinion, any random big shot from the central state on the scene would be able to easily crush Lin Yuan to death. Looking at Lin Yuan with a lofty gaze, Lu Shui was like a noble phoenix. Today's big wedding of his own was such a grand occasion that almost all of the powerful clan forces in the central state showed up. It was just the right time to show Lin Yuan, the turd who had been raised in the eastern wasteland, that his own identity nowadays, what he possessed, was far from what it had been before, when his tiny Changyan Dao sect had been compared to him. Bitch with a dog, you two are quite a match. Standing in the air, Lin Yuan's voice was calm, his gaze was looking towards Yi Xian and Lu Shui, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a hint of sarcasm appeared. Speaking. From Lin Yuan's hand, a head appeared, bloody and gently tossed. A wedding gift for you too. Bang! The head rolled and eventually landed at the feet of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Heck, it was Yanakura's head. On the day of the wedding, taking someone's father's head as a congratulatory gift, I guess only Lin Yuan did it. Sure enough. When looking at the feet. Dad! With a hint of crying in her voice, the smile on Lu Shui's face instantly stopped smiling. In its place, the pretty face was cold. Lin Yuan, today I'm going to break you into pieces. The original wedding day, dressed up above the pretty face, is incomparable resentment, hatred, Lu Shui and the cold gaze at Lin Yuan, hate to tear it into pieces. Ignoring Lu Shui, Lin Yuan's death-filled gaze swept over everyone present and finally landed on Yi Xian. Not long ago, my Qingyan Dao sect, the entire clan of 13,862 people, all perished because of the Diyu imperial dynasty, and were decimated without a single survivor. I, Lin Yuan, am not talented, and have come From the eastern wasteland today, I only want to slaughter this Daewoo imperial dynasty cleanly to avenge the destruction of my clan that day. Scattered people, etc., may disperse. White hair like snow, dressed in black clothes that fluttered and stood in the air. Lin Yuan's voice was calm but resounding in the ears of everyone present. There was a firmness in those lightless gazes that was resolute and decisive. Never dare to forget that in his body, he always carries 13,862 dead souls. Lin Yuan had always believed that they died because of themselves. And now, he was going to avenge those 13,862 dead souls, that was all. Other than the Daewoo imperial dynasty, the clans in the central state at the scene were not feuding with him. But what Lin Yuan didn't know was that his words, instead of making any of the people present leave the room, instead, it immediately caused a mocking, disdainful voice in the room. Especially when it was learned of Lin Yuan's identity, coming from the eastern wasteland and looking so young. I didn't hear right, did I? He, a native from the eastern wasteland, who gave him the courage to speak so loudly. Humph, what the hell is the Qingyan Dao sect? Never even heard of it. The Daewoo imperial dynasty slaughtering his entire family, that's just looking down on him. Wait, I haven't reacted yet. So, he, a cultivator from a poor land, wants to challenge the entire Daewoo imperial dynasty. The moment blew up, and it was the funniest thing they'd heard in years. Zhengzhou, ranked in the center of the Xin-Tian continent, the abundance of aura, far from the other four states can be compared to, everyone like a dragon, said they are. As a result, those who were born here were born with a sense of superiority over cultivators from other states. But now, what have they heard? An indigenous cultivator from the eastern wasteland came to the central state, came to this imperial palace, and spoke loudly about slaughtering the Daewoo imperial dynasty. God, is there anything funnier than that? Chapter 50 Central State's Pride? I'll kill him with a slap. Boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven, who on earth gave you the courage to come to the central state to spread your wildness? Brother Yi, just leave this person to me, I will make him pay for what he said. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, among the crowd, it was a man in white, graceful, and handsome, who stood out. The voice rang out, in addressing Yi Xian. There was extreme disdain in his eyes as he looked towards Lin Yuan. Obviously this person had some status among the central state's heavenly prides, and as soon as he appeared, the scene immediately resounded with a murmur of discussion. It's Lu Xian, one of the most famous few heavenly prides in my central state, on par with the fame of Grand Imperial Prince Yi Xian. The contemporary saint son of the Liuli Dao sect is powerful. Having the saint son of Lu Xian out there is enough to deal with this brat from the eastern desert who doesn't know the heights of heaven. A sound of boasting rang out from the surroundings, in uttering the origin of this person. Obviously the status was not bad even if it was placed in the central state. Liuli Dao sect, one of the top extremely large Dao sects in the central state, and its strength was only below the Daewoo imperial dynasty. Then I'll trouble brother Lu, this son has some strength, we still need to be careful. Facing Lu Xian's appearance, Yi Xian spoke out. When he fought against Lin Yuan and the Qingyan Dao sect, the other party was only at the Divine Bridge realm, so it was expected that he wouldn't be able to steal anything nowadays. Today is the day of one's marriage, and it is not advisable to see blood. In addition, Yi Xian also wanted to borrow Lu Xian to see what step the current Lin Yuan could reach. Don't worry great prince, although my Liuli Dao sect is not good, it is not something that can be compared to anyone. With the strength of master nephew Lu Xian, it's more than enough to deal with this person. Hearing Yi Xian's mouth still telling his master nephew to be careful, a black-clothed old man, stroking his white beard, immediately stood out and laughed, full of contempt for Lin Yuan. Lu Chengdao, the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, was also the one who had led a group of juniors from the Liuli Dao sect to come and attend this wedding banquet of Yi Xian this time. In addition to leading the juniors within the sect to see the world, the most important thing was to have a good relationship with Yi Xian, the Grand Imperial Prince. After all, there was more to talk about between the same young people than between him, an old man. Lu Xian was the son of their Liuli Dao sect, his talent was outstanding, and his strength was in the top few existences among his generation, not to mention the first. At this moment to see his nephew, the first to come forward, to deal with the East Wasteland to the indigenous boy, Lu Chengdao an old face above a smile opened flowers. This move would not only further the relationship with the Daewoo dynasty, but would also bring out their Liuli Dao sect's popularity in front of so many people at the scene. One could say that it's, well, a 1-2 punch. Not bad for my Liuli Dao sect saint's son, knowing how to seize an opportunity. Lu Chengdao nodded his head and praised under his breath. Bang! Gently placed the coffin on his back on the ground. Today is my vendetta against the Diwu dynasty. Are you sure you want to get involved? The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he was looking at Lu Xian. Late Divine Bridge Realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. I have to admit, Central State is worthy of being Central State. At such an age, to have cultivated to the late stage of the Divine Bridge Realm, it was almost impossible to find amongst his peers in the Eastern Wasteland in Lin Yuan. But this did not include him, Lin Yuan. With his strength nowadays, the only person who could compete with himself was the Ascension Realm, an existence at the very top of this realm. The late stage of the Divine Bridge Realm was no different from an ant in his Lin Yuan's eyes. Nowadays, those people who died at peace within the drifting Snow Dao sect, which one of them was not weaker than this Zhengzhou's pride in front of him? Kid, I think you've spent too much time in that remote place in the Eastern Wasteland and are too ignorant. As long as you kneel down and kowtow a few times to me and the Grand Imperial Prince, the Saint's son, on the contrary, can consider letting you go. With a white coat and a graceful demeanor, Lu Xian looked at Lin Yuan with an imposing and condescending manner. No wonder he, Lu Xian, was so condescending. One must know that in this land of the Central State, among the contemporary young generation of pride, there were not even a few who could compete with themselves. Not to mention, this person from the Eastern Wasteland in front of him. Whether it was his talent, the path he cultivated, or his strength, he himself needed to be looked up to by the natives in front of him. This is the gap. Kid, this is the holy son of Lu Xian. It's your good fortune to be able to come out and instruct you a few moves. There's no need for Saint Son Lu Xian to make a move. I can easily take this brat. Ignorance is not a fault, but ignorance and arrogance is his sin, and he deserves to die today. The voices of a Central State heavenly pride around them were still ringing out. No one thought that a mere kid from the Eastern Wasteland would be a match for Saint Son Lu Xian. The difference between the two, in itself, is cloudy. Ha! Good word, damn ghost. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. Make your move, or wait, you won't have a chance. He had long heard that the people of the Central State were incredibly arrogant, and now, Lin Yuan had seen it. In itself, it was a grudge between himself and the Diwu imperial dynasty, but looking at the situation, there was not a single person on the scene who had left the scene. They are bound to get involved, this battle for their own revenge. Since that was the case, the next thing to do was not to blame him, Lin Yuan. In black clothes and white hair, in eyes filled with death, Lin Yuan had already given everyone present a death sentence. What a rampant brat! Boom! White and elegant, Lu Xian's body was surrounded by light surging, crystal clear. This was the unique power of the Liuli Dao sect, and his aura was amazing. Holding a sword in his hand, a blazing incomparable sword light was chopping out at Lin Yuan. Then I will let you see the Dao of my Liuli Dao sect. The sword light was brilliant, cutting through the void. Lu Xian's strike was unknown how many times stronger than a normal late Divine Bridge Realm powerhouse. A sword came out and immediately drew a chorus of applause from the scene. Good, worthy of being the Saint Son of Lu Xian. Let this boy, who doesn't know the sky and the earth, grow up. It's just the light of a glowing fire. How dare you compete in front of the white moon that is Saint Son Lu Xian? A voice was ringing out. All of them were the Central State Celestials. Even Yi Xian, who was also at the late stage of the Divine Bridge Realm at this moment, was surprised to see Lu Xian's sword. I can't imagine that Brother Lu's strength has reached this point. I'm afraid that even my dragon spirit body will have to deal with it carefully to block this strike. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Lin Yuan's gaze with a cold smile. Perhaps, there is not even a need for this emperor to do anything. Can't figure out how this kind of strength dares to come forward and challenge me? Lin Yuan said in a calm voice. Die. A random slap. Boom. Above the void, a palm print appeared, falling from the sky. Puffing. It was the sound of flesh hitting the ground and being crushed. Lu Xian, who was known as one of the several most powerful heavenly prides in the Central State, was directly slapped to death by Lin Yuan. The ground above the palace was a bloody mess. Not even the bones survived. Wow! The original surrounding mocking sounds, disdainful sounds, with the appearance of this scene, instantly became quiet. Chapter 51. Shocked at the scene, angry Lu Changdao. How is that possible? Saint Son of the Land Immortal, he actually lost to a native of the Eastern Wasteland, or was wiped out by the other party with a single strike. Hiss. After a moment of silence, a shocked voice instantly resounded from the scene. Especially for those men and women, the young prides of the Central State, the scene in front of them was really unbelievable to them. The name Lu Xian was one of the most powerful few heavenly prides amongst the younger generation of the Central State today, not in the least inferior to Yi Xian, who possessed the dragon spirit body. Surprisingly defeated. Bastard. At this moment, within the palace, a young gaze was watching Lin Yuan, who had a beautiful face but white hair like snow. There was shock, horror, and incomprehensibility in their gazes. Because in their long-standing perception, cultivators coming out of remote places like the Eastern Wasteland were far from being able to compare with their cultivators in the Central State. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. And now, the long-held perception was broken by Lin Yuan. Clad in black, facing the crowd, Lin Yuan's face was calm. It didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of in obliterating a young Central State heaven's pride with a single strike. After breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, in addition to with the supreme Dao body he possessed, within this Xin heaven continent, it was not comparable to any young pride within itself. He had only one target, the Ascension realm powerhouses within the Diyu imperial dynasty. Who knows, what he waited for was someone who didn't know how to die. Since the other party took the initiative to jump out and seek death, he himself would give him a ride. The only thing that is fundamental to having all the bottom line is to be strong in oneself. Standing within this Diyu imperial palace, which was known as the strongest force in the Xian Tian continent, Lin Yuan had nothing to worry about. Lin Yuan's gaze was faint, sweeping over everyone present before finally landing on Yi Xian. Next. 3 words. The voice rang out calmly. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Central State. Among the crowd, even Yi Xian, who had previously been incredibly confident, was now turning blue. One's enemy, Lin Yuan, had killed his own territory and was still so arrogant. Yi Xian wanted to make a move, but as soon as he considered that just now, Lin Yuan had lightly and easily wiped out Lu Xian, who was comparable to his own strength, he couldn't help but have a layer of cold sweat appear above his forehead. As much as I don't want to admit it, I have to at this moment. His own mortal enemy, Lin Yuan, who was clearly just a bereaved dog, had surpassed himself in such a short period of time. He's just a lost dog, why has he become so powerful in just a few months? Brother Yi Xian. On the side, Lu Shue's voice rang out, her jade hand pulling on Yi Xian's sleeve, her gaze filled with doubts, as well as hatred for Lin Yuan. The scene of his own good wedding reception was stirred up like this. At this moment, Lu Shue was even suspecting that Lin Yuan, this dead-licking dog, must have been born out of love after learning the news of her marriage. First, he killed his own father, and now coincidentally, not too early, not too late, he showed up at this time to stir up trouble. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. At this moment, the more Lu Shue thought about it, the more likely it was. Regarding her looks and temperament, Lu Shue had always been incredibly confident. Why else, why did Lin Yuan just happen to choose this time to appear? This is clearly a case of love born of hate, come to embarrass yourself. Back in the Eastern Wasteland, the other party had often pursued himself in a deadly manner. Unfortunately, with his own looks and temperament, how could he possibly look at such a person? Thinking that now that his strength has grown a bit, he runs to show off. Unfortunately, he himself was going to be the future after the Di Wu dynasty. It was just an orphan, and now even the Qing Yin Dao sect had been exterminated by his own brother Yi Xian. The lost dog. Don't worry, this is my Di Wu dynasty. But just a few months of time, he is strong, and can be strong there, hold up the death is barely breakthrough to the early stage of the Dao Palace realm just? A cultivator of this realm may be strong outside, but within my Diyu imperial dynasty, nothing counts. Later, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place. With a cold laugh, Yi Xian condescendingly said. Just now, he had indeed been shocked by the strength Lin Yuan had displayed. But once he thought about it, what he was in now, was his own imperial dynasty. It was just a hint of someone who was going to die, so what if he let the other side be arrogant for a while? The scene was clamoring as one strike obliterated Lu Xian. But only among the younger generation. Only an instant had passed since Lu Xian died just now. Right here and now. Ignorant child, how dare you maim my master nephew Lu Xian, so young and so ruthless? The old man will definitely thwart you. His face was ironic and grim, and in his pale voice, he carried endless killing intent as he was looking at Lin Yuan. With a black coat, his beard and hair shaking with anger, it was the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, Lu Changdao. A moment ago, he was still sighing, worthy of his own saint son Lu Xian, he had found a good opportunity. Settling this eastern wasteland native would prove light to his own Liuli Dao sect, and he would be more able to strike a good relationship with the Diyu imperial dynasty. But who knew that in just a moment's time, even he, a late-stage Daogong realm powerhouse, hadn't reacted, and his own saint's son had been slapped to death by the other party. Lu Xian was the future hope of their Liuli Dao sect. It's just gone. The body is gone. I gave you the chance just now, so who do you blame for standing up for your own death? Lin Yuan's gaze was icy cold. As for thwarting me? Old dog, if you have the guts, you can try your hand. Within the light of his eyes filled with death, Lin Yuan's murderous intent overflowed. I'm afraid that, in the eyes of these Zhangzhou cultivators who are used to being on top, only he, a cultivator from the eastern wasteland, is allowed to die. And once it was the other side that died, it was immediately unbearable. When the little one dies, out pops the old one immediately. The moral high ground, it seems, is never on their end. Yes. Yeah. Good little, even if you have 10 lives, you can't match one of my master-nephew Lu Xian. For the rest of your life, the old man will make you spend it in endless pain. As the grand elder of the Liuli sect, Lu Chengdao, with the strength of the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, was among the top in this central state. Not to mention, dealing with a junior from the eastern wasteland. Didn't even look Lin Yuan in the eye. Die. With a furious roar, Lu Qingdao's gray hair flew, and incomparably majestic spiritual energy was surging around him. The pale fingertips that looked like withered wood were revolving a magic seal, and a blazing incomparable golden thunderstorm shot straight into the sky. In an instant, above the void, the wind and clouds changed color, in the transformation of the sky into a sea of golden thunder, shaking the four directions. Chapter 52 Radiant Light of the Tao, all laws imperishable. Above the Diwu Palace. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Thunder rolled and covered the void, like countless small golden snakes roaming endlessly. That powerful pressure, not to mention the young celestials present. Even the older generation of cultivators in the central state were shocked by this. This is the Liuli Dao sect's sky-splitting golden thunder decision. The person who spoke, that was a strong person from the heavenly dragon Dao mansion. This Dao mansion and the Liuli sect were the same as the top power in the central state, second only to the Diyu imperial dynasty. He recognized this strike from Lu Chengdao. The Liuli Dao sect, ranked as one of the top sects in the central state. Within his sect, he was famous in the central state for his three major thunder methods. And the strike that Lu Chengdao utilized at this moment ranked as one of the three major lightning techniques of the Liuli Dao sect. It can be said that even for the same late stage of the Dao Palace realm, faced with Lu Chengdao, this strike, do not dare to be the slightest bit careless, otherwise the golden thunder descending down, is the death of the Taoist. The soul flew into thin air. Because of this, a voice of surprise rang out from the scene at this moment. He, a mere Eastern Wasteland junior cultivator, what kind of ability is it that deserves Elder Senior Lu to use this strike? It would be a bargain for him to die from this blow. I heard that in their Eastern Wasteland side, when the world can't even find a cultivator at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, it's also counted as letting this ignorant kid have a long look. Around the palace, a mocking voice was ringing out, their gazes were looking at Lin Yuan with disdain. Especially for those central state celestial pride. Lin Yuan's previous act of beheading Lu Xian could be said to have ruthlessly slapped them in the face. Now that he had caught the opportunity, he couldn't wait to reduce Lin Yuan to nothing. The heavenly pride of the central state, although they were usually hostile to each other, fighting for the name of the strongest in the world. Being a prideful superiority of the central state and having a high self-esteem, when facing Lin Yuan, a person from the eastern wasteland, he chose to share the same enemy. Especially when it was known that a native they despised was even stronger than them. It's even more unacceptable to have that long-held prejudice broken down. See, Elder Lu is the Grand Elder of the Liuli Dao sect, his strength is extraordinary. It doesn't even need the strongest of my Diwu dynasty to make a move, Elder Lu is enough to take his little life. I don't know the heights of heaven, I guess he just broke through to the Dao Palace realm, and he dares to speak loudly here. What kind of place does he think this is? Eyebrows stretching, Yi Xian tilted his head, his voice ringing out as he addressed Lu Shui to the side. Aha, this Lin Yuan, I guess he stepped on some kind of luck and boosted his strength by a fluke. I believe that with your strength, brother Yi Xian, you can crush him just as easily. To be able to die at the hands of Elder Lu, it's a bargain. A red dress, fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, 3,000 green silk hanging down, standing beside Yi Xian, Lu Shui smiled. It was as if the next moment, he could see Lin Yuan's death. Amidst the disdain, mockery, and even abuse all around. Lin Yuan stood calmly in place, his eyes bland. After all, who's going to go overboard with a bunch of dead people who are going to be there later? The power of thunder. Raising his head, Lin Yuan felt the power of the golden thunder that filled the sky as he looked above the void. It had to be said that these top clans of the central state did have some disciplines in their Tao. His own Qing Yin Dao sect also majored in the power of thunder, but when it came to the subtlety of the power of thunder, it was indeed inferior to this so-called Liuli Dao sect. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Voice faintly inaudible, Lin Yuan murmured in a low voice. After becoming the supreme Dao body, even Lin Yuan, himself, didn't know what step his physical strength alone had reached today. After all, in this lower realm, even if he didn't use any of his Dao, no one could break through his body or make him go all out in his previous battles against people. Without reference, Lin Yuan had always been curious about how the supreme Dao body actually was. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the void, the momentum of thunder to become, like a golden sea tide, shrouded above the void, shaking the 8 directions, as if even the sky was about to be torn apart. A channel of thunder, still coalescing and solidifying, the sense of pressure produced was becoming more and more terrifying. The endless sea of golden thunder was transforming into a golden thunder snake, about hundreds of them, which surrounded Lu Qingdao's circumference as it swam in the void. The kind of pressure that was randomly generated was too much to be feared, and it was simply not something that an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Kid, with your status, strength, itself is not qualified enough to make the old man use this move. Daring to kill the holy son of my Liuli Dao sect, you are beyond forgiveness. The old man will use this power of thunder to destroy your body, draw out your soul, and suffer the pain of burning day after day. High above, his gray hair fluttering, Lu Qingdao was like a god in thunder, looking down on Lin Yuan below, as if he was judging. Old dog, you talk too much nonsense. A mere feeble way, and you dare to speak out of turn. I'd like to see if this whatever thunder spell of yours can hurt me in the slightest. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yuan said helplessly that the other party was too abrasive. Die. Above the void, there was a loud cry. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Lu Qingdao pointed out with a single finger, and hundreds of golden thunder snakes, densely packed, were surging and circling with the side of the thunder sea. Click. It directly pierced through the void, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Yuan, as if it was an instantaneous shift. Bear! 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 Thunder snakes danced and bloomed with golden thunder light, drowning Lin Yuan. The space there was distorted and the void seemed as if it was about to collapse, making it impossible to see Lin Yuan's condition at this moment. This is the price of arrogance, thinking that you have some strength, you dare to come to my central state to spread your wildness. Although it was impossible to see if Lin Yuan was dead or not, it seemed to the central state cultivators present that a mere junior from the eastern wasteland was still able to block this blow. Just kidding. Just when everyone present thought, including Lu Qingdao himself, that Lin Yuan had been pulverized. Suddenly. So, what's that? It was the location that was flooded by the golden thunder snake, and the ground of the palace was turned into a scorched black, with only the golden thunder light still flickering. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! White hair is flying like snow. It is Lin Yuan, in every inch of his body skin, he is glowing, containing the rhythm of the Tao, the light of the Tao is radiant, and all laws are inviolable. Chapter 53 Central State Taoism? Crushed with a single finger. The golden ons pranced and shrank with incomparably oppressive thunder power that didn't even shatter the corners of Lin Yuan's clothes. The power of the unique physique of the supreme Tao body, under the shroud of Tao light around his body, all the attacking forces were obliterated. Of course, there is not a big difference in strength. As for Lu Qingdao, he was only in the same realm as Lin Yuan, and all of his attacks were similar to scratching an itch for Lin Yuan. This is your strength? That's pretty weak. With a bemused gaze, Lin Yuan's voice rang out calmly, and a trace of disappointment surged between his eyebrows. Sure enough, this level of power was painless for himself. Even Lin Yuan himself, he didn't know what step his physical body power alone had reached nowadays. Lin Yuan had always been curious about how the supreme Tao body actually was. But now, verifying Lin Yuan's previous guesses, he stood there without moving, and a powerful person of the same realm's full strength still couldn't cause any harm to himself. At this moment, the originally noisy scene now became awfully quiet. Especially for those who had mocked Lin Yuan earlier. With the appearance of this scene, it was undoubtedly their faces that were completely and ruthlessly stepped on by Lin Yuan. The first ones who couldn't accept it and exited were the disciples of the Liuli Dao sect, who were completely dumbfounded. This can't be right. How did this happen? The land immortal saint's son lost to an indigenous people from the eastern wasteland, even if, after all, is the same generation of people. The other party might have stepped on some kind of luck, thus being able to surpass their land immortal saint's son was acceptable. But at the moment. Now what? His own Grand Elder Lu Chengdao, that was within the central state, were famously strong. The Liuli Dao sect, ranked as one of the top sects in the central state. Being able to become a Grand Elder was enough to show his strength. Surprisingly, at full strength, people stood still, and one strike didn't even attack the corner of their clothes. That's a little out of line, isn't it? Clad in black with a head full of gray hair, Lu Chengdao was completely dumbfounded and in a state of disorientation as he looked at Lin Yuan at the moment. This. The words were incoherent, and there was confusion in his pale gaze. Just now, he had sworn that he would crush Lin Yuan's body and draw out his soul, suffering the pain of burning day after day, begging for life and death. It turned out to be a slap in the face from the other side. At this point, the scene was abuzz. A gaze was looking at Lin Yuan, filled with incomprehensibility. Ignore the voices around you. The old dog, just now, said that he was going to take my soul out of my body. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Let's see how I can cut you down with one blow. Facing the countless gazes and pointing voices throughout the palace, Lin Yuan was calm and collected, and in his deep eyes, killing machines overflowed, pointing his finger toward Lu Chengdao, faintly saying. Although they were at the same late stage of the Dao Palace realm, after just now Lin Yuan had already learned. Against such goods, one blow is enough. Perhaps, this was why the Taishang Dao body was able to rank among the top 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm. Nowadays, one's true battle power could not be distinguished by realm at all. Hee, kid, I have to admit, to be able to block a blow from the old man, you do have some strength. But don't think that this gives you the right to be crazy. With a cold snort, Lu Chengdao disdainfully said. To be able to become the Grand Elder of the Liuli Dao sect, his strength was likewise not something that could be compared to an ordinary late-stage Dao Palace realm cultivator. A junior cultivator was nothing more than that, able to block his own heaven-slashing golden thunder technique. He might have already exhausted all his spiritual energy. If you still want to kill yourself with one blow, that is undoubtedly just a fool's errand. Hee, this kid is really crazy, he even wanted to kill our Liuli Dao sect's Grand Elder in one strike. And I don't know who gave him that confidence. A mere Eastern Wasteland native who stepped on luck, a little bit of strength and doesn't know how much he weighs. Echoing the words of their own Grand Elder, the few disciples of the Liuli Dao sect who were present immediately spoke out against Lin Yuan, each with hatred in their gazes. It could be said that this person had caused the prestige of their Liuli Dao sect to be completely swept away today. As soon as he caught a chance, he immediately made a mocking remark to Lin Yuan. Facing the voices around him, Lin Yuan was unmoved. Die. A faint word, as if it had already pronounced Lu Chengdao's death. There's no need to use your full strength, or you'll be looking down on your opponent too much. Boom! There was light circling around his fingertips as Lin Yuan casually pointed out a finger. Boom! As if like a pillar in the sky, above the void, a huge fingerprint was falling towards Lu Chengdao. Hee, kid, you've looked down on the old man too much. Lu Chengdao let out a cold laugh and looked at the sky above. Boom! The aura around his body was rising up, and in an instant, the golden aura around his body was soaring, transforming into a golden bell, solid as a golden soup, enveloping himself within it. Lu Chengdao was incredibly confident about his move. The Dao of the Liuli Dao sect could not be understood by cultivators from places like the Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was standing in the center of the crowd, was looking at this scene with a faint expression as he looked towards Lin Yuan, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Liuli Dao sect had always had better relations with their Diyu imperial dynasty. He also knew a little bit about the Dao of the Liuli Dao sect. It's the Liuli Dao sect's golden light body protecting decree, it's not something that can be broken by ordinary forces. This kid, a little bit of strength and he starts blabbering. Yi Xian taunted, the words spoken to Lu Shui beside him. Without realizing it, his own strength had been pulled down so much by Lin Yuan, his mortal enemy, Yi Xian, who had always been incredibly conceited, was uncomfortable inside at the moment. Especially, today itself was his wedding day, and he was the main character, or in front of his woman. Pride had always caused him to be biased against Lin Yuan. Brother Yi Xian is right, the laws of the powerful sects in the central state are certainly not something that he, Lin Yuan, the bereaved dog of this district, the Qingyan Dao sect, can comprehend. Lu Shui nodded, agreeing with Yi Xian's words. She herself was born in the Eastern Wasteland, and had a much clearer perception of the gap between the central state and the Eastern Wasteland sect Dao. Between the two conversations. Just then, A scene that the two of them didn't expect appeared. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the void, Lin Yuan struck, huge fingerprints descended from the sky, the void was trembling violently, and space was about to collapse in general. Facing Lu Qingdao's golden bell shield with golden aura around his body, he destroyed it without meeting the slightest resistance. Click! With a crunching sound, the light shield, along with Lu Qingdao himself, was completely crushed. Above the ground of the palace, a huge hole appeared, accompanied by broken bones and blood splashed down in all directions. Chapter 54 being ended in a pot, Yi Xian's conceit. One finger crushed Lu Qingdao, a late-stage Dao Palace realm powerhouse. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The surrounding roaring sounds were still resounding, and the majestic pressure caused countless cultivators to be shocked within the palace at this moment. The inside was vibrating and roaring violently. Some Zhangzhou cultivators with lower cultivation at the scene were even directly pale, and blood was flowing out of their ears. The moment. Countless gazes in the surroundings, with horror, were looking at the white-haired, black-clothed teenager, Lin Yuan. The whole room was silent. If it was said that before, they could still find excuses to taunt Lin Yuan. Now, they really couldn't find any more excuses. No more than Lu Xian. Lu Qingdao, even in the entire central state, is a famous strong man, can be able to serve as the Liuli Dao sect Grand Elder, and how can it be a generalized generation? A youngster from the eastern wasteland who looked to be in his 20s had actually followed his words and killed Lu Qingdao with a single strike. This kind of battle performance, even in the history of the entire central state, belonged to legends. How can this be? But a few months' time, what makes him, his strength has reached this step. Resigned, angry, and unable to accept it. Yi Xian's originally handsome face was becoming distorted at this moment. He was the prince of the Du imperial dynasty, the most honorable heavenly pride of the contemporary central state. And now, being outclassed by his own enemy, a native of the eastern wasteland. Eyes jealous and hateful, Yi Xian was staring at Lin Yuan in death. In Yi Xian's opinion, the one with this kind of strength should have belonged to himself, not a lowly eastern wasteland native. Brother Yi Xian, don't worry, he's just one person. Even if he is strong, how can he fight against the imperial dynasty? With a red dress and incomparable beauty, Lu Shue's gaze was similarly appearing shocked. Indeed, he was shocked by the strength Lin Yuan was displaying at the moment. A guy who had never been looked down upon by her, a person who had been treated as a dog licker by herself, at some point, had gone this far, something that Lu Shue had never expected. But even so, in Lu Shue's opinion, even now Lin Yuan possessed extraordinary strength. Compared to the Du imperial dynasty, the strongest force in the Xian-Tian continent, Lin Yuan still wasn't enough to look at. After all, she had paid homage to the contemporary Yu Emperor, and she had also met the powerhouses at the very top of this realm of the Ascension realm, all of which were more than one in this monumental imperial dynasty. Individual strength in the strong, so what, can still enemy of the Ascension realm powerhouse, in the end with his Qingyun Dao sect is the same, or is to be extinguished. At this moment, after a moment of silence, the scene became clamorous once again. However, compared to before, looking at Lin Yuan who had a murderous face at the moment and a terrifying aura around him. The central state cultivators on the scene, who had always carried a sense of superiority and were arrogant and conceited, unconsciously lowered their voices by a few points. Maybe that's the deterrent that comes with being strong. From the disdain at the beginning, it turned into the awe for Lin Yuan at this moment. Not everyone, of course. Right here and now. This person has such ruthless tactics, my Liuli Dao sect's Grand Elder and Saint Son of Lu Xian all died by this person's hand, please join hands and execute this person. There are no bones left, the Great Elder and the others died miserably. Execute him and use his blood to pay for the Great Elder's life. Among the crowd, several young voices were ringing out, the celestial pride of the Liuli Dao sect. Originally, it was this time to follow his own Grand Elder out to see the world. Now, not only was the Saint's son dead, but even the Grand Elder was dead, and his hatred for Lin Yuan was unmatched. The voice rang out, and a commotion did, indeed, resound among the crowd. However, with the strength that Lin Yuan had just displayed, the people present, who wanted to get on but didn't dare to do so, looked as if they wanted to get on but didn't dare to do so. After all, it was his own little life that was more important than the others. White hair naturally spread out, falling above the shoulders, slender posture, standing in place, Lin Yuan is not angry, a person to deter the scene of the crowd. Looking towards the crowd, those few disciples of the Liuli Dao sect, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth and appeared a hint of ridicule. In itself, it was a grudge between himself and the Di Wu dynasty. Who knew that first, that bull saint son of what's his name Liu Dao sect took the initiative to come forward and provoke himself. Then another old dog came forward and said he would draw his soul out. Now that the two are dead, it's their fault again. This time the Liu Dao sect, under the leadership of Lu Changdao, came to participate in Yi Xian's wedding banquet, together with Lu Shang, adding up to dozens of people, are all Liu Dao sect young generation leaders. Heh, the Liu Dao sect? Since that's the case, then I'll send you all, to meet your holy sons and elders. Not bothering with nonsense, Lin Yuan smiled coldly. Between the words, a palm was slapped out, in a strike against the person who had just spoken. Boom! With only a hand covering half of the void, the palm imprint fell and the void rumbled and shook. No! Seeing that no one from the same central state was around to help, the remaining people from the Liu Dao sect panicked. Under the palm print, they were scared, screaming, and hissing. Lin Yuan was overflowing with killing intent, not intending to leave a single survivor. Put! 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 It was the sound of bodies being crushed, above the ground of the palace, in the blink of an eye. Once again, there were dozens of bloodied and mangled bodies, the blood flowed along the smooth tiles of the ground, flowing to the feet of quite a few of the surrounding, onlookers of the central state cultivators. What a ruthless tactic! The Liu Dao sect, this time it's planted. Luckily, there's the Liu Dao sects out of the way, or else the ones who die, I'm afraid, will be us. There were whispers all around, and from time to time, their gazes sneaked over to Lin Yuan, who had a murderous look on his face, with afterthought and fear. Yi Xian, next, it's time to settle the score between you and me. With an icy cold voice, Lin Yuan's gaze turned, before looking at Yi Xian who was standing with Lu Shui. Just now, it was just an appetizer, compared to those few small kara of the Liu Dao sect. Yi Xian, as well as the Diyu dynasty, was the true goal of Lin Yuan's trip here. The Qingyan Dao sect's extermination tragedy, that entire sect's 13,862 dead souls, was all because of Yi Xian, the Diyu imperial dynasty's royal son. Don't forget, this is my Diwu dynasty. Kill me. Are you worthy? Clad in red, Yi Xian's face was ironic, before looking at Lin Yuan, his tone disdainful. Despite not wanting to admit it, Yi Xian had to admit that Yi Xian understood that his current self was no longer a match for his opponent. But, he is the prince of the Diwu dynasty, his own identity is destined, not the other side can be compared. Chapter 55 Ascension Realm Powerhouse Yi Wu Dao, one strike, each retreat several steps. Heh, the Diwu dynasty? Today, the one I want to slaughter is your Diyu imperial dynasty. Within Lin Yuan's dead eyes, the coldness was chilling. When Yi Xian was allowed to accidentally escape from the Qingyan Dao sect, he ended up making a trip to the Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance land, and what he saw after returning to the Qingyan Dao sect was countless corpses. The entire clan, the place where he grew up, that one familiar face, all butchered, none survived. This hatred is not shared. Yi Xian must die, and the entire Diyu imperial dynasty must perish today. Lin Yuan could pay anything for this, it was what he owed. A blood debt is paid in blood. Let's start with you. The voice rang out calmly. Lin Yuan was traveling forward, towards Yi Xian's direction. Ta-da! 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 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, the earth shook, and the surrounding tall and magnificent temple buildings vibrated and shook violently. The breath was growing, climbing in knots. His body was slender, his face was clear, his white hair was fluttering, and within every inch of his body skin, he was glowing, containing the rhythm of the Tao. There was endless blazing light flowing in his eyes, harboring the changes and evolution of the world. However, in just a few breaths, the spiritual power fluctuations around Lin Yuan were majestic, obviously only at the late stage of the Tao Palace realm. But the might displayed at this moment was even more powerful than the half-step heaven ascension realm. No, it's not right. This scent. The pressure was immense, and under Lin Yuan's majestic breath, it was as if his body was about to be crushed. Yi Xian's voice shook as his gaze shifted from the conceit he had just had, into panic. Looking at Lin Yuan's killing figure. He was enveloped by an incomparable death aura, and for a moment inwardly a chill arose in the form of palpitations. Can't move. The body was as if it had been immobilized all over again, unable to move. The powerful pressure pressed down on him, his sweaty hair stood on end, his body was involuntarily trembling, and his breathing was becoming rapid. Just what realm has it reached? Originally, he thought that, being able to defeat Lu Changdao of the Liu Dao sect, Lin Yuan's strength should have reached the half-step heaven ascension realm. His own former protector, Long Air, was a half-step heaven ascension realm, and Yi Xian was well aware of the power that this level possessed. But at this moment, Yi Xian could feel it. The figure that came killing towards him was definitely not as simple as a half-step heaven ascension realm. Unbelievable, incomprehensible, with nothing but fear left inside. This can't be right. Yi Xian lost his voice and exclaimed. What should we do, brother Yi Xian? He's really going to kill us. Beside him, Lu Shue's horrified voice rang out. She was just like Yi Xian at the moment, unable to move, her body seemed to be crushed by the majestic force. Die! With dead eyes and a creepy coldness around him, like a god of death descending, Lin Yuan was striking. 5 fingers clenched into a fist and swung it out. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The void shook and was trembling violently as a huge fist seal hovered above the palace, in the process of suppressing it towards Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and the countless Zhengzhou cultivators around them. When he came, Lin Yuan had said that today was originally a grudge between him and the Du imperial dynasty, so scatter the miscellaneous people and leave as soon as possible. But in return, it was the mockery of those high and mighty, superiority-conscious central state cultivators present. Since that was the case, it was not his fault. Lin Yuan. With so many people on the scene, maybe someone is innocent. But from Lin Yuan's point of view, the entire Qing Yin Dao sect, those 13,862 dead souls, how could they not be innocent? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The might was so terrifying that the surrounding void was distorting and shattering in general under the fist print. Feel the death aura coming down. No. This matter has nothing to do with us. Kill us and you'll die just the same. This is the Diwu dynasty. This wedding banquets was a great event in the central state. There were quite a few powerful clans from the central state that came, and there were countless strong people though. However, the aura that Lin Yuan displayed at this moment was to exceed the half-step ascension realm, and those who could compare with it were afraid that only the powerhouses of the absolute peak realm of this realm, the ascension realm, would be able to do so. And at this moment in time, no one on the scene has been able to reach that point. There was a clamor around them, a constant stream of hissing, fearful and angry voices. Especially Yi Xian and Lu Shui, who bore the brunt of the attack, only fear remained in their eyes. If nothing else, this is an almost certain death. But just at this moment, a voice rang out from the depths of the Diwu imperial palace. It was a forbidden place in the entire Diwu imperial dynasty, and even Yi Xian, with his status as a grand imperial prince, was not qualified to go there. A mere junior from the eastern wasteland dares to trespass into my Diwu imperial palace. Seek death. The voice was so grand that the void rumbled and reverberated within the entire palace. When he heard this voice, the expression of fear on Yi Xian's face disappeared and his gaze was glowing. It's the old man. It was an old figure, dressed in a red Taoist robe, coming from the depths of the palace. The breath around his body was hidden but not revealed, blending with heaven and earth. It was Yi Xian who accompanied him to the eastern wasteland to destroy the Qing Yin Dao sect, one of the 2 heavenly ascension realm powerhouses, whose name was Yi Wu Dao. And Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian, died at the hands of this person. Stepping into the air as if in an instant, just now he was clearly in the distance, but in the twinkling of an eye, he had already arrived close by. A trace of surprise flashed through the pale old man's gaze as he watched Lin Yuan land a powerful strike. A little strong, but not enough. As he spoke, Yi Wudao pointed out a finger. Boom! 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 A huge fingerprint landed from the top of the clouds beyond the sky, blocking this strike from Lin Yuan for Yi Xian, the many Zhengzhou cultivators already on site. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The fingerprints were colliding with Lin Yuan's fistprints. In an instant, the palace shook as intense fluctuations swept through the 4 directions. Click! The surrounding halls collapsed in a heap, and dust flew up above the earth. It's an Ascension Realm powerhouse. Ha, I knew it, this is the Diwu Palace. This time this kid from the Eastern Wasteland is dead. The original sounds of despair around them were becoming excited with the descent of the Ascension Realm powerhouse, Yi Wudao. Just kidding. The Ascension Realm, or a Du Imperial Dynasty ancestor-level powerhouse. In the eyes of the countless central state cultivators on the scene at the moment, dealing with Lin Yuan, a native from the Eastern Wasteland, was not a handful. By all accounts, the two are not in the same league. It's time to make this kid from the Eastern Wasteland pay the price in blood. This was the common thought of Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and everyone present. A gaze was looking above the void before watching the clash of the two. Boom! Rumble. Rumble. Lin Yuan and Yi Wu Dao each threw a strike. Right at this moment, the figures of both of them were retreating. Boom. 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 As each step falls, the void trembles and the earth shakes. Chapter 56, Battling a Heavenly Ascension Realm Powerhouse. How is it possible that the old ancestor failed to kill him? And he was shaken back? The crisis was lifted, but at this moment, Yi Xian was shocked beyond measure deep inside. Are you kidding me? That was his own ancestor, an existence at the very top of this realm, being knocked back by a single blow from Lin Yuan? Brain buzzing. It was not just Yi Xian. What step has he reached and why? That's a powerhouse of the Heaven Ascension realm, and it failed to hurt Lin Yuan? Fair in complexion, tall and delicate in stature, and dressed in festive red. The voice rang out, and Lu Shui's gaze towards Lin Yuan became incredibly complicated at the moment. Was this still the same Lin Yuan that he had previously treated as a licking dog and had never looked down on? A few months ago, within the Qing Yin Dao sect, Lin Yuan was still only at the regional Divine Bridge realm. Not to mention facing a true Ascension realm powerhouse right now. Even in the hands of that Yi Xian's protector, Long Air, he didn't have the slightest resistance and was casually suppressed. But just now, that scene, what happened? The Diwu Imperial clan's old ancestor struck out and failed to kill him, but was instead shaken back. Lu Shui had seen with her own eyes the sight of this old ancestor, who had struck out within the Qing Yin Dao sect in the first place. Now, he repelled the Diwu dynasty's old ancestor? At this moment, within the palace, there was an uproar. At the moment of crisis, an old ancestor of the Diwu imperial dynasty appeared and bailed them out. The crisis was lifted though. But now, countless people have a question within themselves. A young man who looked no more than 20 years old, whose strength was so powerful that it had reached the absolute top of this realm, and could compete with a Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse? This was even more shocking than when Lin Yuan had just descended and said that he would slaughter the entire Diwu imperial dynasty. What does the Ascension realm represent? It is the absolute top of this realm, and already possesses the qualifications to ascend to the upper realm. For countless years, even in the entire central state, to be able to have a single Ascension realm in a single lifetime was already remarkable. Half-step Heaven Ascension realm was the limit of countless powerful people in the central state today. Although it was only half a step away, it was often this half a step that blocked an unknown number of cultivators with amazing natural talent throughout the ages. Now, a teenager from the eastern wasteland, so young, reaches this step? Boom! The scene exploded, a single gaze, in looking at Lin Yuan, who had just backed up and stopped his form. Of course, there are those who feel that this is just a coincidence. They thought that Lin Yuan, who was just now, had already poured out his full strength, while this old ancestor of the Diyu imperial dynasty was just a casual strike. But even being able to do that has been amazing. Boom! 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 The qi and blood in his body surged, Lin Yuan's body shook and his white hair flew, stopping his retreating body. Is this the power of the true Ascension realm? It seems to be similar to what I guessed before. With the Supreme Tao body, I'm strong enough to match the Ascension realm powerhouses. Within his gaze, for the first time, a trace of gravity flashed, as Lin Yuan was looking at the old man who had just appeared, Yi Wu Dao. The gap between the late stage of the Dao Palace realm and a true Heaven Ascension realm cultivator was indeed unimaginably large. It could be said that in the long history of the Xin heavenly continent, no one had ever been able to fight against a true Ascension realm powerhouse with a cultivation at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. The gap was too great. Even the heavenly pride of the world couldn't do it. It should be known that Yi Wu Dao, as the oldest ancestor of the Diyu imperial dynasty, the physique that he himself possessed, was itself the dragon spirit body, which was the #1 physique of the Xin Tian continent now. The power of its strength was even more terrifying than a normal Ascension realm. But unfortunately, this did not include Lin Yuan. The Supreme Tao body, since ancient times, even in the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the upper realms, was a supreme body that had ranked in the top 10 from ancient times to the present. These 10 supreme bodies would not be born in this lower realm at all. Thus, to be able to resist the Heaven Ascension realm with the Dao Palace realm, Lin Yuan was just a special case, and only this one. Boom! 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 The old body was similarly retreating, its red Dao robe fluttering. Barely stopping his stance, a hint of surprise flashed through Yi Wu Dao's gaze as he looked towards Lin Yuan. No wonder, even Yi Xian, the imperial son of my Diyu dynasty, was defeated in your hands before. The defeat was not unjust. I can't imagine that such a demon has appeared in the eastern wasteland in this world. Lin Yuan is too young. So young that Yi Wudao was actually a bit unbelievable at the moment. However, just now, he had indeed just casually struck it himself, and didn't pay much attention to it at all. At this moment, Yi Wudao just thought that the Lin Yuan just now must have used his full power in order to shock himself back. But even so, it's still appalling. Yi Wudao's pale gaze swept over the coffin behind Lin Yuan, recognizing the person inside the coffin, or the person who was killed by his own hands back then within the Qing Yin Dao sect. The hint of love for talent that was born instantly disappeared without a trace. It's a pity that such a young demon is a remnant of the Qing Yin Dao sect, destined to be an enemy of my Diyu imperial dynasty. In that case, then I can't keep you here. The eyes were becoming cold, the figure stood above the void with a supreme aura that was immense, Yi Wudao with killing intent. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether or not you have the strength. Otherwise, you'll be the one who dies later. Lin Yuan's voice was small and resounding, and in his eyes, battle intent was rising. His own self just now hadn't used his full strength. However, after the trial and error, Lin Yuan had been able to determine that his own self, who possessed the supreme Dao body, was sufficient to cross the border and fight with the heavenly ascension realm. Oh, young man, don't be too angry. Do you really think that just now was the real strength of the old immortal? You're too young. With a cold laugh, within his pale gaze, Yi Wudao's killing intent was boundless. Lin Yuan's youth made him feel a sense of crisis. Giving it time to grow, in time, perhaps it would be a real disaster for the Diyu imperial dynasty. But the good thing is, the other side is in too much of a hurry. Let your talent be amazing, but a fallen genius is just a corpse. Feeling a tinge of gratitude, Yi Wudao spoke between words. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The breath was not hidden, and the might that belonged solely to the Ascension Realm powerhouses was completely on display. The body is decaying and dying though. Roar! 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 However, at this moment, an incomparably majestic dragon roar resounded from Yi Wudao's circumference. The blood-colored light was monstrous and bright red, and the surrounding area was instantly shrouded in blood-colored mist, and in the sea of mist, a dragon shadow loomed, shaking the sky and moving the earth. As an old ancestor of the Diyu imperial dynasty, what he possessed was naturally the same dragon spirit body as Yi Xian, the #1 physique in the Xintian continent. However, compared to Yi Xian, Yi Wudao's strength, I don't know how many times more terrifying. Chapter 57 Yi Wudao's panic, it's impossible. The blood mist filled the void, the sound of the dragon's roar resounded through the entire palace, and the majestic might shook the four directions, as if even the sky dome was trembling. The Ascension Realm aura was too terrifying, causing the countless central state cultivators present to be shocked. The cultivation path is as prosperous as the central state, but there is only one Ascension Realm powerhouse in a single lifetime. On top of the Xintian continent nowadays, if one were to say which power possessed an old ancestor of the Heaven Ascension Realm, I am afraid that it would only be the Diyu imperial dynasty, the behemoth that had dominated the central state for endless years. Thus, even the countless central state cultivators who were recite were seeing with their own eyes, for the first time, a forbidden powerhouse of this level making a move. Is this an Ascension Realm powerhouse? An existence that stands at the very top of this realm is invincible in the world. Hee, this is the ancestor of the Diwu dynasty, it's too late for that kid to regret. Below, a voice was ringing out, including Lu Shui and Yi Xian, the gazes of everyone were looking towards Lin Yuan. This time, no one believed that it would still be possible for this native from the eastern wasteland to flip the script. It seemed to the many cultivators present that the reason why Lin Yuan had been able to shock back this Diyu imperial dynasty's old ancestor just now. However, it was just that Lin Yuan had already used his full strength while Yi Wudao casually struck. Now, when a powerhouse of the Ascension Realm completely displayed his strength, Lin Yuan was certainly no match. After all, they didn't feel that kind of aura that was unique to the Ascension Realm, that blended with heaven and earth, on Lin Yuan's body. They concluded that the current Lin Yuan hadn't stepped into the realm of heaven ascension. In a black coat, with a slender figure and a clear face, Lin Yuan stood above the palace, in the void, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Surrounded by endless blood mist, so thick and incomparably thick that the line of sight was blocked, one could hear the heaven-shattering sound of a dragon's roar, and could feel ahead, the majestic and incomparably powerful breath unique to the Ascension Realm. It seems that I'm being underestimated. Smiling indifferently and coldly, Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. The strike that had just decimated Yi Xian as well as everyone present was blocked by Yi Wudao. But for Lin Yuan, beheading them was not enough to qualify himself to use his full strength. Right at this moment, a stern cry rang out from within the blood mist. It's Yi Wudao, he's striking out. Junior, suffer death. The void rumbled. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The blood mist in the sky was surging and tossing, as if it was about to turn into a sea of blood. Along with the loud sound of a dragon's roar, the dragon's shadow flew in the air, its sharp claws probing. Under the dragon's claws. Click! Cracks appeared in the surrounding void, densely packed, and the space was cracking like a smooth mirror. It was killing towards Lin Yuan. Face the blow. Kill me, you're not good enough. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. An incomparably majestic aura rose from around his body. The eyes were glowing, with endless blazing light flowing through them, harboring the changes and evolution of the world. The Tao light around his body was radiant, and a mysterious and unpredictable Tao pattern emerged from the Tao light. Boom! In an instant, the endless sea of blood-colored mist around them was retreating and dissipating under the illumination of the Tao light, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The supreme Tao body, in the upper realms, was also known as the Son of the Great Tao. When the Tao light enveloped his body, all evils retreated and all laws were inviolable, even the power of the Ascension realm had to retreat under the light surrounding Lin Yuan. Kill! A shout. Lin Yuan took a step in the air. Boom! The void beneath his feet trembled as his body transformed into a ray of light as he was killing towards Yi Wudao. What kind of physique is this? Feeling Lin Yuan's body, that kind of physical power that didn't seem to belong to this realm, for some reason, Yi Wudao had a slight illusion. His own Yi imperial lineage, the dragon spirit body, which was known as the #1 physique in the Xian-Tian continent, was actually suppressed by the black and white light emanating from Lin Yuan's surroundings. How is this possible? One must know that in this Xian-Tian continent, it was never the dragon spirit body that suppressed others. This was the first time he had encountered that his own dragon spirit body, being suppressed by another person in the past, was something that was simply unimaginable. Unable to be thinking about what kind of physique the young man fighting against himself in front of him had. The Great War is breaking out. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! With the late stage of the Tao Palace realm, against the Ascension realm. Above the void, under the violent collision, powerful fluctuations are sweeping in all directions, as if the entire void will be crushed. Ho! 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 The blood-colored dragon shadow crossed the sky and moved the 9 heavens with one whistle. The dragon god technique of the Yi imperial clan lineage, with the help of the dragon spirit body, could allow this technique to reach its extreme and be invincible in the same realm. But at this moment, the dragon's shadow was huge and incomparable, but the blood-colored scale armor was shattering, and under Lin Yuan's attack, the dragon body, which was nearly 1,000 meters long and hovering in the air, was constantly being shaken out. It was a fist print, a fist light that covered the entire half of the void, brilliant and incomparable, with a power that seemed to be enough to shatter everything. It's Lin Yuan on the strike. With the power of the supreme Tao body, there was no need to utilize any Tao techniques, any Tao weapons. For Lin Yuan, his own body was the most powerful Tao weapon. Of the 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm, each had its own unique characteristics, and the supreme Tao body was not known for its strength. If one were to see this scene, I'm afraid that back then, Lin Zhou, who had witnessed Lin Yuan's promotion to the supreme Tao body, would have to be dumbfounded and skeptical. The young master of his own family, this is actually getting to be the supreme Tao body, or the desolate ancient sacred body that is famous in the 10,000 worlds with its unrivaled qi and blood, and the force of one of the paths. It's really that Lin Yuan's direction is a bit off. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, looking at the sparring match above the sky dome. Below the palace, the countless central state cultivators who were looking at this scene, including Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Their self-confidence was gone, and they were completely dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. One must know that before this, they had sworn that Lin Yuan would definitely be no match against a true Ascension realm powerhouse. What they were considering was how many more strikes Lin Yuan could block. But at this moment, especially Yi Xian, looking at his own old ancestor who was now facing Lin Yuan, he was actually losing ground. Not a single word could be said, and in his eyes, there was confusion. This can't be right. What an old man. He's just a native of the eastern wasteland, it's only been a few months, how can he? Losing his mind, Yi Xian couldn't understand it even if he thought about it. How many times had Lin Yuan broken their perceptions? Previously, the Lu Xian and Lu Changdao of the Liuli Dao sect were even so. But now, even their Diwu dynasty's oldest ancestor, a powerhouse of the Ascension realm, the powerful underbelly of their dynasty. Facing Lin Yuan, he was actually retreating at the moment. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the void, there was no scene of an even match as the crowd at the scene had imagined. It was as if he was being crushed unilaterally by Lin Yuan. The dragon's shadow shattered. Yi Wudao, who was dressed in a red Taoist robe, was currently facing Lin Yuan's invincible attack. His head was cloaked, his body was staggering, and his body, which was already dying, was retreating in an unstoppable manner. Puffing. A mouthful of blood spurted out. This can't be right. Chapter 58, It's You. Who was he, Yi Wudao? When he was young, he had also swept across the entire Xiantian continent, and among the heavenly prides of that generation, he claimed to be invincible. Later on, he even stepped into the Ascension realm in 200 years, ranking at the very top of this realm. Some of his deeds still endure within the central state today. After that, he did not hear about the world or the affairs of the imperial dynasty, and hid himself in the depths of the forbidden land of the Diwu imperial dynasty, with the sole intention of preparing for his ascension. Originally thought that among the current generation, except for the depths of the imperial dynasty's forbidden land, that old antiquity with the same intention as himself, who had been cultivating for 100 years with the sole purpose of ascending, as well as the current generation's Yu Huangyi too, there was no one who was in a position to be his rival. But now, what happened? Facing a descendant who came from the eastern wasteland, facing a descendant whose clan he had slaughtered, he was unexpectedly no match. Defeated. You definitely haven't reached the realm of ascension. How on earth did you get to this point? Yi Wudao's voice was continuing to ring out as blood hung from the corner of his mouth above his pale face. Inwardly confused, disbelieving, and incomparably perplexed, he was looking at Lin Yuan. Being in the realm of ascension, through the midst of the sparring just now, he was able to clearly determine that the teenager in front of him did not reach the same realm as himself. However, the strength it displayed could be even more powerful than himself. It's a much scarier thing. Are you kidding me? At such an age, just around 20, he had the strength to cross the border and defeat himself. Yi Wudao was staring at Lin Yuan in death as he couldn't comprehend it. Facing Yi Wudao's words. You're old. Dying and drained of qi and blood. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. Dao light surged around his body, and his battle intent was unabated. But facing an ascension realm, there was still half a step of the ascension realm between it and his own late stage of the Dao Palace realm. Logically speaking, even if one possessed the supreme Dao body and could fight across the border, it should never be as easy as it was just now. But just now, in the middle of the sparring match, Lin Yuan had realized. The Yi Wudao in front of him, although his realm was still there and his aura was quite bluffing, all the qi and blood in his body had already drained away. This was one of the reasons why he was able to win so easily just now. If he were to be replaced by an Ascension realm powerhouse in his peak state, he really wouldn't be able to win so easily. At this moment, the conversation between Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao was clearly heard by the countless Zhengzhou cultivators below. I can't imagine that an old ancestor of the Diwu imperial dynasty personally made a move and didn't even take this person down. Although Senior Yi is old, his realm is still there, I can't believe that he's really just a native from the eastern wasteland. A voice was ringing out as they were looking at Lin Yuan. It was too difficult to accept this scene. Clearly, a fellow who looked even younger than the heavenly pride of the central state they were present with had actually reached a point where even the absolute top existences of this realm could do nothing about it. An Ascension realm elder, that was also the strongest existence in the Xiantian continent. In that case, there was only one possibility: the other party was by no means from the eastern wasteland. The aura was thin and ranked as the weakest of the 5 states in the Xiantian continent. How could such a character appear in the district eastern wasteland? In the view of the countless Zhengzhou cultivators at this moment, such a heavenly pride was only worthy of appearing in their Zhengzhou, which was a place of greatness, so that it could be accepted. Fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, at this moment, Lu Shui, in a trance, actually have a kind of illusion for Lin Yuan unfamiliar and incomparable. Obviously the person was still the same person, but the distance the other person gave Lu Shui was already inaccessible. Even inside flashed a trace of regret if at first, within the Qingyun Dao sect, above the wedding banquet, did not happen those things, then later the Qingyun Dao sect will not be overthrown, then. In an instant, however, that flicker of regret was instantly snuffed out. Not to mention that Lin Yuan had killed his own father, and the hatred between the two sides had been completely sealed. Unfortunately, this is the Diyu imperial dynasty, and there is more than one Ascension Realm powerhouse. If you can defeat one, how can you defeat three? In the end, it's still death. The murmur was so faint and inaudible that even Yi Xian, who was on the side, didn't hear it. In Lu Shue's opinion, any today's Lin Yuan and how powerful, still cannot escape the fate of death. Deep within the palace, there was more than one Heaven Ascension Realm imperial ancestor, which she had seen with her own eyes before. And, in addition to that, there was also one who had suppressed the entire central state, the emperor of the Deyu imperial dynasty. This imperial dynasty, invincible to the Xin Tian continent for such a long time, had too terrifying a base. After today, Lin Yuan would die, and at most, afterward, the rumor of a heavenly pride bravely breaking into the palace would just spread in this central state, but it wouldn't take long for it to completely disappear. And she, Lu Shue, would be the Dao couple of the Grand Imperial Prince, and in the future, she would even have the possibility of becoming the queen of this imperial dynasty. The identity she wanted, everything she had, was destined to be something Lin Yuan could not give. At this moment, above the void, the figures of an old man and a young man, Lin Yuan and Yi Wu Dao, faced each other across the sky. I'm getting old. Hee, I have to admit that I did underestimate you before. But alas, this is my Deyu imperial dynasty, and today it is destined that you will die here. With a grim face, Yi Wu Dao looked at Lin Yuan indifferently and reached out to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he turned his head and gazed into the depths of the forbidden land of the palace, where he had come from. Time to get out and move your muscles, old buddy. The words fell just then. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Once again, an incomparably majestic aura rose up from the depths of the forbidden land of the imperial palace. Hidden but not revealed, natural and heavenly, blending with heaven and earth, that was an aura that only those who were strong in the Heaven Ascension realm could possess. And it was displayed, with a majestic breath that was a few points stronger than Yi Wu Dao. I can't imagine that you can't take on a junior for a long time. That's just it, the two of us will join forces and kill this sun. That same old man, dressed in green robes, came from the distance. One step forward. Boom! Shrinking the ground by 1,000 miles, a stone's throw away, in a flash, he appeared in front of Yi Wu Dao. The ghostly green aura in his eyes was like a ghost fire dancing in his eyes, and his face was grim. It was precisely one of the two great Heaven Ascension realm powerhouses that accompanied Yi Xian to the central state back then, whose name was Yi Ming. Seeing this person appear, Yi Wu Dao sneered and looked at Lin Yuan. Suddenly a sentence rang out, saying what he had forgotten to say to Lin Yuan earlier. By the way, the old man in the coffin behind you is your master, named Xiao Zhantian? Back then, within the Qingyan Dao sect, it was crushed to death by one of my fingers. Like crushing an ant. Yi Wu Dao was smiling at Lin Yuan, and as he spoke, his finger extended and pressed downwards. It's you? Boom! When he heard these words, Lin Yuan's gaze changed, it was endless killing intent. Chapter 59, Solo Battle Against Two Great Ascension Realms. Although he knew that the Qingyun Dao sect had united with a group of sects in the eastern wasteland under the order of the Deyu imperial dynasty to destroy them. But at this moment, hearing that his master was killed by Yi Wu Dao in front of him. The old man who picked himself up as a baby until he raised himself. Deep in Lin Yuan's heart, he had long since treated him as his father. Hate. The heart is like a knife. The eyes were turning red, killing intent surging wildly in his eyes. The hatred that destroys all that is in front of you is uncontrollable. Perhaps in the eyes of these central state cultivators who had never been high and mighty, destroying a small eastern wasteland clan was as easy as stepping on an ant in their eyes. But there, it was where he, Lin Yuan, had grown up, where the memories began. Familiar people, familiar plants and trees, destroyed. The master teacher, the youngest sister, countless familiar faces within the sect, all died. It's just because of this Dewu dynasty under your feet. And in order to take revenge, the combined efforts of the two Ascension realm powerhouses in front of him had to be resolved. Although Lin Yuan seemed to look relaxed when he fought Yi Wu Dao before. But at this moment, it was two Ascension realm powerhouses combined. Moreover, this green-robed old man who had just appeared, judging from the aura emanating from the other party's body, the other party's chi and blood was not as depleted as Yi Wu Dao's, and his strength was still quite a bit stronger. With the strength of a late stage of the Dao Palace realm, he was fighting against two great Ascension realm powerhouses joining forces. Putting it on the Xin Tian continent, even among the upper realm, it looked like a near impossible thing. But at this moment, he, Lin Yuan, was not qualified to step back. He wanted to take revenge for that Qingyan Dao sect, the entire sect of 13,862 dead souls. Kill! Lin Yuan let out a loud cry, his voice was so grand that the void rumbled and shook the four directions. The aura was appalling and incomparable, and the killing intent that surged wildly within him drowned out all of his sanity. As a result, the aura that Lin Yuan was displaying at this moment was a few points stronger than when he was fighting Yi Wu Dao just now. White hair like snow was fluttering, the Dao light around him was radiant, and countless mysterious runes were suspended around him. A step in the air. Click. The void beneath Lin Yuan's feet collapsed to piece and shattered. The body transformed into a ray of light as he was killing Yi Wu Dao. Hee, a junior is just a junior, how dare you show off your aggression in my Diyu dynasty? It's just self-destruction. One of the old ancestors of the Diyu imperial dynasty, the green-robed old man, Yi Mingming's gloomy face, looked at Lin Yuan, who actually dared to take the initiative to kill, and let out a cold laugh. His strength was not comparable to Yi Wu Dao's, so he did not place Lin Yuan in his eyes. Do not be careless, help me. His voice flashed with a hint of surprise, as Yi Wu Dao looked at the monstrous aura of Lin Yuan, who was killing, and unconsciously, a hint of fear actually flashed within his heart. Obviously just a junior from the eastern wasteland, the aura that erupted at this moment was even more terrifying than before. If he was on his own, he really wouldn't be a match. Speaking. The Great War broke out completely. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the Diwu Imperial Palace was completely shaken. Above the void, the wind and clouds were changing colors, space was trembling, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations, as if transformed into a storm, swept in all directions. Above the trembling heavenly dome, those were three figures that were powerful to the very top of this realm. A battle of this level was a rare sight even when placed above the history of the central state. And what was even more shocking was that Lin Yuan had fought one against two. A young celestial pride from the eastern wasteland, solo against two Diyu imperial dynasty's ancestors, two heaven ascension realm powerhouses. This kind of thing had never happened before when placed on top of the history of the entire central state. Below, the countless central state cultivators who had originally attended the wedding banquet shook inwardly. Under the terrifying pressure that came from time to time, their faces turned pale, but no one retreated. A gaze was watching. Wanted to see who would have the last laugh in this battle that could be called a miracle. It is unexpected that in this life of my Xian Tian continent, the heavenly pride who can claim to be invincible in the world is actually a person who came to the eastern wasteland. Someone sounded shocked. Not only in the current world, in the long years of my central state, such a thing has never happened before. So what? Unfortunately, in the end, it's still a matter of death. No one can fight against the joint efforts of two ascension realms with their own strength. Within the palace, a voice was ringing out. Regardless of the victory or defeat, from today onwards, the name Lin Yuan would definitely cause a great earthquake in the central state. At this moment, listening to a voice around them. In a red suit, with a straight and handsome figure, Yi Xian's face was ironic. How many times had it been since Lin Yuan had appeared above his wedding banquet today? It could be said that every time Lin Yuan was powerful, he had ruthlessly slapped him, Yi Xian, in the face, and by this moment, had already stomped his face, ruthlessly, into the ground. He had always viewed Lin Yuan as a rival and an enemy, and he had not hesitated to travel to the eastern wasteland to overthrow the Qingyan Dao sect. He wanted to defeat Lin Yuan head-on, letting the other party know that the gap with himself was not just over his status, even compared to his strength, the other party was not worthy of being compared to himself, the imperial son of the Diyu dynasty. But now what? Facing at this moment, the Lin Yuan who was fighting alone against two of his own family's oldest ancestors. He, Yi Xian, didn't even have the courage to fight with him. Without realizing it, it was exceeded by the other party by so much. Humph. I don't believe that you can still defeat the two old ancestors of my Diyu imperial dynasty joining hands? Natives of the eastern wasteland, lowly identity and bloodline. No matter how strong you are, you'll still die later. Yi Xian's gaze was resentful as he looked above the void, in the middle of the great battle, at Lin Yuan's figure. The one thing that could make Yi Xian still have some confidence was his own Diyu dynasty's royal son, this identity. He was looking forward to Lin Yuan's death as soon as possible, so that his own decency would be able to continue to be maintained again. Brother Yi Xian, don't worry, he won't last long. To the side, Lu Shue's voice rang out. The one who cut off that trace of remorse within her heart and looked forward to Lin Yuan's death was also her. The wedding reception was interrupted and she was inwardly anxious. The only way she would be able to marry into this imperial dynasty in a dignified manner was if Lin Yuan died and she became a Taoist couple with Yi Xian, and her identity would undergo a complete transformation. After the next generation of Yu Emperor, her status was incomparably honored, and she had waited too long for this day. At this moment, within the palace, the voices were clamoring, and a single gaze did not move away, gazing at the great battle above the dome of the sky. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The battle between the two sides was completely white-hot. The heavens shook and space trembled. Kill! Amidst the endless black and white Dao light, white hair flying, black clothes stained with blood, was Lin Yuan, blood dripping from above his body. Completely disregard their own injuries, like a madman, to injury for injury, his so attack, all fell on Yi Wudao. Chapter 60 Death of Yi Wudao. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Lin Yuan was striking continuously, thunderous tremors, his breath was strong to the extreme, accompanied by endless killing intent permeating the four directions. The power was as if it was enough to shake the entire heavenly dome of the fist prints that were falling towards Yi Wudao. Pust! His body was pale, his qi and blood were depleted, and Yi Wudao, who was already injured from the previous battle with Lin Yuan, was now coughing up blood from his mouth as his body ruptured. Looking at Lin Yuan, who had to behead himself at all costs, Yi Wudao was shouting towards the green-robed old man Yiming. "Come and help me! This kid is afraid he's crazy." The eyes were horrified, and fear was growing inside. The surrounding space trembled. Yi Wudao's pale body was constantly dodging as a trace of regret was appearing within. "Had I known, I would not have told this kid in front of me that I killed Xiao Zhantian's matter." Regardless, looking at the other party's situation, he spelled out his life, but also wanted to kill himself. "Old dog, suffer!" Lin Yuan shouted. The aura was becoming more and more majestic, and the battle intent was boundless. Ignoring the attack of the green-robed old man and the other Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse behind him, he carried on with his body, and blood continued to flow out of the corners of his mouth as he vowed to decapitate Yi Wudao. A green robe, a pale body, shrouded in an endless green mist, with a majestic breath, was Yi Ming. That layer of Dao light on this kid is weird. What kind of physique does he have that can isolate the vast majority of my attacks? Above the grim countenance, the moment was strange. Looking at the radiant Dao light on Lin Yuan's body, the vast majority of his own means were surprisingly useless. His qi and blood were full and his strength was at its peak. One must know that one's strength was not comparable to Yi Wudao. It was hard to comprehend, and it was the first time in countless years that he had encountered such a thing. He didn't dare to wait any longer, or else Yi Wudao would surely die a tragic death in the hands of this kid, which would be an unacceptable loss for the Diyu dynasty. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Killing intent filled the air. The green-robed old man slapped out his palm. Between his palms, golden aura soared. There was an infinite amount of light rising up. There were mysterious and complicated runes surging. The palm print covered the dome of the sky, just like the hand of annihilation, crushing everything in the world. It was falling towards Lin Yuan. Kid, die! This strike was incomparably powerful, and even in the eyes of a Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse, it was a supreme strike. And at this point, facing this strike behind him, Lin Yuan had nothing to worry about. The black clothes were spreading against the wind, and his aura was also reaching its peak at this moment. Feeling the supreme strike behind him that was falling down towards him, he understood that at this moment, if he didn't kill Yi Wudao, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a chance later. Inwardly unmoved, before continuing to kill towards Yi Wudao, aside from avenging his master's death, there was another reason. He can't afford it. This was the Diyu imperial dynasty, so it was imperative to resolve one of the Ascension realms with all their might, as soon as possible. To fight against two with one's own strength, one was only at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm after all, and it was only by relying entirely on the power of the supreme Dao body that one was able to fight. With a firm gaze and incomparable determination, Lin Yuan's battle spirit was boundless. Die! This was likewise his strongest strike, using all of his power. Boom! The mysterious Dao pattern suspended around his body, that was unique to the supreme Dao body. At this moment, it was writhing and hovering, merging within Lin Yuan's punch. It was falling towards Yi Wudao. Click! The space was collapsing and shattering inch by inch wherever the fist prints passed. This strike could cross the border and kill the Ascension realm. No! The voice was horrified, with overwhelming fear. The qi and blood in his body was completely depleted, and his flesh was pale. Facing Lin Yuan's strike, Yi Wudao was afraid. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to hide. All around were cracks in the broken space. The hairs of sweat stood on end, and there was an immense amount of trepidation inside. Click! As the fist prints passed by, Yi Wudao's body exploded and was crushed into flesh and mud, blood staining the void. The bones of the corpses and the blood mist that filled the sky were proof that Yi Wu Dao had existed. An ascension realm, an existence in this realm that was known to be invincible at the very top, had died. Died at the hands of but only 20 years old, Lin Yuan. And at this point, boom! Rumble! Rumble! Behind him, the sky-obscuring palm prints had also fallen, landing on Lin Yuan's body. The radiant Dao light around his body isolated most of the power for Lin Yuan. Even though all the evils of the supreme Dao body retreated and all laws were inviolable, Lin Yuan was completely unconcerned and resisted this strike in order to kill Yi Wu Dao. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out, scattering into the void. Lin Yuan's cloaked head and body staggered, his breath appearing to wilt as he spat out blood in a large mouthful. Although he had beheaded Yi Wu Dao, he himself was injured by a slap from the green-robed old man. Master, you saw it, didn't you? The man who killed you is dead. Above the clear face, it was as pale as paper. With a calm face, Lin Yuan stabilized his stance, his eyes were looking downwards. Within that coffin, that body that had long lost its breath, was Xiao Zhantian's body. He went back to his coffin and slaughtered the entire Piao Shui Dao sect, massacring countless eastern wasteland powerhouses. Now, carrying this coffin again and arriving within this Diwu palace, Lin Yuan just wanted that old man who raised him to look at it with his own eyes. How the culprits who had previously overthrown the Qing and Dao sect, one by one, had died. How? Yi Wu Dao is dead. This kid resisted my supreme strike and was only seriously injured? Looking at the Lin Yuan who was only seriously injured, Yi Ming's gaze was horrified beyond measure. He couldn't comprehend how a junior cultivator who hadn't reached the heavenly ascension realm was able to kill Yi Wu Dao despite resisting one of his own strikes hard, and only ended up suffering from serious injuries? After thinking for a long time, he began to understand somewhat why this son dared to have the courage to break into their Diwu palace alone. The key was that Lin Yuan looked too young, making it easy to overlook his strength. A powerhouse of the ascension realm had been forcefully killed by Lin Yuan. The scene was beyond shocking. Below, in the gazes of the original countless onlookers. Old ancestor. Him, he died? Killed by Lin Yuan? Face trembling, Yi Xian was shocked by the scene just now. A chill welled up from the bottom of his heart and his whole body turned cold. This overturned Yi Xian's perception. In his impression, his own old ancestor was an invincible existence in the world. How can you lose? And lost at the hands of someone he never looked up to. A heavenly ascension realm, even if it was placed in the Diyu imperial dynasty, it was an incomparably important underpinning, a card that allowed the Diyu imperial dynasty to overpower the entire Xiantian continent. The ascension realm, dead at the hands of an eastern wasteland native? This time, the Diwu imperial dynasty lost, but it's a big one. Is he really just a heavenly pride of the same age as me? At this moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Countless voices resounded throughout the entire palace. Perhaps even Lin Yuan is not clear about what the death of an ascension realm represents in this central state, or even the Xiantian continent. Chapter 61 Yi Tu's appearance. Within the Diyu imperial palace, today was originally the wedding day of Emperor Yi Xian. Just as with Lin Yuan's arrival, this grand wedding banquet was stirred to the core. In the meantime, the imperial palace. The hall was grand and quiet all around. Above the dragon chair made of purple and gold was a figure. Wearing a black dragon robe, wearing a purple and gold crown, noble and indifferent, sitting on top of the dragon chair, his face was majestic and his breath was strong. It was none other than the contemporary emperor of the Diyu dynasty, Yi Tu. Boom! The surrounding space fluctuation surged, since in front of Yi Tu was a space crack that led to nowhere, dark and deep. Intermittent voices came from the other end of the spatial rift. The holy envoy of the upper realm, to descend. Boom! The crack in front of him disappeared. In the meantime, above Yi Tu's majestic face was a look of gravity. Even if he was the contemporary Yu emperor, he was the most honorable person in the central state, or even the Xian heaven continent nowadays. But when faced with that holy envoy from the upper realm, there had always been a need to be respectful as well. None other. Although their Diyu imperial dynasty had countless powerful people who had ascended to the upper realms since ancient times, and now they had also established a royal dynasty up there. However, the Diyu imperial dynasty in the upper realm was merely a subordinate force of a holy land, and had to completely rely on the nostrils of that holy land in order to survive. And as far as Yi Tu knew, the name of that holy land, the Jade Clear Holy Land, controlled the 4 great imperial dynasties under its command. As for them, the Du imperial dynasty was only one of the 4 great imperial dynasties under the Jade Clear Sacred Land. As for the Holy Envoy, that was the contemporary Holy Maiden of the Jade Clear Sacred Ground, with an incomparable status, and now she was about to descend. It was heard that it was related to the search for some secret stash of the Yuan Tian Supreme. But until now, he too, knew nothing about the secret stash of the Yuan Tian Supreme being that existed in this realm. That's just it, that secret stash matter, let's talk about it after the Holy Envoy descends. Yi too said to himself. Just now, he had been talking with the ascended ancestor of his own Yi imperial clan in the upper realm. As a result, on today's wedding day of Emperor Yi Xian, he, who was the oldest son, had not been able to show up at the scene. After all, compared to the matters of the upper realm, what was the matter of a royal prince's wedding banquet? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! When the vibrations outside continued, the entire Diwu imperial palace was shaking and trembling. It alarmed this emperor of Diwu. Who is it that dares to cause trouble in my Diwu imperial palace? Above his majestic face, his sword brows were slightly wrinkled with anger, and the aura emanating from his body was overbearing and incomparable. You know, this is within the palace, and who dares to make a scene here today on his son's big day? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Within the palace, above the void, the fluctuations of battle swept in all directions. It was Lin Yuan and Yi Ming who were fighting. A green robe, face cold, surrounded by the green mist in the sky, the breath reached the absolute peak, the powerful power of the Ascension Realm majestic. Kid, how dare you kill a Heaven Ascension Realm powerhouse of my Diwu Imperial Dynasty? Capital offense. Yi Ming's voice carried an incomparable killing intent. Since the establishment of the Diwu Imperial Dynasty, there had never been such a thing. An elder ancestor of the Heaven Ascension Realm was beheaded within this Diwu Imperial Palace by a heavenly pride from the Eastern Wasteland. It's not just as simple as losing a powerful bottom feeder. Yi Wudao, at the same time, represented the face of the Diwu Imperial Dynasty. If they couldn't kill Lin Yuan here, it was hard to imagine how the forces, large and small, that had been suppressed by the Diwu Imperial Dynasty for countless years, would look at them in the central state in the future. With the majesty swept away and the deterrent power gone, I'm afraid that there will be descent towards the rule of their Diwu Imperial Dynasty. This must not be tolerated, Lin Yuan must die. The face was growing colder and colder, and the offense was becoming more and more powerful. Pust! White hair flew and black clothes fluttered. In the midst of the great battle, Lin Yuan's body was stained with blood. When he killed Yi Wudao just now, Lin Yuan had completely endured the strongest strike of a heavenly ascension realm powerhouse, Yi Mingming, and although he blocked that strike with the power of his supreme Dao body and was lucky not to die, he was still shocked by the qi and blood in his body, and his breath was withered. At this moment, under the successive great battles, the Dao light around his body was becoming dimmer and dimmer. Without retreating a single step and with a firm gaze, Lin Yuan had more than enough battle spirit. Kill! Boom! An incomparably blazing battle intent rose from Lin Yuan's circumference. The majesty was mind-blowing. It was also by virtue of this incandescent and incomparable battle spirit, which actually allowed Lin Yuan, who was dragging his seriously injured body, not only to block Yi Ming's attack, but instead, the formation retreated several steps. Boom! 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 The green mist was shattered, and Yi Ming lingered in the air, retreating 3 steps back. Is this kid's body made of iron? After receiving my most powerful strike and already being seriously injured, it's amazing that he can still erupt with such power. His voice shook and his gaze was horrified as he was looking at Lin Yuan, whose battle spirit was overwhelming. It was too outrageous for a heavenly pride that was less than the Ascension realm to reach this step. However, at this time, Yi Mingming was able to see that the current Lin Yuan, who had fought back and forth in successive battles, was also at the end of his strength and could not support him for much longer. Hee, just holding on for dear life. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold on. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The fight goes on and on. At this moment, Lin Yuan was fighting bitterly with a strong conviction that was entirely based on his powerful beliefs. But sometimes, the house is not ready. Lin Yuan, who was in the middle of a great battle with Yi Ming. Just then. No good. Eyes wide with a loud cry, Lin Yuan sensed something. An incomparable sense of crisis was enveloping Lin Yuan, the aura of true death. Lin Yuan's body transformed into a ray of light and he was busy dodging and moving out horizontally. Boom! The void exploded where Lin Yuan was. The purple gold light surged incomparably, vastly, coming from the direction of the Emperor's extreme hall, as if it had turned into a long river, tearing through the space where Lin Yuan had been just a moment ago. And at the same time, a voice rang out from afar. "A junior, who gave you the guts to dare to break into my Daewoo Imperial Palace?" The voice rang out, shaking the entire Daewoo Imperial Palace. It was a figure with a strong aura, standing at the top of the Imperial Extreme Hall, and was stepping into the air. Purple and golden light surged around him, wearing a black dragon robe and a purple and gold crown on his head, noble and indifferent, with a majestic face. When with the appearance of this figure, the entire Daewoo Imperial Palace boiled over. Its father! Yi Xian was faced with immense excitement. "Emperor Yu has appeared. My Central State's true #1 powerhouse of the day. The true master of the Daewoo dynasty. Greetings to Emperor Yu." Within the entire palace, at this moment, voices rang out, a gaze of awe, figures were kneeling in pieces, kneeling towards the figure that had just appeared, "Emperor Yu, Yi too. Greetings to Emperor Yu." A green robe, even the old ancestor of the Daewoo Imperial dynasty, Yi Ming, was at this moment bowing slightly towards Yi Tu's figure in the air. Boom! 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 Stepping into the air and appearing in front of the crowd, Yi Tu slightly nodded his head and stood with his arms crossed. A pair of sharp gazes were looking at Lin Yuan with a slight frown. It had just appeared, and obviously didn't know much about the situation at the moment. "Who are you?" Chapter 62, Doubts. Yu Huang Yi Tu. The strongest person in the central state of the world. For the Daewoo Imperial dynasty to be able to dominate the entire central state, and even the entire Xian-Tian continent nowadays, it definitely had nothing to do with this emperor. Tough tactics, an iron-blooded emperor. The forces that had submitted to his command had never trembled in the face of this emperor. No one ever dared to offend his majesty. However, at this moment, facing Yi Tu's question, Lin Yuan did not answer. It's time for things to end when Emperor Yu shows up. I never thought that I would be able to see Emperor Yu with my own eyes this time. This kid is so bold, how dare he not say a word when Emperor Yu asks? At this moment, below, with Yi Tu's appearance, the surrounding clamor was unbroken. Seeing that Emperor Yu personally asked, Lin Yuan unexpectedly did not say a word, which caused some of the people present, who had originally looked at Lin Yuan with dissatisfaction, to angrily rebuke him. This was Emperor Yu, an existence that countless sect leaders in the central state would tremble at the sight of. Who dares to be so arrogant in front of this emperor? Father has finally shown himself. Originally, Yi Xian, who had previously been struck by Lin Yuan, had his chest once again straightened up at this moment, his gaze high and proud, his nostrils facing the sky. Obviously being the same age as himself, yet even his own family's oldest ancestor, one of whom had died in Lin Yuan's hands, caused Yi Xian to endure tons of blows. But even so, at this moment, with the appearance of his own father, in Yi Xian's opinion, so what if Lin Yuan was even strong? As long as his own father casually struck him, he could easily crush him to death. There is simply no comparison between the two. Is this the Emperor of Daewoo? With a fair complexion, a tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 green silks hanging down, Lu Shui was looking at the majestic and incomparable figure above the celestial dome. Although she was about to marry Yi Xian, with her status, she was still not qualified to have an audience with this Emperor of Daewoo. Anyone from the central state, for the name of this emperor, was like a thunderbolt, and she, Lu Shui, could not be seen as an outsider. I had heard about it a long time ago, but it was the first time I had seen it with my own eyes. Humph! In front of Emperor Yu, Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, you're still going to die. Lu Shui disdainfully said, in the genius and how, but also in front of this emperor, in the end can only be a corpse. At this time, the sound of voices continued in all directions. In front, two Ascension Realm powerhouses stood there, especially the Yu Emperor Yi Tu who had just appeared, with an aura so strong and overwhelming that Lin Yuan was able to clearly feel it. The strength of the opponent was by no means comparable to the duo of Yi Wudao and Yi Ming. Tick-tock. 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 Blood dripped down Lin Yuan's body from the air, drenched in blood. Although he had used his intuition to dodge the Yu Huang's powerful strike just now, he himself was still heavily injured once again. His eyes swept across the heavens and the earth, and at this moment, he, Lin Yuan, was filled with enemies. It's going to fail, isn't it? With a weak, somewhat low voice, Lin Yuan murmured with a gloomy gaze. He never regretted doing it. The night he knelt in the broken green cloud Dao sect, he had been frozen inside, and the only thing that could sustain him was revenge. The corpses of the sex people were not yet cold, and the dead souls of those 13,862 people had been watching him. All these days, not daring to sleep, and inwardly questioning myself, not stopping for a moment. Lin Yuan took all the blame for the destruction of the Qing Yin Dao sect, all of it, on his own back. He had always believed that the destruction of the Qing Yin Dao sect was because of himself. At this moment, even before he had fought the Zhou Emperor, Lin Yuan already understood that his current self had already encountered a true life and death crisis. Maybe die. But for the sake of revenge, he, Lin Yuan, why should he fear death? You are the Emperor of Diwu? Lin Yuan was looking up, his face bloodied, all of it his own blood, before looking at Yi Tu. There was no awe like the others, and his gaze was calm and cold. My Qing Yin Dao sect was destroyed because of your Diyu imperial dynasty. Even if I die today, I will still make your bull imperial dynasty pay. The hatred contained in Lin Yuan's voice could not be dissipated. The black clothes on his body appeared to be broken, and you could see the cracks that appeared on top of his body, which were hideous, and blood was constantly flowing out from the cracks. Shaking and bracing his posture, Lin Yuan stood up, unwilling to bow down in front of his enemy again. At this moment, the aura in his body was nearly depleted, and his face was incredibly pale. The Qing Yin Dao sect? In the eyes of this emperor, it's nothing more than the equivalent of a mole cricket. Suppressing the central state, bullying the four seas, no one can disobey the will of this emperor. Since you dare to injure my imperial son, you, the Qing Yin Dao sect, will have to pay a corresponding price, understand? With a majestic voice, Emperor Yu was sneering. Standing tall and looking down on everything. A small Qing Yin Dao sect, if Lin Yuan hadn't mentioned it at this moment, I'm afraid he would have long forgotten about it. There were countless clans that had been destroyed in his hands, so how could he remember them all? However, with Lin Yuan's words, Yi Tu had understood Lin Yuan's identity. A leak from a small eastern wasteland clan? It seems that the last time the Qing Yin Dao sect was exterminated, what was done was still not thorough enough. Standing in the air, his body stood in the purple golden light, and around him, there was a surging and incomparable Emperor Dao dragon chi that ran through heaven and earth, just like an emperor who suppressed the four seas and the 8 wastelands. Yi Tu's aura was too terrifying as he scrutinized Lin Yuan. The color of his eyes was tinged with doubt, and even if he was as honorable as he was, he couldn't figure it out at the moment. The Lin Yuan in front of him had clearly not reached the realm of heaven ascension, so why was he able to cause the death of one of their Diyu imperial dynasty's heaven ascension realm ancestors? Even Yi Ming was unable to take him down for a long time. Only, in the case of the teenager in front of him, perhaps there was some special reason hidden. It could be a precious treasure, or it could be an incomparably terrifying chance, but no matter what, it was surely something that made even he, the emperor of the Diwu, be moved by his heart. No matter what, he was going to get it. Emperor Yu, this son has a stiff upper lip. Then let the old man open his mouth and crack his teeth. On the side, Yi Ming's pale voice sounded, bowing towards Yi Tu and saying, then he let out a cold snort at Lin Yuan. Previously, he and Yi Wudao had teamed up with the two of them, but they were still decimated by Lin Yuan by one, which really made him lose light above his old face. Especially, at this moment in front of Yu Huang Yi Tu. No need, let this emperor see how he actually reached this step. Emperor Yu was incredibly conceited, and with his strength, he was strong enough to control everything on the scene. He didn't believe that in his own hands, this disciple from a small eastern wasteland sect would still be able to make any waves. Confident, arrogant, powerful, and overbearing. This is Yu Huang Yi Tu. Chapter 63 Lin Jiu moves. Lin Yuan and his group made a big mess of the wedding banquet, stirring up the entire Diyu imperial dynasty. In the end, it even made Emperor Yu Yi Tu appear. At this moment, within the entire central state, the patriarchs of countless sects, the supreme elders, received the news from within the Diyu imperial palace and were shaken by it. This time, Yi Xian's big wedding, although there were countless powerful people from the central state who came, it wasn't enough to attract the entire central state to boil over. But now, when it was learned that a heavenly pride from the eastern wasteland, after beheading an old ancestor of the Diwu imperial dynasty, forced to make the unique emperor of the entire central state show up for it. For a time, the entire central state was abuzz. How is it possible that a person from the eastern wasteland of the district has stirred the Diwu imperial dynasty to the ground? Interesting, this patriarch would like to go and see what kind of saint it is that made even Emperor Yu show up. What? My Liuli Dao sect's people who traveled to the Diyu imperial dynasty, from the Grand Elder down to the Holy Sun, were all killed by that eastern wasteland's natives? In the various domains of the central state, within the countless sects, a figure with a majestic breath soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the imperial Dao domain, the Diyu imperial palace. They wanted to see just what kind of heavenly pride was capable of reaching this point. After all, since the beginning of time, nothing like this had ever happened on top of this central state continent. And just as the countless powerful people of the central state were all flying towards the Du imperial dynasty. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland. Ancient Forbidden Land. Within the imperial palace of Taiching. The hall was dimly lit, surrounded by countless chaotic qi, wisps of which filled the entire Taiching Emperor Palace. Right here and now. Countless chaotic qi, as if transformed into a vortex, was surging towards an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground. A rough, grey coat, still stained with blood, his own, and a head full of long, greyish-white hair. It was Lin Jiao. Several months had passed since earlier, when he had parted ways with Lin Yuan. Previously, in order to help Lin Yuan advance to the supreme Tao body, the shattering of the intrinsic sacred soldier had caused him to be extremely injured. Within this period of time, he had been within this imperial palace, recovering his injuries with the help of the surrounding chaotic qi. After all, in this lower realm, within the Xiantian continent, other than this imperial palace, with his saint realm, there were no heavenly treasures, or other places, that could allow him to reach the peak of his state as soon as possible. Boom! 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 Right here and now. An incomparably majestic aura rose from Lin Jiao's circumference, and in an instant, the entire imperial palace shook. The face was pale, and the eyes, which had been tightly closed for months, were slowly opening. With the help of the Taiching Emperor Palace's aura, a few months' time has also allowed the old immortal to recover his strength to the 8th or 9th level. I don't know, how is the young lord? The pale eyes showed concern. When Lin Yuan left, he was in the middle stage of the Dao Palace realm, and if he added in a supreme body like the supreme Dao body. In Lin Jiao's opinion, at least within this eastern wasteland, his own young lord was invincible. Collecting his breath, Lin Jiao stood up. It's time to leave. Boom! With a single step, Lin Jiao's figure disappeared within this Taiching Emperor Palace. At this point, middle states. Within the Du Imperial Palace, an incomparably powerful figure came from all over the central state. The lowest were all at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, and there were even half-step Ascension realm powerhouses. Greetings to Emperor Yu. I'm sorry to see you, Emperor Yu. All of them are the patriarchs of the great sects in the central state, the old ancestors, chopping a foot, the existence of a region in the central state are going to quake. But at this moment, being within the Diwu Palace, each face is respectful and incomparable, bending down, and towards the sky above, that Emperor Yi to a worship. Immediately afterward, their gazes turned to look at the blood-soaked black-clothed teenager in front of Yi Tu. It was Lin Yuan. That's the heavenly pride that came from the eastern desert? Under such a mighty pressure from Emperor Yu, one can still not die. It seems that the rumors are true. At this time, above the void. Tick-tock. 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 A black dress had long been shattered, the cracks above his body were hideous, and blood was dripping down the wounds. Above the white hair, blood was streaked, Lin Yuan's own blood. The broken body floated in the void, surrounded by a side of a cage made of purple golden light that was enveloping Lin Yuan. Roar! 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 The sound of dragons roaring resounded from within the cage. 9 tiny dragon shadows were like chains, piercing through Lin Yuan's body, in the process of tearing his flesh and ripping through his bones. One could see the white bones within Lin Yuan's body exposing themselves through that hideous wound. Pain. Endless pain was drowning Lin Yuan like a tidal wave. Tell your secret, and this emperor will let you die in pain. The voice rang out before the cage. It was Yi Tu, standing with his hands behind his back, his face majestic, the aura around him oppressive, his gaze icy cold, gazing at Lin Yuan within the cage, interrogating. Between the palms of his hands, purple light surged, and the cage was made by him. He wanted Lin Yuan to explain his secret. With a cultivation at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to want to decimate the Ascension realm. But now, it was realized in the young man in front of me. He had killed an old ancestor of their Du imperial dynasty in the Ascension realm. Yi Tu thought that Lin Yuan was hiding secrets that were enough to make any cultivator in this world go crazy, and that was why he had never killed Lin Yuan. Just torture them until the other one speaks up. Click. 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 The pain was intensifying, the bones were breaking. Secret? Being within the cage, Lin Yuan did not lower his head, in straightening his body. The dead eyes were tough as nails. Laughing coldly, the blood in his mouth was flowing out continuously along the corners of his mouth. That's just your DU Imperial Dynasty's ascension realm being too useless. It's a pity that we can't slaughter this DU Imperial Dynasty cleanly today to avenge the destruction of the Qing Yun clan. The voice is weak, suffered such torture. Ordinary people are afraid that they have long been unable to endure, have long fainted. But at this moment, Lin Yuan's gaze only contained unwillingness. The unwillingness of not being able to slaughter the DU Imperial Dynasty and not being able to avenge the clan. Still talking tough at the end of your life. This emperor would like to see how hard your bones can be. Sword brows slightly wrinkled, Yi too was thoroughly impatient. Boom! The vibrations of the surrounding space, the cage was compressing, and an endless oppression came, as if it was going to crush Lin Yuan's broken body, completely. To be dead? With a voice that was faint and incomparable, Lin Yuan said with a bleak gaze. Until this moment, he still did not regret his decision. Even though this emperor of Diwu was an enemy, Lin Yuan had to admit it. With his own cultivation at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, along with his supreme Dao body, he was no match for this emperor. At this moment, the crisis of death was enveloping Lin Yuan. That majestic and incomparable pressure seemed as if it could crush Lin Yuan into dregs in the next moment. Unless I can forcefully open the vision of the supreme Dao body. Being within the cage, just at this moment, I don't know what I remembered, Lin Yuan's originally bleak vision, a glimmer of light appeared. Chapter 64, The Jedi. The Supreme Dao Body, ranked as one of the 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm. This kind of physique, since ancient times, represented invincibility in the same realm, and fighting across borders was never difficult. It was powerful, and besides the power of its own physique, there was an important reason for it. Anomaly. A vision that belonged uniquely to the supreme body. The only supreme body that possessed a vision was the one that was complete under the vision's enchantment, pushing across all enemies in the world. In other words, even though Lin Yuan, who had experienced several great battles before and had even killed the Heaven Ascension realm with the Dao Palace realm, the strength he had displayed before was not the complete power of the supreme Dao body. Being in the lower realm, the great Dao was crippled, all laws were incomplete, and for the visions that belonged to himself, Lin Yuan had been unable to awaken. But at this moment, at the time of life and death, Lin Yuan couldn't care less. Even if it cost him everything, as small as that might be, he had to try. This kid is really tough talking. In front of Emperor Yu, he still dares to be reckless. Someone's voice rang out with disdain for Lin Yuan. At this moment, within the DU Imperial Palace, the scene was already overcrowded with the arrival of powerful people from all over the central state. It could be said that the patriarchs of all the great clans, the old ancestors themselves, were all present. The Yu Emperor who had suppressed the central state, these two words alone were like thunder within the central state. However, Yi Tu, who was the emperor of the DU Imperial Dynasty, had been a legend within the central state nowadays, and had not appeared for many years. In addition to that, an eastern wasteland heavenly pride dared to stir up the heavens within the DU Imperial Dynasty, forcing the Yu Emperor to appear in person. No matter which reason it was worthwhile for the major powerhouses of the central state to come and see for themselves. The scene was noisy and the voices were loud. Above the ground of the palace, countless gazes were looking above the void as they looked at Lin Yuan, who was inside a cage with a shattered body. I heard that this brat had beheaded a DU Imperial Dynasty's ancestor before. He's got a lot of guts too. So young, unimaginable, how on earth did he do it? Humph, in front of the DU Dynasty, no matter how terrifying his talent is, he won't be spared from death. As a Zhangzhou cultivator, and within the Diwu Palace, the scene of the major patriarchs, old ancestors, naturally all stand on the side of the Diwu dynasty. Although Lin Yuan's previous deeds had indeed shocked many people, but, so what? In front of the Emperor of Diyu, it is just like a mole cricket, life and death are all in the Emperor of Diyu's thought. The silhouettes were densely packed. At this point, the middle of the crowd. Lin Yuan, so what if a guy who stepped on luck and relied on chance is better than this imperial prince? The voice rang out, it was Yi Xian. With a straight posture, a lofty apparatus, and an incomparably handsome face, his gaze was currently looking at Lin Yuan above the void with disdain, in a sneer. Obviously, before, within the Qing Yun Dao sect, he had been able to barely fight with Lin Yuan. But now, only a few months had passed, yet he already couldn't even see Lin Yuan's back. This sense of discrepancy was extremely difficult for Yi Xian. Brother Yi Xian, are you saying that Lin Yuan's ability to become so strong is due to the chance hidden in his body? Beside him, the voice rang out. With a fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, and 3,000 green silks hanging down, hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Shue's pretty face was curious. He's just a remnant of the Green Cloud Dao sect. If not for a powerful chance, how could he become so powerful in a short period of time? Hoof. Father really find out the chance hidden in him. When he dies, maybe, that chance of his can be mine. Yi Xian, who had said this, a hint of fire was emerging within his gaze. In his opinion, he possessed the dragon spirit body, which was the #1 physique in the Xian continent, and if he could obtain that chance on Lin Yuan, perhaps, he himself could also reach Lin Yuan's ground in a short period of time, and even hopefully exceed it. That was the power to be able to fight against the Ascension realm. It was exciting to think about it. Yi Xian's gaze was looking at the void above in death. In his opinion, the district Lin Yuan, in front of his father, couldn't support him for much longer at all. Within the cage made of purple golden light, suffocating pressure was hitting and space was collapsing. Click. 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 Bones clicked as Lin Yuan's body was about to be crushed. Do you choose to die a painful death, or hand over the secrets you carry and this emperor will give you a painful death? On the side, Yi Tu's voice rang from Lin Yuan's ears. Pain. This agony of his body seeming like it was about to be crushed inch by inch, Lin Yuan's face twisted. Could hear it, the sound of everything cracking inside. I'll turn in Nima. With a loud cry, under the extreme pain, Lin Yuan's mouth popped out a sentence that belonged uniquely to a traveler. Listening to Yi Tu, the emperor, he was confused. Although he didn't know what it meant, he could feel that it wasn't something good. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Just then, being within the cage, Lin Yuan's entire body's blood began to boil and roll like thunder. The surface of his body was rising with black and white flames, pulsating and blazing. The blood in his body, the broken bones in his body, and every cell in his entire body were burning along with the Dao flame. An incomparably terrifying aura rose up and was converging towards the center of Lin Yuan's eyebrows. Wow! Originally flat center of the eyebrow, suddenly, cracked a gap, that is a kind of, transcendent to the highest, beyond this side of heaven and earth above the breath, in the diffusion of out. The moment. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The heavens and earth changed color, and the Qiankuan trembled. Hair, what happened? What kind of movement is this? What is that? At this moment, within the Du Imperial Palace, the countless cultivators who were originally watching the spectacle, in an instant, their hair stood on end, their hearts were vibrating and roaring violently. They were looking at Lin Yuan, and in Lin Yuan's body, they sensed that an aura that shouldn't be in this side of heaven and earth at all, a supreme and incomparable aura was appearing. Although he had never felt that kind of power, when this kind of aura appeared, deep inside every human cultivator, an unspeakable palpitation was being born. How? Could it be that this is the secret hidden in him? The voice was tinged with horror. It was Yi Tu. Dressed in a black dragon robe, he stood in the air, his body standing in the purple golden light, his body surrounded by the imperial Dao dragon chi surging incomparably, running through heaven and earth. Above the originally noble and indifferent, majestic and incomparable face, the gaze that looked at Lin Yuan at this moment was shocked beyond measure. Click. 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 The cage that trapped Lin Yuan was shattering. Where Lin Yuan's brow was, an eye was slowly opening. It was the supreme Dao pupil, burning his own body with the Dao flame and forcing it to be activated. Right at this moment, as the pupils of the supreme Dao opened, at this moment, it was as if the light between heaven and earth was darkening. White hair like snow was fluttering, a broken black suit, covered in blood, broke the cage set up by Yi Tu. Since Lin Yuan's back, there were sights emerging, grandiose and incomparable, obscuring the entire dome of the sky. That's the vision of the Taishan Taoist body. Chapter 65 Lin Yuan battles Emperor Yu. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds changed color and thunder surged. At this moment, from behind Lin Yuan, it was in the middle of a gray, endless chaos. There was an infinite amount of chaotic Dao light rising up, transforming into subtle and complicated Dao runes that were arranging and combining. Eventually, converging out of an eye, emerging from the endless chaos of Dao light. The light shines, the heavens sink, transcendent, supreme, above all. Within the pupils, it seemed as if they contained 10,000 paths, and wherever the light of the eyes shone, it was the place where the great paths were located. The eye of the way. This was a vision that belonged uniquely to the supreme Dao body. A black dress with white hair flying. Lin Yuan's body was covered in blood and stood in the void, his body glowing, black and white flames rising from his body. Burning the power of the origin within his body, he manifested his vision. At this moment, when this scene appeared behind Lin Yuan, the entire Du Imperial Palace, and even the entire Imperial Dao domain, trembled. Above the vault of heaven, the light disappeared. In the midst of a chaos, a huge eye, suspended silently. It's like the eye of perdition. At this moment, within the palace, the countless central state cultivators who were paying attention to this scene boiled over. What is that? A vision formed by the transmission of one pupil? Strange, just what kind of physique is it that can possess such a vision? I'm afraid that even my Xian Tian continent's #1 physique, the dragon spirit body, is far from being able to compare its visions to it. A voice filled with horror, like a wave, resounded in bursts within the palace. They were looking at Lin Yuan and Yu Huangyi too. Obviously before, Lin Yuan, who had already been reduced to a prisoner. At this moment, with the vision behind it, the breath vaguely between, actually able to Yi Tu division. This shocked everyone within the palace. That was Emperor Yu, the only emperor in the central state, a young pride from the eastern wasteland, able to compare with Emperor Yu? If anyone had dared to say this to them before this, then they would have been treated like a cutie. But now, a surprising number of people think that it will be true. A rare physique in the world. I'm afraid that amongst this Xian heavenly continent, no one has ever been able to compare themselves to you at the Dao Palace realm throughout the ages. Looking towards the vision behind Lin Yuan, Yi Tu nodded his head slightly in admiration. He had long ago perceived Lin Yuan's true realm. Even he, the emperor of the central state, had always thought before this that only the dragon spirit body of their Yi imperial clan was the #1 physique in this Xian Tian continent. But at this moment, after feeling the power emanating from Lin Yuan's body, he didn't think so anymore. Although even he didn't know what kind of physique the teenager in front of him had. But for sure, it was not at all the dragon spirit body of their imperial clan that could be compared to it. Speaking here, Yi Tu's words changed. But do you really of all people think that you can challenge this emperor's majesty with a mere visionary enchantment? The black dragon robe fluttered as Yi Tu stood in the air, his gaze high and proud as he looked down on Lin Yuan, his aura overbearing. As the strongest person in the central state of the world, he had absolute confidence. Challenge your authority? No. What I want is to wipe out the entire Diwu imperial dynasty today and decimate it. And that includes you. Under the enhancement of the visions behind him, there was an infinite amount of Dao light enveloping Lin Yuan's shattered body, and there were illusory great Dao paths emerging and hovering around Lin Yuan. The surrounding body was permeated with the rhythm of the Dao, which was heavenly, as if a true son of the great Dao had descended into the world, transcendent and incomparable. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, and in his eyes, there was dead silence as he was looking at Yi Tu. There was not the slightest bit of awe in the face of the emperor in front of him that everyone in the central state feared. There is only killing intent. Then let this emperor see what strength this unknown physique of yours has. A sneer. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Right at this moment, a majestic and incomparable aura rose from Yi Tu's body. His body was enveloped in light, and the imperial dragon chi around him surged incomparably, running through heaven and earth. Between the palms of his hands, the purple gold light blazed incomparably, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar that shook the 4 directions. Boom! Yi Tu slapped his palm out. Click! The surrounding void exploded, golden aura soared, purple haze surged. It was the shadow of a dragon that pierced through the void and was coming towards Lin Yuan. Flying in the air, its might dominated the world. This strike, even if it was placed in the Ascension realm, there were definitely not many people who could receive it. At this moment, in a corner of the void, there was still a pale figure standing. In a green robe, in his pale gaze, he looked at Yi Tu's strike and was filled with shock. Emperor Yu's Dragon God technique has actually broken through to the 8th layer. It's Yeming. As a member of the Yi Imperial clan, even Yu Emperor Yi Tu was his junior. As for the Dragon God technique, it was a technique that had been passed down from generation to generation by the Yi Imperial family. It was incredibly powerful and was divided into 9 layers. However, even if one possessed the Dragon Spirit Body Yi Imperial clan, throughout the ages, there was absolutely no one who could cultivate the Dragon God technique to the 9th layer. Even those who were able to cultivate it to the 8th layer, over the long years and countless generations of Yu emperors of the Diyu Imperial dynasty, there were only a handful of them. Thus, in Yi Ming's opinion, this generation's Yu Emperor Yi Tu, with this 8th layer of the Dragon God skill, had already surpassed countless generations of his ancestors. Even if it was him, it was a few hundred years earlier than Yi Tu stepping into the Heaven Ascension realm. But on top of cultivating the Dragon God technique, today it had only barely reached the 6th layer. At this moment, the entire DU Imperial Palace was watching this battle. When they saw the famous Emperor Yu make his move, countless Central State cultivators at the scene were inwardly shocked. For this emperor, the countless cultivators in the Central State were only stuck in rumors, and it was the first time they had seen him make a move. The dragon's shadow shook the heavens and the earth, and that powerful pressure caused countless cultivators to turn pale. Is this the strength of Yu Huan? It seems that even if this boy from the eastern wasteland possesses such a terrifying vision, he is estimated to be unbeatable in the face of Emperor Yu. Oh, just kidding, that's Emperor Yu, who in the world can beat that? Within the palace, most of the cultivators on the scene were still on Emperor Yu's side. After all, rumors about this emperor had always been a taboo in the Central State. Even though the visions behind Lin Yuan at this moment were alarming countless people, there were still very few people who thought that Lin Yuan would be able to Yu Huang in a battle. Roar! 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 Above the dome of the sky, the purple-golden dragon shadow shattered the dome of the sky and was roaring towards Lin Yuan, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Facing this strike, Lin Yuan's face was calm. Boom! The Taishang Dao pupil in the center of the eyebrow, accompanied by the vision behind him, in the transformation of a Dao light that is sufficient to open up the chaos, piercing out. Chapter 66. Is this your self-proclaimed invincible strength? The Dao light was dazzling and incomparably bright, cutting through the void, as if it wanted to return all matter, back to chaos. The dragon's shadow and the Dao light collided into everything. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Amazing collision! Endless fluctuations spread from above the sky dome, and space was cracking like a calm mirror. Click! A dark crack was hideous, deep, and creepy, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. That powerful pressure caused the bodies of countless Central State cultivators within the palace below to tremble. How many years? Never before had such a great battle broken out in the Central State. Not to mention, at this moment, it was Emperor Yu himself. In a battle against a teenager who appeared, however, to be only about 20 years old. Lin Yuan was too young, and if it wasn't for the strength he was displaying at this moment, it would be hard to compare this one teenager to the emperor who had shaken the Central State. Eyes were horrified, their hearts were trembling, and some of those with weaker cultivation levels were simply unable to withstand the terrifying fluctuation coming from above the dome of the sky. The color of the face was becoming pale, and what's more, the corners of the mouth were directly shaken and bled. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would be able to see that someone would be able to fight with Emperor Yu. Yes, even if he loses at the hands of Emperor Yu today, his name will still be able to go down in the annals of my Central State. At such an age, if given the chance, perhaps, the future strongest person in the Xiantian continent will be none other than this young man. But alas, today he will die. The scene shook and boiled, in shock at the strength displayed by Lin Yuan. But even so, it was still hard for anyone to believe that the ultimate winner would be Lin Yuan. There was no way around it. The prestige that Emperor Yi II, the Emperor of DU, had erected in the Central State was unshakable in the current world. The Emperor was invincible. This was nearly engraved into the cognition of every cultivator in the Central State. At this moment, not only were the countless gazes of the onlookers present, but even Yi Ming, the old ancestor of the DU Imperial dynasty, who was also in the Heaven Ascension realm, was horrified beyond measure as he watched the two battle against each other, on top of his pale countenance. He was leaning closer than those below him. Thus, it was more than possible to realize how terrifying the power displayed by both Yi II and Lin Yuan at this moment was. How is that possible? The supreme strike of the 8th layer of the Yu Huang dragon divine skill didn't even manage to help this kid? Yi Ming was shaken inwardly. That was the strongest technique of his own Yi Imperial clan, and it was cultivated to the point of the 8th layer. It was reasonable to say, but in every generation of the Yi Imperial family, as long as someone was able to cultivate the dragon god skill to this point, what it represented was invincibility in the world. But now, the result was out of Yi Ming's expectation. Even if it was him, now that he was facing a battle between the two, he was not qualified to participate in it. You know, the previous him was still able to chase after Lin Yuan and fight. Just what kind of physical vision is it that allows a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm to rival my contemporary emperor of Diwu? Yi Ming was confused and inwardly puzzled. But, one can only watch in silence. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! All eyes on the world. Right here and now. Above the shattered void, it was a chaotic Dao light that was radiant to the extreme, a strike from Lin Yuan's etheric Dao pupil, augmented by the vision behind him. At the 8th level of the Dragon God technique, the dragon's shadow that shrank with purple and gold light was assimilated as if it had evaporated as it disappeared inch by inch under the shroud of chaotic Tao light. The offense is unrelenting. Boom! The black dragon robe shattered, the purple and gold crown on his head fell off, his cape was disheveled, and his body staggered. It was Emperor Yi too. His body shook and blood flowed from his mouth as he was retreating in the air. Boom! 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 Each step backward shattered the void. Dozens of steps in succession. The chi and blood in his body churned, and the imperial Tao dragon chi behind him was a few points dimmer than before. How is that possible? An incredulous voice rang out from Emperor Yu's mouth. Above the original majestic and incomparable face, he was moving. Confused, puzzled, and in his gaze was incomprehensibility, in looking at Lin Yuan. Suppressing the central state, bullying the 4 seas, the Xian Tian continent, his Yu Huangyi Tu's name, shocking the 8 wastelands and the 6 worlds. Those who go along with him will prosper and those who go against him will perish. It all stemmed from the fact that he was strong enough to suppress everything. But now, what happened? In the sparring match just now, he actually lost? And in front of a teenager. The long-time invincible belief was suddenly broken. At this time, in Yitu's mind, there was only a piece of confusion. No, it can't be. How did he, father, lose? At this time, below, within the palace, Yi Xian, who was being star-crossed by the people around him, was lost in thought. In his impression, his father was the most powerful person in the world, and no one could fight with him. But just now, he had seen with his own eyes, his own father, being knocked back by Lin Yuan with a single blow. A man his own age, a native of the eastern wasteland whom he had never looked down upon, had repelled his father? At this moment, Yi Xian's mind was in chaos. This. With a fair complexion and a tall, delicate figure, paired with today's wedding day makeup, Lu Shui was playful. The voice rang out, and her gaze was looking above the void. Dressed in black, with white hair like snow, blood streaked on top of her broken body, leaving behind her previous injuries, she was watching Lin Yuan. The eyes were becoming complicated. Emperor Yu, the #1 powerhouse of the Xian Tian continent, an existence that had suppressed the central state, had lost to the hands of a teenager that she had never been able to look at. At this moment, Lu Shui's inside shook, roaring violently, her expression dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. Although a real winner has yet to be decided, judging from the performance of the battle just now. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuan was the one who steadily suppressed Yi Tu. At this moment, inside and outside the palace, the whole place was plunged into a dead silence. What followed was the sound of endless boiling. Yu Huang, he. We're not mistaken, are we? It feels like a dream. When a person's name, invincible for too long, so powerful that the entire world, are to be in front of him by the submissive, undefeated, crushing everything, has long since become in the minds of countless cultivators in the central state, for Yi Tu inertia cognition. But now, people were surprised to find that suddenly, this inertia perception of theirs had been broken by a teenager. A single gaze looked into the void, looking at Lin Yuan. Is this the strength you claim to be invincible? The voice rang out without any pride, and the expression on Lin Yuan's face was as calm as ever. Behind him, the vision was grand and incomparable. In the midst of a chaos, an infinite amount of chaotic Tao light shone brightly, and the eye of the great Tao was silently suspended, mirroring the pupil of the supreme Tao on Lin Yuan's brow. Lin Yuan's gaze is dead silent, in looking forward to Yi Tu, that originally unrivaled emperor. Chapter 67, 9th level of the Dragon God technique, transforming a dragon with one's body. The frequency of the deaths has been reversed. The visions, the blessing of the eye of the great Tao, were even more powerful than Lin Yuan had originally imagined. Prior to this, Lin Yuan was merely fighting with the power of the supreme Tao body proper. At this moment, he finally understood why the supreme Tao body had been able to rank among the top 10 of the 3,000 body types in the upper realm since ancient times, overpowering everything and being called the supreme body. It seems that a supreme Tao body that possesses a vision is worthy of being called a supreme body. Lin Yuan let out an exclamation. Above the surface of his body, black and white Tao flames were burning all the time. Nowadays, he hadn't truly awakened the vision, but was merely burning the origin power of his physique to force it on. It was extremely damaging to oneself, but if not, one might already be a corpse. Death, Lin Yuan wasn't afraid. Not being able to take revenge with his own hands was what made Lin Yuan the most resentful. He had no choice. Even at all costs, we must slaughter the Du imperial dynasty and avenge those dead souls within the Qing Yin Dao sect. This was Lin Yuan's personal promise when he had knelt down inside the shattered sect. For this, Lin Yuan could pay any price. At this moment, within the Diwu Palace, there was a constant clamor all around. In shock over the fact that Lin Yuan had shocked Emperor Yu with a single blow. Lin Yuan's opposite side, facing each other across the air. The dragon robe was shattered, his head was cloaked, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Emperor Yu Yitu's gaze was changing from a brief moment of confusion to battle intent. He had been invincible for too long in this world, so long that even he was on the verge of forgetting what it was like to fail. Just now, when he was fighting against each other, being shocked and knocked back by a teenager had indeed caused him, the invincible emperor, to not react for a moment. But, the fight isn't over, it's only just begun. He is not bad, it seems that this emperor did underestimate you before. With a cold laugh, Yu Huang Yitu's middle-aged appearance wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He admitted that he had been careless just now, and was only slightly inferior to Lin Yuan. However, it was not believed that a mere indigenous person from the eastern wasteland, even if he possessed his own unimaginable physique, in terms of heritage, the other party would be able to compare with himself, a Diwu emperor. The battle has just begun. Next, this emperor will let you know what it means to be invincible in the world. The voice was calm and contained an unquestionable pressure. Yi Tu was coldly looking at Lin Yuan. Speaking. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Purple haze steamed around his body, and the imperial Dao dragon chi was converging and surging. Roar. 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 There was the sound of a dragon's roar that resounded from Yi Tu's surroundings, shaking the 8 directions and reverberating within the entire palace. Golden on sword, purple haze surged, and those were 9 dragon shadows, hovering behind Yi Tu, in the process of merging with this emperor's body. An incomparably majestic aura rose up from within Yi Tu's body, and the heavens and earth shook. When this scene appeared, others did not recognize it, but Yi Ming, who was the oldest ancestor of the Diyu imperial dynasty, did. This is the 9th layer of my Diwu imperial clan's dragon god technique. Yu Huan He reached it. A green-robed Yi Ming, who was clearly a powerhouse of the heavenly ascension realm, had been completely reduced to a spectator at this moment under the great battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Tu. A battle of that level, even he who was an old ancestor of the Diwu imperial dynasty was no longer qualified to participate in it. At this moment, upon seeing the 9 purple golden dragon shadows around Yi Tu, above his pale face, he was horrified, in a loud voice. 9th level of the dragon god technique. Yi Ming was not the only one who was shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was below, was similarly shocked beyond measure on his face at this moment. As a member of the Yi imperial family, and even more so, as a dragon spirit body, Yi Xian was well aware of what the 9th layer of the dragon god technique represented. It could be said that since the Diwu imperial dynasty had been established since endless years ago, except for the first ancestor of the Diwu imperial dynasty, the one who founded the dragon god skill, it had begun. Long years had come and gone, but there had never been a generation of Yu emperors that had been able to cultivate the dragon god technique to the 9th layer. Even those who were able to cultivate to the 8th layer were enough to rank amongst the countless generations of Yu emperors. But now, his own father had actually cultivated this divine skill to the 9th layer. The expression on Yi Xian's face changed from the confusion that his own father had given Lin Yuan earlier, to surprise. Ha, I knew it, how could a mere native of the eastern wasteland win over father? Laughing loudly, Yi Xian was invigorated inwardly. That was the 9th layer of the dragon god technique, a ground that could only be reached by the first founder of the Diwu imperial dynasty, and his own father had cultivated to it. This battle, after all, was won by his side. At this moment, Yi Xian's decadence was swept away. One had to admit that the Lin Yuan from before had brought too much oppression to Yi Xian, turning danger into victory time and time again. The 9th layer of the dragon god technique? White hair flying, standing in the void, Lin Yuan's gaze was bland as he was looking at Yi Tu, whose breath was getting more and more terrifying at the moment. Not sure what happened on the other side though. But now, Lin Yuan could clearly perceive it. That Diyu Emperor Yi Tu on the opposite side, his strength had changed drastically compared to before. Just when Lin Yuan was curious. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Just at this moment, facing each other across the air. Transform a true dragon with your body! A loud cry, a voice so grand that it seemed to resonate with the entire heaven and earth, was Yi Tu. His aura was climbing in knots, his long hair flying, his face cold and incomparable, and his broken dragon robe fluttering. The golden aura was soaring, and the purple haze was surging, and the 9 dragon shadows behind him were merging with his body. In an instant, endless purple chi converged. The light was dazzling and incomparable, enveloping the void for thousands of miles, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, resounding from within Yi-Tu's body. This was a power that belonged uniquely to the Yi imperial family lineage, and could only be performed by the dragon spirit body, plus the 9th layer of the dragon god technique. Transform the dragon with your own body. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The heavens and earth changed color, and the Qianquan trembled. Yi-Tu's figure disappeared, and the void that disappeared blossomed with endless light blazing incomparably, accompanied by a purple sea of clouds floating above the sky. Roar! 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 The sea of clouds tossed and turned, and vaguely, it was a vague and terrifying dragon shadow that surfaced in the void. The dragon's body was majestic, up to 1,000 meters long, blooming and funding golden dragon eyes as it looked down at Lin Yuan. Die! Spitting out human words, it was Yi-Tu's voice. The aura of dragon might spread out to the sky. A wisp of breath at random was enough to crush the dome of the sky, an unprecedentedly horrifying might enveloping the 8 directions of heaven and earth. This kind of aura was too terrifying, and it was elevated by an unknown amount compared to Yi-Tu's previous power. Boom! The dragon's claws probed out, so huge that the light in the sky and earth was darkened. Click! Space was torn apart by the dragon's claws, revealing a huge hollow that tore through the void, in the process of suppressing towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 68, Lin Yuan's body melds visions, Eye of the Great Tao. The heavens and earth shook and the void trembled. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the entire Du Imperial Palace was shaking violently, and that aura of dragon power was intimidating. Countless Zhangzhou cultivators, standing within the Du Imperial Palace, a gaze, looking towards the dome of the sky, Emperor Yi-Tu's body transformed into a dragon shadow, each gaze shocked beyond measure. It could be said that today's Du Imperial Palace had gathered countless powerful people from the entire central state. Among the crowd, there were older cultivators who recognized, at this moment, the technique that Emperor Yu was performing. This is the 9th layer of the Du Imperial clan's dragon god technique. A white-haired old man with strength in the half-step heaven ascension realm, his whiskers trembled and his voice was shocked at the moment. He was explaining, for the people present, the power and terror of the 9th layer of the dragon god technique. He was already an invincible emperor who suppressed this world's central state, and now with the addition of the 9th layer of the dragon god technique. No wonder, this Life's Yu emperor was able to suppress the central state. How can the strength of my emperor of the central state be comparable to this eastern wasteland native who stepped on luck? It seems that victory and defeat are divided, and in this great battle, victory still belongs to the Du Imperial dynasty. A voice was ringing out, and the scene was loud and boisterous. At this moment, the countless central state cultivators present had firmly believed that the final victory would ultimately be Yi-Tu, the invincible emperor's. By virtue of his own strength, causing havoc in the entire imperial dynasty, it could be said that Lin Yuan's power had already refreshed the cognition of the crowd at the scene. How could it be that, at the end of the matter, Emperor Yu had actually performed the 9th layer of the dragon god technique, transforming a dragon with his body, which was a taboo method of the Du Imperial clan? Lin Yuan's strength had already been displayed, and no one believed that he would still be able to bounce back. Countless eyes are watching. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The dragon's claws were huge and incomparable, as if they were about to cover the dome of the sky, as they were falling towards Lin Yuan. At this point, a black dress, white hair like snow and fluttering, standing in the void, facing this strike, Lin Yuan's gaze was grave. Transforming a dragon with his body. Very powerful strike. Feeling that monstrous dragon might, Lin Yuan had to admit that his opponent was very strong. But, not enough to see. The voice blandly said. Behind him, the vision of the Eye of the Great Tao was magnificent. The light flickered, it was an endless chaos in which an infinite amount of chaotic Tao light shone brightly, and the Eye of the Great Tao was silently suspended. At this very moment, the flames around Lin Yuan's body were blazing more and more, and the black two-colored Tao flames were enveloping Lin Yuan, and his body was close to merging with the Tao. A pained expression gradually appeared above his face. The Tao flame rose, madly burning Lin Yuan's body, and since the fire, countless dots of light appeared, which were Lin Yuan's origin power, flying into the vision behind Lin Yuan. At this moment, the Eye of the Great Tao, which was only a shadow behind Lin Yuan, was gradually becoming more and more solid, and even produced a hint of spirituality. Right at this moment, an ineffable aura permeated Lin Yuan's body, supreme and incomparable, honorable and transcendent, above everything, as if a true son of the great Tao had appeared. Perish! It was Lin Yuan's voice, but for some reason, this voice, without the slightest bit of emotion, had a kind of indifference that regarded everything in heaven and earth as ruminants. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, merging with the vision behind him. One moment. The light shone brightly, heaven and earth sank, and the eye of the great Tao crossed the sky, quietly looking down on everything in heaven and earth. Boom! An eye light that was shining out, was falling towards the dragon shadow that Yi Tu had transformed into. The moment. Between the heavens and the earth, it seemed to have completely lost its light, becoming pitch black, with only that one eye light, illuminating the world. This. What is this? At this moment, amidst the endless purple light, the dragon's body spat out human words with a voice of incomparable awe. It was Yi Tu's voice. Inside, it was shaking and roaring violently, and in the huge dragon's eyes, there was fear. He tried to back away, but there was no way back. I wanted to escape, but it was as if my body didn't stop moving, and I couldn't move from where I was. Click. 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 Under the light of the eyes, the dragon's body was crumbling in inches and turning into flying dust. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon that Yi Tu had transformed into with his body with the 9th level of the dragon divine skill, disappeared. Pust. It was a remnant of a body, appearing from within the shattered dragon's shadow, in a fall, like a meteor, crashing on top of the ground of the Diwu imperial palace. The earth shook and the ground was rippling like a tidal wave. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Countless halls within the Diwu imperial palace were collapsing in pieces, with debris splattering in all directions and dust flying up, obscuring everything around them. Run! This. How did this happen? At this moment, countless central state cultivators who were within the palace rose up from within the palace. Eyes shocked, before looking downwards, the Diyu imperial dynasty, which was claimed to be immortal, had turned into a ruin at this moment. Countless halls were shattered and broken walls were broken. Lin Yuan. Taking off in the air, in a corner of the crowd, Yi Xian's face was pale, pulling Lu Shui, his eyes blazing with hatred as he looked above the void. Ruined. Everything is ruined. It was simply incomprehensible that his own father, the invincible man of the world, had lost to the hands of an eastern wasteland native while utilizing the 9th layer of the dragon god technique. An enemy of his own, someone he had never looked up to before. How many times? Over and over again, watch the other team bounce back. This sense of discrepancy caused Yi Xian's mood to completely fall to the bottom at this moment. Yu Huang he lost again? At this moment, Yi Ming, the old ancestor of the Diyu imperial dynasty who had been watching, had an incomparable unwillingness implied in his gaze. This time, perhaps, it was really as Lin Yuan had said when he came with the coffin on his back. It might be true to decimate their Diwu imperial dynasty and leave no one behind. Could it be that the day of my Diyu imperial dynasty's destruction is today? After reacting, within this imperial ancestor, fear was breeding. At first, everyone, including him, just took Lin Yuan's words as nothing more than the ignorant remarks of a teenager seeking to avenge his clan's death. The Diyu imperial dynasty had been glorious in this Xin Tian continent for too long, and no one had been able to shake them for endless years. But now, a teenager who was only about 20 years old had defeated the contemporary Yu Emperor Yi Tu, making this matter about to become true. No. The splendor of my Diwu dynasty will never fall here. Green robes fluttered, and his pale face was overwhelmed with grief. The old man will never agree. A shout. Boom. The aura of the heaven ascending realm erupted as Yi Ming transformed into a ray of light as he flew towards the eye of the great Tao above the void, where Lin Yuan had fused with the vision. But, it's just a mantis. A single eye light shone out from the eye of the great Tao. Pust. As the Diwu imperial dynasty's oldest ancestor, the realm of the absolute top of the lower realm of the Yi Ming, flying ash annihilation, disappeared. Chapter 69. The Two from the upper realm, savior of the Diwu dynasty. Emperor Yu Yi Tu was defeated, and another heaven ascension realm ancestor of the Diyu imperial dynasty died, obliterated by Lin Yuan with a single strike. The original festive feast, the imposing Diwu palace. At this point, it's a mess. Boulders were scattered, broken buildings, randomly collapsed all around, broken walls. The earth was covered with deep ravines and dust filled the surrounding area. Once the Diwu palace is gone, and what is there today, is just a ruin. At this moment, above the earth, violent fluctuations were dispersing, and the countless figures of the Zhengzhou cultivators who had previously taken to the air stood amidst the ruins after the fluctuations had dissipated. Raise your eyes and look around. Was this still the Diwu imperial dynasty that had once suppressed the central state? The difference between the before and after is too great. And the reason for everything was just a heavenly pride from the eastern wasteland that looked, well, so young. I never imagined that the immortal imperial dynasty, which once overpowered the entire Xiantian continent, would appear in today's scene. The voice sighed, resounding from the midst of the ruins. Who could have imagined this? A heavenly pride from the eastern wasteland would really turn the Diyu imperial dynasty into this state with his own strength. Yes, even Emperor Yu was defeated. Sounds of clamor resounded everywhere from the ruins. It was the countless cultivators of the central state. Among them, there was no lack of some great sex ancestors, patriarchs, existences that could make a region of the central state quake when they stomped their feet. But from beginning to end, in the midst of the great battle between Lin Yuan and Emperor Yu, their status was only worthy of being reduced to spectators. If they were just lamenting. Then at this moment, all the people present who were from the Diyu imperial dynasty had anger and hatred, confusion, and so much fear on their faces. How could this happen? Even Father Emperor was defeated. Yu Huanhe. What an indignity! Voices rang out. There were the royal sons and daughters other than Yi Xian, and there were also strong men who originally belonged to the Diyu imperial dynasty. They clearly knew at this moment that if they followed what Lin Yuan had said, what awaited them next would be a massacre. And the cause of this matter was just a tiny sect in the eastern wasteland, the Qingyan Dao sect, which had been personally destroyed by the great imperial prince Yi Xian with his men. In normal times, for this kind of small sect, they wouldn't care at all. But now, the things that were never in their minds on a regular basis, will actually bring about their deaths. Father. Old ancestor he. Amidst the ruins, above Yi Xian's handsome face, there were a few grimaces amidst the despair, and his gaze was resentful as he looked into the void above. There was no regret, he only hated it. Yi Xian was hating why Lin Yuan hadn't been present when he had led the slaughter of the Qingyan Dao sect. Otherwise, today's wedding banquet for himself will be held as scheduled, and not so many things will happen at all. A leaky one, and now, everything was ruined by Lin Yuan. The Diwu dynasty was about to be destroyed in the hands of the eastern wasteland natives that he had never looked down upon. On what grounds? Until this moment, Yi Xian was unable to comprehend that in terms of identity, status, and the resources behind him, in what way could Lin Yuan compare to himself? Is he really Lin Yuan? Within the voice, with disbelief, it rang out from beside Yi Xian's body. With a fair complexion, a tall and delicate figure, and a playful red dress, it was Lu Shui. The Yu Wang, who was known as the strongest person in the Xiantian continent, was defeated in the hands of a person that he had never looked up to before. Is this the same Lin Yuan who used to be the lickspill who came when he was called and went when he was called? Never could understand it. The Diyu imperial dynasty had ruled the central state, and even the Xiantian continent for too long. It could be said that this battle would determine the situation of the entire central state, and even the Xiantian continent in the future. Among the ruins, until this moment, a voice of disbelief was still ringing out. Right at this moment, there was the center of the ruins, and the direction in which Yu Huangyi too had fallen before. Boom! 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 Buried boulders shot up and splattered in all directions. It was a tattered body, rising up in the air from the shattered earth. With his dragon robe shattered, cloaked and in a sorry state, it was Emperor Yu Yi too. I never imagined that my Diyu imperial dynasty would one day be about to die in the hands of this emperor. There were countless wounds on his body, and his breath was shriveled to the extreme. As an invincible emperor of the central state of the current generation, he was defeated in Lin Yuan's hands, physically. At this moment, there was no more power to fight, and the spiritual energy in his body, completely depleted, was not much left. Above Yi Tu's majestic countenance, some curtains fell as his gaze was looking above the void at the eye of the great Tao that Lin Yuan had fused with the vision. Until this moment, Yi Tu didn't even understand what exactly that was. As strong as the ninth layer of the Diwu imperial clan's supreme dragon god body, when faced with that kind of power, it was irresistible and difficult to resist. In the confrontation just now, Yi Tu was able to vaguely feel that that kind of power should never appear in this lower realm. What an indignity! As a once majestic and incomparable emperor, at this moment, Yu Huangyi too, cloaked in hair, was in a sorry state, but his heart was still extremely unwilling. At this moment, as the remnants of Yi Tu's body appeared. Boom! Rumble. Rumble. The void above was shaking. Light flashed, and Lin Yuan's figure emerged from the eye of the great Tao. White hair like snow, black clothes broken, blood stained above his clear face. It's time to pay back the vengeance for the destruction of my Qin Yin Dao sect. The voice was calm, like a god of killing, descending from the void. The aura around his body was incomparably powerful, and after defeating E2, it could be said that within this central state, Lin Yuan's strength would be unrivaled. Lin Yuan's gaze was incomparably cold as he swept over everyone in the Du imperial dynasty below. Blood debt is paid in blood, no one is left behind. This is the oath Lin Yuan made when he knelt down within the Qin Yin Dao sect. Now, the great revenge is about to be avenged. Looking at the blood-stained figure above the void, Lin Yuan's might was too great. Below, all the strongest people in the entire central state were present, and from their previous disdain, no one dared to look directly at Lin Yuan at this moment. The heavens and the earth fell into a deathly silence as Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Especially for the countless central state cultivators on the scene, could it be that the Du imperial dynasty, which had once suppressed the entire Xian-Tian continent, was really going to die in the face of that young man? Although things will be finalized at the moment, but for a long time for this immortal imperial dynasty's cognition, the countless Zhangzhou cultivators at the scene, is still above the face, with disbelief. No. This matter has nothing to do with us. It's Yi Xian, you wanna kill him ah? Fear of death, even the people of the Du imperial dynasty were no exception, especially those who were the same as Yi Xian's imperial son, their faces were written with unwillingness. Compared to Yi Xian, the great prince who possessed the dragon spirit body, the benefits of the weekdays were not their turn. How to extinguish the door on the matter, implicating them, which were to reason to go. Lin Yuan didn't bother. Die. Faintly a word. Just as Lin Yuan was about to make a move to overthrow the so-called imperial city of Du that claimed to be immortal. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Right here and now. Above the void, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the entire sky dome trembled. Click. The void cracked open, as a corner of the world was torn apart. It was a spatial channel, dark and deep, coming from nowhere, but within the channel, it contained a kind of aura that surpassed this side of heaven and earth, emerging from the spatial channel. This seems to be an aura that only the upper realm can possess. This change interrupted Lin Yuan's movements. The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he looked within the spatial passage that had just appeared. As an emperor clan of the upper realm, the direct lineage of the Lin family, Lin Yuan had always possessed inherited memories of the upper realm. Therefore, he recognized that kind of aura that could only be possessed above the Xian-Tian continent. It was just that what Lin Yuan didn't understand was why there would be people from the upper realms descending at this time. This. Could it be that the Holy Maiden of the Jade Clear Holy Land has descended on my Du imperial dynasty? Below, those who recognized the origin of the spatial passageway were also Yu Emperor Yi too. Voices rang out, excited, exhilarated, and in their gazes, excited beyond measure. Facing Lin Yuan, originally even he had despaired. But at this moment, upon seeing that spatial passage from the upper world, Yi too understood that they were saved. Before that, Yi too had already received the news of being in the upper realm and his own ascended ancestor. A holy maiden of the upper realm was about to descend upon their Du imperial dynasty, but it was not expected that it would come at this important moment. Diwu dynasty, saved. Chapter 70 Holy Maiden of the Upper Realm, Yu Linglong. As the Diwu imperial dynasty was about to be destroyed, a spatial passage from the upper realm appeared in front of everyone. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Above the void, fluctuations were violently tossing and turning, and space, like a calm lake, was creating ripples. An incomparably blazing aura came from the pitch-black spatial passage. At this moment, the countless central state cultivators who were watching this scene had faces that were tinged with surprise. What is that, a space passage from nowhere? Strange, that kind of spiritual power in the passageway is by no means possessed by my Xian-Tian continent. Who exactly is the visitor? Could it be that it has something to do with the imminent destruction of the Diwu imperial dynasty? A voice was ringing out, and at this moment, the countless central state cultivators present were still unaware of what was happening. After all, for the lower realm cultivators that everyone aspires to the upper realm, most people just stay in the ancient rumors, records. Xian-Tian continent, even if the cultivation way is as prosperous as the central state, there is only one cultivator in a lifetime who reaches the heaven ascension realm and has the qualification to ascend to the upper realm after endless years of hard cultivation. The word ascension was definitely the ultimate goal that cultivators in the world could only dream of. just as countless central state cultivators were curious and shocked by it. Right at this moment, a voice that seemed like a clear waterfall, pleasant to the ear, rang out from within the dark spatial passage. This is the lower world. What a thin heaven and earth aura! In the voice, with disdain for the lower realms, high and proud, it was the voice of a woman. Holy maiden, we have come to this lower realm only to search for the supreme secret treasure. You bear with me a little. Another pale voice rang out. Between two conversations. Boom! Boom! The spatial channel disappeared, and there were two figures, standing in the void, floating in front of the crowd. At the head of the group was a woman. Her features are clear, her skin is like cream, and she is noble and skillful. With a green immortal dress and a delicate body, she was like a green lotus in a pool, left out of the world. Surrounded by a hazy green light, the temperament has a kind of indescribable dignity, just like the immortal world woman down to earth. I am the Tsong Tian Immortal Region, the contemporary holy daughter of the Jade Clear Holy Land, Yulinglong. Where are the people from the Diwu Imperial Dynasty? The voice rang out, and looking down to the ruins below, as well as the astonished gazes of the countless natives of the lower realm, Jade Linglong's haughty eyes wrinkled slightly. What the hell? This place seems to have just been through a big battle. The upper realm was the Xian Tian continent's name for the world after ascension. The true upper realm was actually divided into 9 immortal domains, including the Tsong heaven, the changing heaven, the Xian heaven, the Yu heaven, the Hao heaven, the Zhu heaven, the Yin heaven, the Yang heaven, and the Jun heaven. Commonly known as the 9 heavenly immortal domains. Jade Linglong, as well as its Jade Clear Holy Land, is located in the Tsangtian immortal domain of the 9 heavenly immortal domains, which is an incomparably huge world. In the Tsong Tian immortal domain, any one of the tens of thousands of Dao domains was even more massive than the entire Xian Tian continent. A holy maiden from the upper realm suddenly descended on this Xian Tian continent, within the broken Diyu Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, as Yu Linglong's voice rang out, the scene was boiling. I didn't hear you wrong, did I? 2 people from the upper realm. Hiss. Seems to look like it's still related to the Diwu Imperial Dynasty. Is this the depth of the Diwu Imperial Dynasty? In this moment of crisis, even the people of the upper realm have personally descended. At this moment, among the ruins below, countless central state cultivators sucked in a breath of cool air, their voices filled with shock. The eyes were looking at Yu Linglong. That fairy-like temperament was indeed by no means something that someone from their lower realm could possess. And what was even more shocking was that this was a time of life and death for the Diwu Imperial Dynasty. 2 people from the upper realm had appeared, which undoubtedly indicated that the Diyu Imperial Dynasty was about to turn a corner. Joking aside, Lin Yuan's strength had indeed just shocked the countless central state cultivators at the scene. But, in their opinion, even if Lin Yuan was strong, what was he in front of the strong people of the upper realms? Not even in the same league. At this point, just as the scene was boiling over, middle-aged looking, with a majestic face, tidying up his wretched posture, Yu Huangyi too, in a respectful manner, made a bow towards the Yu Linglong duo who had just descended. I, too, am the contemporary emperor of the Diyu Imperial Dynasty. Greetings to the 2 holy messengers. The contemporary emperor of Diwu, an existence that oppressed the entire continent. It was the first time that Yi Tu's identity had been bent down towards someone in worship. But at this moment, the posture is extremely low, and does not think there is anything wrong. No way. Let alone him being an emperor of the lower realms of the district. Yi Tu knew very well that even the old ancestor of his own Yi imperial clan who had ascended to the upper realms needed to be respectful in front of this holy maiden. In the upper realm, under the Jade Clear Holy Land, it was in control of the 4 great imperial dynasties, and the Diyu Imperial Dynasty that their old ancestor had also established in the upper realm was just one of the 4 under the Jade Clear Holy Land. The difference in status, it's too great. Not to mention, he now had to look up to this holy maiden to seek justice for their Diyu Imperial Dynasty. Right at this moment, the thought old man standing beside Yu Linglong said in a cold voice. The honorable body of the holy maiden, your Diwu Imperial Dynasty, is this how you received the driver? A white Taoist robe, pale face, majestic and incomparable, stood beside Yu Linglong, exuding an aura around him that surpassed above the heavenly ascension realm, which was the might of a quasi-saint. A paramount saint, surprisingly, was nothing more than an entourage of this holy maiden. Humph. The voice was not loud, but it contained an incomparable pressure. In an instant, everyone on the scene was instantly pale, and those with lower cultivation levels were spitting blood from their mouths. The might of the paramount saints was too powerful, and everyone changed color, not daring to look at them in the face of the powerhouses of the upper realm. Of course, this did not include Lin Yuan. With white hair like snow and a black coat, Lin Yuan stood on the side, his gaze calm as he sized up the Jade Linglong, who claimed to be the holy maiden of the Jade Clear Sacred Land, as well as the quasi-saint powerhouse beside her. The might of a mere quasi-saint was not enough to scare Lin Yuan. Compared to Lin Zhou's aura, Lin Yuan was able to intuitively feel that this quasi-saint powerhouse was still far from being able to do so. What made Lin Yuan's curious was something else. In the beginning, in order to create the Emperor's Law, Emperor Yuantian transformed the three purities in one breath, and divided a total of 3 subdivisions to reincarnate in the next life. In addition to the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect, Taoist Tai Ching, there was a Taoist Yuqing, one of Emperor Yuantian's avatars. Jade Clear Holy Land. Jade Clear Taoist. I wonder if there is some kind of relationship between the two. Lin Yuan's voice mumbled out, faintly inaudible. But just as Lin Yuan was secretly thinking. Right here and now. I still ask the Holy Maiden, Elder Xin, to make a decision for my Du imperial dynasty. This emperor has been making preparations to welcome the Holy Maiden ever since he received news of the two of you descending. But who knew that this son would do wrong just because he had some strength, and stirred up my Du imperial dynasty's welcoming of the Holy Maiden? With hatred in the air, Yi Tu made a bow towards Yu Linglong before suddenly turning on Lin Yuan. Elder Xin was the quasi-saint powerhouse beside Yu Linglong. Yi Tu, this move, is ready to borrow the hands of the two, remove Lin Yuan. Chapter 71, Lin Zhou's transmission. Oh. With a noble stance, looking down on everything, her delicate body was shrouded in hazy green light, her beauty was unbelievable, and she stood in the air. It's those beautiful eyes with the condescension. Yu Linglong was sizing up Lin Yuan. A mere lower realm aborigine dares to stir up the matter of this holy maiden's descent? You, what a crime! A haughty voice rang out. This was normal for Yu Linglong. Even among the upper realms, the Jade Clear Sacred Land was nobly strong as a dominant level power in the Tsongtian immortal region. And she, the contemporary holy maiden, was even more honored to possess the Linglong body, a physique that ranked among the top in the upper realms. Among the Tsong heavenly immortal region, she was all known as a heavenly pride. Naturally, it wouldn't look a tiny lower realm cultivator in the eye. How dare you disrupt your own advent ceremony? This is a capital offense. Sin? This matter is a grudge between me and the Du imperial dynasty. Are you sure you want to intervene? A black dress, white hair like snow, and blood stained on top of his clear face. Lin Yuan was similarly standing in the air, his voice calmly ringing out. Facing the duo from the upper realm that everyone present at the moment could only look up to, he was blandly incomparable, without the slightest bit of awe. Equal eye to eye. It wasn't that Lin Yuan was arrogant and didn't know the heights. The district side of the Upper Realm Holy Land was just a party, and it was still only somewhat famous in the Tsong Heavenly Immortal region. And behind Lin Yuan stood the Forbidden Emperor clan that was enough to shake the entire Nine Heavens Immortal region, the Lin family. These were passed down in Lin Yuan's memories, so Lin Yuan's matters in the upper world were clear. But unfortunately, because of the clan rules of the calendar, Lin Yuan's true identity was unknown until now. Those people in Central State might be surprised, but did he, Lin Yuan, need to be afraid? However, Lin Yuan himself was the only one who knew about his own situation, the others present at the moment did not. Wow! With Lin Yuan's words, the scene immediately clamored. This son is really arrogant, he really thinks that he has some strength, but he still dares to speak like this in front of the strongest people in the upper realm. Perhaps he is still immersed in his previous victory of defeating the Yu Emperor, and has not yet awakened. I don't know what I'm talking about. A voice was ringing around them, mostly cultivators from the Central State. One had to admit that Lin Yuan's previous strength had indeed shocked them. Even the number one powerhouse of the Central State in the current generation, Emperor Yi Tu of Du, was defeated in his hands. But that didn't mean that it was possible to be arrogant in front of the upper realm powerhouses. Didn't see that even the quasi-saint realm, beyond the Ascension realm's powerhouses, were only attendants beside that holy maiden. As for Lin Yuan's identity, it appeared to the Central State cultivators present that he was just a native from the Eastern Wasteland. And how could it be compared to Yu Linglong? The difference was too great. These, however, were just the words of the cultivators of the Central State, and the words around them were quite calm, trying to make Lin Yuan recognize reality. The people of the Du imperial dynasty, from Emperor Yi Tu of Du down to Yi Xian, as well as a group of imperial sons and so on, just had fierce words for Lin Yuan. After all, before, Lin Yuan had wanted to slaughter everyone in their Du imperial dynasty. At this moment, when he caught the opportunity, he must not reduce Lin Yuan to nothing. What great guts, facing the holy maiden of the upper realm and daring to speak like this. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to the holy maiden, and you'll still be allowed to die a quicker death. The voice rang out, it was Yi Xian. With disdain, hatred in his eyes, he smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Yuan. A native of the eastern wasteland, who was originally the same age as him, had defeated his own father, and nearly destroyed himself as well as the entire Du imperial dynasty. However, so what, the heritage of one's own Du imperial dynasty could not be compared to a mere eastern wasteland native. No, at the critical moment, even the upper realm powerhouses had descended, relating to their own Du imperial dynasty. Is this the depth of the Diwu dynasty? At this moment, beside Yi Xian, her complexion was fair and her figure was tall and delicate. Lu Shui's gaze was tinged with envy as she looked towards Yu Linglong, who stood above the void with an incomparably noble temperament, her body shrouded in green light. Lu Shui has always been incredibly confident in her own looks and temperament. But at this moment, as the same woman, facing that person from the upper realm, she actually felt a trace of inferiority. However, on second thought, the other party had come to save the Diwu dynasty, so he was relieved. As long as the other party resolved Lin Yuan, he would continue his wedding banquet with Yi Xian, and although he was no match for those in the upper realm, his status would still be honored in this lower realm. As for whether or not the other party could decapitate Lin Yuan, at the thought of it, Lu Shui felt ridiculous for her own thoughts. One had to admit that the strength that Lin Yuan had displayed before had indeed made her not expect it. But at the moment, her thoughts were the same as most of the people in the room. He thought that in front of the strongest person in the upper realm, Lin Yuan was just an ant that was a little more powerful. At this moment, the scene was abuzz, and the Du imperial dynasty, including countless Zhengzhou cultivators, were all at the point where Lin Yuan was too unreasonable, arrogant, and didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Ha! Yu Linglong's voice was disdainful and her beautiful eyes were condescending as she was looking at Lin Yuan, towering over him. Even in the upper realm, he was one of the honored celestial pride. Unexpectedly, today in this barren Xiantian continent, a small lower realm native dared to provoke her? Not the slightest bit angry, just amused. In Yu Linglong's opinion, this was just ignorance from a mole cricket. A district native of the lower realms, this holy maiden is a little confused as to who gave you the courage to dare to speak like this in front of me? Around her petite body, the aura of the half-step heaven ascension realm erupted, and she was about to make a move to finish off Lin Yuan. She could feel that Lin Yuan's aura was not weak. But so what, he was a heavenly pride of the upper realm, dealing with a lower realm native of the same age was just crushing. But right at this moment, the voice of the entourage beside him, Elder Xian, rang out. Holy maiden, we have important matters to attend to on this trip. It's just a lower realm ant, I'll take care of it. A white Taoist robe, above the pale face, indifference was incomparable. Compared to Yu Linglong, this Elder Xian, a quasi-saint realm powerhouse's perceptions were more accurate. With a glance, he could tell that Lin Yuan was only at the late stage of the regional Dao Palace realm. But for some reason, the surging aura around the other party didn't seem to be that simple. After associating it with the fact that, no matter how bad the Du imperial dynasty was, in the middle of this lower realm, the Chu emperor was a powerhouse of the heavenly ascension realm, and surprisingly lost to the young man in front of him, this person might not be simple. And Yu Linglong, as the contemporary holy maiden of the jade-clear sacred ground, with her noble status, couldn't afford to roll over in this tiny lower realm. His voice was icy cold. Elder Xian was looking at Lin Yuan with killing intent. Alright then, it's just a minor character anyway, so you'll handle it, Elder. With a faint voice, Yu Linglong was unimpressed with Lin Yuan. His face was calm, facing the killing intent of a quasi-saint powerhouse. Lin Yuan was in deep thought. There was no other reason. In Lin Yuan's ears, at this moment, a 10,000-mile voice transmission suddenly rang out. Young lord, the old immortal has already arrived in the central state. Are you in the Diwu dynasty? It was none other than Lin Jiu, who had left not long ago, since the imperial palace of the Taiqing emperor. After recovering from his injuries, he arrived at the eastern wasteland Chunyan Dao sect, but what he saw was a mausoleum. The news of Lin Yuan's previous destruction of the Piaoshui Dao sect and the beheading of endless powerhouses in the eastern wasteland had long since spread throughout the eastern wasteland. Associating it with the destruction of the Qingyan Dao sect, Lin Jiu immediately understood that his own young master must have killed his way to the Du imperial dynasty. At this moment, within the central state, a grey-clothed, pale figure was killing in the direction of the Du imperial dynasty. I hope the young lord is alright. Otherwise, This Xian Tian continent, too, should disappear. Lin Zhou's eyes looked anxious as he took a step out. The space around him collapsed as if he was instantly moving. Not to mention the Diwu dynasty, it is the entire Xian Tian continent, cannot withstand the anger of the Lin family. Chapter 72 Lin Zhou, who came at a time of crisis. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the sky above the Diwu imperial dynasty. Lower world ants. Remember, there are some people who are destined to be more than you can provoke in this life. Pay attention in your next life. The voice was grand and majestic, and the might of the quasi-saints covered the sky. It was that elder of the Jade-Clear Sacred Land who had accompanied Jade Linglong down to the realm, with murderous intent, white Dao robes in the air, a palm imprint was falling, the entire dome of the sky trembling for it, striking out towards Lin Yuan. And on the side, with clear features, skin like grease, noble and skillful, a green fairy dress, delicate body, surrounded by hazy green light, temperament honorable and incomparable. There was a constant rumbling all around. Yu Linglong looked at this scene blandly, looking at the white-haired teenager who was under Elder Xian's palm imprint. The honor of status is innate. With your perception as a man of the lower world, you may never heed it. Above her absolutely beautiful face, calm beyond measure, Yu Linglong watched Lin Yuan as if she was looking at a mole cricket. The only ones who could be looked at by her were the heavenly prides of the same upper realm as herself. At this moment, the scene shook. The countless cultivators of the central state, the people of the Diyu imperial dynasty, were all terrified and shocked by this aura. Is this the pressure of a paragon? Strong people from the upper realm, who have transcended our heaven and earth, can't be provoked by a single district eastern wasteland native. Yes, clearly possessing the strength to overthrow the Diwu dynasty, but, so what, the people of the eastern wasteland, how can they compete with the Diwu dynasty in terms of heritage? A voice was ringing out, and the eyes were looking towards the young man in the void, dressed in black with a head full of white hair, Lin Yuan. No one believed that Lin Yuan could still survive under the power of a paragon saint powerhouse. The difference between the two is too great. This is what happens when you make an enemy of my Diwu imperial dynasty, not knowing how to die. Just a native from the eastern wasteland, I don't know how many old ancestors of my Diwu imperial dynasty have ascended to the upper realm, so how could they know about our depths? Strong strength, so what, in the end is not to die. At this moment, if one were to say who on the scene was looking forward to Lin Yuan's death, it would be none other than the people of the Diyu imperial dynasty. If Lin Yuan didn't die, it would be hard for them to rest in peace. Luckily, at the critical moment, a powerful person from the upper world descended. And now, Lin Yuan was about to die instead. Is there anything more exciting in the world? Mocking sounds and insults continued from the crowd of the Diwu imperial clan. At the same time, they also wanted to show those other sects in the central state that in this part of heaven and earth, the depth of their Diyu imperial dynasty was enough to solve all crises. At this time, facing the crisis, Lin Yuan was not afraid of danger. It's too early to say who will have the last laugh. Lin Yuan swept his gaze across. The two people of the Tsong Tian immortal domain who were high above, swept across the countless Zhengzhou cultivators below who were watching, and looked at the people of the Diyu imperial dynasty who hated to wish for their own deaths. A sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. It was undeniable that even with his supreme Dao body, he was far from being able to fight against a paragon when faced with one. However, Lin Zhou's voice transmission just now was tantamount to giving Lin Yuan a peace of mind. Ignorance. With a cold snort, Elder Xian was cold and indifferent, just taking it as the ignorance of a lower realm teenager. Kidding aside, he was a paragon saint powerhouse, and in this lower realm, he represented invincibility. A mere teenager of the Dao Palace realm can still block his own strike? What a joke! With a disdainful expression on his face, he looked at Lin Yuan under his own strike, as if he had already seen the scene of the other party's body being crushed. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The palm imprint of cyan light was so huge and incomparable that the surrounding void was trembling violently. Underneath the palm print, dressed in black with white hair like snow, Lin Yuan's slender stance was straight and his face was flat. This was an almost certain death situation for Lin Yuan. But, just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distance. Who dares to hurt my young master? The voice was incomparably grand, resonating with the entire heaven and earth, and the entire central state seemed to be vibrating and trembling. A suit of grey clothes, with an incomparably majestic aura, countless times more powerful than Elder Xian of the quasi-saint realm, stepped into the air from afar. Click! 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 With each step, the void under his feet collapsed and shattered by inches. It's Lin Kao. The previous injuries had been recovered, and the aura that uniquely belonged to the true Saint realm erupted, overpowering the world and shaking the heavens and the earth as his figure surfaced in front of everyone in the Du imperial dynasty. A random finger was pointed out, and it was a majestic fingerprint that fell from the top of the clouds, shattering the long sky. Boom! Elder Xian's palm collided with Lin Zhou's fingerprints. Click! The hand that was condensed from green light to cover the sky was shattered in front of Lin Yuan by Lin Zhou's finger, and eventually turned into countless dots of green light, scattering into the sky. The moment. Everyone on the scene is confused, unaware, and disbelieving. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Fortunately, the old man is not late. With an exclamation, Lin Zhou's figure appeared in front of Lin Yuan, his eyes showing concern. This is the second time. The first time was within the Qingyan Dao sect. When he arrived, he saw Lin Yuan covered in wounds, but it scared Lin Zhou really badly. But I didn't realize that this second time, again, it was such a crisis situation. Thought it was fine. However, when he saw the Lin Yuan in front of him, above his clear face, still stained with blood, and his long hair, which was originally like ink, was now as pale as snow, those eyes, which were dead, lost their original light. Young lord. You. Lin Zhou shook inwardly, and within his pale gaze was touch. How long has it been? Back then, when he parted ways with himself in the Taiching Emperor Palace, Lin Yuan could be said to have undergone a huge change in both his demeanor and temperament nowadays. Lin Zhou already knew about the destruction of the Qingyan Dao sect. At this moment, how could Lin Zhou not be able to see that his own young master, this was the destruction of the Qingyan Dao sect, all on his back? It seems that Elder Lin has recovered from his injuries. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile. This was the smile that Lin Yuan had felt from the bottom of his heart since he had witnessed the destruction of the Qingyan Dao sect. At this moment, with Lin Zhou's appearance, after a moment of dead silence at the scene, a huge tremor suddenly erupted. What is this? This? I didn't see it wrong, right? A strike from a strong person from the upper realm, a quasi-saint, was actually blocked? How did I hear that this old man was addressing that kid from the eastern wasteland as young lord? Below, within the ruined Du imperial palace, a voice was ringing out. As for Lin Zhou, the only ones present who knew him, besides Lin Yuan, were Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Looking at the old man who appeared beside Lin Yuan. After all, back then, within the Qingyan Dao sect, they had seen with their own eyes that with the appearance of this old man, it was only then that they had saved the then Lin Yuan. However, the only thing that Yi Xian couldn't figure out was, it's him. No, it's not right. Isn't he an Ascension Realm powerhouse? Why just now? Among the crowd, Yi Xian was in a daze, his brows furrowed, and an unsettling premonition appeared within. Chapter 73 Saint Realm Powerhouse? The Clueless Upper Realm Duo. Originally, for Lin Yuan was a situation of certain death. An unfamiliar old man appeared and saved Lin Yuan, which made the people present, was never expected. Boom! 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 Above the void, in a white Taoist robe, was that Elder Xian of the Jade Clear Holy Land. After colliding with Lin Zhou's strike. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out, his white clothes stained with blood, and his body took a few steps back in the air. On the contrary, Lin Zhou, who was beside Lin Yuan, had a calm expression on his face. In an instant, the highs and the lows were clear. To the people present, that was a paragon, a powerhouse that only the upper realms could possess. But now. You, who are you? With all his strength, he barely managed to suppress the violently churning blood in his body, but his face was still pale, and his breath appeared a little shriveled compared to when he had just descended. Elder Xian's gaze was shocked beyond measure as he was looking at Lin Zhou. He didn't understand why a strong person who transcended above this realm would appear beside a native of the district's lower realm. Especially that terrifying aura of Lin Zhou's body made this Elder Xian feel threatened. No. You are definitely not from this lower realm. After thinking clearly, this elder of the Jade Clear Holy Land immediately pointed at Lin Zhou. Not towering over everything, looking down on everything, and in his gaze, shocked and afraid. Did I say that I am from this Xian continent? With a cold snort, Lin Zhou stood beside Lin Yuan with a disdainful gaze. How could a mere paragon be placed in his eyes? He had just struck out, but he was worried about his young master's safety and had not dared to use his full strength. Otherwise, at this moment, that self-proclaimed Jade Clear Holy Land Xin elder, in a long time ago, the body died, the soul flew away. Not someone from the Xin Tian continent, yet he addressed Lin Yuan as young lord. At this moment, when Lin Jiu said this, the most shocked people were still the people of the Diyu imperial dynasty. After all, for the Diyu imperial dynasty, the ones who were most looking forward to Lin Yuan's death were them. Below, among the ruins. So, this is that Eastern Wasteland's Ascension Realm person you were talking about? The dragon robe shattered. Yi Tu's face was furious as he was looking at Yi Xin beside him. The scene just now, especially after Lin Jiu struck and blocked a Paragon Saint's supreme attack for Lin Yuan, addressed Lin Yuan as young lord. It had been thoroughly illustrated that perhaps they, the Diyu imperial dynasty, had made a mistake in judging Lin Yuan's identity. Father. The son's servant isn't too sure. With his head lowered, Yi Xian's brain buzzed. A powerful person from the upper realm, the one they relied on for the Diyu imperial dynasty, was actually shaken back by the old man beside Lin Yuan with a single blow, and that was a quasi-saint. He didn't understand what it was all about. How can he not be a native of the Eastern Wasteland? Why would a person who was so strong address him as a young lord? Dazed, confused, and unsettled. At this moment, Lin Yuan's identity was filled with mystery in the eyes of the people of the Diyu imperial dynasty. They couldn't figure out what it was all about. Originally, he had thought that with the two upper realm powerhouses from the Jade Clear Sacred Land descending, they would behead Lin Yuan and save their Diyu imperial dynasty from danger. But now, things seem to be, gradually, going against their expectations. One blow, in this lower realm, and the self-same elder was injured. At this moment, the one who was filled with doubts was also that holy maiden of the Jade Clear Holy Land, Jade Linglong. Dare I ask who the senior is? I am the holy daughter of the Jade Clear Sacred Land, Jade Linglong, and next to me is my Sacred Land elder. Please forgive me if I have offended senior. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes carried incomprehension as she was addressing Lin Jiu. Standing in the air, with a green-colored fairy dress, her delicate body was exquisite, and her body was enveloped in hazy green light. Sensing that the Lin Jiu who had just appeared was not simple, Yu Linglong also purposely moved the Holy Land behind herself specifically so that Lin Jiu would have something to fear. After all, in that Song Heavenly Immortal region, they, the Jade Clear Sacred Land, still had some fame. Jade Clear Holy Land? Oh. What a great name! With a cold laugh, Lin Jiu's pale gaze was disdainful. It was just a holy land in the middle of an immortal region. What was it in front of the Lin family? With your status, you are not qualified enough to know the name of the old immortal. I don't know who gave you the guts to hurt the young lord of our clan? The voice was grand and majestic, and 10,000 miles of emptiness trembled under Lin Jiu's breath. Put. On the opposite side, both Yu Linglong and that elder Xian spat out blood from their mouths under this majestic and incomparable breath, their faces pale and shocked. For Lin Jiu, even though he had arrived at the final moment of crisis and saved the young lord, he was still carrying fear within his heart at the moment. If he had been late, the result would have been unimaginable. A district is just a holy place. Die. A faint word with incomparable killing intent. Boom. Rumble. An aura that uniquely belonged to the Saint Realm rose from Lin Jiu's circumference. At this moment, throughout the entire 36 domains of the central state, the heavens and earth changed color, and the Qianquan trembled, trembling under the might of Lin Jiu's Saint Realm. No. Not right. This is the true power of the Holy Realm. Of the opposite duo, when they felt the aura around Lin Jiu. Elder Xian from the Jade Clear Sacred Land, above his pale face, was shocked beyond measure at the moment. As strong as he was, this paramount saint, it was difficult for him to look straight at Lin Jiu. Between a quasi-saint and a true Saint Realm powerhouse, although it seemed like there was only a difference of one word. But the gap between the two is unimaginably large. It could be said that even though there were as many quasi-saints as there were people in the upper realm, one wanted to break through to the true Saint Realm. Out of 10,000 paramount saints, perhaps one might spend his entire life before he could break through. It was inconceivable that a Saint Realm powerhouse would just address a young man as young lord. Eyes shocked beyond measure, Elder Xian was looking at Lin Yuan, incomparably curious about Lin Yuan's identity, but at this moment, as well as too late. What to do? How could he be a Saint Realm powerhouse? Jade Linglong, who had been bland and looking down on everything since the lower realms, panicked at this moment. Pust. The mouth was spitting out blood one after another, and above the absolutely beautiful face, despair appeared again. Jade Linglong was shaking and roaring violently inside, her expression frozen on the spot. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the teenage-looking Lin Yuan, and she could never figure it out. Obviously, she was only dealing with the district's lower realm natives, but in the end, she had incurred the descent of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Breaking her head, she couldn't even figure it out. The Saint Realm, when placed in their Jade Clear Holy Land, were all top-tier powerhouses, not something she, a saintess, could direct. She's honorable, she doesn't want to die yet. Especially, dying in this barren lower world. Chapter 74 Identity Revealed, Universe Heavenly Immortal Region, Emperor Clan Lin Family. Jade Linglong, as the contemporary holy daughter of the Jade Clear Holy Land, her status was too honorable. Once she died, it would definitely be a huge loss for the upper realm Jade Clear Holy Land, and it would lead to a shortage of green and yellow amongst the young generation of the Holy Land. But now, facing his Saint Realm powerhouse, Elder Xin beside him also understood that if he didn't make a sacrifice at this time, the Holy Maiden would surely die. The two of them had originally come on this trip to search for the Supreme Secret Collection. The Jade Clear Holy Land was created by one of the three reincarnated incarnations of the Yuan Tian Emperor back then, the Jade Clear Taoist. Therefore, within the Holy Land, there were records of the three great imperial palaces that were left behind after the fall of the Yuan Tian Emperor of that year, and over the years, they were also being searched for painstakingly. After taking great pains to find, with great difficulty, that the Tai Ching Emperor Palace was located in the middle of this lower world Shin Tian continent, he had just descended, and hadn't yet had the time to go searching for it, but then he came across this mess. At this time, the two do not know, the Supreme Secret Collection has long been Lin Yuan first, or I'm afraid that they will be angry and spit blood. At this point, the Holy Spirit is irreversible. It was a majestic palm print that descended from the void, purple chi surging, tossing and turning in Lin Zhou's palm print as it fell towards Yu Linglong and Elder Xin. This is an almost certain death situation. But just then, Holy Maiden, I'm too incompetent to protect you. I've come to help you, to return to the upper world. Pust. The blood in his mouth was being spat out in a big gulp. In the previous collision with Lin Zhou's strike, this Elder Xin of the Jade Clearance Holy Land had already been injured. At this moment, when Lin Zhou's holy might was completely displayed, the injuries were getting worse. The matter was urgent, and Elder Xin spoke in between. Wow! White Taoist robes fluttered, and between the palms of his hands, which looked like the bark of a withered tree, a token made of chalcedony appeared, the size of a palm, surrounded by green gas, and engraved with the word Yuqing. The power of the paramount saints surged, converging towards the Jade Order, and an incomparably blazing green light shot up into the sky. Click! Striking through the void, a spatial passage dazzled with green ons appeared, which led to the upper realm of the Tsung Heavenly Immortal Domain, the Jade Clear Sacred Land. Within the spatial channel, a green-colored holy light descended, encircling Yu Linglong within, before slowly flying towards the spatial channel. Jade Clear Sacred Order, the supreme holy relic of the Jade Clear Sacred Land of the Tsung Tian Immortal Region. Compared to the time and space escape talisman, the Jade Clearance Sacred Order activated it and could penetrate the spatial channels between the upper and lower realms, and even the two great immortal domains. It was left by Taoist Yuqing back then, but unfortunately, with the return of Taoist Yuqing to the Yuan Tian Emperor's main body 100,000 years ago. Long years had passed, and there weren't even a few left within the present-day Jade Clear Holy Land. It was also this time that the Holy Maiden Jade Linglong went down to the world to look for the Supreme Secret Collection, only to be given one within the Holy Land. Elder. You. With a green immortal dress, a delicate body, and a hazy green light enveloping her body, Yu Linglong's gaze carried a sense of unwillingness. This time, when he descended to the realm, he had thought that it would be an opportunity to obtain the Supreme Secret Collection for himself. After all, not long from now, in the 9 heavenly immortal realms of the upper realm, the subterranean dragon ranking was about to descend. At that time, this was an opportunity for countless young celestials to prove themselves throughout the entire 9 immortal regions of the upper realm. Only those who topped the subterranean dragon ranking were qualified to be called the heavenly pride of the world, and were revered by hundreds of millions of people. The Supreme Secret Collection was her chance to enhance her talent. However, it never occurred to me that I had just descended to the lower realm and hadn't even done anything yet, but I was forced to return to the upper realm, and I also lost a Sacred Ground Elder and a Jade Clear Sacred Order. Please don't worry, Elder, after I return to the Holy Land, I will definitely find out the identity of those two. Shrouded by the green-colored holy light, slowly flying towards the space passage, Yu Linglong's gaze turned downwards to the calm Lin Yuan. Her inner hatred was boundless. She thought that everything was caused by Lin Yuan. For an original lower realm native to have a Saint Realm powerhouse appear beside him to defend his path, she couldn't even do it with her status as Yu Linglong. Think about it. Boom! Right at this moment, when he was about to enter the spatial passage, Jade Linglong's jade finger pointed out, before falling into the bottom. In order to understand Lin Yuan's situation, he had to capture a person from the lower realms who knew Lin Yuan well and bring him back to understand the situation. At this moment, below, in the ruins of the Diwu imperial dynasty, beside Yi Xian, with a fair complexion and a tall and delicate figure, was Lu Shui, who was shivering from the holy might. And she, too, had become the target of Yu Linglong. After all, compared to the many lower realm cultivators present who were all men, with the status of the holy maiden of Yu Linglong, it was impossible to bring a man back, it was inconvenient. How? What's going on? How do I? Today's scene completely shook Lu Shui's heart. At this moment, it felt like he was rising up in the air, involuntarily flying towards that high and honorable holy maiden of the upper realm, entering within the spatial channel together. Looking down below, his own brother Yi Xian, as well as the cold, murderous Lin Yuan, were getting farther and farther away. Lu Shui's heart was complicated. Was she going to travel to the upper world? I don't understand why, at the end of the matter, that holy maiden from the upper realm would have herself captured. The body was out of control, and with Lu Shui's strength, trying to resist Yu Linglong was nothing more than a fool's dream. In saying that, seeing that even the Diyu imperial dynasty had been defeated, they might not be willing to stay in the lower realms. It was too late to say, but all of this was just a breath away from Lin Zhou's strike falling. It was too fast. So fast that even Lin Zhou, as well as Lin Yuan, didn't react. Trying to escape? Die! Lin Zhou let out a furious cry, and a huge palm print slapped down, enveloping both the spatial channel, as well as Elder Xin. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, the spatial passage that flew to the upper realm blossomed with endless cyan-colored holy light, wrapping Yu Linglong and Lu Shui within. The palm prints were surging with purple energy and were colliding with each other. Click! The spatial passageway that the Jade Clear Sacred Order had transformed into split into countless cracks, but with a flash of light, it would eventually disappear in front of everyone. Just heard that within the disappearing space passage. Put! Put! Two voices bleeding from serious injuries. The holy maiden of the upper world ran away? At this moment, Yi Xian, Yi too, including the people of the entire Diyu imperial dynasty, had chills in their hearts. Eyes cringed, before looking at the person in the void, a person dressed in black, white hair like snow, a Saint Realm powerhouse, to whom all were respectful Lin Yuan. At the moment of crisis, Lu Shui and Yu Linglong escaped back to the upper realm. And at this moment, above the void, opposite Lin Yuan's duo. It is Elder Xin. His body is broken, his soul is disorganized, just like a candle in the wind, about to go out at any time. I'm about to die and wonder, where exactly did Senior come from? The imminent death of a human being confused this Jade Clear Sacred Land Elder's question, as he was looking at Lin Zhou, as well as Lin Yuan, inquisitively. At this moment, the Diyu Imperial Dynasty crowd below, Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and countless Zhangzhou cultivators were all looking at this scene curiously. Lin Yuan, a young man who could be escorted by a Sacred Realm powerhouse, what exactly was his identity, a native of the Eastern Wasteland? Thinking about it made it impossible. Lin Zhou looked at his own young master beside him and saw Lin Yuan nod. I, along with the young lord, come from the Imperial clan Lin family of the Jun Tian immortal domain. When these words came out, the scene was silent, including that Elder Xin of the Jade Clear Holy Land. Chapter 75 Lin Yuan's true identity, Yi Xian's despair. Emperor Lin family. Upon hearing these four words, this elder of the Jade Clear Holy Land's voice was becoming stuttered. Inside, he was vibrating, roaring violently, his expression frozen, flabbergasted. He had thought of many possibilities, he just never expected that Lin Yuan's identity was even more appalling than he had imagined. Even though the Jade Clear Sacred Land was located in the Tsong Tian immortal domain, it was like a thunderclap for the famous Lin family of that Jun Tian immortal domain. After all, although the Nine Heavens immortal domain was vast and there were countless powerful immortal cultivation families, it wasn't just any family that dared to call themselves an imperial family. The Emperor clan Lin family, that was a truly forbidden ancient clan in the Nine Heavens immortal domain, ancient and glorious. Can't think of. About to die, Elder Xin looked towards Lin Yuan with a bitter smile. The word Emperor clan represented something that was not at all comparable to their Jade Clear Holy Land. After all, within their Tsong Tian immortal domain, there was likewise a party of the Imperial clan whose surname was Jiang. It could be said that in front of that kind of taboo family, blowing a breath would be enough to make the entire jade-clear Holy Land go up in smoke. And he and the Holy Daughter actually treated a young lord of the Emperor clan as if he were a lower realm aborigine and wanted to kill him. It's ridiculous to think about. Okay. At this moment, this elder Xian also had a trace of gratitude within his heart. Luckily, nothing happened to Lin Yuan, the young master of the Emperor clan Lin family. Otherwise, what awaits them in the jade-clear Holy Land is not just a simple matter of one of their own elders dying. What would greet them then would be the destruction of the entire jade-clear Holy Land. After all, wanting to cross two great immortal domains and overthrow a Holy Land might be difficult for the average upper realm power. But for the Lin family, it wasn't a problem at all. Perhaps, at that time, it wouldn't even be necessary for the Imperial Lin family to personally take action. In their Songtian immortal region alone, the supreme and incomparable Jiang clan, which was also a Forbidden Land Emperor clan, would have to make a move to overthrow their jade-clear sacred land. The Nine Heavens immortal region was immense. However, there were only a few that could be called the Forbidden Emperor clans among the 9 immortal regions. And coincidentally, the Lin family and the Jiang family, amongst the several great emperor clans, had always had a marriage for endless years. What this elder Xian alone knew was an incident about the 2 great emperor clans back then. In the previous generation, a supreme goddess of the Jiang clan, who was even the biological sister of the current Jiang clan's god master, had married into the middle of the Lin clan. This matter, many years ago, had even stirred up the entire Songtian immortal region. Thank you for informing me, senior. With his broken body, standing in the air, his breath if anything, and his soul shattering, Elder Xian said as he looked down towards Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan. The eyes were respectful and there was not the slightest complaint anymore. My death was self-inflicted. I also ask the 2 of you, not to blame my jade-clear sacred land. Knowing Lin Yuan's situation, this elder of the jade-clear sacred land released his mind. Before dying, praying for Lin Yuan. He understood that with the strength of the jade-clear sacred land, if he dared to offend Lin Yuan, the young master of the Emperor clan, what awaited him would inevitably be the destruction of the sacred land. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Lin Yuan to reply. Boom! 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 The body was turning into flying ash, and the soul was completely broken, eventually dissipating between heaven and earth, disappearing in front of the Lin Yuan duo, and already everyone present. Across the void, a black dress with white hair fluttered with helplessness on his face. I don't seem to have said yes or no. The voice rang out. Looking at this scene, it was Lin Yuan who was replaced with a dumbfounded look on his face. A small jade-clear Holy Land is just a little thing. When we return to the upper realm, whether or not we let them live is just a matter of the young lord's words. On the side, Lin Jiao smiled calmly. A paragon from the upper realm had died and, before dying, had faced Lin Yuan without the slightest complaint, instead releasing his mind. At this moment, this scene was seen in the eyes of all the people of the Du imperial dynasty below, the countless Zhengzhou cultivators. All of this happened after Lin Jiao uttered the words, Emperor clan Lin family. It made the elders of a party's upper realm Holy Land jealous to the extreme. The upper world, the emperor, the imperial race. At this moment, below, a central state cultivator's voice rang out. A gaze was looking at Lin Yuan. It had been thought that the teenager they considered to be a native of the eastern wasteland. Now in the blink of an eye, but has become a person of the upper realm, and is to see the situation origin is extremely horrible. Could it be a family founded by a great emperor? However, all cultivators, even those in this lower realm, had an understanding of the division of realms when they first stepped out of cultivation. Body refining, chi gathering, god concentration, divine bridge, Tao palace, and ascension to heaven. The realm of ascension was already the limit of their Xian-Tian continent's powerhouses, and only one could be born in a lifetime to ascend to the upper realm. But in that upper realm, above the ascension realm, there was the quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor realm. Emperor realm, great emperor, although it was impossible to comprehend that kind of powerhouse, it was rumored even in this Xian-Tian continent. A great emperor was in existence capable of suppressing the 9 heavens of the upper realm and imposing on the beings of the 10,000 domains. At that realm, one would already be truly invincible in the world. And the emperor clan, how it sounded, was associated with great emperors. And now, a young lord of an emperor clan was treated as an eastern wasteland native by the Du imperial dynasty, and even had his clan exterminated by the Du imperial dynasty. For a while, the countless Zhengzhou cultivators below, their gazes were tinged with pity, as they were looking at Yi Tu, Yi Xian, and all the people of the Du imperial dynasty. Di Wu dynasty. has kicked the bucket this time. Among the surrounding crowd, the voices of some cultivators rang out in exclamation. After all, I've seen kicks to the iron, I've never seen such a capable kicker. At this moment, there was despair amongst the people of the Dayu imperial dynasty. How? No, it can't be. How could he be from the imperial clan of the upper realm? Especially Yi Xian. Above the handsome face, it was simply unbelievable. The body was retreating, losing his mind, the whole person was like being struck by lightning, and finally, poof! He fell to the ground, trembling. Xingyan Dao sect, it was he who personally destroyed it, and within the entire sect, decimated it without leaving a single person. In his previous opinion, an Eastern Wasteland indigenous person was nothing more than that, so what qualifications did he have to be compared to himself? As a prince of the Dayu imperial dynasty, his status was honored, his position was lofty, and he was born to stand on the clouds. This was the thing Yi Xian was most proud of. But now, after learning that Lin Yuan was the young lord of the emperor clan of the upper realm, Yi Xian's proudest stance was shattered, and his bloodline, which he considered to be honorable, was shattered. Everything that he possessed became worthless in front of that Eastern Wasteland native, Lin Yuan, who had always been despised by him. Turns out, all along, I was the joke. Chapter 76 The Mysterious Stone Resonating with Taishang. Within the shattered Diwu Palace, amidst the ruins, all of the Dayu imperial dynasty, as well as the central state cultivators who had previously mocked Lin Yuan, were now ashen, shivering in fear within themselves. Before this, they had mocked up Lin Yuan, but they were not the least bit soft-spoken, only wanting to climb into a good relationship with the Dayu imperial dynasty. Please. Also spare our lives. I don't know your excellency's identity, please forgive us for our previous rudeness. A voice was ringing out. It was the central state cultivators who had, before, attended Yi Xian's wedding banquet. Before this, Lin Yuan had released the word that idle people who had nothing to do with the Dayu imperial dynasty could disperse. But at that time, they didn't put Lin Yuan's words in their eyes, they didn't even look up to Lin Yuan, thinking that he was just an indigenous person from the eastern wasteland of the district. But now, things have turned out to be unexpected for everyone. And at this time, it was the people of the Dayu imperial clan who did not utter a single word. It wasn't that they didn't fear death, but they knew that at this moment, even if they uttered words to plead for mercy from Lin Yuan's, it was already too late. Amidst the ruins, broken dragon robes, middle-aged appearance, Yu Huangyi too had a face of despair. Heaven has killed my Dayu dynasty. With a sigh of relief, even if the holy envoy of the upper realm descended, he would not be able to save their Dayu imperial dynasty. Instead, as a result, Lin Yuan's identity was exposed. Turns out, it was his own side that had been acting as the clown. Thinking of this, Yi Tu looked at Yi Xian, who was lost in thought and collapsed on the ground, and couldn't wait to slap this grand imperial prince to death. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The heavens shook and the void trembled. A holy might that descended from the sky, enveloping everyone within the entire broken Dayu imperial dynasty, was Lin Jiao striking out. Click! 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 With that powerful pressure, countless people from the Dayu imperial dynasty, their bodies were breaking, and in the twinkling of an eye, they looked like blood. This included Yi Xian, Yi Tu, people from the Dayu imperial dynasty, and quite a few Zhangzhou cultivators. No! Ouch! It's none of our business. The hissing and screaming sounds were constant, mournful and creepy, resounding within this originally supreme imperial dynasty of the Xian-Tian continent. It had to be said that the Dayu imperial dynasty, above this Xian-Tian continent, was indeed very strong. Suppressing the central state, the might of the four seas, especially Yu Huangyi too is the strongest person in the world. Within the imperial dynasty, in addition to the Yu Huang, there are also two other ascension realm of the Yi royal family ancestor. The three great ascension realms. With such a background, even the other four state lands were famous for this immortal imperial dynasty. But alas, they messed with the wrong person. The fact that the Xian-Tian continent was invincible did not mean that no one in the world dared to mess with it. In particular, at the behest of Emperor Yu Yi II, he united countless clans in the eastern wasteland and decimated Lin Yuan's Qinyan Dao sect, which had a population of 13,862 people, without leaving a single survivor. Above the void, standing in front of Lin Jiao. The blood on his face had not yet disappeared, his black clothes were spreading in the wind, his head of white hair like snow, and in his eyes, he was dead and cold. Lin Lao. Leave them to me. Lin Yuan's voice rang out before he spoke to Lin Jiao beside him. The voice was calm, but there was just something creepy and cold about it. The night he knelt in the Qing Yin Dao sect caused Lin Yuan to undergo a huge change in both his temperament and his perception. Now the enemy is at hand. Yes, young lord. Looking at Lin Yuan's cold, unemotional gaze, Lin Jiu was quite intolerant inside. Before coming to the central state, he had visited the Qing Yin Dao sect, which was already a dead mausoleum, with no one who had once been there in sight. For more than 20 years, although Lin Yuan was from the Lin family in the upper realm, his true memories were from the Qing Yin Dao sect. Lin Jiu understood that the young lord had taken the destruction of the Qing Yin Dao sect on himself. That's more than 10,000 dead souls. If one did not personally wash with the blood of one's enemies, the Taoist heart would be damaged, even if it had an effect on one's future cultivation. No. You're the devil. The broken Diwu palace, amidst the ruins. Put. 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 Blood was dripping, the bodies of the people of the Diyu imperial dynasty were falling like grass, the corpses were everywhere, and the blood flowed into a river. The sight was horrifying. Spare me. Harsh, fearful voices were ringing out, hoarse. It was a complete massacre, and fear was reflected on the faces of the countless people of the imperial clan around them. Do you not consider yourselves noble? I, the Qing Yin Dao sect, am as small as an ant in your eyes? But today, you are also mole crickets in my Lin Yuan's eyes. He killed the enemy with his bare hands, without using any spiritual energy. Ta-da! 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 Walking through the blood-stained ruins, Lin Yuan's voice was indifferent. On top of his snow-like white hair, bloodstains were dotted, and in his eyes, they were scarlet and incomparably red, containing no emotion, cold and creepy, and killing intent filled Lin Yuan's entire heart. It's a moment he's been waiting for far, far too long. The emperor of Diyu, Yi Tu, was dead, crushed by Lin Yuan and died. The Diyu imperial clan, the people of the central state who had previously taunted Lin Yuan, had not spared a single one of them. Time is passing. Mountains of corpses, slow-moving pools of blood. The setting sun was dim and yellow, shining in the middle of this earthly purgatory, shining on the face of the young man with a thin figure and a clear face. At this moment, in front of Lin Yuan, there was the figure of the last enemy, which was Yi Xian. Don't kill me. Losing his mind, the whole person has become insane, losing his former high spirits and self-conceit. Above the handsome face was dirt-stained and cloaked. The eyes were filled with fear as they looked towards Lin Yuan. He was begging for mercy, on his knees. My Qing Yin Dao sect. My master, junior sister, and them, how could they die because of this kind of person? An exclamation. Lin Yuan's blood aura was incredibly thick around him, and his face was bitter as he looked at Yi Xian, who was kneeling on the ground. Not having been in the word, it is natural to let it go. A blow fell. Click. Yi Xian died, his body shattered, his soul crushed, not even having the chance to reincarnate, dying in front of Lin Yuan. Everyone who had caused the destruction of the Qing Yin Dao sect had been killed by Lin Yuan himself, without sparing a single one. It's over. Standing in the midst of these blood-stained ruins, the killing intent that filled Lin Yuan's heart was dispersing, and the responsibility that he had carried for many days was disappearing. Now, Lin Yuan could go back within the Qing Yin Dao sect and stand in front of those countless dead souls and say that the sect's revenge, he, Lin Yuan, had already avenged it, and his enemies were all dead. The inner voice that was questioning itself was gradually dispersing. Under the Taoist heart penetration, at this moment, Lin Yuan was able to feel that he might not be far away from breaking through the half-step heaven ascension realm. But right at this moment, looking at the side of Yi Xian's shattered body, a thumb-sized black stone block, which was densely packed with tiny runes inscribed on it, attracted Lin Yuan's attention. If you're not paying attention, it's hard to notice. This is not my Qing Yin Dao sect, successive generations of patriarchs inherited things? Along with the heaven exorcising sacred sword, it was left by the original founding ancestor, Taoist Tai Qing, before he ascended. When he was young, Lin Yuan had seen it in his master's hands, but he didn't know why it had appeared in Yi Xian's hands. As he spoke, Lin Yuan picked it up and placed it in his hands. Suddenly, right at this moment, Lin Yuan's brow, the long-closed Taishan Dao pupil, and the black stone in his hand, in resonance. Dao pupil slowly opened, and the hands of the stone, but also in the bloom of light, accompanied by mysterious runes in suspension. Chapter 77 The Possibility of Xiao Xiao's Resurrection. The stone in Lin Yuan's hand, since the original Qing Yun ancestor, Tai Ching Taoist ascension, through countless generations of masters, no one has ever penetrated the mystery. As for Daoist Tai Ching, he was one of the three great doppelgangers of great Emperor Yuan Tian. At this moment, it resonated with Lin Yuan's Tai Shang Dao pupil. Everything seems to be connected somehow. Among the blood-stained ruins. Boom! Lin Yuan Dao pupil and the stone in his hand mapped each other, the light was growing more and more abundant, and the mysterious light runes around him were suspended. In an instant, space fluctuated. Master, Senior. Just as Lin Yuan was confused, a faint voice rang out. It was a silhouette, emerging from the surrounding light, illusory and unimaginable, just the remnants of a soul, floating in front of Lin Yuan. Flowery face, curved eyebrows of the willow moon, a green dress, in the flower season, as she was at the time of her death in the Qing Yin Dao sect. It was Xiao Xiaoxiao who had witnessed the destruction of the clan at that time and finally died. Eldest senior brother, have you finally returned? Xiao Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Yuan with a gaze that was looking at a loved one. But when a pair of small, illusory hands passed through Lin Yuan's body, Xiao Xiaoxiao understood that he had already died and was now nothing more than a remnant soul. Little sister, you. Upon seeing this figure in front of him, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes that were originally filled with dead silence. Originally, it was thought that everyone in the Qing Yin Dao sect, where that order had grown up, had died with the massacre on that day. But I didn't expect that on this day, I would be seeing my senior sister's figure. The two grew up together under Xiao Zhantian's upbringing, and in Lin Yuan's heart, he had always treated Xiao Xiaoxiao as if she was his own sister. However, after he returned from his trip to the Taiching Emperor Palace, everything was different within the Qing Yin Dao sect. I thought I would never see them again. However, he did not expect that he would see his little sister's figure again today, at the time of the extermination of the Diwu imperial dynasty. Boom! Right at this moment, a figure appeared next to Lin Yuan and the remnants of Xiao Xiaoxiao's soul. In a gray suit, with a surprised gaze, was Lin Jiu. Elder Lin, I wonder if there can be any way to revive my senior sister? I can do whatever it takes. Lin Yuan was agitated, above his handsome face, he was praying, his eyes were looking at Lin Jiu with expectation. Miss Xiao was already dead, and by all rights, after that day, her soul should have dispersed. The reason why it can still be again today in the present, should be related to the stone in the young master's hand. Looking at Lin Yuan's hand black not Liuqiu, thumb-sized stone, Lin Jiu carefully watched for half a day, even he, a Saint Realm powerhouse, said that it was unheard of and unheard of. However, on top of it, for some reason, Lin Jiu actually vaguely felt a hint of the Great Tao. This is beyond appalling. Now that Miss Xiao is only a remnant soul, if you want to revive her, I'm afraid, the only way to do so is with the rumored immortal pill of immortality, the 9 secrets pishy flower. Lin Jiu continued, stating that he knew that there was a way to be able to resurrect Xiao Xiaoxiao. Immortality Immortal Pill was an immortal pill that could allow even great emperors to live on for a lifetime. Only such countless immortal items could, possibly, resurrect this remnant of Xiao Xiaoxiao's soul. Immortal Pill of Immortality. I don't know my Lin family. When he heard that there was a chance of resurrection, Lin Yuan's expression was a bit excited and his gaze carried a tremor. Even with Lin Yuan's insight, this was the first time he had heard these 4 words. San. But if you think about it with your head, you know that anything that is immortal related, even if it is placed in the upper world, it is not something that an ordinary person can have. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only place all his hopes in his own upper realm family. Immortal pills are precious though. But the Lin family, ranked among the forbidden emperor clans of the upper realms, naturally has immortal pills of immortality. Originally, when he heard Lin Jiu's voice, Lin Yuan still had some hope. But immediately after. Unfortunately, what the Lin family possesses is among the top 10 immortal pills of immortality, the Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill. Unable to resurrect Miss Xiao. With an exclamation and an aged face, Lin Jiu looked at Lin Yuan's almost supplicating gaze, somewhat unable to bear it, his face helpless. How could he not see the hope within his own young master at this point? Treating Lin Yuan as if he were his own, he raised him up, and now the Qing Yin Dao sect, old patriarch Xiao, as well as his own daughter, died because of Lin Yuan's vendetta against the Diyu imperial dynasty, and was only a remnant soul. For this point alone, although an immortal pill of immortality was precious and there were only a few of them left in the Lin family today, the Lin family was bound to give it. But sometimes the results are just so brutal. The top 10 immortal pills of the upper realm were all different in their effects, some were strong in terms of the soul, while others had divine effects in terms of cultivation and the body. As far as Lin Jiu knew, the Lin family's Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill was powerful in terms of cultivation. For the soul recovery aspect, it couldn't be said to be useless, but it was far less than the 9 Spectres Pishin flower. And now Xiao 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 is just a wisp of residual soul, if not Lin Yuan at this time in the hands of the hidden avenue breath of the stone, has long been soul flying away. Therefore, the only way to revive this remnant soul of Xiao 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 was the 9 secrets of the other side flower among the immortal pills. Otherwise even the other 9 of the 10 immortal pills of immortality are useless. At this moment, hearing what Lin Jiu said. The 9 specters of the other side? Lin Yuan's heart was filled with unwillingness. Eyes trembling, looking at the body in front of the illusory incomparable silhouette, but only 16 years of age, a green dress, above the pretty face, still with a trace of tenderness. She had always been treated as her own sister, but because of her feud with the Diwu imperial dynasty, she had died, and now only a remnant soul remained. No matter how hard it is, I'm going to get it. For this, I can pay everything. This is what Lin Yuan owes. On top of his white hair, he was still stained with blood, his black clothes were soaked, and the smell of blood rolled all over him, all of which was the blood of the people of the Diwu imperial clan. With a voice that could not be questioned, Lin Yuan's determination was incomparable in his gaze. The 9 Sephiroths. Understanding the only possibility of resurrecting Xiao Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Lin Yuan was speechless and stood in place, looking at the youngest senior sister in front of him. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, within Lin Yuan's Taishang Dao pupil, the resonance with the mysterious stone in his hand was fading away. The light was becoming dim, and the glowing runes suspended around it were dispersing. With a green coat and a slightly childish face, Xiao Xiao's figure was becoming more and more illusory. Her gaze swept across the blood-stained, shattered Diyu imperial palace. She already knew those were dead bodies, all enemies who had killed herself, and the entire Changyin Dao sect. Now in the hands of the eldest brother, the enemies have all been put to death. There was no sadness, no disenchantment. After all, she died months ago. With an illusory figure, Xiao 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 was looking at Lin Yuan. It was still the same black clothes, but Lin Yuan's aura had completely changed. The black hair that was once as black as ink was now as pale as snow, and those dead, lost light eyes were filled with self-reproach. Eldest brother has carried too much, and all of this, she has seen in her eyes, But Xiao 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 understood that neither he, nor his father, had ever blamed eldest brother when he was dying. Mass. Elder brother. And father and I, can never blame you. Oh. You've done a great job. Above a tender and pretty face, Xiao 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 smiled. Illusory silhouette, eventually turned into light points, is the remnant of the soul imprint, and finally flew into the stone in the hands of Lin Yuan, dissipated in front of Lin Yuan. Chapter 78 Diwu Treasure Trove, Preparations before breaking through half-step Heavenly Ascension Realm. With a bitter face, Lin Yuan stood frozen in place, in a state of disorientation. The original last glimmer of hope disappeared, and the slightly soft eyes became cold once again. Lin Yuan was clear that that trace of residual soul power was only enough for his little sister to appear this once. There would be a next time, unless it was something that happened after he had obtained the 9 Sephirotic pigeon flower, then it would be possible to completely resurrect it. The black thumb-sized stone block, which had lost its light, was held in Lin Yuan's hand. Among them, what was sealed was only the residual soul imprint of Xiao Xiao Xiao. As for the origin of this mysterious stone, even Lin Jiu, a Saint Realm powerhouse, had no way of knowing, and Lin Yuan had nothing to say about it. However, it was certain that this object was by no means mortal and was related to the Yuan Tian Emperor. Putting away the stones, Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked around. Among the ruins, all of his enemies were already dead. A coffin, sitting quietly in the midst of blood-stained ruins, had been carried by Lin Yuan from the Qin Dao sect. Inside there, buried was Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian, who witnessed Lin Yuan's revenge, killing his way from the eastern wasteland to the central state, with heads rolling and blood flowing. Master, you may rest in peace. Don't worry. Senior sister I will definitely bring her back to life. This is my disciple's promise to you. Before the coffin, Lin Yuan kneeled respectfully. When the Qin Dao sect was destroyed, within the sect, all the heavenly treasures were looted. And the leader among them was naturally Yi Xian, the Diyu imperial dynasty's royal son. Come but don't go is not a gift. Now that the Diwu royal family are all dead, Lin Yuan naturally won't let go of the Diwu royal dynasty treasure trove. An imperial dynasty that had been glorious and immortal for endless years in this Xin Tian continent, its contained heritage, but in this lower realm, it was also absolutely second to none. After his enemies were all executed, the Dao was penetrated, and at that time, Lin Yuan was able to feel that he was not far from breaking through the half-step heaven ascension realm. And with one's own Taishang Dao body. The amount of spiritual energy needed to make a breakthrough would be incomparably astonishing. Without some heavenly materials and treasures, if one wanted to break through just by devouring aura, it would undoubtedly be a monkey's errand. And the long-lasting heavenly treasures of the Dewu imperial dynasty could just help Lin Yuan. According to the Lin family's clan rules, every son or daughter of the lower realms training would be able to return to the upper realms Lin family after their cultivation had reached the half-step heaven ascension realm. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Lin Yuan left this Xiantian continent and returned to the Lin family in the upper realm. Just as Lin Yuan, accompanied by Lin Zhou, crossed over this ruin to find the Deyu imperial dynasty's treasure trove. At this time, the ruins were surrounded. I can't imagine that the Deyu imperial dynasty, which was so powerful and famous that it dominated my central state for endless years, was actually exterminated. In the middle of the scene's surroundings, there were also countless onlookers from the central state cultivators, in the sky and on the ground, densely packed with the silhouettes of all the cultivators. Some people's gazes were tinged with horror, exclamation, and fear, and until this moment, looking at the corpses all over the ground, they still had chills in their hearts. They were not among Lin Yuan's killers, and most of them had heard the commotion from the back and had rushed here specifically to watch. Deyu imperial dynasty, in my Xiantian continent, amongst this lower realm, is naturally very strong. But don't take a look, who they've messed with this time. Someone laughed coldly. There were naturally sect cultivators who were dissatisfied with the Deyu imperial dynasty's rule over the central state. How can the young lord of the emperor clan in the upper realm be messed with by a district imperial dynasty in the lower realm? Deyu imperial clan, condescending and accustomed to. Just not expected, this time, the eastern wasteland natives that they look down upon, is a person of the imperial clan from the upper realm. Around the ruins, the sound of mockery, most of the people of the central state, for the Deyu imperial dynasty's usual way of doing things, has long been unable to see. However, it was just that before, under the pressure of that immortal imperial dynasty, no one dared to resist. Because the clans that had rebelled against the Dewu imperial dynasty had all been exterminated. Now, those people of the imperial family who were once high and mighty in the eyes of the world, today, in front of Lin Yuan, turned into a cold corpse, or even a corpse without bones. Lin Yuan's identity, the 4 words upper realm imperial clan, for the lower realm cultivators, undoubtedly carried a mysterious undertone that required reverence. A young lord from the upper realm of the emperor clan, in one day, the Deyu imperial dynasty, which had suppressed the entire Xiantian continent, in one day, slaughtered cleanly, without leaving a single survivor. This matter, the presence of many cultivators can already be predicted, perhaps not a few days, Lin Yuan this 2 words, enough to shake the entire Xiantian continent. At this time, this is the original Dewu dynasty's forbidden land, an underground surrounded by powerful formations, non-5 Ascension realm cultivators, cannot be broken. But in front of Lin Zhou, a Saint realm powerhouse, it was like paper mache. Boom! Click! The formation that blossomed with golden light and was accompanied by the shadow of a dragon swimming around, completely shattered under Lin Zhou's gentle palm. I can't imagine that this Dewu imperial dynasty has quite a few treasures. The voice was calm. Lin Yuan looked in front of him, densely packed, the color of precious light blazing beyond compare. Spirit stones were nearly piled up into mountains all around, and there were countless heavenly materials and treasures. As expected, the name of the first imperial dynasty of the Xiantian continent was not something to be blown off. Perhaps, it also had something to do with the fact that Lin Yuan had been in the lower realms for many years. On the contrary, on the side, looking in front of him, Lin Zhou's eyelids didn't even lift a bit. Mostly just things that don't need to be. Young lord, your supreme Tao body is ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm, and the resources required for each breakthrough are extraordinary. As he spoke, Lin Zhou pointed out with a finger, pulling the treasure trove, the object with the most radiant light, as it slowly flew towards Lin Yuan. The medicinal fragrance was filled with an incomparable aura. It was 3 holy medicines, all of which were incredibly valuable in the upper realm, and even for Saint realm powerhouses like Lin Zhou, they could increase their cultivation. In addition to that, there was also a fist-sized, crystal-clear spirit stone, which seemed to contain the aura of an entire spirit vein converging in it. 3 holy pills and a holy spirit stone fell into Lin Yuan's hands. For Lin Yuan, holy medicine is well understood. As for the holy spirit stone, that was something that only the upper realm could produce. It was unknown why it would appear within the treasury of this Dewu dynasty. Its preciousness was no worse than a holy medicine, and even if it was only used for cultivation, its value was still above that of a holy medicine. These are the most valuable items within this treasury. It should be enough for you, young lord, to break through the half-step heaven ascension realm. Lin Zhou aside. Chapter 79 Return to the Eastern Wasteland. Spirit stones are categorized into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. This is just the lower world's division about spirit stones. In the middle of the Xian-Tian continent, the extremely high-grade spirit stones alone were not something that an ordinary cultivator could afford to use. The holy spirit stones on top of the extreme spirit stones were the only ones that only some of the top forces in the upper realm could have. At this point, including all the spirit stones, heavenly materials, and strange treasures within the entire treasure trove into the spatial ring. Although other than the 3 sacred medicines and 1 sacred spirit stone, the others were of little use to Lin Yuan. But a fly is meat even if it's small. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Mountains of spirit stones, even if they were taken to the upper world, they could be exchanged for a few holy spirit stones. The space ring that could hold so many treasures was still given by Lin Zhou, the protector of the Tao. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's spatial ring from before, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to hold 1/10 of the treasures on the scene. Compared to before, at this time, Lin Yuan was considered the number 1 richest person in this Xian-Tian continent. Lin Yuan and the 2 of them left this empty treasury and returned to the top, before Xiao Zhantian's coffin. It's time to return to the Green Cloud Dao sect. Carrying the coffin on his back, Lin Yuan planned to return to the Qingyan Dao sect and start his breakthrough after burying his master, Xiao Zhantian. Elder Lin, let's go back. For Lin Yuan, all along, that now broken Qingyan Dao sect was his home. Yes, young lord. Boom. Boom. 2 figures, rising up in the air from the Diyu imperial dynasty that had been reduced to ruins, were heading in the direction of the eastern wasteland. At this point in time, there were still countless cultivators from the central state. Today's matter was tantamount to a major earthquake for the entire central state, and even the Xian-Tian continent. Looking at the departing figure of Lin Yuan and the 2 of them, amongst the crowd of cultivators stood a man with a white beardless face. It was the patriarch of the Liuli Dao sect, Lu Yan. Okay. Wiped the cold sweat from his face. After receiving the deaths of his clan's saint son, Lu Xian, as well as the Grand Elder at the hands of a man from the eastern wasteland earlier, Lu Yan had rushed non-stop from the Liuli Dao sect. As a result, what was seen was that first, Emperor Yu Yi too was defeated in battle, and then the powerhouses from the sacred grounds of the upper realm faced Lin Yuan, the young lord of the Emperor clan, with 1 dead and 1 fleeing. Revenge? What a joke! The 36 domains of the central state shook. The Diyu imperial dynasty, which had once suppressed the entire central state, had been slaughtered cleanly in a single day. The news was overwhelming, sweeping in all directions. How is it possible? Diwu dynasty died? Who has this kind of ability to destroy that immortal imperial dynasty? The entire central state was abuzz, and at first people were reluctant to believe it. After all, since ancient times, the 4 words, Diyu imperial dynasty, represented invincibility and suppression of everything within the central state. How could it be that it would be slaughtered in 1 day? Not to mention that Yu Huangyi too, who was invincible in the world and was the number 1 powerhouse in the Xian-Tian continent, even within the imperial dynasty, sending out a heavenly ascension realm ancestor at random was enough for the 4 directions. But the source of the news was the patriarchs, the old ancestors, of the great clans in the central state. Their words are full of gold. It wasn't until later, after learning who it was that slaughtered the Diyu imperial dynasty, that countless people chose to believe. Someone from the upper world? Lin Yuan, a young lord from the imperial clan of the upper realm. I can't imagine, it would be someone from the upper realm. No wonder, even the Diwu dynasty can't afford to mess with them. The word Lin Yuan completely shook the entire central state today, causing those central state cultivators who had always carried a sense of superiority to feel their scalps tingle. In this heaven and earth, the central state had the most abundant spiritual chi and outstanding people, and for this reason, in the face of the East Wasteland and the other 4 state lands, the central state cultivators had never been proud of themselves. However, in the face of that upper world, or when the young lord of the Emperor clan, they can only bring a humble posture to look up to. The destruction of the Diyu imperial dynasty and the people of the imperial clan from the upper realm had shaken more than just the central state. As time passed, it was still spreading to the other surroundings of the Xian-Tian continent. The Xian-Tian continent shook as Lin Yuan and Lin Zhou were on their way to the eastern wasteland. And in the meantime, Upper Realm, Song-Tian Immortal Domain. Jade Clear Holy Land. Immortal Mountain stood, amidst the clouds and mist, accompanied by the sound of cranes. The aura was sky-high, far from being comparable to the lower realms. The Holy Maiden Hall, the green light surging within the hall, was an important place within the Holy Land that ordinary disciples could not approach. So, his last name is Lin, and he was also once your Taoist partner, who you abandoned? The voice from the temple rang, features clear, skin like fat, noble and elegant, a green fairy dress, delicate body, surrounded by a hazy green light, temperament noble incomparable. It was none other than Jade Linglong, who had escaped back to the upper realm by sacrificing a quasi-saint level elder since Lin Zhou's hands. His brows straightened with suspicion as he surveyed Lu Shui below. The Holy Land had spent a huge amount of money to send her and Elder Xin down to the realm with the purpose of finding the supreme secret treasure. But never thought that it would be in the lower realm, encountering a sacred realm powerhouse. Even in today's Jade Clear Sacred Land, there are only a few of the top powerhouses, the bottom of a party's sacred land. It made Yu Linglong think through her head and couldn't figure out why a lower realm native would have a saint realm powerhouse defending him and addressing him as young lord. Until now, Yu Linglong knew nothing about Lin Yuan's identity, not even his last name. However, she understood that to be able to have a saint realm powerhouse defending him, that kind of status was by no means ordinary, even if it was placed in the Tsang heavenly immortal region. Facing Jade Linglong's voice. Yes. But that Lin Yuan is just an orphan, adopted by the Qingyan Dao sect since he was young, and I don't know why a saint realm powerhouse has appeared by his side to defend him. With a fair complexion, a tall and delicate figure, and an incredibly respectful posture, standing in front of Yu Linglong, Lu Shui humbly said. After coming to the upper realm, Lu Shui realized that her previous eyesight was still too low. It turned out that in this world, there were people and forces even more powerful than the Diwu imperial dynasty. She had long heard that Diwu imperial dynasty, the power in the upper realm, was nothing more than a subsidiary in front of this Jade Clear Holy Land. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she had to grasp this chance, or else with her talent, it would be impossible for her to ascend to the upper realms in this lifetime. Lin. Orphans? A saint realm powerhouse protects the way. Yu Linglong's footsteps moved lightly from within the hall. Above her absolutely beautiful face, she was pondering. She was already certain that Lin Yuan was definitely not a native of the lower realms, but someone from the Nine Heavens immortal region. Suddenly, moving back and forth, her feet stopped, her pupils were dilating, her insides were vibrating as she thought of something. Lin's name. It can't be that Lin family in the Jun Tian immortal domain. Yu Linglong's voice carried a hint of trembling, and she immediately became unsettled. After a moment's hesitation, he muttered. I hope not. Unable to be sure, a trace of bitterness flashed across Yu Linglong's face. If it was as she suspected, this revenge, she would definitely not dare to take it. The beautiful eyes moved and looked at Lu Shui, who was in front of her, with a face of ignorance and some poise at best, but her temperament was too ordinary. Yu Linglong's gaze flashed with a hint of mockery. If Lin Yuan was really the young master of that Lin family in the Jun Tian immortal domain, she couldn't imagine that she would look at this lower realm native in front of her. And the person in front of him must be incredibly regretful for his original decision. From now on, you will follow this holy maiden as a maid. The voice rang out calmly. Yes. Lu Shui gazed, overjoyed, towards Yu Linglong, bent down and said. Chapter 80. Lin Yuan learns about his parents. At this time, the Xian Tian continent. With Lin Zhou, a saint realm powerhouse, it was unknown how much faster than when Lin Yuan had traveled from the eastern wasteland, alone, to the central state. Between the two major states, separated by endless seas, it originally took several months to reach the Qingyan Dao sect. But now, it's just a short time. Eastern wasteland. Mountains collapsed and plans shattered. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with graves. The people who died in the beginning were buried by Lin Yuan's own hands one by one in the beginning. A brand new grave appeared in front of Lin Yuan and Lin Zhou. Above the tombstone was engraved the words, Benefactor Xiao Zhantian. Clothed in black, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Blood vengeance, disciple Lin Yuan has avenged it, and I hope that master and all of you will rest in peace. The voice rang out, echoing within this mausoleum. Bang! 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 It was the sound of Lin Yuan kneeling and bowing, his white hair stained with dirt above. Soon after, Lin Yuan would close the door. All of the deceased had died, and above this Xian Tian continent, Lin Yuan no longer had anything worth remembering. After this breakthrough to the half-step heaven ascension realm, Lin Yuan might have to return to the upper realm now that the Lin family was back. On the side, Lin Zhou watched this scene. He could understand Lin Yuan's feelings. Young lord, I believe that old patriarch Xiao will be pleased to know what you have done. With a sigh, all Lin Zhou could do was comfort. After all, when he and Lin Yuan had traveled to the imperial palace of the Taiqing emperor, it was something that no one had expected to happen. Hopefully. Standing up, Lin Yuan's handsome face carried a hint of bitterness above it. Green Cloudback Mountain. The residence that originally belonged to Lin Yuan had long since disappeared in the midst of that great battle in the first place. A brand new thatched cottage rises out of the crumbling mountainous terrain. With strength at this level, residence was not so important to Lin Yuan, per se. It's just using the breakout residence. Young master can rest assured that the breakthrough, there are old monks I think in this Xin Tian continent, no one can affect you. Outside the thatched hut, Lin Jiu said with bland confidence. Elder Lin is joking. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, not worried in the slightest about his breakthrough. With a sacred realm powerhouse guarding the area, there was naturally no need to worry about safety. As for whether or not he could make a breakthrough, as early as within the previously shattered Diwu Imperial Palace, the Lin Yuan of that time, himself, could feel it. The layer of window paper between the late stage of the Dao Palace realm and the half-heavenly Ascension realm has long been pierced, and the difference is only the enhancement of the aura. Now, with 3 sacred medicines, a Holy Spirit stone in hand, and so much aura within the treasure trove of the Diwu Imperial Palace, even though the spiritual energy required for a Taisheng Dao body was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. But how about that? It's certainly enough. However, at this moment, what was troubling Lin Yuan was another matter, which he hadn't even had the chance to ask Lin Jiu about before. That's about his own life. Although he possessed inherited memories and knew that he was from the Lin family of the Emperor clan of the Upper Realm, but knew nothing about his parents, his real relatives, or the state of the Lin family. Before he breaks through, he wants to know. I wonder if Elder Lin, could you let me know about the Lin family and my parents? Eyes with incomparable curiosity, Lin Yuan was asking. It's time for you, young lord, to know something about the Lin family. Lin Jiu nodded slightly and said. Previously, the reason why Lin Yuan's birth hadn't been told was because of, well, the Lin family's clan rules. Where the sons and daughters of the Lin family who have gone down to the world for training, before they break through the half-step heaven ascension realm and have the qualification to return to the Lin family, the protector of the Dao may not tell about the affairs of the Lin family. And now, Lin Yuan's breakthrough into the half-step heavenly ascension realm was already a sure thing, so it was not considered a violation of the clan's rules. I'm sure the young lord already knows that the Lin family is located in the upper realm's Jun Tian immortal domain. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly, as long ago, Lin Jiu had already spoken about this matter. The upper realm, as everyone on the Xin Tian continent called it, was divided into 9 immortal regions. The Emperor clan Lin family is located in the Jun Tian immortal domain, one of the 9 immortal domains. The Lin family, more than one emperor has been produced, since the history of the Jun Tian immortal domain, the name of my Lin family has been passed down to the world. Now that the Lin family is affiliated, there are a total of 10 holy places, and countless forces of all sizes in the Jun Tian immortal domain look up to the nose of my Lin family. Gray clothes fluttered, and when he said this, Lin Jiu's face was excited and filled with pride. Any holy land, when placed in the middle of the upper realm, was a giant power. For example, that Jade Clear sacred land before, its founding ancestor, was one of the Yuan Tian Great Emperor's detachments. Even so, the strength of the heritage, coupled with 100,000 years of long development, only to make its promotion to the Tsangtian immortal domain side of the Holy Land just. And not to mention the Lin family itself, under its affiliation alone, there were 10 holy places, and most of these 10 holy places were even older than the Jade Clear Holy Land. Not to mention, there were other powers of the upper realms, large and small. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Lin family's heritage. Those who could be called the Emperor clan, their fame had long since not been limited to one immortal region, but the entire 9 heavens immortal region. When such clans bared their fangs, the entire 9 heavens of the upper realm would tremble. More than one emperor has come out. Under the Lin family, all the affiliated forces have 10 holy places. And that's not even counting the strength of the Lin family itself. Despite knowing that the family in his inherited memories was strong enough. But when he heard it in Lin Jiu's mouth at this moment, Lin Yuan's heart was stirring within him and his gaze was shocked beyond measure. No wonder that previous Elder Xin of the Jade Clear Holy Land had become that fearful after knowing his identity. Even when he was about to die, he claimed that he had caused his own death, so that Lin Yuan would not blame the Jade Clearance Holy Land. So much so that it all seems as it should have been. And you, young master, are the son of the contemporary head of my Lin family. As for the Lin family's main mother, that is, your mother's mother, young lord, her surname is Jiang. For the name of Lin Yuan's father and mother, Lin Jiu, a Saint Realm powerhouse, didn't even dare to mention it at this moment. He didn't dare to be disrespectful. Just name Lin Yuan's mother, surnamed Zhang. Surnamed Ginger. The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. His own last name was Lin, and what his old man's last name was, that certainly did not require much thought. As for his mother in this life, surnamed Zhang, at this moment Lin Yuan also knew for the first time. However, Lin Yuan didn't think much about what this surname stood for. Thank you, Elder Lin. After learning something about his loved ones, Lin Yuan said thanks and went into the thatched hut to make a breakthrough in seclusion. Chapter 81. In the midst of a breakthrough, the Lin family's pride of the same generation as Lin Yuan. Thatched houses are dilapidated and leak all over the place, and when it rains, there's a chance of leakage. At this moment, in front of Lin Yuan, were 3 holy pills and a holy spirit stone, blooming with light and quietly suspended. The aura of medicinal fragrance was rich, and the aura was incomparably full. Break! Lin Yuan pointed out with a finger. Click! The holy pills and spirit stones shattered and turned into incomparably majestic aura, and it was like a vortex of aura had formed around them, surging into Lin Yuan's body. The light shone brightly, through the leaky thatched roof and straight into the sky. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! This spiritual energy was so majestic that the entire mountain peaks surrounding Qingyan began to all tremble. Between the Dao Palace realm and the half-step Heaven Ascension realm, although it sounded like it was only half a step away. But it was this half-step that blocked countless cultivators above the Xiantian continent, throughout the ages. The half-step Heaven Ascension realm was also the requirement set by the Lin family of the upper realm for every Lin family descendant who had been practicing in the lower realm to return to the family. At this point, outside the house, in a rough gray coat with a pale face, Lin Jiu looked at the scene indifferently. It seems that the young lord's breakthrough has begun. It's been more than 20 years. Since the promise that the old man made to the family head in the beginning has also finally been fulfilled and, moreover, exceeded. With a pale gaze, looking at the powerful aura coming from within the broken house, that was the power of the supreme Dao body, Lin Jiu's gaze carried a look of excitement. The pressure of a supreme body was so great that even Lin Jiu, a Saint Realm cultivator, had trouble ignoring it. All the heavens in the heavens, the 3,000 physiques in the upper world, ranked in the top 10, the formation of any supreme body was incomparably harsh, an existence that was enough to shock even the Emperor clan. Lin Jiu knew very well that even if it was as strong as the current upper realm Lin family, there hadn't been the birth of a supreme body for many years. Nowadays, Lin Yuan, however, had been promoted from an innate Dao body to a supreme Dao body due to the inheritance of the Yuan Tian Emperor. It could be said that this kind of result was completely beyond the expectations of Lin Jiu, as well as that old son of Lin Yuan. I'm looking forward to this breakthrough, and the young lord's performance on top of the family competition after his return. I'm afraid, it's enough to shock those old antiques of the Lin family. Lin Jiu let out a cold laugh and muttered. The sons and daughters of the Lin family who had practiced in the lower realms, after returning to the family, the same generation was to go through a competition to compete for the position of the contemporary Lin family divine son, which was a rule that had been set up by the Lin family for endless years. The amount of resources one could obtain to cultivate the Lin family depended on one's talent and strength, and the position of divine son would mean the strongest amongst the Lin family's same generation of heavenly prides. And in the beginning, whether it was Lin Yuan's father or Lin Jiu, the initial intention was just to have a glimmer of hope with the inheritance of Emperor Yuan Tian, but he didn't expect that it would really allow Lin Yuan to ascend to the supreme Dao body. Lin Yuan's initial innate Dao body was naturally powerful, enough to be ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 physiques. However, as the Lin family was an imperial clan, there was never a shortage of celestial pride with powerful physiques that appeared in every generation within the clan. Just from what Lin Jiu knew, in this generation of the Lin family, among the lower realm adventurers who were the same age as Lin Yuan. In the side branch of the Lin family, a woman had appeared, possessing a physique that was the Cold Moon Ice physique, which ranked more than 30 of the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, and was much more powerful than Lin Yuan's initial innate Dao physique. In addition to this, the Lin family's great elder's lineage, there was even a reincarnation underworld body, which ranked 11th among the 3,000 bodies in the upper realm, and was only ranked under the 10 supreme bodies throughout the ages. Even long before Lin Yuan descended to the realm, the Lin family's grand elder, and even quite a few of the clan's old antiquities, had already made a decision to the entire Nine Heavens immortal region that the position of the Lin family's divine son of the current generation would be inwardly assigned to that reincarnation underworld body. After all, with a physique such as the reincarnation underworld body, one would already be 9 out of 10 in the race for the position of the Son of God in this life. As for the identity behind it, the descendant of the Lin family's great elder's lineage was only slightly inferior to Lin Yuan, the son of the family head. Cold Moon Ice Body. Reincarnation Underworld Body. Even when placed amongst the countless heavenly prides of my Lin family throughout the ages, it's considered powerful. But unfortunately, this time, what you have encountered is the young lord's supreme Dao body. Even in the Lin family back then, it was only Lin Yuan's parents that knew something true about Lin Yuan. Lin Zhou's voice was low, murmuring, with a smile on top of his face, as he looked towards Lin Yuan, who was in the midst of a breakthrough in the thatched hut, and whose breath was growing stronger and stronger. The Lin family, as an imperial clan that was famous in the Nine Heavens immortal region. Every generation of the Lin family came out, and countless sons and daughters traveled to the lower realms to train. Just as Lin Yuan was in the midst of his breakthrough, Lin Zhou, who was a Dao protector, had an expectant look on his face. In the meantime, with Lin Yuan's Xin Tian continent, which was in the same lower realm of the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Kanglin continent. The extreme Dao mountain, which was 10,000 feet high, had been the first peak of the Kanglin continent since ancient times. At this moment, the rolling hills, overgrown grass, and incomparably filled with spiritual qi were below the foot of the mountain. By order of the master, I went down to the mountain to train for 20 years, and finally defeated all the strongest men in the world. This was a stunningly beautiful, haughty, lonely figure with a cold face, ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, and a delicate body. A coldness was contained around his body, blue light surged on his body's surface, and with every step he took, it was as if a layer of frost had been dyed on top of the ground around him. She was making her way up the hill, sword in jade hand, aged about 20. Lin Qinghan, the Cold Moon Ice Body, was one of the clansmen of the Lin family who had been sent down to the realm with Lin Yuan back then. As for the master in his mouth, he was the protector of the Dao that the Lin family had arranged beside Lin Qinghan. 10,000 feet high, but in half a day's time, Lin Qinghan had already climbed to the peak. The top of the mountain was silent, and all around it was white with snow. In the middle of the snow, it was an old man in blue Dao robes. Half-step Heaven Ascension Realm. Not bad, worthy of being my Lin family's absolute pride. This was a paragon, the protector of the Dao, Lin Yao, looking at Lin Qinghan with a satisfied expression. Not every son or daughter of the Lin family who descended to the realm had a Saint Realm powerhouse to defend them. And naturally, his Lin Yao's position amongst the Lin family's guest ministers in the upper realm could not be compared to Lin Zhou. Kidding aside, the Saint Realm, that was a strong person who was definitely a mid-tier underbelly even in today's Lin family. And Lin Qinghan, a Lin family side branch of the people, even with the Cold Moon Ice Body, this kind of physique, its background identity is too low, can have the Lin family a quasi-saint for its lower world protection, it is already a great gift. Even if, before the lower realm, the talent of her Cold Moon Ice Body was more powerful than the innate Dao body of Lin Yuan, the son of the family head. Chapter 82 Lin Qinghan's shock, two great imperial clans standing behind her? Master, I don't know if it's possible for me to return to the upper realm, now. With a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes, Lin Qinghan was looking at her own protector before her, Linya. Regarding his own birth, long ago, several years ago, after awakening the memories of the inheritance from the emperor clan of the upper realm, Lin Qinghan had already learned about it. He himself came from the Lin family of the imperial clan of the upper realm. It was an incomparably powerful imperial clan, one of the top clans in the upper realm that everyone in the Kanglin continent aspired to. 20 years of bitter cultivation, defeating countless powerful people above this Kanglin continent. Even not too long ago, after he himself had broken through to the half-step Ascension realm, he had personally killed an Ascension realm, a powerhouse at the very top of this realm. For a time, above this Kanglin continent, her Lin Qinghan's fame was revitalized, and she was regarded as the world's first heavenly pride by countless cultivators in the Kanglin continent, and her fame was all over the world. But for all of this, Lin Qinghan didn't care in the slightest. She understood that the Kanglin continent was too small, and with her own talent, she should have been able to shine in that upper realm, the Imperial Lin clan. Standing on top of a 10,000-foot peak surrounded by snow, the duo didn't feel cold. Half-step Heaven Ascension Realm is naturally qualified to return to the family. And this time you go back, you will have to compete with the same generation of my Lin family's pride, and how much cultivation resources you can obtain from the clan will depend on your performance in the clan's grand competition. His hand stroked over his white beard, Ling Yao smiled, looking at the disciple he had trained for more than 20 years, his eyes were satisfied beyond measure. Cold Moon Ice Body, an overwhelmingly powerful physique that ranked more than 30 in the upper realm, the pride of this physique itself was amongst the Lin family. Lin Yao was clear that with his own status, he wasn't enough to be the protector of this kind of heavenly pride. But fortunately, Lin Qinghan was not someone born from the Lin family's main lineage. His parents were just side branches of the Lin family with ordinary cultivation, and because of this, he was able to pick up the slack. But no matter what, after returning to the Lin family this time, with the talent of the cold moon ice body, Lin Yu knew very well. Aside from the reincarnation underworld body possessed by that descendant of the Grand Elder, the other celestial pride of the Lin family of the same generation would never be a match for Lin Qinghan. When the time comes, you will be able to take credit for your own work. The clan competition? I'll do my best. With an ice-cold voice, Lin Qinghan was incredibly confident. Regarding his own physique, many years ago, he had already heard the master teacher in front of him mention it. The one he possessed was the cold moon ice body, which ranked in the 30th percentile even among the 3,000 body types in the upper realm. Seemingly seeing Lin Qinghan's conceit, despite having more faith in this disciple of his, Lin Yao still felt that one must not be careless and busily reminded. Master wants to tell you that you must not be careless about this clan competition. At that time, there will be a heavenly pride of the reincarnation underworld body. You have to pay attention to it. This kind of physique, in my upper realm, it is ranked as the 11th, and since ancient times, it's only here than the rumored those 10 supreme bodies. Reincarnation underworld body? 10 supreme bodies. When she heard these words, Lin Qinghan was astonished beyond measure in her beautiful eyes. With an inward sigh, the Lin family was worthy of being an imperial clan of the upper realm, and he originally thought that the cold moon ice body he possessed was already strong enough amongst the celestial pride of his generation. However, it never occurred to him that the 11th ranked reincarnation underworld body had all appeared in the present-day Lin family. As for the 10 supreme physiques of the upper realm, Lin Qinghan had heard Lin Yu mention that those supreme physiques were only rumors. Of course, aside from that reincarnation underworld body, with your cold moon ice body, there's no need to fear any of my Lin clan's same generation of heavenly prides anymore. With your natural strength, it's enough to rank second amongst the Lin family's downworld adventurers this time. Only when he saw this disciple of his not being proud and putting away his ego did Lin Yu smile indifferently. But I don't know what rang a bell and followed up with a reminder. However, there is one thing that the old man has to tell you. When we return to the Lin family, there is one person that you should pay more attention to amongst the clan's grand competition. Lin Yao's gaze was grave as he said. Who is it? Lin Qinghan was at a loss. Didn't he say that his physique, in this generation of the Lin family, was already ranked second? How come there was still something to pay attention to? Lin Yuan, possessing an innate Dao body, ranked 97 of the 3,000 physical qualities in the upper realms. When hearing these words from Lin Yao's mouth, in the middle of the snow, with ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, a delicate body, and a jade hand holding a sword, disbelief appeared on Lin Qinghan's cold and colorful face. The reincarnation underworld body ranked 11th, far superior to one's own cold moon ice body, and it was only a matter of one needing to be more vigilant when the time came. But how does an innate Dao body, which is on the verge of falling out of the top 100 physiques, need to pay more attention to itself? After 20 years of hard cultivation on his own, with a half step to heaven, crossing the border to kill a powerhouse at the absolute peak realm of this realm, Lin Qinghan was incomparably confident in his own strength. To the side, Lin Yao looked at the expression of this disciple of his and naturally understood what the other party was thinking. I don't mean to say that I feel that you are not a match for my Lin family's innate Dao body. Rather, I want to remind you that when you meet the one called Lin Yuan, even though you can win, you must not hurt him. Being in the Lin family, it will do you good. Listening to his master's words, Lin Qinghan became more and more confused. Soon after, Lin Yao revealed the reason. Lin Yuan is the son of the contemporary head of my Lin family. His status is extraordinary. And you? The other words, the master teacher in front of him, Lin Yao, did not say much out loud, but Lin Qinghan already understood. The son of the family head? Indeed honorable and incomparable. Above the absolutely beautiful face, there was a hint of bitterness, as well as envy. Regarding his own identity, Lin Qinghan was aware that a child born from a side branch of the Lin family, in terms of identity, could not be compared to someone from the main lineage of the Lin family. What's more, it was the emperor's Lin family, the son of the contemporary family head. Lin Qinghan knew very well that with that kind of status, I'm afraid that he didn't need to do anything or compete to obtain the Lin family's large amount of cultivation resources, right? As for himself, he was just a branch of the Lin family, and if he didn't have the cold moon ice body as a physique, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand together with those with that status and compete with them. And in the future, if one wanted to have enough cultivation resources in the Lin family, one must not offend the family head's lineage. Although helpless, this was the reality, and Lin Qinghan had nothing against it. After all, identity background, in itself, is part of strength. And the innate Taoist body, in addition to the son of the Lin family's head of the family, that under the pile of resources, the future achievements, may not be bad. This young master of my Lin family is more than just the son of the family head. What flows in its body is the bloodline of 2 great emperor clans. My Lin family's main mother's surname is Jiang, and she is the Tsangtian Immortal Region's imperial clan, the Jiang family's supreme goddess of the previous generation, and the contemporary Jiang family's divine lord's own sister. Lin Yao laughed. Two great imperial clans. Surprisingly, what's standing behind them are the 2 great emperor clans. Lin Qinghan exclaimed with a startled look on his face. No wonder, the master in front of him did not allow himself to offend that young lord. With this kind of status, I'm afraid, gently a finger can crush himself. A pair of beautiful eyes, envious beyond measure. Chapter 83 Breaking Through the Half-Step Heavenly Ascension Realm. 20 years had passed, just as countless Lin family descendants were returning to their families in the upper realm. At this point, Xian Tian Continent. Eastern Wasteland. A mausoleum of the Qing Yun Dao sect. It was still the same dilapidated thatched hut, and outside the hut stood the figure of Lin Jiu, dressed in gray, quietly watching Lin Yuan in the midst of his breakthrough. Several months had passed since Lin Yuan had entered a breakthrough earlier. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, an aura that surpassed the Dao Palace realm surged from within the thatched cottage. The breath was hidden but not revealed, hiddenly blending with heaven and earth. This was the omen of breaking through the half-step ascension realm. It seems that the young lord has made a breakthrough. The voice was calm, the pale gaze bland. Lin Jiu wasn't surprised by Lin Yuan's breakthrough. The realm itself was there, all that was missing was aura condensation. 3 holy pills and a Holy Spirit stone, without any hesitation, the spiritual energy it contained, when placed on an average cultivator, would be enough for hundreds of people to break through from the late stage of the Dao Palace realm to the half-step ascension realm. That is, Lin Yuan possessed the supreme Dao body, which was one of the top 10 supreme bodies in the upper realm, and the amount of spiritual energy required for each breakthrough was incomparably astonishing. However, the good thing is that when we return to the Lin family in the upper realm, the Emperor clan is so big that they are not afraid of Lin Yuan's scourge. If it was placed in the upper realm's general power, if one wanted to cultivate a supreme body alone, the family's bottom would have to be emptied out. At this point, the surrounding mountains were shaking and roaring violently. Click! The dilapidated thatched hut exploded, turning into countless pieces of powder that flew in all directions. It was a radiant figure, floating in the air on its knees. With his eyes tightly closed and his white hair flying, there was an infinite amount of Dao light rising up, and there were arcane and complicated mysterious runes that surrounded Lin Yuan's body. Finally a breakthrough. The voice rang out, Lin Yuan's tightly closed eyes opened, the surrounding Dao light was dispersing, and the mysterious runes that surrounded them were disappearing. With a black coat, his feet landed on the ground, the thatched hut that was built before, accompanied by Lin Yuan's breakthrough aura had long since disappeared. Lin Yuan was feeling the spiritual energy in his body at the moment. The aura surged and swam around his body, and it was unknown how much stronger than before. Before his breakthrough, he would have been able to decapitate a true heavenly ascension realm cultivator with his strength at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. And now that the realm had been broken through, the strength had increased by an unknown amount compared to before. But for Lin Yuan, the current him, even if he didn't open his visions, he dared to call himself invincible in this realm. Of course, except for Lin Jiu, this protector of his own path. It's just a bit resource intensive. With a slight frown, Lin Yuan looked at the remnants of the 3 holy pills at his feet, which had lost their aura, broken Holy Spirit stones, and turned into slag. Looting the treasure trove of the Diwu dynasty, and these few things at his feet were already the most valuable things within the Diwu treasure trove. As it turned out, there was only enough for one breakthrough on its own. Although nowadays, within his own spatial ring, there were still mountains of spirit stones, as well as some other strange treasures. However, in terms of value, it was far from being able to compare to holy pills and Holy Spirit stones. Probably, it was not even enough to use for his next breakthrough. Congratulations, young lord, on your breakthrough. Not far away, Lin Jiu smiled and congratulated. Back then, Lin Yuan, who had brought him down to the world when he was still a baby, had gone over 20 years in a flash. Finally, the duo could return to the Lin family in the upper realm. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Lin Jiao knew very well that not only was he looking forward to the return of the young master, but the ones who were most looking forward to it were the contemporary head of the Lin family and the main mother, Lin Yuan's real parents. If it wasn't for the Lin family's clan rules since ancient times, who would be cruel enough to abandon their own son, still so young, into the lower realms? It's been over 20 years without seeing each other, which is torture for any parent. Even back then, Lin Yuan's own mother, in order to stop Lin Yuan, who was still a baby, from descending to the realm, had made a scene at the Lin family elders' council, and had even almost invited that divine lord of the Jiang family of the imperial clan, Lin Yuan's mother's own brother. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Yuan had already been sent to the lower realms. Otherwise, at that time, once they waited for the Jiang clan's divine lord to descend, under duress, there was a real possibility of preventing the young lord from descending to the realm. Of course, for all of this, Lin Yuan, who was still a baby at the time, was completely unaware of it and didn't have a single memory of it. Before returning to the clan, I would like to ask Elder Lin, for this mausoleum, to construct a party of saint-level formations. The voice rang out as Lin Yuan was cupping his fists towards Lin Jiao. Although nowadays, here, with himself and Elder Lin sitting in the town, no one dared to step in yet. But Lin Yuan knew very well that once he waited for himself and Lin Lao to return to the upper realm, there would always be cultivators who would patronize this place. The memories started from this Qin Yin Dao sect, at least at this point in Lin Yuan's heart. This was supposed to be a pure land. He didn't want the dead souls here, after he had traveled to the upper world, to receive any disturbance. Little things. Although I'm not good at formations, young lord can rest assured. At least within this Xian heavenly continent, in order to break the formation built by old immortal, one would need to be at least a powerhouse above quasi-saint. With a calm voice, Lin Jiao smiled. In the Xian Tian continent, the strongest realm was nothing more than the realm of ascension. Therefore, as long as the formation he had established existed, no one in the world could break into this mausoleum. Even, in Lin Jiao's opinion, for the Qin Yin Dao sect, he was counting himself in debt. Back then, he had left the young lord alone with old Patriarch Shao in order to search for the supreme secret treasure. It is this Green Cloud Taoist sect that raised the young lord, and now. Therefore, even if the young master does not mention this matter, he Lin Jiao will not let people disturb the dead souls of this mausoleum. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Dozens of days in a row. The entire sky above the Green Cloud Dao sect was rumbling and roaring. The purple light transformed into a large formation, enveloping the void for thousands of miles, shielding the entire Qin Yin Dao sect. Within the light formation, the pressure that was faintly emanating was simply not something that ordinary cultivators could resist. Even if a Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse dared to approach the present-day Qin Yin Dao sect, they would be crushed to dregs by the power of the formations that transcended above this realm. The aura of the formation was too terrifying. The great formation is complete. Young lord, we're moving. For 10 days in a row, they were constructing great formations, and even Lin Jiao, a Saint Realm powerhouse, had a hint of fatigue on top of his pale face. Dressed in rough gray clothes, he stood within the Qin Yin Dao sect under the shroud of a large formation. As he spoke to Lin Yuan, a black order appeared in Lin Jiao's pale palm. I don't know what kind of material the token was made of, it was pitch black. A Lin family was engraved on it, vaguely emitting a majestic fearful pressure. The Lin family imperial order was given to Lin Jiao when he descended to the world back then. In order to receive, after coming of age, and reaching the half-step Heaven Ascension realm, the Lin family's children returned. Thank you, Elder Lin. Clothed in black, with white hair like snow, standing on top of the mountain peak, Lin Yuan swept his gaze around, looking at this place where he had grown up. There was the once main hall of Qin Yun, the place where he had once lived. Every blade of grass and every tree was originally incomparably familiar. But with that battle of extermination, everything completely disappeared. Nowadays, not seeing the depths of memory that Qin Yin Dao sect looks like, the surrounding is very quiet, there is just a tomb. Lin Yuan watched in silence. Chapter 84 Flying in the Day, arriving at the Jun Tian immortal region. The Emperor's order in Lin Jiao's hand, accompanied by the power of the Holy Realm surging madly into it, was being urged. An incomparably blazing light shot straight up into the sky, tearing through the void and piercing through the dome of the heavens. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Electricity flashed and thunder roared, and an incomparably huge spatial crack surfaced above the Qin Yin Dao sect, as if a corner of this world had been lifted off, accompanied by the spiritual chi of the upper realms, surging out in all directions. It was a spatial passage to the upper realm, the Juntian immortal realm. Ascension is the ultimate goal that everyone aspires to for Xiantian continent cultivators. But in Lin Yuan's case, there was no need to ascend because he himself was from the upper realm. The passageway to the upper world appeared in the eastern wasteland. At this moment, outside of the Qingyun Dao sect, the surrounding area was filled with cultivators. That's the passageway to the upper world. There were cultivators from the Xiantian continent's central state, western land, southern border, northern Mang, and eastern wasteland. A few months ago, the word Lin Yuan exterminated the Du imperial dynasty and shook the Xiantian continent. As a result, it attracted countless cultivators from the 5 states of the Xiantian continent and the world who wanted to come and visit Lin Yuan. It was hard to reach the eastern wasteland and rush to the Qingyun Dao sect. But a large formation on one side blocked in front of them, and there were half-step ascension realm powerhouses who tried to enter, but they were all hit hard by the formation and were unable to enter. And at this moment, a spatial passage to the upper realm even appeared in front of countless cultivators. Look, that's Lin Yuan Daozi. Around the Qingyun Dao sect, in the sky and on the ground, among the countless crowds, a Qingyun, shocked voice rang out. It was none other than Han Ci, who had a brief encounter with Lin Yuan back then, in the overthrown drifting Snow Dao sect. A casual cultivator, nowadays, had even heard the news that Lin Yuan had caused a great disturbance in the central state and overthrown the Du imperial dynasty. Inwardly admiring and worshipping, after learning of Lin Yuan's return to the Qingyun Dao sect, he rushed here with countless cultivators. At this moment, following the gazes of the countless Dao cultivators in the surrounding area outside the Green Cloud Dao sect. In the void, a huge spatial channel leading to the upper realm, pitch black and incomparable, gushing out from the interior, far beyond the aura above the Xiantian continent, that was from the upper realm, the aura of the Juntian immortal domain. In a black dress, with white hair fluttering in a stunning manner, Lin Yuan was stepping up in the air, and was heading towards the spatial passageway. Beside him, an old man followed. That one is the Saint Realm powerhouse from the upper realm beside Taoist Lin Yuan, isn't he? In today's Xiantian continent, it had already been rumored that Lin Yuan was the young master of an emperor clan in the upper realm. This shocked countless people in the world. At the age of no more than 20, he defeated Yu Emperor Yi2, and now he has ascended to the upper realms. He is not destined to be of the same world as us. Among the crowd, some cultivators sighed, their gazes tinged with envy as they looked at the spatial passage that Lin Yuan had entered. Perhaps for this time, for those of them, for the rest of their lives, they would not be able to see what the upper realm, after that ascension, was really like. In the Xiantian continent, only one ascension realm powerhouse appeared in a single lifetime, and it was too difficult to ascend to the upper realm. But for Lin Yuan, the young master from the emperor clan of the upper realm, traveling to the upper realm was nothing more than returning to his original clan. The envious, admiring, as well as admiring voices all around constantly resounded and boiled over. Is this the aura of the upper world? Ignoring the sounds boiling around below, a ball of aura was converging within Lin Yuan's hand. Powerful and incomparable, far from being comparable to the aura above the Xiantian continent, the two were simply not above equality. Even as he approached this power, Lin Yuan was able to feel that the vision that he had, before, only been able to consume the power of the origin of the supreme Tao body and forcefully open it, already had a feeling that it was about to awaken. There are countless lower realms in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, but compared to the 9 heavenly immortal realms, the lower realms have crippled avenues and all laws are incomplete. After we return to the Juntian immortal domain, the vision of your supreme Tao body, young lord, will be able to completely awaken. Before the spatial passage, the two of them stood in the air, and Lin Zhou's voice sounded from the side. He still didn't know about Lin Yuan's previous battle against G2, where he had forcibly consumed the origin of the supreme Tao body in order to open the vision. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Taking one step, he stepped inside the spatial channel. Boom! Boom! The spatial channel disappeared, and the silhouettes of Lin Yuan's duo disappeared in front of everyone below, disappearing into the Xiantian continent. The eastern wasteland shook, and the Xiantian continent boiled. Daylight ascension, above this continent, there has been no ascension for a long time. But on that day, cultivators from the 5 states gathered in the eastern wasteland, outside the Qingyun Dao sect. Having witnessed, with his own eyes, Lin Yuan's ascension, in addition to his previous deeds, his mysterious background of the identity of the emperor clan of the upper realm. I'm afraid that after countless years, there will still be this matter circulating in the world. Perhaps when there are later generations of cultivators, after ascending to the upper realm, will truly understand, even in the upper realm, that the emperor family Lin family, on behalf of what is. But all of that came later. The upper realm. Juntian Immortal Domain, Reverse Central Dao State. The entire Juntian Immortal Domain was immense, with tens of thousands of Dao states, each of which was even more massive than the entire Xiantian continent in the lower realm. The Reverse Central Dao State, on the other hand, was exclusively occupied by the Lin family of the Imperial clan. In addition to the Lin family, the Reverse Central Dao State also had 10 Holy Lands that were affiliated with the Lin family. At this moment, beside the soaring gate of the Shaking Light Holy Land, one of the Lin family's affiliates. The 7 colored spatial gates, emitting light, whenever the light surged, there were cultivators from the lower realms, ascending up. The Ascension Gate, on the other hand, is the passageway that connects the lower realm with the upper realm. All stand at attention. What this patriarch, that old ancestor, no, just a lower realm aborigine. For your information, this is the Juntian Immortal Domain. The Ascension Gate is the Imperial clan Lin family, which has caused my Shaking Light sacred ground to look after the place. Next to the Ascension Gate was a man in silver armor, a man of extraordinary valor. With a cold smile on his face, he was incredibly arrogant, holding a long whip, and was beating some cultivators who had just ascended and could not yet see the situation. The silver-armored man had a powerful aura. This was a half-step quasi-saint level powerhouse. Dealing with some lower realm cultivators who had just ascended was completely out of hand. Daring, I am. Beside the ascension door, among the several ascensionists, a middle-aged man, apparently just ascended, being in this place still cannot recognize the size of the king. Just about to exit in anger. Snap. The long silver whip, flashing with lightning, fiercely lashed at the middle-aged man's face, bloodying it. Those who can ascend, in the lower realm, are the existence of the king as an ancestor, however suffered this kind of humiliation, but at this moment, in no one dares to resist. The aura of a half-step paragon was too terrifying. You're an ass, you are. A cold laugh, seen too much, the silver-armored man was too lazy to explain. Sometimes striking out was more effective than explaining. The several ascended ones, trembling with fear and trembling, stood aside, not daring to say anything more. Wow! Right at this moment, the ascension gate flashed with light, and once again, 2 figures appeared. An old man and a young man were none other than Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu. Chapter 85. Before the Ascension Door, one strike shakes the fly. The Ascension Gate, a spatial passage connecting the 9 heavens immortal domain to the lower realm, was now being guarded by the major forces in the immortal domain. And in this reverse central Dao state is more special. Compared to the other Dao states in the Juntian immortal domain, there is only one Ascension Gate in a state. Within this reverse central Dao state, there are 10 Ascension Gates, all of which originally belonged to the Lin family of the Imperial clan. However, with that kind of forbidden emperor clan, they naturally had no time to send someone to guard this Ascension Gate. Over time, the right to defend the town had fallen into the hands of the 10 great sacred grounds, which were subordinate forces belonging to the Lin family. And the Shaking Light Holy Land was one of them. Because of the relationship between heaven and earth, the auras in the bodies of cultivators in the upper world and the lower world are different. Initially, the intention of the Imperial Lin family was originally to instruct those cultivators who had just ascended up to convert the aura in their bodies. But nowadays, all the major forces in the Juntian immortal domain are taking the lower realm cultivators who have ascended up, enslaving them, and dispatching them to the major spirit veins to mine and dig for spirit stones. Seeing that the other forces were like this, these 10 great sacred grounds under the Lin family were naturally not willing to show weakness. However, knowing that, in this reverse central Dao state was with whoever's last name it was, these 10 great sacred grounds under the Lin family didn't dare to go too far. Compared to the other forces in the Juntian immortal domain, which enslaved ascended beings for 100 years, 1,000 years. These 10 holy places affiliated with the Lin family usually only enslaved ascended masters to dig for 10 years, and then they would let them go free. Moreover, 80% of the spirit stones obtained from mining were to be handed over to the Lin family. Shaking Light Holy Land, one's income was only 20%, but even so, one had earned a lot. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate, voices rang out. Juntian Immortal Domain. With a black coat and white hair, it was none other than Lin Yuan, who had just arrived from the Xiantian continent in the lower realm. Although he was considered to be a person of this Juntian immortal domain, he was too small back then when he was down in the realm and did not have the slightest memory of it. Lin Yuan was at that moment, with a curious and interested face, surveying the surroundings. By feeling, I can know that the several people beside me are obviously the same as myself, people who have just come from the lower realm. Although the word ascension is extremely difficult for people in the lower realms, the heavens and the worlds are too big, and there are always strong people in the first life who cross the difficulties and dangers and ascend to this 9 heavenly immortal realms. However, what made Lin Yuan curious at the moment was how the few ascended ones beside him felt a little bit like they were shivering with fear on their faces. Especially one of the middle-aged men, his hand covered his face, his stout body was trembling slightly, his face was in pain, blood was dripping down from his face. By the looks of it, it was obvious that it had just been injured. Young lord, back then, the old man was. Lin Jiu looked in front of him and laughed. 20 years have passed, he always remembered that Lin Yuan, who was still a baby back then, was brought down to the world by himself from this ascension gate. Lin Yuan and his duo had a breezy look on their faces, standing next to the ascension gate, chatting as if they were talking about family matters, and they didn't even notice the gloating on the faces of the few ascensionists around them. Someone else is going to suffer. Snickers rang out. In addition to the middle-aged men who had just been beaten up, among the several ascended masters, there was also a red-clothed old man, white-clothed young man, and middle-aged woman. Those who were able to ascend, which one was not invincible in the lower realms, the strongest in the world. After going through thousands of difficulties and dangers, they originally thought that ascending to this upper world would be the beginning of their rise. However, they could not have imagined that just after appearing in this Jun Tian immortal domain, reality would give them a hard lesson. I shouldn't be the only one humiliated. Especially the middle-aged man who had just been lashed, whose name was Han Long. In the lower realm, he was a powerful person who had established a royal dynasty and ruled a realm. But now, any random cultivator in the upper realm who was guarding the ascension gate was stronger than himself. That majestic aura was simply not something one could resist. The bloodstains on his own face and the internal humiliation were certainly hard to bear, but for Han Long. Right now just appeared, this old and young, not yet clear of the situation of the ascended people, would inevitably suffer the means of that silver-armored man. In this way, the humiliation, the pain within himself, was hedged. Sure enough. Not bad. I can't imagine that there are 6 people who ascended up this time. But, who told you to clamor here? This is not your lower world. The silver-armored man whose name is Yin Hui, is the Shaking Light Holy Land law enforcement hall deacon, responsible for guarding this ascension gate. At this moment, his eyes were showing a fierce light as he was looking at the Lin Yuan duo. Town guard this place for a long time, Yin Hui very understand. For these just ascended, still cannot recognize the size of the people, must be violent suppression, rubbing each other's sharpness. Otherwise, how could the other party willingly go and dig for the Shaking Light Holy Land, as well as the Lin family? Let's teach you two a lesson first. Half-step quasi-sane power was too simple to deal with someone who had just ascended up. Pop. Snap. The silver whip swung, the light of thunder flashed, and the air was torn apart. Like silver-colored thundersnakes, they danced and fell towards the Lin Yuan duo. And at this moment, not far away, those few ascended ones were still gloating at this scene. Standing in place, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm and he did not move in the face of the flying thunder whip. No wonder. The voice was bland, and he seemed to understand why the several ascended ones beside him, just now, had that look of awe and a shivering expression on their faces. The power of a half-step quasi-saint was indeed not something that someone who had just ascended up could resist. The gap was too great. However, other ascended beings might be afraid. But for Lin Yuan, this reverse central Tao state, it seemed like it was his own territory, right? There was no need for Lin Yuan to make a move. Boom! Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic aura rose from Lin Zhou's circumference. The might of the Saint Realm shook the entire scene, and the Ascension Gate, which was emitting a 7-colored light next to it, was trembling and vibrating violently. Humph! Grey clothes fluttered, and above his pale face, he revealed majesty. A cold snort, under the holy might. Click! The silver light lightning whip that came flying, instantly broke into several sections and flew in all directions. Boom! Even the one from the Shaking Light Holy Land, the Deacon Yin Hui, who was guarding the soaring gate, had his silver armor shattered and spat out blood as he flew out backwards and smashed into the ground. Hiss! The 4 ascended masters next to them all sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Lin Yuan and the 2 of them with shock in their eyes. The 2 of them, aren't they the same as us, people who just ascended up? How is this possible? They are. In big trouble. How dare they move the people of the Holy Land in the upper world? I hope it doesn't involve us in the process. Boom! 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 A figure, flying from the Shaking Light Holy Land in the distance, were all wearing silver armor, and like Yin Hui, they were people from the Holy Land's law enforcement hall. Don't do it yet. With his silver armor shattered and blood on his body, Yin Hui stood up. His body staggered, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, in a slow pace. In the moment just now, he understood that the gray-clothed old man in front of him did not want his life. This was a Saint Realm powerhouse. Chapter 86 Lin Family Imperial Decree, Scared Stupid Law Enforcement Hall Master. At this point, Shaking Light Holy Land, next to the Ascension Gate. Around them, a group of people in silver armor, the same as Yin Hui, all of them from the law enforcement hall of the Shaking Light Holy Land, stood around and surrounded Lin Yuan and the two of them. The swords are drawn. My lords, this has nothing to do with us, it's the two of them. The few ascenders who had just ascended up, where they had seen such a battle, were scared pale. None of the people here were something they could afford to mess with. Pointing his finger at the Lin Yuan duo, he trembled. His wounds were shriveled, his face was pale, and his silver armor was shattered. May I ask your name, senior? This Ascension Gate is from the Emperor clan Lin family, and I have been ordered to guard it by the Shaking Light Sacred Land. Yin Hui's gaze was fearless as he was looking at Lin Jiao as well as Lin Yuan. Although, a Saint Realm powerhouse, even in the Jun Tian Immortal Domain, was a party of powerhouses, not something he could mess with. However, the Shaking Light Holy Land, with its deep heritage, was even older than the Jade Clear Holy Land of the Tsong Tian Immortal region. A single Saint Realm powerhouse was not yet able to cause the Shaking Light Holy Land to be afraid. Not to mention, behind their Shaking Light Holy Land stood the Emperor clan Lin family. The Ascension sect, which belonged to the Lin family, and their Shaking Light Sacred Ground, which only looked after it for the main family, never dared to say that it belonged to their Shaking Light Sacred Ground. In this reverse central Dao state, the word Lin family was enough to shock everything. No matter how strong you were in the Jun Tian Immortal Domain, when you come to this reverse central Dao state, it's a dragon that has to be coiled and a tiger that has to be nested. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to spread their wildness in this reverse central Dao state. This was the iron law of the Jun Tian Immortal Domain. At this time, facing the words of Yin Hui. Lost, you still know this place Ascension Door, surname Lin? With a cold snort, Lin Jiao said icily. This was also one of the main reasons why Lin Jiao hadn't made a move to decapitate Yin Hui just now. What does Elder mean by that? For some reason, upon hearing Lin Jiao's words, Yin Hui, who had always been carefree, always felt a little panicked. At this moment, Yin Hui could already tell that the duo in front of him was by no means natives of the lower realm who had ascended up. Just kidding. Since when did one have to meet the requirements of the sacred realm in order to ascend? This is obviously impossible. The only possibility is the two people in front of me, originally they Jun Tian Immortal Domain people, is before going to the lower realm, and now it is just to return to the Immortal Domain. And at this moment, listening to the other party's tone, it was obvious that they knew that this reverse central Dao state belonged to the Lin family. Yet still emboldened. A Saint Realm powerhouse was defending him, or such a young man who had just come from the lower realms. There's a guess inside. The more he thought about it at this point, the more Yin Hui became a little flustered. This was because in recent times, the 9 great holy lands that were affiliated with the Lin family, along with their Shaking Light Holy Land, had all had news spread throughout the reverse central Dao state. The batch of 20 years ago, the Lin family's celestial pride who had traveled to the lower realm, had now returned from their training. It was just that, amongst their Shaking Light Holy Land, such a nobleman had yet to appear. At this moment, looking at an old man and a young man in front of him, the results seemed to be somewhat of a call to arms. But what made it difficult for Yin Hui to understand at this moment was that even in that imperial clan's Lin family, he had never heard of which Lin family's heavenly pride, who had been practicing in the lower realms, would be surrounded by a Saint Realm powerhouse who would personally protect his path. Most of them were half-step quasi-saints, or quasi-saint powerhouses, and they were already great. Sacred Realm, that was the level of a Taishan elder when placed in the middle of their Shaking Light Sacred Land. This kind of existence would protect the way for a heavenly pride? Perhaps it was his own level that was not enough, and it was a little hard for Silver Glory to imagine. Murphy? The two of you are from the Emperor clan's Lin family. Boom! Scalp tingling, look instantly a little unnatural, the heart is violently shaking and roaring, the pupils of Silver Radiance's eyes shrink slightly. He was looking at the young man beside Lin Jiao, who was dressed in black and had white hair like snow. The words "people of the Lin family" came out of Yin Hui's mouth. Lin. This. No, it doesn't. There was a clamor all around, and from the sounds, one could hear the fear in their hearts. At this moment, there was nothing present except for those few ascended ones, who had a confused look on their faces. All of the Shaking Light Sacred Grounds, the deacons in silver armor, were frozen in place, their expressions in a daze. What the hell? Are you kidding me? This ascension sect, itself, belonged to the imperial Lin family. If it is really according to what Inui said, then he and others is not. At this time, in the Shaking Light Holy Land, the law enforcement hall. Back to the hall master, there seems to be a situation over. The Ascension sect. Looking down below, a disciple in silver armor, guarding the Ascension sect, came to report. Got it. The Ascension Gate is the place that the Imperial Lin family ordered my Shaking Light Sacred Ground to guard. No mistakes can be made. That's just it, I'll see for myself. Wearing black and red intertwined iron armor, with long blood-colored hair, middle-aged appearance, with blood light blooming within his eyes. Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Bloodstain. This was a strong person who was about to step into the Sate realm, and even in the entire Shaking Light Holy Land, it was only second to a few supreme elders, and a strong person of the Saint Lord. Highly placed and powerful, on weekdays, under orders, stationed next to this Ascension Gate. At this moment, I heard the news and did not dare to be careless. Boom! His body turned into a bloody light and flew in the direction of the Ascension sect. And in the meantime, by the Ascension Gate, I, along with the young lord, have just returned from the lower realms. I can't imagine. You Shaking Light Holy Land, this is the Wings Grow Hard? Standing beside Lin Yuan, Lin Zhou's gaze was icy cold as he swept over everyone present, shaking his head slightly as he spoke. Wow! In the palm of the old man's hand, a black token appeared, a token made of unknown material, pitch black and incomparably black, with a Lin family engraved on it, vaguely emanating a majestic pressure. It was the same teleportation order that had, earlier, pierced through the lower realm. Although every Lin family child in the lower realm, whose protector, would possess a Lin family token for returning to the upper realm. However, among them, the different colors of the tokens represented the identity of the adventurers, which was also different in the Lin family. The order of the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple respectively. Where red is the lowest and purple is the highest rated. But on top of these 7 colored tokens of the Lin family, it was rumored that there was also a black token, also known as the Lin family Emperor's token, which was something that only people in the first line of the first family could possess. Seeing the imperial order of the Lin family is like seeing the lord of the Lin family. This order was handed over to Lin Zhou by Lin Yuan's father back then. And just then, as it happened, a bloody light appeared beside this Ascension Gate at this moment, and his figure emerged as the law enforcement hall master, Bloodstain. He heard Lin Zhou's voice. Lin, young master of the Lin family. The voice was shaky. Upon seeing that black token in Lin Zhou's hand, the other disciples of the law enforcement hall might not recognize what this Lin family imperial order represented. But Bloodstain, being from the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, the person who was dedicated to guarding the Ascension Gate for the Lin family, and having dealt with the Lin family, how could it be possible that he didn't recognize what the black token stood for? That's the Lin family's imperial order. Boom! The brain began to buzz. As a Shaking Light Sacred Ground, with a high position of power, even in this reverse central Dao state, it was a character's Bloodstain. At the moment, he almost didn't fall head over heels as he tried to escape. I can't afford to mess with him, not to mention him, I can't afford to mess with the Holy Lord of the Shaking Light Sacred Land or the Supreme Elder when he comes. Chapter 87, Ascension? Reality is so cruel. It was no longer necessary to say what the young master of the Emperor clan's Lin family, the son of the family head, was and what it represented. As a result, when he appeared in the middle of the Shaking Light Holy Land, he was almost treated as a native of the lower realm and dragged off to dig for minerals. Anyone who came from this Jun Tian immortal domain would have to give a thumbs up and say to the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, very brave. Especially Inui, who had previously held down the fort, was completely confused. His face was pale, his silver armor was broken, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, having been injured by Lin Zhou earlier. However, Silver Fai didn't care about his injuries in the slightest. Young master. He is the young master of the Lin family. The insides are vibrating, the mind is roaring. The eyes were horrified. Looking at the one in front of him, a young man dressed in black, but with white hair like snow. Though after learning that a Saint Realm powerhouse who could personally escort the path for him was bound to be among the Lin family, none of them were ordinary characters. But never expected that it would be the young master of the Lin family. People at that level were simply not someone one could mess with. My subordinate deserves to die, please forgive me, young lord. Treating the young master of the Lin family as a lower realm aborigine. Panicked, Yin Hui's gaze was incomparably respectful as he knelt down towards Lin Yuan's figure, in the absence of his previous condescension. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate, there was a commotion. "Greetings, young lord. Please also atone for your sins, young lord." Countless shaking light Holy Land disciples in silver armor. Wow! Kneeling on the ground, in the direction of facing Lin Yuan, their gazes were panicked and tinged with fear. They were from the Shaking Light Sacred Land, the law enforcement hall, and were also subordinates of Yin Hui. When the situation happened over here just now, they hurried over and surrounded Lin Yuan, the young master, as an enemy. But at this moment, after learning Lin Yuan's identity, he was completely dumbfounded. So, enslaving those who have ascended up from the lower realms to go digging for minerals is the order of my Lin family nowadays? Looking at the people kneeling on the ground in front of him, as well as the several ascended ones not far away, Lin Yuan was listening to the side, as Lin Zhou told the cause of the matter, with a stunned look on his face. Is reality so cruel? Don't know a bit about these things at all. But in Lin Yuan's opinion, those who were able to ascend, which one of them was not a heavenly talent who had exhausted a realm's qi? The existence of a king and an ancestor in the lower realm, who has survived thousands of dangers. As a result, after ascending up with great difficulty, what awaited them was enslavement, and their own lives and deaths were only at the whim of the powerful in the upper realm. Imagine a nearly invincible existence in one continent of the lower realm, where a single thought could determine the life and death of countless living beings. Filled with expectations, he ascended to this Juntian immortal region amidst the expectant gazes of countless cultivators. Waiting for him is 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years of digging career, dark and no peace, without the slightest freedom, this sense of discrepancy, and how many people can bear. But the reality is so cruel, the upper realm of the 9 heavenly immortal domains, although with a fairy word. But it was never a fairyland, but a demonic cave that devoured one ascended person after another. Lin Yuan knew very well that if he didn't possess the identity of the young master of the Lin family, I'm afraid that he would have to go digging for spirit stones for 10 years first in exchange for his freedom. Back to young lord, this matter should be the result of those branches of my Lin family, discussing with these 10 great sacred lands. The Lin family's main vein is never in charge of such things. Beside him, Lin Zhou calmly said. It was said that ascending to the upper realm was something that cultivators in the lower realm could only dream of. But if they knew the cruelty of the 9 heavenly immortal realms, and that reality was so cold, would those cultivators in the lower realms really still ascend up? This was still within the reverse central Dao state. There was the Lin family on top, and the 10 great sacred lands, such as Shaking Light, didn't dare to make things too hard. Unseen in the other Dao states of the Juntian immortal domain today, the enslavement of ascended beings starts at 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Just ascended, the strongest is only the late stage of the ascension realm, and how to compete with the 9 heavens immortal domain, those big forces. Ascension. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. After learning the truth of the matter, he had a renewed inner perception of this word ascension that everyone aspired to. His eyes moved. Before looking at the few terrified ascendants not far away, Lin Yuan wore a pitiful expression. Perhaps even those few people didn't know what awaited them next. However, even though he had the ability to take care of this matter, Lin Yuan wouldn't send out any kindness indiscriminately. Since the day the Qingyan Dao sect was destroyed, Lin Yuan's heart had long been frozen. Enemies of the world, alone, he killed until the legacy of the great clans in the eastern wasteland was broken. Traveling to the central state, facing the taunts of the sky, facing that once unrivaled Du imperial dynasty, and destroying it. It had never been by himself, and during that time, who had ever pitted him, Lin Yuan? The scene is quiet. At this time, next to the Ascension Gate. Trembling with fear, the law enforcement hall disciples knelt on the ground, before looking at Lin Yuan, who was dressed in black and didn't utter a single word. Each face was terrified. "Ha, I believe, this is the young lord." Just then, a figure emerged, laughing. Wearing black and red intertwined iron armor, with long blood-colored hair, middle-aged appearance, with bloodlight blooming within his eyes. "I am Bloodstain, master of the law enforcement hall of the Shaking Light Holy Land. The young lord has come to visit. I have not been far to welcome you, so please atone for your sins." Appearing in front of Lin Yuan with a respectful face, he bowed and said. Bloodstain was out in the open with a heart-on, even though his whereabouts had long been discovered by Lin Zhou. Looking not far away, Yin Hui and the others, as well as those of his subordinates, Bloodscar, this law enforcement hallmaster, could not wait to slap them all to death one by one. One poke and you've got yourself in such a big mess. You few ungrateful things, how dare you offend the young lord? A capital offense is not forgiven. Bloodstain let out a furious rebuke. Before looking at Hui and the others, his eyes were filled with a creepy bloodlight. Serving as the head of the law enforcement hall, Bloodstain's ferocious reputation was incomparably ferocious even in the entirety of the Shaking Light Holy Land. At this moment, upon hearing the words of their own hall master, a group of people at the scene were instantly frightened. In fact, after learning about Lin Yuan, the identity of the Lin family's young master early on, Hui knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. But just then, Hall Master Blood is serious. But it's just that those guys, they don't know who I am. Looking at the person coming in front of him, Lin Yuan smiled blandly. He wasn't someone who was unforgiving. He himself hadn't been injured, and the ones who had been injured were, instead, the people from the others Shaking Light Holy Land. Besides, the other party guarding this Ascension sect was, strictly speaking, under the orders of the Lin family. It would be a bit unconscionable and criminal to be aggressive yourself. With his silver armor shattered and his face pale, kneeling on the ground with blood still in the corner of his mouth, Hui was originally ashen. He knew very well that the Hall Master didn't have the guts to bail him out even if he offended the young master of the Imperial Lin clan. But I didn't expect to hear Lin Yuan's words at this moment. Much thanks to young lord for not killing me. The original face full of dead ashes, despair, faced toward Lin Yuan kowtowed, excited. Chapter 88, Returning to the Family, Meeting the Parents. The matter of the Shaking Light Sacred Land was just a small episode for Lin Yuan. Boom! Boom! Under the grateful gazes of law enforcement hall master Bloodstain, as well as Hui and the others, the silhouettes of Lin Yuan and the two of them rose up in the air, against the center of the central Dao state, which was an absolute forbidden place even in the entire Juntian immortal domain. The two of them flew towards the Emperor clan's Lin family to return to the clan. At this point, by the Ascension Gate, I heard that the Lin family Heaven's Pride competition is about to begin. I wonder how far this young master of ours will be able to win this time. Bloodstain looked at Lin Yuan and his duo's distant figures and calmly said. He was clear about the matter of the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, which only looked at talent and strength regardless of status. It had been rumored in the present-day Imperial Lin clan, and even throughout the entire reverse Central Dao state, that the Lin clan's most prestigious Heavenly Pride of this generation was a descendant of the Lin clan's great elder's lineage. A person with the reincarnation underworld body, a supreme body that ranked 11th out of the 3,000 physiques in the Nine Heavens immortal domain. It could be said that with this kind of physique, even amongst the Imperial race Lin family, the position of Divine Son in this life could almost have been determined internally. Can't even the identity of a young lord obtain the position of the Son of God? Silverlight exclaimed. Just now, Lin Yuan had circled around his life, and he was inwardly grateful. The young lord's status is naturally honorable. But the reason why the Imperial race Lin family was able to be strong in the 9 immortal regions for so long rely on it, the clan's fairness to the Heavenly Pride. Regardless of status, just looking at talent, if there are no accidents, this life's Lin family Divine Son position will definitely be that reincarnation underworld bodies. Bloodstain said with deep thought in his eyes. Nowadays, in the reverse Central Dao state, the 10 great Holy Lands, including their Shaking Light Holy Land, had begun to frequently contact that reincarnation underworld body. Once and so on its do solid Lin family God-Son position, the future is bound to be the Emperor clan Lin family, this generation of Heavenly Pride of the leading figure. Early contact would be beneficial to their Shaking Light Holy Land. However, no matter if it was the Lin family's Divine Son or the Lin family's young master, it was not something they could mess with in the Shaking Light Holy Land. At this time, next to the Ascension Gate. Digging? I'm not convinced. By what right did those two leave? Both ascended, why don't they have to dig? It was the ascended ones who had appeared in this Shaking Light Holy Land together with Lin Yuan and the two of them. Looking at the silhouette of Lin Yuan's duo flying away, several ascended masters, unconvinced above their faces, exclaimed. Oh, do you know what those two are? Pop. Snap. The sound of thunder whips broke through the air. A few natives of the lower realms, how dare they compare themselves to those two? Under the threat of the people of the law enforcement hall, what awaited these 4 ascendants was 10 years of peaceful and uneventful digging. For the Shaking Light sacred ground, as well as the Imperial clan's Lin family, to obtain a constant supply of spirit stones. The Imperial Lin family. Located in the very center of the state of Reverse Yodo. And the 10 holy places attached to it were divided into 10 directions, just like the stars surrounding the Lin family. From the Shaking Light Holy Land, they flew for dozens of days in a row. Finally, At this moment, on the side, Lin Zhou's voice rang out, smiling as he looked into the distance. The imperial Lin family, this is the family I was born into. With a black dress and white hair flowing, standing in the air, Lin Yuan was looking into the distance. The four words Emperor Clan Lin family, he had already heard them countless times in Lin Zhou's mouth. But at this moment, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still surprised. Since coming to this Juntian immortal domain, I originally thought that the Shaking Light Holy Land was already grand and imposing enough. But compared to the distant Lin family, it was completely incomparable. Let's go, young master, the family master and the master mother, but they've been thinking about you a lot. Lin Zhou was in the lead, and the two of them were walking towards the distance. The peaks of the road tower, under the immortal waterfalls, below the countless magnificent halls, pavilions, from the immortal mist rises up from the ground. The abundance of spiritual qi was far beyond that of other places in the Juntian immortal domain. And this is just the place where the Lin family branch of the imperial clan resides. Above the void, several immense void god islands floated. Within the divine island, the chaotic qi filled the air, the clouds steamed, and the auspicious light penetrated the sky, accompanied by the sound of dragons and phoenixes chirping. The beginning origin imperial palace, the main hall of the emperor clan Lin family, was not something that ordinary clansmen could step into. At this point, within the imperial palace, if anything happens to Yuchi's son, I won't be finished with you. The voice rang out. It was a beautiful woman dressed in a palace purple dress, graceful and noble, with a worried look above her face. Zhang Rou, the main mother of the Lin family, was also Lin Yuan's mother. At the moment was complaining towards her husband. As the divine daughter of the previous generation of the Zhang clan of the imperial clan, Zhang Rou was initially also a woman with a gentle and sensible character. 20 years of separation of mother and son, and now her own son is alive or dead, and was secretly sent down to the realm that year, and by the time she learned about it, it was already too late. There was no way to even know where the lower realm was that her son was in, so there was a lot of complaining about her husband over the years. Just relax, ma'am. Yuaner has Lin Zhou to look after him, he should be fine. Dressed in black, his face was 7 times similar to Lin Yuan's, and he was full of the aura of superiority. The usually unruffled Lin family head, Lin Su helplessly said at this moment. As the head of the Lin family, he had a lot to consider. The Lin family's rules have always been disobeyed by no one, and if even this family head of his own family can't do anything to send his own son down to the realm, who will follow the Lin family's rules in the future? As a parent, who is there who does not love their children? At first, in order for Lin Yuan to go down to the world, Lin Su, the father, but spent a small price to locate the Qian Tian continent, hiding the Yuan Tian emperor in imperial palace. Counting the time, it's about time for Yuaner to return. Now that 20 years had passed, many of the Lin family's pride who were the same age as Lin Yuan in the beginning had mostly returned to the family. Only Lin Yuan, the young master of the Lin family, had still been slow to report. That was why Zhang Rou was worried. Just then, there is the sound of footsteps in the temple seat, and listen to the sound of the pace in a hurry. Greetings to the head of the family, mother in charge. Young lord. He's back. All the way into the Lin clan's land and onto the Void God Island, Lin Yuan's gaze did not stop at all times, as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, with curiosity. At this point, chaotic mist filled the surroundings, within the beginning Emperor Palace. Lin Yuan was looking at the two figures in front of him, although they had never met, that kind of bloodline intimacy could never be severed. Father, mother. Lin Yuan's hoarse voice rang out with a hint of rustiness, strangeness. Although he knew that the two people in front of him were his own biological parents, but after all, it was the first time they met. Standing in the temple, a black dress, white hair naturally spread behind him, no light in his gaze, still dead silent. The destruction of the Qing Yin Dao sect had brought too much influence to Lin Yuan, and his temperament had changed so much that even after such a long time, he still couldn't change back. Although Lin Yuan had been sent to the lower realms when he was a child, to Zhang Rou, how could she not recognize her own biological son? It's been 20 years, and the pain of missing my son is ever present. But look before you. Lin Yuan's head full of white hair, without any light, full of dead eyes, for Zhang Rou, his own mother, his heart was like a knife. Tears were dripping slowly, and his voice was trembling. Fuchi-chan. Chapter 89. A Family Gathering, Lin Yu. The Lin family's main hall, at this moment, inside the hall. The only three figures were Lin Su, Zhang Rou, and Lin Yuan. Zhang Rou sobbed as she was looking at Lin Yuan, looking at her child. Conceived in October, babbling and still so small, when he was separated from himself and forcibly sent to the lower realms because of some bullclan rule of this Lin family. For this reason, Jiang Ro had made a scene at the Lin family elders council in the first place, going so far as to move out of the Jiang family and invite her own elder brother, the Jiang family's contemporary divine lord. But in the end, it was too late. Even, during these 20 years, she didn't even know the location of the lower realm where Lin Yuan was. Now, finally, we have our children back. But what was seen was the white-haired boy in front of him, with those dead, lightless pupils. Jiang Ro didn't know what had happened in Lin Yuan over the years. But as a birth mother, Jiang Ro could feel that her own child, who must have been in that lower realm, suffered an incomparable blow to become like this. Guilt. Inwardly incomparably guilty, she hated herself a little at this time, when she did not prevent the success of Lin Yuan to go down to the world. Anna sighed. Yuchi, how have you been all these years? Middle-aged in appearance, with an upright posture, Lin Su, the Lin family's head, said with an exclamation. Above his majestic face, his gaze was complex, seemingly regretful, as he looked at Lin Yuan. Inside, I can't help but wonder if I was really wrong back then. Back then he defied all odds and sent his own son to the lower realms. 1. It was for the inheritance of the Yuan Tian Emperor. Secondly, it was also being the head of the family and giving an explanation to that elder council of the Lin family. But now, as an old man himself, his hair is not gray. His own son-in-law, but only 20 years old, that clear face, but the head is already white hair like snow. A night of white heads, such a thing, how could it have turned out like this if it had not suffered a blow and humanly born? As a parent, how can you not love your children? It could be said that Lin Yuan's appearance at this time caused both Lin Su and Jiang Ro to be filled with self-blame in their hearts. Feeling the change in the duo's emotions instead caused Lin Yuan to be somewhat at a loss for words. Father, mother. All these years, I'm okay. When addressing the words father and mother, Lin Yuan still carried a hint of strangeness. After all, after more than 20 years of not seeing each other, no matter who is replaced, there will be a process of adjustment. Without saying anything else, Lin Yuan just calmly said. At least before the destruction of the Qing Yin Dao sect, one was in the lower realm, and it was indeed good. As for the rest, it's all in the past anyway and there's nothing to mention. However, at this time, the more Lin Yuan said this, on the contrary, it made Lin Su and Jiang Ro, the pair of parents, not feel good inside. Lin Yuan's appearance was too calm, so calm that it was as if a teenager who was supposed to be vibrant had long since died inside. At this point, inside the hall, the scene was somewhat quiet. Lin Su, the head of the Lin family of the imperial clan, was so powerful that not many people dared to defy him even in this Jun Tian immortal domain. As for Jiang Ro, the Lin family's main mother, the supreme goddess of the previous generation of the imperial race's Jiang family, and now the Jiang family's god master's own sister. There are no words to describe the status of the two. Back, just come back. But at this moment, as parents, in the face of Lin Yuan, their own son, the two of them were actually a little anxious. It's the deficit within. Suddenly, outside the temple, the sound of light steps rang out, walking quickly. By the book. This beginning Emperor Palace was the Lin family's main hall, and even Lin Zhou, who had accompanied Lin Yuan all the way here, could only silently remain outside the hall all the time, waiting for the family head's call. No one dares to stop. Ha! My brother is back. Show me. The voice rang out. Petite in physique, dressed in red, with 2 crochets combed on her small head, and with a light and agile posture, it was a young girl of about 13 or 14 years of age that appeared in this hall. Her eyelashes were long and playful, and her large, soulful eyes were flickering and flickering as she was looking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yu. The youngest princess of the contemporary imperial family, the Lin family, was also Lin Yuan's own sister. Born a few years after Lin Yuan descended to the realm that year. It's a strange thing, obviously being biological siblings but never having seen each other since childhood. However, being within the Lin family, Lin Yu had always known that she had a brother who had been sent to the lower realms many years ago. She had always been curious about her brother, whom she had never met. Today, after she received the news, she immediately rushed here. With the appearance of a young girl. You're crazy again, come and meet your elder brother. Not far away, Jiang Ro had a helpless look on her face. The daughter who grew to stay by his side from childhood was less polite than the parent child to whom he owed something. All day long, she is crazy and stirs up the Lin family. At Jiang Ro's urging. Greetings, brother. Bouncing around, he appeared in front of Lin Yuan, a small face smiling. tilting his head, revealing two small tiger teeth. It was adorable, and he was full of curiosity for Lin Yuan, who was not rusty. "Brother, how is the lower world? Is it good? Next time, take you there too, will you?" Compared to Lin Yuan's somewhat inarticulate personality because of that incident, Lin Yuan, this dear sister, was very rowdy. Curious about everything. Perhaps it was the same blood that flowed through his body. Lin Yu appeared close to Lin Yuan. Although having an additional blood sister made Lin Yuan a bit too sudden. However, looking at the other person's adorable appearance. "Yeah, I'll show you down there sometime later." Reaching out and grasping the goat's horn braid on Lin Yu's head, a hint of a smile surfaced above Lin Yuan's cold face and said. Looking at Lin Yu, Lin Yuan remembered that little senior sister of his once, Xiao. Just as rowdy, just as fond of pestering himself. The family is all together and having a great time. Soon, accompanied by his mother, Jiang Ro, and his own sister, Lin Yu, he needed to place a residence for Lin Yuan to live on top of this void god island. At this time, inside the hall, the only person there was Lin Yuan's dad, Lin Su. The gentle expression from earlier disappeared, and in its place, there was endless majesty and coldness. Black hair spread out like a waterfall, a black gorgeous dress flowing with gold edges, a straight posture, deep eyes, and a surging and raging breath. The entire beginning emperor palace seemed to be trembling. This was what the Forbidden Emperor clan, the Lin family head, really looked like on a normal day. A single word or action was enough to shake the entire Jun Tian immortal domain. "Summon Lin Jiu in." The voice rang out calmly, without anger. He wanted to know what had happened to his son after he traveled to the lower world and why he had become like this. He also didn't mind letting that so-called entire Xian Tian continent disappear in this world from now on. Soon, a gray coat and a pale face. Lin Jiu's figure appeared within the imperial palace with a respectful expression, facing family head Lin Su. "Greetings, family master." He was reporting to Lin Su about everything that had happened after Lin Yuan, the young master, had gone down to the world. Chapter 90. Family head Lin Su, shocked and helpless. Beginning of the Emperor's Palace. There was some quiet around. At this moment, below, Lin Jiu's voice was ringing from time to time. Chaotic mist filled the air, and standing above, it was impossible to see the face of Lin Su, the Lin family head. When he heard that his own Yuaner, facing a tiny imperial dynasty prince from the lower realm, had his tendons and bones broken and almost died. Boom! An incomparable pressure descended, pressing Lin Jiu, a Saint Realm powerhouse, a little breathless. The voice gave a lurch for it. It was only when he heard Lin Jiu arrive in time that this kind of pressure gradually disappeared. A royal prince of a dynasty as weak as a mole cricket dares to do so. In the midst of the chaotic mist, Lin Su's cold, disdainful voice was heard. Immediately after that, there was the matter of Lin Yuan, led by Lin Jiu, traveling to the Tai Qing Emperor's palace and encountering the Yuan Tian Emperor. Emperor Yuan Tian? 100,000 years ago, before Emperor Yuan Tian became an emperor, he was hunted down by the Forbidden Zone, the Dragon Emperor Ridge, and it was my Lin family that stepped in to save him. He shouldn't do anything to the people of my Lin family. Lin Su was calm in his voice, but confident. A great emperor was indeed invincible in the world. However, before becoming an emperor, even the invincible Emperor Yuan Tian among his generation would need to encounter a hunt when facing a forbidden force such as the Dragon Emperor Ridge. And in the Nine Heavens Immortal region, the only ones who could dare to fight against the Dragon Emperor Ridge were a few great emperor clans. And the Dragon Emperor Ridge, coincidentally, since ancient times, happened to be located in the middle of this Jun Tian immortal domain, and the Lin family were hostile to each other as mortal enemies. Back then, it was also this relationship that made the Lin family willing to make a move. As long as it makes things difficult for the Dragon Emperor Ridge, the Imperial Lin family has never been ambiguous. However, Lin Su was curious to know if his own son had succeeded in advancing to the Supreme Tao body. Lin Jiu's voice was still ringing. And it was at this moment, until Lin Jiu spoke out, that within that imperial palace of the Tai Qing Emperor, Emperor Yuan Tian had voluntarily wiped out his consciousness, gifted the Supreme Tao pupil to Lin Yuan, and had allowed Lin Yuan's innate Tao body to be promoted to the Supreme Tao body. Immediately, the upper level was not calm, and there came the sharp breathing of the Lin family's head, Lin Su. The voice carried a hint of trembling, as well as disbelief. You're saying that Yuaner's physique today is the Supreme Tao body? The voice stuttered. When he heard this powerful news, Lin Su's heart was shaking and roaring violently. Taishan Taoist body. That was a Taishan Tao body. Since ancient times, even in the heavens and the world, among the 3,000 physiques, ranked in the top 10 of the 10 supreme bodies, and these 10 supreme bodies, there is no ranking before and after the points. Even amongst the Emperor Lin clan, it hadn't appeared for a long time. The gap between an innate Dao body and a supreme Dao body was unimaginably large. Even when Lin Jiu was sent down to the realm to search for the legacy of Emperor Yuan Tian, it was just a fluke. But I didn't expect it. Yes, family master, I saw it with my own eyes. Below, voices rang out, and Lin Jiu's gaze carried the same look of excitement. This was, I'm afraid, the thing that he had done in his life that he was most proud of, living up to the trust of the family head back then, so that the young master would surely, in this life, become famous in the Nine Heavens immortal region, and even bring about the possibility of one becoming an emperor for the Lin family. Good. 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 Lin Jiu, you've done a great service for my Lin family. 3 good words in a row, and they sounded from the mouth of Lin Su, the family head who had never shown his anger or joy. From this, one could see the excitement within the heart of this imperial clan family head at this time. It's hard not to get excited. Initially, Lin Su's intention was just to find the Yuan Tian Emperor's inheritance, so that Lin Yuan could just win the top 3 in the family competition. With him, the Lin family head, how could he possibly let his own son lack that bit of cultivation resources for the position of God's son? The reason why they still want Lin Yuan to take the top 3. That was because the Lin family had produced more than one emperor, and every great emperor of the Lin family would bury themselves in the Lin family's emperor tomb before they fell, as a way to leave opportunities for future generations of Lin family descendants. And amongst the Lin family clan Heaven's Pride competition of each generation, only the top 3 would be qualified to enter the Lin family's imperial mausoleum. That's what Lin Su was asking for. But now, the results are different. Taishang Dao body. Yuaner is a Taishang Dao body. Didn't the great elders' lineage say that this time, the Lin family's divine son position would definitely be their reincarnation underworld bodies? I would love to see their desperate gazes on top of the family competition soon. Lin Su could not hide his excitement, he could not control it at all, as if he was dreaming. Unfortunately, the surrounding chaotic mist obscured this Lin family head's face. Otherwise, at this moment, Lin Jiu would inevitably be able to see the corners of the mouth above that was originally incredibly majestic, but was now harder to suppress than AK. After that, it was the main reason why Lin Yuan's temperament and character changed drastically, and why he turned white overnight. Silently listening to what Lin Jiu said, Lin Su was also becoming silent. First, the Qingyan Dao sect was destroyed, Lin Jiu was seriously injured at that time, and his own son, who was the enemy of the world above that Xin Tian continent. One person killed all over the eastern wasteland, broke into the central state alone, and finally destroyed the Diyu imperial dynasty, which was as small as an ant in Lin Su's eyes. Hearing this, Lin Su was incomparably disturbed. Qingyan Dao sect was overthrown, facing the corpses all over the ground, and having white hair in one night. What kind of despair would that be? Even though he finally learned that the Diwu dynasty was destroyed and all his enemies were dead. However, the anger within Lin Su remained unabated. Diwu dynasty. So, a small Diwu imperial dynasty made Yuaner become like this? Boom! A majestic aura rose up from within this origin emperor palace, and the surrounding chaotic mist was torn apart and shattered. Lin Su, the emperor family head, was enraged, and those majestic eyes were filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, below, Lin Jiu's hunched figure suddenly knelt down and bowed. Blame the old man for not being able to follow the young lord at the time. Otherwise, why would a small Diyu imperial dynasty need to let the young lord face it alone? Lin Jiu's pale eyes were filled with old tears. Back then, when he was ordered by the immediate family head to bring the young master down to the realm, he had sworn an oath that he would definitely keep the young master safe. However, although the person was brought back safely now, Lin Jiu understood. The demise of the Green Cloud Dao sect was like a scar that was forever engraved deep within the young lord, unable to be smoothed out or erased. Killing intent filled the beginning Emperor Palace. It was a long time before it gradually dispersed. That's just it, you're not to blame for this. Calming down, Lin Su's face was bitter. Xing Yun. Green Cloud Taoist sect. Mumbles and whispers. Upon learning that it was the Qingyan Dao sect that raised Lin Yuan. In the end, it was because of Lin Yuan that this lower realm clan perished, and Xiao Zhantian, along with his daughter, died as a result. Lin Su understood that this was what his family owed to others, and I was afraid that he would not be able to return it in this life. However, he had also already learned that the 9 secrets of the pigeon flower among the immortal pills could resurrect the patriarch Zhao's only daughter. Unfortunately, my Lin family's divine phoenix immortality pill is useless for resurrecting residual souls. Otherwise, what about an immortality pill? The immortal pill of immortality. Even amongst the imperial Lin clan today, there was not much left, but in Lin Su's opinion, it was something that his family owed and should be paid back. The 9 specters of the other side. The immortal pill of immortality that originally belonged to the Hellmouth back then, but unfortunately it ended up disappearing with the destruction of the Hellmouth back then. Regardless, I will pass down the order to inquire about the whereabouts of the 9 Sephirotic shoreflower. Lin Su said with an exclamation, talking about the origin of this immortal medicine. The Earth's mansion, once in the 9 heavens immortal domain, was a forbidden force on par with the Emperor clan's Lin family, but it was a pity that it ended up overthrowing. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard that Du imperial dynasty has forces that are also in this 9 heavenly immortal region, right? Lin Su's killing intent that had just disappeared surged again in his eyes. Home Lord, according to the old man's judgment, that Du imperial dynasty's power in the upper realm should be in the Tsong-Tian immortal region. Lin Jiao reported back. He was well aware that the Jade Clear sacred land was in the Tsong-Tian immortal region. And the Diwu imperial dynasty, as a subordinate imperial dynasty of the Jade Clear Holy Land, naturally does not need to think much. Chapter 91 Lin Yuan, whose imagination was limited by poverty. At this moment, above the Lin family's divine island, not far from the beginning Emperor Palace. Ling Yun Hall. This was the temple that Lin Yuan had built for him even before he was born. For many years, it had been left vacant due to Lin Yuan being in the lower realms, and today, it finally welcomed its owner. The hall was grand and majestic, and because it was located at the core of the divine island, the hall was filled with chaotic aura. After setting everything up for Lin Yuan, Zhang Ro and Lin Yu had already left. Black clothes and white hair, at this moment, standing in this empty hall, Lin Yuan's gaze swept around. Jade, unknown immortal crystals to create the furnishings of the arrangement, flickering with streams of light. It looks like it's very expensive. Taking it out should be able to sell quite a few spirit stones. At this moment, Lin Yuan was recalling everything that had happened since the lower realm, to this Jun Tian immortal domain. Especially today, with a glimpse of the family. Even though he knew that they were his real parents in this life, perhaps because it was too sudden, Lin Yuan had always acted a bit strange during this period. Maybe, I need a little time. Lin Yuan let out a sigh and muttered, he could feel that the other party was concerned about him. And it will take time to come to terms with all of this for myself now. Empty your mind and think no more. Sitting cross-legged on a bed made of chalcedony. It's time to awaken my vision. After appearing in this Jun Tian immortal domain, Lin Yuan had been able to perceive that his own Taishang Dao pupil, as well as the signs that the vision was about to awaken. But before that, first the shaking light Holy Land, and then dozens of days later, they had been rushing, and they simply didn't have the time, and now they had finally returned to the Lin family. I don't know if the spirit stones I have in my hands today are enough. The consciousness entered within his spatial ring and looked at the several mountainous piles of spirit stones, densely packed. It's all left over from robbing the Diwu dynasty's treasury. It seemed to be a lot, but the aura was messy, mostly just some lower grade, middle grade spirit stones. In terms of value, it was far from being comparable to a holy spirit stone. I'm afraid that the spiritual energy needed to awaken the vision is extraordinary. Just when Lin Yuan was about to awaken the vision. At this moment, outside the Ling Yun Hall, a petite figure appeared. It's Rinzuki. The voice comes before the person arrives. Brother, your cultivation resources for this month, Mother asked me to send them to you. Bouncing around, he appeared in front of Lin Yuan. There was some gulping in his mouth, munching away. Above the small jade-like hand was a peach that had been half gnawed, and the aroma of the holy fruit, wafting around, was equal to the holy medicine in terms of value. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too much and hardened his resistance to Lin Yu's cultivation. It was no longer useful for Lin Yu's cultivation, it was simply to satisfy his appetite. What a powerful aura. You. Lin Yuan had a shocked look on his face as he looked at the little girl in front of him, poverty limiting his imagination. Originally, he thought that after robbing the Diwu imperial dynasty's treasure trove, he was considered wealthy. But how does it feel that he is still a poor man in front of this own sister? One must know that Lin Yuan had found the most valuable heavenly materials within the treasure trove of the Diyu imperial dynasty, and it was those 3 holy pills and a holy spirit stone that had allowed Lin Yuan to make a breakthrough. It couldn't be helped, the supreme Tao body was too resource-intensive. It was still a treasure that had been treasured for countless years by the Du imperial dynasty, the most powerful force on the Xian-Tian continent. But the immediate... Ah, brother, you mean this peach? This is what cousin Jiang Lan took me to pick the last time mother took me to my uncle's house. Lin Yuan and Lin Yu, brother and sister, shared the same father and mother. The uncle that Lin Yu spoke of was the Song Tian immortal domain, that divine lord of the Jiang family of the imperial clan, and also Lin Yuan's uncle, while that Jiang Lan in his mouth was naturally Lin Yuan's cousin. A red dress, long eyelashes, playful and cute, a pair of big, soulful, flickering eyes, Lin Yu was looking at Lin Yuan. It seemed to her that her brother must have suffered a lot in the lower realms, and anyway, she was already a little tired of eating it, and it didn't hurt. Think about it. Brother, I have some more here, it's all yours. As he spoke, his small hand pulled out from within the storage space. Wow! Dozens of fist-sized, glistening peaches appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and the aroma of the holy fruit wafted throughout the entire Lingyun hall. Lin Yu took out her total number of peaches and handed them to Lin Yuan. Looking in front of him, at this moment, Lin Yuan was a bit frozen. This value, which was equivalent to 10 sacred medicines, was just so watery and appeared in front of him. In the end, it was still Lin Yuan who had just returned to the clan and never had a concept of what the imperial clan stood for. Right, brother. This is what mother told me to give you. A spatial ring that appeared in front of Lin Yuan, it was the cultivation resources that Zhang Rou had given Lin Yuan. Every month, the Lin family would allocate resources to the clan's pride. Okay. Touching Lin Yu's little head. Lin Yuan rather had the feeling that happiness had come a bit too suddenly. Just now, he was still worried about whether the spirit stones he possessed in his hands would not be enough to awaken the vision of the supreme Tao body. But for now, it should be more than enough. Receiving the spatial ring, Lin Yuan took a look into it. The spirit stones were crystal clear, and each one of them seemed to contain the aura of an entire spiritual vein converging in it. This was a saint-grade spirit stone, but in the spatial ring in Lin Yuan's hand, there were hundreds of them, shining brightly. Apart from that, there were also some other heavenly treasures that were worth a lot of money. At this moment, Lin Yuan had a question within his heart. Is every single one of the Lin family's heavenly prides receiving cultivation resources that are so ostentatious? This is a holy spirit stone. Hundreds? Just as Lin Yuan was surprised. It was already late at night. Outside the Lingyun palace. It was a figure, courtly dressed in purple, graceful and elegant. Zhang Rou's gaze was looking inside the Lingyun hall, looking at her own pair of children with love in her eyes as she silently watched. Just then, a figure hidden in the darkness appeared beside Zhang Rou, silently, an old crone. Goddess. Facing Zhang Rou, he bowed slightly. Unlike the rest of the Lin family, who addressed Zhang Rou as their main mother, the old crone addressed her as Divine Maiden. There was only one reason why she wasn't a member of the Lin family. It was because when Zhang Rou married into the Lin family, she came with her from the Jiang family. Is the investigation clear? Above this family competition, who are the ones with the strength to be able to threaten Yuan? Zhang Rou's gaze towards the Lingyun palace turned to the old crone in front of her, and the love in her eyes disappeared. Some of it was icy and chilling. Zhang Rou still didn't know that today's Lin Yuan, returning from a trip to the lower realms, had already been promoted from an innate Tao body to a supreme Tao body. Not stopping Lin Yuan from descending to the realm back then was the pain of her life. And this time, the Lin family competition, young pride duel in the middle, she wants to for their own son, to eliminate hidden dangers. Chapter 92. By any means necessary, Lin Yuan awakens the vision. The Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, which was participated in by all the Heaven's Pride who returned from every 20 years of training. It is to choose the next generation, the leader of the young generation of the Lin family, but also represents the pride of the Lin family, in the entire Nine Heavens immortal domain phase. Only those with the strongest talent and the greatest strength among their generation were worthy of the position of God's son. But also because of this, the competition is fierce. This family competition, it is inevitable that some people will be injured, or even deaf. For Zhang Rou, she didn't care if Lin Yuan could take the position of God's son, and she didn't lack that little bit of resources. However, she would not allow her child, in the midst of this competition, to encounter a crisis. At this point, back to Goddess, the old slave has already snooped around. There are 72 celestial pride returning from the Lin family this time. And those who are more powerful than the young lord's innate Tao body are that cold moon ice body, whose name is Lin Qinghan, as well as the reincarnation underworld body from the lineage of the Lin family's grand elder, Lin He. At this time, the old crone facing Zhang Ro respectfully reported back, "Will be their own just poking around soon after the news," Yin said. Being able to follow since the Zhang family and always Zhang Ro stayed by her side. In the darkness, the crone's appearance drooped, her face wrinkled, and she wore a black cloak. But the aura leaked out inadvertently. This was a strong person at the peak of the Saint realm, and even if he was only one step away from stepping into the realm of the quasi-emperor. Reincarnation underworld body. Cold moon ice body. Perhaps, there are still some lower realms who have gained a chance. At this moment, Zhang Ro was pondering, and in the end, her gaze was appearing with killing intent. No matter who he is, the one who dares to harm Yuan are on top of this family competition. Kill. A faint word, but it contained an incomparable coldness. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. That's right, she's the contemporary matriarch of the Lin family. On weekdays, even for those branches of the Lin family, they were all very good, and there was never a shortage of resources that should be distributed. In today's Lin family, Zhang Ro, the main mother, had always enjoyed a great reputation. But now, for the sake of her children, she can do whatever it takes. The Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition had never been fair and just, and since the clan rules had been in place, no one had ever dared to disobey them. It was mainly because of the excessive concern for Lin Yuan, or maybe it was because of Zhang Ro's inner deficit. It made her make this decision, against all odds, without even telling her husband, Lin Su, about it. Goddess. On top of the Lin family grand competition, beheading the Lin family's heavenly pride, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the elder council sighed. The old crone, whose name was Zhang Mei, had been the protector of Zhang Ro when she was young, looking after the previous generation of this Zhang family's goddess. At this moment, even she felt the strangeness of the goddess. With a sigh, she knew that the young master was sent down to the world back then, for 20 years, for Zhang Ro's blow. But, the Council of Elders? Wasn't it under the calculations of that Lin family's grand elder back then that Yuaner was sent to the lower realms? This time, I'd like to see what he can do. Big deal, invite my brother over then. Zhang Ro let out a cold laugh and said, vividly remembering the events of that year. Originally, back then, Lin Yuan didn't need to go down to the realm and could be at ease as the young master in this Lin family. But now, a trip down to the world returns and becomes so. Please God Lord? Hearing this, Zhang Mei let out a cry of shock. The divine lord of the current generation of the Zhang family of the imperial clan, Zhang Ro's brother, was a supreme divine body, ranking among the top 10 supreme bodies in the world. Even many years ago, he had already stepped into the realm of a quasi-emperor with a supreme divine body, and was in control of the entire imperial Zhang clan. Whether it was power or personal battle strength, it was enough to make the Nine Heavens immortal region fearful. Once the Divine Lord descended, even if the so-called Elders Council of the Lin family was disgruntled, they would have to weigh their options. Please also rest assured, Goddess, that at this Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, if the young master is in danger, I will step in. A conversation between two people that no one will ever know. At this point. Inside the Lingyun Hall. Brother, I heard that the family competition will soon begin. You cultivate well, I won't bother you anymore. That peach, if you want it, next time you go to uncle's house, I'll pick more for you. Waving her small hand, Lin Yu left home. Looking at the tiny back that was dressed in red and leading towards the outside of the temple. Although he had just returned not long ago, at this moment, Lin Yuan could feel that his frozen heart seemed to have melted a little. Above the original cold face, a hint of a smile was surfacing. He hadn't laughed like this for a long time, and the last time, it seems, was when he left his master, his little sister. It's time to awaken the vision. Sync your heart. The Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, when he returned to this Lin family, Lin Yuan had already heard about it from Lin Zhou's mouth. Even if he possessed the supreme Tao body, he wouldn't be the slightest bit careless. After all, it wasn't just himself that had access to chance in this world. The imperial clan Lin family was too ancient, which also meant that the people within the clan were not comparable to that lower realms Du imperial dynasty in terms of depth. At this point, the spirit stone was crystal clear and emitted a gleam of light as it flickered in front of Lin Yuan. It was dozens of holy spirit stones, suspended in front of Lin Yuan. With his wallet bulging, Lin Yuan also began to be rich and generous, and didn't need to be as meticulous as before. Click. 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 It was the sound of holy spirit stones gradually breaking. Shasta. Inside the hall, the aura was surging and raging, turning into a vortex, accompanied by the surrounding chaotic aura, insurging into Lin Yuan's body. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! White hair flew, there was an infinite amount of Tao light rising up, and there were arcane and complicated mysterious runes that surrounded Lin Yuan's body. The aura traveled around his body and finally converged out towards Lin Yuan's brow. When he was in the lower realm, Lin Yuan's Taishan Dao pupil had been opened a total of 2 times, once when he had just been promoted to the Taishan Dao body. The last time, it was to burn one's own origin power and forcefully open it. In order to awaken the vision, the Taishan Dao pupil must be opened first. Open! A shout! Lin Yuan sat on top of the jade bed, his body trembling. Boom! Right at this moment, where Lin Yuan's brow was, it was cracking open, the black dichromatic color was rotating, it was an eye, it was the pupil of the Supreme Tao, it was slowly opening up. At this moment, the entire Lingyun hall trembled. Within the pupil of the Tao, endless blazing light was flowing, containing the change and evolution of the world, as if it contained the 10,000 ways, one by one, horizontally and vertically intertwined with each other. This aura was transcendent and supreme. With the opening of the Supreme Tao pupil, the pupil light shone. Behind Lin Yuan, in a little bit of a scene emerged, although slow, but this was the real awakening vision of the Supreme Tao body, not before, to burn their own origin power, forcibly opened. Chapter 93 Reincarnation Underworld Body, the cause of enmity between the 2 Lin family veins. Time is passing. Most of the Lin family's heavenly pride who had gone down to the realm to practice in the first place, those who were able to return, had already returned to the family. The Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition was not far from the start. This was going to be an event that would be a matter between the young prides of the Lin family. In particular, this time, the clan had decided to take out an immortal pill of immortality, the Lin family's Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill, as a reward for those who heard that they had won the position of Divine Son. This even caused countless celestial pride to boil. Immortal pill, what does that represent? Immortal medicines that could make even great emperors live again for a lifetime were not only immensely beneficial to cultivation, they were also capable of instantly recovering no matter how heavy the injuries were. However, the imperial clan never lacked heavenly pride, and there was only one spot for those who could obtain the position of Divine Son. The Divine Son, representing the younger generation of the contemporary Lin family, was the face of the Jun Tian Immortal Domain, and even the 9 Heavens Immortal Domain. The countless returning Lin clan children were rubbing their fists, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. And among the countless heavenly prides of the contemporary Lin family, the most powerful ones in terms of talent had now begun to spread in the Lin family. Have you heard, this generation of my Lin family, the branch has produced a peerless female heavenly pride? Of course I've heard about it, Lin Xinghan. Rumor has it that not only is her appearance stunningly beautiful, her talent is even more amazing. The cold moon ice body that it possesses, among the many physiques, it is ranked in the 30th percentile, and is the leader of this generation, among the competition of my Lin family's heavenly pride. At this moment, all over the Lin family, in addition to the main vein on top of the 3 divine islands, amongst the tributary celestial pride below, there were also rumors circulating about Lin Xinghan. Especially for those Lin family branches. In every generation of the heavens' remarkable duel, the position of God's Son had always been encompassed by the main vein. Lin Xinghan, it could be said, was their hope of breaking rank. And on top of that, the rumors of that reincarnation underworld body were as loud as thunder in the Lin family nowadays, and could be heard everywhere. After all, when that reincarnation underworld body had just come out, it had shaken the entire imperial Lin clan. It's not even just the Lin family. All of the major forces in the Jun Tian Immortal Domain had already received the news that in this life of the Emperor clan's Lin family, a reincarnation underworld body had appeared, which shook the 4 directions at the time. As a result, if there were no accidents, this generation's position as the Lin family's Divine Son would have long since been decided by that reincarnation underworld. Reincarnation underworld body, I never imagined that this life would descend upon my Lin family. I'm afraid that aside from that cold moon ice body, among the pride of my Lin family in this generation, no one can compete with Big Brother Lin He. Yes, the position of God's Son may be destined to be Big Brother Lin He's. Rumors are swirling around the Lin family. Of course, the news of the return of Lin Yuan, the young master, had already spread in the Lin family several days ago. However, not much of a ripple was caused. Innate Tao body, ranked over 90 in the 3000 physiques, if placed outside, it might be powerful enough. Yes. But unfortunately, in this life in my Lin family, he met the cold moon ice body and the reincarnation underworld body. Back then, because of this young master, it almost brought shame to my Lin family amongst the major forbidden emperor clans. Lin Yuan, who bore the bloodline of the two great emperor clans of Lin and Jiang, could be said to have been highly regarded by the Nine Heavens immortal domain and countless taboo forces when he was not born in the Lin family back then. The innate Taoist body can rank among the top 100, placed in the Juntian immortal side of the Holy Land, when a holy sun within, or more than enough. But the Lin family was different. It was listed as a forbidden imperial clan in the Nine Heavens immortal region. And amongst the imperial clan, merely being an innate Tao body and being the son of the Lin family's head and the Zhang family's divine daughter was obviously somewhat unworthy of this status. Even back then, because of this matter, Lin Yuan, who had just been born, made a joke out of it. In the end, however, in the Grand Elder's lineage, a reincarnation underworld body appeared, and it was only then that the Lin family's face was saved. Nowadays, within the Lin family, the Heaven's Pride competition was about to open, and whenever someone mentioned Lin Yuan, the young master, they simply exclaimed so. Well, because of Lin Yuan's identity, there are not a few people who dare to speak out and ridicule openly, at most, behind the scenes, disdain a few sentences. Late night. The Lin family had a total of 3 major void god islands, namely Beginning Source, Jintian, and Reverse Central, and it was the people who resided on these 3 major void god islands that were the Lin family's main veins. At this moment, the sky-splitting Divine Island, which was opposite the family head's lineage, was separated from the sky-splitting Divine Island. The Great Hall of the Chopping Sky. The Grand Hall was magnificent, and along with the ancient sword intense surging, the void was rippling. Here, this time, you must seize the position of my Lin family's divine son. In addition to that, in the great competition, let the son of the head of the family lose face. A voice with the vicissitudes of life rang out. This was an old man with an icy cold face and a powerful aura around him, wearing a blue Dao robe. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, and he himself was like a black hole, devouring the surrounding light. The Lin family's grand elder, Lin Gu, is in control of the Lin family's council of elders, and among the dozen or so elders of the Lin family, with the exception of a few, they all look up to him. The power it possessed in the Lin family was even separate from that old son of Lin Yuan, family head Lin Su. At this moment, in front of this grand elder, there stood a young man. Please also rest assured, old ancestor. A mere innate Dao body of a district, he's not worthy of fighting me at all. With a mocking, disdainful voice ringing out, it was none other than the descendant of Grand Elder Lin Gu, Lin He, that reincarnation underworld body. A white coat that was not stained with dust, a handsome face like a chisel, and long gray hair that naturally draped and fell behind it. The power of the laws surged around him, divided into 6 channels, connected to each other, turning into a vortex that surrounded him. What was hard to ignore was Lin He's pupils, deep, dark, and underneath the light of his eyes, it was as if he wanted to pull all living beings into the underworld. The reincarnation underworld body was so powerful that it was only below the 10 supreme bodies that had become rumored. Thus, this so-called Lin family clan competition was not something that Lin He had put in his heart at all. And all he needed to do was to make a slight move and take away the position of the Son of God that belonged solely to him. Do not be careless, everything still needs to be careful. Shaking his head slightly, looking at the descendant in front of him who was held in the highest regard, Grand Elder Lin Gu reminded. Being in the same clan, it was reasonable to say that the family head and Grand Elder lineage, with their internal strife, would only end up causing the decline of the Lin family. Mainly still, 1,000 years ago, Lin Gu, the Lin family's Grand Elder, had a son who was extremely gifted and astonishingly talented, and was hailed as the Lin family's most likely candidate to become an emperor in the recent past. However, the end result was that on top of the emperor's path, coincidentally, he lost to a supreme divine body, the current divine lord of the Jiang clan, also known as Uncle Lin Yuan. Perhaps it was because he was accustomed to smooth sailing, that son of Lin Gu, with his shattered Taoist heart, eventually died of depression. And this matter was a lifelong pain for this Lin family grand elder, believing that it was the divine lord of the Jiang family that had killed his heir. Who knows that many years later, Lin Su, the head of the Lin family, married the enemy's own sister, which Lin Gu could not tolerate, and has been targeting the family head's lineage at every turn for many years. 20 years ago, he had united the 10 elders of the Lin family, forcing the head of the family to comply with the rules of the Lin family, not waiting for Jiang Ro to react to the time, and not waiting for the divine lord of the Jiang family to descend, forcibly forcing Lin Yuan, who was still in the swaddling clothes, to be sent down to the world. Chapter 94 Dao Injury? It has to be a fight for first place. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On this day, the imperial clan Lin family was abuzz with excitement as the clan competition, the Battle of the Celestial Pride, was about to begin. The Reverse Central Divine Island, one of the 3 divine islands of the Lin family, was the place where the Lin family's council of elders was located. Within the island, immortal waterfalls flowed and divine light enveloped the entire island, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, quite a few important figures from the Lin family appeared. For example, Lin Su, the head of the Lin family, and Jiang Ro, the head mother. As well as along with Grand Elder Lin Gu, the Lin family elder council, dozens of elders gathered. A big shot who was normally a god of the Lin family was showing up. The breath was so powerful that the void rumbled. Ha, I've heard that this generation of my Lin family has produced several supreme heavenly prides. As soon as I received the news of the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition, I hastily returned from the Hautian Immortal region. I've heard that the reincarnation underworld body of the Great Elder's lineage has returned, so I'm going to take a good look at it this time. A voice was ringing out, and it could be said that any of the people here put out and chopped off a foot, the Juntian Immortal Domain side of the Tao state would have to be shaken by the existence. After that, it was a returning Lin family's pride that boarded the Reverse Central Divine Island. This is the Reverse Central Divine Island, one of the 3 divine islands of my Lin family. Especially for those prideful people of the Lin family branch, without today's opportunity, they wouldn't even have the chance to ascend to the Reverse Central Divine Island. At this time, appearing in this place where only people from the Lin family's main vein could stay, looking at everything was incomparably curious. The Imperial Lin clan, it's really a strict class. Among the celestial pride, azure light surged, and that was vaguely a stunningly beautiful, haughty, lonely figure. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, the body contains a coldness, the body surface of the blue light surging, the surroundings seem to be dyed with a layer of frost. Jade hand held a sword, aged around 20, and cold. It was none other than one of the most famous people in this Lin family competition, Lin Qinghan. A pair of beautiful eyes swept around with envy. Although in today's Lin family, her Lin Qinghan's fame was not small, but without the opportunity of today's family competition, even if she possessed the cold moon ice body, no call was not qualified to ascend here. Just as the Heaven's Pride and Lin family powerhouses gathered above the Reverse Central Divine Island. In the meantime, beginning Divine Island, Lingyun Hall. Surrounded by chaotic aura, above the jade bed that flowed with a spiritual light, there was a figure sitting on top of the bed. It was Lin Yuan. For many days, Lin Yuan had been awakening the vision of the Supreme Tao body, not taking a step away. And during this period, perhaps sensing the huge spiritual power fluctuations within the Lingyun Hall, neither Lin Su, who was the most biparental, nor Jiang Ro, had anyone come to disturb Lin Yuan, just assuming that Lin Yuan was cultivating diligently. At this point, boom! Rumble! Rumble! The reflection of the Taishan Dao pupil. Since Lin Yuan's back, it was a terrifying sight. Amidst a gray, endless chaos, there was an infinite amount of chaotic Dao light rising up, transforming into subtle and complicated Dao runes that were arranging and combining. Eventually, converging out of an eye, emerging from the endless chaos of Dao light. Transcendence, supremacy. It was the vision of the Supreme Dao body, the eye of the Great Dao. Just one more step. Lin Yuan's voice rang out, truly wanting to awaken the vision of Taishan was quite a bit tougher than expected. At this moment, since Lin Yuan's front, the original crystal-clear Holy Spirit stones had all lost their light and turned into residue, densely packed, falling to the ground. The aura was raging, and all the Holy Spirit stones were used up. Finally, right at this moment, along with the solidification of the eye of the Great Tao behind him. It's done! A shout. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The powerful Dao light caused the entire Lingyun Hall at this moment to tremble and pulsate violently. But just then, the unexpected happened. No! Nope! At the center of Lin Yuan's brow, within the pupil of the Supreme Dao suddenly turned blood red. Within the eyes, drops of blood were slowly overflowing, dripping, and crossing the cheeks. As this scene came out, Lin Yuan's face instantly paled a few points above. Soon, Lin Yuan knew the key to the problem. Is it related to before, when I forcefully opened the vision in the lower realm? With a hint of weakness in his voice, Lin Yuan muttered. At this moment, within his Taishan Dao pupil, amidst the blood drapes, it was a wound, a Dao wound. Originally, at the time of the lower realm, the Great Dao was crippled and all laws were incomplete, so it was impossible to actively open the vision. But at that time, Lin Yuan had no choice, he had to die if he didn't turn it on. In the end, he didn't hesitate to burn his own origin power, forcibly opening the Taishan Dao pupil and the vision to defeat the Emperor of the Diwu, Yi Tu. But now, at the time of truly awakening the vision, the drawbacks of burning one's own origin power were completely revealed. Now though the vision is awakened. but the Taoist injuries, extraordinary injuries. However, it is not without the slightest solution. Previously, Elder Sang Lin said that my Lin family's immortal divine phoenix pill can recover from all injuries. I wonder, is it of any use to me? Sitting cross-legged on top of the jade bed, Lin Yuan pondered. He had already heard before that this time, the reward for the Lin family's divine sun position possessed a divine phoenix immortality pill. It seems that this time for the position of God's son, it's necessary for me not to. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and got up to leave the Ling Yun Hall. And at this point, Lin family reverse Central Divine Island. The martial arts field, about 1,000 feet wide, for square, is as the Emperor Clan Lin family pride duel in the venue. Every life Lin family godson position are decided in this place. Facing the Lin family's celestial pride who had all arrived, there were 72 of them standing below. It contained two of the most famous heavenly prides of the contemporary Lin family. Cold Moon Ice Body Lin Qinghan, as well as the reincarnation underworld body, Lin He, who was most likely to win the position of Divine Sun this time, and had even been internalized. For these two, many of the Lin family's strongest members had come for these two today. Especially Lin He, who possessed a physique that was second only to the 10 supreme physiques in the world. It could be said that he was extremely high in the eyes of all the people in the Lin family. Is that my Lin family's reincarnation underworld body? It's really not bad. There were strong people who had just rushed back to the Lin family because of the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, their gazes nodding and sighing as they looked downwards at Lin He. I've heard that my Lin family's nemesis, the Dragon Emperor Ridge, has produced a dragon son in this life with terrifying talent. Yes, only this reincarnation underworld body of my Lin family might be able to compete with that dragon son. At this moment, one of the strongest members of the surrounding Lin family was looking down at Lin He, nodding his head from time to time. Dragon Emperor Ridge, a fellow Jun Tian immortal domain taboo force, was even the Lin family's nemesis. The other side had produced a supreme pride, so how could the Lin family be compared? Good thing, today's Lin family has a reincarnation meditation body heavenly pride. Chapter 95 The Scene's Clamor, Lin Yuan's Arrival, Lin Qinghan's Illusion. Where's Yuqi? High above the tournament field, above the stands, sat the top. Black hair like a waterfall spread out, a flow of gold edge of the black gorgeous clothes, posture upright, eyes deep, breath surging and raging, not angry from the authority. It was none other than the family head, Lin Su. Looking at all of the Lin family's prides who had already arrived, Lin Su realized that only one person was missing, or his own son. Previously, Yuaner was in seclusion, so he hasn't been able to come out. I guess it's still under cultivation. Sitting on the sidelines, palace purple dress, graceful and noble, Jiang Ro's voice rang out. She didn't care about this so-called Lin family Heaven's Pride competition, anything that wasn't as important as her own son's cultivation. But just then. Humph. Today is the day of my Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, how can you forget such an important matter? Lin Su, you really did give birth to a good son. A grim voice spread around, it was none other than Grand Elder Lin Gu. He also wanted his descendants to take advantage of today's incident to humiliate Lin Yuan, causing the family head's lineage to lose face in the Lin family. If Lin Yuan didn't come, how else was he going to be humiliated? What's more, the great clan competition had been a tradition of the Lin family for many years, and no one could violate it. If Lin Yuan didn't come, it was indeed easy to fall in the family. What, that's how my Lin family's young master slacked off on the great competition. Humph, it's really a family affair. Being the son of the family head, but only an innate Dao body, caused my Lin family to almost be disgraced among the many forbidden forces back then. That's right, it's fortunate that there was the Grand Elder's lineage of reincarnation underworld bodies to save face, and now they're late again. In the Council of Elders, several elders borrowed the words of the Grand Elder, and their voices were ringing out. After all, the Lin family, apart from a few elders, were now all on the side of Grand Elder Lin Gu. As the voice rang out, for a moment, there was a clamor above the stands, all of which were the Lin family's mighty presence outside. However, it was only a whisper, and they didn't dare to offend too much in the face of the Lin family's family head. Hearing the voice, the 72 Lin family celestials who were above the martial arts arena were also immediately nonplussed. That young master of ours, he wouldn't be afraid of big brother Lin He and wouldn't dare to come, right? Cold laughter rang out from amongst the celestial pride. It's probably because he knows that he's not a match for big brother Lin He, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come for fear of losing face. For countless years, this young master of ours is the only one who has fled from the battlefield in a grand competition between the Lin family's heavenly prides. A voice rang out, most of which were descendants of the great elder's lineage, with mockery and disdain. If he dares to come, I will trample him under my feet and become the Lin family's divine son of this generation. Voices rang out, and Lin He was starstruck. A white coat, not stained with dust, stood in the middle of the crowd. His handsome face was like a chisel, and his long gray hair naturally spread out and fell behind him. The power of the laws surged around him, divided into 6 channels, connected to each other, turning into a vortex that surrounded his body. What was hard to ignore was Lin Hei's pupils, deep, dark, and under the light of his eyes, it was as if he wanted to pull all living beings into the underworld. This kind of aura was so terrifying that it caused many of the surrounding Lin clans' pride to feel the pressure on Lin He, which included Lin Xinghan. Is this the reincarnation underworld body? Surely you can't underestimate it. With a pair of beautiful eyes with gravity, Lin Xinghan was looking at Lin He. In terms of physical strength alone, Lin Xinghan, who had always been unrivaled in the same realm, felt that his cold moon ice body had suffered suppression. It was the kind of thing that, before, she had never experienced. Ink hair and blue clothes, icy skin and jade bones, with a cold face, standing in the crowd of heaven's pride, for the surrounding voices mocking the Lin family's youngest family, Lin Xinghan did not participate in it. After all, she was only a Lin family branch lineage heavenly pride, and even for the sake of her own future, she didn't dare to speak out in mockery in the face of that young lord who possessed the bloodlines of 2 great emperor clans. The conflict between the family head and the great elder's lineage was not something that her branch could participate in. All she needs to do is to try her best to come out on top in this competition, that's all. At this moment, because of the matter of Lin Yuan's future, there was a clamor around the martial arts arena. Mother, why are those people hostile to brother? Blinking her big eyes, Lin Yu also came and heard the sounds around her and wondered. It's just someone trying to use this opportunity to target your brother. Above Jiang Ro's face, with a cold smile, he swept over those several Lin family elders, the plan already arranged, moving his gaze, skimming a corner of the void from time to time. Today on top of this martial arts arena, amongst the Heaven's Pride duel, if anyone dares to be unfavorable to her son, she doesn't mind letting today's Lin family Heaven's Pride competition stain with blood. Until this moment, Jiang Ro did not know that Lin Yuan had already possessed for the matter of the Supreme Tao body, and Lin Su, as her husband, had not told her. The purpose was to surprise her. The voices were ringing out, getting more and more intense, with the pride of the great elder's lineage screaming the most. Still comparing. So many of us can't keep waiting for him. That's right, the son of the family head is great, he doesn't even dare to come. On the martial arts arena, the celestial pride were a bit impatient. Just then, a figure in the distance was stepping into the air. Who says I'm afraid to come? White hair like snow, a black dress, a cold face, eyes dead silent, chilling to the eye, is Lin Yuan walking. Above his body, the rhythm of the Tao permeated, like a son of the great Tao, descending into the martial arts arena and standing in front of the crowd. Although his face was a bit pale due to the Tao injury, his breath could not be ignored. My name is Lin Yuan, I've kept you all waiting. The voice rang out calmly, with an extraordinary aura that vaguely separated it from that reincarnation underworld body's Lin He. The many other Lin family celestial pride, facing Lin Yuan at this moment, actually felt a hint of oppression. Among the heaven's pride, a pair of beautiful eyes that contained a chilling intent were secretly gazing at Lin Yuan with a hint of doubt. This is that young master of my Lin family? Strange. Somehow, it always feels like this young master's physique breath is actually hidden above my cold moon ice body? The voice was faintly audible and mumbled, it was Lin Xinghan. Among the many physiques in the world, her cold moon cold body was ranked more than 30, far superior to the innate Tao body that was ranked more than 90. But now, she wondered, she felt oppression. Reincarnation of the underworld body even if, innate Taoist body, how can? Guess it's an illusion? With an exclamation, Lin Xinghan just thought it was an illusion and didn't think much about it. Chapter 96 The Lin Family Competition begins, battle against Lin Xinghan. At this moment, above the martial arts arena, numerous celestial pride dodged. Lin Yuan was confronting Lin He with each other. A descendant of the first line of the Grand Elder, and a young master who was even carrying the bloodline of 2 great emperor clans. My Lin family's young master, a mere innate Tao body. This generation's banner of the Lin family's heavenly pride will be fought by me. And you deserve nothing more than to be trampled under my feet. Gray hair fluttering, a white coat untainted by dust, a handsome face like a chisel, accompanied by the power of the laws of reincarnation surging, tearing, and devouring all the surrounding aura around him. The voice rang out, his gaze was lofty and conceited. Lin He was looking at Lin Yuan and sneered coldly. After 20 years of training in the lower realms, he was invincible in the world, and this time, when he returned to the Lin family, the position of God's son, in Lin Hei's opinion, was nothing more than within his reach. Only by himself could the name of the Lin family's heaven's pride in this life be truly famous in the Nine Heavens immortal region. As for Lin Yuan, the son of the family head, after today, he would definitely be stepped on by him and become a disgrace to the family head's lineage. And this, too, was what Lin Hei's old ancestor, Grand Elder Lin Gu, expected. It was only because, although what Lin Yuan had in his body was the blood of the Lin family, half of it was also that enemy, the Jiang family's. Trampling me underfoot? Hearing these words, Lin Yuan recalled that when he was in the lower realms, there were many people who initially said that they wanted to trample themselves underfoot, such as that Yi Xian. However, all the people who had said that ended up dying at the hands of him, Lin Yuan. And returning to this Lin family, and hearing these words from the mouth of a pride of the same generation. Clothed in black, with his white hair naturally draped behind him, Lin Yuan's death-filled eyes were lightless as he looked at this high and mighty reincarnation underworld body. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You have to be glad that you have the word Lin in your last name. Because, the people who said it, are dead. Lin Yuan's voice was calm as he faintly said. Before the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition had even begun, Lin Yuan and Lin Hei, the two of them, were already tit for tat and incompatible. However, for Lin Yuan's words, most of the people on the scene, with the exception of family head Lin Su and Lin Zhou, most of them just took it as young Lin Yuan's angry words. After all, based on physique alone, there was no comparison between the innate Dao body and the reincarnation underworld body. The difference between the two is too great. At this moment, seeing that Lin Yuan had already arrived, all the people around him had already shut their mouths. At the very top of the martial arts arena, among the stands, the Lin family's Heaven's Pride battle began. The voice was magnificent, spreading in all directions. It was family head Lin Su. His eyes were looking down at Lin Yuan, a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. He had been waiting for this moment after realizing that his son was a Tai Shang Dao body. In today's Lin family, didn't they all say that this generation's divine son position would definitely be that of the reincarnation underworld body? Lin Su, the family head, was curious as to how these people, after knowing their son's true physique, would look. The 10 supreme bodies, since the endless years of the Nine Heavens immortal domain, were extremely difficult to appear. At this point, family head Lin Su gave an order, and as he spoke, from the sky above the martial arts arena, there was a golden divine light flickering, shining down, and then landing on the two heavenly prides present. Competition rules. The golden light then shines on the two people fighting, the winner advances, the loser retires. At this moment, and coincidentally, one of the golden lights then fell on Lin Yuan's body, and for a moment, it attracted countless gazes. Although in today's Lin family, amongst all the heavenly prides, the reincarnation underworld body, Lin Underworld's prestige was unrivaled. But that didn't mean that Lin Yuan was really silent. Not to mention the identity of the son of the family head, bearing the bloodline of two great emperor clans. The innate Dao body alone was already beyond the vast majority of the Lin family's prides. After all, to be able to be in the world of the heavens and the heavens, among the 3,000 physiques, the innate Taoist body ranked in the top 100, really think that it is a waste body. However, it was because Lin Yuan's identity was too honored in the Lin family, so that it appeared that the innate Dao body was somewhat unworthy of his identity. In addition to the reincarnation meditation body, even the branch veins have appeared a cold moon ice body, so that the entire Lin family crowd, some disappointment is just. As the golden light shone, the two figures entered the middle of the martial arts arena, and the other celestial pride all watched from the exterior of the arena. At this point, my name is Lin Yu, clan brother, please be merciful. A white coat, elegant, handsome face, with green light surging around him, the man was a bit shy, smiling as he was cupping his fists towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yu, a descendant of the Lin family's second elder line. This lineage, which was also among the Elder Council, was the only one left that was at peace with the family head's lineage and was not under the control of the Grand Elder. At this moment, after seeing that his opponent was Lin Yuan, Lin Yu had realized that he was bound to lose, but was not frustrated. Although he is a son of the Lin family, he has always disliked fighting, and this time he came here, but just to deal with the situation. Good point. Lin Yuan calmly said, looking at his opponent with a lack of interest and no intention to fight. Inside the martial arts arena, spirit light surged, and there was no earth-shattering battle. Boom! Boom! Under just one strike, Lin Yu was defeated and walked out of the field. His slightly coy face was devoid of any sense of frustration. Instead, he carried a smile that he was finally relieved. Looking at the second elder above the stands, Lin Wei, his eyebrows were furrowed and he could not wait to slap this descendant to death. Time was passing, and soon, the Lin family grand competition, a battle between heavenly prides, was going on. The golden light shone, and from time to time, randomly to the crowd of two people into the field of competition. Spiritual energy swept through the field, fluctuating and shaking with an extraordinary aura. As an imperial clan, those who were able to be the Lin family's heaven's pride and had returned from their adventures, including the previous Lin Yu, all had two brushes. It could be said that any of the heavenly prides here put out would be far beyond the ordinary sex sanctuary cultivators of the Jun Tian immortal domain. However, those who were able to be the divine sons of the emperor clan required a talent, a strength, that had to be ranked amongst the 9 heavens immortal domain. Boom! Boom! One winner advanced, and one heavenly pride retreated with a resigned face or serious injuries. Just then, as the golden light shone down above the martial arts arena, it once again landed on Lin Yuan's body. The other, on the other hand, was a woman, Cold Moon Ice Body Lin Xinghan. Upon seeing this scene, the surroundings boiled over. Cold Moon Ice Body versus an 8 Dao body, finally we have a major show to watch. Lin Xinghan, but one of the strongest female heavenly prides of my Lin family in this generation, it seems that this young master's path to advancement is going to stop here. An 8 Dao body, but not as good as the Cold Moon Ice Body. It's a pity that this kind of peerless female heavenly pride is actually someone from the Lin family branch. A voice rang out from the surroundings. The clamor was incomparable, especially for the great elder's lineage of heavenly pride. It's a pity that this kid is going to lose without meeting big brother Lin Mei. Humph, count him as cheap. The Cold Moon Ice Body is not comparable to an innate Dao body. A burst of voices rang out from the scene. No one thought that Lin Yuan would be able to win over Lin Xinghan. After all, there was still a gap between the two's physiques. Ta-da! 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 The pace moved, the face was cold, the ink hair was blue, the icy muscles and jade bones, and the delicate body was exquisite. With a coldness contained around his body, it was as if a layer of frost had been colored above the martial arts arena. You concede. I don't want to hurt you. She was like an ice beauty, and her eyes were looking at Lin Yuan. Chapter 97. No one can force me to use my Dao soldier. The four sides of the martial arts arena were clamoring with voices. In the middle of the field, the coldness was spreading in all directions, and in front of it was a stunningly beautiful figure. Don't want to hurt me? Clad in black, Lin Yuan's gaze looked across the room, a hint of surprise surfacing above his cold and slightly pale face. It was obvious that the other party was eager to win, and the identity of the other party was known to Lin Yuan, the Lin family branch. The Lin family's rank was strict, and the branch's heavenly pride, even if they were gifted, if they wanted to obtain the family's resources, they had to achieve the top few on top of this heavenly pride competition, not to mention coming out on top. After associating this so-called young master's identity with his own, Lin Yuan understood that the other party was afraid of hurting this young master of his and being settled after the fall. Ha! Are you scornful of my status as a young master? Lin Yuan laughed, never imagining that he would also have a day where he had to use his identity to oppress people. You know, what he hated the most before was this kind of people. Yes. So, please also take the initiative to admit defeat. The voice rang out, and above Lin Xinghan's absolutely beautiful face, it did not ripple, and she admitted it with a big smile. Although earlier, for some reason, she had felt a trace of oppression on this innate Dao body. However, it was only assumed that the other party was cultivating a special technique. After all, was he the young master of the Lin family? Her father was the head of the Lin family, and her mother was a goddess of the Jiang family of the same imperial clan in the previous generation, possessing resources that could not be compared to her, a heavenly pride of the Lin family branch. It was hard to do when she wanted to win and didn't want to hurt her opponent again. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding, especially the celestial pride of the Lin family's great elder's lineage, naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to strike and taunt Lin Yuan. Hee, it seems that our young lord is trying to use his identity to force the branch's heavenly pride. Humph, my Lin family's heaven's pride competition has always been just and fair, I can't imagine. In terms of strength, the innate Dao body was originally inferior to the Cold Moon Ice body, so he can only do so much. All around the martial arts arena, a voice was mocking at Lin Yuan. Still wanting to trample him under his feet, it seems that there is no such chance. With a white coat untainted by dust and a handsome face like a chipper, Lin He sighed. He didn't think that Lin Yuan would be a match for that Cold Moon Ice body. At this moment, standing in the martial arts arena, facing the voices around him, Lin Yuan was too lazy to pay attention. There are some things that the more you explain them, the more you misunderstand them instead. What's more, one would lose. Make your move. If you can really beat me, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Lin Yuan's face was calm, his voice rang out as he looked towards Lin Qinghan and faintly said, "In that case, I'm offended." With a sigh, for some reason, at this time, Lin Qinghan always had a palpitating feeling appearing within his heart, not knowing where it originated from. Cold light surged, the air around them was condensed, and above the sky, snowflakes were falling. At the same time, outside the martial arts arena, among the surrounding stands, sitting on a high place, palace purple dress, graceful and luxurious, was Jiang Ro, her eyes looking towards Lin Qinghan, who was about to fight with Lin Yuan, in searching out a killing opportunity. Until now, Jiang Ro had thought that her son was only an innate Dao body. Coupled with Lin Yuan's slightly pale face at the moment, it was obvious that he seemed to have suffered injuries during his previous cultivation. She is so protective of her son that she will do anything to protect him. She was sending a message to the corner of the void. Wait if Yuana is in danger. Kill Lin Qinghan. The voice is transmitted in the void, and no one around can hear it. Yes, goddess. The sound of a reply is heard. At this moment, hidden in a corner of the void, in the darkness, with a wrinkled face and wearing a black cloak, it was the old crone who had met Jiang Ro that night, dying, her eyes looking down at the martial arts arena. The supreme secret method of the imperial Jiang clan. Even if so many Lin clan powerhouses were present today, no one would discover this old crone unless they were quasi-emperor realm powerhouses. The goddess has really changed. It seems that the young lord was forced to descend to the realm back then, and it hit her too hard. An exclamation. As Jiang Ro's former protector, she had been following for countless years, watching the woman who was so magnificent at the beginning now become the Lin family's main mother. She knew very well that the original goddess, never so. At this time, above the martial arts arena, suddenly snowflakes fell, chilling the air. It's Lin Qinghan who's striking out. Acid. The sound of the sword chanting rang out, and the lightness of the sword was accompanied by a blazing blue light that intertwined with the snowflakes that suddenly descended around them. Eventually turned into a channel of ice, suspended in the martial arts field around, densely packed, as 10,000 ice swords. The sharpness is unparalleled, the void and the distortion will be chopped and torn. This strike completely surpassed the limits of a half-step Heavenly Ascension Realm Heavenly Pride, and even some Heavenly Ascension Realm powerhouses would find it difficult to resist. At this moment, the Lin family's strongest members on top of the surrounding stands all looked at Lin Qinghan's strike with surprise in their eyes. Worthy of my Lin family's cold moon ice body, this strike is not bad. It seems that my Lin family's hope for this life is to add this cold moon ice body in addition to that reincarnation underworld body. I heard that it's just a heavenly pride from a branch of the Lin family, so the old man is in love with the talent. Above the stands, a voice of a Lin family powerhouse even had the idea of already intending to, wanting to take Lin Qinghan, the branch lineage's heavenly pride, as a disciple. And all around the martial arts arena, the Lin family's group of celestial pride were similarly surprised. Cold moon ice body, it really lives up to its name. This young master of ours, I don't think he can even block this blow. Yes, completely surpassing the limits of the half-step ascension realm. Previously, it was just talk, but when Lin Qinghan's strength exploded at this moment, many of the Lin family's celestial pride truly believed that I'm afraid that apart from the reincarnation underworld body, Lin He, no one would be Lin Qinghan's opponent. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, Lin Qinghan was holding a sword in her jade hand, and with the sword in her hand, she guided the surrounding 10,000 ice creams to fall at any time. You don't use Dao soldiers? The beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Yuan in disbelief. In her opinion, the innate Dao body itself was no match for her own cold moon ice body. The other parties seemed to have been injured before, if they were not in the process of using the Dao weapon. Once they were killed by their own mistake, the small Lin family branch of their own heavenly pride could not withstand the wrath of the family head's lineage. Taoist soldiers? With a black coat, white hair spread out, and dead eyes looking at a path of ice around him, Lin Yuan's face was calm. At this level of Dao, even if he had suffered a Dao injury when he awakened the vision before he came, he could not yet injure himself. Dao soldiers he himself had, such as the heaven-executing sacred sword that represented this one of the Qingyan sect masters, was brought back to this upper realm by Lin Yuan, but it was just to keep a thought. Among the same realm battles, no one had ever been able to make Lin Yuan use a Dao weapon, because his body was strong enough. No one in the same realm can force me to use my Dao weapon. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yuan blandly said. Chapter 98. A fist shocked Lin Xinghan, the gap between anomalies. No one in the same realm can force me to use a Dao weapon. These words resounded around the entire martial arts arena. For Lin Yuan, he was just being honest. However, at this moment, for the countless onlookers around, it was causing a boil. Especially since Lin Xinghan's strike was still under the approval of countless Lin family powerhouses. For a moment, it now boiled over. How dare you be so arrogant in the face of the cold moon ice body? People probably think that they are the young master of my Lin family, and a regional branch lineage. Heavenly pride really doesn't dare to hurt him. Hee, this young master of ours, his strength is not good, but his arrogance is unbelievable. The young celestials from the great elders' lineage who stood with Lin Mua mocked with disdain. Young lord, this is, indeed, some. Speechless, even the pride of the Lin clan, who had no grudges against Lin Yuan's lineage before, thought that Lin Yuan was a bit arrogant. This young master of ours, he. Humph. Young man, how dare you speak so presumptuously? Above the stands, a number of Lin family powerhouses who had previously approved of Lin Xinghan's strike were all wearing unhappy faces, and a single gaze was looking at family head Lin Su, who was seated at a high position. Due to the face of the family head, they didn't dare to speak out too much. But those Lin family elders who were in the same boat as the Grand Elder were not so polite. A mere innate Dao body that almost caused my Lin family to lose face back then. Big talk. Humph, just the words of a child. I really don't know how this young lord of ours has experienced in the lower realms. Disdain, mockery, and voices that thought Lin Yuan was too arrogant resounded all around. However, the family head at this time, Lin Su, was seen to be calm. Silence. Without anger, under the two faint words, the surrounding area was instantly quiet. At this moment, above the martial arts arena, facing Lin Yuan's words. Blue clothes fluttering, delicate body shrouded in endless cold, the blue sword light in the hand is bright and incomparable, traction suspended around, densely packed ice cream. Lin Xinghan's absolutely beautiful face slightly shook her head and said no more. Anyway, she had already reminded her with good words. Even if this young master did anything, it wouldn't be her fault. The battle of the Lin family's heaven's pride was too important to Lin Xinghan. She understood that her identity as a branch of the Lin family was doomed, and in order to obtain enough resources to cultivate and go higher and farther, she had to be at the top of the list in this battle of heaven's pride. She didn't have enough identity background, and her parents were only ordinary cultivators in this Lin family. Kill. Fade a word. In an instant, the blue light surged, like 10,000 swords of ice in unison. The void shook and was torn apart, piercing and tearing through everything. It was falling towards Lin Yuan. This strike was so terrifying that it caused Lin Yu, who was above the stands, to cry out with a small worried face. Brother, look out! With a calm gaze, Lin Yuan turned back and smiled indifferently, looking at the tiny red figure above the stands. Boom! An incomparably majestic aura rose from Lin Yuan's circumference, surprisingly quite a bit more powerful than Lin Xinghan. Break! White hair flying, black clothes without wind, Lin Yuan cupped his hand to make a fist seal and blasted out a seemingly uneventful strike. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The fist print crossed the sky, and the black and white light accompanied the fist print, shaking the void in all directions and shattering all matter. Space, in as calm as a lake, was making waves, vibrating violently as if it was about to shatter. The martial arts arena was shaking, trembling violently. Just then. Click! 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 A 10,000 Dao of ice that originally flew towards Lin Yuan, under the distortion of the void, turned into countless broken pieces, and before they could even get close to Lin Yuan, they burst apart and fell to the ground. In the meantime. Puffing. As the caster of the spell, Lin Xinghan, ink hair fluttering, the delicate body in the cannot stop dozens of steps back, was shocked by the body of the chi and blood surging, spit out a mouthful of blood, above the beautiful face, instantly pale a few points. Lin Yuan's strike caused the old crone Jiang Mei, who was originally hidden above the void to protect Lin Yuan's safety, to instantly stop. The young lord, he? In the martial arts arena, Lin Xinghan was losing her mind, and amongst her red lips, a strand of blood slid down to the corner of her mouth as a moment of confusion appeared in her gaze. How is that possible? The voice was tinged with hesitation, as well as disbelief. Inwardly, she was completely dumbfounded. She could be certain that the Lin Yuan just now had definitely not used his full strength. It's just a casual hit. But, to my surprise, I hit. Lin Yuan's mediocre strike had caused Lin Xinghan, who was a cold moon ice body, to instantly lose the battle. At this moment, there was some silence around them, and they were all looking at Lin Yuan. Including the Lin clan powerhouses above the Lin clan stands, who had previously recognized Lin Qinghan beyond measure, they were somewhat puzzled. Something's not right. Young lord him. It seems that we have underestimated this young lord. Joking, Cold Moon Icebody, in how is also the Nine Heavens immortal domain and even the heavens in the world, ranked more than 30 of the strongest body. The power of its strength was evident to the crowd just now. Originally, no one thought that Lin Yuan, who was an innate Dao body, would be able to block that strike. But now, many people sensed that something was wrong when it came to Lin Yuan. After all, just now, Lin Yuan had acted too gently. This can't be right. He's only a mere innate Dao body, how could he possibly block that strike and injure Lin Qinghan with his bare hands? Could it be that some secret technique was used? The ones who couldn't accept this scene the most were naturally still the celestial pride of the Lin family's great elder lineage. They were all expecting Lin Yuan to lose, but the result was out of their imagination. After all, their words just now, with this scene, were undoubtedly slapped in the face by Lin Yuan. That fist print. Among the crowd of celestial pride. A white coat untainted by dust, a handsome face like cutting, and long gray hair naturally draped. Lin Hua's deep, dark eyes stared dead on at Lin Yuan in the middle of the martial arts arena in confusion. The power of the laws surged around his body, divided into 6 channels that were connected to each other, turning into a vortex that surrounded Lin Hei's body. As Lin Hei, who was almost internally destined for the position of Divine Son this time, he knew very well that if he were in his place, he wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of that strike from Lin Qinghan just now. Humph. It seems that you were really underestimated a bit. Unfortunately, the gap between physical visions is not something that can be compensated for by any secret method. Lin Hua looked towards Lin Yuan in the field and sneered. Even though the battle power Lin Yuan had displayed was indeed beyond what he had originally imagined. However, as a reincarnation underworld body, he was well aware of how great the gap between the visions of the more top-ranked heavens pride in terms of physique was. Later on, when the vision of that Lin Qing's Cold Moon Icebody comes out, you should be defeated. Chapter 99 Vision, Cold Moon Flare. Lin Yuan's strike just now had indeed surprised quite a few people. After all, the gap between the innate Dao body and the Cold Moon Icebody was still huge. Especially Lin Yuan's pale complexion, it was obvious that he had been injured before. On top of that, with his bare hands, he repelled an injured Lin Qinghan, who was holding a Dao weapon, breaking the understanding of countless people present. However, to be able to possess a Cold Moon Icebody that ranked more than 30 places was never that simple in the eyes of countless people. The vision is an immensely important part of the strength of a worldly physique. Now, Lin Qinghan had not yet opened the vision, and the previous sparring match was still just a test run before the big battle in the eyes of countless people present. Once the Cold Moon Icebody vision was opened, the innate Dao body was bound to be no match for the Cold Moon Icebody. This was the knowledge of countless people present. At this point, standing in the middle of the martial arts arena, the azure light around his body became a touch darker, his figure was absolutely beautiful, above his blue clothes, there were a few more drops of blood, his face was cold, and Lin Qinghan's gaze recovered from a brief moment of confusion. Cough. Cough cough. A jade hand brushed and wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth. It seems that we all underestimated you before. She was looking at Lin Yuan Dao, and her face was a bit grave as she said. Just now, his own strike was shattered by Lin Yuan, and it had indeed shocked Lin Qingyue. However, regarding his vision, Lin Qinghan was incredibly confident. Think about it. Next, I won't hold back. The gaze became confident and firm again. This battle of the heavens' pride was too important for Lin Qinghan. Amidst the azure light was vaguely a stunningly beautiful, haughty, lonely figure. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, the body contains a coldness, the body surface of the blue light surging, the surroundings seem to be dyed with a layer of frost. Speaking at this very moment. Wow! The light around them dimmed, as day turns to night. Since Lin Qinghan's back, the void was creating ripples, and grandiose sights were emerging. Between all things in heaven and earth, mountains and rivers emerge, and in the night sky, that is around a bright moon blooming with blue radiance, rising slowly. The silver radiance scattered and shone on all the world, as if it wanted to freeze everything between heaven and earth. A vision, a cold moon shining on the world. The night sky enveloped the martial arts arena in all directions, with a cold moon in the sky. The distance was too close, and uncountable Lin family celestials were frozen to the point of shivering. At this moment, when this moment appeared, the scene was shocked. Is this the vision of the cold moon ice physique, worthy of being a supreme physique that ranks at the top of the 3,000 physiques? With this kind of physique, in the middle of a battle, having a vision and not having a vision are two completely different concepts. Yeah, I guess this major of ours is going to lose. A voice was ringing out, especially the vast majority of the male celestial pride on the scene. All of them had admiration in their hearts, their gazes were looking towards that stunning figure. The vision appeared, and even above the stands, it instantly darkened. That pretty sister feels so powerful, my brother, he won't be in trouble, right? A slightly childish voice rang out, sitting next to Zhang Ro, dressed in red, with a petite physique and 2 crochets on her small head. It was Lin Yu, with long eyelashes, playful and cute, a pair of big soulful eyes, but at the moment with worry, looking down. Don't worry, Yuan's strength may have to exceed what you and I can imagine. Only Lin Su, the head of the family, did not have the slightest concern, looking down below, before smiling at Zhang Ro, who was on the side. Still hadn't said anything about Lin Yuan's real situation. At this moment, above the stands, it wasn't just Lin Yuan's family. Slightly more than Lin Su, the head of the family, who sat a little below. The face was cold, the aura around him was powerful, he wore a blue Dao robe, his eyes were deep, like an abyss, and he himself was like a black hole, devouring the light around him. It was Lin Gu, the Lin family's grand elder, and a cold smile flowed above his pale face. Cold moon ice body, although it's not as good as Heir's reincarnation underworld body, it's also not something an innate Dao body can resist. Yes, just now, I guess the young lord performed some secret method just to save the situation. Now once the cold moon ice body vision appears, he will definitely lose. I was hoping to see the reincarnation underworld body fight against this young master of our Lin family, but it seems hopeless. A bunch of other elders who followed Lin Gu on the side, echoed, still not optimistic about Lin Yuan. A vision appeared in the world, the white moon blooming with blue cold aura was in the sky, the light enveloped the 4 directions of the martial arts arena, as if the ground was dyed with a layer of blue light. At this moment, dressed in black, with white hair like snow and a cold face, Lin Yuan was watching this scene faintly. A vision of the cold moon. I wonder how strong it can be. Being able to feel that at this time the other party, Lin Qinghan's breath under the blessing of the vision behind him, was still climbing beyond before. Lin Yuan's death-filled gaze looked at the white moon vision with a hint of curiosity. Cold moon ice body, to be able to rank among the top 3,000 physiques, Lin Yuan's had to admit. This kind of physique, indeed, had something powerful about it, and before this, Lin Yuan thought to himself that he had never encountered an opponent like this before. However, in the face of that powerful aura, Lin Yuan was unmoved. It wasn't that he was arrogant, even if his current self was carrying injuries, Lin Qinghan, in front of him, was no longer in his eyes. It's just a bit of fun to feel the other side's visions. At this point. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Under the moonlight, the knots of Lin Qinghan's aura climbed beyond what it was before, reaching the absolute peak. Blue clothes fluttering, temperament and becoming more and more cold, like a fairy out of the Guanghan Palace, holding a jade sword, and pointing at Lin Yuan. This strike, even I can't control it, if you admit defeat, it's still not too late. With an icy cold voice, standing above the void, Lin Qinghan was speaking to Lin Yuan. In my dictionary, there is no such word as admitting defeat. What's more, you can't hurt me. Lin Yuan calmly said, his cold face, without the slightest bit of tension, shaking his head in a slight manner. The words are here, and there is no need for words. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the vision behind Lin Qinghan, the white moon silhouette shone brightly, shaking the 8 directions and rumbling in the void. The moonlight was scattering, and in its hands the sword light coalesced as a coldness descended. Shine through all rivers. Standing in the air, her hair crystallized and glowing, Lin Qinghan's red lips slightly opened and her icy voice resounded in all directions. Cold! It was unbelievably cold all around. Click! 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 The void seemed to be frozen, the earth appeared frosty under the moonlight, and the tiles on the martial arts arena were frozen and cracked. Boom! It was a sharp blade that cut through the heavens and the earth, shining brightly and illuminating the dimness around it, falling from the heights and possessing the enchantment of the visionary cold moon flare. The void was cut through and the sword light was falling towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 100. Is it the aura of the supreme body? That sword light was unparalleled in its sharpness and creepy in its coldness. At this moment, all around the martial arts arena, even though they were separated by quite a distance, many of the Lin family's celestial pride were sweating. Is this the strength of my Lin family's cold moon ice body? What a powerful aura, it feels like it has far exceeded the limits of the half-step heavenly ascension realm. I'm afraid that a true heavenly ascension realm would have to be pulverized in the face of this sword. This time, this young lord of ours is probably afraid of losing. A voice filled with shock was ringing out. Although Lin Qinghan was recognized as the most powerful in terms of talent and strength amongst all the pride of the Lin family nowadays, apart from Lin Hua. But after all, before, one had never seen this absolute female heavenly pride use her visions. At this moment, looking at the vision of that cold moon ice body, the people around them, in a thorough understanding. To be able to 3000 physique ranking forefront, and even ranked in the 30th place of the person, its vision of the strong man, how horrible is it? A very powerful blow. Although it's not able to defeat me yet, it's not something that even a district innate Tao body can resist. At this moment, amongst the heavenly pride, a voice rang out with a slight surprise. With long gray hair naturally draped, a white coat that was not stained with dust, and a handsome face like a chisel, it was Lin He. This time, in the Lin family's battle of the celestial pride, he, who possessed the reincarnation underworld body, didn't look at anyone in the eye, and the position of divine son was within his reach. But now it turns out that I still underestimated everyone. It's a pity that the young master of my Lin family in this life doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Lin Hua let out a cold laugh and said that he didn't think that Lin Yuan had any chance of winning in the face of this strike. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Within the martial arts arena, the sky's coldness froze everything, and under the shroud of the moonlight, it was as if even the souls of living beings were going to freeze for it. The sword light under that visionary enchantment was the source of the coldness that was falling towards Lin Yuan. At this time, a black dress, face cold, dead eyes calm, not waves. Lin Yuan stood still indeed as Lin He said without moving a muscle. Not what is described as intimidating, though. The gazes of the crowd were all cohesive on Lin Yuan, not understanding what he was doing. Suddenly, Lin Yuan moved, still not using any Dao weapons, just gently pointing out a finger. In the face of Lin Qinghan's visionary enhancement, such a terrifying strike was merely a finger point. This time, the onlookers boiled over. Hiss. What is he doing? How dare you be so arrogant? Can't read. After all, he's the young master of our Lin family, so if you can, you should still come to the rescue. High up in the stands, countless voices rang out in disbelief, and there were also people who were ready to come to Lin Yuan's rescue. After all, it was a direct competition between the young prides of the Lin family, so it was okay to be injured, but in case of an accident, it was all a loss for the Lin family. Especially Lin Yuan, the identity of this Lin family's young master, was too important to have any accidents on top of this family competition, even if he was injured. In the martial arts arena, Lin Yuan didn't pay any attention to the voices around him, he didn't feel like holding himself up. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic aura rose up from Lin Yuan's circumference. The black clothes fluttered, and there was an infinite amount of Dao light enveloping Lin Yuan around him, accompanied by mysterious Dao patterns that surrounded him. An ineffable aura appeared on Lin Yuan's body, supreme, divine, and transcendent beyond compare. It was the aura that belonged uniquely to the 10 supreme bodies, overriding all the body types in the world. Boom! 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 The ground shook and the entire martial arts arena trembled under Lin Yuan's aura. A pair of dead eyes were looking up. Cold moon ice body. Is not enough in front of me. Break! A faint word spat out from Lin Yuan's mouth. A finger pointing out, there are black and white two-color flame in the fingertip in the jumping, in the circling, the light blazing, light between heaven and earth, and finally transformed into a huge fingerprints, floating in the void. There was no imagined shocking collision, there was just a one-sided crushing, lopsided. The sword light was brilliant, the sharpness was unparalleled, and the coldness was creepy. This was the strongest sword under Lin Qinghan's visionary enhancement. But at this moment, under that fingerprint of Lin Yuan, under the shattering, Dao light, all the coldness was being obliterated. Click! 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 The sword light that chopped at Lin Yuan shattered, turning into countless dots of light that scattered around the martial arts arena. Ignoring Lin Qinghan's shocked face, Lin Yuan's attack continued unabated, his fingerprints breaking through the air, like destroying the sky and earth, cracking the heaven and earth, pressing down on the heavens, and shaking the 8 directions. The cold moon in the sky was the vision behind Lin Qinghan, which was currently being pierced through, crushed by Lin Yuan's finger until it disappeared. This scene, so that all the voices of the 4 sides of the onlookers are shown to have become silent. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, Lin Qinghan stood in the void, his mind shaken and disoriented, his face filled with disbelief. How did this happen? Are you really an innate Tao body? The vision was pierced, the blue light around his body was dark and incomparable, ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body. Above Lin Qinghan's cold and beautiful face, at this moment, it was pale and incomparable, and the flowers lost their color. Overhead and right, she said as she looked in front of her. At the moment, at the place of her forehead was a finger draped in black and white light, and Lin Yuan stood in front of her. The breath between her fingers was overwhelming, as if in the next moment, she was going to crush her skull with a single finger. Guess. The voice rang out. With white hair flowing and a black coat, Lin Yuan stood in the air in front of Lin Qinghan. Face cold, dead silence in the gaze, in the face of such a good person in front of me, not a ripple. Thinking about. Eventually, with a single step, Lin Yuan landed on the martial arts field. Did the young master stay his hand just now? Her delicate body similarly landed in the middle of the field. Lin Qinghan looked towards Lin Yuan's back and said. It was difficult to calm his heart for a long time, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with shock. The defeat in the battle just now was too sudden, and at this moment, he didn't even react. Although he had just lost, he was not seriously injured, and Lin Qingyu understood that this young lord had just shown mercy to himself. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Before the spar, you said you didn't want to hurt me. Then I won't hurt you either. Above Lin Yuan's cold face, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said. Thinking back to earlier, this woman had actually feared her identity and said that she didn't want to hurt herself. It's kind of fun. At this time, behind Lin Yuan, hearing this, Lin Qinghan, above her originally cold and colorful youth, blushed a little and lowered her head in shame. And at this time around the martial arts arena, the young celestial pride might not be able to see it, but above the stands, some of the high-ranking, powerful men of the Lin family, some of them had, just now, sensed the aura on Lin Yuan's body. Supreme, transcendent, above all the physiques of the world. Was that the aura of the supreme body just now? Chapter 101, Unable to determine, Lin Yuan versus Lin He. How is that possible? He actually won? At this moment, Lin He, who stood amongst the celestial pride and had originally been certain that Lin Yuan would surely lose. Difficulty of acceptance appeared on the face that was originally calm and unruffled. One must know that the strike that Lin Qinghan had just made, even he, the reincarnation underworld body, didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless about it. But now. It was only a moment of incomprehensibility, but in just a few breaths of time, Lin He's face returned to normal. In that case. Or not, I'll defeat you myself. Trampling you, the young master of the Lin family, under your feet. Deep pupils were looking at Lin Yuan. Lin He was confident beyond measure. His strength was not comparable to a cold moon ice body. Lin Yuehan lost to Lin Yuan. At this moment, around the martial arts arena, the Lin family's crowd of prideful people, their hearts shook, their gazes were perplexed, and up until this moment, they were still somewhat unable to react. Just now. Was Lin Qinghan defeated? Well, it seems like it. So. The cold moon ice body lost to the innate Tao body. Doubtful, uncomprehending voices were ringing all around. The innate Tao body ranked over 90 places in the world, while the cold moon ice body ranked 30. Since the beginning of time, the gap between these two types of physiques has been incomparably huge. But now, both Lin Yuan and Lin Qinghan were at the same realm, half a step to heaven. Lin Qinghan, who possessed the cold moon ice body, was cracked by a single strike from Lin Yuan even when he used his visionary enhancement, giving the impression that the two were as if they were not at the same level. This was the key to the incomprehension of all the Lin family's celestials on the scene at the moment. Regarding Lin Yuan's true situation, until this moment, none of them were too clear about it. Still thinking that Lin Yuan was still as he was at birth, merely an innate Tao body. At this moment, above the stands, unlike those heavenly prides below, the gazes of some of the Lin family's truly powerful people were all looking towards the figure of Lin Yuan in the martial arts arena. In shock, in curiosity, many of the old men, even their gazes trembled with some excitement. The aura of a supreme body, they felt it when Lin Yuan fought against Lin Qinghan. How many years had it been since even the Emperor clan Lin family, a forbidden family that ranked among the Emperor clans of the Nine Heavens immortal region, had appeared in the top 10 ranked supreme bodies? Even once they had learned that, in the Great Elder's lineage, a reincarnation underworld body had appeared, it made them excited. The reincarnation underworld body, ranked 11th among the 3,000 physiques, was only a little worse than what those 10 supreme bodies seemed to be. But it is this that makes the difference between heaven and earth. After all, for endless years, the 3,000 physiques in the world would change in ranking with the owner of a physique. The only ones that ranked in the top 10 were the 10 supreme bodies, which had never changed since ancient times and were above all the body types in this world. At this time, above the stands. Can't be sure. If we had just used the vision, we would have been able to judge whether this young master of ours is a supreme body or not. Just felt a glimmer, maybe it was an illusion. Yes, after all, that world's top 10 supreme bodies have not appeared for endless years, except for that divine lord of the Jiang clan today. Quite a few Lin family powerhouses, thinking of this, couldn't help but in looking towards Zhang Rou, who was sitting high up in the sky. In today's world, if there was the only certain supreme body, it was only this brother of the Lin family's main mother, the contemporary divine lord of the Jiang family. The name of the supreme divine body shook the nine heavens immortal region, and it was the only supreme body that could be confirmed in the nine heavens immortal region nowadays. At this point, palace purple dress, graceful and luxurious, Zhang Rou sat on a high place, looking at Lin Yuan in the middle of the martial arts arena below, with a loving gaze, as well as with a few strange looks. Yuchi he just. Is that aura a supreme body? Also feeling the same, was Zhang Rou, this Lin Yuan's mother. Moreover, she knew a little more than the other powerful people present at the moment. After all, nowadays, within the nine heavens immortal region, the only supreme body in the world, the supreme god body, was her own brother. She had to be more familiar with the supreme body, that supreme power that was above all body types in the world. And now, she actually perceived that aura in her own son. It's a pity that Yuaner didn't utilize the vision, otherwise we would have known. Zhang Rou let out a sigh and said, like the others, with the vision yet to come, she couldn't be sure if her son was or wasn't. Unfortunately at this point, she did not notice at this moment the smirk on the face of someone beside her. Not bad, very good. My son has the posture of a great emperor. Black hair like a waterfall, a black gorgeous dress flowing with gold edges, and an upright posture, sitting on a high place. Above the originally majestic face, the family head, Lin Su, was forcibly holding back his laughter. Murmured in a low voice, so faintly and inaudibly that even Zhang Rou, who was on the sidelines, did not hear it, but only saw the smile on her husband's face. What are you giggling about? Can't you see that your son was in such danger just now, and you, as a father, are not even a little bit concerned? Zhang Rou's face was suddenly dissatisfied. No, I'm just happy to see Yuchi win. The Lin family's head, who was incredibly majestic on the outside, was a bit of a wifey at the moment, and his face was a bit intimidated. Mainly back then, Lin Yuan was sent to the lower realm, and he knew that his wife had complained a lot over the years. And this was one of the main reasons why Lin Su had not yet told Zhang Rou. Lin Su was waiting until later, the moment when the vision of the supreme Tao body appeared, he would make Zhang Rou understand that his choice back then was not wrong. At this moment, on the martial arts field, as the great battle between Lin Yuan and Lin Qinghan came to an end, Lin Yuan won. The golden light above the void was still falling, shining on the bodies of some of the Lin clan's celestial pride as 2 by 2 dueled against each other. Boom! 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 Lin Yuan's battle did not stop, and it would have been fine if he had encountered any other Lin family's pride. However, if they encountered the pride of the Lin family's great elder's lineage, they would never show any mercy, and they would directly strike hard, and if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. The descendants of Grand Elder Lin Gu's lineage were extremely numerous, and Lin Hua was only the most talented among them. No! The sound of screams rang out. Twisted limbs and blood flowed out, staining the martial arts arena red. Click! A cousin of Lin Hua, who had his limbs directly broken by Lin Yuan and was lying on the ground, was the one who had just screamed the loudest at Lin Yuan, uttering words to mock him. This was no longer the first place, and those who were present on the sidelines could not see that Lin Yuan was targeting the great elder's lineage of heavenly pride. This move also caused the grand elder above the stands, as well as Lin Hua, to grow more and more somber, transmitting their voices in secret. Don't worry, old ancestor, when I strike later, I will make him regret it. The dark eyes were deep and intimidating as he stood outside the martial arts arena. Lin He was transmitting his voice to Grand Elder Lin Gu with unparalleled confidence. Time is passing. At this time, on the field, there was still one undefeated person left, only Lin Yuan and Lin He. Wow! Bright golden light shone down and landed on top of the two young figures. It was Lin Yuan and Lin He. Oh, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Smiling coldly, with a hideous expression on his face, Lin He strides into the martial arts arena. Chapter 102 Crowd's Expectations, Contest for the Lin family's Divine Sun position. Above the stands, the gazes of several Lin clan powerhouses were tinged with anticipation. My Lin family's young master, that wisp of supreme body's breath just now, whether it is or not perhaps we'll see soon. I hope. If it's really the supreme body, how good it would be. Voices rang out as several Lin family elders sighed. After all, a supreme body was too important to any forbidden emperor clan in this world. Now, there were rumors in the Nine Heavens immortal domain that 100,000 years had passed since the fall of Emperor Yuan-Tian back then, and that the imperial Dao laws that belonged solely to Emperor Yuan-Tian were dissipating within the Nine Heavens immortal domain. This meant that a golden great age that belonged exclusively to the world's celestial pride was about to arrive. At that time, the pride of all clans would compete, and even the taboo emperor clan would wither away in the face of such a great golden age if they didn't have a pride to hold. Originally, amongst this generation of heaven's pride, the decision of many of the Lin family's top management was to place all of their resources, as well as their hopes, on Lin He, who possessed the reincarnation underworld body. Ranking 11th in the 3000 physique, it was enough to not fall short of the name of the imperial Lin family in the midst of the golden great world. However, the wisp of a supreme body's aura that had risen from Lin Yuan's body earlier had caused some of the Lin clan's strongest members at the moment to have their eyes glowing. Though I had felt it before, it was just a glimmer, too scared to be sure, too scared to have my hopes dashed. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, sometimes the greater the disappointment. Reincarnation underworld body. Palace purple dress, graceful and luxurious, Zhang Ro sat on a high place, her gaze looking down at Lin Yuan with a hint of worry. Unsure, she had to be properly prepared for anything. Zhang Ro transmitted her voice towards the corner of the void. If anything happens to Yuqi's son, kill Lin He at all costs. Above the martial arts arena, in the void, the old crone Jiang Mei's cryptic voice transmission came. Yes, goddess, don't worry, even if I lose this old life, I won't let the young lord suffer a single accident. At this time, the martial arts arena was surrounded. Among the many celestial pride, a chill lingered, and no one dared to approach. Shrouded in azure light, vaguely a stunningly beautiful figure. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, the body contains a coldness, the body surface of the blue light surging, the surroundings seem to be dyed with a layer of frost. Jade hand holding his sword, Lin Qinghan was looking at the field. Let's hope the young lord can win. The red lips slightly opened and whispered. Just now, Lin Yuan had not heard her when he clearly had the ability to do so, which naturally made Lin Qinghan feel grateful, and from her point of view, she hoped that Lin Yuan would win. But, at the same time, she was well aware of the power of the reincarnation underworld body, the 11th of the 3000 physique rankings. What a concept that was. The 10 supreme bodies could not be found, and the reincarnation underworld body was the strongest body in the world. That was a supreme body that ranked in the top 10 of all the heavens and all the worlds, and the conditions for its formation were so harsh that it was almost to become a rumor. His own words were just wishes. After defeating Lin Qinghan, Lin Yuan's strength had caused confusion amongst all the people present in the Lin family. It vaguely made Lin Yuan have a chance to become the strongest amongst the contemporary Lin family's same generation of heavenly prides, apart from Lin Hua. However, facing Lin He, who possessed the reincarnation underworld body, could Lin Yuan, the young master of the Lin family, still create a miracle? At this time, the countless celestial pride in the surroundings were all incomparably curious. Looking at the martial arts arena, equally young, the two figures of Lin Yuan and Lin He, one black and one white. It's finally big brother Lin He's turn to make a move. At this moment, the several celestial pride from the great elder's lineage, who were lying outside the field, being rescued, were all incredibly excited, disregarding their own injuries, their eyes resentful towards Lin Yuan. And now, Lin He had finally made his appearance and could avenge them for what they had just done. At this moment, it was completely in the limelight. Throughout the Lin family, countless gazes were watching the two figures on the martial arts field. Originally, I thought that you were not even qualified to fight me and would lose at the hands of the cold moon ice body. Seems like it's all a bit underestimated. A white coat that was not stained with dust, a handsome face like a chisel, and long gray hair that naturally draped and fell behind it. What was hard to ignore was Lin He's pupils, deep, dark, and under the light of his eyes, it was as if he wanted to pull all living beings into the underworld. The power of the laws surged around his body, divided into 6 channels, connected to each other, turning into a vortex that surrounded his body. This was a body law that uniquely belonged to the reincarnation underworld body, rumored to contain the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and was extraordinary. But alas, the position of the Lin family's divine son is not destined to be with you. Eyes high and proud, conceited beyond measure, Lin Hei's cold laughter rang out as he mocked Lin Yuan before looking across the room. The Lin family's heavenly pride had fought against each other until now, and still no one could force him to use his full strength, and with a slight strike, he was already at the top of the same realm. You're full of. Slender in stature, with a cold face, dressed in black, with white hair falling behind him like snow, and a special Tao rhythm permeating his body at all times. A pair of eyes filled with dead silence, not containing the slightest light, indifferent to everything in the world. In the face of Lin Mei's words, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly and said. Above his cold face, his face was slightly pale, a result of the Tao injuries left behind when he had awakened the vision of the Taishang Tao body earlier. And in order to recover from his injuries, he must obtain the Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill, the reward for the position of Divine Son of the Lin family this time. Even as the young master of the Lin family, he had just returned, and for his parents in this life, Lin Yuan ultimately carried a hint of disconnection and strangeness. The Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill, he wanted to fight for it himself and didn't want to trouble the two. And on top of that, why not give this person in front of him, who had been provoking his own reincarnation underworld body, a long memory, why not? However, when Lin Yuan said this, it immediately caused Lin Hei's face to become incredibly gloomy. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. No need for words, only a battle. Boom! 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 As he spoke, an incomparably majestic pressure surged from around Lin Hei. Gray hair flying, standing in the void, the 6 laws of reincarnation around him, were lighting up, blooming with endless dark light, spinning crazily, devouring and tearing the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Reincarnation vortex, black fog rolled, filled the 8 directions of heaven and earth, in an instant, a kind of calamity that does not belong to the earth's atmosphere from Lin Hei around the body and the emergence of the bizarre and incomparable. Chapter 103. You're using a forbidden spell, aren't you? At this time, the martial arts field 4 sides, the void is trembling, powerful might, shocked around the onlookers many people. One faces surprise. This is the strength of the reincarnation underworld body. Before, no one then forced Lin Hei to use his full strength. It seems that for this young master, the reincarnation underworld body is truly furious. To be able to win against Lin Xinghan, this young master has already exceeded everyone's imagination. But facing the reincarnation underworld body, how can you resist? A voice rang out. Lin Hua, his status amongst the entire Lin family's generation nowadays was too high, and was known as this generation, the most representative of the Emperor clan's Lin family's heavenly pride. At this moment, when a physique such as the reincarnation underworld body truly exploded, everyone was going to be amazed by it. Although it was only a half-step ascension realm strength, crossing the border and decapitating a true ascension realm was easy. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Without leaving any residual force, the several celestial pride that Lin Yuan had just crippled were Lin Hei's cousins, and at this time, they were even more hateful. Amidst the rolling black mist, he stood in the air like a god of the underworld, his gray hair flying. That pair of dark, deep eyes, the soul trembled at being gazed upon. One to beat you. Lin Hei sneered, before looking down at Lin Yuan. He's striking out. A pale, bloodless palm, 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and a fist blasted out, the grayish-white power of reincarnation surging wildly. Boom! 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 Above the void, it was a huge fist print that floated above the void, carrying the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation as it suppressed towards Lin Yuan. The strike was unrivaled, and the power seemed to shake everything. For his own strike, Lin Hua was incomparably confident, a small innate Taoist body, although previously defeated Lin Xinghan, but how could it be compared to himself, simply not a level of people. At this moment, the martial arts arena shook, the surrounding void was distorting as if it was going to be torn apart by that kind of power, surrounded by a shocked gaze that was feeling terrified by Lin Hei's strength. Clothed in black, Lin Yuan stood calmly in place, facing this strike, there were no ripples in his dead eyes. Defeat me? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The opponent hadn't used his full strength before, so why wouldn't he, Lin Yuan, be the same? It could be said that since breaking through to the half-step heavenly ascension realm and returning from the lower realms, until this Lin family's Heaven's Pride matchup, no one had forced Lin Yuan to go all out, and Lin Xinghan, who had unfolded his visions, was far from enough. Speaking. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Surrounded by black and white light, the Tao light was rising and rising, accompanied by mysterious runes flowing, brilliant and incomparable. Lin Yuan's aura was climbing, even more powerful than before when he had fought against Lin Xinghan. White hair fluttered, and Taoist rhythms filled the surroundings like a son of the great Tao. One step forward. Click. The ground beneath his feet was splitting into a huge crack, with gullies running deep. Lin Yuan rose up in the air. Kill. Faintly a word. Again, it's punch for punch. Hand pinch fist seal, a fist blasted out, above the void, black and white two-color Taoist light blaze, transformed into a huge fist seal, majestic incomparable, heaven and earth with a vibration. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Like two stars, they collided over the Lin family's martial arts arena. The aura was surging and raging, and the surrounding void, under the distortion, even cracked open a tiny crack. One must know that unlike the lower realms, this was the Nine Heavens immortal realm, where the spatial laws were incomparably consolidated, and it was unimaginable for a mere half-step of the Heaven Ascension realm to want to crack open the void. At this moment, the duel between the two had long surpassed the limits of the half-step Heaven Ascension realm. With all the attention, the surrounding celestial pride, looking at this battle, had strange looks appearing on their faces. Strange, it would be reasonable to say that the reincarnation underworld body possesses such strength. But how could a mere innate Tao body explode with the same level of strength as big brother Lin He? Yeah. Eyes showing disbelief, curious voices rang out from the mouths of the surrounding heavenly prides. They didn't understand on what basis Lin Yuan's innate Tao body could compete with the reincarnation underworld body, which was ranked 11th. At this moment, the shocked ones were also Lin Qinghan. It turns out that the young lord didn't even put out his full strength when he fought against me before. Above an originally cold and pretty face, looking above the void, at the Lin Yuan whose breath was surging, Lin Qinghan's face at this moment showed bitterness. One should know that before this, she had threatened that Lin Yuan was destined to admit defeat and said that she didn't want to hurt her opponent. It was at this moment that she realized that it was only herself that was being ridiculous. Rumbling all around, all eyes on the world. The 1,000-foot-sized martial arts arena had shattered, with debris splattering and splitting into a huge, uneven crack. You have to know that the floor tiles paving this place are all materials used by outside cultivators to cast Tao soldiers, indestructible, yet they still can't withstand the ravages of their own heavenly pride. After this battle, the Lin family would have to be rebuilt all over again. However, compared to the large and powerful Lin family, compared to their own heavenly pride, this loss was nothing. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Above the void, the laws of reincarnation were colliding with the black and white Tao light, and within the light, those were two radiant figures, battling. Without using any other Tao techniques, they relied solely on the power of their physical bodies. Their movements were wide open and colliding with each other. You're just a mere district innate Tao body, in terms of physical body. What makes you a match for my reincarnation underworld body? Black mist rolled around, and the grayish-white laws of reincarnation surged madly, devouring the surrounding aura. In the middle of the confrontation, Lin He shouted, his face grim, his pitch-black eyes a little crazy at the moment, and then looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. In the same realm, spelling physical strength, since returning from the lower realm, he, Lin He, had never encountered an opponent, all of which had been lightly crushed by his reincarnation underworld body. But at this moment, an innate Tao body that he looked down upon could actually compete with himself. Failing to easily crush Lin Yuan, in remembering his previous words, it made Lin He feel a bit of a slap in the face. Oh. One beat me? And to think that the reincarnation underworld body that makes you most condescending is so strong. Now it looks like is nothing more than that. In the void, the Tao light around his body became more and more radiant, his white hair was dancing like snow, his black clothes were spreading, and every strike vibrated out, all powerful and incomparable. Compared to Lin He's eagerness, Lin Yuan, from beginning to end, had always appeared calm, his dead eyes, looking at the other party with some exasperation. You should have utilized some sort of forbidden technique to be able to fight against me. At this moment, Lin He's gaze lit up in mockery. Some of the forbidden laws in the world did possess the power to allow one's strength to skyrocket for a short period of time. This method, however, often comes at a cost afterward. With the situation where the innate Tao body could not possibly fight against his own, only this method had a slight possibility. At this point, this is how Lin Ming thinks of Lin Yuan. Chapter 104 Forbidden Laws? It's because you're too useless. Forbidden spells? No wonder, he was able to fight with the reincarnation underworld body for such a long time for a mere innate Tao body. It turns out that he used a forbidden method. Could it be that, when we fought against the cold moon ice body before, this young lord of ours, he also utilized a forbidden method? At this moment, hearing Lin Mei's voice in the middle of the sparring match, the countless voices around them boiled over. Especially for those heavenly prides, everything was explained. I told you so, Big Brother Lin Hei's strength can't be compared to our young master here. If he hadn't used the forbidden method, Big Brother Lin Hei could have definitely defeated him in one go. Disdainful voices rang out. It was the ones that had been crippled by Lin Yuan earlier, Lin Hei's cousins. One must know that the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition is to test the talent of the Heaven's Pride and choose the position of the Lin family's contemporary god's son. And using the forbidden method was not only a damage to oneself, but also unfair to other heavenly prides. Therefore, in the Heaven's Pride competition, the Lin family had always been the pride of the clan, using forbidden techniques. But now, as the son of the family head, Lin Yuan, in the eyes of the countless celestial pride around him, was the first to break the rules, breaking the rules of the Lin family throughout the ages. Otherwise, how to explain a district innate Taoist body, first to defeat the cold moon ice body, now even the reincarnation of the underworld body? This kind of body, are long to take its knot, is not the use of forbidden laws as what? Around the martial arts arena, grievances boiled over. Forbidden spells? No, I can be certain that the young lord definitely didn't utilize the forbidden spells in the middle of his battle with me just now. At this moment, a voice rang out from amongst the crowd of Heaven's Pride. Lin Yuan's breath was cold, and above his face, he shook his head slightly. But how could she, alone, drown out the sound of a seething mass of voices around her, quickly drowned out by the sound waves? Well, my Lin family's young master, to be the first to break the rules that my Lin family has always had. What explanation does the head of the family give? Above the stands, grim laughter rang out. With a powerful aura around him, he wore a blue Taoist robe, his eyes were as deep as an abyss, and he himself was like a black hole, devouring the light around him. It was none other than the Lin family's grand elder, Lin Gu. His eyes were looking at the family head, Lin Su, who was sitting high above him. He needed an explanation. How can Lin Yuan, as the son of the family head, be like this? It really shouldn't be. To win the position of God's son, one would actually go to such lengths. Several other Lin family elders who were on better terms with the Grand Elder helped out at this time, in dissatisfaction. Sitting on a high place, family head Lin Su's black hair was spread out like a waterfall, all in a black Chinese dress flowing with gold edges. His posture was straight, his eyes were deep, his breath was surging and raging, and his face was dignified and unruffled. A cold laugh was heard from the voices of several elders. Explain? What's there to explain? My son Lin Yuan has not utilized any forbidden techniques, but it's just your so-called descendant that's too wasteful. Speaking in a domineering manner to the voices around him, family head Lin Su replied thus. Just kidding. When did the reincarnation underworld body, too, deserve to be compared to the supreme Tao body? The position as well as power of the Lin family's head was far greater than that of the Grand Elder. Lin Gu for many years, together with several elders of the Lin family, could barely only fight against Lin Su. At this moment, in the face of the family head's protection, Lin Gu along with several elders who had just spoken could do nothing about it despite their gloomy faces. After all, the rights to the Lin family grand competition had always been in the hands of the family head. In the sky above the martial arts arena, the great battle continued. As a matter of fact, using forbidden methods to enhance strength came and gained quickly, and it would cause the cultivator to quickly weaken in a state of weakness. But soon, it was realized that Lin Yuan, who was in the middle of the great battle at this time, instead of being so, he was somewhat about to fight more and more courageously, and was pressing Lin Hei to fight. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The clash of fists and bodies caused the surrounding void to tremble. Lin Hei, who had long been internally designated as the position of God's son by the Lin family, was at the moment facing Lin Yuan's attack, and was retreating in an unstoppable manner. How is that possible? Why are you still able to fight me if you're not using forbidden techniques? White clothes broken, batch of hair distributed, standing in the air, his body is trembling slightly, both fists bloody, Lin Hei said in a painful voice. There was no confidence in his eyes, and he was somewhat confused and shocked, before looking at Lin Yuan. His body was once again shaken back, and the power of the laws of reincarnation around him was becoming somewhat dimmer. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Unable to comprehend, what he possessed was the 11th ranked reincarnation underworld body among the 3,000 physiques in the world of the heavens. To actually be beaten back by an innate Tao body was something Lin Hei could hardly imagine in the past. His favorite way was to use his powerful body to crush the pride of the same generation, and it had always been so that no one could beat him in terms of body. But now, it had been a battle for so long, it was basically certain that the other party had not utilized the forbidden method. Who said I used a forbidden spell? You're the one who's too wasted. The Dao light around his body was incomparably blazing, and in the midst of the light, with every step Lin Yuan took forward, the void seemed as if it was about to collapse. The battle intent was unrivaled and rose straight into the sky. The attack had not stopped, and Lin Yuan's aura was still climbing. Between the Supreme Dao body and the Reincarnation Underworld body, looking at the rankings, there didn't seem to be much of a difference, but the real difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. What Lin Hua didn't know was that he might not have been able to fight Lin Yuan for so long if he hadn't suffered a Dao injury before this again in order to awaken the vision of the Supreme Dao body. Between conversations, Lin Yuan let out a loud shout. Kill! With his hand cupping fist seals, he blasted out with a fist, and the Dao light blazed incomparably, suppressing everything around him. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! This strike was too majestic. Lin He, who was originally retreating, couldn't dodge in time, and his body was like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing into the earth. Click! 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 The competition arena, which was already in disrepair, as Lin Hei's falling body hit, the cracks were widening and the ground was heaving like a tidal wave. In an instant, dust flew up and obscured everything around them. At this moment, all around the shattered martial arts field, the countless surrounding celestial pride who had originally thought that Lin Yuan had utilized the forbidden method before to be able to fight with Lin He were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene. The scene was silent. Big brother Lin Hei's reincarnation underworld body, actually. How is this possible? Hiss. Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, the countless celestial pride onlookers boiled over, their voices shocked beyond measure. Lin He, who had been held in high hopes by the entire Lin family, had lost at the hands of an innate Dao body. The reincarnation underworld body, which is ranked at least 11th in the worlds of the heavens, could never be this weak. At this moment, above the void, black-clothed and white-haired, his brows slightly furrowed, Lin Yuan's gaze carried a trace of gravity as he looked above the ground, amidst the broken ruins. It was the direction where Lin He had been struck down, and since there, a special aura was surging. Something doesn't feel right. Chapter 105 Reincarnation Immortality Scripture. Broken martial arts field, still trembling in the void, flying up the dust in the sky, in the end of the fall, surrounded by the clamor is incomparable. A single gaze was looking at Lin Yuan, whose aura was incomparably rivaled, above the void. This scene was undoubtedly incomparably shocking to the Lin family crowd present. Lin Hua, the contemporary reincarnation underworld body that was internalized as the position of the Lin family's divine son, was this generation's heavenly pride, the Lin family's leader, and had high hopes. But now, it was actually defeated by an innate Dao body. Above the stands, especially those Lin family elders who were better with the Grand Elder. One must know that for many years, they had only been working against the family head's lineage, valuing the descendant of the Grand Elder. The reincarnation underworld body lost, the innate Dao body, Lin Yuan won. This scene was somewhat incomprehensible to the several elders. This. How did this happen? No way. Several Lin family elders exclaimed in disbelief, each of their pale gazes looking within the martial arts arena, towards Lin Yuan who stood in the void, never favored by them, with complicated gazes. What's the hurry? Hair strength hasn't really been displayed yet. This time, the Lin family's divine son position belongs exclusively to my lineage, no one can snatch it away. Lin Gu calmly said that everything was still under his control with regards to the situation in front of him, looking downwards in a bland manner. White hair fluttering, standing on top of the broken martial arts field void, Lin Yuan did not have the joy of victory, but instead, his gaze became more and more gloomy. That vibe. Whispering voices were ringing out, audible only to Lin Yuan himself. At this moment, all around the martial arts arena, countless celestial pride were still talking about Lin Hei's defeat, and there was a lot of clamor. Just then. Why is the ground shaking? Someone felt the earth beneath their feet, shaking violently. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Above the ground, the rubble shook, and the 1,000-foot-sized, shattered martial arts arena was shaking violently. Boom. At this moment, a figure blossoming with blood awnings rose up in the air from amongst the shattered ruins, and the blood light shot straight up into the sky. With a bloody face and ragged, somewhat gray clothes, he stood in the air. The body cracked, and countless blood flowed out from the shattered cracks. He was confronting Lin Yuan. It was Lin He, surrounded by bloodlight, and within his shattered body, a kind of living power was surging, repairing his injuries. Oh. Have to admit, you do have some strength. Lin He let out a cold smile, but in just a few breaths of time, the injuries caused by the previous battle with Lin Yuan had completely recovered. It was a kind of immortality power, and it fit well with Lin He's reincarnation underworld body, more like some kind of gong method. I've been traveling down to the realm for 20 years in order to find the reincarnation immortality scripture. With this technique, in conjunction with my reincarnation underworld body, no one in the world can hurt me. Wantonnly wild and laughing, Lin He's gray hair flew, and his breath was even climbing, and in the twinkling of an eye, it surpassed what it was before, an aura that surpassed the half-step heaven ascension realm was appearing. He turned out to have long since stepped into the real realm of ascension. The battle, it's just begun. Lin Hua took one step. Click. The void beneath his feet cracked open, and with the powerful Gungfu and the reincarnation underworld body operating against each other, and with the fact that he had long since stepped into the heaven ascension realm, his strength had more than doubled compared to before. He turned into a bloody light and killed Lin Yuan once again. At this moment, all around the martial arts arena, the scene boiled over as this scene appeared. It can be described as one thing leads to another. Originally thought to be as strong as the reincarnation underworld body, the horse lost its footing and was defeated at the hands of the innate Tao body. However, the prideful people present could never have imagined that Lin Hua had been hiding his strength. Now that the strength was truly on display, it could be said that the balance of victory and defeat had once again shifted to Lin Mei's side. Ascension realm, worthy of being a reincarnation underworld body, to have reached the Ascension realm a long time ago. Hee, I told you, with a supreme physique like the reincarnation underworld body, how could it possibly lose to an innate Tao body? What a powerful aura, this is the true strength of my Lin family's absolute pride. The countless voices of the surrounding celestial pride perked up. In that case, everything was explained, the reincarnation underworld body did not lose, but rather, before, did not use its full strength. Now, when the strength was completely displayed, no one in the same generation of the Lin family could be defeated. At least at this moment, it was like this in the eyes of the Lin family's pride on the scene. Ha, as expected of a grand elder, no wonder before, you weren't worried at all. Reincarnation immortality scripture, could it be a technique left behind by that existence once upon a time? Reincarnation demon ancestor, rumor has it that 100,000 years ago, he once chased the emperor's path with Emperor Yuan Tian, and although he ultimately failed, he also took that half step to alternatively become a Taoist. The alternative way to become a pathfinder was below the great emperor and above the 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor. If someone hadn't been the first to become an emperor, this kind of strong person would have been fully qualified to ascend to the emperor throne. At this moment, above the stands, to say that the ones who laughed the most joyfully were none other than those few elders who had been standing by Lin Gu's side. They were the ones who had placed all the treasure of this generation's divine son position on Lin He. It did worry them just now. But now, the confidence is back. Not bad, it is exactly what the reincarnation demon ancestor left back then. This technique complements Heir's reincarnation underworld body, even compared to the true emperor technique in the world. In Heir's case, it's not even close. Back then, in order to find this technique for Heir, I spent quite a bit of money on it, exploring that lower heavenly demon continent. Stroking his beard, Grand Elder Lin Gu laughed out loud. The reincarnation immortality scripture, the most powerful technique in the world, had shaken the 9 heavens immortal region, and this word immortality alone was enough to explain its power. Rumor had it that once the reincarnation demon ancestor had once caused that amazingly talented Emperor Yuan Tian a headache 100,000 years ago with this technique. If Emperor Yuan Tian hadn't been the first to certify as an emperor with his supreme Tao body, it was hard to say who the emperor would have been in that life. Although the reincarnation underworld body was powerful enough, but for this kind of heavenly pride, the usefulness of the gong method was equally important and incomparable, allowing its battle power to be increased exponentially. In particular, those who were qualified to certify as emperors created feats that were unattainable. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The void shook and the heavens shook. The two figures, once again battling together, were Lin Yuan and Lin He. Reincarnation immortality scripture? Being in the middle of the battle, Lin Yuan heard the sounds around him. His gaze was incredibly heavy, even he had to admit that under the enhancement of this so-called reincarnation immortality scripture, Lin He's strength had gotten a surge, and he himself was even vaguely suppressed somewhat. In terms of gong methods, what Lin Yuan has been practicing nowadays is still only the gong that the Qingyan Dao sect has been practicing, which was left by the founding ancestor of the Qingyan Dao sect back then, Daoist Tai Ching. And when he created this gong, Daoist Tai Ching was nothing more than the ascension realm, and he ascended afterward, so how could he compare it to a gong method created by an alternative way to become a Daoist? Before this, Lin Yuan had relied on his supreme Tao body and had crushed his way through, never feeling the importance of feats. And now, facing Lin He, who possessed the reincarnation immortality scripture, for the first time, Lin Yuan felt the importance of merit. Admit defeat, you will eventually be trampled under my feet. Reincarnation underworld body and reincarnation immortality scripture added together, the original ascension realm Lin He's aura was unrivaled. Chapter 106 The Supreme Taoist Body. Tick-tock. 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 Blood was flowing, and in the midst of the great battle, Lin Yuan was suppressed. Even with the supreme Tao body, without the support of a powerful technique, and having been carrying injuries himself, he was facing Lin He, who was as powerful as a rainbow at the moment. White hair like snow, a black dress, originally pale face, at this moment is even more like white paper. In the dead silence of the eyes, Lin Yuan's will to fight is not reduced by the slightest bit, but in the martial arts arena around, other people seem to have lost the game as determined, unable to return to heaven. Cough. Cough. Lin Yuan was coughing up blood at the corner of his mouth. The breath appeared shriveled, and the injuries left by the previous Tao injuries were worsening. The body staggered, the black and white Tao light around his body was becoming dim, and the mysterious runes suspended around his body were disappearing one after another. An opposite. I was born with a reincarnation underworld body. My talent is higher than yours, my strength is stronger than yours, what are you comparing me with? I, Lin He, am the hope of this generation's Lin family to prove themselves as emperors, and the Lin family will be proud of me. The voice was magnificent and incomparable, his handsome face was like a cut, his long gray hair flew, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. The broken and ragged white clothes could not affect Lin He's aura. The light of the laws of reincarnation behind him was divided into 6 channels, connected to each other, turning into a vortex and merging with the blood awnings of the immortal scripture. Amidst the black and red mist that was so thick that it was extreme, Lin He was just like a demonic god, and his aura was so powerful that it shook the 8 directions. The aura was aggressive, deep, dark, and under the light of his eyes, it was as if he wanted to pull all living beings into the underworld of hell. He was suppressing Lin Yuan, his ego was incomparable. Speaking. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Right at this moment, since Lin He's back, a vision was surfacing, a vision that belonged uniquely to the reincarnation underworld body. The ghostly mist filled the sky, the blood moon crossed the sky, a black calamitous earth, it was a hellish scene, and thousands of ghosts and goddesses' silhouettes kneeled down. A yin and yang wheel of life and death that had spanned 10,000 years was quietly suspended behind Lin He, tearing everything in heaven and earth, as if it wanted to pull all the living beings in the world into hell and into the cycle of reincarnation. The scenery is earth-shattering and magnificent. The vision, the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, when this scene appeared, the scene boiled over. All around the martial arts arena, the surrounding celestial pride seemed as if they were all in the vision of Lin He, in the midst of hell. One by one, their faces were pale and fearful. Is this the vision of the reincarnation underworld body? Hiss. Once such a vision comes out, who in the world can be defeated? The position of my Lin family's divine son can only belong to big brother Lin Manhwa. The surrounding celestial pride were all bowled over, believing that such a supreme figure was worthy of becoming the leader of the Lin family in this generation. Among the crowd, with a cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, and a delicate body, was Lin Qinghan. Is this the 11th ranked reincarnation underworld body? The voice exclaimed, and within a pair of originally cold and beautiful eyes, they were shaken at the moment. Possessing the cold moon ice body, he originally thought that there might be a gap between himself and the reincarnation underworld body, but it wasn't too great. But upon seeing Lin Mei's vision at this moment, that sense of oppression made Lin Qinghan feel the gap. With a bitter face, his gaze moved to look at Lin Yuan in the void. I hope nothing will happen to the young lord. As things stood, Lin Qinghan likewise determined that no one was Lin He's opponent in this Lin family Heaven's Pride competition. At this moment, she could only silently wish that nothing would happen to Lin Yuan, the young master. The void shook and was trembling violently. Behind him was a hellish scene with the 6 paths slowly rotating, and Lin He's aura was completely at the top of the heap, unrivaled, under the blessing of the visions. At this moment, he was like the Lord of Hell, controlling everything in hell. The eyes were dark. It's time to end it. The voice was indifferent and incomparable as Lin He was striking out. Black mist filled the air, bloodlight was monstrous, and an incomparably pale palm slapped out. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was a huge palm print, slowly falling down from above the void, and within the palm print, it contained the 6 paths of reincarnation, suppressing it towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, above the stands, those few clan elders who recognized Lin Yuan's supreme body aura were looking at Lin Yuan's figure underneath the palm print. Unfortunately, it seems not. Yes. How good it would be if a supreme body appeared in my Lin family. The 10 supreme bodies, any one of them in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, it would take 100,000 years to be birthed, that's so easy to come out. Several clan elders shook their heads slightly, and their voices contained a hint of disappointment. The reincarnation underworld body was certainly powerful, but it couldn't be compared to a true supreme body. Yuchi. Sitting on a high place, with a palace purple dress, graceful and elegant, Zhang Ro could not sit still. Looking at the black-clothed, pale Lin Yuan, his heart was dripping blood. Couldn't care less, no one's life was as important as her son's. Even if she beheaded this reincarnation underworld body and offended the entire Lin family for it, she would still not mind. It was just about to be ordered, just at that moment. Oh, the end? It is indeed time to end it. Under the palm print, his body shook and his breath was unsteady. Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. Originally, before, under the Dao injury, once Lin Yuan opened the vision of the supreme Dao body, it was a very huge load for his body. But now, it's not an option not to move. Divine Phoenix immortality pill he wants. The Lin family's position as God's son, Lin Yuan also wanted it. And most importantly, it was to trample this reincarnation underworld body, completely underfoot. Unfortunately, it is you who are defeated. Lin Yuan's gaze was looking at Lin He, and his aura was showing changes. Speaking, the center of the eyebrow, light surging, in the crack open a slit, the road wound is not healed, there is blood from within the crack dripping. But right now, Lin Yuan couldn't care less. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! White hair flew, black clothes were windless, and his face was cold as he stood above the void. At this moment, endless blazing light flowed from the center of his eyebrows. It was Lin Yuan's supreme Dao pupil opening. At the same time, an astonishing vision surfaced behind Lin Yuan. Heaven and earth lose color, supreme, transcendent beyond compare, that is the power of the supreme Taoist body. Chapter 107 Lin Mei's unwillingness. The visions were astonishing, and the aura of the supreme body filled the air. At this moment, deep within the reverse central divine island, the forbidden land of the Lin family here. The immortal light was colorful and the surrounding chaotic mist filled the area. It was a place that none of the Lin family elders dared to set foot in. This is the aura of the Taishang Dao body. Voices resounded from this forbidden land, and the aura of a quasi-emperor filled the air, spreading over the sky and the chaotic mist tossing. There was an incomparably ancient person from the Lin family waking up, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. At this point, Lin family competition. Broken matchmaking arena. Above the void, as the pupil of the supreme Dao opened, the pupil light at the center of his brow was incomparably bright, and Lin Yuan's aura was climbing. White hair flying, Lin Yuan had a slender stance, his face was cold and unparalleled, and within every inch of his body, he was glowing, containing the rhythm of the Dao. Behind it, it was a sight to behold. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The surrounding void shook and was gray and cloudy, and amidst the endless chaos, there was an infinite amount of chaotic Dao light rising up, transforming into mysterious and complicated Dao runes that were arranging and combining. It was a single eye, suddenly emerging from the endless chaos of Dao light, transcendent, supreme, and above everything. Within the pupils, it seemed as if they contained 10,000 paths, and wherever the light of the eyes shone, it was the place where the great paths were located. That kind of aura, it was too scary. The vision, the eye of the way. The vision that uniquely belonged to the supreme Dao body surfaced behind Lin Yuan. It was the vision of Lin Yuan's complete awakening, and it was even more powerful than when he was in the lower realms, when he had forcibly burned his own origin, returning power to awaken. The void shook. That kind of aura was too terrifying, and the area around the Lin family's competition arena at this moment was completely shaken. Countless gazes were filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. In looking at the vision behind Lin Yuan. This is the vision of the Taishang Dao body. The Taishang Dao body of the 10 supreme bodies. It's true, my Lin family has produced a supreme body this life. A few excited, shocked, and incomparable voices rang out. It was a few Lin family clan elders, their pale faces agitated and incomparable. Before that, they had sensed a trace of the supreme body's aura on Lin Yuan. But with the vision yet to come, even they were not sure. But now, with the eye of the visionary avenue out, it was already 100% certain. It was the supreme Tao body among the 10 supreme bodies. At this moment, with the sound of these clan elders' voices, the people at the scene who were originally still in awe of Lin Yuan's powerful visions were completely dumbfounded. Young Lord he's a supreme body? Someone said with horrified eyes. Taishang Dao body. It can't be wrong, this is the vision of Taishang Dao body, the eye of the great Tao. Some people were so excited that their voices were trembling. The eye of the great Tao crossed the sky, the void rumbled, and all the Lin family members on the scene boiled over. Some were excited, some were incredulous, and some even cried tears of joy. Any of the 10 supreme bodies, among the 10,000 realms of the heavens, it would take within 100,000 years for one to be born. In other words, the supreme Taoist body, since the fall of the Yuan Tian Emperor, this 100,000 years, there will be no appearance. And now, this supreme physique had appeared in the Lin family. How could it not make people excited? Although before, the Lin family was pressing their treasure on Lin He, the reincarnation underworld body that ranked 11th among the 3,000 physiques, was indeed powerful enough to seemingly differ from the 10 supreme bodies, just by one. But it is this one, the gap between the two, is incomparably huge, like a chasm. At this moment, all around the martial arts arena, countless voices were ringing and boiling. The Taishang Dao pupil at the center of his brow was radiant, and the vision behind him floated in the air, grandiose and incomparable, more terrifying than the vision of the reincarnation underworld body. At this moment, Lin Yuan's body was bloodstained from his previous injuries. Standing in the air, he looked at Lin Hei's falling palm print. Break! Faintly a word. An eye shone out. Click! The palm imprint that Lin Hua had landed on, which contained the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, shattered and was shattered. That was the supreme strike of Lin Hua at the realm of heaven ascension, urging the reincarnation immortality scripture coupled with the vision, which was obliterated by Lin Yuan with a single strike. Is this your supreme strike? Unbearable. Behind him, a vision crossed the sky, and at the center of his brow, a bloodstain slowly slid across his cheek, and within his dead eyes, he was cold. Under the blessing of the vision, the eye of the great Tao, it was only at this moment that Lin Yuan's supreme Tao body had completely reached its peak state. His gaze was faint, before looking at Lin He, who was somewhat lost in thought across the room. How is that possible? How could you be within the 10 supreme bodies, the supreme Tao body? The voice rang out from the opposite side of Lin Yuan. The original conceit, the condescension was no longer there. Lin He was looking at the eye of the great Tao that was countless times more powerful than the vision of his own reincarnation underworld body. He couldn't figure out why Lin Yuan, who was only a mere district innate Tao body before, had turned into a supreme Tao body all of a sudden. He was losing his mind, and in his gaze, there was confusion. Ever since he was young and went down to the realm to experience the world and kept returning, the voices he heard in the Lin family were countless praises. All of them thought that he, Lin Mei, would be the Lin family's hope for this life. The position of the Son of God was within his reach. There was even a time when it seemed to Lin He that even if he really faced that rumored top 10 supreme bodies, he himself would never be inferior. But at this moment, Lin He could feel that his reincarnation underworld body, his own vision, suffered from the suppression of his opponent. Within the dark eyes, there was confusion, bewilderment, and after a moment, insurged an incomparable madness. You're just a mere half-step of the heaven ascension realm. The position of the Son of God has never belonged to me. With a loud shout, Lin Hua's voice was magnificent and shook the 4 directions. The position of God's Son, he would never give up. Many years ago, it had long been internalized by him. How could he give it up? For Lin Mei, he still had a chance. Even if the supreme Tao body was strong, the other party was only a half-step to the heaven ascension realm, and he had a gap above the realm. In addition to the reincarnation immortality scripture that was incomparably compatible with himself, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Speaking. Boom. 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 Right at this moment, from behind Lin He, the ghostly mist filled the sky, the blood moon crossed the sky, a black calamitous earth. It was a hellish scene. Thousands of ghost and god silhouettes were kneeling down to worship the yin and yang wheel of life and death that had spanned thousands of ages. The 6 paths of reincarnation visions seemed to be about to materialize, crazily tearing the aura of heaven and earth, suppressing down towards Lin Yuan. Although it is a shadow, but the majestic power, the 4 directions vibrate, he is making the last blow. Chapter 108 Lin Mei's defeat, Lin Yuan's position. At this moment, looking at the final battle above the void. All around the martial arts arena, there was a lot of discussion among the heavenly pride onlookers. Supreme body. Young lord, he's actually one of the 10 supreme bodies, the supreme Tao body. The azure light surged, vaguely a stunning, haughty, lonely figure. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body. The body contains a coldness, the body surface of the blue light surging, the surroundings seem to be dyed with a layer of frost. Jade hand holding a sword, above Lin Xinghan's pretty face at this moment, was filled with shock, as she looked above the dome of the sky, at the black-clothed, white-haired figure. Regarding the 10 supreme bodies, when she was in the lower realm, she had heard her own master, Linya, talk about it. Among the heavens and the worlds, any supreme body would take 100,000 years to be born from the world. And if within these 100,000 years of the birth of the supreme Tao body, there will never be another supreme Tao body. With such harsh conditions, the strength of the physique no longer needs to be described. Not seeing that nowadays, when the 9 heavenly immortal domains were added up, the only person who could determine the supreme body was the Jiang family's divine lord, and what he possessed was the supreme divine body. However, it was unexpected that the previously unappreciated young master of the Lin family would be a supreme Tao body. The beautiful eyes looked up to the sky above without blinking. However, Lin Hua is after all in the ascension realm, I don't know. The gap between half-steps was incomparably huge, especially in the midst of such heavenly prides battling each other. The slightest difference in realm could become the key to victory or defeat. Even though the reputation of the supreme body's prowess had spread throughout the world, most of the people on the scene had, after all, never seen this kind of physique and how powerful it was. A single gaze was looking at the 2 supreme physiques dueling above the void. The 11th ranked reincarnation underworld body, dueling against the top 10 ranked Taishang Dao body. This kind of pinnacle duel between heavenly prides could only possibly occur amongst taboo forces like the Emperor clan's Lin family. All eyes on the world. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this time, above the void. The 6 paths of reincarnation vision was grand and incomparable, in which endless scenes of hell surfaced, as if it wanted to pull the physical bodies of all beings, along with their Yuanshen, into the underworld of hell, before suppressing down towards Lin Yuan. Face the scene. Perish! White hair flew, Lin Yuan's eyes were flat, and his voice rang out. Behind him, the infinite chaotic Tao light shone brightly, and the eye of the great Tao hovered silently, overlooking all things in the world. As Lin Yuan spat out this one word. Light shone brightly, the heavens sank, and an eye light, shining out, pierced through the void, and was falling towards Lin Hua's vision. The moment. Between the heavens and the earth, it seemed to have completely lost its light, becoming pitch black, with only that one eye light, illuminating the 4 directions. Click. 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 It was Lin Hei's vision. The shadow shook for a while, and at the moment it was shattering. The hellish scene, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the 10,000 ghosts and gods' shadows were all disappearing, transforming into countless dots of light. Pust. Right at this moment, a remnant body, alive or dead, fell from the void and hit the ground, causing the ground to fluctuate. It was Lin Hei. He was defeated. Even if he used all his means, facing Lin Yuan's supreme Tao body, it was still difficult to compare. At that moment, there was silence all around. All around the martial arts arena, countless celestial pride. Above the stands, countless Lin clan powerhouses, countless gazes, were all looking at the young man in black with white hair like snow, Lin Yuan. Winning. Winning. This generation's Lin family divine son is my Lin family's young master. As it turns out, it's quite unexpected. A voice was ringing out, and it could be said that the final result of this Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Prior to this, everyone firmly believed that the position of the Lin family's divine son in this generation would inevitably be Lin Hei, who possessed the reincarnation underworld body. However, it had never occurred to him that in the end, in the ultimate battle, the young master of the Lin family, who had not been favored by anyone, was actually a Tai Shang Dao body. Battling across borders, as strong as the reincarnation underworld body of the heavenly ascension realm, using all its means, it would have to lose in front of the supreme Dao body. This battle also made the countless Lin family members present at this moment understand. Why is it that since the beginning of time in all the heavens and all the worlds, the only thing that will never change is the ranking of those 10 supreme bodies? Yeah. My brother he won. Above the grandstand, Lin Su, the Lin family's head, was beside his main mother, Zhang Ro. Slightly tender voice rang out, petite physique, a red dress, 2 crochets on the small head, long eyelashes, playful and cute, a pair of big eyes soulful, flickering. It was Lin Yu, and at this moment, above a small face, excitement was incomparable. And on the sidelines. So? You've known for a long time that Yuaner has been promoted to a supreme Dao body, but you didn't tell me? Palace purple dress, graceful and luxurious, Zhang Ro at this moment is equally surprised and happy in looking at her husband Lin Su. There was a slight mischief in the eyes. Thanks to her earlier, she had made proper arrangements for her son in the midst of this Lin family competition. He even went so far as to arrange for a strong person to ensure safety even if he had to behead the Lin family's heavenly pride. But what Zhang Ro never expected was everything one had prepared seemed superfluous. No one understood better than her what the supreme body stood for. After all, for Zhang Ro, her own brother, the divine lord of the Zhang clan was the supreme divine body among the supreme bodies. Now, his own son, however, was promoted from an innate Dao body to a supreme Dao body. 10 supreme body, and there is no ranking successive points for the same level of supreme physique. At this moment, just as Lin Yuan's parents, the countless Lin clan powerhouses around them, were excited and shocked by the supreme Dao body of Lin Yuan. Long ago broken over the martial arts field. A black dress, bloodstains, where the center of his eyebrows were, within the pupil of the supreme Dao, blood was dripping down, cutting across his cheeks. Lin Yuan's face became whiter and whiter, his figure somewhat shaky. No, not good. It's a dawning injury. A faint voice rang out. Although he had defeated Lin He, at this moment, Lin Yuan's injuries were worsening. After the successive battles, especially the last one, the Dao injuries had not healed and forcing the opening of the vision was too great a load for Lin Yuan. At this moment, he finally couldn't support himself, his body was unsteady, and he fell from a high altitude. The Lin family members, who were still in a state of excitement, noticed Lin Yuan's actions. No good. God's son he. There were already people who had changed their names to call Lin Yuan Divine Son. Help! The young master of the Lin family, and now the divine son of the Lin family, was himself the supreme Dao body among the 10 supreme bodies. Lin Yuan's position in today's Lin family is unimaginable. Chapter 109 Lin Family Paragon. The crowd, who were originally still excited about the Lin family's current generation, which had produced a supreme body, looked at Lin Yuan's falling figure, and instantly made a mess with anxious faces. Even Lin He, who had long since fallen to the ground, half dead and long passed out, no one bothered. Boom! From above the stands, a figure flew out, dressed in purple, graceful and luxurious. Yuqi. Zhang Ro's eyes were filled with worry. She never cared if her son was an innate Dao body or a supreme body. It's just out of a mother's concern for her own parent children, who had been separated for over 20 years. Zhang Ro's Saint Realm aura surged and landed in the middle of the shattered martial arts arena, and it was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional. Pust. Lin He, who had originally collapsed not far away and was already out of breath and in breath, his broken body flew backwards again and hit the boulder next to him. In a coma, blood spurted out of his mouth, and several bones in his body were broken. You. Above the stands, the Grand Elder Lin Gu, who noticed this scene, his already ironclad face looked even darker at this moment. The moment Lin Yuan's supreme Dao body appeared, he knew that the reincarnation underworld body of his lineage would completely lose the possibility of competing for the position of the divine son, and at this moment, his face was filled with unwillingness. Zhang Ro had no time to pay attention to anything else, catching her own Lin Yuan's falling body. Her heart was dripping blood in general, her face was filled with worry, and there were 2 lines of clear tears sliding down in her eyes. Yuqi. Are you okay? White hair scattered to the ground again, black clothes soaked with his own blood, a clear face, pale as paper, blood-stained. Weakness. Incredibly weak. This opening of the vision was even more serious than Lin Yuan had imagined. The damage to himself than he had imagined. Consciousness was a bit blurred, and could only feel a gentle voice calling out to him. Using all his strength, Lin Yuan struggled to open his eyes. What he saw, a face covered in tears, was his own mother in this life, with worry in her eyes. Mother, I'm fine. Lin Yuan's weak voice rang out, and the corners of his mouth rose a little as he smiled. At this moment, that strange sense of disconnection within the heart for the parents is gradually disappearing. However, the injuries were too severe after all, and after making a sound, Lin Yuan completely passed out. Yuqi. Looking at Lin Yuan, whose face was incredibly pale and blood was flowing from the center of his eyebrows. Boom! Between the palms of Zhang Ro's hands, purple light surged, and all sorts of precious spiritual medicines and holy relics shattered, turning into pure aura, before entering Lin Yuan's body. The injuries received in other battles were good to recover from, but at this moment, the injury at Lin Yuan's brow was difficult to heal and could not be recovered. It's a road wound. It was left behind by Lin Yuan when he was in the lower realm earlier, forcibly opening the vision and burning the origin power in his own body, and had never recovered. At this moment, Lin Yuan completely fell into a coma, his breath getting weaker and weaker. Don't worry. This injury of Yuaner only requires the immortal pill of immortality to completely recover. At this moment, a figure appeared next to it. Black hair like a waterfall, a black gorgeous dress flowing with gold edges, a straight posture, deep eyes, and a powerful aura. It was Lin Yuan, his old man, and within his originally majestic gaze, he was equally worried at this time. The divine phoenix immortality pill of the Lin family, precious and incomparable, with the endless years ago, a Lin family great emperor inexplicably fell. The divine phoenix immortality pill tree source has long since disappeared along with that great emperor. Nowadays, within the family, although there were still some immortal pills of immortality left behind, they were all used one less than the other. But for Lin Su and Jiang Ro, even how precious the immortal pill was, how did it compare to their own sons? Yuchi might not want us to know. He thought of relying on himself to capture the immortal pill of immortality on top of this tournament. With a sigh, Lin Su looked at his wife's arms. The white-haired teenager, who looked a bit similar to himself, had long since passed out. Above the pale, blood-stained face, the strength was heartbreaking. After learning some of the lower world from the mouth of Lin Jiu, Lin Su will be able to understand the character of this son of his own. With a resolute gaze, Lin Su was somewhat touched at the moment. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to send the boy down to the realm in the first place. Although obtained the supreme Tao body, but that incident, perhaps this child's heart a lifetime pain. Lin Su was a bit confused inside at the moment. At this moment, the entire Lin family was boiling as a voice rang out. No matter what the cost, we must keep the divine son safe and sound. How many years has my Lin family been looking forward to this? Finally a supreme body has appeared. We must not delay it, we must pour all our resources into cultivating it. Isn't it just the immortal pill of immortality, Grand Elder? Quickly hand over the divine phoenix immortality pill. It was the several clan elders of that Lin family, their pale faces, worried with incomparable excitement. They were naturally aware of the enmity between the family head and the great elder's lineage, and they were too lazy to care about it during the weekdays. But at this moment, seeing that the Lin family had managed to produce a supreme Tao body, they actually valued passing out. They are completely sitting on their hands. There were just as many voices of concurrence on the side. All of them were Lin family members who were usually out and about, powerful on one side. That's right, please also hand over the divine phoenix immortality pill. You can't cut off the future of my Lin family because of your selfishness. Hand it over. At this point, the group is in a frenzy. The several Lin family elders who were usually of high status and incomparable majesty, especially the Grand Elder Lin Gu, had their brains buzzing until this moment. The Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, although it was the family head who presided over everything. However, regarding the reward for the position of God's son, the immortal pill of immortality, it was up to their several elders to decide to hand it out. Originally, this divine phoenix immortality pill, Lin Gu had intended to leave it to his descendant, Lin Ming. After all, to reincarnation meditation body is talent, a little brain is bound to be in this family competition above, invincible existence. However, it was never expected that a supreme body would be killed out, ranking among the top 10 supreme Tao bodies in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. A supreme body that hasn't appeared in 100,000 years will appear in the Lin family, and most of all, the young master of the Lin family. You guys? Lin Gu's face was incomparably gloomy, with a powerful aura around him. Dressed in a blue Tao robe, his eyes were deep and profound, and he himself was like a black hole, devouring all the light around him. He was a little hesitant, that is the divine phoenix immortality medicine, to his descendants, he is naturally willing, but if. Just as the scene was abuzz. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, a figure stepped out from the depths of the forbidden land of the reverse central divine island. With a single step, he appeared in front of the crowd, his blurred figure floating above the void, carrying a supreme aura that was immense. When did the descendants of the lineage of the heaven-slaying sword ancestor become so selfish? This was a quasi-emperor, with an aura that covered the sky and suppressed the Qianquan. His voice was cold to the extreme, and his eyes, which contained a majestic pressure, were looking at Grand Elder Lin Gu. The Emperor clan Lin family was located for too many years, and thus was also divided into countless veins because of the different powerful people who had been there. The lineage of the Grand Elder, on the other hand, was the descendant of a forbidden powerhouse of the Lin clan once 100,000 years ago. No. Jintian's sword ancestor, although he had not yet become an emperor, he had once fought with Emperor Yuan Tian in the same world, and had even defeated the young emperor on several occasions. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still shortcut by the Yuan Tian emperor, losing all the efforts and eventually choosing an alternative way to become a Taoist. Chapter 110 Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill. A quasi-imperialist of unknown age appeared at the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition. That majestic pressure shook the entire imperial Lin clan at this moment. When there were no emperors in the world, a quasi-emperor would already be the pinnacle of the world. At this moment, the Grand Elder Lin Gu, who was merely at the peak of the Saint Realm, was under the majesty of the quasi-emperor, and his old body was trembling with the incomparable pressure, which pressed him to wear some breath. Bow to the old ancestor. Lin Gu leaned down and said, his face without the slightest bit of reluctance. Even as the Lin family's contemporary Grand Elder, who usually held a high position of power, he was simply not enough to look at in front of a quasi-emperor. At the peak of the Saint Realm, it looked like one step further and he would be able to step into the realm of the quasi-emperor. But this step, which had blocked Lin Gu for 5,000 years now, could never be stepped into. The difference between the sacred realm and the quasi-emperor was completely worlds apart. At this point, the scene shook. Even for the Emperor Lin clan, a forbidden powerhouse at the quasi-emperor realm hadn't appeared for many years. And it didn't even take much thought as to what an old quasi-emperor monster who had lived for at least 10,000 years appeared for. After all, the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition that took place once every 20 years or so had not seen any quasi-emperor powerhouses appear either. This time, however, a supreme body appeared, and such a powerful person appeared. It was definitely for the supreme Tao body. Greetings, old ancestor. In the four directions of the shattered martial arts arena, countless figures bent down, or knelt down, in facing the quasi-emperor powerhouse that had just appeared, with respect. That's just it, I haven't shown up for many years, old man. This time, taking advantage of the appearance of a supreme Tao body in my Lin family, I've come out to move my muscles. A somewhat stooped, pale body, like that of a mortal, stood in the air, with loose skin, like the bark of an old, withered tree, and emanating a sense of decay. Obviously, he was such an old man, but the breath that burst out inadvertently caused the surrounding space and time to fluctuate, and he was obviously in front of the crowd, but it was as if he was outside of the endless layers and layers of space and time. At this moment, the Lin family was going to be shaken by this. He deliberately hid the might of the quasi-emperor, or else the Lin clan crowd below, no one could withstand it, and would be crushed by the suppression. Eyes sharp, the Paragon Emperor looked toward the corner of the void. Come out, this seems to be a secret technique of the Jiang family. With a single glance, he could tell that Jiang Mei, who was hidden in the void at the moment, was unknown to anyone at the previous Lin family competition. But in front of a paragon, even if the Jiang family's supreme secret method was divine, it had nothing to hide in front of such a powerful person. Greetings to the Lin family Paragon Emperor. The crone's voice rang out, equally drooping, her face wrinkled and wearing a black cloak. Above the martial arts arena, the void shook, and Jiang Mei, who had previously been arranged by Jiang Ro to protect Lin Yuan's safety, appeared in front of the crowd, causing a wave of shock. With a single step, the quasi-emperor's figure appeared in front of Lin Su and Jiang Ro. The eyes were looking towards Lin Yuan, who had long been unconscious, and the main injury was still in the center of Lin Yuan's brow, the Dao injury within the Taishang Dao pupil. Blood was dripping down, staining Lin Yuan's pale face. The Taishang Dao pupil is rumored to be the same physique as the Yuan Tian emperors without a doubt. Feeling Lin Yuan's body, the unique aura of the supreme Dao body, his voice carried a hint of excitement. The boy, can you show him to the old man? At this moment, even this Lin family quasi-emperor, who had already seen all the world sink and float, was unable to calm down. The supreme Dao body, the supreme body that could only be born in 100,000, even in their emperor clan's Lin family, it was too difficult to appear. At least in the 10,000 years that this Paragon Emperor had experienced, the Lin family had never produced a supreme body. Please still ask the old ancestor to save my son. Lin Su, the family head, respectfully said towards the Paragon Emperor. Don't worry, my Lin family is a descendant of the lineage of the beginning emperor, and I'm a supreme Dao body. Even if I have to spell out my life, I'll still make sure that this child is unharmed. The paramount emperor's tone was firm as he spoke to family head Lin Su. The position of the imperial clan's Lin family's family head had been inherited by Lin Su's lineage for 200,000 years, and even after his death, the family head position would be passed on to Lin Yuan, with no other lineage being able to get their hands on it. It had nothing to do with anything else but the fact that, the last great emperor of the Lin family, the beginning emperor, was the ancestor of Lin Su's lineage. Originally, the great elder's lineage had hopes many years ago, but alas, the once heaven-slaying sword ancestor had lost to the Yuan Tian emperor in that life. Otherwise, the position of the Lin family head today would be in the lineage of Grand Elder Lin Gu. At this moment, above the stands, the Grand Elder was facing this quasi-emperor ancestor, and even in his unwillingness, the Divine Phoenix immortality pill he had to hand it over. Boom! Red-colored light rushed into the sky, dyeing the sky red, accompanied by the sound of Divine Phoenix's chirping, and the medicinal fragrance of the immortal pill of immortality filled the entire reverse central Divine Island. Within the light, it was a fist-sized Divine Phoenix, solidified beyond measure, flying towards the unconscious Lin Yuan. Immortal pill of immortality. It can make a great emperor live a second life, a true immortal object in the world. Feel my realm that hasn't loosened up for years is going to break through at this moment. The immortal pill appeared and a clamor resounded around them. Even in this imperial Lin family, the Divine Phoenix immortality pill was the most taboo thing. Some of the surrounding Lin clan powerhouses had their realms loosened by merely smelling a trace of the medicinal fragrance, showing the power of this immortal medicine. This child, he should have gotten this Dao injury because he had previously burned the origin power of his own Taishang Dao body. But fortunately, my Lin family's Divine Phoenix immortality pill is best for recovering from this injury. The Paramount Emperor spoke in a calm tone. A finger pointed out. Boom! The flying Divine Phoenix immortal pill shattered, transforming into endless pure immortal pill power, the crimson light blazing incomparably, as it surged into Lin Yuan's supreme Dao pupil. Black clothes and white hair, in a coma, a majestic power of immortal medicine surged through Lin Yuan's body. At the center of his brow, the Dao wound was being suppressed by the power of the immortal pill, and Lin Yuan's pale face was becoming rosy. The Dao injury must not be sloppy, and a complete recovery is estimated to take some time. This child, let the old immortal take care of him next until he completely recovers. A quasi-emperor ancestor personally took care of it, and both Jiang Rou and Lin Su had no more worries. Then I'll be grateful to old ancestor. Lin Su respectfully said. Boom! Lin Yuan's body gently floated up in the air, and he was taken away by a quasi-imperial ancestor, brought back to the depths of the reverse central Divine Island, the forbidden place of the Lin family. Chapter 111 Lin Family Imperial Tomb, Subterranean Dragon Ranking, Lin Yuan wakes up. The Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition was over. This time, it could be said that it was the grandest fight the Lin family had had in countless years. The appearance of a supreme Dao body that hadn't appeared in 100,000 years, battling the 11th ranked reincarnation underworld body, this kind of peak duel belonged to mythology even in the history of the Lin family. Naturally, it went without saying that the position of God's son was naturally attributed to Lin Yuan. As for Lin He, he was also brought back to be rescued by Grand Elder Lin Gu after that day. After that, except for Lin Yuan and Lin He, the Lin family's pride who had not advanced in the competition would once again win and travel to the Emperor's tomb with Lin Yuan and Lin He to obtain the inheritance of the Lin family's ancestor. The final result didn't need to be said, naturally Lin Qinghan who possessed the Cold Moon Ice Body. The Cold Moon Ice Body, which ranked more than 30 of the 3,000 physiques in the world, was countless times more powerful than Lin Yuan's innate Dao body at one time. Originally placed in the previous Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, it was a powerful physique that had hopes of coming out on top, but on this occasion, it could only be ranked third. The divine waterfalls flowed, the spiritual light gathered, and the pavilions in the clouds were not inferior even to the holy places in the outside world. But in the Lin family, it was only the place where the branch lineage resided. A courtyard surrounded by small bridges and water, with a lovely view. Standing in the courtyard, amidst the azure light, was vaguely a stunningly beautiful, haughty, lonely figure. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, the body contains a coldness, the body surface of the blue light surging, the surroundings are as if dyed with a layer of frost. Jade hand held a sword, aged around 20, and cold. Unexpectedly, young lord, no. Godson, he is actually a Tai Shang Dao body. The voice rang out, and it was none other than Lin Qinghan, who had just returned victorious, and once she remembered the peak battle on top of the previous reverse central Divine Island, her beautiful eyes still carried an incomparable shock. As the top 3 winners above this Lin family competition, she would soon be entering the Emperor's tomb together with Lin Yuan and Lin Mei. That was a place where they, the people of the branch veins, had never set foot, and had always been monopolized by the pride of the main vein. Originally, he thought that his Cold Moon Ice Body was already powerful enough, but now, it made Lin Qinghan understand what it meant to be an absolute heavenly pride. The Supreme Dao Body, the world's top 10 ranking supreme body since ancient times, had always been only a part of rumors. Unexpectedly, in this life, one would descend into the imperial Lin family, and even more so, the contemporary young master of the Lin family, the Divine Son. Although until now, very few people in the Lin family knew why Lin Yuan, who was clearly only an innate Dao body, had turned into a supreme Dao body after returning from the lower realms. But in the way of its identity, there are not many people whose reasons, after all, the supreme body cannot be fake. In addition to its identity, this is the young master of the Lin family, a battle after the contemporary Lin family godson, and has the supreme body, bearing two great emperor bloodline, and finally even alarmed a quasi-imperial ancestor personally appeared. Enough to be out of reach. The gap between physiques, the further back you go, the bigger the gap. I can't compare to those two. This trip to the emperor's tomb may be my chance. Lin Qinghan murmured and whispered, his voice resounding from within the courtyard as his gaze pondered. Although she was only born into the branch lineage of the Lin family, she had a strong character and was not willing to be left behind. The emperor's mausoleum was the true place of inheritance for the Lin family. Over the long years, countless Lin family ancestors who were at least at the quasi-emperor realm would bury themselves in the Lin family's imperial mausoleum after their deaths. Rumor had it that it possessed countless Lin family ancestors' ways, with strong quasi-emperors, alternative paths to becoming an emperor, and even contained the lifelong ways of great emperors. For this reason, the Lin family's imperial mausoleum was an extremely famous place of inheritance when looking at the Nine Heavens' immortal domain. After all, apart from those great taboo emperor clans in the world, a power that could produce a great emperor could be called an immortal power, but it still couldn't be compared to the emperor clans. In the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, for a family to be called an emperor family, several great emperors must have been produced within the family to be worthy of the title. Although the Lin family's imperial tomb is extremely famous, however, over the countless years, the Lin family's prides that have entered it have obtained many of the quasi-emperor's way, but the great emperor's way has never been obtained by anyone. And apart from this matter, nowadays, within the Juntian immortal domain, there was a rumor circulating, and the emperor clan Lin family had also received it a long time ago, attracting Lin Qinghan's attention. The potential dragon list is coming out. Time is passing. The Lin family. More than 10 days had passed since the pinnacle duel on top of the previous Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, where the Supreme Dao body had faced off against the reincarnation underworld body. However, there were still countless Lin family celestials who were happily discussing that battle. That said, that day, my Lin family sky shocked the vision, is the godson of the two high Tao body its vision, what is called to come. All over the Lin family, from time to time, there were voices ringing around. For quite a few people, both that divine son and the supreme Dao body it possessed were too far away from them. But as people of the Lin family, when Lin Yuan was mentioned, they always had pride on their faces. And aside from that peak duel, there was another matter that was widely rumored in the Lin family nowadays. I've heard about it, the subterranean dragon ranking for this life is about to come out. Every 30 years, the 9 heavenly immortal regions would descend on the subterranean dragon list, and the 9 immortal regions were divided into 9 lists, with each immortal region being separate and independent. The list of potential dragons, I do not know by whom it was established, its long time has no way to know. Only know a long time since the years never stopped appearing, aimed at the 9 heavens immortal domain every 30 years, the most young and powerful, talented, and outstanding pride of the establishment of the list. And this was also the list that the 9 heavens immortal region, the major forbidden emperor clans, the immortal forces, and the heavenly prides of the various holy lands had made famous. But all of the world's heavenly prides wanted their names to be listed among the list of potential dragons. However, this list is not for everyone. One must have a bone age of 30 years or more and a realm of the Ascension realm to be eligible to compete. 30 years old, Heaven Ascension realm, this alone vetoed the vast majority of the young prides in the world. After all, among the lower realms of that heavenly realm, only one Ascension realm could be produced in a single lifetime, ascending to the 9 heavens immortal realm. And without exception, the youngest must be 100 years old. 30 years old, reaching the Ascension realm merely qualifies one to compete. Its requirements, how harsh. Potential dragon list? I heard that a previous divine son of my Lin family could be on the submerged dragon list, due to a dragon son of the previous generation of the Dragon Emperor Ridge. The Dragon Emperor Ridge, which was also located in one of the taboo forces of the Juntian immortal domain, was incredibly powerful, and within the Juntian immortal domain, it could be separated from the Emperor clan Lin family. For long years, they had been hostile to each other with the Lin family. Naturally, these two heavenly prides amongst the two taboo forces were inevitably tit for tat within the Juntian immortal domain. But unfortunately, it was also unknown that all of the Lin family's fortunes converged on Lin Yuan's generation. During these centuries, the Lin family's heavenly pride had often been the loser in their confrontations with the Dragon Emperor Ridge. As a result, during this 100 years, the Jun Tian immortal domain has been rumored that the imperial Lin family is green and yellow, and that in a brilliant family, there is also a time of decline. The Dragon Emperor Ridge, however, was in the middle of the Jun Tian immortal domain, and was in full swing, attracting countless forces, large and small, to choose to defect. Not to mention, rumor has it that the Dragon Emperor Ridge, this generation, has likewise seen the emergence of a peerless heavenly pride, claiming to be invincible in the same generation, and now amongst the Jun Tian immortal domain, the heavenly pride that is most likely to ascend to the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. When the potential dragon ranking came out, it wasn't just the Lin family, the entire heavenly pride within the Jun Tian immortal region was all abuzz. Just as the younger generation of the Lin family was shaken by the news of the potential dragon ranking. At the same time, deep within the reverse central divine island, the Lin family's forbidden land. Where am I? A figure waking up. Chapter 112. Lin Yuan's Dao injury recovered, old ancestor somewhat speechless. Divine light surged, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. The reverse central divine island was the most massive and oldest divine island of the Lin family. From afar, it looked like a continent floating above the void, containing an ancient aura. Rumor had it that the reverse central divine island had appeared when the Emperor clan's Lin family didn't have the beginning source or heaven beheading divine islands. The years of its existence were incomparably long, and it had accompanied the endless splendor of the Emperor clan Lin family. In addition to the Lin family's Elders Association being on this island, there were rumors that the Lin family's Emperor's Mausoleum, as well as some truly old monsters, were hidden on top of the reverse central divine island. At this point, the depths of the reverse central divine island was the forbidden land of the Lin family. Where am I? There was silence all around, and weak voices rang out. Black clothes, white hair, and a clear face, Lin Yuan, who was lying on the ground, was waking up, and he didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Just remember, he ended up on top of the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition and passed out due to his injuries. When I woke up, I was in this strange place. Standing up, Lin Yuan gazed around. This was within a valley. The surrounding immortal light was colorful and chaotic mist filled the air. The aura was incomparably abundant. It was by no means an ordinary place. Boy, you're awake. Right at this moment, an old voice rang out from the side, immediately causing Lin Yuan to become alert. He had just woken up, but he didn't even notice that there was someone beside him once. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's face was grave. Eyes followed the voice. On top of the mountain rocks, there sat a white-haired old man with a withered face and a somewhat stooped body, like a mortal, with loose skin like the bark of an aged tree, emanating a sense of decay from his body. Strangely enough, the old man was clearly in front of himself, yet he seemed to be outside the endless layers of space and time, without the slightest breath. The other party was watching himself with a smile on his face, and those eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they had insight into everything in the world, and his every move was detected by the other party. This is a strong man. Lin Yuan's heart tightened, but he was able to sense that the other party didn't seem to be malicious. Unable to help it, a few moments of curiosity appeared within his gaze as to why he had appeared in this strange land, a strange and powerful person. Ha! The other party seemed to see the confusion in Lin Yuan's gaze, as well as his curiosity. Smiled blandly. My name is Lin Hong, and I am considered an old ancestor of this Lin family. Introducing his name, although he had not stated his identity, Lin Yuan was able to clearly feel that this old ancestor was by no means simple. Late Lin Yuan, greetings to the old ancestor. Lin Yuan respectfully bowed. Feel if you can recover from your injuries. Confidence in his voice was incomparable. These days, this Lin clan's old ancestor had been guarding Lin Yuan day and night, and had used the power of a quasi-emperor to heal Lin Yuan's injuries. Although with the medicinal power of the Lin family's divine phoenix immortality pill, it was indeed possible for Lin Yuan's Dao injuries to completely recover. However, without the power of a quasi-emperor to add to it, the medicinal power of a single immortal pill of immortality, with Lin Yuan's cultivation level of only half a step of the heavenly ascension realm, if he wanted to fully absorb it, it would be a matter of years and months. After all, the immortal pill of immortality was an immortal item that could allow a great emperor to live a second life. It was incomparably difficult for cultivators under the quasi-emperor to fully absorb it. The Dao injuries in my body have recovered? The voice carried a hint of surprise that Lin Yuan hadn't realized when he first woke up. Feeling the condition of his body at this moment, his qi and blood were filled beyond measure, and his body's aura was majestic, even several times more powerful than he had been before. White hair fluttering. Wow! At this time, from Lin Yuan's brow, there is black and white light surging, cracking a slit, is two on the road pupil open, the road light shines out, illuminating the four directions of this valley. Compared to before, Lin Yuan didn't feel any discomfort, and once he woke up, his Dao injuries had actually recovered. This meant that he was finally no longer like before, when the supreme Dao pupil didn't dare to open up and the vision didn't dare to use it, and he had been dragging it out until the very end of the family competition, when he was forced to finally use his bottom card. As a result, it was also seriously injured and passed out. The bottom line was that the current Lin Yuan was the one who had reached his peak state since he had been promoted to the supreme Dao body. Many thanks to the old ancestor for saving my life, the late generation hereby thanks again. With things having come to this, how could Lin Yuan not understand that it was the old ancestor in front of him who had saved him? A life-saving favor deserves a bow. Lin Yuan bowed towards the old ancestor, his face respectful. It's more than that. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that within his body, there seemed to be an incomparably majestic force that was helping him break through the realm. That's the power of the immortal pill of immortality remaining in your body. Although the vast majority of the Divine Phoenix Immortality Pill's medicinal power has recovered your injuries for you, this remaining trace is still enough for you to break through the realm. In front, sitting on top of a mountain rock, the quasi-emperor old ancestor Lin Hong looked towards Lin Yuan, who knew the grace to pay a bow towards himself, and on his old face, his expression carried a sense of relief. Although Lin Yuan was the supreme body that had appeared in the Lin family with great difficulty over these long years. But to put it politely, he was a man half buried in the yellow earth, and he had stepped into the quasi-emperor for many years, so what had he not seen before? To save a young man for many days with the power of a quasi-emperor, there was no one qualified enough in the entire Lin family today. He hoped that he had saved a person who knew how to return the favor. Such a person would be able to lead the Lin family to prosper again in the future. Lin Hong was looking at Lin Yuan, nodding slightly from time to time. At least from the current point of view, it was clear that he possessed a supreme body such as the supreme Dao body, but there was not the slightest hint of condescension, arrogance. Instead, he was low-key and introverted. At this moment, as old ancestor Lin Hong's voice fell, in a reminder. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! An incomparably blazing Dao light rose up from around Lin Yuan, incomparably powerful, shaking the valley in all directions and stirring the surrounding chaotic mist. Lin Yuan was running his gongfu, his breath was climbing up, his realm was rising, he had reached the critical point and was about to break through to the true realm of ascending to the heavens. Originally, the breakthrough was inevitable, but at this moment, when he was about to take a step into that step, Lin Yuan's breath was for a beat, stopped, did not break through, and still stayed in the realm of half a step to heaven. It's the feats again. With a sigh, Lin Yuan reluctantly said. Unrelated to anything else, the gong method that one's own had been practicing all along was still what one had learned during the Qingyan Dao sect. When he was in the lower realm, he was still able to barely manage, but after returning to the upper realm, Lin Yuan was able to clearly feel that this technique had become a shackle for him. After all, it was only created by the ancestor of the Qingyun Taoist sect back in the day, Taoist Tai Ching, before he ascended. Strange, as a child of my Lin family. How are you, just learning a gong method created by an ascension realm? It would be fine if it were any other physique, but what you possess is the supreme Dao physique, which has extremely high requirements for the technique. Seeing the reason why Lin Yuan hadn't made a breakthrough, to the side, old ancestor Lin Hong's expression visibly froze as he said. Is the Emperor clan Lin family so poor now? Surprisingly, to the clan's supreme body, which had appeared with great difficulty, what it cultivated was only this kind of technique. The old man was inwardly a little speechless for a moment. Chapter 113 Ancestor of Lin Yuan's lineage, beginning Emperor Scripture. The supreme Dao body was certainly powerful, but a powerful gong method was equally essential. As early as before, above the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, Lin Yuan had already felt it. Originally, when he had fought against Lin Mei, Lin Yuan had suppressed his opponent at that time. However, as the other party utilized the reincarnation immortality scripture, Lin Yuan momentarily fell into a disadvantage. Kung Fu! Standing in place, Lin Yuan let out a sigh. With that, he turned his gaze to the old ancestor in front of him. Although it was not said, but in the dark, Lin Yuan was able to feel that the other party was definitely a strong person, more powerful than before, above the family competition, those Lin family powerhouses. It was his own ancestor again, there shouldn't be any problem in asking for a powerful technique. He. Good boy, even hit the old immortal's gong method idea. With a sharp gaze that perceived all things, the quasi-emperor old man, seeing Lin Yuan's look of wanting to speak, laughed. After living for so long, under the majesty of the quasi-emperor, the Lin family, Which one of them is not polite when they see him? It was the first time that someone had planned to hit them with a plan. At this point, Lin Hong just found it interesting. Little one, to tell you the truth, it's not that the old immortal doesn't want to give up. Rather, the method I created is not considered the top of the world after all. I'm afraid that what would be worthy of your Taishang Dao body and complement each other would have to be a great emperor's law. Lin Hong calmly said. As a quasi-emperor, the further back he went, the more he understood the gap between physiques. The Lin family had managed to produce a supreme body with great difficulty and must pave its way without daring to be sloppy. The supreme Taoist body can only be born one in 100,000 years, and within this 100,000 years, there will never be a second supreme Taoist body in the world. It was a true supreme body, but also because the physique was too powerful, the demand for Gong methods was harsh and incomparable. His own quasi-emperor's method was certainly able to make Lin Yuan's breakthrough at this time, at least cultivating to the quasi-emperor's realm was no problem. But this, undoubtedly, breaks its path. With the appearance of the supreme Dao body, what the Lin family was seeking was never just a mere paragon emperor, but rather, they were fighting for the throne of this world. Now, 100,000 years had passed since the era of the Yuan Tian emperor, and this golden age was about to open, and the pride of the 10,000 clans of the Nine Heavens immortal region were competing for the position of the great emperor of this age. The Lin family, as an imperial clan, had great intentions. Imperial law? After all, he had just returned from the Xian heavenly continent, and Lin Yuan's vision was still stuck in the lower realms. Previously, in the middle of the Lin family competition, the Reincarnation Immortality Sutra that Lin Hua had cultivated was already powerful enough in Lin Yuan's opinion. In conjunction with the other party's reincarnation underworld body, which possessed the power of immortality, any injuries sustained in the middle of a sparring match at that time, the other party would be able to recover instantly. This was also one of the reasons why, at that time, Lin Yuan was still being suppressed by the other party even though he clearly possessed the supreme Dao body. If it wasn't for the forced opening of the vision in the back, perhaps he, Lin Yuan, would have been the one to lose that battle. As for the Emperor's law, I only know about the one breath transforming the three purities created by Emperor Yuan Tian, but I don't know where to look for it either. Lin Yuan said helplessly, the great emperor's method is the lifelong way of a great emperor. That level of technique, that even the reincarnation immortality scripture that Lin Hua practiced was far from being able to compare to it. It was not easy to obtain an imperial law. Ha! Emperor Yuan Tian, the last great emperor in the world, whose creation of the one breath transforming the three purities is certainly powerful. But, it's not quite the strongest method in the world. Nevertheless, after hearing Lin Yuan's words, the old ancestor Lin Hong in front of him smiled blandly and said, Do you know, the beginning emperor of my Lin family? The beginning source emperor. When this name was mentioned, even Lin Hong, who was a quasi-imperial powerhouse in front of him, was in awe, and a look of pride was appearing within his pale gaze. The beginning emperor? Hearing those four words, Lin Yuan was at a loss. However, he did recall that the divine island where his lineage was located was called the Origin Divine Island. And the great hall where he had just returned from the lower realm and met his parents was likewise called the Beginning Emperor Palace. Beginnings. Murmurs rang out, echoing through the valley. Lin Yuan's eyes were thoughtful. For some reason, he was able to sense that the beginning emperor in the mouth of the old ancestor in front of him seemed to have some sort of connection with his own lineage in the Lin family. The beginning emperor, a great emperor of my Lin family from 200,000 years ago. Likewise, the ancestor of your family head's line. It is said that my emperor family Lin family has been glorious since ancient times, ranking as one of the forbidden emperor families in the Nine Heavens immortal domain. But nowadays, there are a few people in the world who remember that my Lin family, when it was most glorious, it was 200,000 years ago. The voice rang out, and for some reason, the majesty of a quasi-emperor was gone, and at this moment, on this old ancestor's face, his expression was a bit excited, and his gaze trembled with a look that was incomparably proud. Although the Nine Heavens immortal domain had seen countless great emperors over the long years, and any one of them was a person who reigned over the entire world and shook the time and space of the ages. Emperors did not see emperors, and every great emperor, in the era that belonged to him alone, represented absolute invincibility, with no strong person to contend with. But for endless years, amongst that one great emperor, there was also a difference between high and low in terms of battle prowess. 100,000 years ago, as strong as Emperor Yuan Tian, before he became an emperor, he had enemies in his generation. Such as the ancestor of the Lin family's great elder lineage, the sky-splitting sword ancestor, such as the creator of the Reincarnation Immortality Sutra, the Reincarnation Demon ancestor. All of these forbidden powerhouses had caused the Yuan Tian emperor, who had not yet become an emperor, to to suffer for them several times. However, among those who had become emperors, there was only one exception, and that was the Lin family's beginning emperor 200,000 years ago. In that era, the word beginning source represented true invincibility in the world, from young to emperor, without a single defeat. The 9 heavenly immortal domain, the world's heavenly pride how much, but that world, even a dare to claim that the beginning of the great emperor enemy of the heavenly pride are not, is a real suppression of an era of the emperor, the might of the 9 heavenly immortal domain, the heavens, and the 10,000 realms of the world alone. And that life was also the time when the imperial race Lin family was at its most glorious, the 9 heavens immortal region, all the great imperial races, forbidden zones, the ancient imperial races, and the immortal forces all had to avoid the Lin family's sharp edges. At this moment, listening to the words of the old ancestor Lin Hong in front of him, in recounting the splendor of the once imperial race's Lin family, Lin Yuan, who was a member of the Lin family, was similarly invigorated inwardly. Especially when it was learned that that beginning emperor was also the ancestor of his own lineage. But the only thing that Lin Yuan didn't understand was how this was related to the gongfu he wanted. Being at this time. Back then, after becoming an emperor, the great beginning emperor created a method called the beginning emperor scripture, containing the great emperor's lifelong way. If I'm right, the beginning emperor scripture is now in my Lin family's imperial tomb. It's a pity that after 200,000 years, countless generations of my Lin family's pride have entered the emperor's tomb, and still no one has been able to obtain the beginning emperor scripture. At this time, Lin Hong looked at Lin Yuan, put away his excitement and calmly said, Chapter 114 Technique, Vision, Return to Origin Divine Island. The injuries were completely recovered and the state was at its peak. There was only one thing that plagued Lin Yuan nowadays, and that was the feats. Previously, the main cultivation technique learned by the Qing Yin Dao sect, even if the realm was enough, it could still only stay at the half-step heaven ascension realm. The feeling of being able to break through at any time but not being able to do so left Lin Yuan somewhat helpless. Feats. Leaving that valley, coming out from the Lin family's forbidden land, leaving the reverse central divine island, his body rose up in the air, flying through the 2 continent-like void divine islands en route to the beginning divine island. Lin Yuan let out an exclamation. The matter of replacing the merit law should not be delayed. The good thing is that not long from now, the Lin family emperor mausoleum is about to open. Above the family competition, ranked in the top 3 a person, at that time will jointly enter the emperor mausoleum, to get the way of the Lin family forefathers. And Lin Yuan, as the first place winner above the great competition and the contemporary Lin family's divine son, was naturally qualified to enter it. However, what made Lin Yuan distressed was that in the emperor's mausoleum, although there were quite a few of the Lin family's ancestral ways, his own Taishang Dao body was incredibly demanding in terms of gong methods. To go farther in the future, it was best to get a great emperor's method. The beginning emperor's scripture, hiding the Lin family's imperial mausoleum has been 200,000 years, such a long time. In and out of the imperial mausoleum celestial pride people, don't know how many people there are. However, until now, amongst so many of the Lin family's prides, there was still no one who had been recognized by the origin emperor scripture, no one who had brought it out. The beginning emperor scripture. As he traveled through the air on his way to the beginning divine island, Lin Yuan's voice rang out, his eyes thoughtful. Whether or not he could obtain the beginning emperor scripture, he wasn't the slightest bit sure. However, compared to so many of the heavenly prides that had once entered the Lin family's imperial tomb, Lin Yuan likewise had an advantage. First, he possessed the supreme Dao body, a supreme body that ranked among the top 10 in the world. And the second? That is, although they belonged to the same Lin family, the great emperor of the beginning was the ancestor of his Lin Yuan's lineage, and it was up to him to see whether or not the ancestor would give face to Lin Yuan as a descendant at that time. The supreme Dao body, there are actually a total of 3 great visions. And my present-day visionary avenue I is just one of them. Lin Yuan's voice was continuing to ring. Before his departure, that old ancestor who still didn't know what realm he was in, at the same time told Lin Yuan another thing. That is, one's own supreme Dao body was not the only vision of the eye of the great Dao. According to what the old ancestor had said, it would take the 10,000 realms of the heavens 100,000 years to give birth to a single supreme Dao body, and it was by no means as simple as Lin Yuan was today. The visions were too important for the enhancement of the supreme Dao body. As on that day, if he didn't use his visions, Lin Yuan couldn't defeat Lin He. And it was when the 3 great visions came together that the supreme Dao body was at its most powerful. However, for some reason, even now, Lin Yuan still couldn't feel the signs of the other 2 visions awakening. Could it be that the realm is not enough? Or is it that nowadays, my supreme Dao body is still incomplete? No more thoughts. Eyes thoughtful, Lin Yuan sighed. There were so many things to think about. First of all, the reason for the Gong method cannot break through. There are still two other big vision how to awaken. These are important things about their own strength, cannot be sloppy. And apart from that, there was another matter, that is, one of the immortal pills of immortality, the 9 Pixies Pigeon Flower, which was related to the resurrection of one's senior sister. However, not having the slightest clue about other things, the first thing that needed to be considered was still the matter of merit. After all, if he didn't change his technique again, it would be difficult for him to even break through the Ascension realm. As for the vision. Right at this moment, without knowing what came to his mind, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The other two great visions. I remember when I was in the lower realm, when Emperor Yuantian was on the verge of disappearing, he said that in addition to the Taiching Imperial Palace, he still had the 2 great Imperial Palaces of Jade Clearance and Upper Clearance left behind in the upper realm. I relied on fusing my Taishang Dao pupils to advance to a Taishang Dao body in the first place. Could it be that the answer to this lies within the other 2 Imperial Palaces? The 2 divine islands belonging to the same Lin family, facing each other across the sky, didn't seem too far away, but the 2 divine islands were too huge, floating in the void. Lin Yuan had been flying for a full hour since he left the reverse central divine island. In the distance, chaotic mist filled the air, and the beginning divine island appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Perhaps in learning who the ancestors of his lineage were. At this moment, standing in the air, and looking at his own beginning divine island, brought Lin Yuan a completely different feeling. If one were to say that the reverse central divine island was the Lin family's first divine island, filled with antiquity, vicissitudes, and mystery. Then above the island of the beginning god, at this moment Lin Yuan was able to feel a majestic, overbearing and overwhelming imperial Dao law that was the only one that had been honored for ages and ages. It was even stronger than the Emperor Dao laws of the Yuan Tian Emperor that Lin Yuan had once seen. There was no longer any need to think about who the beginning divine island was built by. Rumor has it that Lin Yuan's ancestor, the Origin Emperor, forged his way into all the forbidden areas of the 9 heavens immortal domain, the immortal forces, and the ancient imperial clan to establish this divine island, seizing countless exotic treasures and using his own imperial laws to transform into the godless array, which enveloped the entire divine island. It seems that the ancestor who once was really a ruthless character. With eyes that were mesmerized, he stood in the air, and with a single step, Lin Yuan appeared on top of the beginning divine island. Go home! Before he fell unconscious, Lin Yuan still remembered the loving, worry-filled, in tears face when he was seriously injured. In that moment, that strange, disconnected feeling about this life's parents disappeared. As soon as he woke up, after realizing something, Lin Yuan rushed here without stopping. In order for the 2 to stop worrying about their injuries. Chaotic mist filled the area, located in the center of the divine island. The hall is grand and majestic. Beginning of the Emperor's palace. I wonder how Yuchi is doing. Inside the hall, a voice rang out, palace purple clothes, graceful and noble, Zhang Ro face, with worry. Don't worry, the old ancestor personally showed up and suppressed the injuries for Yuaner with immortal pills, so he'll definitely be fine. On one side, black hair was spread out like a waterfall, and he was dressed in a black Chinese dress flowing with gold edges, and his posture was upright and dignified. Although the words were said in such a way, persuading his wife, family head Lin Su, above the originally majestic face, at this moment also appeared to be somewhat preoccupied. Family Heaven's pride competition, his own son was seriously injured and unconscious, quite a few days had passed, and there was still not a bit of news about Lin Yuan. As a parent, how can you not feel it in the slightest? Especially after sending Lin Yuan down to the realm in the first place and being separated for more than 20 years, it was not easy to return now, and then something like this happened. There was some silence around. Father, mother, I'm home. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside. The young man with white hair and a black coat, who came striding in and entered within this beginning emperor's palace, was none other than Lin Yuan. Chapter 115 Lin Yuan's black history is revealed. Several days had passed since Lin Yuan had returned from his injuries. During this period, the 2 who were parents, both Zhang Ro and Lin Su, could clearly feel it. After 20 years of separation, comparing it to when they first met, the strangeness Lin Yuan felt towards them seemed to have disappeared overnight. Regarding the matter of sending Lin Yuan down to the world back then, the 2 of them had always been indebted to this eldest son. This was also one of the main reasons why, also being a member of the Lin family, his daughter Lin Yu had not been sent down to the lower realms. At this moment, in the beginning source imperial palace, 2 figures stood. The barrier disappeared, for the mother of the Zhang Ro mood, originally before the face of the worry, also swept away. He even thinks that his son has grown up and it is time for him to consider his life's work and identify some women for his son to choose from. Yuaner has also grown up now, and there are quite a few outstanding women in my Zhang family's generation. When the time comes, we can let Yuaner go and pick them out. Perhaps it's not impossible to include them all. Palace purple dress, graceful and noble, Zhang Ro said with a smile. The Zhang family, located in the Tsongtian immortal domain, was likewise among the 9 heavenly immortal domains, one of the forbidden imperial clans, and in terms of heritage, it was by no means inferior to the Lin family's Juntian immortal domain status. And coincidentally, this generation of the Zhang family, the birth of the supreme pride, also many, and the vast majority, are women. As her own mother's family, thinking about her son's lifelong matters, Zhang Ro naturally considered the Zhang family first. On the side, black hair was spread out like a waterfall, and he was dressed in a black fancy dress with flowing gold edges, with an upright posture. The original usually majestic and incomparable family head Lin Su, for some reason, as his own wife's words rang out, his face in the flow of a strange look, that is envious. Soared eyebrows into the temples, deep gaze, Lin Su in the flow of reminiscence, remembering the past. As the Lin family's absolute pride, think back to the year, Lin Su was also elegant, by thousands of female pride of the same generation of admiration, that is how the spirit of the wind. But nay, since getting married, having a virtuous wife, and all those female celestials that were once there, they were completely cut off from each other. If you want to say why, you're not forced to, it's too much to say. At this moment, hearing the words all included. Eyes, in revealing envy, Lin Su somewhat envious of his own son, there is a question inside, women are so double-standard? It's time to think about a lifelong matter for Yin's son. However, I did hear Lin Jiu say something about Yin's son in the lower realm. Back when Lin Jiu just found Yuaner, it seemed to be at his wedding banquet. Lin Yuan's black history in the lower realms was being raked over the coals by his old man at the moment. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Su became a bit smug above his face, pulling back around. Think back to the days of. What? You said that Yuaner went down to the world and already had. Hearing this, Zhang Ro was a bit surprised and said. In her opinion, her own son, no matter his status or talent, how could he look at a woman from the lower realm of the district and marry her? That's not true. It is said that the woman, whose name is Lu Shui, seems to have been unaware of the identity of Yuaner, and finally. At this time, Lin Su was telling the story about Lin Yuan's black history thing. The young master of the Lin family of the imperial clan of the upper realm, or the contemporary divine son, possessing the supreme Tao body, not being looked at by a woman from the lower realm, such things, when placed in the 9 heavens immortal realm, would be a strange story of the kind that could go down in history. Alright, there's no need to mention this matter about Yuaner in the lower realms in the future. At this moment, above Zhang Ro's face, there was something strange. However, she did think that it was a good thing that Lin Yuan didn't get married in the lower realms. And at this moment, because of this matter, another matter was also implicated at the same time, and was learned by Zhang Ro. Are you saying that the one who caused Yuaner to become like this now is a small imperial dynasty from the lower realms? In the middle of Zhang Ro's pair of gazes, it became cold and incomparable, and the air around her seemed to appear chilly. The destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect brought too much influence to Lin Yuan, a knight of white hair. Temperament changed greatly. When just returned, Zhang Ro could feel. It seemed that in that lower world, his own son seemed to have suffered a great blow. Previously, because of the matter of the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition, Lin Su had not told Zhang Ro either. At this point, it was finally learned. Although the Diyu imperial dynasty had been finally destroyed by Lin Yuan in the lower realms, as a mother, how could one let go so easily of an enemy who had harmed her son? Especially know that the Diwu dynasty in the upper world also has the power, coincidentally, is also in the Tsungtian immortal domain, belonging to the Jade Clear Holy Land affiliated forces. What is the celestial immortal realm? That is the base camp of the Zhang family of the imperial clan. It can be said that in the Tsongtian immortal domain, countless large and small forces in the world have to look up to the Zhang family's nose to survive. As for Zhang Ro, she was the divine daughter of the previous generation of the Zhang clan of the imperial clan, and the current generation of the Zhang clan's divine lord was her own brother. Stay out of this matter. I will inform my brother. Zhang Ro's voice was cold and contained endless killing intent. Against a small Diyu imperial dynasty, a party of Holy Land is just a subsidiary, to let the Zhang family divine lord know. At this point, hear this. My great-uncle? For some reason, at this moment, when Zhang Ro was mentioning that elder brother of hers, the divine lord of the Zhang clan, a trace of unnaturalness was surfacing above Lin Su's face. Nothing else, face hurts. thinking back to that year, when he, Lin Su, was so graceful and elegant that he traveled to the Zhang family for the first time to propose marriage. He had just arrived at the Tsunkin immortal domain and was stopped halfway and given a beating. The other party did not bring any killing intent, nor the slightest hostility, from beginning to end, has been shrouded in divine light, cannot see the appearance, came up to a beating. In the end, it was Lin Su's bruised nose and swollen face that ruined his image, causing his first trip to the Zhang family to propose marriage to end in failure. After so many years had passed, although Lin Su had never been able to confirm the identity of that person, but at that time, the other party had inadvertently blossomed a wisp of breath that Lin Su recognized. That was the aura that belonged uniquely among the 10 supreme bodies, the supreme god body. Therefore, for so many years, Lin Su had always had the suspicion that the one who had prevented himself from proposing to the Zhang family and welcoming his wife, and who had beaten him black and blue, was his own great uncle, the Zhang family's contemporary divine lord. "What's wrong with you? What's that look on your face?" Eyes a little strange, Zhang Ro looked at her husband. Over the years, for some reason, she always had a strange look on her face whenever she mentioned that older brother of hers, her husband Lin Su. "It's okay, and it's been years since I've met with that great uncle of mine." Snorting, Lin Su hid the embarrassment on his face. Time was passing, as the Lin family's Heaven's Pride competition ended and the top 3 awards were decided. This day also finally came to the Lin family Emperor Mausoleum opening time. This generation into the Emperor Mausoleum, a total of 3 people, Lin Yuan, Lin He, and Lin Qinghan. Chapter 116, Where the Altar Is. Lin Family Emperor Mausoleum, built in a small part of the world, for the Lin Family Forbidden Land. In the Forbidden Land, each time to open, need the family head and a dozen elders of the common authority, the absence of one. After all, over the long years, countless ancestors of the Lin family had been buried in it. Those who could be buried in the Lin family's imperial tomb had to be at least as strong as the quasi-emperor realm. There were alternative ways to become a Taoist, and there was the Lin family's great emperor, and the matter was so important that he did not dare to be sloppy. The reverse central divine island, as the Lin family's oldest divine island, the spatial passage connecting to the emperor's mausoleum was hidden in the ground. Lin Yuan's family, starting from the beginning divine island, flew all the way towards the reverse central divine island. With the peak Saint realm powerhouse Lin Su leading the way, it was not much faster than if Lin Yuan was alone with someone leaping over the 2 great divine islands, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. "It's flying." Lin Yu was also there, petite in physique, dressed in red, with a light posture, standing beside Lin Yuan. Long eyelashes, playful and cute, a pair of large eyes dynamic, flickering, in looking around, above the small face, the expression of excitement. As Lin Yuan's younger sister, also bearing the bloodline of the 2 great empire clans, her talent is not bad, but unfortunately the weekdays are just playful. Now 13 years old, the realm still stays in the realm of condensing the spirit, and cannot be able to fly in the air. Worldly cultivators, regardless of the upper and lower realms, the imperial heir must be cultivated to the realm of the divine bridge before they can do so. Lin Yuan's family was there. Every time the Lin family's imperial tomb opened, although only 3 heavenly prides entered it, it was an event all the same. At this moment, one of the reverse central divine islands. The surrounding sculpture is solemn, about 1,000 feet high, an altar quietly standing with the front, containing the power of space-time fluctuations. With the authority of the family head and the dozen or so elders of the Lin family, the altar would be opened later, and only then would the space-time passage connecting to the Lin family's imperial tomb appear. Around the altar, there were already quite a few people standing around, a dozen or so Lin family elders including Lin Gu, and those Celestial Pride who had participated in the Lin family Celestial Pride competition in the first place. Although only the top 3 were qualified to enter the Lin family's imperial tomb, as the Lin family's recently returned Celestial Pride of each lineage, they were required to show up and pay homage to their ancestors. Tai Shang Dao Body, I really regret not watching this family competition. Yes, I also just spoke of the news that my Lin family has appeared this time, the famous scene of the reincarnation underworld body battling the supreme Dao body. If I'd known earlier, I'd have come back a long time ago. There were murmurs ringing out from the surroundings. It was the previous generation's Lin family pride, who hadn't spectated at the previous family competition. After all, before this, the Lin family unanimously believed that this generation's divine son position would inevitably be that of the reincarnation underworld body, and there was no need to even think about it. And as a result, the outcome seemed to many that the result was already predetermined and there was nothing to see. But it had never occurred to him that as the young master of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, who had clearly only been an innate Dao body before, had transformed and possessed the supreme Dao body amongst the 10 supreme bodies. The reincarnation underworld body, ranked 11th, battled the supreme Dao body and regretted not watching that battle. This is not, the Lin family imperial tomb opens, this generation of God's son Lin Yuan will appear. A lot of the previous generation of the Lin family's pride have received the news after, many have returned, all want to take a look at the rumors of the supreme Tao body. What exactly is the style? Lin Yuan had been living on the beginning divine island for a long time since he recovered from his injuries, as the sole possession of the family head's lineage. On weekdays, without a summons, the average Lin family's pride was not qualified to board the origin God Island. The ancestor sacrifice place was filled with people from the Lin family at this moment, and in the distance, there were quite a few figures converging towards this place. Is this the place where my Lin family sacrifices their ancestors? The voice rang out, and a figure walked in the distance. Surrounded by azure light, it was vaguely a stunningly beautiful figure. Lin Xinghan's aura was even stronger, and his realm seemed to be not far from breaking through the heavenly ascension realm. As a peerless beauty amongst the contemporary Lin family's pride, she instantly attracted countless gazes from all around when she made her appearance. Is that the cold moon ice physique? Throughout history, it has been rumored that those who possess this type of physique are all stunning women, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. I've heard that it's just someone from my Lin family branch. It's a bit of a pity to have such talent. Oh, maybe, so we'll have a chance. Among the heavenly pride men of the surrounding main veins, there were people with meaningful gazes. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body. The body contains a coldness, the body surface of the blue light surging, the surroundings seem to be dyed with a layer of frost. It was none other than Lin Xinghan, jade hand holding a sword, aged around 20, and cold and colorful. Beside him, there was also a pair of middle-aged men and women following, acting a bit restrained, Lin Xinghan's parents. The Lin family was highly hierarchical, and some of the people from the branch lineage might not be able to climb this reverse central divine island in their entire lives. It was also dipped in the light of Lin Xinghan having the qualification to enter the emperor's tomb, and her parents, who were considered to be in front of this place for the first time, were fortunate enough to come to pay homage to their ancestors. Just as the three were about to cross the crowd and approach the altar. Stop, people of the Lin family branch, stand back. Where is the qualification for you to approach here? A man with an evil gaze and an oily head stood out, dressed in white, and blocked in front of Lin Xinghan's family of three. This person's identity was not simple. His name was Lin Tian, a descendant of Grand Elder Lin Gu, a celestial pride of the previous generation of the Lin family, and also a cousin of Lin He. Why aren't you qualified? As the top three in this family competition, I'm going to enter the emperor's tomb this time. Could it be that today, on the day of the ancestor sacrifice, I am not even qualified to approach? His eyes were cold, but at this moment, a trace of humiliation flashed within Lin Xinghan, unwillingness. She had a strong personality, but ever since she returned to this upper realm Lin family, the family's hierarchical status made her feel a sense of powerlessness. Between the branch chakra and the main chakra, it was as if it was a barrier that could never be broken. Her heart had the ambition to reach for the sky, but being labeled as a branch lineage, even though she possessed a physique such as the cold moon ice body, she still couldn't get the family's attention. Not to mention, this time, in the Lin family's generation, there were two other great prides of the main vein, and in every aspect, she was unable to compare herself to those two. A branch lineage should have the awareness of a branch lineage, even if it has a cold moon ice body, so what? Unless, of course, you can make the big man happy before letting you through. For your information, I'm a descendant of the contemporary Lin family's Grand Elder, and the reincarnation underworld body that my cousin possesses isn't something you can compare to. With a cold laugh and an evil gaze, Lin Tian pointed at Lin Xinghan's family of three and said, condescendingly and arrogantly, the people of the district's branch veins are just people. Acid. In her jade hand, the sword was about to be sheathed. Xinghan, no. But behind them, the two parents were busy reminding. With bitter eyes, the descendants of the Lin family's great elder could not be messed with for them, the people of the Lin family's branch lineage. His own daughter had the opportunity to enter the emperor's tomb today, which contained the way of the Lin family's ancestors, perhaps a chance to change her destiny against all odds. Once the descendant of the Grand Elder was injured, perhaps at that time, he wouldn't even have a chance to enter the emperor's tomb. It is at a stalemate. But just at this moment. Boom! A ray of light came in the distance and... click! Blood sprayed out, pointing at the three people whose arms fell to the ground. It was Lin Tian. Ah! My arm! With a miserable scream, Lin Tian's face was twisted beyond recognition above his face in pain. Daring, who is it? Forcibly enduring the pain of his broken arm, Lin Tian's gaze looked over and met a pair of gazes filled with death. With white hair like snow and a black coat, it was none other than Lin Yuan, as well as Lin Su, the head of the Lin family, and Jiang Ro, the main mother, who stood behind Lin Yuan. If it weren't for the fact that today is the day of the Lin family's ancestor sacrifice, I would have killed you alive. Above his cold face, a cold smile hung at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth, and those icy eyes made one's soul tremble as he was looking at Lin Tian. Perhaps it is the encounter in the lower world. For this kind of people who bully others, Lin Yuan is no longer hate, but hate. Chapter 117. The Lin family's imperial tomb opens. The sound of miserable screams attracted the attention of the surroundings as countless gazes looked over. Most of the people were looking at Lin Tian's targeting of Lin Xinghan's family, but most of them were from the main vein, and thus were indifferent. The people present, many of the previous generation's Lin family's pride, had originally wanted to meet Lin Yuan, the contemporary divine son. At this time to debut in this way. It seems that the divine son of our Lin family's current generation isn't too easy to mess with. Among the surrounding crowd, a Lin family's pride who had seen Lin Yuan for the first time exclaimed. Nonsense, the son of the family head, and a Tai Shangdao body, on top of the mother clan, the Jiang family, that stands behind it, try messing with it. Let's put aside that killing intent alone. It seems that this godson of ours, it is estimated that he has not killed many people in the lower world. Although it was just a flash, but just now on Lin Yuan's body, that kind of killing intent that caused chills in the center of the heart, shocked quite a lot of people as soon as it appeared. Among the previous generation's Lin family pride, there were people whose eyes showed interest as they were looking at Lin Yuan. This was not a bad thing to say. Perhaps even Lin Yuan didn't pay too much attention on a regular basis. His killing intent was a bit too much. When the lower world Xin Tian continent for revenge, Lin Yuan, first within the Piaoshui Dao sect, will be decapitated by the various sects of the strong, killed to the east wasteland cultivation inheritance nearly cut off. And then he traveled to the central state, and within the Diwu imperial dynasty, there were countless corpses and bones and rivers of blood. At this moment, naturally, someone noticed that killing chance. However, the people of the Lin family present did not feel that it was wrong. Lin Yuan's identity was destined to become the Lin family's head in the future. As the future ruler of an emperor clan, killing and decisive, this was a must. No one in the Lin family would wish that the future head of the family was an indecisive person. God, the son of God. Pushing aside, not daring to block the way, his face was a little twisted, forcibly enduring the pain of his broken arm. The resentment in his gaze towards Lin Yuan flickered, not daring to show it. It was absolutely false for Lin Tian to say that he didn't hate it in his heart. But in hate, and so what, although it is the descendant of the great elder, but his talent, in the last generation of the Lin family pride, can only be considered average. On weekdays, he just relied on his status and bullied the people of the Lin family's branch lineage, so that his vanity could be satisfied for a bit. However, Lin Yuan's identity could be different from Lin Xinghan's. He, Lin Tian, had to understand if he had any brains at all that offending a contemporary divine son with a supreme Dao body would definitely not be a wise choice. Thank you, divine son. At this moment, to the side, Lin Xinghan's voice similarly rang out. Ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, above the absolutely beautiful and cold face, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yuan. Everything had changed since the previous family competition, and the young lord who was once known as the shame of the Lin family was actually a Tai Shangdao body. Even Lin Xinghan, who had always had an incomparably high heart, now understood very well. Regardless of his status, the man in front of her was one she needed to look up to for his talent alone. Before, on top of the family competition, Lin Yuan had not hurt her when he had the chance, and now he was relieving her. At this moment, within Lin Xinghan's heart, a special feeling was surfacing. Aha! Lin Yuan's face was calm as he nodded slightly. In his outburst just now, Lin Yuan had not thought of relieving anyone, but it was just that Lin Tian's behavior had reminded him of some people and things in the lower realms. Those were all very bad things, and every time Lin Yuan rang out, an unstoppable killing intent would always appear within his heart. At the moment, the heart calmed down. Turning his head, Lin Yuan looked at the two parents behind him, originally thinking that his behavior just now. However, Lin Yuan realized that he thought wrongly. Both Lin Su and Jiang Ro did not have the slightest look of blame. Bullying a fellow clan member. Which lineage of my Lin family is this person from? Truly, the more he lives, the less he has to produce. The voice rang out. With his black hair spread out like a waterfall, and a black fancy dress flowing with gold edges, family head Lin Su had an upright posture, looking at the pain of his broken arm and the cold sweat on his face as he poked and prodded at someone in the dark. What other lineage could it be? The descendant of our Lin family's great elder's lineage. Palace purple dress, graceful and noble, Jiang Ro attached. Husband and wife sang together. The general meaning is that the great elder Lingu lineage of people, bullying the same clan, for people not to be ashamed of, their son is completely righteous out, without the slightest responsibility. As they spoke, the family of four was walking towards the altar in front of them. Around the altar, countless gazes watched as the crowd visibly froze. Although it was Lin Tian again first, even if Lin Yuan, who was the son of a god, broke someone's arm and mutilated his fellow clan members, this kind of sin was not small. Hiss. This lineage of the family head, protecting the calf is also too obvious. Keep your voice down, this is all considered good. I heard that back in the days of my Lin family's beginning great emperor, this lineage. Lin Tian's usual bullying of people from the branch lineage has long been famous in the family, it's only strange that he kicked the iron plate this time. A voice rang out from the surroundings. Some people thought that the family head's lineage was too protective. There were also people who thought that Lin Tian usually relied on his status and bullied people from the Lin family branch, so today he really deserved it. Surprisingly, everyone has arrived, so the ceremony to open the emperor's tomb will begin. In front of the altar, the great elder Lin Gu, whose face had long been as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, sounded, but did not mention anything else. There were many descendants of his, and the celestial pride that could be valued included so many of Lin Mei's, and Lin Tian didn't count. The behavior of this descendant, of which I have heard on weekdays, is really not up to much, and has long since been abandoned. At this point, the clamor around them died down to silence. After ancestor worship, open the imperial tomb. At the altar, family head Lin Su was at the head, holding an incomparably black order, which emitted an incomparably majestic emperor Dao pressure, similar to the Lin family's emperor order that Lin Zhou held when he brought Lin Yuan back. Behind them, a group of Lin family elder council, including Lin Gu, the Lin family's grand elder, and Lin Wei, the second elder, totaled a dozen people, all with white hair and holding purple jade orders. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Within the token, the laws of the imperial Dao surged, purple light surged, the surrounding 1,000-foot sculptures shook, and the earth trembled in all directions. Click! At the place of the altar, space was torn apart, and a 3-foot-sized spatial passageway appeared in front of the Lin family. The Lin family's imperial mausoleum was hidden in another small world, and the only entrance was this spatial passage. After each generation of the family pride competition, the top 3 prides would be qualified to enter the emperor's mausoleum. Is this the entrance to my Lin family's imperial tomb? Black clothes and white hair, Lin Yuan looked ahead. Behind him stood Lin He and Lin Qinghan. Chapter 118, Rob? Click. 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 Time and space debris surged from the surrounding area, and the darkness was like an abyss in the spatial channel. Although he had not yet entered, the power of countless Lin family ancestors' ways had already appeared from the spatial channel in front of him. There was the might of a quasi-imperial emperor, there was the power of the laws of an alternative way of becoming a pathfinder, and even amongst the convergence of 10,000 paths, there were a few paths that vaguely overrode all the great paths of the world, and that was the emperor's might. The Lin family had produced more than one emperor. What I lack the most right now is a merit technique. Looking ahead, Lin Yuan muttered a low voice that only he could hear. Without a technique that complemented him, the Lin Yuan of today couldn't even break through the realm of heavenly ascension. Originally, he had been able to break through before, but because of the limitations of his Taishang Dao body, the requirements for the Gongfu were too harsh. And now, the Lin family's imperial tomb was Lin Yuan's chance. According to what that old Lin Hong had told Lin Yuan, it would be best if he could obtain a great emperor's method in order to complement his supreme Dao body and not be dragged down. Therefore, Lin Yuan's goal in entering the emperor's tomb this time was the beginning emperor scripture created by his own lineage's ancestor. Within the time since recovering from his injuries and returning to the beginning divine island, Lin Yuan had also already heard some news. The subterranean dragon list is about to come out. That would be the list that the young prides of all the races in the entire Nine Heavens immortal region would compete against. All the world's prides within the age of 30 could participate, but its conditions were harsh and incomparable. They had to be above the Heaven Ascension realm. As the Lin family of the imperial clan of the Jung Tian immortal domain, it could be said that every time the subterranean dragon ranking was opened, the heavenly pride involved was essential. As for him, Lin Yuan, as the contemporary divine son, his realm was still stuck at the half-step Heaven Ascension realm now. If he didn't even have the qualifications to participate, the Lin family of this life would really become a joke in the Jun Tian immortal domain. Thus, obtaining the technique and breaking through the Ascension realm was imperative for the current Lin Yuan. Even if he couldn't obtain his ancestors' beginning emperor scripture, he would still have to find a powerful technique to break through in this emperor's tomb before he could do so. There was a clamor around the altar. Every time the emperor's tomb opened, it was considered an event for the Lin family. Right here and now. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! From within the spatial passage connecting to the emperor's tomb in front of them, countless Lin family ancestor ways converged, which contained those few Emperor Dao laws. The light shone brightly, coalescing from within the pitch-black spatial passage and transforming into 3 streams of light that flew towards the hands of Lin Yuan, Lin He, and Lin Qinghan. This is... Sounding confused, Lin Yuan looked into his hand. The light flowed like jade, but it was only a few inches, but it seemed to contain countless ideas. Just as Lin Yuan was puzzled. This is the stone of inheritance. Only by holding this object, after entering the emperor's tomb, will you be recognized by my Lin family's ancestor and obtain the inheritance. Family head Lin Su's voice was ringing out towards the 3 Lin Yuan, explaining the usefulness of this item. In other words, holding the stone of inheritance, the 3 Lin Yuan, after entering the emperor's mausoleum, each of them could only obtain the way of one of the Lin family ancestors. After all, there had been so many Lin family disciples who had entered the emperor's tomb throughout the ages, and if they weren't controlled, I'm afraid that the emperor's tomb today would have long been empty. At this moment, behind Lin Yuan, a white coat untainted by dust, a handsome face like a chisel, long gray hair naturally spread out, falling behind his back, the power of the laws surging around his body, divided into 6 channels, connected to each other, transformed into a vortex that surrounded his body. It was Lin He. The injuries from his previous defeat to Lin Yuan had completely recovered at great cost to the Grand Elder. Within his dark eyes, Lin He's expression moved slightly. The stone of inheritance. The voice rang out faintly, and Lin He could not hide the excitement in his gaze. Unlike Lin Yuan's lack of major cultivation techniques, he possessed the reincarnation immortality scripture, which, when combined with his reincarnation underworld body, was already not bad even when compared to a true great emperor's method. His main purpose of entering the emperor's tomb this time was to obtain one of the 7 great sword intentions in the world, the heaven-splitting sword intention. In the 9 heavens immortal domain, there were 7 great sword intentions that were known throughout the world, and it was rumored that any one of these 7 sword intentions could kill an emperor when cultivated to the extreme. The other 6 sword intentions were all methods created by a certain great emperor once. The only thing that was different was the sky-splitting sword intent, which was created by the ancestor of Lin Hua's lineage, the sky-splitting sword ancestor. Becoming a Dao with an alternative and being comparable to a great emperor was enough to illustrate the terror of the sky-splitting sword intent. At this moment, Lin Hua's gaze was dark, looking with resentment at Lin Yuan who stood in front of him as he secretly said inwardly. Hoof. Reincarnation immortality scripture combined with my reincarnation underworld body, if I add in the heaven-cutting sword intent. Lin Yuan, so what if you're a supreme Dao body? I'll take back everything that's mine. This generation's Lin family's divine son position was originally in his pocket, and as a result, it ended up being taken away by Lin Yuan, so Lin He was naturally unwilling. In his opinion, his feud with Lin Yuan was not over, it had only just begun. And this time, the opening of the emperor's tomb was his chance. In front of the altar, the spatial force surged, the passageway connecting the Lin family's imperial tomb had long been opened, and the stone of inheritance had also appeared in the hands of the top 3 ranked people on top of this Heaven's Pride competition. The greatest chance within the emperor's mausoleum belongs to me. The voice rang out, and it seemed that he had long been unable to wait, as Lin He's figure deliberately blocked in front of Lin Yuan, his figure transforming into a stream of light. Before entering the spatial passage, he also turned his head to give Lin Yuan a provocative look. Boom! Taking the lead and entering it, Lin He was incredibly fast. Godson, I'll go in first. Behind them, Lin Qinghan similarly had expectations in her eyes, and after slightly nodding to Lin Yuan, her delicate body slightly moved, turning into a blue light and entering within the emperor's tomb. Although there was only 1 chance per person, there were strong and weak chances in the emperor's tomb. Fast enough. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yuan didn't dare to delay any longer as he prepared to enter it. Right at this moment, a voice transmission suddenly rang out from Lin Yuan's ears. It was Jiang Ro, causing Lin Yuan's pace to lurch. Yuaner, although there is only 1 inheritance stone, there may not be no other way. For example, when other people use the stone of inheritance to awaken the way of the ancestors, you can think of a way to snatch it. On the side of the crowd, the palace purple dress, graceful and noble, Jiang Ro secretly transmitted voice. The method of voice transmission, as in the previous family competition, no one around could hear Jiang Ro's voice, not even the family head's husband, Lin Su, who was on the sidelines. The meaning couldn't be simpler. Jiang Rou wanted Lin Yuan to tail Lin Hua or Lin Qinghan after entering the emperor's tomb, and when the other party used the inheritance stone, he would suddenly kill them, and finally use his own inheritance stone. Rob? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's gaze was a little confused. Why hadn't he thought of it just now? Gazing back, he found his old mother looking at him with a smirk. It was only at this moment that Lin Yuan finally realized that his old lady in this life was a bit of a belter. Nodding slightly, with one step, Lin Yuan entered within the emperor's tomb. Chapter 119 Trailing Lin He, Sky-Splitting Sword Ancestor, Moon God. Boom! The space-time fluctuations around them churned, and the pitch-black passageway behind them was still there. With a black coat and white hair like snow, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The Lin family's imperial mausoleum was not like what was imagined, that eerie mound of tombs, but instead it was more like a piece of fairy cave. The greenery was glowing and clear, and a faint layer of fog filled the sky and earth, not too thick, it was pure aura converging. In the distance, strange peaks rose up from the ground, each in a different shape, and a majestic pressure surrounded each mountain, both strong and weak, the lowest being left behind by a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse. It was only when you got closer that you would realize that it was not a mountain peak, but a mausoleum that had once been formed after the death of one of the ancestors of the Lin family. There was no time to take in the spectacle before us. Having just appeared, Lin Yuan was looking for traces of Lin Hua. There! His figure transformed into a stream of light, instantly skimming over several peaks. Lin Yuan flew ahead. Without the reminder of his own old lady, Jiang Rou, Lin Yuan's original intention was naturally, to be honest, to search for the mausoleum of his own ancestor, the beginning great emperor, in the middle of this heaven and earth. But after the previous transmission being nudged, it was different. After all, Lin Yuan only had one of the inheritance stones, and he only had one chance. To be on the safe side, Lin Yuan still put his intentions first, on Lin He, once in case the other party was lucky. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Although they were the same Lin family's heavenly pride, the two lineages had always been hostile to each other, and Lin Yuan and Lin He, who were also competitors of the Lin family's current generation, looked at each other in the wrong way, so there was no point in talking about the morality or immorality of doing so. At this moment, the Lin family's imperial tomb, leaning against the core of the warp. Rising up in the air, a white dress, gray hair fluttering in the wind, a handsome face like a chisel, his figure spanning across several mausoleums as high as mountains. Lin Ming held the inheritance stone, and between his palms, with his own blood, he transformed a strange array formation, probing for something. Found it! The voice suddenly rang out with a hint of excitement, and the cold expression on his face was no longer bland, as Lin He's gaze, in looking not far away. Unlike the other peaks, in front of them, a towering and upright peak was like a sharp sword. At the top of the mountain peak, a sword intent that cut through the heavens and the earth surrounded the mountain. The sharpness was unparalleled, close to piercing through this heaven and earth in general, and the pressure emanating from it was too terrifying. That was the aura emanating after the fall of an alternative way of becoming a Taoist that surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. Even without getting close, the overpowering pressure made people shiver. It was in the Lin family that the heaven-smashing divine island was established, the tomb of the ancestor of the great elder line, the heaven-smashing sword ancestor. Although his position amongst the ancestors of the Lin family, the heaven-slaying sword ancestor could not be compared to the beginning emperor, he was still an absolute powerhouse second only to the great emperor realm. Jintian sword ancestor, born 100,000 years ago, had once fought with Emperor Yuan Tian on the Emperor Road in the same world, and had even defeated Emperor Yuan Tian before he became an emperor several times with the Jintian sword intent he had created. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that back then, someone from the family head's lineage had stepped in to save great Emperor Yuan Tian at the hands of the Dragon Emperor Ridge powerhouses. The throne of the great emperor in that world should have been mine, ancestor Jintian's. Looking at the sword peak in front of him, Lin He's voice rang out with some indignation, uttering some old stories about the Lin family. It was only after certifying to be an emperor that an emperor could claim to be invincible in the world and overwhelm the world. But 100,000 years ago, as strong as the Yuan Tian emperor who had not yet become an emperor when he was young, in front of the major taboo forces of the Nine Heavens immortal domain, they were just ants, and the Dragon Emperor Ridge, which was located in the Juntian immortal domain and had been a mortal enemy of the Lin family since ancient times, was one of them. Back then, when he was young, Emperor Yuan Tian was in the Juntian immortal domain and encountered the pursuit of the Dragon Emperor Ridge powerhouses, and when he was already about to die, a Lin family powerhouse stepped in to rescue him from his peril. This was also why in the first place, in the lower realm, after learning that Lin Yuan was the young master of the Lin family in the upper realm, that remnant of Emperor Yuan Tian's mind chose to obliterate itself and fulfill Lin Yuan. Coincidentally, the person who had once saved the Yuan Tian Emperor in the hands of the Dragon Emperor Rage powerhouse was none other than a powerhouse from the Lin family head's lineage, and too much time had passed, and those powerhouses had long since fallen. The final result was that 100,000 years ago, Emperor Yuan Tian took the first step to become an emperor, stunning as that world's heaven-slaying sword ancestor, lost his last chance, and ultimately had to choose an alternative way to become an emperor. It had been 100,000 years, and aside from the fact that it was because of the matter of the Zheng family, this matter, too, was one of the main reasons why the Grand Elder, as well as his descendants, were hostile to Lin Yuan's family. At this point, the mausoleum of his own ancestor has been found. Humph. When I get the heaven-splitting sword intent, I'll let everyone in the Lin family know that. So what if they have a supreme Dao body? I, Lin He, will still be able to trample it under my feet. With an agitated face and quite a bit of vigor, Lin He took a step out, his figure approaching the tomb of the sky-splitting sword ancestor. But did not even realize that at this time behind him, a figure, quietly following. Sky-splitting sword intent? No wonder, this guy has a confident look on his face. Not far from Lin Hua, black clothes and white hair, stood in the air, his breath around him if anything, concealing his figure. The voice rang out, and it was none other than Lin Yuan, some realization dawning above his clear face. No wonder, Lin He, who had lost to himself in the previous family competition, had dared to provoke himself before entering the emperor's tomb. Regarding the heaven-slaying sword ancestor, Lin Yuan had mentioned it in the mouth of the quasi-emperor ancestor, Lin Hong. Even that quasi-emperor had praised the heaven-slashing sword intent created by that sword ancestor. He was the only one who had become a Taoist with an alternative, and had created the heaven-cutting sword intent, which was ranked as one of the 7 great sword intents among the 9 heavens immortal realm. Initially, Lin Yuan's main goal was the Gongfu, so he didn't care about this heaven-slashing sword intent. But now, with Lin He's good intentions to help him, perhaps he had a chance to obtain it, and how could he not take the heaven-slaying sword intent that he had picked up for nothing? In that case, I'll laugh it off. With a calm voice and a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, Lin Yuan's aura around his body was not visible as he followed behind Lin He as he approached the tomb of the battle-heavily sword ancestor. This place belonged to the core of the Lin family's imperial tomb, and those who could be buried here, amongst the Lin family's countless ancestors, were all truly powerful in their lifetime, and were not comparable to the average quasi-emperor. And at this moment, coincidentally, not far away from the tomb of the heaven-smashing sword ancestor. High-peaked twilight snow, where the top of the mountain, the light surged, transforming into a round of bright moon, hanging high on the top of the mountain, the coldness enveloped the 8 directions, freezing everything around. Crunch! 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 It was the sound of steps in the snow, azure light surging through, and isolating the coldness around them. In the light, it was vaguely a stunning figure with a cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, a delicate body, and a coldness around her body. Jade hand holding a sword, it was the only woman among the 3 who entered the emperor's tomb, Lin Qinghan. Summit Mausoleum near Hanging Moon. This is the tomb of Moon God's ancestor. Chapter 120 Sky-Splitting Sword Intent, Shocking the 4 Seats. The Supreme Dao Body, Lin Yuan was the first supreme body of the Imperial Lin clan, in 200,000 years. Thus, when Lin Yuan's aura of the Supreme Dao Body was displayed above the family competition, it was able to cause such a great shock. And 200,000 years ago, among the ancestors of the Lin family, there was likewise one of the 10 supreme bodies, the Taiyin body, which was a magnificent woman known as the Moon God. In theory, any supreme body, in the same world, was able to rival and suppress all the heavenly prides of the same generation. However, there was something special about 200,000 years ago, an era that belonged solely to the beginning emperor. Regardless of before or after becoming an emperor, even the Moon God who possessed the body of Taiyin was somewhat dim in front of the beginning emperor, even willing to be reduced to a companion to bear his light. At this moment, a silhouette, standing before the Moon God's mausoleum, was contemplating the rumors about this Lin family ancestor. Ancestor of the Moon God, rumor has it that she spent her entire life following the beginning emperor, never married, and was buried in the emperor's tomb after her death. I wonder, with my meager talents, can I awaken the inheritance of the Moon God's ancestor? Lin Qinghan stood in place, and in her beautiful eyes, there was excitement and apprehension. Although the Lin family's ancestors' legacy was stored in the emperor's mausoleum, it was for the convenience of the future generation of celestial pride, to obtain the way of their predecessors. But not just anyone can gain the approval of the ancestors. If one could not obtain the recognition of the ancestor, even if one had the stone of inheritance, it would be just as useless. Lin Qinghan knew very well that the Moon God ancestor's Taiyin body was not comparable to her cold moon ice body. However, between the two, there was also a special connection, equivalent to the difference between a Tai Shang Dao body and an innate Dao body. The body of Tai Yin was the upper body of the cold moon ice body, while Lin Qinghan was trying to do everything he could to awaken the moon god's inheritance. Not far from here, the sword peak towered high, and the closer it got, the more terrifying that overpowering sharpness became, chopping the sky and crushing everything, a kind of sword intent that seemed to split even heaven and earth. Posterity Lin Hua, greetings to the ancestor. After Lin Hua respectfully bowed towards the mausoleum, he could not wait any longer at all. Qi and blood surged around him, and the inheritance stone in his hand hovered in front of Lin He. He was using his own bloodline to forcibly awaken the inheritance of the sky-splitting sword ancestor. However, he saw that the sword peak in front of him remained indifferent. It seems that I still have to show my talent in front of my ancestor. The voice rang out, and Lin He was incredibly confident. He possessed the reincarnation underworld body, and other than those 10 supreme bodies in the world, no one could compare to him in terms of physique. Thus, regarding his talent, Lin He had always been conceited. Lin Mei spoke. Boom! Boom! A majestic aura rose from around him. Gray hair flew, and the 6 laws of reincarnation, which were around him, were lighting up, blossoming with endless rays of dark light, spinning crazily, devouring, and tearing the surrounding heaven and earth aura. In the vortex of reincarnation, black mist rolled and filled the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and in an instant, a calamitous aura that did not belong to the earth appeared from Lin He's circumference. As expected, when the aura of Lin He's reincarnation underworld body completely exploded in front of the ancestor's tomb, the mausoleum of the heaven-slaying sword ancestor in front of them was suddenly vibrating, with the sound of sword chants ringing out, but there was only such a slight change. Isn't that enough? His gaze darkened. His own ancestor's heaven-slashing sword intent had been placed in this emperor's tomb for 100,000 years, and Lin He finally realized the reason why it had never been taken away. However, this also made Lin He even more excited. This was because there had always been rumors about the Lin family's imperial tomb that the more difficult it was to take the inheritance, the more powerful it represented its heritage. A vision, now. Right at this moment, Lin He let out a loud shout. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Behind it, a grand scene was emerging, shaking the 4 directions. The ghostly mist filled the sky, the blood moon crossed the sky, a black calamitous earth. It was a hellish scene, thousands of ghosts and gods shadow kneeling, a yin and yang wheel of life and death spanning 10,000 years, quietly suspended behind Lin He, tearing everything in the world, as if it wanted to take all the living beings in the world, pulling them into the hell, pulling them into the cycle of reincarnation. The scenery is earth-shattering and magnificent. It was the vision that belonged uniquely to the reincarnation underworld body, the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, when this scene appeared, sure enough, a reincarnation underworld body that could rank as the 11th in the 10,000 realms of the heavens was by no means ordinary. Ahead, the mausoleum of the sky-splitting sword ancestor, the top of Sword Peak. Acid. There was a sound of sword chants that resounded throughout the Lin family's imperial tomb. It was a sword intent that was incomparably sharp and cracked the heaven and earth, with a bright light that went straight to the sky. Click. The Lin family's imperial tomb had actually been split open by the heaven-splitting sword intent, and the terrifying and boundless sword intent had broken through this side of heaven and earth, appearing in the Lin family's reverse central divine island. At this point, reverse central divine island, around the altar. The Lin family members who had watched the 3 heavenly prides enter the emperor's tomb were still guarding the place of the spatial passage. With the appearance of the heaven-slashing sword intent, it immediately caused everyone present to boil. That's the heaven-cutting sword intent. It's been 100,000 years, the inheritance of the sky-splitting sword ancestor has finally been obtained by someone. Who could it be? Rumor has it that the heaven-beheading sword ancestor is the ancestor of the heaven-beheading divine island lineage of my Lin family, so I guess it's Lin He. A voice was ringing out. Jintian's sword ancestor was definitely a forbidden-level ancestor of the Lin family, and his inheritance, Jintian's sword intent, was ranked amongst the current 9 heavens immortal domain, one of the 7 great sword intents. Now, with the appearance of the heaven-slashing sword intent, it completely caused the people around them to shake. It had been 100,000 years, 100,000 years of entering celestial pride. No one had been able to obtain this kind of inheritance, and it was unthinkable that this opening of the emperor's mausoleum would result in someone obtaining the heaven-slaying sword intent. At this moment, countless Lin family executives, shocked and sighing, mostly guessed that the heaven-slaying sword intent should have been obtained by Lin He. In the crowd, facing the flattery of the surrounding people, Grand Elder Lin Gu's old face, which usually did not speak or smile, was now happy. He possesses the reincarnation underworld body, and before that, he even practiced the reincarnation demon ancestors' reincarnation immortality scripture. Now, with the addition of the ancestors' heaven-slaying sword intent, in the old man's opinion, this time when the subterranean dragon ranking opens, let's have the underworld child lead the team there. As Lin Gu spoke, he didn't forget to look provocatively at the family head Lin Su, complacent. Ah, the sky-splitting sword intent. If only Yuchi had gotten it, pity. At this moment, looking at the heaven-slashing sword intent that pierced through the space of the Emperor's tomb and was about to disappear. Lin Su, who was the head of the family, had a look of pity on his face. Although he knew that it was impossible, after all, that heaven-slashing sword ancestor was the ancestor of the great elder's lineage. The heaven-beheading sword intent, although it was created by the ancestor of that lineage on the heaven-beheading divine island, it may not be impossible for Yuaner to obtain it. The voice rang out from the side. Palace purple dress, graceful and noble, Zhang Rowan laughing. Chapter 121 Angry Lin He, can you still play like this? The Lin family's imperial tomb. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The mausoleum of the sky-splitting sword ancestor, a sword peak about 100 feet tall, was trembling. The sword awnings were monstrous, churning like a tidal wave, crisscrossing the four directions, and the entire space trembled. That kind of sharpness was too terrifying, nothing in the world's matter could not be chopped, and even heaven and earth seemed to be split open. Ancestors' heaven-slashing sword intent. I've finally obtained it. The voice was incomparably excited, and Lin He's breathing was becoming rapid. He had already planned everything before entering the Emperor's tomb. He himself possessed the reincarnation underworld body as well as the reincarnation immortality scripture, but even so, he had previously lost to Lin Yuan on top of the Lin family competition. This was too much for Lin He to accept and vowed to take back everything that was his. However, after that battle, one had to admit that the power of the Supreme Tao body was indeed beyond his imagination. If he was able to obtain his ancestor's heaven-slashing sword intent, even if it was the Supreme Tao body, Lin He would be certain of his victory. Finally, the sky-splitting sword intent was right in front of him. Click! 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 The inheritance was obtained, and at this time, the stone of inheritance suspended in front of Lin He was shattering, turning into countless points of light that disappeared in front of him. In the meantime, above the sword peak, it was a palm-sized sword light formed by countless densely packed sword Dao runes, carrying a majestic pressure as it flew down towards Lin Hua. That was the creation of the sky-splitting sword ancestor, the sky-splitting sword intent, which ranked as one of the 7 great sword intents in the world, and was famous in the 9 heavens immortal region. There were rumors in the world that any one of the 7 great sword intentions cultivated to the extreme would be enough to kill an emperor. The rumors alone were enough to illustrate the terrifying nature of the heaven-slashing sword intent. Just when Lin Hua was about to receive the inheritance. The sky-splitting sword intent, it's really not bad. An unkind voice suddenly rang out. Ta-da! 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 The sound of steps rang out, and Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared behind Lin He. White hair like snow, a black dress, and a hint of an embarrassed smile above his clear face. After all, people have been busy for so half a day, he came to pick peaches. Lin Yuan since the beginning thought that he was a moral person. Speaking. Boom! A majestic aura rose up from Lin Yuan's body, and the Dao light was bright, accompanied by runes suspended around Lin Yuan. At the center of the brow, black two-colored light surged. It was the opening of the Taishang Dao pupil, and there was endless blazing light flowing within the eyes, containing the changes and evolution of all the world's phenomena. With his Dao injuries restored, his Taishang Dao pupil and vision open at all times, Lin Yuan's state had also reached its peak long ago. Boom! Since Lin Yuan's back, the vision that belonged uniquely to the Supreme Dao body was opening up, the eye of the great Dao emerged, and the scene was grand and supreme. To compete for the inheritance, you must be recognized by your ancestors. Even though the sky-splitting sword ancestor was the ancestor of the sky-splitting divine island lineage, he was also a member of the Lin family. Previously, Lin Hua had received the recognition of the sword ancestor's inheritance with his reincarnation underworld body, and at this time, when the inheritance was about to fall, Lin Yuan, who was the supreme Dao body, had also turned on his own visions. Below the sword peak, the visions of the 2 major physiques appeared at the same time, grandiose and incomparable, shaking the 4 directions. With this scene, acid originally flew towards Lin He's Jintian sword intent. looking at the battle between the two major physical visions below, unexpectedly froze in place, quietly suspended from above the void, not knowing who to choose. It all happened so fast. From the time Lin Yuan appeared to opening his vision, it was only in an instant. It was so fast that Lin He only reacted at this moment. "It's you!" The original expression of excitement on his face disappeared. Lin He's face was incredibly gloomy at the moment as he turned his head and saw a figure that he hated beyond measure. The position of God's son, which originally belonged to him, was taken away by the other party. Nowadays, among the Lin family, the fame of the supreme Tao body was far greater than his own. It was as if, overnight, the favor that belonged solely to him had been taken away from him. And now, the other party came running to rob the inheritance of their own ancestor. Who can stand that? The long gray hair was windless, and in Lin He's pitch-black pupils was the hatred that wanted to kill a person by 1,000 cuts. "It's also thanks to you for leading the way, even going so far as to spend the inheritance stone to obtain the inheritance for this godson." Lin Yuan laughed, indifferent in the face of Lin Hua's anger. Black clothes fluttered, and he stood with his hands in the air. It's the weak that will only care about the other's anger. Previously, when the family competition was held, Lin Yuan was suffering from a Dao injury, but he still dared to fight with Lin Mei and won the battle. Now under the complete recovery of the injury. "I'm invincible, feel free." The two were hostile to each other. Things have come to this point, there is nothing to say, only a battle. Who is strong? Jintian sword intent naturally belongs to who? Kill. With a loud cry, black mist rolled out, and behind him, the 6 paths of reincarnation visions crossed the sky as Lin He was killing Lin Yuan. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! A renewed battle between absolute prides erupted from the core of the Lin family's imperial tomb, and a majestic aura spread out, shaking the 8 directions. At this time, not far from the place where the great battle broke out. High-peaked twilight snow, where the top of the mountain, the light surged, transforming into a round of bright moon, hanging high on the mountain top. The coldness enveloped the 8 directions, freezing everything around. What's the commotion? At the moon god's inheritance place, Lin Xinghan, who was trying her best to obtain the inheritance, sensed the great battle not far away, and her willow brows wrinkled slightly. One must know that this place is the Emperor's tomb, the absolute forbidden land of the Emperor Lin family, and the matter is important. No, gotta get over there. Boom! The silhouette rose into the air and flew high into the sky. A pair of beautiful eyes were looking into the distance. Isn't that the tomb of the sky-splitting sword ancestor? Standing in the air, with ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, her delicate body was exquisite. At this moment, with blue light surging in his eyes, Lin Xinghan saw in the distance, the 2 terrifying figures in the midst of a great battle under the inheritance of the heavenly slashing sword ancestor. The fire is fully open, the vision collision between the vibration of the 4 directions, the majestic breath, whether it is the reincarnation of the underworld body or the supreme Taoist body, are not comparable to her. Vaguely, one could hear the conversation amongst the 2-man battle team in the distance, and after a little inner contemplation, one thoroughly understood the cause and effect of the matter. So the godson is robbing Lin He's inheritance? Lin Xinghan's voice rang out, a cold and incomparable face, at the moment slightly stunned, her mind a little confused. Isn't it 1 inheritance stone per person, and you can still play it like this, by robbing it? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this point, beneath the sword peak, white hair like snow was flying. Lin Yuan's surrounding Tao light was incomparably bright, just like a true son of the great Tao, stepping into the air. I possess the supreme Tao body. I'm more talented than you. I'm the contemporary divine son of the Lin clan, the hope of this generation of the Lin clan. It's only right that the sky-splitting sword intent belongs to me. The voice was majestic and overbearing, and with each step, the void beneath his feet trembled as if it was about to shatter. Chapter 122 Obtaining the heaven-stopping sword intent, Lin Xinghan who sneakily surrounded them. The 6 paths reincarnation vision could not be compared to Lin Yuan's eye of the great Tao at all, as had been verified at the time of the last family competition. Click! Between the collisions, Lin Hua's vision was shattered, turning into countless dots of light that dissipated in all directions. In the meantime. Oh. Can't take it? Think you're never superior? Confronting each other across the air, Lin Yuan's voice rang out as he looked at Lin He with a mocking gaze and asked rhetorically. Today, I will let you know the true gap between you and me. The voice was calm. The visions behind him were enhanced, causing Lin Yuan's aura to peak at its peak. As he spoke, he slapped out a palm. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was a palm print that descended from above the void, and within the palm print, there was an infinite amount of Tao light rising and runes flowing as it suppressed towards Lin Hua. The void rumbled. Irresistible, hard to resist. Pust. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and in the midst of the sparring match, Lin Hei's face was becoming incredibly pale as he was suppressed by just a hand, and his shattered body fell to the ground. How did this happen? The voice rang out, unable to get up. Lin Hei's gaze carried some disbelief. He realized that at this moment, Lin Yuan's battle power was even more powerful than when he was at the previous family competition. Unwilling. Inwardly, he was extremely upset. After entering the Emperor's tomb this time and obtaining the heaven-slaying sword intent, he vowed to reclaim everything that was rightfully his. The position of Divine Son was his own, and his name, Lin Hei, should have been the most dazzling two words amongst the contemporary heavenly prides. But today, lying on the ground, confused and incomparable, Lin Hei's eyes were in a state of disorientation. After that family competition, everything had changed. At that time, he possessed the reincarnation underworld body, and was favored by thousands of people throughout the Lin family, and was even internally designated as the contemporary divine son by the clan when he was just born, with the news spreading to the Juntian immortal region and shaking the four directions. The birth of a reincarnation underworld body would surely make the Lin family of this life glorious once again. Returning from the lower realms, he was so spirited that after learning of the hostility between the Lin family's beginning divine island and his own lineage, he did not hesitate to put out a bold statement in the entire Lin family that he wanted to trample the son of the current generation's head of the family, in front of everyone, under his feet. A district innate Tao body was nothing more than that. How could it be compared to himself? But ever since that battle at the family competition, everything has changed. And now, a person who was originally despised by himself, defeated himself several times. Standing in the void, Lin Yuan's face was calm. Right here and now. Acid. A sword light that was gathered by countless sword Tao runes cut through the void and was flying towards Lin Yuan. It's the sky-splitting sword intent. The purpose of the Lin family's countless generations of ancestors, who had buried themselves in the imperial tomb after their deaths, was itself for the Lin family's future generations of descendants. Even in today's Lin clan, the two lineages of the heaven-beheading Divine Island and the beginning Divine Island were hostile to each other. However, as the Jintian sword ancestor of the Lin family's ancestor 100,000 years ago, perhaps at that time, he had never blamed the family head's lineage either, and everything was just descendants being hostile to each other. It seems that I have been recognized by this sword intent. The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan looked at the palm-sized, yet seemingly sufficient to open up the sky and the earth, sword light in front of him. Calm as he was, there was still a hint of excitement in his gaze at this moment. Although what was most lacking nowadays was gunfa, other offensive means Lin Yuan might not be lacking. One must know that the previous him had relied entirely on his Taishang Dao body against his enemies, forcing them to be crushed by the power of his physique. But who could guarantee that afterward, he wouldn't encounter a heavenly pride that was by no means inferior to himself in terms of talent alone? And at that time, the role of the heaven-slashing sword intent was manifested. One of the world-famous 7 great sword intentions, the heaven-splitting sword intent, was never weaker than any imperial law. But how to cultivate this sword intent? Lin Yuan's gaze carried a hint of doubt, and in the palm of his hand, the sword light was made up of a single tiny sword Dao rune, each of which contained a majestic pressure. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, right at this moment, the light flowed, and a single sword Dao rune disappeared as it entered Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. Is that the heaven-beheading sword ancestor? Closing his eyes, a murmuring whisper sounded from Lin Yuan's mouth. At the same time, since Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, a scene appeared. It was a white-clothed old man with a cold face, cold as a lone star, standing between heaven and earth. Fingers flicked, using his fingers as a sword, the sword light split the heaven and earth, chopping into the sun, moon, and stars beyond the sky. In an instant, the sun and the moon were extinguished, and the endless rivers of stars were inverted, in shattering, losing their light, and turning into the dust of star wreckage. The scene was shocking. The Jintian sword intent is well known. Lin Yuan was sensing that sword intent and smiled with his eyes closed. Black clothes and white hair, standing in the air, with the Zantian sword intent being acquired by Lin Yuan, the sword peak beside him, which was the mausoleum of the Zantian sword ancestor, had lost the sharpness of its former sword intent and had become dead silent. Acid. Right at this moment, a sharpness that battled the heavens and the earth rose up from within Lin Yuan's body and shot straight up into the sky. Lin Yuan's aura changed. It was as if he himself was turning into a sword, a sharp sword that shattered everything and cut through nothing. The sharpness was too creepy. Just as Lin Yuan was comprehending the heaven-slaying sword intent, Lin He at his feet was lying on the ground, his gaze carrying resentment, but he was seriously injured and unable to get up. Godson is a bit vicious. In the distance, there was another beautiful eye secretly watching. The figure was absolutely beautiful, standing with the air, the delicate body was concave and convex. Only at this moment, Lin Xinghan, who had witnessed everything with her own eyes, lost some color in her flowery face. In her cognizance, isn't the Emperor's tomb a stone of inheritance per person, a fair access to the ancestors' inheritance, with a robbery? Unable to help it, his gaze moved to look at Lin He, who had not only had his inheritance snatched, but had himself been beaten to the ground by Lin Yuan. How pathetic! The words were said, but the corners of the red lips was slightly curved up. Lin Xinghan, a pair of eyes, at the moment is a bit of gloating. Perhaps it was because of the previous Lin Tian sake, which caused her to not have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the people of the great elder's lineage. And at that time, it was Lin Yuan who had relieved her, and it was already needless to say that her heart was toward that side. The only thing that made Lin Xinghan a little uneasy. Wait. Godson, he won't still want to rob me later, right? Witnessing what had just happened, he shuddered inwardly, his eyes pondering. Right now, the only thing that concerned Lin Xinghan was that she was a bit afraid that Lin Yuan would rob herself later. After all, of the 3 people who entered the Emperor's tomb this time, his own inheritance stone was still unused. Just in case later on, when he had managed to obtain the recognition of the moon god ancestor, and the inheritance had just descended, Lin Yuan, the divine son of the gods, killed out of nowhere as he had done. Then it will be a real tear-jerker. Chapter 123 Disturbed Lin Xinghan, Power of Taiyin. Clad in black, standing in the air, the sword intent around Lin Yuan's body was becoming more and more intense, and his tightly closed eyes were opening. Acid. Within the gaze, there seemed to be countless sword-ons emerging, and the surrounding void, under the sword light in the eye, crisscrossed and appeared with a crack, dense and cut open. This kind of sword intent was too terrifying. Sky-splitting sword intent, it lives up to its name. It's a pity that the time is too short, it's only just getting started. The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan let out an exclamation. The time was too short, and to be able to reach this point was beyond Lin Yuan's imagination. When he had just comprehended sword intent, Lin Yuan had also discovered another effect about his physique. The supreme Tao body, known as the son of the great Tao, and the Tao of the sword was also contained within the great Tao, and had a unique ability to comprehend all the Tao in the world. Although it was only just an introduction, and was still far from the level of the heaven-slaying sword ancestor. But even so, the just introduced Jintian sword intent had definitely surpassed all of Lin Yuan's previous sword techniques. After all, before this, what he had cultivated was only what the lower realms Qinyan sect had learned, and naturally, it couldn't be compared to the sky-splitting sword intent. This was one of the 7 great sword intentions that were all famous in the 9 heavens immortal region. Having just woken up from his comprehension, Lin Yuan could feel that there was a gaze secretly watching him. It wasn't Lin He, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries below. It's you! The sword intent in his eyes had not disappeared, perhaps because he had just comprehended the heavenly sword intent. White hair like snow, standing in the air, his originally cold and dead gaze with a few more points of sharpness, Lin Yuan was looking at Lin Xinghan. This gaze was extremely sharp, making people look at it as if their souls were trembling and being torn apart. Bow to the Son of God. Opposing each other in the air across the distance. In the distance, with ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, above the cold face, Lin Xinghan was surfacing a trace of panic. Lin Yuan's gaze was too harsh and aggressive. Meaning that gaze, her petite body involuntarily trembled slightly, and her voice trembled a bit as she said, Yuan had no intention of peeking in. If I have offended you, please forgive me, divine son. His posture was placed extremely low, slightly bending down, and he said to Lin Yuan, highly talented, with a strong background, and so ferocious, Lin Xinghan can't afford not to have a low stance. Without replying back, Lin Yuan's gaze, instead, was turning to Lin Xinghan's side, the mausoleum with the snowy peaks hanging over the moon, and his gaze froze. Is that the tomb of my Lin family's ancestor, the moon god? The voice rang out, slightly surprised. Before the opening of the Emperor's tomb, Lin Yuan had already learned about the past ancestors of the Lin family through the records. As for one of the top 10 supreme bodies of the Lin family for endless years, the moon god who possessed the body of Taiyin, Lin Yuan naturally knew about it. And, regarding this one, Lin Yuan, who was a descendant of the lineage of the beginning emperor, knew something that others didn't know. The heaven-slashing sword intent had already been obtained, just as Lin Yuan took a step to probe out wanting to go over and take a look. Lin Yuan, do you know what a crime it is to maim your fellow clan members in the middle of an emperor's tomb? The earth cracked, blood stained the surrounding area, and the body was broken and lying on the ground, with the unwilling voice of Lin He below. Eyes showing resentment, in looking up at Lin Yuan above the void. Jintian sword intent, is his Jintian divine island lineage ancestor created, the inheritance of the stone is also gone, for others as a graft, is a person can hardly endure. Not to mention the always conceited Lin He, before this, how had he ever suffered such humiliation? These words caused Lin Yuan's pace to lurch. Ha! With a flash of his figure, Lin Yuan appeared above the ground. You should be glad that you also have the word Lin in your name. Otherwise, do you think you have a chance to talk to me? Lin Yuan's gaze was incomparably indifferent as he looked at Lin He and sneered coldly. The killing intent is blatant, and the coldness emanating from his body makes Lin He, who originally had a resentful eye, somewhat fearful, and his eyes are dodging, not daring to look at him. Boom! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, on his way to where the moon god's tomb was. Crap! Afraid of what's coming. Noticing Lin Yuan's figure stepping into the air, Lin Qinghan muttered in a small voice. Before that, what she was afraid of was that she was having a hard time finding an inheritance that suited her, and being discovered by Lin Yuan, a divine son. After all, the previous scene was still in front of us. But now, Son of God. But in an instant, Lin Yuan had appeared, surrounded by white, and above the earth was snow. Standing in the snow, Lin Qinghan said apprehensively from the side. Are you worried that I will snatch your inheritance like I did before? The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, his white hair cascading down his back. Lin Yuan was laughing. Gazing upwards, a bright moon hung high, the power of Taiyin escaped from the mountain-like mausoleum, and the space in all directions seemed to be frozen. This coldness alone was not something that an ordinary heaven's prides could resist. The Tao light rose around Lin Yuan, resisting with the power of his physique, fearless. As for Lin Qinghan on the side, it was because of the cold moon ice body. For this kind of environment, it was beneficial to her instead. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Qinghan wouldn't dare. Although the words are so said, but the beautiful face above, as if a little less believe, red lips, small mouth slightly rise. The moon god, rumored to be the ancestor of my lineage, a powerhouse of the same generation as the beginning emperor, its legacy, naturally powerful. At this moment, Lin Yuan was talking about some of this strong man's deeds. 200,000 years ago, the beginning emperor suppressed the immortal realm of the 9 heavens and the 10,000 realms of the heavens, with countless followers by his side. Above the records of the beginning divine island lineage, there were the names of those followers, and as the beginning emperor, the only woman among the many followers. As far as Lin Yuan knew, this moon god seemed to have a somewhat special relationship with that ancestor of his family. However, it is about the ancestors Lin Yuan has not mentioned more. Beginning emperor. When the name of this great emperor was mentioned, even Lin Qinghan, who was a branch of the Lin family, had an expression of incomparable admiration in his gaze. In the endless years of the Emperor Lin clan, the beginning emperor might not be the earliest of the Lin clan's great emperors, but he was definitely the most mythic. There are no words to describe it. Invincible. It is truly invincible for all ages. Even among the countless great emperors of the 9 heavenly immortal domain, the beginning emperor was definitely the most forbidden type of powerhouse. And the era it was in had brought the brilliance of the Lin family to its true peak. The power of the Taiyin. Unfortunately, this power opposes my Tai Shangdao body, and this inheritance is useless to me. At this moment, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, let out a sigh, and smiled bitterly. Although he needed feats, but as the same 10 supreme physiques, these 10 physiques were in opposition to each other, and he was unable to condense the power of Taiyin. On the contrary, Lin Qinghan, who has a cold moon ice body, as the lower body of the body of Taiyin, the inheritance of the moon god is undoubtedly the most suitable for the other party. The reason why he appeared here was just curiosity on Lin Yuan's part. Lin family for 200,000 years, this and his own same supreme body ancestor just. Chapter 124. Standing on the back at the end of the 9 heavenly immortal realms, Emperor's tomb shakes. Not robbing me anymore? The figure was absolutely beautiful, standing in the middle of the snow, her delicate body exquisite, and her voice rang out. This was the inheritance of the moon god, a truly powerful man. It was really because before, when Lin Yuan had robbed Lin Hua, he had acted a bit ferociously, forcibly robbing the heaven-slaying sword intent, not to mention beating Lin Hua half to death. Anyone else who came and saw Lin Yuan appear at this place would be a bit terrified inside. Looking at Lin Yuan's distant back, until this moment, Lin Qinghan was still a little confused. With regards to this Lin Yuan, the contemporary divine son, Lin Qinghan's heart was somewhat complicated. Initially, he had only heard that the other party possessed an innate Dao body and had a powerful background, and even when Lin Yuan had just been born, the district's innate Dao body was recognized as the Lin family's shame. But after that big family competition, everything changed. The descendant of the lineage of the beginning emperor, bearing the bloodline of the two great emperor clans of Lin and Jiang, under the circumstance that neither of his parents were unusual, as in the case of possessing the supreme Dao body. No matter which aspect, the other party needed to be looked up to by her, Lin Qinghan. At this moment, with white hair and black clothes and a somewhat thin figure, Lin Yuan was striding towards the deep place of the emperor's tomb. Although he didn't know where the tomb of his lineage's ancestor, the beginning emperor, was. But according to the location of this side of heaven and earth, it is thought to be in the most central position. Don't dare at this time, feel the one behind you, still some scornful gaze. Am I that mean? With a somewhat helpless tone, Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, muttering to himself. It wasn't just robbing Lin Hei's heaven-slaying sword intent. Before this, Lin Yuan really didn't have any intentions in this regard, or his own old mother secretly taught him. Not thinking much about it, Lin Yuan's figure rose up into the air, transforming into a residual shadow as he flew towards the center. The Lin family's imperial tomb. The more central the location, the taller the mausoleums in all directions, with different shapes representing each ancestor's way. Some of the peaks were dimly lit, and that was a sign that their inheritance had long since been obtained by the previous Lin family's pride. One way forward, I don't know how much time has passed. Gradually, the surrounding heaven and earth were permeated with a chaotic mist, accompanied by a special majestic pressure. This kind of power seems to be somewhat similar to the Empyrean Dao formation over my beginning God Island. Even Lin Yuan didn't know where he had arrived. His vision was somewhat obscured in all directions, and the deeper he went, the more dense the chaotic aura became, almost impossible to melt. Finally, ahead, not the peak where the mausoleum was formed. Vaguely, it was a humanoid statue, about 10,000 feet tall and lofty, standing silently, looking down on the entire Lin family imperial tomb. This is already the very center of the imperial tomb. And right at this moment, for some reason, Lin Yuan was able to feel that the power of the bloodline in his body seemed to be being pulled by the 10,000-foot statue in front of him. Can't help but want to get closer. Is it the place of the ancestors' tombs? The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan couldn't be sure. After all, he hadn't seen the appearance of the beginning emperor either. Just standing in the distance, looking towards the statue, the closer he got, the more Lin Yuan could feel that his own blood boiling more and more violently. The surrounding chaotic mist filled the air, accompanied by a majestic and incomparable imperial Dao law that shook the four directions. This place cannot be airborne, the only way to land and walk forward. It seems to have been incomparably close, but the statue is too tall. Lin Yuan do not know how long to walk. The 10,000-foot statue, which was counted to be built from some special material, took on a grayish color. Standing at his feet, Lin Yuan was as small as a mole cricket, and being here, the Emperor Dao pressure was already terrifying to the extreme. Eyes tinged with shock, Lin Yuan was raising his head, looking at the statue in front of him. It was so vivid that in a trance, Lin Yuan saw a picture. He saw an incomparably majestic middle-aged man, surrounded by radiance that shone universally and sunk the heavens, and in the palm of his hand, he was holding a party of slowly rotating stars, standing at the end of the nine heavens immortal realm with his hands folded and his back turned to the living beings. That aura was too supreme, above everything in the world. Breaking free from that image just now, Lin Yuan was sweating coldly, his body trembling slightly. Looking around, the statue was still in front of him, the surroundings were silent, and the only thing that could be seen was the majestic pressure of the imperial Dao laws suppressing it. It was even more terrifying than the emperor might contained by the Yuan Tian emperor that Lin Yuan had seen, enough to crush everything. Boom! Right at this moment, the blood veins within Lin Yuan's body were boiling, forming a layer of blood-colored light coming out of his body. The imperial Dao laws were cancelled out and disappeared. And at this moment, how could Lin Yuan not understand that the image he had just seen in a trance was the ancestor of his lineage of the Lin family, the beginning emperor? Posterity Lin Yuan, greet the ancestor. Wiping away the cold sweat from his face, Lin Yuan respectfully bowed before bowing towards the statue in front of him. As he spoke, the inheritance stone appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. Boom! At the same time, the aura that uniquely belonged to the supreme Dao body was surging around Lin Yuan. White hair like snow, dressed in black, stood beneath the statue of his ancestor, windless. Lin Yuan had a slender posture and a clear face. At this moment, there was Taoist light rising up. There were mysterious Taoist patterns suspended from all around his body. The light was brilliant, and in every inch of his body, he was blossoming with light, containing Taoist rhythms. Where the center of the eyebrow is cracking, it is the pupil of the Taishang Dao, and the vision behind him emerges, shaking the four directions. Lin Yuan had come here to obtain his ancestors' inheritance, the beginning emperor scripture. And in order to be recognized by the ancestors, one must show one's talent. The Supreme Tao body, throughout the ages, ranked as one of the top 10 supreme bodies in the world. It could be said that in this world today, in terms of talent and qualifications alone, at most, there were people who were on par with Lin Yuan, and if they wanted to surpass him, there was almost nothing. Sure enough. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Lin Yuan was the first supreme body of the Lin family after 200,000 years and was a direct lineage of the beginning emperor. Wow! Right at this moment, the inheritance stone belonging to Lin Yuan slowly floated in the air from his hand. It was but an inch long, and in the jade-like inheritance stone, an endless light was blossoming. Click! The inheritance stone shattered, and the light that blossomed transformed into an illusory door that appeared in front of Lin Yuan. For those who come after me, the way shall not be lightly transmitted. If you want to obtain the law of this emperor, you need to be tested. A majestic voice, as if it had spanned thousands of years, resounded from the mouth of the statue in front. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the entire Lin family imperial tomb was shaking, and the tombs of countless Lin family ancestors were shaking, making a pilgrimage in the direction of this place, making a pilgrimage to the beginning emperor. At this point, where the tomb of the moon god originally was thinking of ways to awaken this inheritance of Lin Qinghan, the four sides of the vibration, the sudden abnormality, especially at this moment on top of the mountain hanging moon place. So, what happened? Is it the ancestor moon god? As his inside shook and his voice rang out, Lin Qinghan was a bit bewildered. Amidst the endless moonlight, the figure of an illusory woman suddenly appeared, standing on the top of a snowy peak, magnificent. The other party was looking at the center of the emperor's mausoleum. Chapter 125: The Test of Obtaining the Beginning Emperor Scripture. I don't know what happened, but the emperor's tomb shook with a great noise. At this moment, in the outside world, at the place of the altar, countless people of the Lin family who still stayed to this place were shocked. A few words could be heard in the background. My way is not to be taken lightly. This kind of movement was even more astonishing than the previous appearance of the heaven-slashing sword intent. What exactly happened this time when the emperor's tomb opened? The people around them were bewildered. The Lin family's imperial tomb had been opened countless times, but very rarely had the commotion created by this opening been as great as this one. I don't know, could it be the appearance of an ancestor's legacy that is even more powerful than the sky-splitting sword ancestor? I wonder if it's that heavenly pride of my Lin family. A voice was ringing out, all with surprise in their gazes. No one would have thought that this matter might be related to the legacy of the beginning emperor. Because for 200,000 years, no one had ever been able to awaken that great emperor's legacy. Who could it be? Standing in front of the altar, family head Lin Su's eyes were thoughtful. It was reasonable to say that those who could cause such a commotion in the middle of the emperor's tomb would at least be an emperor-level inheritance. Although he was confident in his son, Lin Yuan's supreme Tao body. But there were too many uncertainties in the matter of trying to obtain the ancestor's inheritance. The emperor's tomb shook and the fluctuations spread to the outside world as countless people speculated. The space transformed, and as a majestic voice that had spanned 10,000 ancient years rang out, Lin Yuan entered within a strange yet familiar space. It was within a large hall, surrounded by chaotic mist, and gazes circled around. This is the beginning emperor palace? Lin Yuan's voice rang out, a little confused. According to his guess, this place should be an inheritance space. But to his surprise, everything around him was exactly the same as the beginning emperor palace on top of his own divine island. Boom! Just then, above the imperial palace, there was light surging. It was chaotic immortal light emanating 9 colors, blazing and illuminating the surroundings, accompanied by countless words like tadpoles that were wandering and converging in all directions. A scripture condensed by chaotic immortal light was suspended above the imperial palace, and above the scripture, 4 large characters were inscribed. Beginning of the Emperor's Scriptures. Between the fonts it was as if it contained the supreme principles of the world, emanating a majestic and incomparable aura. Posterity. Accept the test and get my Emperor's Scripture. A voice that rang out from within the beginning Emperor's Scripture, the imperial palace vibrated, shaking violently. The beginning Emperor's Scripture, which contained the beginning Emperor's lifelong way within it. Over the past 200,000 years, it wasn't as if there were no Lin family prides that wanted to get it, but didn't even have the qualifications to enter this inheritance space. As for Lin Yuan, even with his supreme Dao body, which was one of the top 10 supreme bodies in the world, he barely just had the qualifications to enter this place. In order to obtain the inheritance of the ancestors, it was not enough to have a supreme Dao body, one needed to undergo a test. Such demands may seem too harsh. But don't forget that as strong as the moon god, who was once the same supreme body, was only a follower of the beginning emperor. Invincible for an era, from youth to becoming an emperor, without a single defeat, even after 200,000 years had passed, the name of the beginning emperor was still unrivaled in the Lin family. How can it be so easy to get the way of such a character? At this moment, dressed in black, with white hair like snow and a grave gaze, Lin Yuan looked upwards at the emperor's scripture that shone brightly above him and put away his inner excitement. Although he had obtained the heaven-slaying sword intent, what Lin Yuan lacked the most was a major cultivation technique. Lin Yuan didn't want to be like before, when the realm was already there, but he failed to break through due to the limitations of the Gong method. The supreme Dao body physique was too powerful, and the requirements for the technique, harsh and incomparable. In the long run, it had to be a great emperor's technique. And the beginning emperor's scripture was a top-tier existence even when placed among the countless great emperor's laws. Now that the emperor's scripture was right in front of him, no matter what the cost, Lin Yuan was bound to do it. Posterity Lin Yuan, willing to accept the test of the ancestors. With a firm gaze, Lin Yuan bent down and slightly bowed, his voice calmly saying. With these words rang out. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, in the sky above, around the emperor's scripture, the nine-colored chaotic immortal light shone brightly, and the light was blazing brighter and brighter. Golden words emerged from the imperial scriptures, accompanied by the majestic chaos chi writhing, in arrangement, in composition, manifesting an incomparable figure of honor, standing in the sky above the imperial palace, noble beyond words. The face was blurred but majestic, emanating an aura that made the heavens and the worlds tremble, supreme, divine, and irrefutable, transcending above everything. That figure, Lin Yuan had seen it before, it was his own ancestor, the beginning emperor, but it was only the emperor's scripture that had manifested itself, not a true great emperor appearing. Otherwise, who could withstand a strike from a great emperor? Take 9 steps from me and be considered to have passed the test. The voice rang out, and the illusory emperor's shadow took a step out. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, at its feet, appeared an astonishing scene. The heavens and the earth crumbled, the sun and the moon had no light. Although Emperor's shadow followed the rules and the power he used was at the same level as Lin Yuan, that kind of pressure was too powerful, far too much for the average half-step heaven ascension realm heaven's pride to withstand, and it would be crushed into dregs. Boom! The Dao light around his body rose up, and in the past, when he was fighting against the enemy, with the Dao light, Lin Yuan could achieve invulnerability to all laws. But now... White hair flying, chest pain shaking, Lin Yuan's body staggered back a few steps from within the imperial palace before he could barely stabilize himself. Pust! Finally, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and the Dao light around him instantly became dim. And that's just the first step? Lin Yuan's gaze was shocked, his heart shook. Should it be so outrageous? Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth and looking at the blurry emperor's shadow in the sky above, Lin Yuan was able to sense that what the other party had just used was indeed the power of the half-heavenly ascension realm. But powerful may not be too scary. This was the test of one's own ancestor, one's own supreme Dao body was still difficult to resist, and the other celestial pride, I'm afraid that they didn't even have the qualifications to last past the first strike. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to be prepared. Step 2, Star River Breaking. A majestic voice rang out as the second step fell towards Lin Yuan once again. A horrifying scene once again appeared beneath his feet. It was endless, a bright star river in the middle. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The star river reversed, countless densely packed stars shattered under the footprints, losing their light and turning into dust as the storm swept through the deep space of the universe. This strike was several times more powerful than the previous step. Oppression. An endless sense of oppression was coming at Lin Yuan. The black clothes were fluttering, the bones in his body were clicking, the blood vessels all seemed to be shattering, and his upright posture was gradually bending. The clean-cut face grimaced and gritted its teeth. Beginning Emperor Scripture, I'll take it. A loud cry, with an inner firmness that was unmistakable. An incomparably terrifying aura rose up, and the Dao lines around Lin Yuan's body were blossoming with a brilliant light. Chapter 126 Moon God's Inheritance, Final Step of the Emperor's Scripture Test. just as Lin Yuan entered the inheritance space to be tested for obtaining the beginning emperor scripture. In the middle of the emperor's tomb, the countless mausoleums that were originally vibrating began to calm down, and everything was as before. The coldness is blistering, the earth is snow, and this is where the tomb of the moon god is. The endless moonlight was scattering, and at the top of the peak, there stood the silhouette of a magnificent woman. Her gaze facing the distance was retracting, looking down at Lin Xinghan. Just the cold moon ice body? A somewhat disembodied voice rang out, eyes hesitant. Below, the delicate body with a cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, and delicate body stood in the middle of the snow. Hearing the sudden voice, Lin Xinghan was a bit bewildered and apprehensive. She didn't know why the figure of the moon god had suddenly appeared, but she was certain that the matter had nothing to do with herself. Judging from the fact that the entire heaven and earth had just begun to produce vibrations, as well as the direction that the moon god had looked at earlier, there should be some sort of change in the depths of the emperor's mausoleum. For some reason, Lin Xinghan had a suspicion within his heart that the direction Lin Yuan had traveled forward when he left earlier was precisely the location of the depths of the emperor's tomb. Perhaps the change has something to do with that son of God. However, these were not things that she, Lin Xinghan, needed to consider. Most importantly, it was how to gain the approval of the moon god ancestor and obtain the inheritance. Late Lin Xinghan, greet the moon god ancestor. As he spoke, regardless of anything else, he respectfully kneeled down and bowed towards the illusory figure at the peak. The green silk crashed to the ground, above the white forehead, stained with a few flakes of snow, not caring about this at all. I implore my ancestor, grant me my inheritance. There was a prayer in his voice. Lin Xinghan knew that of the three who had entered the emperor's tomb this time, in terms of talent alone, whether compared to Lin Hua or Lin Yuan, she was far inferior. After appearing here for a long time, he was still unable to obtain the recognition of the moon god's inheritance. Now that the ancestor figure had appeared, it was her only chance. My legacy, for 200,000 years, no one can obtain it. Now, Big Brother's beginning emperor scripture has also come out. It's just read your heart. Above the void, the voice of the moon god sounded, looking at the kneeling Lin Xinghan below, the same woman. Click. The inheritance stone that belonged to Lin Xinghan shattered. At the same time, as the moon god's voice rang out, the bright moon at the top of the mountain was moving. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! In the moon, endless power of Taiyin escaped, and the coldness it contained was enough to freeze the world. Thank you, ancestor. The figure of the moon god disappeared. It was a seal of the moon that was slowly falling down and fusing with Lin Xinghan's body. Blue clothes fluttering, this cold and colorful, at this moment even more seemingly cold, as wide cold fairy advent. Boom! A powerful aura was surging, blue cold light freezing the four directions. Lin Xinghan's realm was breaking through, from the half-day ascension realm, breaking through to the realm of ascension. Needless to say, she was lucky. Originally, with her cold moon ice body's talent, she would not be able to obtain the moon god's inheritance. However, because of Lin Yuan's operation, the beginning emperor's scripture, which hadn't appeared for 200,000 years, had awakened the lunar god's consciousness since the appearance of this heaven and earth. And as a result, it allowed Lin Xinghan to obtain the inheritance of the moon god. At this moment, the beginning emperor palace. The surrounding chaotic mist filled the area, and above the imperial palace, the beginning emperor's scripture radiated with light. The four big words were majestic and incomparable, and the nine-colored chaotic immortal light was more prevalent than the blazing sun, illuminating the imperial palace. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The imperial palace vibrated, shaking violently, the ordeal unceasing. Step 8. The blurred figure's breath was supreme and incomparable, and his voice was magnificent, resonating with the entire imperial palace. Below, the body was staggering, backing up and shaking. White hair like snow, above Lin Yuan's clear face, his face was pale and incomparable, his breath was withered to the extreme, he spat out blood, the Tao light around his body dimmed, his body was drenched in blood, and his black clothes had long been wet with blood. The consciousness was a little dim, and one could see the white bones through the broken body. Difficulty. It's too hard. Over the past 200,000 years, there had been countless celestials from the Emperor Lin clan who wanted to obtain the beginning emperor scripture. However, there was still no one who had been recognized by the emperor's scriptures. The supreme Tao body, ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies in the world, invincible in the same generation, but in front of this kind of test, it was still so difficult. After blocking 8 consecutive steps, Lin Yuan was just one step short of the final step, and Lin Yuan would be recognized by the emperor's scripture. Go on. Without the slightest bit of fear, Lin Yuan's calm voice rang out, supporting his remnant body, his gaze firm, before looking at that supreme figure. Although born into the imperial clan, he was never some hothouse flower. Along the way, he had encountered several life and death crises, and his Tao heart was sharpened. The predicament in front of him was not enough for Lin Yuan to retreat. As he had said when he had just appeared here, the beginning emperor scripture, he would definitely take it. The ninth step through the worlds, the only one in the ages. Chaotic chi flowed around, and the supreme figure formed by the emperor's scriptures had no consciousness. He was more like the power of rules. The voice was magnificent, and at this moment, the atmosphere changed, and a blurred figure floated above the imperial palace, carrying a supreme aura that was vast and incomparable, and the voice was cold to the extreme. The last step stepped out, before falling towards Lin Yuan, and its terror seemed to be even more powerful than the first 8 steps stacked on top of each other. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! An incomparably huge crack appeared, and it was as if this inheritance space conjured by the emperor's scriptures was about to shatter, allowing for a view of the emperor's tomb outside. The earth and sky changed color, the Qiankuan quaked, and a step fell, in giving birth to a sight that shocked the world. Beneath the steps, there was the sound of waves, vast and majestic, a long river of time, coming from the end of the ages. This strike was a near impossible test. Although what was used was still a half step to the heaven ascension realm, a power at the same level as Lin Yuan's, its terror had long since far exceeded the limits of this realm. The remnants of his body bled and fell to his feet and dyed the ground red. Lin Yuan's only stance remained upright and incomparable, never bowing his head. Acid. A sword intent that battled the heavens and the earth appeared from Lin Yuan's circumference. The sharpness was matchless, and the surrounding space seemed to be cut apart by the sword intent. It was the heaven-slashing sword intent, which had not been utilized since its comprehension. It's not enough. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the heaven-slashing sword intent, which had only just been initiated, was far from enough to face this kind of test. Speaking. At the center of his brow, the pupil of the supreme Tao was opening, and the vision behind him, the eye of the great Tao, emerged and added to his body. With all the means at his disposal, all the power he could use, Lin Yuan used all of it, just to block this final blow. If he wins, he will obtain the beginning emperor scripture, the forbidden emperor law of this world. Defeat, death, and soul. Chapter 127 Flesh-Body Reorganization, Emperor Scripture emerges, Lin family boils over. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The surrounding void was trembling and shaking violently. Space collapsed and all matter seemed to shatter and revert to chaos. Facing this strike, even though Lin Yuan had used all his means, it was still somewhat difficult to resist. Click! The vision behind him shattered, and the heaven-slashing sword intent rushed straight up and was stepped on. Standing within the already illusory and incomparable imperial palace, Lin Yuan's skin was cracking. Above his body, countless densely packed cracks, blood was like a gushing fountain, overflowing from the cracked body skin. His bones were shattering, crumbling inch by inch. Irresistible and hard to resist, it was an almost impossible test. This step was too strong, so strong that any heavenly pride in the world would have to despair over it. Pain. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs was like a tidal wave that was drowning Lin Yuan. He felt it, his body was disappearing, only his will remained intact, and his soul was like a candle in the wind, barely holding on, but also about to be extinguished at any moment. Going to fail? A murmuring and whispering voice, tinged with unwillingness, rang out from the midst of all the brokenness around them, but Lin Yuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he was beginning to understand why, for 200,000 years, his ancestors' mausoleum had been right here, yet no one had ever been able to obtain the beginning emperor scripture. Inwardly, I'm not happy about it, but that's the way it turned out. Consciousness was drowsy, as if it were falling into an endless darkness. As he died frequently and his consciousness died completely, Lin Yuan was thinking back on his journey. Crisis he has encountered, several life and death crises, and finally turned out to be safe, but fate cannot always favor him. The last moment of his memory rested within that broken green cloud Tao sect. Never daring to forget that he had knelt in front of that old man's tombstone and swore that he would find the 9 spectral pigeon flower and resurrect his little sister. But today. At this moment, the last wisp of Lin Yuan's will was gradually laxing. Once it completely disappeared, no one could save him, and his death seemed to have become inevitable. But, just then, above the imperial palace, within the imperial scripture that emitted the 9-colored chaotic immortal light, a voice resounded. Test, passed. Ice cold without the slightest emotion, majestic to the highest. The test was never about talent, physical fitness, but willpower. Tenacious beyond measure, that last shred of dying will allow Lin Yuan to pass the test. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The Emperor's shadow that had been conjured up by the Emperor's scriptures disappeared, and the surrounding inheritance space that was similar to the beginning Emperor Palace was also disappearing. Everything here was itself constructed by the beginning Emperor's scripture with the power of rules. The scenery shifted and reappeared underneath the 10,000-foot statue. The Emperor's scripture was slowly descending towards the direction where Lin Yuan's body shattered and disappeared. Within the Emperor's scripture, the chaotic chi was tossing and turning, and it was also pulling in endless mists from all directions to converge. It is so thick that it cannot be dissolved, and in the chaos, Lin Yuan's body, which was originally blown up and broken long ago, is reuniting under the shroud of the Emperor's scriptures, and his soul consciousness is reviving. It's done? Unbelievable, between life and death, at the last moment, the test passed, which Lin Yuan never expected. A new body, reorganized from the chaos, accompanied by Lin Yuan's voice. Just as Lin Yuan was reorganizing his physical body. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The Emperor's mausoleum shook, and the nine-colored chaotic immortal light blazed incomparably, illuminating the entire heavens and earth, accompanied by the four big words of the beginning Emperor's scripture piercing through this heaven and earth, appearing in the reverse central divine island. It was the Emperor Dao laws that belonged solely to the beginning Emperor, majestic and incomparable, and had shocked the four directions since the Emperor's tomb had appeared within the reverse central divine island. At this moment, the Lin family was boiling, and all the countless people of the Lin family who were guarding the altar had expressions on their faces that were all frozen. That's the beginning Emperor scripture has come out. Shocked, horrified voices rang out and boiled over. It's true, it's the power of the laws of the ancestor, the beginning Emperor. It's been 200,000 years since. No one of my Lin family's descendants has gained the great Emperor's approval, and to think that, in this life, someone has done it. Voices rang out amongst the crowd, mostly old men with gray hair, their eyes tearful and excited. If it was said that the appearance of the heaven-slashing sword intent in the Emperor's mausoleum before was only a bit of a surprise to those present, then at this moment, the appearance of the beginning Emperor scripture was completely incomparable. Boom! 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 Inside and outside of the reverse central divine island, there were still countless Lin family powerhouses that were converging towards the place of the altar. How is it possible that someone has been recognized by the beginning Emperor? Flying in the distance were some of the clan elders of the Lin family. Although they were not as powerful as the Lin family elders in terms of power, the identity they represented was that of the lords of the various veins. At this moment, with a trembling voice, he appeared at the place of the altar, his face trembling. No wonder they weren't excited. That was the last great emperor of the Lin family, the beginning Emperor. One of the most forbidden emperors in the nine heavens' immortal domain throughout the ages. Even amongst the countless great emperors, his battle power was at the very top. The origin Emperor scripture was a method that he had created with his life's work, and it was so powerful that there was no need to say more about it. At this moment, at the place of the altar, an excited gaze looked up at the sky above the dome of the sky. At the beginning Emperor scripture, the four big words emanating the nine-colored chaotic immortal aura, and all of the Lin clan's powerhouses were boiling over. After a moment of excitement, the Emperor scripture had appeared, but what all the countless Lin clan powerhouses were interested in at the moment was who had obtained the origin Emperor scripture from the Emperor's tomb. A voice rang out, and many people were speculating. The only people who entered the Emperor's tomb this time were Lin Yuan, Lin He, and Lin Qinghan. And among these three, if one were to say who was most likely to obtain the recognition of the beginning Emperor, undoubtedly Lin Yuan, who possessed the supreme Tao body and was a descendant of the lineage of the beginning Emperor, had the highest possibility, but it was only a possibility. After all, over the long years of the Lin family, there was no shortage of people who were originally of average talent who, after entering the Emperor's mausoleum, had instead obtained the inheritance of the Lin family's forbidden powerhouses. Sometimes, things always turn out to be unexpected for everyone. The surrounding crowd, one Lin family powerhouse was speculating. It's true that the Divine Son is the most likely one, but don't forget that in the history of my Lin family, there were also those whose original talent wasn't too strong, but who were transformed after entering the Emperor's tomb. Let's see, it's not impossible for Lin He, who possesses the reincarnation underworld body. Yes, the matter of the beginning Emperor scripture is of great importance. We still have to wait until the three people inside come out before we can know the answer. No matter who gets the beginning Emperor scripture, it will be a blessing for my Lin family. A voice of speculation was ringing out, and no one dared to jump to conclusions before things were confirmed. My son is the supreme Tao body, and my lineage is a direct descendant of the beginning source emperor, so who else, may I ask, has obtained the beginning source emperor's scripture? In the middle of the crowd, black hair was spread out like a waterfall, and he was dressed in a black gorgeous dress with flowing gold edges, with an upright posture. Family head Lin Su, above the originally majestic face, could not hide his excitement at this moment, his gaze disdainfully looking at the four directions Tao, especially provocatively looking at great elder Lin Gu. He didn't believe that anyone other than his own son could obtain the beginning emperor's scripture. Family master, it's better not to jump to conclusions before everything is out of the way. Grand Elder Lin Gu's voice rang out, his face cloudy. Although the heaven-slashing sword intent was powerful, in terms of importance, it could not be compared to the beginning emperor's scripture after all. Even if he was a descendant of the heaven-slashing sword ancestor, he had to admit this. At this time, Lin Gu has a trace of hope within his heart. He hopes that his descendant, Lin He, can bring him a greater surprise. Chapter 128 Aura Transformation, Breaking Through Realm In. The beginning emperor's scripture came out and caused a shock that could be said to be unimaginable. For Lin Yuan, it might just be getting a technique, but for the emperor clan Lin family, it was the reproduction of the way of a peerless great emperor that had, once upon a time, allowed the emperor clan Lin family to reach the pinnacle of splendor. At this moment, under the laws of the beginning emperor, the entire reverse central divine island was rumbling above the void. This was the Lin family's forbidden land, the depths of the reverse central divine island. Within the valley, the immortal light was brilliant. This is the beginning emperor's imperial Tao laws. Sitting on top of the mountain rocks, the white-haired old man with a withered face and a somewhat stooped body, the quasi-emperor powerhouse Lin Hong, his eyes were incomparably sharp, as if he had insight into everything in the world, piercing through the void, as he was looking in the direction of the altar. Above the pale face, it was trembling, its gaze vibrating. Previously, although it was him who told Lin Yuan about the beginning emperor's scripture. But at that time, it was only a bit of hope that this supreme emperor law would be able to appear in the world, even if Lin Yuan possessed a supreme Tao body. It's a toss-up as to whether or not we'll get it. But now. Hiss. Really let that kid get it? The old man's heart was a little confused at the moment. The reverse central divine island shook. And within the emperor's tomb at this moment, that supreme power of the emperor Tao laws emanating from the beginning emperor scripture was even more terrifying. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The nine-colored chaotic immortal light illuminated the entire heaven and earth, and both Lin Hua and Lin Qinghan felt the majestic pressure, coming from the depths of the emperor's tomb, the central place. The sword peak was towering, but it had lost the previous sword intent that was enough to cut through heaven and earth, and had become somewhat ordinary. This place was under the tomb of the sky-splitting sword ancestor. Which ancestor's inheritance is this? Why does it feel even more powerful than the heaven-cutting sword intent? Confused voices rang out. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a white dress still stained with blood, was Lin He's own. The reincarnation immortality scripture was in operation, surrounded by channels of bloodlight, and although his breath was still shriveled, Lin Hua's injuries had recovered quite a bit compared to before. Who the hell is it? Eyes with shock, in looking into the distance. Although he was unwilling to admit it, at this moment, Lin He had already guessed it within his heart. Could it be him again? The voice was full of resentment. The only person who could cause such a big commotion in the emperor's tomb was Lin Yuan, who had just robbed his own inheritance not long ago. Lin Mei felt the injustice. On what grounds? Robbing one's own heaven-slashing sword intent didn't count, but now letting that guy, once again, get such a powerful inheritance. Thinking of this, Lin He's originally calmed down emotions once again became somewhat agitated. Pust. Inwardly agitated, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth once again, infuriated. Alpine twilight snow, the surrounding is still cold, only the top of the bright moon disappeared. Below the snowy ground, surrounded by the moonlight, the blue clothes fluttered, and the delicate body stood in the air, cold and colorful. Lin Qinghan's aura climbed up and reached its peak as she broke through to the realm of heavenly ascension, a step faster than Lin Yuan. It had to be said that the moon god's inheritance was no less important than allowing Lin Qinghan to shed his skin. At this moment, it is like a goddess of the moon, lonely, cold, and proud, and the tightly closed beauty eyes are opening, as if they have felt something. What is that? Such a powerful pressure. Feelings, more powerful than the inheritance of the moon god's ancestor. Lin Qinghan's shocked voice rang out, her willow brows slightly furrowed, the same as Lin He's, as she was looking at the deep out of the emperor's mausoleum. 9-colored chaotic immortal light shone forth, a supreme force of law, mightily overcoming the emperor tomb heaven and earth at this moment. Even if they were separated by quite a distance, they could still feel it, the power of that inheritance. Originally, I thought that I was already considered okay for obtaining the moon god's inheritance. It seems like that's what the divine sun really entered the emperor's tomb for this time. It dawned on her that at this moment, Lin Qinghan finally understood why Lin Yuan had appeared here earlier but had not competed with her for the moon god's inheritance. People don't even look at it. This is the gap, in their own eyes to seek a rare heritage, in the eyes of others, lazy to compete with their own. There was some embarrassment above her pretty face, thanks to her own self at that time. She was still worrying all the time about whether the other party would suddenly kill her at the critical moment. Now it seems to be completely overthinking itself. Just when the imperial tomb, inside and outside, was shaking. The moment. At the center of the emperor's tomb, underneath the 10,000-foot statue. 9 colors of immortal light shone, the surrounding chaotic chi was filled with an incomparably thick, and among the hidden and unseen, Lin Yuan's body reappeared, only that the original black clothes were broken, and not a single inch of cloth was stuck on his body. I can't believe that at the last moment, it worked. The voice rang out, and until this moment, Lin Yuan had an unreal feeling. Waving his limbs, this lost and found feeling was wonderful, especially with the body broken and disappeared, everything about the body, no different from before. Boom! Right at this moment, the beginning emperor scripture suspended above Lin Yuan was transforming into countless tadpole-sized words, blossoming with 9-colored chaotic immortal light, and one by one, they swam away and entered Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness. The beginning emperor scripture. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Lin Yuan saw that in the depths of his sea of consciousness, as a single text entered, it was converging into a scripture. The 9-colored light shone brightly, and it was as if the supreme principles of the world were implied within the emperor scripture, emitting a majestic pressure. Beginning source emperor scripture, this would be Lin Yuan's main cultivation technique in the future. Although he had just obtained it, it seemed that Lin Yuan had already comprehended it the moment which tadpole-shaped words had entered his sea of consciousness. It's time to break through. Speaking. Boom. Under the operation of the emperor's scripture, the aura in Lin Yuan's body was transforming. It was pure chaotic spiritual power. Although it was slow, it was a transformation from aura to chaotic power, a complete qualitative change. With white hair flowing, a long and slender figure, and a clear face, every inch of Lin Yuan's body and skin was glowing and contained the rhythm of the Tao. And at this moment, from the inside out, there was chaotic immortal mist permeating around his body. It was related to the beginning emperor scripture. Within the chaotic mist, a majestic aura rose up from Lin Yuan's body as the Tao light rose up around him and mysterious runes surrounded him. The realm that previously plagued Lin Yuan's inability to break through because of his gong method is now breaking through. Chapter 129 Lin family shocked, Lin He who sued his parents. The Lin family altar, the dark and deep spatial passage connecting to the emperor's tomb, still stood there quietly. All around, noisy voices rang out from time to time. Unexpectedly, this time around, not only the heaven-slaying sword intent, but even the beginning emperor scripture has come out of my Lin family's imperial tomb. Ha, in this generation, my Lin family's heavenly pride has many talents. Yeah, cold moon ice body and reincarnation underworld body. In the past, those were all physiques that were strong enough to compete for first place. The golden great world is about to open, and in this world, we have a stronger supreme Tao body. A voice was ringing out, and because of the appearance of the beginning emperor scripture, at this moment, around the altar, the number of Lin clan powerhouses that had appeared was even greater than when it had just been opened. The Lin family's head, dozens of elders, clan elders of the Lin family's various lineages, the pride of the current generation as well as the previous generation, the crowd was abuzz with voices. They were curious as to who actually obtained the beginning emperor scripture. Just then. Boom! The power of space surged, and a figure appeared from the pitch-black passageway, attracting the surrounding crowd in countless gazes to look over. Jade hand holding a sword, her delicate body standing upright and cold, Lin Qinghan's aura was even more powerful than before she entered the emperor's tomb. A special kind of coldness was contained around his body. It was the power of Taiyin, although it was just a trace, and the ground around him, colored with a layer of frost. Seeing so many people appear at the scene looking at him, Lin Qinghan was also startled. You guys? The voice carried a hint of confusion. Although he had obtained the moon god's inheritance, it wasn't as if so many people had come to watch. It's the cold moon ice body of my Lin family's generation. This woman's body actually contains a trace of Taiyin power around her. Could it be related to the inheritance of the moon god ancestor? Quickly, who is the one who entered the emperor's tomb this time to obtain the beginning emperor scripture? At this moment, among the crowd, a few old men with white hair, there were Lin family elders, as well as elders. It seemed to have been a bit impatient, with an excited face, in asking Lin Xinghan. Although the moon god's inheritance was equally powerful, what was more important to them was the belonging of the beginning emperor scripture. The family head Lin Su, the main mother Jiang Ro, and the Lin family's group of executives, their gazes all looked over, and this powerful might caused Lin Xinghan to be under some pressure. The beginning emperor scripture? It was also the first time that Lin Xinghan knew about this imperial law, but hearing the word origin in it, she understood that it must be related to the Lin family's beginning emperor. No wonder it was able to make so many Lin family executives all guard this place. Of the three of us who entered the emperor's tomb, the only one who traveled to the depths of the emperor's tomb was the divine son. The beginning emperor scripture, it should have been obtained by the divine son. Lin Xinghan recalled the many changes in the depths of the emperor's tomb earlier, and said with the same playful shock. There was no need to guess too much anymore. After all, Lin Hua's inheritance stone had moved, he himself had obtained the moon god inheritance, and of the three of them, the only one who had a chance of obtaining the beginning emperor scripture was Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Xinghan did not say that the news that Lin Hua's heaven-slaying sword intent had been snatched by Lin Yuan. After all, she saw the Grand Elder's somewhat gloomy old face amongst the crowd of senior officials. Once you say it, you're probably going to storm off on the spot. Lin Xinghan's words came out. I guessed that the contemporary divine son of my Lin family is a direct descendant of the beginning emperor scripture obtainer, who else but him? The supreme Tao body of the 10 supreme bodies, coupled with the beginning emperor scripture, my Lin family is going to fight for this great emperor position this life. Yes. A voice of excitement rang out from the surroundings, white hair, an old face above the excitement. It was the elders of the Lin family's various veins, and even a few of the Lin family's elders, their faces were agitated. Although the long years to come to the present day, the population base of the emperor clan Lin family is too large to be divided into various veins with the powerful people who once appeared. But at the end of the day, it belongs to one family. Nowadays, the Lin family's generation had seen the emergence of a supreme heavenly pride, in addition to the lineage of the heaven-shattering divine island headed by the Grand Elder. The other Lin clan members could have no grudges against the beginning divine island. I said before that my son has the appearance of a great emperor. Among the crowd at the head of the group, the family head, Lin Su, His Majesty was not there, there was a face full of excitement. Although it was stated in public before that the emperor's scripture would inevitably be obtained by his own son. But after all, the situation in the emperor's mausoleum, no one outside understands. Lin Su has also been a little scared inside, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. And at this moment, hearing Lin Xinghan's own words, the outcome was already predetermined. Although they were descendants of the lineage of the beginning emperor, after 200,000 years, none of their descendants had ever been able to obtain their ancestors' recognition. Now, his own son was not only a supreme Tao body, but he had also gained the recognition of his ancestor and obtained the beginning emperor scripture. This was undoubtedly heavenly good news, and the smile on Lin Su's face could no longer be concealed. Yuaner has obtained the beginning emperor scripture. On the side, palace purple dress, graceful and noble, Jiang Ro eyes with shock. Although he had married into the Lin family as the divine daughter of the imperial Jiang family, even the imperial Jiang family had never been able to praise the beginning emperor who had suppressed everything for 200,000 years. The power of the beginning emperor scripture, there is no need to think about it, otherwise, it would not be until now 200,000 past, Lin family generations of pride, always unable to obtain, really think that no one wants. And now, his own son gets it. At this moment, the place of the altar was bustling and boiling. Contemporary divine son Lin Yuan's prestigious status was also rapidly rising once again. Previously, the news of the supreme Tao body had already shocked the entire Lin family beyond measure, but now with the addition of the words of the beginning emperor scripture, all of the top echelons of the emperor clan's Lin family were as if they had already seen that a great emperor would be rising up in this world's Lin family. Really, the people on the scene were excited. Right here and now. Boom! At the place of the spatial passage connecting to the emperor's mausoleum, a wretched body with a shriveled breath and blood on its body appeared. It was Lin He, who obviously couldn't wait to run out after recovering only slightly from his injuries. One's own heaven-slashing sword intent had been snatched by someone, and the other party had beaten him half to death, so he had to find someone to do the job. In order to act pitiful, Lin He also forced a mouthful of blood to spurt out, staining his white clothes red. Hades' child. You are? The face was cold, the aura around him was powerful, he wore a blue Dao robe, his eyes were deep, like an abyss, and he himself was like a black hole, devouring the light around him. Upon seeing Lin Hua's appearance, Grand Elder Lin Gu was enraged. The reincarnation underworld body was the hope of his own lineage, and was pinned with high hopes by Lin Gu amongst a group of descendants. After entering the emperor's tomb, the result came out changed like this. Really think that he, the great elder, can be deceived? Say, who hurt you like this? Within Lin Gu's voice, it was cold and incomparably angry. Yes, it's Lin Yuan. Not only did he seriously injure me, but he also robbed my heavily slashing sword intent. Lin Mei almost said it through clenched teeth. There was silence around this statement. Chapter 130. What? Ancestors' heaven-slashing sword intent, robbed? Above the old face was a bit confused, and within his gaze was disbelief, and the Grand Elder, Lin Gu, had his veins rippling. The heaven-slaying sword intent, that was created by the ancestor of their heaven-slaying divine island lineage. As for Lin He, he had high hopes for him, and before entering the emperor's tomb this time, their lineage, they tried to do everything they could to make sure that Lin He, who possessed the reincarnation underworld body, would obtain the heaven-slaying sword intent, so as to compete with Lin Yuan. But what about now? Robbed by Lin Yuan. With an iron color, Lin Gu's gloomy face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this moment, about to go on a rampage. The aura emanating from his body was terrifyingly incomparable, and the void was shaking. At that time, I had already used the Stone of Inheritance and received my ancestors' approval. Who knows, my Lin family's contemporary divine son, who is not moral, suddenly killed me from behind and injured me, and the inheritance of the heaven-slashing sword intent was taken away by him. Unhealed and pale, Lin Hua was indignant and gritted his teeth. The cooked duck flew away, which no one else could endure. Even his state hadn't been completely restored, and Lin Hua had hurried out just to sue and have a bunch of Lin family executives judge him. One must know that apart from family competitions, it was a felony for the children of the Lin family to kill each other on weekdays. That Lin Yuan had already violated the clan rules by acting like that. At this moment, what Lin He was thinking was that not only should he make the other party hand over his heaven-slaughtering sword intent inheritance obediently, it would be best to punish him heavily in order to relieve his heart's hatred. I am the contemporary divine son of the Lin family, yet I do things like killing one another in the same clan and robbing others of their inheritance. What is the explanation for this, family master? The Grand Elder's face was grim as he looked at the head of the crowd, family head Lin Su, and questioned in a fury. After learning that the beginning emperor scripture had been obtained by Lin Yuan, he was already unwilling inwardly. At this moment, it was surprising to learn that even the heaven-slashing sword intent had been snatched away by the other party. That was one of the 7 great sword intentions in the world, too important for their lineage to lose. In any case, find a way to make the other side hand it over. At this moment, the family head, Lin Su, was still immersed in the joy that his son had robbed Lin He of the heaven-slaying sword intent. Good. That's good. With the style of his own year, he laughed inwardly. But the expression on his face, which he couldn't hide in any way, cracked a smile. Suddenly hearing the words of Grand Elder Lin Gu. I think we need to think long and hard about this matter. After all, it's just a piece of Lin Mei's words after all. Besides, who knows if, because Lin He's talent was too poor, and at that time, my son just happened to be passing by, and was passed on by the sword ancestor as being recognizable, that's why all this happened. Lin Su smiled and said. Just kidding, the two veins were already hostile to each other, and it was not easy to grab the inheritance, and how there is a reason to obediently hand it over. As for fellow clansmen fighting each other, that's a serious statement, isn't it? Within the Lin family today, who doesn't know that this Lin He is not my son's opponent? If the truth is crippled, he won't even be able to walk out of the imperial tomb. Protect calves to this, as a family head of Lin Su, is also a unique one. At this moment, after hearing Lin Su's words, Grand Elder Lin Gu almost didn't fall head over heels in anger. For the family head to be like this, it's too much of a harboring, isn't it? Chest heaving, thousands of years old, gasping for air. Could it get any more outrageous? Hopefully, the heaven-cutting sword intent that one's descendants had managed to obtain with great difficulty was robbed because of insufficient talent and failure to obtain the recognition of one's own ancestor. Blamed for being badly injured? In the imperial clan Lin family, the power of the family head was far greater than any of the elders, and the reason why, previously, Lin Gu was able to fight against Lin Su was because he had united with many of the elders of the Lin family in order to be able to barely do so. At this moment, seeing Lin Su, who was the head of the family, harboring his son in such a way, Lin Gu's pale gaze was looking around, Fortunately, there were quite a few Lin family executives who appeared here today. Even how powerful the family head was, he had to weigh his actions in the face of so many senior members of the Lin family. But what made Rinku spit blood? So, the contemporary divine son of my Lin family has not only obtained the beginning emperor scripture, but he also possesses the heaven-cutting sword intent? This is not a good thing. Right, now that the golden great world is about to open, all the resources must be placed on the divine son. All around, a group of Lin family executives, a clan elder, and even a few elders shocked, were whispering, and looking above their pale faces, they were even a little happy. The confrontation between the two great divine islands, beginning source and heavenly zenith, and this matter again had nothing to do with them. What they cared about was who could make the Lin family rise again in this generation. After all, a normal person would know how to choose between the supreme Tao body and the reincarnation underworld body. And now, Lin Yuan, the divine son, with the beginning emperor scripture's main cultivation technique, along with the heaven-splitting sword intent, could there be anything better than this? At this moment, facing the argument between the grand elder and the family head duo. According to the old monument, how about letting this matter go? The voice rang out, a golden robe with long gray hair and a kind face. Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, stood out and blocked in front of Lin Su and Lin Gu, smilingly saying, "That's right, grand elder. In the past, we could turn a blind eye to your enmity with the family head's lineage, but now, the golden age is about to open, and the era of the 10,000 clans heavenly pride competition is about to come, so you have to put the family first." Some Lin family elders persuaded in a serious manner. The heaven-slashing sword intent goes to the divine son, we have no objections to this matter. A single Lin family senior member stood out, towards Lin Su's side, rather like a crowd. There were too many factions in the Lin family, such a scene of unity could not be seen often in the Lin family, and today's opinions, surprisingly, had somewhat reached unity. Even in the past, always close to Lin Gu, the other group of elders in the Lin family's elders council, in the face of the grand elder's gesture, there was no longer anyone standing out. After all, the reason why he had followed Lin Gu before was merely because in this life of the heaven-beheading divine island, a reincarnation underworld body had emerged. But after this generation's family competition, everything changed. You guys. Grand Elder Lin Gu's fingers trembled and shivered, facing the crowd present. For the first time, a sense of powerlessness was born inside. It was only at this time that he began to realize. It turned out that the young master who had been forced to be sent to the lower realms by himself, who clearly possessed the bloodlines of the two great emperor clans but was only an innate Tao body, and who had been regarded as the shame of the Lin family, was now actually already within the family, holding such a high position. And at this moment, in the face of the voices around him, behind Lin Gu, Lin He, who still fantasized that someone had made a decision for himself, was in a hurry to attack his heart, and coupled with his original injuries, his face was pale, and his breath was shriveled, so he directly fell headlong into the past. Chapter 131, The Breakthrough Has Not Stopped, Submerged Dragon Ranking. The opening of the Emperor's tomb this time could be said to have surpassed the imaginations of countless Lin family executives. It was important to know that the Lin family's imperial tomb, opened once every 20 years or so, and had been opened countless times over the long years. The inheritance of the heaven-slashing sword ancestor, the beginning emperor, including the moon god, were all top-tier inheritances when placed amongst the countless ancestors of the Lin family. However, this time, the legacies of these three taboo powerhouses appeared one after another. The moon god, as a supreme body of the Lin family before Lin Yuan, there was no doubt about the power of its inheritance. And Lin Qinghan, who had obtained his inheritance, had been recognized by countless Lin family executives since the emperor's mausoleum, and had decided to spend resources to cultivate him. And the most shocking of all was still Lin Yuan, the most contemporary divine son. One person had obtained the two forbidden inheritances of the beginning emperor scripture and the heaven-shattering sword intent, which directly stunned the countless people of the Lin family who were guarding the altar at that time. In particular, the importance of the beginning emperor's scripture within it was unimaginable amongst the Lin family. He himself was the young master of the Lin family, the son of a god, and possessed the supreme Tao body of the 10 supreme bodies, plus the two major inheritances in his body now. It could be said that after this matter, Lin Yuan's status in the Lin family was once again elevated. Even the matter of Lin He's inheritance being snatched and also being seriously injured by Lin Yuan, many of the Lin family executives also chose to turn a blind eye to it, and chose to stand on Lin Yuan's side one after another. In the face of the Grand Elder's anger, the crowd merely counseled that they should focus on the greater good, and the matter was left unsettled. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan, who is still in the Emperor's tomb, doesn't know this. Deep within the Emperor's tomb, 10,000 feet in size, beneath the statue of the beginning emperor. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Chaotic mist churning, a figure without an inch of cloth floating in the air, sitting on his knees, white hair flying, black and white Dao light rising up, even more blazing than before, mysterious runes densely packed, suspended in the surroundings. A majestic aura rose to the sky, the Ascension realm. Lin Yuan had broken through. The aura in his body also had the vast majority of it transformed into chaotic spiritual energy, and his strength had grown by an unknown amount compared to than before. Early stage of the Ascension realm, it's not enough for me. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Yuan's voice rang out, his tightly closed eyes still unopened, his realm still climbing towards greater depths. Before coming to the Emperor's mausoleum, Lin Yuan's own realm was sufficient. It was just that he couldn't break through due to the merit method. Now that the beginning Emperor scripture was in his possession, it was completely thick and thin. The early stage of the heavenly ascension realm was not the stopping point for Lin Yuan. His breath was climbing without pause, climbing towards the middle stage of the heavenly ascension realm. At the same time, the aura in his body was being transformed into chaotic spiritual energy, and all under the operation of the beginning Emperor scripture. The surrounding chaotic fog is more and more majestic. Gradually, in the fog, a chaotic immortal light from Lin Yuan's body to the outside emerges, like the world's most colorful colors, blazing incomparable. This power, which originated from the beginning Emperor Law, had a total of 9 colors of chaotic immortal light. Lin Yuan now, in condensing out the first channel, it was still a bit illusory, perhaps waiting until the spiritual energy in the body, when it was completely transformed into chaotic spiritual energy, the immortal light would be considered completely condensed. Time is passing. Both Lin Qinghan and Lin He had been out for quite a few days before the opening of the Emperor's tomb. The only thing that concerned the Lin family's senior management was that Lin Yuan, who was the contemporary Lin family's divine son and had obtained the inheritance of the beginning Emperor scripture, had never come out and was still within the Emperor's tomb. If placed in the past, once the time for the opening of the Emperor's mausoleum had passed, the inner celestial pride must come out. After all, that was the resting place of countless Lin family ancestors, not to be disturbed for too long by future generations of children. But Lin Yuan's status and position was different nowadays. Some people guessed that nowadays, Lin Yuan was probably just getting the beginning Emperor scripture and had been practicing in the Emperor mausoleum, and didn't dare anyone to go in and disturb him. Even a group of Lin family executives decided to break the Lin family's long-standing rules for him. And within these few days, a piece of news shook the entire Juntian immortal region. The submerged dragon list that countless young prides of the current generation have been waiting for a long time will finally come out. The Emperor clan, the Swift Emperor clan, the immortal forces, and including the great sacred grounds, had all received the news long ago. This would be the best way for the heavenly prides of all parties to converge and compete against the younger generations of the major powers, and it would also be the harbinger of the opening of the golden age of this world. At this moment, the Lin family, the Great Hall of Beginnings. Lin Su, who was the contemporary head of the Lin family, and Jiang Ro, the main mother. More than a dozen elders of the Lin family, as well as the Lin family elders of all veins, were all in this place. The first few times the subterranean dragon list opened, my Lin family's heavenly pride failed to reach the top of the forefront, and over the years, it has been detrimental to my Lin family's reputation. Yes, even some of the affiliated forces that originally belonged to the Lin family have been iffy all these years. This time, no matter what, someone from my Lin family must ascend to the top. White hair and several voices rang out, and several clan elders looked grave. The potential dragon ranking, although it could not truly represent the power of a party's force, it did represent the strength of the clan's heavenly pride. As an emperor clan, the first few times a heavenly pride on the list, the Lin family, not to mention, compared to the Dragon Emperor Ridge, which was also a forbidden force. Over the years, even the several immortal forces in the Juntian immortal domain had their celestial pride vaguely overpowering the Lin family's celestial pride. Can this be tolerated? However, fortunately, in this life, among the pride of the Lin family within the age of 30, there was Lin Qinghan, who possessed the cold moon ice body, and Lin He, who had the reincarnation underworld body. On top of that, now that he had obtained the beginning Emperor scripture, the heaven-slashing sword intent, and was himself the contemporary divine son of the supreme Tao body, Lin Yuan. Saying anything, the Lin family had to fight for the position of the top of the subterranean dragon ranking in this life. The candidates to go, in my opinion, Lin Qinghan and Lin He must go, in the accompanying a few clan to reach the ascension realm of heavenly pride. The number of people is enough. This time, the main event is still to be placed on the God's Son, but today, the God's Son, he can still be within the Emperor's tomb. Perhaps someone could be sent in to awaken the Son of God. The second elder, Lin Wei, and a few other old men, at this moment, had grave expressions on their faces, as they were looking at the family head, Lin Su, and the Jiang Ro duo. The so-called subterranean dragon ranking, going or not, is just the reputation of the younger generation of the Lin family that is affected. Once this matter affects my son's ability to cultivate the beginning emperor scripture, then the loss would be more than worth it. Palace purple dress, graceful and noble. Before Lin Su spoke, Jiang Ro opened her mouth and said in dissatisfaction. The subterranean dragon ranking was a matter of great importance, and Lin Yuan, as the Lin family's contemporary divine son, was naturally going to represent the Lin family if he was there. But coincidentally, today's Lin Yuan hadn't had a single piece of news since entering the emperor's tomb. There was no need to think much about being recognized in the middle of the emperor's tomb, cultivating the beginning emperor scripture. The contest for the subterranean dragon ranking was merely a fight for the Lin family to regain some of the face it had lost on previous occasions. Everything is still focused on the matter of Yuaner's cultivation. Black hair like a waterfall, a black Chinese dress flowing with gold edges, a straight posture, deep eyes, and a surging and raging breath, Lin Su calmly said. He thought that if he really disturbed Lin Yuan's cultivation of the beginning emperor scripture because of the matter of the subterranean dragon ranking once, that would be a real loss for the Lin family. Husband and wife, inch by inch, will not let anyone enter the emperor's tomb and disturb Lin Yuan's cultivation. Chapter 132 All the celestial pride of the Lin family, heading to the heavenly province Dao State. Jintian, the reverse central divine island, the Lin family's various veins, and countless young celestials. Have you heard, this world's subterranean dragon ranking contest will open in a matter of days, and now the clan is already selecting the heavenly pride that will be heading there. I've heard that among the heavenly prides of my Lin family who are going this time, besides Lin Qinghan and Lin He, there are several other heavenly prides who have just stepped into the heaven ascension realm, and they will go to the heavenly mansion Dao region together at that time. During this period of time, the matter of the subterranean dragon ranking had been discussed within the Lin family. However, it was the opening of the emperor's tomb some time ago that covered up the matter. Now, with the end of the emperor's tomb, the choice of the Lin family's senior management to go there had been circulating around since the clan. Stepping on the heavenly ladder and going up the latent dragon list was an absolute event in the Nine Heavens immortal region every 30 years. As for the Jun Tian immortal domain, the heavenly ladder for each life was opened in the heavenly prefecture of Dao. Nowadays, throughout the entire Jun Tian immortal domain, all the major powers were already sending their respective heavenly prides of the day to prepare to head to the heavenly prefecture of the Dao. As a forbidden imperial clan of the Jun Tian immortal domain, the Lin family would naturally not be an exception to the rule, and news rang out from all over the Lin family. Lin Qinghan, who possessed the cold moon ice body, had seen her status in the current Lin family rise in a straight line after receiving the moon god's inheritance. As for Lin He, who had once been internalized as the Lin family's divine son, although the family competition, as well as the aftermath of the emperor's mausoleum, had caused his prestige to decline, he was, after all, a reincarnation underworld body that was only surpassed by the 10 supreme bodies. Naturally, no one had any objections to these two going. Strange, where's the godson, isn't he traveling this time? That's right, it's not easy for my Lin family to produce a supreme body, if he doesn't go, this subterranean dragon ranking contest, this. What made the countless celestial pride of the Lin clan talk today was. Now that the clan is as famous as ever, as the Lin family's contemporary divine son of Lin Yuan, many of the heavenly pride is not heard, the news of its traveling together. This caused countless Lin family celestials to be somewhat disappointed. Perhaps it is because the Golden Great World is about to open nowadays, not to mention a few other great immortal domains. The Jun Tian immortal domain alone nowadays has several extremely powerful heavenly prides. Nowadays, among the contemporary celestial pride of the Jun Tian immortal domain, not to mention the dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, I have heard that in the western desert Dao state, there is a supreme celestial pride in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which is suspected to be the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha. Qingtian Dao Prefecture, Flying Immortal Sword Sect, this life has produced a supreme sword body, frighteningly strong. The Jun Tian immortal domain, with its tens of thousands of Dao states, was immense. And outside of the two forbidden forces of the Emperor clan's Lin family and the Dragon Emperor Ridge, there were several other great immortal forces that might not be as powerful as the Lin family and the Dragon Emperor Ridge in terms of their heritage alone. But to be able to call it immortal, after all, it was a person who had produced a great emperor, not to be underestimated. The Great Thunder Sound Temple and the Flying Immortal Sword Sect are both immortal forces within the Jun Tian immortal domain, and the supreme prides that have appeared in this life were already famous in the Jun Tian immortal domain many years ago. As for the Dragon Emperor Ridge, it was even rumored in this life that a dragon son with a returning bloodline had appeared, containing the bloodline of an ancient emperor, whose bloodline was so pure that it was no weaker than the ancient emperor's own son. Emperors and emperors were compared together, since ancient times, whether it was the son of an emperor, or the son of an ancient emperor, the talent was inherited from their fathers, and the strength of their physique was comparable to that of the 10 supreme bodies. The subterranean dragon ranking was about to open. These were all news that the Lin family had long inquired about. Even now, there are rumors within the entire Juntian immortal region that the person who tops the subterranean dragon ranking in this life will once again be dominated by the Dragon Emperor Ridge. After all, the time was too short. It hadn't been long since the Lin family competition had passed, and the news of Lin Yuan, the Divine Son, wasn't known by the major powers. Until now, within the entire Juntian immortal region, regarding the name of this one-time heavenly pride of the Emperor clan Lin family, only the reincarnation underworld body was known. 3 days passed. Today was the day that several of the Lin family's heavenly prides would be traveling to the heavenly prefecture of Dao in order to compete for the subterranean dragon ranking. Reverse Central Divine Island. The figure was absolutely beautiful, with ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones. The delicate body was exquisite, and the silken wisps of tying power surged around the body, and the surroundings seemed to be dyed with a layer of frost. Since the time she received the moon god's inheritance, Lin Xinghan had already broken through to the heavenly ascension realm, and her aura had become even more powerful after many days had passed. Standing in the midst of a crowd of celestial pride, the coldness around him caused the few celestial pride around him to be avoiding. Strange, how come we haven't seen the Divine Son's figure in the subterranean dragon ranking contest? Jade hand holding a sword, with a cold face, Lin Xinghan swept her surroundings somewhat blankly. For many days, she had been in seclusion, and thus she didn't know much about the recent events of the Lin family. In her opinion, even she, amongst the contemporary Lin family's numerous heavenly prides, was nothing more than a companion to that one. It was strange that Lin Yuan was not seen at such an important event. My Lin family's affairs, which is more important than people's cultivation. Off to the side, a conspiratorial voice rang out. A white coat untainted by dust, a handsome face like a chisel, long gray hair naturally draped and falling behind it, was none other than Lin He, who was currently wearing a mocking face. Many days had passed, his injuries had recovered and his aura was stronger. Although within the Emperor's mausoleum, he had been robbed of the heaven-slaying sword intent by Lin Yuan, but Lin He, as the only valued offspring of the Grand Elder's generation, naturally would not give up so easily. At great expense, Lin He had cultivated a sword path created by a quasi-emperor, and although it was not as good as the heaven-slashing sword intent, it had allowed his strength to skyrocket. It's better without him. This time, the face of the family in the subterranean dragon ranking contest, there's me. I will defeat all of the contemporary celestial pride of the Juntian immortal domain on top of the heavenly ladder, and flourish the name of my Lin family. There is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. With a haughty face, Lin He was incredibly conceited and was laughing inwardly. When he learned that Lin Yuan was still in the Emperor's mausoleum and hadn't come out, unable to go to the heavenly prefecture of the Dao, he was inwardly thrilled that he finally wouldn't see that loathsome fellow again. This time, the Lin family's hope of competing for the subterranean dragon ranking was going to fall on him, Lin He. When he stepped onto the heavenly ladder and topped the list, he would let everyone know that the hope of the Lin family in this generation was still him, Lin He. At this moment, in addition to Lin Hua and Lin Xinghan, there were also a few previous Lin family celestial pride that had appeared at the family competition. After each generation of the Lin family's pride returned from the lower realms, they would usually grow in strength within a short period of time after accumulating thick and thin. Just don't go. Clad in white, elegant and handsome, Lin Yu was a bit coy and muttered in a small voice. As a descendant of the second elder's lineage, with high expectations, this guy was always indisputable. Although the voice was small, it could not escape the ears of the Lin family's second elder above, Lin Wei. A golden robe with a majestic face and some slight frowns, this time, he would be the one to bring the clan's heavenly pride and head to the heavenly prefecture of the Dao. Departure. A cold grunt. Boom! Light surged, runes dazzled, and an immortal boat that blossomed with golden light floated in the sky above the reverse central divine island. It was immense, like the size of a small island on one side, with a big word, Lin, inscribed on it. The Lin family's celestial pride who were heading to the heavenly prefecture of Dao this time stepped onto the immortal boats, while Lin Yu, who had just muttered in a low voice, was thrown up by the second elder. With an aged face, Lin Wei looked back, in the direction of the emperor's tomb, his face still somewhat unwilling. Pity, if only the Son of God were here. A slight shake of the head. Lin whirred immortal boat across the sky, slowly flying out of the Lin family after an accelerating, toward the direction of the heavenly province Daozhou. Chapter 133 The Great Celestial Pride Gathering, Lin Yuan's Breakthrough in the Depths of the Emperor's Mausoleum. The Juntian immortal domain shook. In all the great Dao states, countless of the world's most top-tier heavenly prides were rubbing their fists and clapping their hands as they converged towards the heavenly prefecture Dao state. Although the bone age of 30, the requirements of the Ascension realm, even when placed in the 9 heavens immortal domain of the upper realm were harsh and incomparable, and many holy sons and daughters of holy lands could not meet this requirement. But it couldn't be helped that with one side of the immortal region, tens of thousands of Dao states, and countless powerful forces, there would always be almost demonic young prides that would appear. Great Thunder Sound Temple, some people saw, a young monk, from the western desert Daozhou, barefooted through the place, all over the land born of Golden Lotus, Desert Springs, all the way forward, mouth-chanting Buddhist scriptures, the sky Buddha shadow appeared, the world shook. It's the Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple in this life, Ning Yushang. Ning Yushang, the leader among the contemporary young generation of heavenly prides in the Juntian immortal domain. Rumor has it that at the time of its birth, the sky appeared to be filled with the ancient Buddha's shadow, and the earth was filled with golden lotuses for thousands of miles, shaking the western desert Dao state at the time, and one of the immortal forces, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, was worshipped as the contemporary Buddha's son, and there were even rumors that Ning Yushang was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha of the ancient times as a mighty power. Qingtian Dao State. The sword aura spanned thousands of miles, running through the clouds and piercing through the void as he rode his sword in the direction of the heavenly prefecture of Dao, shocking countless heavenly prides of the current generation along the way. That's the contemporary Dao son of the flying immortal sword sect, the white-clothed sword immortal Yiwuin. The name of sword immortal appeared on a young man who was no more than 30 years old, and no one dared to take it indiscriminately. The supreme sword body, among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, ranked 13th. If it was just that, it would not be worthy of the name of Sword Immortal. The Flying Immortal Sword Sect, likewise one of the immortal forces of the Juntian immortal domain, was started by a great emperor from a long time ago. In the 9 heavenly immortal domain, one of the 7 great sword intentions, the Flying Immortal Sword Intention, belongs to this clan, and is on par with the Emperor clan's Lin family's Jintian Sword Intention. It was rumored that when Yi Wuhan was born, he attracted the active recognition of the Flying Immortal Sword Intent and fused with it to become one, shaking the 8 directions. In the direction of the Dragon Emperor Dao State, the sound of a dragon's roar moved the 9 skies. 9 dragons crossed the sky, pulling a bronze chariot through the air, followed by 8 dragon generals, and even personally escorted by the Dragon Emperor Ridge elders. Dragon Emperor Ridge on this time the submerged dragon list, pay attention to incomparable, after all, before the bold words have been released, this time capped the top of the list, must be the Dragon Emperor Ridge people. Dragon Emperor Ridge's contemporary forbidden heavenly pride, Long Tian. It is rumored that its bloodline is pure, no different from the ancient emperor's own son, and the strength of its flesh is no weaker than the 10 supreme bodies among the human race. As a result, in today's Juntian immortal domain, his fame was unrivaled, and he also pressed on top of the white-clothed sword immortal Yi Wuhan, and the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha, Ning Yushang. However, for this dragon's son, most of them only heard his name, but very few had seen him. Some people speculated that this was a deliberate act by the Dragon Emperor Ridge, in order to let this dragon's son make a splash on the potential dragon ranking. After all, the previous times the submerged dragon ranking was opened, it was the Dragon Emperor Ridge that occupied the top of the list, and over the past 100 years, even the imperial clan Lin family, which was one of the taboos in the Juntian immortal domain, had been somewhat unhurried in the face of the Dragon Emperor Ridge's heavenly pride. The Lin family, which was an imperial clan, would naturally not be an exception. The imperial clan's flying boat passed across the sky with a majestic momentum, even though the Lin clan's celestial pride's ranking on the subterranean dragon ranking had been a bit unsatisfactory over the past 100 years or so. However, this could not hide the fact that the only 2 taboo forces in the Juntian immortal domain were powerful in their underpinnings, and the Lin family's prideful crowd was seen by many as they passed through the many Dao states, which naturally caused all the forces in the Juntian immortal domain to talk about it. I heard that this generation of the Lin family has produced a reincarnation underworld body, worthy of being an imperial clan. Yes, the reincarnation underworld body is powerful. But this time, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Flying Immortal Sword Sect, can all have a supreme heavenly pride out of the world. In addition to this, as the host of the Heavenly Palace Taoist Academy, coupled with the Dragon Emperor Ridge the Dragon Son. Many years ago, the reincarnation underworld body descended upon the Lin family of this generation, when Lin He had just been born, and was designated by the Lin family as the Lin family's divine son of this generation within the Lin family, and the news spread to all sides. Although later on top of the family competition, in the middle of the emperor's tomb, Lin He was beaten up by Lin Yuan. But that didn't mean that the reincarnation underworld body, which was able to rank 11th among the 3,000 physical qualities in the upper realm, was quite useless. At least in today's Juntian immortal domain, or even amongst the other immortal domains, the most noteworthy contemporary heavenly pride of the Emperor Lin clan was still this reincarnation underworld body. After all, the time was too short. About the matter of the Supreme Tao body, it was only known within the Lin family, and even that 10 great sacred grounds it was affiliated with still thought that the contemporary Lin family divine son was Lin He. The movements of the heavenly pride of the major powers were spread by the 4 directions of the Juntian immortal domain. On top of that, some of the holy lands of the even sky immortal region that had some strength were also sending their heavenly pride. For a moment, the heavenly prefecture of the Tao was under the world's attention, with heavenly pride gathering and bustling with activity. All the major powers converged, and some people sighed, perhaps because of the imminent opening of the Golden Great World, among the major powers of the Juntian immortal domain in this world. Such supreme celestial pride as Yi Wuwen, Ning Yusheng, and Lin Hua, in the past, were all able to compete for first place in the subterranean dragon ranking. However, in this generation, they are showing up one after another, and the powers are dueling with each other in a way that some people have been able to anticipate. This opening of the subterranean dragon ranking, in terms of that heavenly ladder fight, it was bound to be far more than the previous years. The prologue of the Golden Age will be opened on this subterranean dragon ranking contest. Just as the Juntian immortal region, the supreme celestial pride of all the major forbidden forces converged on the heavenly prefecture of Tao. At this moment, the Lin family, deep within the emperor's tomb. Chaotic mist filled the air, churning violently, becoming denser and denser than before. Within the mist, vaguely, it was an upright body, white hair flying. Lin Yuan's aura was even stronger. The aura within his body had completely transformed into chaotic spiritual energy. The chaotic spiritual energy in his body converged, and a chaotic immortal light shone outward from Lin Yuan's body. Blazing, radiant and incomparable, as if from before the opening of the heavens and the earth, it was the 9-colored chaotic immortal light of the beginning Emperor's Law, the first strand of which Lin Yuan had completely condensed. In the meantime, Lin Yuan's tightly closed eyes were opening, and there was an endless blazing light flowing within the light of his eyes, as if it contained the changes and evolution of the world. Break! A shout. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! An incomparably majestic aura rose up from Lin Yuan's circumference, shattering the sky above the Emperor's mausoleum, the clouds in the sky. The Tao light blazed more and more, around the body, the mysterious runes became more and more radiant. This was the power of the Supreme Tao body, the power to wipe out evils and avoid them, and the inviolability of all laws. It was even more powerful than before. The water came to the surface, and the realm broke through, the middle stage of the Ascension realm, crossing 2 realms one after the other. Standing under the 10,000-foot statue, Lin Yuan faced the beginning emperor after a single bow. Above his clean-cut face, his brows were slightly furrowed as a question plagued him at this moment. There should not be many people guarding the place of the altar now. The body was broken before, and although it was reunited under the power of the beginning emperor scripture, the only clothing could not be reunited. Until this moment, Lin Yuan was still naked without an inch of cloth on his body. Thinking for a moment, the chaos mist around his body filled, covering himself. Lin Yuan flew toward the outside world, the space channel connecting the emperor's mausoleum. Chapter 134: The Lin family's divine son who ran all the way naked. Reverse Central Divine Island. Statues towered around it, encircling an altar on one side. At the place of the altar, a several feet-sized, deep spatial passageway was quietly suspended. The surrounding spatial power surged, and the passage was pitch black, making it impossible to see inside. Originally, according to the days, the spatial passage connecting to the Emperor's tomb should have been closed a long time ago, but Lin Yuan, who was the current generation's divine son, had not come out, and the spatial passage here had been open, which was considered to be a break of the Lin family's rules for many years. Compared to that day when the beginning Emperor scripture came out, the scene at the altar was bustling with activity, but after many days, this place has become a bit quiet. However, being an important place of the Lin family, this place had been guarded for many days. Several Lin family elders with white hair and pale faces guarded the place, preventing idle people from approaching. I've heard that there are quite a few supreme heavenly prides that have appeared on this subterranean dragon ranking. Bored with idleness, a few Lin family elders talked about the recent Juntian immortal domain, because of the submerged dragon list of the world-famous major heavenly pride. Supreme Sword Body, Ancient Buddha Reincarnation, and the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy seems to have a peerless woman appearing as well. The lineup is luxurious. These few are fine, but the main thing is that my Lin family's archenemy, the Dragon Emperor Ridge, even had a dragon son comparable to a supreme body appear. Unfortunately, a couple of seniors exclaimed. The Dragon Emperor Ridge, being the same taboo force in the Jun Tian immortal domain, was not weaker than their imperial clan Lin family in terms of its heritage. Now in the presence of a heavenly pride that was comparable to the supreme body, this kind of heavenly pride, without even having to think about it, would naturally be worthy of the Dragon Emperor Ridge pouring out all of its resources to cultivate. If there were no accidents, even Lin He, who possessed the reincarnation underworld body, would not necessarily be an opponent. After all, Lin Hua had entered the Emperor's mausoleum earlier, and the heaven-slaying sword intent that he was going to win had been intercepted, a matter that everyone already knew about. Without the heaven-slashing sword intent, this was undoubtedly a huge loss to its battle power. Size were size, but a few Lin family elders, on the contrary, did not think there was anything wrong with this matter. After all, before, it was their unanimous agreement that Lin Yuan, who was the contemporary divine son, had seized Lin Hua's heaven-slaying sword intent. The only pity was that it was clear that in the Lin family's current generation, a divine son had appeared who was strong enough to push everything across the board, yet because he was cultivating the beginning emperor scripture, he was unable to participate in this subterranean dragon ranking contest. The flying boat that was heading to the heavenly prefecture of Dao had flown away a few days ago. If the Son of God travels. Dying with a cloudy gaze, a clan elder looked toward the spatial passage connecting the emperor's tomb and helplessly said. Long years had passed, and although the Lin family today was divided into various veins, these clan elders, they were all the heads of the various veins. But no matter what, going forward, the veins were always one family, and they all shared a common surname, Lin. At this age, the yellow earth was half buried, the realm could not be further advanced, and the entire mind was only on the younger generation of the Lin family. Forget it. Although the subterranean dragon ranking is important, it's better to look at the long term. My Lin family, what I want to fight for is the throne of this world, the divine son, he has a supreme Dao body, and now he's cultivating the beginning emperor scripture, it mustn't be disturbed. Several old men spoke out, seemingly admonishing others and comforting themselves at the same time. There was a certain longing in their cloudy eyes, but reason made them realize that the clan was right in not sending anyone into the emperor's tomb to awaken divine son Lin Yuan. Just as several clan elders were discussing the many heavenly prides of this subterranean dragon ranking. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, a majestic and incomparable aura appeared from within the spatial passage connecting the Emperor's tomb. What's the commotion, Murphy? Wow! A few pale gazes, looking in unison to the front of the altar, seemed to have guessed something, and their faces were somewhat agitated. The dark, deep spatial passage was vibrating, and spatial fluctuations were violently churning, accompanied by chaotic mist that escaped from within. A figure appeared from within the passage, his body was shrouded in chaos, his appearance was a bit blurred, but he could still see the clear face through the mist. It's Lin Yuan. Heir. A dismayed voice rang out, having just appeared next to the altar and met those pale gazes, Lin Yuan was somewhat at a loss for words. Although he used his chaotic aura to cover himself, for some reason, he still had the feeling that he was, well, being looked at. Greetings, clan elder. Leave this comment. Boom. Lin Yuan slipped away and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. A chaotic mist rolled along the way, no one was visible, only a cloud of mist could be seen, flying in the direction of the beginning divine island at an incomparably fast speed. And at this moment, leaving behind a few clueless Lin family elders, they were still guarding around the altar. That chaotic aura just now. Is the beginning emperor scripture right? It should be, absolutely. How long has it been? The beginning emperor scripture, which is the godless law, God's son, he has succeeded in cultivating it in such a short period of time. A few pale faces shook a little above. However, looking at Lin Yuan's distant back, there were also untimely voices that rang out from the mouths of these clan elders. It's kinda white. To be able to be a Lin family elder and the lord of each vein, their strength was at least at the saint realm and upwards. Even if Lin Yuan's talent was terrifying, with a cultivation level of the heavenly ascension realm, he wasn't able to block the gazes of these people. Lin Yuan guessed correctly, he had indeed just been looked at naked. Older and with nothing to do on weekdays, these old guys, on weekdays, were also known for their big mouths in the Lin family. Sprinting all the way from the reverse central divine island, he flew over the two great divine islands. The island of the beginning god. What a guy! As the exclusive land of the family head's lineage, the beginning divine island was heavily guarded on weekdays, with an equally countless number of powerful people. A cloud of chaotic mist, flying from afar, naturally startled the guards on the island. It's me! Within the chaotic mist, revealing a head, Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly. "Greetings to the Son of God." The guards let them go, watching a cloud of mist sweep by, puzzled above their faces. It was incomprehensible that Lin Yuan, who was the divine son of the contemporary Lin family, was playing this game? Lingyun Hall. Lin Yuan's temple palace. "It's been ages, why isn't my brother back yet?" The temple was closed, and a small figure stood in the doorway. Petite in physique, dressed in red, with 2 crochets on her small head, long, playful eyelashes, and a pair of large, soulful, flickering eyes. Lin Yu tilted her little head at this moment and skimmed her lips. Boom! Just then, a chaotic mist flew in from the distance. Click! The tightly closed door of the temple opened and closed, leaving behind a confused Lin Yu. What is it? Mist has become a spirit? Chapter 135. A plea in the beginning Emperor's Palace. Lin Yuan goes to the heavenly province Dao State. The news of Lin Yuan waking up from the Emperor's mausoleum began to spread since the Lin family. At this moment, the clan elders of each lineage, several elders other than Grand Elder Lin Gu, gathered at the beginning origin Imperial Palace. There was only one purpose, to implore Lin Yuan, the contemporary divine son, to travel to the heavenly prefecture of the Dao and fight for the Lin family for the name of the top of the subterranean dragon ranking for this generation. In this life, all the major forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain have supreme celestial pride appearing, and I'm afraid that if there's no divine son to go to. Although my Lin family traveled to have 2 top-tier physiques, the cold moon ice body and the reincarnation underworld body, the dragon emperor ridge is stronger in this world. Yes, this 100 years, my Lin family has no access to the top of the potential dragon list, now within the Jun Tian immortal domain, has long been much discussion, if this time, in the defeat of the dragon emperor ridge. Several Lin family elders, standing within this origin emperor palace, had more than a little embarrassment on their faces. After all, before this, a group of their elders were all on the side of the heaven beheading divine island. Back then, with the descent of the reincarnation underworld body, the entire Lin family had almost all placed their hopes, all on Lin He. However, since the family competition, everything has changed. Oof. Didn't you have that reincarnation underworld body that has always been valued by you to travel to? What need is there for Yuchi's son in the matter of the subterranean dragon ranking in this world? With a cold snort, Jiang Ro said with a displeased expression. Obviously, there was still a nagging feeling about what had happened before. As soon as these words came out, several Lin family elders became even more embarrassed above their faces. That young master of the Lin family who was not in their eyes back then, after returning from the lower realms, the might of the etheric Dao body had suppressed the reincarnation underworld body, and had strongly ascended to the position of this generation's Lin family's divine son. After that, he even obtained the inheritance of the 2 great divine islands, the heavenly sword intent and the beginning emperor's scripture, in the emperor's mausoleum. Nowadays, even they had to admit that back then, it was indeed them old guys who had looked away. What happened back then was indeed our fault. But, this old immortal's heart can be judged by heaven and earth, everything is for the sake of my Lin family, and there is absolutely no half-heartedness. With an ancient face, a burly body, a grey coat, and pale whiskers trembling, the Lin family's 3rd elder, Lin Zhan, helplessly said. This time, my Lin family cannot lose. I still need to implore the divine son to go this time and raise the name of my Lin family. This has always been the stereotypical impression of the Lin family's 3rd elder, faced towards Lin Su, who was the head of the family, and Jiang Ro, the main mother of the family, slightly bowed, apologizing for what had happened. As this scene appeared, there was a moment of silence within the beginning Emperor Palace. Any elder of the Lin family, when placed in the outside world, was an existence that shocked a party, with an incomparably high status. But at this moment, he was actually pleading in order to request Lin Yuan to travel to the heavenly Dao state. This matter was unforeseeable when placed in the long years of the entire Lin family. As the crowd had said before, if the top spot of the subterranean dragon ranking in this life was still obtained by the Dragon Emperor Ridge's pride. From now on, among the Jun Tian immortal region, the fame of the Dragon Emperor Ridge would be completely pressed above the Emperor clan Lin family. The temple was quiet. Even Jiang Ro, faced with an elder's bowed apology, looked somewhat speechless at the moment. Right here and now. Ta-da! 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 Outside the beginning Emperor's palace, there were footsteps ringing out, and with them, came Lin Yuan's voice. Tianfu Daozhou, I'm going. The voice was calm, having just changed into a brand new outfit, perhaps out of habit, still dressed in black. Lin Yuan held his younger sister Lin Yu's small hand and appeared in front of the crowd. White hair naturally fell behind him, his face was handsome, his posture slim but upright, and his demeanor extraordinary. Although he hadn't revealed his aura at all, Lin Yuan might have cultivated the beginning emperor scripture. In a trance, it made the people within the imperial palace at this moment see in Lin Yuan the beginning emperor who had once, 200,000 years ago, made the entire imperial race Lin family completely reach the peak and became famous in the Nine Heavens immortal region. Third elder is dedicated to the Lin family. I, Lin Yuan, am equally responsible. With a gentle face, Lin Yuan assisted the old man who was still bowing. Although he had just come out from the emperor's mausoleum not long ago, on the way over, Lin Yuan had also heard some news about the subterranean dragon ranking from Lin Yu's mouth. These few elders in front of them were indeed once hostile to the Origin God Island lineage because of the Great Elder. However, upon hearing that, within his own emperor's tomb, the matter of robbing Lin Hua of his heaven-slaying sword intent, these few elders in front of him had turned toward his side. The previous hostility was kind of dissipated, and it wasn't like it was a big feud per se. I will immediately travel to the heavenly prefecture of Dao and fight for my Lin family's name as the top of the subterranean dragon ranking for this generation. But at that time, if the ranking thing, not as expected, all of you also do not blame me. Lin Yuan smiled. As a member of the Lin family and a contemporary divine son, even if the Lin family's group of executives didn't appear within this beginning emperor palace today, Lin Yuan would still go there. Now that the heaven beheading sword intent had been initiated and the beginning emperor scripture had been successfully cultivated, Lin Yuan's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before he had entered the emperor's tomb. For himself, he had confidence, but Lin Yuan didn't like to fill his words too full. The godson is joking. Within the imperial palace, a group of Lin family elders and elders finally put their hearts down and said. They were afraid that because of something that had happened, Lin Yuan would have a grudge against the Lin family. Now it seems that it was completely overthought by people like himself. Having just returned from the emperor's tomb not long ago, the horse is not stopping. Under the expectant gazes of his parents, and the Lin family's group of executives, Lin Yuan prepared to leave the family, in the direction of the heavenly prefecture of the Dao. The one who traveled with him was still the protector of the way, Lin Jiu, a mid-saint realm, a strong person even when placed amongst the imperial Lin family. Son of God. With a gray coat and a head full of long gray hair, Lin Jiu hadn't changed anything since Lin Yuan's return to the Lin family. He was still the same. If there was the only change, it was that at this moment, when facing Lin Yuan, he was even more respectful than before. The family competition, Emperor Mausoleum obtaining the beginning emperor scripture, I'm afraid that even Lin Jiu hadn't thought about it before. Lin Yuan's return from the lower realms this time would have caused such a big commotion within the Lin family. At the very least, amongst the contemporary heavenly prides of the Lin family today, Lin Yuan's fame was already unrivaled. This time, when I travel to the heavenly prefecture of the Dao, I still have to trouble Elder Lin to lead the way for me. With a calm face, not showing any condescension just because he had become a divine son of the Lin family, Lin Yuan cupped his fists and said. Since returning from the lower realm, Lin Yuan still didn't know anything more about the present-day Juntian immortal region except for the journey from the Shaking Light sacred land to the Lin family. This time, it was also the first time to truly appreciate the scenery of the various great Dao states of the upper realm immortal domain. The two of them traveled all the way, before leaving the Lin family, leaving the reverse central Dao state, and heading to that heavenly province Dao state where all the major forces of the Juntian immortal domain and countless celestial prides gathered nowadays. Reverse central divine island, Lin family's forbidden land. Within the valley, the surrounding immortal light was colorful. Diving into the abyss. On top of the mountain rock sat a white-haired old man, yet it was as if he was outside the endless layers of space and time, without the slightest breath. The body exuded a sense of decay. A pair of eyes that were incomparably sharp, as if they had insight into everything in the world, were looking at the distant backs of the Lin Yuan duo. It is the Lin family quasi-emperor old ancestor Lin Hong, the voice rang out, seems to be speaking to the four directions of the valley. Chapter 136 Heavenly Mansion Daoist Academy, all the great pride of the heavens appear one by one. Ask the cliffs of heaven. The first peak of Tianfu Daozhou was magnificent and majestic. It is rumored that this cliff came down from the sky endless years ago, and is divided into 9 seats, and there is a heavenly cliff within each of the 9 immortal regions. Every time the subterranean dragon ranking opened, it was at the top of the heaven asking cliff. Stepping on the heavenly ladder and going up the golden list, this was the thirst of countless 9 heavens immortal domain celestial pride throughout the ages. Beneath the heavenly questioning cliff, a party of Dao institutes was established. The Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy, one of the immortal forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain, was mysterious and unpredictable. Usually isolated from the world, only when the potential dragon list opens, it will appear in the world. Wide open the door of the Dao Academy, widely invited Jun Tian immortal domain countless celestial pride to come. Built on a mountain, filled with spiritual qi, the halls and pavilions rose up from the spiritual mist. The Heavenly Mansion Taoist courtyard, which is usually quiet and full of peace, has been bustling with activity in recent days. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! In the sky and underground, light surged. There were divine birds and strange beasts from all the major powers coming for the ride, and there were even immortal boats and ancient ships crossing the sky. The earth trembled and the void trembled. I've heard that in this life, a peerless holy maiden has appeared in the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy, a strong contender for this subterranean dragon ranking. Voices rang out from all around, countless celestial pride from far away, their voices resounding outside of the Heavenly Mansion Dao courtyard. The Supreme Sword Body Yi Wuhan, the ancient Buddha reincarnation Ning Yushang, the reincarnation meditation body Lin He, and that dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge were the most famous ones over these times. As for the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, which was the host, there was a woman who was equally famous. Dare I ask, when will this subterranean dragon ranking be opened? Above the void, a voice rang out, asking for the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy. Dojo entrance. Your guests are here, my Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy is in great splendor. The potential dragon ranking will be opened in a few days. Purple haze light surging, vaguely, is a delicate silhouette, face with a thin veil to cover the face, a purple dress, flowers and moonlight, the country and the city. Zi Yanran, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy in this life, appeared at the entrance of the Dao Academy, a pair of purple haze beautiful eyes, while looking at the countless heavenly pride that had come, her voice was soft and boneless, saying. Behind them followed dozens of disciples wearing black and white Dao robes, disciples of the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy, in order to greet them. Of course, as one of the immortal forces of the Jun Tian immortal domain, there were only a few force prides that could cause the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy to pay attention to them. Right here and now. My Buddha is merciful. The sound of a chanting Buddha rises. The golden Buddha light was radiant, and the surrounding earth was giving birth to golden lotus flowers, and the sky was filled with emptiness, and a shadow of an ancient Buddha was appearing. The sight was so grand that it shook the countless heavenly pride around the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy. It's that Buddhist son of the great Thunder Sound Temple, Ning Yushang. There were surprised voices. In an instant, countless gazes looked over. At the bottom of the steps of the dojo. Barefoot on the ground, dressed in white monk's robes, hairless but handsome. With one hand erected, Ning Yushang walked with the golden light of the Buddha's path surrounding his body. His fleshly body was incredibly powerful, and there was a sound of thunder in his tendons and bones, and his aura was terrifying. Poor monk Ning Yushang, coming from the western desert, I'm sorry to bother you. So it's a Buddhist son of the great Thunder Sound Temple, disrespect. Above the steps, looking at the young monk who suddenly appeared, Xianran was equally surprised. She hadn't sensed, just now, that someone was close. Acid. At the same time, a sound of sword chants rang out, sword intent spread out in all directions, and cracks appeared in the void, densely packed. The sharpness that was enough to cut down everything caused the hearts of countless surrounding celestial pride to grow cold. Flying immortal sword sect, Yi Wuhan. The voice rang out. The sword light hovered in front of the Dao courtyard, and a white-clothed figure emerged. Black hair like ink bunched up, face cold, eyes stern and incomparable, seems to have 10,000 sword light flashed. Yi Wuhan stood on top of the steps of the Dao courtyard, his body standing straight. He was like a sword, wanting to pierce the sky. The temperament is icy cold, and no one is allowed to get close. Ning Yushang, Yi Wushang, plus Zi Yanran of the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, they were all contemporary Jun Tian immortal realm, several great immortal forces amongst the supreme celestial pride. At this moment, as if they had discussed it, the most famous prides of this generation of the Jun Tian immortal domain were showing up one by one. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right here and now. The void shook and trembled. In the distance, light surged and runes dazzled as an immortal boat blooming with golden light came across the sky. It was immense, like the size of a small island on one side, with a big word, Lin, inscribed on it. It's the imperial Lin family. This time, the shocked voices around them were grander than before, with waves of sound rising and falling. Emperor clan, the Jun Tian immortal domain was close to 10,000 Dao states, with countless powerful forces, but those who could be called Emperor clan were only the Lin family. As the Juntian immortal domain, the only taboo force that could compete with the Dragon Emperor Ridge, even if the imperial clan Lin family's heavenly pride, in the past 100 years, had somewhat unsatisfactory rankings on the subterranean dragon ranking, no one dared to underestimate the heritage of such a family. At this moment, when the Lin family immortal boat appeared, the steps went up and down. Ningyu Shang, a contemporary Buddhist son of the Great Thunderbolt. Yi Wuchen, who was holding his sword in a high and cold manner. This time, as the host, the holy maiden of the heavenly mansion Dao Academy, Zi Yanran, were all gazing at it. Without any other reason, the word Lin alone was enough to make them pay attention. Not to mention, the Lin family of this life had produced a reincarnation underworld body that was only surpassed by that rumored top 10 supreme body. In terms of ranking, the reincarnation underworld body was 2 places higher than Yi Wuhen's supreme sword body. As for how it was in actual combat, it was unknown. The holy maiden of the heavenly mansion Dao Academy, Zi Yanran, greets the Lin family's heavenly pride. Standing on top of the steps, Zi Yanran bowed in the direction of the Lin family's immortal boat. Even compared to treating Ningyu Shang, Night Wuchen, these 2 supreme heavenly prides, they were all a bit different. I've long heard that a peerless woman has emerged from the heavenly prefecture of Dao. I've seen it today, and it really lives up to its name. On top of the Lin family's immortal boat, an old voice rang out. It was the second elder, Lin Wei. Boom! With the Lin family's group of pride, Lin Hua and Lin Qinghan landed on the ground, and the huge immortal boat became smaller and disappeared into Lin Wei's hands. Before the battle of the latter opened, the scene was harmonious. Just at this moment, an untimely voice came from the distance. Is the Lin family very strong? Roar! 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 9 dragons came across the sky, pulling a bronze chariot. Around the chariot stood 8 figures with dragon horns on their heads and powerful auras. Is the Dragon Emperor Ridge 8 dragon generals, all Tianxian domain name gas is not small. On top of that, a golden dragon-robed elder came in person with an incredibly powerful aura. The voice resounded above the chariot, and it was precisely the dragon son, Long Tian, who was now world famous in the Jun Tian immortal domain, and who had been pinned high hopes by the Dragon Emperor Ridge in this heavenly staircase competition. Chapter 137 The Dragon Son with Unusual Temperament, Opening of the Submerged Dragon Ranking. Flesh as crystalline as jade, as if carved from the heavens, with a head of long golden hair, standing on top of the bronze chariot floating in the wind. His face was incredibly handsome, and he wore a silver dragon armor, which made him handsome and heroic. Dragon Sky. Jun Tian Immortal Domain had been one of the most famous heavenly prides in the world for the past 30 years, but had never shown his face, and most of the rumors about this Dragon Emperor Ridge Dragon Son had been stuck in the world's rumors. As a result, for the Dragon Emperor Ridge's previous boast that it would surely win the top spot of this subterranean dragon ranking, most people had a spectator's attitude. In the previous generations when the subterranean dragon ranking was opened, those who topped the list had always been the Dragon Emperor Ridge heavenly pride. As the wind and water turn, it's time for even the forbidden forces to step aside, isn't it? But at this moment, when this world-famous dragon son truly made his appearance, countless cultivators on the scene really feel, before the Dragon Emperor Ridge put out the bold words, perhaps it is true. All eyes were on him, and countless gazes looked over. On top of the chariot, Long Tian's jade-like body was glistening along with a brilliant and incomparable divine aura surging. He was like a god's residence with a peerless physique, his breath bursting out randomly, implying the sound of a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. This kind of flesh was too terrifying, even though it wasn't any of the 3,000 physiques. However, under the return of the bloodline, coupled with the fact that the Dragon Emperor Ridge had poured out resources to cultivate him for so many years, Long Tian was enough to be compared to a true ancient emperor's own son. And rumor has it that the ancient emperor's own son, his physical body that is in no way weaker than the world's top 10 supreme bodies. Fleshless. On the steps of the Dao courtyard, in a white monk's clothes, surrounded by the golden light of the Buddha's Dao, Ningyu Shang, a Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, looked over with his eyes and sighed with his voice. The Buddhist sect emphasized flesh, and Ningyu Shang's body was already powerful, but at this moment, when he looked at that dragon son, he vaguely felt a hint of oppression. Dragon Emperor Ridge. The face was cold, the eyes were stern and incomparable, as if there were 10,000 sword lights flashing by. With sword chi rising around him and his body standing straight, Yi Wuhen's sword brows were slightly wrinkled in scorn. So it's the Dragon Emperor Ridge Dragon Son who has come to visit. I apologize for the delay in welcoming him. The purple aura of her body rose, and she softly said. Xianran, the holy maiden of the heavenly mansion Dao Academy, was unable to make out any expression under her veil-covered face. But from within those beautiful eyes, a hint of surprise flashed. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Emperor Ridge descended, shocking the entire field, seemingly with an aura that was still pressing above the Lin family. After all, in the past 100 years, every time the person who topped the dragon list was the Dragon Emperor Ridge's pride. And in this life, coincidentally, Long Tian's appearance will perhaps reign at the top of this subterranean dragon ranking once again. Even Yi Wuhan's trio, facing Long Tian's aura above, all appeared scornful. The movements of the three great supreme prides were all watched by the countless cultivators present. Hee, old loach, you Dragon Emperor Ridge are, generation by generation, becoming more and more fanatical. Voices rang out. The voice of the leader of the Lin family this time, the second elder Lin Wei, rang out, smiling as he looked over to the Dragon Emperor Ridge. The voice just now when the Dragon Emperor Ridge had just appeared was undoubtedly falling on the face of the Emperor clan's Lin family. In this Jun Tian immortal domain, the two taboo forces had been enemies for endless years, and in the face of mockery, they naturally had to strike back. The old loach. These words, in the face of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, which was now in the ascendant, within this Jun Tian immortal region, only the imperial clan Lin family dared to say this. Humph. What is arrogant about the strength of my clan's dragon son? Let the young people of your Lin family generation be prepared to fail on top of the heavenly ladder this time. Cold laughter. A golden robe with a grim face, standing next to the bronze chariot, two dragon horns poking out from amongst a head full of white hair, his breath was powerful and incomparable. Long Qi, one of the elders of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, had a high position of power. The moment. There were no other sounds around. The two forbidden forces just showed up and went toe-to-toe. However, compared to being a fight between elders, this subterranean dragon ranking was, after all, a battle of the younger generation. This is the young pride of the Lin family's generation? It's just not good enough. Standing on top of the bronze chariot, Long Tian was lofty and arrogant. His gaze was conceited and condescending as he swept over Lin Hua, Lin Xinghan, Lin Yu, and the others who had just landed, and let out a cold laugh. Humph. What big talk now, when the time comes on top of the heavenly ladder, I, Lin He, will want to see what makes you so powerful. Standing behind Lin Wei. A white coat that was not stained with dust, a handsome face like a chisel, and long gray hair that naturally draped and fell behind it. The power of the laws of reincarnation surged around his body, and his pupils were deep, as Lin He spoke out. Although his aura was not lost, for some reason, facing Long Tian, his reincarnation underworld body, vaguely, actually felt a trace of suppression. Before he came, he had let out a bold statement in front of the Lin family crowd. Even without Lin Yuan, he would still be able to make a name for the Lin family in this subterranean dragon ranking. Facing Lin Mei's words. At that time on top of the heavenly ladder, expect that you will be able to catch up with this dragon son's footsteps. Slightly shaking his head, and within his eyes, divine light surged, Long Tian stood with his hands in the air, and his mouth was disdainful. Although the speech was a bit arrogant, he definitely had the qualifications. Even the 3000 physique of the upper realm, the 11th ranked reincarnation underworld physique, was still not in his sights. In his opinion, those who were able to compete with himself were perhaps only the rumored 10 supreme bodies that were still somewhat qualified. As for the rest, they are not worthy of comparison with themselves. Unfortunately, in this life, throughout the entire Jun Tian immortal region, it had never been heard that a supreme body had appeared in that power. This time when the subterranean dragon ranking was opened, the top spot was never within reach for Long Tian. The Emperor clan Lin family, along with the Dragon Emperor Ridge, were both taboo forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain. In the eyes of the great powers heavenly pride today, the reincarnation underworld body was the most powerful heavenly pride of the Lin family's current generation. After all, this matter had already spread throughout the entire Nine Heavens immortal region more than 20 years ago. At this moment, under the contrast between Lin He and Long Tian, a voice rang out from all around. Such poise. Worthy of being the Dragon Emperor Ridge dragon's son, no wonder even before, the Dragon Emperor Ridge dared to make a bold statement. Yes, it seems that the words of reigning at the top of the list, Dragon Emperor Ridge is not delusional. In the eyes of the present heavenly pride, alone this piece of temperament, the two high and low points, there is already a gap. Alas! Looking behind him, this reincarnation underworld body, which had once been given high hopes by the entire Lin family, had its aura completely suppressed in front of the rival power's heavenly pride. Lin Wei, who was the second elder of the Lin family, had a complicated expression on his face and let out a helpless sigh. If the pale eyes, in looking in the direction of the reverse central Tao state, could only shake their heads. Celestial pride gathered, and the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy invited into the Dao Academy to wait for the opening of the potential dragon ranking. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. This day, at the top of the heavenly cliffs, golden light surges, and the subterranean dragon ranking officially opens. Chapter 138. All the celestials stepping onto the heavenly stairs, Lin Yuan who finally arrived. The mountain is so high and towering that you can barely see the top. The entire heaven-asking cliff was surrounded by the power of the extreme Dao, and even the strongest members of the Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy had been unable to get close to it over the long years. The only time when the potential dragon ranking opens is when the heavenly ladder descends from the top of the mountain, and the prideful people in the world with a bone age of 30 or less are qualified to step on the heavenly ladder. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The cliffs, amidst the clouds and mist, endless golden rays of light were converging, incomparably bright and dazzling. The golden aura was soaring, enveloping the void for miles and miles, emanating the power of the extreme Dao, and a sheet of the power of the extreme Dao converged to form a huge golden list that coalesced at the top of the heavenly inquiring cliff. At the same time, 8 other identical golden lists were born next to it, still somewhat illusory and not yet cohesive. Related to the other 8 immortal regions, every time when the subterranean dragon list was set, those whose names from the 9 heavens immortal region ranked at the top of the list would by no means be shaken by a single immortal region, but by the entire 9 heavens of the upper realm. They would be one of the most powerful heavenly prides in the entire 9 heavens immortal region, in these 30 years. Billions and billions of living beings, endless cultivators, young generation, the entire 9 heavens immortal domain together, only 9 people can top the list, it's gold, no need to say. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, at the top of the heavenly questioning cliff, the majestic movement had not disappeared and was still continuing. Below the golden list, endless light runes surged, converging to form a layer of steps that were spreading downward. The heavenly ladder seemed to descend from the sky, passing through the clouds and descending before the eyes of the countless prideful people below who had long been waiting with eager anticipation. From the bottom up, a total of 999 layers, each layer of the ladder length and width of a few feet, said that the ladder, but each layer, more like a huge platform, can accommodate a lot of heavenly pride. She stood on it. The ladder was clean and white, constructed by countless light runes, implying a majestic pressure, and the higher up it went, the more terrifying that pressure became. Whoever could top the highest would be able to top this world's subterranean dragon ranking. Of course, above the ladder, it also contained the power of the supreme rules, and only the pride of the current generation whose age was since 30 and whose realm had reached the heavenly ascension realm were qualified to step on the heavenly ladder. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to resist that kind of power. The potentate's golden list coalesced, and the heavenly ladder is now available. Below the mountain, the surrounding open space was densely packed with the Jun Tian immortal domain's current generation of pride. The heavenly ladder has descended, and the poor monk is not talented, so I would like to scout the way for you all first. In the midst of the crowd, with one hand up and bare feet on the ground, if I don't go to hell, who will? Buddha Zining Yusheng had a compassionate look on his face. Speaking. Boom! The golden Buddha light around his body shone brightly, his fleshly body was incredibly powerful, and there were sounds of thunder in his tendons and bones. Mouth-chanting Buddhist scriptures, the Buddha's shadow appeared in the sky of golden light, striding forward, in the direction of the heavenly ladder. In the twinkling of an eye, it crossed dozens of layers of stairs. Humph, dead bald donkey, pretending to be something you're not. Among the heavenly pride, a white dress, cold face, sword eyebrows straight, eyes stern and incomparable, seems to have 10,000 swordlight flashes. Yi Wuhan let out a cold snort. Acid. The sound of sword chants rang out around him, the flying immortal sword intent spread across the 4 directions, and cracks appeared in the void, densely packed, the sharpness that was enough to cut down everything, chilling one's heart. Yi Wuhan transformed into sword light and sped all the way to the high part of the ladder. No one can stop me. A condescending voice rang out. His flesh was like jade, with a long golden hair moving, and he wore a silver dragon armor, which was extraordinary and heroic. Taking a step out, like an instantaneous movement, Long Tian appeared on top of the heavenly ladder. His body was enveloped in a radiant divine aura, glistening with brilliance, just like a godly abode. His physique was peerless, his breath bursting out randomly, and the ladder underneath his feet was trembling violently. The speed was incomparably fast, obviously a little later than Ning Yusheng and Yi Wuheng, but in the blink of an eye, Long Tian surpassed the 2 in front of him. I will prove that I am the strongest contemporary heavenly pride of the Lin family. The pupils were dark and deep. Lin Nei's voice rang out, and as he spoke, an incomparably majestic aura surged out from around him. These days of humiliation had caused him to hold his breath inside. The heavenly ladder appeared in front of him, and he wanted to prove that the words he had put out in the Lin family when he first came were by no means delusional. Gray hair flying, behind the 6 laws of reincarnation in the light, blossomed out endless dark light, a kind of not belonging to the earthly plague breath from Lin He body in the emergence of the bizarre and incomparable, a step out, the same appeared in the heavenly ladder, in hot pursuit of the... That's a lot of pressure. Purple haze surged, and her voice was delicate and soft. Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy St. Ziyen ran, jade feet floating in the air, into the heavenly ladder and go. Humph. A cold humming sound sounded behind him, his face was cold, it was Lin Qinghan. She was also a woman, but she had a strong character and an icy temperament, and she was not used to seeing Zianran's sympathetic appearance. Jade hand held the sword, the silk of Taiyin power surging around him in all directions, the ground was tinted with a layer of frost, being frozen and cracked, as he walked towards the front. And this change immediately caused the surrounding area to shake. I can't imagine that the Lin family has a woman with this kind of talent in addition to the reincarnation underworld body. This is the power of Taiyin. Strange, she is by no means a Taiyin body. There were voices ringing out, especially from the Dragon Emperor Ridge side, where Elder Long Qi was really startled when he looked at the power of Taiyin that had just come from Lin Qinghan's body. However, fortunately, after a little perception, he realized that Lin Qinghan was not a Taiyin body. Otherwise, this subterranean dragon ranking contest would really be hard to say. The greatest prides among the several great powers were the first to climb the heavenly ladder. After that, there were some holy sons and daughters of the various holy lands of the Juntian immortal domain, and some of those who had reached the heavenly ascension realm also appeared on top of the heavenly ladder at this moment. For example, among the 2 of the 10 holy lands affiliated with the Lin family, there was a holy daughter from the Shaking Light Holy Land, a holy son from the Heavenly Pivot Holy Land, as well as Lin Yu and the others, trailing behind. There were a large number of people, after all, they had gathered the entire young generation of the Juntian immortal domain, and at this moment, the sky ladder was bustling with activity, with you chasing after me. The onlookers below clamor, voices ringing out, in speculation about who can ride out. Stepping on the heavenly ladder and going up to the golden list of subterranean dragons, just when countless heavenly prides were striving for a fight. Not far from the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, there were 2 figures that were coming through the air. It was the duo that had set off from the reverse central Tao state without stopping for a moment along the way, Lin Yuan and Lin Zhou. It seems that the subterranean dragon ranking has come out and the heavenly stairs have descended. The voice rang out, dressed in black, standing in the air, his white hair like snow fluttering in the wind. Lin Yuan sighed as he gazed far away, looking at the heavenly ladder that descended from the sky in the distance. During these few days, it had been rushing, crossing countless Tao domains, not daring to stop. Fortunately, the reverse central Tao state was not too far from this heavenly prefecture. It was only after a few short days and another Saint Realm powerhouse, Lin Zhou, that he finally arrived. There's no time to lose. Boom! Boom! The void creates ripples. The Lin Yuan duo is approaching. Chapter 139, expecting the name of the Son of God to be famous in the 9 heavens. Is this the strength of the Dragon Emperor Ridge's contemporary dragon son? Beneath the heavenly ladder, there were countless onlookers. There were people from all the major powers, as well as countless cultivators from the Juntian immortal domain, who had rushed here specifically to watch the subterranean dragon ranking contest. A voice rang out from all directions, their gazes carrying astonishment as they looked above the heavenly ladder, the Long Tian who, in the twinkling of an eye, had crossed 300 layers of steps, completely riding on top of the world, with no one being able to compete with him. Strong as the Great Thunder Sound Temple's Buddhist son Ning Yushang, the flying immortal sword Sex Yu Wu Shang, and the Lin family's reincarnation underworld body, which was famous in the Juntian immortal domain before, were all left far behind compared to that dragon son. Powerful. Indisputably strong. It seems that the person who topped the list in my Juntian immortal domain in this life has been contracted by the Dragon Emperor Ridge again. Yeah, how many sessions has it been? Once upon a time, the Emperor Clan Lin family, each generation of heavenly pride, was enough to compare with the Dragon Emperor Ridge, this 100 years. Among the crowd, there were quite a few people from the forces that had followed the Emperor Clan Lin family since ancient times, letting out a sigh without saying another word. Alas! Just a sigh. Although at this moment, Lin Hei's performance on top of the heavenly ladder was still good, second only to Long Tian. Being neck and neck with that white-clothed sword immortal Yi Wuan, the 2 of them went all the way upwards and fought back and forth. Having such a heavenly pride was enough praise for any power in the Juntian immortal domain. But not enough for the imperial Lin family. Not nearly enough. Green and yellow is not enough. This is the circulation of the Juntian immortal domain for the imperial Lin family in this 100 years. If even this time, the Dragon Emperor Ridge's pride still topped the list, it would completely confirm these rumors. Could it be that, as the laws of the world dictate, even in the splendor of the imperial clan, there will eventually be a time of despair? Among the crowd, many cultivators talked in whispers, not daring to raise their voices. After all, at this moment, that second elder of the Lin family, Lin Wei, was still present. Old man Lin, what I said before was not bad, was it? What qualifications do you have to compare with my clan's dragon son, your Lin clan's contemporary heavenly pride? Just a bunch of dirtbags. Among the crowd, being star-studded, Dragon Emperor Ridge Elder Long Qi laughed loudly, his voice resounding and spreading in all directions. He did it on purpose, just to sweep the Lin family off their feet. Above the grim countenance, the smugness could not be concealed. Yes, Emperor Long Tian is unrivaled in his generation, no one is comparable. This time, the person who tops my Jun Tian immortal domains list in the submerged dragon ranking will definitely be Emperor Long Tian. Worthy of a talent comparable to the ancient emperor's own son. Around the dragon pool, a touting voice rang out, causing the Dragon Emperor Ridge to become famous once again in the eyes of countless cultivators at this moment. It seemed like it was already completely going to be pressed above the Emperor clan's Lin family. A golden robe and a somewhat thin, drooping figure. Elders of the same side of the forbidden forces, compared to the stars on the Dragon Emperor Ridge side. On the side of Lin Wei, the Lin family's second elder, it was a bit cooler. Alone, an old man, his pale gaze momentarily looking at the struggle above the celestial ladder, was somewhat helpless. Could it be that this time, my Lin family will end in failure? The voice revealed an incomparable unwillingness. The Lin family never wanted the top few, but had to fight for first place. This is about the name of the entire Emperor clan, if even this time is still taken by the Dragon Emperor Ridge to take the top of the list, in the future, not to mention the Juntian immortal domain, or the other 8 great immortal domains have much to discuss. At least, from the current situation, on top of the heavenly ladder, Long Tian was riding high. As the representative figure of the Lin family this time around, Lin Hua was far away from each other. If there were no accidents, when the list was finalized, the name at the top of the list would definitely be the word Long Tian. 400 floors up. Hiss. How long has it been that Dragon's son, the pressure above the heavenly ladder, as if it doesn't have the slightest effect on him? For many years, this might be the fastest heavenly pride. The entire arena boiled as they looked above the heavenly ladder at the supreme figure that surpassed all the contemporary heavenly prides, and all the cultivators present on the sidelines shook. Climbing the ladder of heaven is never that simple. Otherwise at this moment above the heavenly ladder, nearly 1,000 heavenly pride figure, would not be the vast majority of still stay in the 90-odd layers, even the 100th layer has not climbed up. The runes flickered, and above each layer of the ladder, it contained a majestic pressure, and every time you went up a layer, you had to withstand an exponentially increasing pressure. And every 100 layers, that kind of pressure, but also countless times the growth, talent strength is not enough pride rashly go up, will be directly crushed. At this moment, other than Long Tian alone stepping onto the 400th floor of the heavenly stairs. Tied for second place, Lin He, and Yi Wuhan had only just set foot on the 300th floor. The Supreme Sword Body, and the Reincarnation Underworld Body, were already extremely powerful physiques in the world, and were only the strongest physiques under the 10 Supreme Physiques. But it was still pulled down by Long Tian by such a large distance. It had to be said that this Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son in this life was too strong. Mighty rode at this moment above the heavenly ladder of any heavenly pride, all to despair for it. It's hopeless. With a sigh, Lin Wei, the Lin family's usually high-powered and majestic second elder, was as if his strength had been drained at this moment. The clouded gaze, becoming vacant, in disorientation, murmured in a low voice. But just at this moment. Hopeless? Not necessarily. A voice rang out, in toward Lin Wei's ears. Familiar beyond words. When the voice was heard. Above his pale, almost desperate face, Lin Wei instantly became agitated, his whiskers shaking. Within the otherwise empty, disoriented eyes, brightened. Lifting his head, 2 figures appeared right in front of him. Second elder, long time no see. White hair like snow, a black dress, and a hint of a smile above his clear face. Lin Yuan and Lin Zhou's figures appeared. Lin Yuan. You. The voice was a bit excited. Before coming, second elder Lin Wei had proposed to the clan that this time when the subterranean dragon ranking was opened, the divine son would have to come no matter what. However, after the end of the emperor's tomb, the figure of Lin Yuan, the divine son, had not been seen appearing, and at that time, the crowd had guessed correctly that Lin Yuan was indeed at a critical moment, cultivating the beginning emperor scripture and breaking through the realm. This resulted in the Lin family only being able to place the key to this subterranean dragon ranking on manhwa. Greetings, second elder. The divine son and I set out from the reverse central Dao state, but we haven't stopped. Good thing, it finally arrived today. On the side, Lin Zhou voiced out, not forgetting to mention that his own young master's hard work over the past few days, and that the affairs of the Lin family were likewise the affairs of his own young master. Yes, yes. Lin Wei was thrilled and took a few good words in succession. In this heavenly ladder competition, the old man expects the name of the divine son to be famous in the 9 heavenly immortal realms. Looking at the white-haired teenager who had just appeared in front of him, the bitterness that had been on Lin Wei's face before was swept away. Inner conviction is total. Chapter 140 Lin Family's Divine Son? Turning 200 floors, the heavenly ladder shakes. Below the heavenly stairs. Just as the countless cultivators on the sidelines were praising the dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge. The arrival of a black-clothed, white-haired teenager caused the Lin family elders, who had originally despaired over it, to ignite hope. The commotion was small, but it immediately attracted the attention of countless people present. After all, it was the imperial clan, and the situation there, every move, was always being observed. What's the situation? The Lin family's divine son? Isn't that reincarnation underworld body from the heavenly staircase? Weird. The sound of a Lin family divine son caused an uproar in the surroundings. Until this moment, the countless cultivators present thought that the Lin family's contemporary divine son was the Lin He who was fighting with Yi Wuhan all the way up the heavenly ladder at this moment. One must know that the status of each generation of divine sons of the Emperor Lin clan could be benchmarked against the Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon sons. And at this moment, when he heard the 4 words Lin family's divine son, among the surrounding onlookers, the one who cared the most was still that elder of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, Long Qi. He heard it, just now Lin Wei mentioned the name of the white-haired teenager in front of him. Lin Yuan? Why does that name sound familiar? With a golden robe, a grim face, and a slight frown, Elder Long Qi pondered. Both being the 2 taboo forces of the Juntian immortal domain, the Dragon Emperor Ridge had investigated every generation of the imperial clan Lin family's pride. Lin Yuan, who bore the bloodline of the 2 great emperor clans, Lin and Jiang, and was the son of the family head, had his name spread throughout the entire Juntian immortal region when he was first born 20 years ago. However, such an honorable identity, yet it was only an innate Dao body, which at one point back then was in the Juntian immortal region and was treated as a joke. Until later after the son was sent to the lower realm, there was no more news of him. Elder, it seems to be that young master of the Lin family from 20 years ago. Hear this. He. Who did I think it was? When did the Lin family also engage in this kind of trick? Letting the reincarnation underworld body go without focusing on cultivating it, but even promoting a mere innate Dao body to be the Lin family's divine son. The Lin family has fallen out of favor. A mocking voice sounded from the mouth of this Dragon Emperor Ridge elder, shaking his head and laughing, and above his originally gloomy face, he was suddenly unimpressed. It was only assumed that Lin Yuan, the divine son of the Lin clan, was there because of his own honorable status and had nothing to do with strength. This statement was made. What? Contemporary Lin family divine son is that innate Dao body from back then. The Lin family's reincarnation underworld body isn't even? This. In an instant, a sea of dismayed voices rang out from all around, some measuring, some belittling, and some disbelieving, in looking at Lin Yuan. After all, he had just returned from the lower realm not long ago, and now the major powers of the Juntian immortal domain did not yet understand Lin Yuan's true situation. The reincarnation underworld body compared to the innate Dao body, these 2 physiques compared to each other, it was an individual who would feel that there was an inside track. Originally, I thought that the Lin family had some sort of card in addition to the reincarnation underworld body. A Lin family divine son had appeared. As it turns out, just this? The surrounding discussion was ringing in whispers. After all, it was the divine son of the Emperor clan, and the general cultivators didn't dare to speak out in direct mockery. But it still couldn't stop the curiosity within the surrounding cultivators. As Elder Long Qi had just said, was this what the imperial Lin family had become nowadays? Letting the reincarnation underworld body within the clan go without focusing on cultivating it, but pinning their hopes behind a district innate Dao body. Even if this Lin family divine son in front of him had an incomparably honorable status, possessing the bloodline of the 2 great emperor clans of Lin and Jiang, and was the son of the Lin family's head. But a powerful celestial pride, but it represents the future of a party's power, who dares to be sloppy. It's not up to you to say whether my Lin family falls from grace or not. Better worry about that dragon son of yours first. I hope he, later on, keeps up with me. The voice rang out, and Lin Yuan calmly said as he faced Elder Long Qi. A dead silence was strong in the eyes. What happened back then, Lin Yuan now understood. Perhaps, in the eyes of the major powers of the Jun Tian Immortal Domain and even the 9 Heavenly Immortal Domain nowadays, this Lin family young master of his own was still the same waste that had never been looked upon favorably. When he appeared here today, it wasn't just for the sake of the Lin family, Lin Yuan also had to do it for himself. The top of the subterranean dragon ranking, he'll take it. The words fell, ignoring the voices around them. Boom! With a single step, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared into thin air. Humph, out of your depth. A Marinate Dao body of the district is nothing more than a Marinate Dao body, and you dare to compare yourself with my clan's dragon son, and I don't know, who gave you the courage to do so? Looking at Lin Yuan's back, a disdainful voice rang out from Elder Long Qi's mouth. Oh, old Loach, why don't you two make a bet? This time, the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, let's see who actually ends up in the end? Not far away, Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, said with a smile on his face, as if he was a different person from before. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! With a slender stance, a clear face, white hair like snow in flight, and fluttering black clothes, he had just stepped onto the heavenly ladder, and an incomparably majestic breath rose from Lin Yuan's circumference. There was a Dao light lit up around his body, and there were mysterious runes suspended around his body, the middle stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, far surpassing the many celestial prides above the heavenly ladder at this moment. The aura was too powerful, and with every step, the heavenly ladder under his feet trembled and shook violently. What's the commotion? What a powerful aura! It's already this time, how is there such a powerful heavenly pride back there? Above the heavenly ladder, all the heaven's pride who were originally working hard to climb towards the 100th floor were shocked. A figure came from below, and all the way through, the steps under the feet of the crowd trembled and shook violently, and the people standing on them were a little unsteady. A few short breaths. The surrounding pressure from above the heavenly ladder couldn't put any pressure on Lin Yuan at all, and with a slight strike, he had already shocked countless people. There's no pressure. The sound rang out, and Lin Yuan crossed the 100th floor. Until this moment, there were still people who were unable to ascend, but for Lin Yuan, it was just beginning. Go on. The voice was calm. Boom. From the 100th floor to the 200th floor, the incomparably long heavenly ladder similarly shook. It was the confrontation between Lin Yuan's fleshly body and the heavenly ladder's pressure that caused such a shock. Above the heavenly ladder, the countless celestial pride above and below could not see at all, and could only vaguely see a black residual shadow. Each step was like instantaneous transportation. It's too fast. What's that? Hiss. Who is this, just starting to show up at this hour? It seems like a divine son of the Lin family of the imperial clan. The Lin family's divine son? That reincarnation underworld body that is racing with Yi Wuhen is not the Lin family's divine son? The voices below the heavenly ladder, the crowd of celestial pride who originally climbed the heavenly ladder, vaguely heard a little. It was only at this moment that anyone sensed the seriousness of the problem. A residual shadow, flashing by, seemed to be even faster than the previous Long Tian. 200 floors. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked not far above, and it was a woman in purple. It is the contemporary saint daughter of the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, Zi Yanran. Chapter 141, Death to those who stand in my way, Xianran shrouded in death aura. However, it was a matter of stepping onto the 200th floor of the heavenly ladder. This was something that all the cultivators present on the sidelines hadn't thought of. It's too fast. How is it possible that he... Below, among the crowd who had originally questioned Lin Yuan's identity before, some people were dumbfounded, and shook above their faces. Well, it seems to be faster than Ryuko. Could it be that the pressure above the heavenly ladder is useless to him? Looking at the white-haired teenager who had clearly stepped onto the heavenly ladder the latest, but had surpassed the vast majority of the heavenly prides in the blink of an eye, many people were somewhat confused within their gazes. Some people even felt that that divine son of the Lin family, who was despised by all, was even faster than Long Tian's previous step onto the heavenly ladder. To a true heavenly pride, the 200th floor is just the beginning. What's the point of going fast in the front and not getting on in the back? The Dragon Pond elder with a grim face and a dragon's horn amidst his white hair on top of his head, feeling that his face had fallen to the ground, spoke out at this moment. Even if Lin Yuan's performance on top of the heavenly ladder at this moment surpassed everyone's imagination. But in his opinion, it still couldn't be compared to his own dragon son. Hee, old loach, I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Lin Wei's laughter rang out, meaning in his gaze. The supreme Tao body, coupled with the beginning emperor scripture, this configuration was luxurious. Perhaps it was the situation that Lin Yuan had shown that surpassed everyone's imagination. At this moment, below the heavenly ladder, instead, the gazes of the vast majority of onlookers were shifting towards Lin Yuan. Having just stepped onto the 200th floor of the heavenly ladder, he had already surpassed the vast majority of the heavenly prides. At this moment, the only people above this Lin family's divine son were Zi Yanran, Lin Xinghan, Ning Yuxing, Lin He, and Yi Wuhan. Of course, which naturally has the current far ahead, no one can be compared to the Dragon Emperor Ridge Dragon Son Long Tian, has not stopped the footsteps, continue all the way up, no one can be side by side. Immaculately white and blossoming with light, the ladder constructed from light runes was several feet long and wide. Light flowed from the runes, causing each step to emanate a majestic pressure. The second 100 or so floors, the height of the place, were already surrounded by clouds. Boom! A purple haze surged, and in the midst of the light, a delicate silhouette was striding upwards. Although the face with a thin veil, but still can be from the pouring face above, feel the strain is incomparable. What Xianren did not expect was to step onto the heavenly ladder near the same time. It was even if Long Tian, Lin He, Yi Wuhan, and Ning Yuxing surpassed themselves. But a previously obscure woman of the Lin family was actually not something that he could compare himself to, crossing over not long ago. Damn it! The delicate voice was a little indignant. Just then, from below Xianren. Boom! Someone is not slowing down all the way up. It's not that easy to surpass me. The voice rang out, and in Zi Yanran's jade hand, purple chi flowed, ready to strike and block the later. Above the heavenly ladder, any heavenly pride is the enemy, unless each other, the strength gap is particularly large, otherwise want to surpass the next person, must be war over a line only. A word of advice, you'd better not get in my way. An icy voice rang out, it was Lin Yuan. Humph. With a cold snort, as the holy maiden of the heavenly mansion Tao Academy, Xianren's strength was perhaps inferior to those great celestial pride that were lined up above her at the moment. But not just anyone can compare. If he had the strength, he would have emerged at the opening of the heavenly ladder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed up to the 200th floor of this heavenly ladder at this moment. Regarding the sound from the rear, Xianren originally didn't take it seriously. But just at this moment. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The aura was raging and surging, the successive dozens of flights of steps were trembling under the feet of the figure in the back, his aura was beyond compare. The commotion was too great, and by virtue of his own strength, he caused the power of the laws of the dozens of levels of the heavenly ladder to vibrate in unison. Yet it still couldn't stop the figure at the back. It's a force to be reckoned with. He who stands in my way, dies. There were no extra words, a word of death came from the back of the room. The aura of that figure was too majestic and terrifying. The delicate body trembled, and above the face of the country, the flowers lost their color. Xianren turned around and saw a pair of eyes filled with dead silence. Indifference. Indifferent to everything in the world. Icy cold, powerful, and indifferent. At this moment, an aura of death was enveloping Xianren, incomparably real. It was as if he would die if he made a move. The beautiful eyes were retreating, not daring to meet its gaze. In the middle of the jade hand, the purple chi that was originally flowing was disappearing and not blocking. Phew! With a sigh, that sense of crisis disappeared. You made a wise choice. A black residual shadow appeared beside Xianren in the twinkling of an eye. White hair was flying, his face was clear, and his body was shrouded in radiant Tao light, with mysterious runes hovering around him. Lin Yuan faintly said. Standing on the same ladder, he looked at the woman in front of him in a purple dress, a stunning and impassive woman. For Lin Yuan, those who dared to stand in front of him were enemies. If you're the enemy, you die. Nothing about what or who the other person is. Even the most beautiful woman is just a red skull. The aura was powerful and oppressive, and the temperament was cold. Before the opening of the heavenly ladder, Xianren has never seen the person in front of her, the breath alone to see, even let there is a kind of, the person in front of her, seems to be not weaker than the Dragon Emperor Ridge, the dragon son of the illusion. Dare I ask what is your name, and from what family? With a thin veil covering her face and a purple dress, she is a flowery and feminine woman with a soft and delicate body. Slightly bowing with 10,000 blessings, Zi Yanran's pair of violet haze beauty eyes looked towards Lin Yuan and asked in curiosity. According to reason, this kind of character, before the opening of the potential dragon ranking, its fame should have long been famous in all directions. But for the white-haired man in front of her, Xianren said that she had never heard of him. Lin family, Lin Yuan. Standing with his head in the air, Lin Yuan's voice was calm as he looked above the heavenly ladder. Her willow brows slightly frowning, Zi Yanran was recalling when such a heavenly pride had appeared in the Jun Tian immortal domain during these years. Suddenly, eyes flashing, she remembered. Lin Yuan. It seemed that 20 years ago, that descending young master of the Emperor clan's Lin family was of this name. However, what made Xianren curious at this moment was why the breath displayed by the district's innate Dao body was so terrifying. So the young master of the Lin family. The petite body once again bowed and said, but in a pair of gazes, a trace of confusion flashed, but they did not dare to say more. After all, Lin Yuan's appearance just now did scare her. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, seeing the confusion in Xianren's eyes, and did not say anything more. After all, sometimes explanations are far less intuitive than when one's real situation unfolds. Besides, he didn't bother to explain. I'm going up first. Unlike other people who climbed layer by layer, Lin Yuan was crossing dozens of layers of the heavenly ladder with each step. Therefore, he had to resist the pressure from dozens of layers of the heavenly ladder at the same time. This was almost unimaginable in the eyes of other celestial pride. The black clothes fluttered and a step was taken. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The upper dozens of layers of the ladder, in unison vibrated, countless white light runes, from above the ladder all lit up, the light was incomparably bright, that kind of pressure, it was almost not the Ascension Realm's heavenly pride could withstand. At least at this point, Xianren's eyes are like this. Chapter 142, saying that my Lin family is nothing more than that, what are you? Break! The voice rang out calmly as Lin Yuan took a step out. Click! 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 The celestial ladder shook as if it was about to collapse, and the runes that lit up on the celestial ladder shattered under Lin Yuan's steps, crumbling, turning into countless dots of light that disappeared. The scene was too shocking. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, spanning dozens of floors in the twinkling of an eye. This kind of speed was unimaginable. The higher one went, the more powerful the pressure from above the heavenly ladder became. Here is the 200th layer. To be able to be called the absolute pride of the world, Xianren's talent is definitely not bad. It was one of the most famous heavenly prides in the Jun Tian immortal domain in the past 30 years. However, with her strength, at these heights, she would have to go up one level at a time, and would have to struggle to resist the gradually increasing pressure. But now, when someone takes a step, it's dozens of layers. He's really just an innate Dao body? Purple light surged from around the petite body, and under the face covered by the thin veil, Xianren's shocked voice rang out. This time when the potential dragon ranking was opened, at this moment above the heavenly ladder, I'm afraid that only the Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son would be able to barely reach this step. Vibrating inwardly, he looked at Lin Yuan's disappearing back. Jade feet stepped upwards, and the pressure of just one layer of steps caused Xianren to feel an incomparable pressure. Sure enough, there is no comparison between people. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The heavenly ladder shook as Lin Yuan made his way upwards. The pressure around was gradually increasing, more than 200 layers above. Here was a mighty pressure that was no longer something an ordinary heaven's pride could withstand, it would be crushed. Clouds and mist surrounded the area and it was quiet. The only thing that hovered silently was the ladder that was made up of light runes each time. Precisely because it was too quiet, the more unusually loud the commotion caused by Lin Yuan was. There weren't many people who dared to be like Lin Yuan, who was still running wildly all the way under the infinite pressure around him. It's so fast that there are only remnants. The higher up they went, the fewer figures of heavenly pride there were, close to none. At this moment, since Lin Yuan was high above him, it was already more than 300 floors of the heavenly ladder. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, just like a fairyland on earth. Boom! Boom! The fluctuations of the battle were spreading out as the two figures fought. Golden Buddha light shone brightly, accompanied by the shadows of ancient Buddhas looming in the clouds. The physique was peerless, and the sinews and bones resonated in unison, erupting with thunderous sounds. It was none other than one of the immortal forces of the Juntian immortal domain, that Buddhist son of the great thunder sound, Ning Yushang. The sound of Buddha roams the sky. With your strength, you are not yet a match for the poor monk. Get out of the way. Otherwise, even if it's someone from the imperial Lin family, so what? On the 300th floor of the heavenly staircase, a white monk's robe, with a handsome face, surrounded by the golden light of the Buddha's way, and with one hand erected, Ning Yusheng spoke out, his aura powerful beyond measure. The battle for the heavenly ladder is spoken in terms of strength. If you want to go up past me, you'll have to beat me. A cold voice rang out. The azure light surged around his body, the power of Taiyin was silky, and in the clouds, hidden in the mist, was a stunningly beautiful, haughty, and lonely figure. Cold face, ink hair, and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, the body contains a coldness, the body surface blue light surging. The feet of the heavenly ladders are as if stained with a layer of frost. It was none other than Lin Qinghan, sword in jade hand, who was confronting Ning Yusheng. Originally, with her cold moon icebody's talent, she would not have been able to step onto the 300th floor of this heavenly staircase in a short period of time, even surpassing the heavenly mansion Dao Academy's holy maiden, Zi Yanran. However, within the Emperor's tomb, the moon god's inheritance allowed her to possess the underpinnings to compete with these contemporary supreme prides. But after all, he had just obtained the inheritance, and there was still a bit of a gap when compared to someone like Ning Yusheng, who was known to be the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Boom! Boom! In the midst of the great battle, gradually falling into the wind. Though I, the Buddha sect, am compassionate, I also have the wrath of killing. The sound of Buddha roared, and the golden Buddha light tore through the surrounding clouds. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The heavenly ladder vibrated, and all around, including even in the void beyond the heavenly ladder, a golden lotus flower was giving birth, incomparably bright and dazzling. Ning Yusheng mouthed Buddhist scriptures, his aura was too powerful and was still climbing. At the middle stage of the Ascension realm, this great thunder sound deaf Buddha sun's strength was truly displayed. Endless golden lotus shadows converged and transformed into a giant golden palm that was slapping down towards Lin Qinghan. Great Sumeru palm! The white monk's clothes fluttered, and Ning Yusheng's voice was icy cold. Boom! A bright moon hovered and appeared from behind Lin Qinghan. Silver radiance scattered down, accompanied by the power of Taiyin spreading all around, like a fairy in the moon, cold and colorful. But in the face of this strike, even with the use of the vision, Lin Qinghan was still far behind. Although she was born into a branch of the Lin family, she was too strong in character and refused to step back by half. Click! The vision behind him was shattered under the golden palm print. Pust! A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and above the absolutely beautiful face, it was instantly pale. The moonlight glow around his body was becoming dim, his breath shriveled by a few points, and his delicate body was flying backwards. And at that moment, a disdainful voice also rang out from Ning Yusheng's mouth. The imperial Lin family, it's nothing more than that. As the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, he had his own pride. If it wasn't for the fact that nowadays one's memories of one's past life hadn't been completely awakened, that Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son wasn't good to talk about. But it wouldn't be slower than Yi Wuhan, Lin Ning. This, coupled with the fact that he had just been blocked by the woman in front of him, was what caused him to just stay at the 300 or so floors of the heavenly stairs today. Ning Yusheng naturally had anger in his heart. Lin Qinghan's delicate body was powerless as she was falling down towards the bottom of the heavenly ladder. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, a majestic and incomparable aura came from below the heavenly ladder. The countless layers of the ladder shook violently from beneath that black-clothed figure, and the runes that lit up above the ladder were breaking. To say that my Lin family is nothing more than that. And what are you? The voice rang out, so fast that it arrived in the twinkling of an eye. White hair like snow, slender posture, indifference above his clear face, his gaze was dead silent as he looked at Ning Yusheng. As Lin Yuan spoke, one arm stretched out, his hand was soft, and his slender willow waist was gripped, and he was swept into Lin Yuan's arms. It was Lin Qinghan's originally cold and incomparably beautiful face that was as pale as paper and bloodless. God, Son of God. You're finally here. Falling to the ground, a trace of blood slowly slipped from the corner of her red lips, ignoring her own injuries. A pair of beautiful eyes were surprised and happy. Before looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Qinghan was a little excited. Chapter 143. A blow breaks an arm, Rudra's true form. Who are you? Above, Ning Yuxing, who was originally about to continue climbing upwards, turned back. In a monk's clothes, he was a valiant man, and a trace of gravity flashed between his brows as he looked at Lin Yuan. Before the heavenly ladder opened, he could be certain that he had never seen the white-haired man in front of him. However, the aura that the other party had just erupted all the way up had somehow caused Ning Yuxing to feel a hint of scorn. However, seeing that the person in front of him and Lin Qinghan seemed to know each other, coupled with the sentence of God's son in Lin Qinghan's mouth just now, it made Ning Yuxing a bit of a monk too, puzzled. The Lin family's divine son? Ning Yuxing inwardly froze and inadvertently looked high up the celestial ladder. As most people did, in his eyes, he likewise thought that the contemporary Lin family divine son was not that reincarnation underworld body, Lin He? What's going on right now? Didn't you just say that my Lin family is nothing more than that? Strike! The hand from the side of the slender willow waist draw back. There is still a residual warmth. Lin Yuan's face does not change color. Look at Ning Yu sound, calmly said, did not answer the other side who he is. Other than in the Lin family competition, Lin Yuan had never really competed against the current generation of heavenly pride of the Jun Tian immortal domain. The Ning Yuxing in front of him was also considered Lin Yuan's first enemy since he left the Lin family, since the Jun Tian immortal region. However, standing beside Lin Yuan, above Lin Qinghan's pale and pretty face, a hint of blush flashed across her face and she bowed her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Are all the people of the Lin family so arrogant? Standing above, Ning Yuxing shook his head slightly. Although the appearance of the person in front of him just now did cause a trace of fear to arise within him. However, as far as he knew, among the contemporary Lin clan's heavenly pride, the only one who could threaten him was that reincarnation underworld body. As for the rest, it was not enough to be placed in Ning Yuxing's eyes. In addition, if the person in front of him was really strong enough, he should have emerged at the time of the heavenly ladder, so why did he not appear until now? The eyes looked at Lin Yuan, not thinking. In that case, you two don't need to go up. A cold grunt. Boom! The golden Buddha light around his body rose again, and was stronger than before. Ning Yuxing is striking out. To be able to be hailed as one of the most powerful few heavenly prides of the current generation, the contemporary Buddha son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his strength, when placed in the Jun Tian immortal domain, amongst the countless heavenly prides of the present day, was an absolute leader. The Buddha's light shone brightly, transforming into a fist seal, the void rumbled, the heavenly ladder shook, in suppressing down towards Lin Yuan. Sculpture. Facing this strike, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm and his face did not change. If this was the strength of one of the several great prides of the contemporary Jun Tian immortal domain, Lin Yuan could not help but feel a hint of disappointment within his heart. The black clothes fluttered, and the Taoist light around his body shone brightly. There was no powerful method. 5 fingers clenched into a fist, Lin Yuan just flat out swung his fist. Contrast that with the movement caused by the sound of Ningyu, instead it seemed too quiet. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The golden light shone brightly, drowning out everything around it. Humph, this is the price of arrogance. The battle for the heavenly ladder, even if you die, the Lin family can't blame me. A hint of sarcasm flashed from the corner of his mouth as Ning Yuxing stood above with contempt in his eyes. But he didn't notice in the slightest, standing next to Lin Yuan, Lin Qinghan's contemptuous mockery. Click. 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 Right here and now. Have you said enough? The falling golden fist prints were shattering, crumbling inch by inch, and the Buddha's light around them disappeared without a trace. Lin Yuan was surrounded by black and white Tao light, all evils retreated, all laws were inviolable, and he assimilated all. One step forward. As if in an instant, he disappeared below in the twinkling of an eye and appeared in front of Ning Yuxing. With you, you're also worthy of fighting with this divine son? With an icy gaze and white hair flying, Lin Yuan's fist was swinging out, smashing into Ning Yushang. Boom! In this great thunder sound, Buddha son's shocked, bewildered and incomparable gaze, he simply didn't know what was happening. The surrounding space, under this flat and unimpressive punch, was like a broken mirror, cracking open with cracks, densely packed and about to collapse. It's so powerful that it crushes everything. How is that possible? The voice was a little flabbergasted. Ning Yuxing couldn't think about it in time. The sinews and bones in the body resonated in unison, shocking out the sound of thunder, and in every inch of the body skin, there was golden light escaping, and the golden aura was soaring, as if it was poured with golden juice, incarnating a golden Buddha. In a desperate attempt to block Lin Yuan's strike. Buddhist heavy flesh, other dare not say, But in the flesh, Ning Yusheng thinks that this latter race among a number of heavenly pride, there are not many people can be compared with himself. With regards to his own body, Ning Yusheng had never been incredibly confident. But just resisted for a moment. Ah! A miserable scream rang out from Ning Yusheng's mouth, cold sweat pouring out, and the pain that drilled through his heart first came from his 5 fingers. His own fist exploded and disappeared, and along with it, his entire arm twisted and disintegrated. The right arm disappeared, completely shattered the moment the pair of blasts made contact. Pust! The pain was unbearable, and a large mouth of blood sprayed out, staining the white monk's clothes, his face instantly pale and incomparable, before flying down backwards and smashing into the ladder below. Tens of layers of steps vibrated. A hit! After more than 20 years of fame in the Juntian immortal region, Ning Yusheng had suffered such a crushing defeat for the first time. How is it possible? That someone's flesh is stronger than mine? Lost soul, barely from the lower steps to stand in the body, handsome face above, Ning Yu sound difficult to accept. At the place of the broken arm, blood kept dripping down, staining half of the monk's clothes red, and staining the clean white steps under his feet. He was looking at Lin Yuan, unable to accept it. He was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, and a contemporary Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and he was crippled by a single blow? Flesh, you're competing with me for flesh? Above, with a cold laugh, Lin Yuan stood tall, looking down on the heavily injured Ning Yusheng below, disdainfully saying. Just now, Lin Yuan had just made a move, but it was just Lin Yuan with a test, wanting to see what level the several great supreme prides of the current generation of the Juntian immortal domain were at. Obviously, Lin Yuan was disappointed. However, until this moment, Ning Yusheng thought that just now was the other party to go all out, and their own carelessness only suffered this heavy blow, otherwise it is impossible to defeat so tragic. He was the contemporary Buddhist son of the Great Sound Temple, and his long-standing fame amongst the entire immortal region made it difficult for him to accept defeat. I don't believe how strong you are. Again. A shout. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. A shadow was emerging from the surroundings of Ning Yusheng's ladder. Golden lotuses covered the surroundings, the sound of Buddhist voices rang out, and behind them, a giant Buddhist shadow appeared in unison, chanting in a voice towards Ningyu. His body was changing, as if he was transforming into a true Buddha, universalizing all sentient beings, and his severed arm was coalesced by golden Buddha light. Ka's true form. The sound was magnificent and resounded in all directions. This was the supreme Buddhist law of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which no one had been able to comprehend for endless years. Even Ning Yusheng, the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, had not completely comprehended it for many years. At this moment, under grief and indignation, he forced the reincarnated remnant soul in his body to exert it, and it was extremely loaded on himself. This strike was originally used to deal with that dragon son's supreme sword body and the others. As a result, without waiting for him to catch up, he encountered Lin Yuan. At this moment, the Dharma was solemn, the true body immortal, and the golden light surrounding the body of the Buddha swept away the clouds around the 300th floor of the heavenly ladder. At this moment, this scene was seen by the countless celestial pride below, as well as the onlookers. Lin Yuan vs. Ning Yusheng. Chapter 144. Rudra's true body shattered, Xianren who was afraid inside. A Buddha stood high up on the heavenly ladder, golden Buddha light shining as the clouds were swept away. That kind of aura, powerful as hell. The heavenly ladder was vibrating, and all up and down the sky were the sounds of Buddha, transforming the world. This sight was too grand, shocking the countless cultivators at this moment. They recognized that it was a contemporary Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. That's Ning Yusheng of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. What a powerful aura! Is this the strength of a contemporary Buddha's son? It's that Lin clan's divine son, the innate Tao body battling Ning Yusheng. Below, countless voices rang out. Among the countless heavenly prides of the Juntian immortal domain in this generation, Ning Yusheng's reputation was still quite large. Over these 20 years, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, one of the immortal forces, was also helping this Buddhist son. Ancient Buddha reincarnated, this name alone was enough to make it famous in all directions. On the contrary, for Lin Yuan, for more than 20 years, he had remained in the lower realm, and only the current Lin family knew his details. Many of the Juntian immortal domain's celestial pride were unaware of the situation. The battle between the two attracted countless gazes. Oh! Rudra's true body, that's the supreme Buddhist teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It seems that this divine son of yours, who has risen to power with his status, is going to stop here. At the bottom of the heavenly ladder, the Dragon Emperor Ridge's Long Chi elder said with a cold smile on his face as he looked at Lin Wei, the Lin family's second elder. One of the absolute heavenly prides, in the case of utilizing the Supreme Buddha Dharma, even Long Tian had to deal with it carefully, not daring to be careless. Not to mention an innate Tao body, which would probably only be able to stop at the 300th floor of the heavenly stairs. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Wei raised his head to look high above, although Ning Yuxing's strength was not small in this generation of the Jun Tian immortal domain, amongst the countless heavenly prides, and his strength was not bad. But not yet a match for his own divine son, that was for sure. However, the only thing that made Lin Wei's heart doubtful was that Rulai's true body, the supreme Buddhist teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the strength that exploded when Ning Yusheng forced the remnants of his previous life to activate it, was unimaginable. In one battle, it was inevitable that the battle power of one's own divine son would be damaged. There was another reason. Lin Wei didn't know if his own divine son's beginning emperor scripture had been successfully cultivated nowadays. At this moment, all eyes were on the battle between Ling Yuan and Ning Yusheng, up and down the heavenly stairs. Is that the confidence you have to challenge me? Standing high up on the heavenly ladder, Ling Yuan looked towards Ning Yusheng, who was currently transformed into the true body of a Buddha and whose breath was rising, and said with a calm face. Mid-ascension realm, one had to admit that at this moment, Ning Yusheng's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. However, Lin Yuan had also never used his full strength to fight someone since he had obtained the heaven-slashing sword intent in the beginning emperor scripture out of the Lin family's imperial tomb. That was your full strength before, wasn't it? 10 feet tall, surrounded by golden aura, Buddha light flowing, voice majestic and incomparable, Ning Yusan conceitedly said. He still thought that Lin Yuan had been lucky to gain the upper hand earlier because he had sneak attacked him while he wasn't using his full strength. Now, with his previous life's remnant soul catalyzing the true body of Rudra, not to mention the nameless man of the Lin family who topped a title of God's son in front of him. It was now that Long Tian came, he dared to fight with him. As one of the most powerful heavenly prides in the Jun Tian immortal domain, which one didn't have a bottom card? The speed of climbing the heavenly ladder never represented true battle power. If he had opened his true body of Rulai before, at this moment, he would have long surpassed Yi Wuhan and Lin He. Come on, this time I'll see how you can beat me? Ning Yusheng looked like he had come down to earth and slapped out his palm. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The light shines brightly, above the void, endless Buddhist symbols converge, forming a huge golden palm print, as if it contains a side of the Buddha's country, endless living beings chanting Buddha's voice, from the Buddha's country resounded. This was Ning Yusheng's most powerful strike. It's just a trail. Lin Yuan stood with his hands folded. Chaotic spiritual energy surrounded his body, black and white Tao light rose, and countless mysterious runes hovered around Lin Yuan. Wisps of chaotic chi surrounded his body, his white hair fluttered, his upright figure was hidden, and a pair of eyes blazed with incomparable light. Lin Yuan's aura was similarly climbing, like a chaos god king, transcendent and incomparable, to the gods and saints. One to beat you. A few faint words rang out from the chaotic mist that filled the surroundings. Lin Yuan similarly slapped out a palm. Boom! There was an infinite amount of Tao light rising up, and there were mysterious and complicated Tao patterns floating in the air, arranging and combining. The void rumbled and the heavenly ladder shook. It was a chaotic palm print, suppressing down from above, like a destructive wheel, about to crush everything in the world. Shake the sky and earth, and move the Qiankuan. The golden Buddha palm collided with the chaotic handprint. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! It was like two huge stars that had collided together from the heights of the heavenly ladder. Fluctuating from the top to the bottom of the 100 layers of the heavenly ladder, countless of the heavenly pride above the heavenly ladder below were unsteady on their feet and fell to the ground. This power, are they really of the same generation as us? Who's really going to win? It's hard to say. It seems that we have, before, underestimated this Lin family's divine son. A heavenly pride's voice was ringing out. And at this moment, below the heavenly ladder, upon seeing the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yuan, others might not be able to recognize it, but Lin Wei, who was an elder of the Lin family, could not fail to recognize that power came from the beginning emperor scripture. Divine Son, he, has already cultivated the beginning emperor scripture? An excited voice rang out, and Lin Wei's face trembled. It's only been a short while, and that's the beginning emperor scripture created by the Lin family's supreme emperor. What the hell is this kid's deal? Elder Long Chi's gaze was puzzled, even if he was looking at the people of the Lin family with displeasure. But neither do they admit that they seem to have looked away. All eyes were looking high above where chaos reigned. Just then. Click. Broken sounds rang out from the 300th floor of the heavenly stairs. The golden Buddha light receded, and Rudra's true body shattered. Ning Yusheng's remnant body fell from the heights, like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing downwards and landing on around the 250th floor of the heavenly stairs. Pust. Blood flowed from the tattered body, staining several flights of steps. And coincidentally, right next to Ning Yusheng's remnant body, there stood a silhouette that directly froze. It's Xianya. Hiss. So mean. A pair of beautiful eyes swept over the fainting Ning Yusheng in front of her. Purple haze surged, her body was delicate, and under the face covered by the thin veil, Xianran's small mouth was slightly open. She was closest to the sparring match between Ning Yusheng and Lin Yuan, so she naturally spectated the entire time. Thinking of himself before he even tried to block that furious god, there was a pang of fear inside. Good thing. Good thing I didn't mess with him before. Chapter 145. When did the Divine Sun care about people? Flying immortal sword intent. Ning Yusheng was defeated, being struck by a blow that left him alive or dead. This scene was seen by countless heavenly pride cultivators up and down the heavenly ladder. Ning Yusheng, one of the most powerful few heavenly prides in the Jun Tian immortal domain in these 30 years, was considered to be a strong contender on top of the potent dragon ranking this time around. If one were to follow normal circumstances, it would never be possible to stop at the 300th floor of the heavenly stairs. But now, it's questionable whether you can even stand up, let alone continue to climb. It seems like we have to get reacquainted with this Lin family's divine son. Below, there were cultivators with shocked eyes, looking towards the man high up on the heavenly ladder, shrouded in chaotic mist, dressed in black with white hair like snow, Lin Yuan. At first, almost most of the cultivators, because they had heard something about what happened to Lin Yuan back then. Therefore, Lin Yuan was not taken seriously at first. Most people hold it in contempt. That was a Ningyu sound. Strike! We seem to have gotten a little carried away. Up and down the heavenly ladder, a gaze was looking at Lin Yuan high above with a shocked expression. Great Thunder Sound Temple, one of the immortals of the Jun Tian immortal domain, the contemporary Buddha's son, the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha. Among the contemporary heavenly prides, who dared to say that Ning Yusheng was weak. But now. The scene was abuzz. I can't imagine. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Lin Wei let out an exclamation, excitement unfading above his pale face. No one could understand what the beginning emperor scripture represented better than the people of the emperor clan Lin family. Especially, some of the old people within the Lin family nowadays. The beginning emperor scripture contained within it the lifelong path created by a supreme emperor of the Lin family throughout the ages. However, what made Lin Wei curious at the moment was, it was rumored that there was a total of 9 colors of chaotic immortal light in the beginning emperor law. He didn't know if the Lin Yuan of today had condensed the chaotic immortal light. If so, the battle for the top of the subterranean dragon ranking would be more stable this time. Just lucky. Not far from Lin Wei, a cold snort rang out from the Dragon Emperor Ridge Dragon Pool Elder. It was clearly Lin Yuan who had won by strength, but in his mouth, it was said to be by luck. But he has only won over a Ning Yusheng. If he were to face off against my clan's dragon son, he would surely lose. Reaching out and brushing his white beard, Long Qi sneered and looked at Lin Wei Dao with a proud gaze. Currently, their Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son, on top of the heavenly ladder as well as ranked number 1, was far ahead of the rest, with the others far apart. Even Lin He and Yi Wuhan could not possibly catch up in a short period of time. This time, the top of the subterranean dragon ranking was still theirs, no one could snatch it away. Then we'll see. Lin Wei calmly said, not bothering. 300 floors of the heavenly ladder. Chaotic mist filled the air, Lin Yuan's aura was astonishing, and the steps around him were still vibrating. The battle with Ning Yusheng did not affect him in the slightest. Originally, he was about to continue up, but after all, he was also a member of the Lin family, and his gaze was looking at a silhouette beside him. Are you okay? Lin Yuan's voice was ringing out at Lin Xinghan. A blue fairy dress, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, only that above Lin Xinghan's originally cold face, she was still pale at this moment. It was injured by Ning Yusheng earlier, and Lin Yuan had sort of avenged her. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Xinghan was visibly stunned above her pretty face. In her cognizance, this divine son of her own family, it seems that he has never shown people with indifference, when will. When did the godson care about people too? Her pretty face was pale and bloodless, and the corners of her blood-stained mouth hooked up into an arc as Lin Qinghan's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yuan and snickered. For some reason, an image from earlier suddenly came to mind. At that time, she was about to fall when she was injured by Ning Yusheng's strike, and Lin Yuan strongly appeared and wrapped his arms around her waist. It was clear that the two talked little on weekdays and met only a handful of times. But not the slightest bit repulsive. Perhaps it was because before, at the place of the Lin family altar, on the day of ancestor worship, facing the bullying of the main vein, at that time, only this divine son had stepped forward at that time, to relieve his own. Lin Qinghan inwardly attributed the reason to this. Seeing each other is not a big problem. You're fine as long as you're fine. Hearing Lin Qinghan's words, Lin Yuan's face had a blank expression on his face, and it was obvious that he also did not expect that Lin Qinghan would come out with this statement. An inner question appeared within Lin Yuan: was he, on a regular basis, that unreasonable? Shaking his head slightly without further thought, he then turned around, ready to continue upwards. Just then. And please, Divine Son, take the top of the subterranean dragon ranking for my Lin family this time. The voice came from behind himself. It was Lin Qinghan. She understood that neither she nor Lin He would be able to defeat the Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son. Among the contemporary Lin family, if there was one person, it was only Lin Yuan. I will. Without ever looking back, Lin Yuan's voice calmly rang out, firm in the light of his dead eyes. He had come to the heavenly prefecture of the Tao this time, which was itself for this matter. Without further ado. Boom! In front of dozens of levels of steps vibrated in unison, light runes from the steps lit up. The pressure is as heavy as a mountain. Standing with his hands in the air, his white hair windless, Lin Yuan took one step and his figure disappeared, in all the way upwards. His speed was still so fast that he could only barely see the remnants of his shadow. The previous battle with Ning Yusheng had caused Lin Yuan's climb up the celestial ladder to suffer a halt, though not for too long. At this moment, among the countless numerous celestial pride climbing the heavenly ladder, only 3 of them were in a heavenly ladder position above Lin Yuan. As the Dragon Emperor Ridge this time, Long Tian, who claimed that he would surely win the top of the submerged dragon list, naturally did not need to say much, and was far ahead of all the heavenly pride, riding in the dust. As for those who are second only to Long Tian, there was the white-clothed sword immortal Yi Wuhan of the Flying Immortal Sword sect, as well as the Lin family's reincarnation meditation body, Lin He, now. When the heavenly ladder was opened, the 2 of them were surpassing many heavenly prides along the way, and within a short period of time, these 2 of them fought all the way, and they were advancing together, and they had already crossed the 400 floors of the heavenly ladder. Clouds and mist, more and more dense, smooth white stairs from the clouds and mist from the hidden 400 floors of the heavenly ladder. The pressure from above the ladder here grew more and more terrifying. Each step across the ladder was like carrying several large mountains on one's back. At this moment, however, there were 2 powerful figures, tearing through the clouds and mist, their aura incomparable, both hard against the pressure from the heavenly ladder, but also to beware of their opponent's attacks. Physique ranking, never more than a worldly cultivator, people are just clouds. I, Yi Wuhan, have only one sword that can cut down everything in the world, God blocking God killing, Buddha stopping Buddha. Acid. The sound of sword chants rang out. The sword intent tore through the clouds of the 400 floors of the heavenly ladder, revealing a white-clothed, cold-faced white-robed heavenly pride to come. Yi Wuchen's breath around his body is powerful and incomparable, his body stands straight, he is like a sword, wanting to pierce the dome of the sky. The surrounding ladder is trembling, as if it is difficult to carry that flying immortal sword intent. Chapter 146. All of the Lin family's celestial pride wiped out? Lin Yuan appears opposite of Yi Wuhan. Don't stop me! With a loud cry, Lin Mua was furious inside. The same white coat was untainted by dust, his handsome face was like a chisel, and his long gray hair was naturally spread out and fell on his back. From Lin He's circumference, the power of laws surged, divided into 6 channels that were connected to each other, turning into a vortex. With each strike to suppress out, the power of reincarnation twisted the surrounding sword intent, the void, and the aura was powerful beyond compare. Although he had lost to Lin Yuan twice in a row before, that didn't mean that Lin He was weak. The reincarnation underworld body was hardly comparable to anyone amongst the crowd of heavenly prides of the current generation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be until now that countless cultivators thought that this reincarnation underworld body was the Lin family's contemporary divine son. The world's physique ranked 11th, second only to the 10 supreme bodies, which was enough to compete for the first existence when placed in the previous contests of the submerged dragon list. But this life was different. There were too many supreme prides of the same generation. Not to mention that Dragon Sky, who was a distant second today. It was the Yi Wuhan at this moment that Lin Mei had been unable to defeat for a long time. The supreme sword body, the 13th ranked physique in the world, although not as good as Lin Hua's reincarnation underworld body, it wasn't far off. Especially with the supreme sword body coupled with the flying immortal sword intent, it was simply a match made in heaven. Resulting in this so-called white sword immortal Yi Wuhan, who was so powerful that he was terrifying. Two people from the bottom of the ladder all the way to this place, but who can not help who? Could it be that what was said in the Lin family before this is going to become a joke? In the midst of the great battle, a trace of anxiety flashed through Lin Hei's dark eyes. One must know that before leaving the Lin family and coming to the heavenly prefecture of the Tao, he had released bold words to everyone in the Lin family. Even if there was no Lin Yuan, he could still reclaim the top spot of this subterranean dragon ranking for the Lin family. He was the hope, the pride of the contemporary Lin family. But now what? Not to mention comparing himself to that distantly superior Long Tian, he was unable to defeat Yi Wuhan in front of him. Within Lin Hei's heart, he was always unwilling to admit that he was not as good as Lin Yuan. At this moment, there were too many thoughts, and under the anxiety, he was unexpectedly caught by Yi Wuhan for a moment. "Humph, fighting me and you dare to lose your concentration?" A sneer. Acid. The sword awnings were monstrous, like the sea tossing and turning. Thousands and tens of thousands of stern sword shadows were suspended all around, densely packed and unparalleled in their sharpness. Even the void was about to be broken open. Within each sword shadow, a flying immortal light bloomed, dazzling beyond compare. When top-tier celestial pride dueled, victory or defeat was sometimes just a split second away. No good. Lin Mei let out a loud cry, his eyes alarmed. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The reincarnation immortality scripture in his body was running wildly, and along with the power of the reincarnation underworld body, it transformed into a huge blood-colored vortex from his circumference. It was devouring and tearing the countless flying immortal sword lights that were chopping around. But it's still too late. Congeal. Yi Wuhan gave a bland cry and pulled with his sword finger. Wow! Countless flying immortal sword lights were condensing, and all the swords returned to one. Above the void, a huge sword shadow blooming with 7-colored light was slowly descending. This sword, chopping the sky and destroying the earth, obliterating everything. Since the sword, it was as if one could see the scene of flying immortals, powerful to terrifying. Click! Lin Hua's reincarnation vortex shattered, and with the help of his last ounce of remaining strength, he barely managed to harden himself against this strike without dying, but fell to the ground with serious injuries. How? Within the dark pupils, Lin Hei collapsed to the ground lost in thought, his inner pride shattered once again. Although he had heard the commotion from below before, he didn't realize that it was Lin Yuan's arrival. Once even he was defeated, this generation of the subterranean dragon ranking contest, the Emperor clan Lin family would be a total loss. Now not only could he not even see the footsteps of that dragon son, but now even Yi Wuhan was not an opponent. Inside, he has always felt that he, not worse than Lin Yuan, just lacked the opportunity. But now. Next, it's my fight with Long Tian. In this world's subterranean dragon ranking, I, the flying immortal sword sect, am stronger than the Lin family. With a cold face, Yi Wuhan looked towards the fallen and seriously injured Lin Hei and calmly said. Treading the heavenly ladder and competing for the rankings of the subterranean dragon ranking was never just a personal battle of heavenly prides, but also represented the forces behind each of them. Without a doubt, the reincarnation underworld body in front of him was the one that represented the strongest battle power of the contemporary Lin clan's heavenly pride. This was the Emperor clan Lin family, a giant in the Jun Tian immortal domain for endless years, one of the forbidden forces, far from being comparable to their flying immortal sword sect. But so what? The Lin family's most powerful heavenly pride nowadays had lost to him, Yi Wuhan. Cloaked and disheveled, Lin Hei's white clothes were dyed red with blood, and his breath was shriveled as he collapsed helplessly on the ground. Mentally unsettled and with a confused look in his eyes, he was in a bit of a trance and a figure was born in his mind. He snatched away his position as the divine son of the Lin family, and in the Emperor's tomb, he once again snatched away his heaven-slashing sword intent. For that figure, Lin Hei should have hated it beyond measure. But he was unconsciously thinking at the moment, what would happen if that person represented the Lin family to compete for the subterranean dragon ranking this time? Am I really inferior to him? Disoriented, as if drained of all strength. The injuries on his body were not able to kill him under the operation of the reincarnation immortality scripture. It was the internal blow at this moment that was the most difficult for Lin He to accept. He couldn't fight for the Lin family, for the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, he couldn't even enter the second place. Not as good as him? What's being said? Yi Wuhan shook his head slightly, sword in hand, and was about to climb upwards, catch up, and battle the distantly ahead Long Tian. But just then. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The dozens of steps below were vibrating in unison, and the runes on top of countless steps were lighting up. This is someone crossing dozens of steps in one step. How can that be? With a straight figure and a cold face, Yi Wuhan revealed a look of surprise for the first time, before looking downwards. One step across 10 layers, even the him and Lin He from a moment ago were unable to do this. Just kidding, this is the 400th floor of the heavenly stairs. Each step upwards was subjected to the pressure of several mountains. One step across 10 layers, that was 10 times the terrifying pressure. Anyone capable of such strength? For this opening of the subterranean dragon ranking, the supremely powerful heavenly prides were each known to each other. If there really was such a strong person, he would have revealed his identity long ago when the heavenly ladder was just opened. Who dared to be so bold as to not sprint with all their might until this time? Could it be that bald donkey from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, forcibly urging the remnants of his previous life, is catching up? Yi Wuhan's sword brows slightly frowned as he was guessing. In his opinion, the most likely of the group of heavenly prides below was only Ningyu Shang, the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha. It was possible to reach this step by activating the power of the remnants of the previous life. Sitting on the ground, with the Reincarnation Immortality Sutra running around his body, amidst the bloodlight, Lin He was equally curious, as he looked downwards. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! White hair flying, one step extinguishing the runic pressure lit up by dozens of flights of steps, Lin Yuan's figure appeared in front of the duo. It's you! Lin Mei was not calm, and his voice rang out. Looking at Lin Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 147, Weak? I'm not worthy? A battle between two great sword intentions. Shrouded in Dao light, chaotic mist filled the air, dressed in black, hidden, Lin Yuan stood on top of the steps of the 400th floor of the heavenly ladder. His eyes were dead silent as he faintly swept over Yi Wuhan, who was overwhelmed by his sword intent. Taking another look at Lin He, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a sword wound where his chest was, staining his white clothes red, he instantly understood the situation. Just focusing on your own cultivation, the matter of my Lin family competing for the subterranean dragon ranking, I can't imagine that you would even come? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin He let out a cold laugh and looked towards Lin Yuan in mockery. His face was anxious and angry, as if he was extremely unwilling to be seen in a wretched state in front of Lin Yuan, the person who had robbed him of everything in the Lin family. What little pride there was inside seemed to be going out the window. I'm not coming to see you disgrace my Lin family? The chaotic mist filled the air, making the duo in front of them unable to see the expression on Lin Yuan's face. The voice rang out calmly and sarcastically. You. The more proud you are, the more you can't let go of your pride. Lin Mei was choked speechless. Ben was seriously injured on the ground, running the Reincarnation Immortality scripture to recover from his injuries, when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Pust. A mouthful of blood once again sprayed out of his mouth, staining the white steps in front of him, and his face paled a few points again. A conversation between the two great prides of the Lin family. At this moment, there was another figure on the side. With a slight frown on his sword brows, Yi Wuhan heard the origin of the visitor in front of him. The conflict between the two of the same clan had nothing to do with him, an outsider. But what made Yi Wuhan concerned was that Lin Yuan's aura was too powerful. In particular, the sight of crossing dozens of steps in one step just now caused a trace of scorn to arise within him. A member of the Lin family? What's your name? Yi Wuhan's stern eyes were looking at Lin Yuan as he said. The Emperor clan's Lin family had produced a bit of reincarnation underworld body in this life, he was aware of it, and even now it was defeated in his hands. But for the white-haired man in front of him, Yi Wuhan had never heard of him. Above the heavenly ladder, any heavenly pride was a rival, especially one that made one feel scornful. With a cold face, Yi Wuhan was used to being lonely and arrogant amongst the crowd of celestials in the current generation, plus his personality was too cold, appearing to have a tone that wasn't too good. The weak do not deserve to know my name. With a pale gaze, standing with his hands behind his back, and a chaotic mist surrounding him, Lin Yuan appeared somewhat mysterious. Yi Wugan was lonely and arrogant, and Lin Yuan was even more arrogant than him. A moment of silence instantly appeared at the scene when these words came out. Within a pair of stern eyes, Yi Wuhan was visibly stunned. Weaklings? Not worthy of yourself? Isn't this something one often says to others when? The supreme sword body, which was itself the 13th in the ranking of the 3,000 physiques, in combination with the flying immortal sword intent, which was one of the 7 great sword intents of the 9 heavens immortal domain. Yi Wuhan's name has been strong and powerful in the Juntian immortal region for more than 20 years now. Before that dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge had made a name for himself, he had already been famous in all directions, and even Ning Yuxing, who was known as the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, could not compare to him. Being called a weakling was undoubtedly the funniest joke Yi Wuhan had heard over the years. In this heavenly ladder fight, even if the current one who was far ahead, the Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son, used his undercard, he, Yi Wuhan, was certain that he would dare to fight with him. Now, an unknown Lin clan's heavenly pride was calling him weak. Could this be tolerated? Oh. The weak don't deserve it? It takes strength to say that. Do you have it? Black hair bundled up like ink, a white dress, a cold face, his body standing straight, his aura was overwhelming and chilling. The eyes that looked at Lin Yuan were stern and incomparable, as if a million sword lights had flashed by. As Yi Wuhan spoke, sword intent rose around him. Acid. Within his body, along with the sound of sword chants ringing out, he was like a sword that cut through the sky. The supreme sword body with the breath of the flying fairy sword intent is too powerful, otherwise it would not be. Lin He, who has the reincarnation immortality scripture, are defeated in its hands. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the sword swung in all directions, and the heavenly ladder trembled violently, as if it was about to crack. Face the scene. This sword intent. Kind of funny, you strike. The two of them were separated by several layers of steps, and in the midst of the chaotic mist, a man dressed in black stood with his hands folded. The dead silence of his gaze lit up, feeling the flying immortal sword intent around Yi Wuhan. A hint of interest showed in Lin Yuan's eyes for the first time. The flying immortal sword intent was one of the 7 great sword intents of the 9 heavens immortal region, along with the heaven-slashing sword intent that Lin Yuan had previously obtained. At this moment, Lin Yuan was able to feel that the Zhan Tian battle intent in his body seemed to be resonating, and was almost about to be suppressed and break out of his body to compete with it. However, Lin Yuan's gesture, in conjunction with such a tone of voice, was simply taking the posture of a senior, educating his juniors. This was undoubtedly a huge provocation for Yi Wuhan, a supreme heavenly pride. Again and again. Been putting up with you for a long time. Let's see just how big you are. A furious shout, cold and incomparable, originally waves of the face, Yi Wu traced for the first time and revealed in the hideous. He swore that he had never encountered such an arrogant person amongst the heavenly prides of his generation. Hated Lin Yuan to the bone. Acid. Yi Wukong is striking out. A sword chopped out, the sword aura was torrential, like the sea tumbling, the flying immortal sword intent rippled in all directions, transforming into thousands of sword shadows, densely. Within each sword shadow, the light of the flying immortal blossomed, dazzling beyond compare. Boom! The clouds were torn apart, and the countless levels of steps above and below shook in unison. This strike, incomparably powerful, was the strike that Yi Wuhan had previously dealt with Lin Hua and won the battle. At this moment, when facing Lin Yuan, it was directly cast. At this moment, thousands of sword shadows cut through the void in unison and fell towards Lin Yuan. Not far away, Lin He, who was pale and recovering from his injuries, opened his eyes, wanting to see how Lin Yuan would resolve this strike. A pair of dark, deep gazes, staring in depth. Not bad. Flying immortal sword intent was spreading all around. Within the chaotic mist, Lin Yuan's voice rang out in admiration, his black clothes fluttering as he stood with his arms folded, nodding slightly. Without using any Dao weapons, between his slender fingers, a sword Dao rune was spinning and encircling, blossoming with an overpowering sharpness. Acid. With the light of the Dao rising around his body, and the chaotic spiritual power in his body running, an incomparably powerful sharpness emerged from Lin Yuan's body, cracking the 4 directions. Using his finger as a sword, an incomparably blazing sword light brushed past Lin Yuan's fingertip. That beam of sword light was as if it was about to crack open the heavens and earth. Its sharpness was unrivaled, and it shattered the sun, the moon, and the stars. Click. 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 Above the heavenly ladder, in all directions, 2 very different types of sword intent were battling it out. Between the collision of the blossoming of the sharp, the void in the cracks, dark and incomparable. Chapter 148 Sky-Splitting Sword Intent vs. Flying Immortal Sword Intent. Sky-Splitting Sword Intent. Originally mine. Angry and furious, watching Lin Yuan fight with Yi Wuhan with the heaven-slashing sword intent created by his ancestor of this lineage, who had snatched him hard in the middle of the emperor's mausoleum, Lin Hua's heart was dripping blood. If he had possessed the heaven-slashing sword intent, along with the reincarnation immortality scripture, he would never have lost to Yi Wuhan before. Unlike now, being the loser of the situation, reduced to a spectator of the two. The 7 great sword intentions, whose names have been rumored in the 9 heavenly immortal realms for endless years. It meant that from ancient times to the present, there was no more sword Tao that could be compared to these 7 great sword intentions. And it was even too difficult to see the battle between the heaven-slashing sword intent and the flying immortal sword intent. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The sword light illuminated the 4 directions, the clouds above the heavenly ladder were torn apart, the sharpness was incomparable, and between the collisions, it spread down from the 400 floors of the heavenly ladder, allowing countless celestial pride below the heavenly ladder, and cultivators to see this scene. That's the white-clothed sword immortal, Yi Wuhan. The one who fought against it was that Lin family's divine son. Is that Lin family divine son so fast, already climbing the 400th floor of the heavenly stairs? The bottom was abuzz with the sound of a voice. Eyes tilted up, in looking at the battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Wuhan. How long has it been since Lin Yuan beat Ning Yuxing half to death? It's too fast. In the blink of an eye this reached the 400th floor of the heavenly ladder, knowing that countless heavenly prides had previously scrambled to climb the heavenly ladder, only to be surpassed by Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye. Now, battling with Yi Wuhan. Acid. Acid. 2 very different types of sword intent vibrated down from the heights of the heavenly ladder from time to time. Even from an endless distance, the crowd of heavenly prides below felt the overpowering and extreme sword intent, which was chilling to the eyes. It's Yi Wuchen's flying immortal sword intent, together with the supreme sword body. No one of the same generation can compete with Yi Wuchen in the Tao of the sword. Someone exclaimed. Yi Wuchen had become famous for a long time during these 20 years in the Jun Tian immortal domain, and his attainments in the Tao of the sword were unmatched by anyone of his generation. But now, what intrigues countless people is this. The Lin clan's divine son was similarly fighting Yi Wuchen with his sword intent, and at least from the current situation, it was surprisingly not weaker than Yi Wuchen at all, which made it strange. Strange, that Lin family divine son, what sword path does he cultivate, that he is able to fight against Yi Wuchen's flying immortal sword intent? It feels like its sharpness is not even the slightest bit weaker than the flying immortal sword intent. How is this possible? Even some of the older cultivators, who were standing below the heavenly ladder, were filled with doubt at this time. Chopping Heaven Sword Intent sealed Lin family Emperor Tomb 100,000 years has not come out, the world of cultivators do not recognize as normal. Humph. Is the flying immortal sword intent strong? Does my Lin family not have a sword intent that can be matched? Among the crowd, second elder Lin Wei was filled with pride as he let out a cold snort, cheering on Lin Yuan. However, a pair of pale eyes, piercing through endless distances, looked at the sharp Lin Yuan, who was shrouded in chaotic mist, and there was still a question within his heart. This is only how long from when the Lin family's imperial tomb was opened, the beginning emperor scripture, the heaven-slashing sword intent, these can be the supreme laws of the world. The beginning emperor's scripture is not mentioned for the time being. The Jintian sword ancestor who created the Jintian sword intent was only an alternative way to become a Taoist, but don't forget that the other 6 of the 7 great sword intents were all created by great emperors. In terms of power alone, the heaven-slashing sword intent had never been enough to be compared to a great emperor's law. However, within a short period of worlds, the 2 great emperor-level laws were successfully cultivated. Lin Wei couldn't imagine what kind of talent it would take to do this? Could the rumors be true? The voice rang out, faintly inaudible, looking at Lin Yuan who was in the middle of a fight with Yi Wuchen. This second elder of the Lin family remembered the rumors about the supreme Tao body. The Taishang Tao body, known as the son of the great Tao, was only one of the aspects of the 10 supreme bodies that were powerful in battle. For any way, any method in the world, the supreme Tao body possessed an unfathomable ability to comprehend. After all, although there are countless worldly dharmas, in the final analysis, they cannot be separated from one word. Road. Dependent on the word. It's the Lin clan's heaven-shattering sword intent. It hasn't come out in 100,000 years, and it's no worse than the flying immortal sword intent. I can't imagine that it was actually comprehended by this Lin family's divine son. And at this moment, after Lin Wei reminded him of this, among the surrounding onlooker cultivators, someone finally remembered. Among the 7 great sword intentions of the 9 heavens immortal domain, the Jintian sword intent that stood alongside the flying immortal sword intent was none other than the Jintian sword intent that came from the Emperor clan's Lin family, the Jintian sword ancestor of 100,000 years ago, the supreme powerhouse that had caused Emperor Yuan Tian to lose. Jintian sword intent. No wonder it can compete with flying immortal sword intent, it was originally at the same level. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators finally understood why. However, a gaze that looked up was even more excited. The Lin family's heaven-slaying sword intent, which hadn't come out in 100,000 years, and which was competing with Yi Wuhan's flying immortal sword sect, was too rare to be seen, and he didn't expect that it would appear in this heavenly ladder competition. All eyes on the world. 400 floors of the heavenly ladder. The surrounding void was trembling, and the 2 very different sword paths were unabated in their sharpness, becoming more and more intense. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! In the middle of a confrontation. This is the Lin family's heaven-cutting sword intent. With sword chi rising around his body and his body standing straight, Yi Wuhan looked towards Lin Yuan, who was shrouded in chaotic mist around his body, and his eyes showed surprise. Finally, he recognized that this was the heaven-slashing sword intent that was on the same level as his own flying immortal sword intent, so no wonder he was able to fight against his own flying immortal sword intent for so long. A little vision. Amidst the chaotic mist, white hair fluttering about and a black coat, the sword Dao runes lingering between Lin Yuan's fingers were becoming more and more radiant, and his comprehension of the heaven-slashing sword intent was gradually improving. His stern gaze looked towards Yi Wuhan. The reason Lin Yuan did not use his full strength was that he was borrowing Yi Wuhan's flying immortal sword intent to sharpen his own way. Even with a supreme Dao body, one's comprehension of any Dao in the world surpassed that of normal people. However, Lin Yuan had to admit that the time he had spent cultivating the heaven-smashing sword intent was too short. In terms of the Dao of the sword alone, he was still unable to compare himself to Yi Wuhan. In the Dao of the sword, no one in my generation can compare to me. The white clothes fluttered, and within his body, the flowing silver-white sword aura was incomparably bright, rushing straight into the sky. Yi Wuhan said in a proud voice. He had never been incredibly confident in his sword Dao talent. Congeal! Yi Wuhan bellowed. Countless flying immortal sword lights were condensing in the 4 directions, and 10,000 sword shadows returned to one. A huge sword shadow blooming with 7-colored light converged out from amongst the 10,000 flying immortal sword lights, descending slowly from the sky, before chopping down towards Lin Yuan. It was the same strike that had defeated Lin Mei before, but it was even more powerful than before. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! This sword, chopping heaven and earth, obliterate everything. Since the sword, immortal light flow, you can see the scene of flying immortals. Watch the blow. It's time to end it. Lin Yuan's voice whispered from the chaotic mist, faintly inaudible. Chapter 149. The biggest dark horse above the heavenly stairs. The heart of the sword was clear, and in his eyes, sword chi was bursting out. The sword Dao runes surrounding Lin Yuan's fingertips were becoming more and more solidified, and the heaven-cutting sword intent that surrounded his body was climbing higher and higher. The entire person was like transforming into a sharp sword that cut through everything. Jintian's sword intent was a minor accomplishment. Since the Lin family's imperial tomb and obtaining the inheritance of the sky-splitting sword ancestor, Lin Yuan had ultimately had too little time. When he had just received the inheritance, he had barely gotten started, and after that, he hadn't had the time to cultivate the heaven-stopping sword intent. It wasn't until he met Yi Wuhan, the supreme sword body and the inheritor of the flying immortal sword intent, in this heavenly staircase competition. With the help of the other party's flying immortal sword intent to sharpen their own sword Dao. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, facing the supreme sword chopped down by Yi Wuhan. Break! The voice rang out, and the chaotic spiritual power within his body surged, and a brilliant sword Dao rune between Lin Yuan's fingers was blossoming, combining with the power of chaos to come together. Boom! It was a chaotic colored sword light, containing the sharpness of the heaven-stopping sword intent to cut down the world, and it charged straight into the sky. Click! Above the void, the flying immortal sword light that bloomed with 7 colors of light was shattering, unable to resist, turning into countless dots of light and dissipating on the heavenly ladder. The chaotic sword light attacked unabated and chopped at Yi Wuhan. Pust! A white coat stained with blood, Yi Wuhan flew backwards and coincidentally, smashed into Lin He, who was originally recovering from his injuries. The two crashed into each other. Boom! Rumble. Rumble. The heavenly ladder shook and the void shook. Lin Yuan. With a cry of rage, his eyes erupted in fire and he fell to the ground. Lin He was looking at Lin Yuan with a murderous heart. The original injuries that had just been recovered with the help of the reincarnation immortality scripture were gone, and his face grew paler and paler, his breath wilting. Fumble. Standing in place, surrounded by chaotic mist, Lin Yuan's voice was faint. There was no hint of an apology to be made. Mistake? What a lie! But looking at Lin Yuan, who was at this moment, with his heaven-slashing sword intent rising and a stern and creepy gaze, Lin Hua didn't dare to say anything more and chose to hold his tongue. How is that possible? My flying immortal sword intent is defeated? On top of the white heavenly ladder, beside Lin He, the white-clothed sword immortal's temperament was gone, weak beyond measure, collapsing on the ground, unable to get up. In one pair of gazes, he was lost, and it was hard to hide the loss inside. The supreme sword body, at birth, gained the recognition of the flying immortal sword intent within the sect, actively fusing with itself. In the Tao of the Sword, among the same generation in the Jun Tian immortal domain, Yi Wuhan never thought that there was anyone who could be compared to him. But now, defeated by others in their proudest matter, the mind of the Tao is gradually destabilized and doubtful of itself. Disregarding his poise, he crawled on the ground, blood dripping from the top of his white clothes, staining the steps red. A pair of gazes were incomparably confused, as they struggled to tilt their heads up to look at the figure within the chaotic mist. Defeat? No, you didn't lose in the way of the sword, but in overall strength. The sky-splitting sword intent is only a part of my strength, it's not my entirety. Chaotic mist filled the air, white hair fluttering, standing with his arms folded, a pair of gazes looking towards the fallen Yi Wuhan. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Even if he had become a small success with the heaven-slashing sword intent, in the sword Dao competition just now, Lin Yuan thought to himself that he would not be able to compare with Yi Wuhan, the sword Dao genius. As Lin Yuan had said, he was able to win, but only by relying on his own overall strength. Hearing what Lin Yuan said, Yi Wuhan's sword brows furrowed and his gaze was thoughtful. He was seriously injured and unable to get up, so at this moment, he could only tilt his head back to look at Lin Yuan. Thanks. As the supreme pride of the world, Yi Wuhan had his own pride. Defeat is defeat, there's nothing to it. A word of thanks, even as he was thanking Lin Yuan, the divine son of the Lin family, for giving him the decency to do so. At the same time, he was also thanking that the other party had indeed been merciful just now. Otherwise, one was never as simple as being seriously injured. Yi Wuhan sat on his knees, one on the left and one on the right with Lin He, recovering from his injuries. Thanks. I'd like to thank you for letting me achieve a small degree of success with the heaven-stopping sword intent. Lin Yuan secretly said inwardly, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly as a hint of a smile surfaced. No more thinking. Turning around, taking a step forward, Lin Yuan was continuing his steps towards the high part of the heavenly ladder, his speed not decreasing at all compared to before, but instead, he was speeding up even more. He fought twice before and after, first defeating Ning Yushang, and then fighting Yi Wuhan, the two supreme celestial pride. It still caused Lin Yuan's speed to be somewhat hindered. At this moment, high up on the heavenly ladder, there was another figure that was far ahead, the dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, Long Tian. He was Lin Yuan's true target. Boom! Chaotic spiritual energy surged around them, Dao light rose, and Lin Yuan's speed was too fast. One step across dozens of floors, this kind of speed made the eyelids of the duo who stayed at the 400th floor of the heavenly staircase and were recovering from their injuries with their eyes closed, jump straight up. Especially Yi Wuchen, for the Emperor clan Lin family, he only knew Lin He, the reincarnation underworld body. A great battle ended, and until now, he still didn't know Lin Yuan's name. Unable to help it, he turned his gaze to Lin He, who was in a difficult position at the side. Both were unable to continue their upward climb because of serious injuries. I didn't expect that in this life. Your Lin family, a heavenly pride stronger than you has appeared. But it feels as if the two of you aren't too close? Yi Wuhan let out an exclamation and looked at Lin He curiously, his cold face with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Mistake? What a joke! At their level, a heavenly pride's control over power was nearly perfect. Just now, while being sent flying by the other party, it was impartial and smashed into Lin He. Could this be a mistake? Humph. One day, I will snatch back the position of God's son that belongs to me in his hands. Hearing Yi Wuhan's words, Lin He inwardly depressed. The thief's heart is not dead, and he is still thinking about the position of the Lin family's divine son, which was originally set for him within the family. However, he didn't realize that Yi Wuchen was completely looking at a little cutie when he heard this. Gaze at him. Sky-splitting sword intent versus flying immortal sword intent. The scene of Yi Wuchen using his full strength and being defeated by Lin Yuan was watched by the countless cultivators below the heavenly ladder at this moment. Those who had initially belittled Lin Yuan had been completely speechless. The Great Thunder Sound Temple's Buddhist son Ning Yusheng and the flying immortal sword Sex Yu Wusheng could be the two most famous heavenly prides in the Jun Tian immortal domain within these 30 years. However, in the midst of this heavenly ladder competition, they were defeated one by one at the hands of Lin Yuan. So strong. I can't imagine that the Lin family's bottom card was never the reincarnation underworld body. The sword is as powerful as Yi Wuchen, but he actually lost to this Lin family's divine son in the Tao of the sword. I'm afraid that the only one who can stop this Lin family's divine son in this subterranean dragon ranking contest is Long Tian, right? In the four directions of the heavenly questioning cliff, the clamor continued, with the sound waves rising higher than the waves. It wasn't until this moment that they finally realized that on the subterranean dragon ranking contest that opened in this life. The biggest dark horse, surprisingly, was once 20 years ago, the Lin family's young master who had been ridiculed for quite a few years, Lin Yuan. Chapter 150. Who are you from the Lin family? The heavenly ladder is 999 floors high. The higher up they went, the more terrifying the pressure around them became. That kind of pressure was such that even the topmost heavenly pride in the world would find it difficult to withstand its pressure. Throughout history, the 9 immortal regions combined had never heard of anyone being able to climb to the highest rung of the heavenly ladder. Those who were able to ascend to the 900th floor could basically already be identified as number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking in each life. This kind of heavenly pride, when the list was finalized, its name was by no means limited to one immortal region, but rather, its name was spread throughout the entire 9 heavens immortal region. Cloudy. This is the 800th floor of the heavenly staircase, and the heights are too high. At this time, far ahead, since the heavenly ladder Long Tian rode the dust, no one can follow the footsteps, all the contemporary prides of heaven were left far behind him. It seems that this world's subterranean dragon ranking belongs to my Dragon Emperor Ridge again. Flesh as crystal clear as jade, a head of long golden hair, a handsome face, wearing a silver dragon armor, extraordinary and heroic. His body was shrouded in a radiant divine aura, glistening with brilliance, like a divine abode with a peerless physique, and with every step he took, the golden steps under his feet shook. The surrounding area was silent, and Long Tian's footsteps sounded, which was unusually loud in this 800th layer of the heavenly ladder. To ascend to the position of the subterranean dragon ranking was a dream of every heavenly pride in every generation. In addition to being able to prove the strength of talent and power over all the contemporary heavenly prides, as well as bringing supreme honor to the power behind him. Long Tian also knew another thing about the subterranean dragon ranking. Divine providence. The top of the subterranean dragon ranking in each generation was given a heavenly chance. That was what was most important to him, Long Tian. Every time the top of the submerged dragon list gets a heavenly chance, their strength soars even more after that. I wonder, this time, what I can get. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the steps under his feet blossomed with golden light, and Long Tian pondered. It was rumored that among the heavenly staircase divine objects, there was even the rumored blood of a true dragon. If he could obtain this item, it would undoubtedly be the best for Long Tian. He was confident that if he could obtain a drop of true dragon's blood and use it to baptize himself, he would even be able to compare to the one who had once established their Dragon Emperor Ridge, the ancient Dragon Emperor. The Imperial Lin family. A snort. As he had said before, there wasn't even a single person following in his footsteps atop the heavenly stairs this time. Looking back, he, Long Tian, was the only one who was independent of this high place. Like a god, the golden divine aura of his eyes flowed, piercing through the endless clouds below. That one heavenly pride in the lower part that was struggling to climb was small and insignificant. A bunch of mole crickets. Secretly. About to climb upwards. Every time he stepped out a layer, a strained expression was surfacing on top of Long Tian's handsome face. One step at a time, on the upward climb. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. But right at this moment, from below, countless layers of steps were vibrating, and above the steps, the golden runes that were lit up were extinguished by someone's foot. Someone is catching up with him, Long Tian. How is that possible? Inwardly shaking, his eyes were shocked beyond measure. Who is it that has managed to catch up with me? 800 floors of the heavenly ladder, the height here, even if it was him, Long Tian, every step he took would require 9 oxen and 2 tigers of effort. He knew very well that even Yi Wuchen, Ning Yuxing, and that reincarnation underworld body of the Lin clan were unable to set foot here. And other than these few, Long Tian was unclear as to who, exactly, was actually catching up from behind while he was far ahead. Golden divine aura flowed from his eyes as he was looking back. Below. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The violently shaking heavenly ladder trembled and never stopped. In the midst of the chaotic mist, a strong figure was coming all the way up, running wildly upwards, about to set foot on the 800 or so floors of this heavenly ladder. Regarding the movement of Lin Yuan's previous battle against Yi Wuhan, who was separated by hundreds of flights of steps at that time, Long Tian had sensed it though. But, at the time, he didn't take it seriously. But now, a latecomer was on the verge of catching up with himself. It's not bad to catch up with this dragon's son. But, that's where you stop. A cold grunt. Above his handsome face, cold and indifferent, towering above the others, Long Tian was striking out at Lin Yuan, who was catching up below. Boom! Fingers like jade clenched into a fist, and a fist blasted out. Roar! 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 The fist print shook the void, golden divine aura blossomed and transformed into a huge dragon head, carrying a roaring sound as it fell towards Lin Yuan below. Late Ascension Realm. Between strikes, it revealed the terrifying nature of this dragon's son. Worthy of the enormous resources that the Dragon Emperor Ridge had spent on cultivating, this dragon's son was actually in the late stage of the heavenly ascension realm. One must know that the heavenly pride of the current generation who could step onto the heavenly stairs must have a bone age of 30 or less and reach the realm of heaven ascension. Even if one side of the immortal realm had tens of thousands of Tao states, there were countless holy places and immortal sects. However, on top of today's heavenly ladder, there were only thousands of qualified heavenly pride gathered. With such harsh conditions, most of the celestial pride were only barely able to cultivate to the early stage of the heavenly ascension realm. And this dragon's son, surprisingly, had already surpassed all the contemporary heavenly prides, reaching the late stage of the heavenly ascension realm. Upward climb at a lurch. With a slender figure and a clear face, dressed in black, there was a brilliant Tao light rising in mysterious runes, suspended around Lin Yuan. Stop me in my tracks? What do you think you are? Within the chaotic mist, Lin Yuan's disdainful voice rang out, his gaze icy cold. The golden dragon head roared and shook the void. Face the blow. Lin Yuan casually pointed out a finger. Acid. The sword awnings were monstrous, like a tidal wave tossing and turning, and the heaven-slashing sword intent was unparalleled in its sharpness, cutting down everything. Click. The golden dragon head was instantly shattered. You. With a shock, Long Tian's eyes showed surprise. To be able to shatter his own strike, the visitor was not bad. Within the jade-like body, the radiant divine aura blazed incomparably, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. The power was majestic, and Long Tian finally blocked Lin Yuan's sword. Lin Clan's sky-splitting sword intent. Putting away his contempt, after the initial encounter just now, Long Tian did not dare to be careless. The golden divine aura in his eyes surged through the shrouded chaotic mist, and he was met by a pair of dead, icy gazes from Lin Yuan. White hair like snow, standing with his hands, blandly incomparable, between his fingers, a sword Dao rune, was flowing, blooming with a stern and incomparable sharpness. With regards to the Lin family's heaven-slashing sword intent, as the only two taboo forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain and always hostile to each other, it was naturally clear within the Dragon Emperor Ridge. However, what made Long Tian puzzled was that the person in front of him, who exactly was he, was able to possess the heaven-shattering sword intent, and actually made himself feel a hint of threat in the preliminary exchange just now. One must know that he had seen the strongest contemporary of the Lin family, that reincarnation underworld body. Who are you from the Lin family? High above, with a questioning voice, in asking. Chapter 151. Lin Yuan. With two faint words, Lin Yuan took a step upwards, his gaze calm as he looked towards this Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son. Previously, since he set off from the reverse central Dao state and arrived at this heavenly prefecture Dao state, what he heard along the way was all about the word Long Tian. Including around this heavenly ladder, everyone was talking about the fact that this time, the head of the submerged dragon ranking was none other than this dragon son. What a great name! Lin Yuan? This dragon son remembered, 20 years ago, that wasteful young master of the Lin family. Long Tian stood tall with a downcast gaze and smiled contemptuously. I thought it was someone The Dragon Emperor Ridge still investigated the pride of the Lin family's current generation incomparably well. At this moment, he understood Lin Yuan's bottom line, and his self-confidence was high. Before coming to the heavenly prefecture of the Tao, one had fantasized about having a few opponents. But among his own targets, never 20 years ago, this young master of the Lin family, who claimed to be a district in 8 Tao body. Since the other party was able to catch up with his footsteps, he thought that he had had strange encounters during these 20 years. However, so what, an innate Tao body was not worthy to be placed in his Long Tian's eyes. Originally, in your Lin family's generation, the one who can make this dragon's son a little bit interested is that reincarnation underworld body. I didn't expect that he couldn't even catch up with this dragon's son's footsteps. As for you, since you were able to arrive here, you should have some strength. As long as you beg for mercy obediently, this dragon's son might consider sparing your life. Although the preliminary sparring just now, the other party did make Long Tian feel a trace of scorn, but just now it was just a preliminary exchange of hands. When his opponent used the battle heavenly sword intent, Long Tian only assumed that this was already Lin Yuan's limit. If that was all, it was not worthy of being placed in his eyes. Shrouded in golden divine aura, Long Tian was haughty and incomparably conceited. Be a good boy and beg for mercy? Don't worry, I'll spare your life even if I cripple you later. Within the chaotic mist, Lin Yuan helplessly shook his head. 20 years have passed, the year thing, how does the individual feel? They are like a soft persimmon, so good to pinch. You're looking for death. Long Tian let out a furious cry. Among the countless heavenly prides of the contemporary Jun Tian immortal domain, no one had ever dared to speak to themselves in such a manner. Lin Yuan is considered the first one. Knowing that Lin Yuan possessed the heaven-slashing sword intent, this time, he would never stay back. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Within the jade-like crystalline body, endless brilliant divine auras were flowing, like a divine residence with a peerless physique. The physical body that was comparable to the ancient emperor's own son allowed Long Tian to be able to overwhelm everything amongst the prides of the same generation based on the strength of his physical body alone. Kill! A shout! The physical body was so powerful that space was shattered for it, turning into a shadow and killing Lin Yuan. Afraid of you! With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan struck. The Great War broke out. Two powerful young figures were battling high up on the heavenly ladder with terrifying might. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Endless clouds were being shattered, the aura was incomparably powerful, and the entire heavenly staircase was shaking. From top to bottom, a full 800 or so layers of the heavenly ladder, all the heavenly pride below, countless cultivators they saw. At this moment, above the 800th floor of the heavenly ladder was the peak battle between Long Tian and Lin Yuan. It's Long Tian. I can't believe that Lin family's divine son has caught up with Long Tian. There were shocked voices ringing out, and not much time had passed since Lin Yuan defeated Yi Wuan. That was more than 800 floors of the heavenly ladder. Lin Yuan had only come after the heavenly ladder had opened, but in today's situation, his pace had caught up with the one who had claimed that he would surely win the top spot on the list this time, Long Tian, which was really surprising. This dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge is not easy to deal with. As I see it, this Lin family god's son, I guess it hangs. Yes, Long Tian's bloodline is comparable to the ancient emperor's own son, and in terms of flesh alone, that's a power that can be called out to the 10 supreme bodies. Below, a voice was resounding as it looked at the shocking battle that was going on high up on the heavenly stairs at the moment. There were the countless heavenly prides above the heavenly ladder and the countless onlookers below. Most of the people still believed that Lin Yuan was unable to defeat Long Tian after defeating Ning Yuxing and Yi Wuan. Until this moment, apart from the people of the Lin family, there was still no one who knew the true situation of Lin Yuan. The innate Tao body, the difference between Long Tian's physical body was too much to be compensated for by anything else. Ha, this divine son of your Lin family, bumping into my clan's dragon son, count him unlucky. At this moment, at the bottom of the heavenly ladder, being surrounded by people who were star-studded, the voice of the Dragon Emperor Ridge Elder, Long Qi, was ringing out. Eyes and looking at Lin Wei sneered. Although Lin Yuan had, time and time again, broken his understanding before. A regional innate Tao body, but even successively defeated Ning Yushang, Yi Wusheng two people, these two can be the contemporary great pride, just as thought, the Lin family will be this divine son completely piled up with resources. But so what, his own dragon son was not comparable to the likes of Ning Yusheng or Yi Wuan. The resources that the Lin family should have, would the selfsame Dragon Emperor Ridge be inferior? Old Loach, wait and see. There's no telling who's going to be unlucky later. Above the pale face, Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, was not annoyed, his gaze was as calm as stagnant water. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan was burdened with the bloodline of two great emperor clans, and the young master of the Lin family was born, yet he was merely an innate Dao body. When this kind of news spread out back then, not only in the Jun Tian immortal domain, but also among the forbidden forces of the entire Nine Heavens immortal domain, I don't know how many people laughed at this young master of their own family. Even the Lin family back then didn't hold any hope for Lin Yuan. But 20 years have passed. At this moment, looking at the white-haired, black-clothed figure high up on the celestial ladder, Lin Wei let out an inward sigh. It is time for me, the divine son of the Lin family, to testify for myself. At this moment, all eyes, all around the heavenly cliff, up and down the heavenly stairs, all gazes, were coalescing on those two figures in the middle of the great battle above. The divine son of the Lin family of the imperial clan, versus the contemporary dragon son of the dragon emperor Ridge. As the same two taboo forces of the Jun Tian immortal domain, their identities had long since gone beyond simply representing themselves. Whoever wins will be the top of this world's potential dragon list, and when the 9 potential dragon lists are finalized, their fame will be spread throughout the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. It's more like fatalistic sparring. During these 100 years or so, the Dragon Emperor Ridge had dominated the top of the subterranean dragon ranking for too long, and the prestige of the imperial clan's Lin family was declining by the day. At this moment, the vast majority of the cultivators present, other than those from the Lin family, still didn't think that Lin Yuan would be able to defeat Long Tian. After all, as early as before the opening of the heavenly ladder, the name of Long Tian has been spread throughout the entire Jun Tian immortal domain, known as the same generation of heavenly pride invincible. High up on the ladder of heaven. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The divine light was matchless, the aura was majestic, Long Tian's physique was too powerful, his aura burst out randomly, causing the surrounding void to tremble and the heavenly ladder to tremble violently. This dragon son's favorite way is to crush any heavenly pride of the world with the power of his flesh. In the middle of a big battle, fists to the flesh, moves wide open, a collision between bodies, Long Tian condescendingly said. But at this moment, what made it difficult for Long Tian to comprehend was that Lin Yuan, who was clearly only a district innate Dao body, could actually fight against himself with his own fleshly body under the enhancement of his ancient emperor bloodline. How is this possible? Above the handsome face, Long Tian frowned slightly. The attack did not reduce, continue to fight. Chapter 152, Battle to the Top. Crush any and all heavenly pride? Oh. Strength is not much, but the mouth is not small. A sneer. Around the heavenly ladder, chaotic mist filled the air and was incomparably thick. The slender figure stood in the midst of the chaos, with a clear face and white hair flying. The black and white Dao light around his body was incomparably bright, and mysterious runes surged around his body. Lin Yuan sneered. The battle was more than just a fight, the fist prints kept suppressing out, and between the collisions, the void cracked open with a crack that was pitch black and incomparable. One had to admit that Long Tian dared to say so, at least amongst the prides that Lin Yuan had fought against in the past, his physical body was indeed counted as one of the most powerful. But, that's about it. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The golden divine aura shone in all directions, and the chaotic fist seal crushed everything. The two were constantly throwing punches, and within just a few breaths, they could exchange thousands and thousands of times. Battle intent was rising, and the battle was completely in white heat. Kill! A bellowing voice said. Long golden hair fluttering, a silver dragon armor shining, heroic and extraordinary, surrounded by a radiant divine aura, like a god's mansion, with an unparalleled physique. A golden dragon fist swung, blazing incomparably. This was Long Tian's absolute strongest strike, smashing the void, before striking out towards Lin Yuan. You're in a hurry. With a calm gaze, Lin Yuan's voice rang out. So what, you will lose today. Dragon Sky is condescending. I'm afraid, I'm going to have to disappoint you. As he spoke, facing this strike from Long Tian, standing with his hands behind his back, Lin Yuan clenched his other hand into a fist. Boom! The runes suspended around his body, accompanied by the power of chaos, were swung out within the integration of this punch. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Two blazing incomparable fist seals collided. The golden divine light raged, the power of chaos churned, and the light flooded everything around them. It was impossible to see. Each of the two struck with their full strength, and the power fluctuations were too terrifying, spreading in all directions. Click! Right at this moment, a shattering sound rang out from the light that drowned everything. Ah! A miserable scream, it was Long Tian's voice, his face was hideous, his fist cracked and bloody, his body flew out backwards and smashed on top of the steps not far away. Boom! The dozens of steps were about to collapse as if they were trembling violently. The silver armor shattered, and golden blood was flowing out from the place of his arm with a brilliant golden light, dripping down on top of the ladder. Ancient Emperor bloodline, on top of his most conceited physical body, unexpectedly lost, Long Tian was a bit confused. And at this moment, this scene, the sight of Long Tian flying out backwards, was seen in the eyes of countless celestial pride and countless cultivators below. How is it possible that Long Tian, who is a returned Ancient Emperor bloodline, has lost to this Lin family divine son in terms of physical body alone? The lower part of the room was boiling, countless celestial pride looked at this scene, their gazes were horrified, and above their faces, there was disbelief. One must know that before this, it could be said that the vast majority of the cultivators were of the opinion that Long Tian was bound to win. No matter which way one looked at it, Long Tian had an absolute advantage. But now, could it be that this Lin family divine son is going to forcefully defeat all the heavenly pride, first Ning Yushang, then Yi Wuhan, and now even this dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge? Incomprehensible. Everyone was watching this battle, the Lin family's divine son versus the Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son. The result, however, was a shock to everyone. However, at this time, many cultivators did not notice. That Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon pool elder at the bottom of the heavenly ladder still had a calm look on his face, and did not have the slightest bit of disappointment that this scene, and the bottom of it, caused to Long Tian. I can't believe that your Lin family's card in this life is not the reincarnation underworld body. A golden robe, white hair, and 2 dragon horns growing out of white hair on top of his head. Long Ji said calmly as he looked at Lin Wei. Oof, old mudskipper, you can be so confident. It should be that dragon son of yours, who has yet to completely activate the power of the ancient emperor that is contained within his bloodline. Lin Wei let out a cold snort. Standing at the height he was at, he naturally understood. The bloodline returned to the ancestor, almost on par with the ancient emperor's own son, if this was Long Tian's entire base card. Then he didn't deserve to be called the strongest heavenly pride in the Jun Tian immortal domain in these 30 years. Oh, did you find out? As I said, the top of the potential dragon ranking in this life is still my Dragon Emperor Ridge, no one can snatch it away. Ryuichi chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Could it be that my Lin family's godchildren don't have any cards? Knowing his own divine son's cards, Lin Wei was equally confident in Lin Yuan's strength. When these words came out, it caused Long Ji to freeze, and there was always a trace of uneasiness within him. Just as countless cultivators below were discussing because of Long Tian's frustration against Lin Yuan. The moment. 800 floors of the heavenly ladder. The originally vibrating ladder was gradually quieting down, and the golden runes that constructed the ladder were still blooming. Lin Yuan stood in place, a pair of gazes looking towards the fallen Long Tian, not being lax and careless, nor did he have any winning and proud stance, instead, he frowned. Just then. I have to admit, I did underestimate you before. But do you really think that this is the true strength of this dragon son? It was Long Tian's voice, resounding from the place of the steps below, a cold smile hanging above his handsome face. Cloaked hair, blood dripping from his right arm, and his silver armor shattered, but this did not affect Long Tian's aura. Speaking. Boom! An incomparably blazing, supreme bloodline power rose up from within Long Tian's body and shot straight up to the sky, and above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds changed color and thunder surged. This was the bloodline of the ancient dragon emperor hidden within Long Tian's body, and at this moment, it was completely activated, and within the endless golden light, the blood chi surged like a sea tide. It was as if he was transforming into a true dragon, his breath climbing up and up, far beyond what he had been before, in a complete peak state. At the same time, since Long Tian's back, a world-shattering sight was emerging vaguely. The universe was icy cold and the starry sky was vast, and a majestic and incomparable dragon shadow was tossing and turning in the endless and brilliant sea of stars. Golden on sword, each scale armor, more massive than a star, sharp claws probing out, tearing everything apart, containing the ancient dragon emperor pressure. With the power of the bloodline, summon the ancient emperor's shadow. This is my true strength. What are you comparing yourself to this dragon son? The blood aura was peerless, and within Long Tian's eyes, the golden divine light blazed brighter than the blazing sun as he looked towards Lin Yuan. When he completely displayed his strength, the pride of the same generation, conceded that no one could compare to him. Oh. Yes? Surrounded by a chaotic mist, Lin Yuan's voice remained calm, and his deathly silent gaze looked at all of this indifferently. Speaking. Boom. Where Lin Yuan's brow was, the pupil of the Supreme Tao was opening. An aura that belongs uniquely to the 10 supreme bodies in the world, the Supreme Taoist body surges around Lin Yuan. Chapter 153 Cultivators at the scene shook. Black two-colored Tao lights brow outflowed, and eye emitting the aura of the great Tao was opening, supremely incomparable. White hair flying, a black coat without wind, a slender figure, shrouded in chaotic mist. Every inch of Lin Yuan's body skin was glowing and contained the rhythm of the Tao. Boom! 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 At the same time, standing high above the heavenly ladder, an astonishing sight was likewise surfacing behind Lin Yuan. The fog is endless, a chaos in which all things in heaven and earth have not yet been born. There was an infinite amount of Tao light rising up, transforming into subtle and complicated Tao runes that were arranging and converging to form an eye that emerged from the endless chaotic Tao light. The light shines, the heavens sink, transcendent, supreme, above all. Within the pupils, it seemed as if they contained 10,000 paths, and wherever the light of the eyes shone, it was the place where the great paths were located. The vision, the eye of the way. Ancient Emperor bloodline, what is it in front of me? A pair of dead eyes, Lin Yuan's voice was cold, and the expression on his face was calm. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The heavenly ladder vibrated from the top down, the countless layers shaking in unison, the void in all directions, covered by the visionary light behind Lin Yuan. This is too much movement. At this moment, when this scene appeared, the entire surroundings of the heavenly questioning cliff completely boiled over. Some of the young celestial pride still didn't know what kind of physical phenomenon Lin Yuan was having. An innate Tao body would never cause such a big commotion. The first one who had difficulty accepting this scene was that elder of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, Long Qi. Above the pale, gloomy face, the confidence was gone. Gazing high above, the ancient Emperor Dragon's shadow behind his own dragon son was actually vaguely suppressed by the eye of the great Tao behind Lin Yuan's. That was the only vision that only the 10 supreme bodies could possess throughout the ages. This is the Taishang Tao body. How is that possible? Vibrating inside, roaring violently, his expression frozen, Long Ji froze on the spot, his eyes in a daze. Before the opening of this heavenly staircase, the selfsame Dragon Emperor Ridge had already announced it to the entire Juntian immortal region. This world's subterranean dragon ranking was internalized by this dragon son of theirs. But now, the Lin family was actually hiding a supreme body, a supreme Tao body. Thinking of this, Long Qi came to a realization, believing that the Lin family back then had been using the innate Tao body to hide the true physique of Lin Yuan, the young master. Taishan Taoist body. As soon as these 4 words came out, the 4 directions of the heaven-asking cliff, countless cultivators boiled. A single gaze gazed, high up on the heavenly ladder, at the eye of the visionary great Tao behind Lin Yuan. Even the cultivators in the world who were ignorant had heard of the 10 supreme bodies. Not to mention, those who were in this place were all representatives of the major powers of the Juntian immortal domain, the celestial pride. How is that possible? This life's Lin family divine son is a Taishan Tao body. The Lin family has hidden this divine son deeply enough. Above the heavenly staircase, the countless celestial pride that were originally climbing stopped their climb. The sunlight surging, a silhouette, face with a thin veil to cover the face, flower face, moon face, pouring the country into the city, A pair of violet haze eyes were looking high up the heavenly ladder as Xianren's mind went blank. That furious god is a Taishang Tao body. Under the face covered by the thin veil, Xianren's red lips and small mouth opened slightly, surprised. Cough. Cough. His body was broken and collapsed on the steps, and blood continued to flow out, staining the ground red. Luckily staying alive, Ning Yushang was continuously knocking blood out of his eyes, his gaze similarly looking high up at this point. No wonder, even my Rudraksh golden body was able to break before, so that makes sense. The voice rang out, and Ning Yu sounded with a bitter smile. Before this, he had even presumed to fight with a supreme Tao body, competing in the power of his fleshly body. A little out of his depth. A slight shake of the head. Godson, he is the strongest person on this heavenly staircase. Jade hand holding a sword, ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, containing a coldness around the body, a cold and pretty face, still a little pale. In looking high above, at the white-haired, black-robed Lin Yuan who stood above all the celestial pride, in a pair of beautiful eyes, it was adoration, it was admiration. Lin Xinghan's voice rang out, and the look on his face was somewhat agitated. Even though she had always had a strong character, in front of Lin Yuan, a divine son, she was now willing to follow and go into subjugation. Without realizing it, deep down, there seemed to be a shadow of this person. Is it from the original Lin family altar? Or was it not long ago, the moment Lin Yuan suddenly appeared and defeated Ning Yusheng for himself? At least, in Lin Qinghan's mind at this moment, this is what he thinks. So, your Lin family's divine son is a Taishang Dao body, why didn't you tell me before? On the 400th floor of the heavenly ladder, on the clean white steps, there was a left and a right, recuperating duo sitting on a plate. Yi Wuhan swept his gaze over the top of the heavenly ladder and felt it, that aura that was still above his supreme sword body, that was the supreme body. The cold face was a bit confused, before looking at Lin Metadeo. The two of them recovered from their injuries together, and at this moment, they had actually somewhat turned their enemies into friends. And you didn't ask me. Lin Ming skimmed his mouth back, this time letting that guy fool around to the point again. Then you still dare to say that you want to snatch back the Lin family's divine son position. You beat him? Yi Wuhan did not understand. Humph. Just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it won't work later. Someday. Lin Ming's thieving heart is not dead, swearing and believing in himself. At this moment, the entire heavenly ladder was boiling up and down. All the heavens and the 9 heavens of the upper realm, only one supreme body could be born in 100,000 years, and the formation conditions were too rare. At this moment, when Lin Yuan's supreme Dao body appeared, all cultivators had to be shaken by it. 800 floors of the heavenly ladder. On top of the ladder constructed by golden runes, surrounded by golden divine light, with the shadow of the ancient emperor's dragon emerging behind him, and the bloodline in his body completely radiant, Long Tian's face was a little out of sorts. Standing on the opposite side, gazed upon by that eye, he felt a hint of threat. The young master of the Lin family, who had been called a disgrace to the emperor clan back then, was actually a supreme Dao body. This made Long Tian beat to death. How is this possible? You're actually a Taishang Dao body? Eyes surprised, for Long Tian, the situation that was originally under control seemed to be somewhat out of control. Nothing is impossible. The supreme Dao pupil was blossoming with a supreme aura, and with the visions emerging behind him, adding to his own body, Lin Yuan's aura climbed upward, completely surpassing what he had before. With the aura of the great Dao around him and the chaotic mist filling his body, Lin Yuan's gaze was faint as he said, "Humph, so what if it's the supreme body? I'd like to see how strong this so-called supreme Dao body can be compared to my physical body." A cold grunt. Regarding his ancient emperor bloodline, Long Tian had always been incredibly confident. The 10 supreme bodies, which had been passed down for a long time, were known to be undefeated in the same realm. Today, he favors breaking this myth. Roar! 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 Behind him, the ancient emperor dragon's shadow floated, and Long Tian transformed into a golden aura, before killing Lin Yuan. Chapter 154. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! High above the heavenly ladder, the void shook, the countless layers of the ladder shook, and the original countless heavenly prides standing on it below were in an unsteady stance. More than 800 floors, that's already close to the most favorable position of the heavenly ladder. At this moment, 2 overwhelmingly unrivaled figures were battling there. The aura that burst out at random was far from being comparable to ordinary people. Long Tian, who was comparable to the bloodline of the ancient emperor's own son, battled Lin Yuan, who possessed the supreme Dao body. Coupled with the identity of the two, they represented the 2 taboo forces of the Jun Tian immortal domain, the Dragon Emperor Ridge and the Emperor Lin clan. This is certainly a peak matchup. Originally, before this, no one at the scene, except for the people of the Lin family, would believe that the young master of the Lin family back then, would be of Long Tian's strength. This contemporary dragon son of the Dragon Emperor Ridge had almost been internalized as the position of the top of the subterranean dragon ranking this time, and no one could compete with him. But now, everything has changed. As it turned out, that former young master of the Lin family had never been an innate Dao body. Instead, it was the supreme Dao body among the 10 supreme bodies. With this discovery, those present could already foresee that perhaps it wouldn't be long before the name of the Lin family's divine son would spread throughout the entire Jun Tian immortal region. But this time, it will wash away years of shame. This is too deeply hidden, isn't it? A supreme body coming out of the world has been hidden by the Emperor clan's Lin family for more than 20 years. At this moment, basically the vast majority of cultivators were of the opinion. The imperial clan Lin family back then had definitely concealed the true situation of Lin Yuan, the young master, with the aim of making him a hit on this subterranean dragon ranking. Surprised is surprised. But what made the countless people present even more curious was this. Who could be better between Long Tian, who was comparable to the bloodline of the ancient emperor's own son, and Lin Yuan, the supreme Tao body? A single gaze looked high above, and the attention of all the people did not shift. This was destined to be a peak match that would soon shake the entire Jun Tian immortal region. No matter who wins or loses, it's enough to be enjoyed. The battle between Lin Yuan and Long Tian, under the countless gazes, turned into a complete white heat in the twinkling of an eye. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! 800 floors of the heavenly ladder, endless golden light drowned out everything around, accompanied by bursts of dragon's roar sounding, a whistling moving the 9 heavens. Roar! 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 Long Tian's blood chi surged like a sea tide, the golden divine aura in his eyes blazed incomparably, the shadow behind him was augmented with endless battle intent, and the power of the ancient emperor in his body was accompanied by the fist prints that were continuously swung out. Kill! The sound was so loud that it shook all directions. It had to be said that in terms of physical strength alone, Long Tian was definitely the only one who could barely match himself since Lin Yuan had encountered so many opponents. But, it's just barely comparable. After all, his bloodline purity was comparable to that of an ancient emperor's own son after so many years of piling up the resources of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, rather than a true ancient emperor's own son. The gap didn't seem to be that big, but in the middle of a duel of this level, a single gap was enough to be pulled infinitely far away. You're not even close. Within the chaotic mist, Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Taishang Dao pupil black and white two-color Taoist light blazing, behind the vision of the eye of the great Tao, every inch of the body contains an inexplicable majesty. It was similarly swung with fist seals, not applying any Tao techniques, but simply the power of the physical body. Wasn't the opponent conceded that his fleshly body was powerful, Lin Yuan preferred to crush Long Tian in this path. Boom! With a hand cupping fist seals, a fist blasted out, and chaotic divine light exploded the void. Click! It was the sound of bones breaking, golden blood splattering, Long Tian's entire right arm was crumbling by inches, along with half of his torso cracking, and since the place of the wound, the senile white bones in his body could be seen. Wow! Golden blood continued to scatter, adding another golden color to the steps beneath his feet. Above the handsome face, it was pale and incomparable, and the originally upright posture was trembling slightly because of the pain. The battle had come to such a point that it was destined to be his Long Tian's downfall. His physical body could not be compared to Lin Yuan's supreme Tao body. However, over the years, he had not lost once, especially in this submerged dragon ranking contest, and now the entire Jun Tian immortal region was spreading the rumor that the person who topped the rankings this time would definitely be him, Long Tian. The pride inside of him couldn't let go. Since my emergence, among my generation, I have not lost a single battle. With long golden hair flying in a peerless aura, the battle intent was instead growing stronger in Long Tian's blazing eyes. Within the jade-like broken body, chi and blood rolled, endless blood containing the bloodline of the ancient emperor, flowing out from Long Tian's body, transforming into strands of golden light, flying towards the dragon shadow behind him. Boom! 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 It was a starry river scene. The dragon's shadow was immense, swimming in the starry river. It was the ancient dragon emperor's virtual shadow that Long Tian had summoned by urging the power of his bloodline earlier. At this moment, as the blood in Long Tian's body was integrated, the originally godless dragon eyes, at this moment it appeared a hint of spirituality. In comes the battle. Roar! 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 As if it had materialized, the dragon emperor's shadow shook the heavens and shook the earth, carrying a whole piece of Star River, suppressing towards Lin Yuan. This was the last strike of the dragon sky. The scene was magnificent, with endless light flooding the 100 levels of the heavenly stairs. Face the blow. Today you are destined to lose. White hair flying, Lin Yuan gazed at Long Tian indifferently. The breath was supreme and incomparable, honorable and transcendent, above everything, as if a true son of the great Tao had appeared. Perish! Lin Yuan slowly spat out the word extermination. His demeanor changed without the slightest bit of emotion, with a kind of indifference that regarded all things as ruminants. Boom! It was the vision behind him that belonged uniquely to the Taishang Dao body. The light shone brightly, the heavens sank, and the eye of the great Tao crossed the sky, quietly suspended above the heavenly ladder, looking down on everything in the 4 directions. And a light shone out from within the eye of the great Tao. At this moment, up and down the heavenly ladder, it completely lost its light and became pitch black, and the only thing that was there was that eye light, obliterating everything. Boom! There was no imagined shocking big collision, only one-sided crushing. A ray of eye light pierced through the Dragon Emperor's silhouette. After all, it was just a remnant, it wasn't the ancient emperor resurrected, and it couldn't be compared to the vision of the supreme body. After all means were used, Long Tian was still defeated, and with the shattering of the virtual shadow behind him, he was pierced by Lin Yuan's vision. Pust! A stump of a body flew out backwards, all the way down, and Long Tian, alive or dead, collapsed on top of the ladder below. All eyes on the world. At this moment, this scene was watched by all the heavenly pride cultivators below. Long Tian, who was known as the strongest heavenly pride of the contemporary Jun Tian immortal domain, was defeated in Lin Yuan's hands. The original clamor was completely dead silent. Chapter 155, Willingness Not to Be in the World. As strong as Long Tian, he was defeated in the hands of this Lin family's divine son. Below, a cultivator exclaimed. Prior to this, Long Tian was undoubtedly the most likely person to top the subterranean dragon ranking this time. Is this the power of the supreme body? The 10 supreme bodies were close to rumors in today's Jun Tian immortal domain. Especially the supreme Dao physique, since the fall of Emperor Yuan Tian 100,000 years ago, there had never been such a physique in the world. Today, on top of the heavenly ladder, the supreme body that forcefully suppressed all the body types in the world reappeared, allowing countless cultivators to feel that this body type was terrifying. Even Long Tian, who was comparable to the bloodline of the ancient emperor's own son, was still no match and was defeated. It's worthy of being a supreme body that can only be born once in 100,000 years. A voice was ringing out. Hee, it seems that certain people's hopes are going to be dashed in this life's subterranean dragon ranking. Looking high up the heavenly ladder, Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, smiled joyfully above his pale face. The voice rang out, in a deliberate attempt to irritate the Dragon Emperor Ridgeside. It had been hundreds of years, and during these hundreds of years, in each of the subterranean dragon rankings, as strong as the Emperor clan's Lin family, it was surprising that the Dragon Emperor Ridge was being pressurized to the point where it couldn't catch its breath. Yet there was nothing that could be done about it, it was always the pride within his own family that did not compete. In this life, Lin Yuan's appearance gave the entire Lin family hope. Finally, at this moment, defeating Long Tian, who was claimed to be the most demonic heavenly pride of the Jun Tian immortal domain in these 30 years. The previous holding back was swept away. Perhaps. It's time to give the divine son the name of my Lin family sequence. At this time, Lin Wei whispered, not knowing what he was thinking. How can my clan's dragon son he lost? Compared to the Lin family's side, the strong men from the Dragon Emperor Ridge who came along with them were filled with dead gray. Elder Long Chi's heart was dripping blood as he looked at Long Tian, who was alive or dead, high up on the heavenly ladder. Heaven knows how much they had spent in this life in order to cultivate Long Tian and make his bloodline return to its ancestor, even to the extent of being able to rival the ancient emperor's own son. Originally, they were counting on Long Tian to reign as the top of the subterranean dragon ranking this time, completely comparing the Lin family. But now, all the calculations have come to naught, the So news released before, and now it has backfired and is going to make their Dragon Emperor Ridge a joke. A peak duel between the divine son of the Emperor Lin clan and the Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon son ended. It was inevitable that Lin Yuan would become the top of this Jun Tian immortal region's potential dragon ranking. But at this moment, a gaze looked at Lin Yuan's figure high up on the heavenly ladder. And yet, he found that he was continuing to climb upwards. 800 floors of the heavenly ladder. After the great battle, the clouds that surrounded them were torn apart. A black dress, white hair like snow, a clear face, and an upright posture stood on top of the ladder. Over the long years, countless heavenly prides have set foot on this heavenly ladder, and there have been countless submerged dragonless leaders. It is said that throughout the ages, the heavenly ladder has never been climbed to the top by anyone. I, Lin Yuan, would like to see how hard it is. The voice was calm, a great battle with Long Tian had ended, and Lin Yuan's aura did not diminish in the slightest. A pair of dead gazes, while looking towards the heights of the heavenly ladder, took a step out, and under the gazes of countless paths below, while continuing to climb upwards. The higher one went, the more powerful the pressure from above the ladder became, containing the power of the extreme Tao. Basically every life can climb to the 900th floor, basically can be determined, for the top of the potential dragon list, Jun Tian immortal domain in the previous generations of potential dragon list opened, are so. Lin Yuan took one step, his body transformed into a residual shadow, one step was dozens of layers, the pressure that was enough to crush the heavenly pride of the current generation seemed to disappear in front of Lin Yuan, that kind of pressure disappeared. Walking idly, not seeing a single change above his face. In the blink of an eye, it was 900 floors. Below, everyone was looking at Lin Yuan's upward climbing figure. 900 floors. Rumor has it that the pressure of that height is simply not something that Ascension Realm cultivators can withstand and will be crushed. Anyway, with the top of the subterranean dragon ranking having lost with Long Tian, no one is competing with this Lin family's divine son, so he'll surely stop in his tracks. A voice was ringing out, as it looked towards the figure of Lin Yuan at the height of the heavenly ladder. Behind him, not to mention comparing, there was not even a single heavenly pride that could catch up. Almost everyone would think that Lin Yuan stopped at this moment. But right at this moment, what everyone didn't expect was that instead of stopping, Lin Yuan, after stepping onto the 900th floor, although his speed was quite a bit slower than before, he was still taking one step at a time, climbing upwards without stopping. 910 floors up, what's he going to do? Above the heavenly stairs, around the heavenly cliff of inquiry, the scene was somewhat quiet. All the gazes of the celestial pride, the cultivators were watching, as Lin Yuan climbed upwards step by step. Occasionally, curious voices rang out from time to time. I see, this Lin family divine son's goal was never to compete with the pride of the world. He is trying to use this heavenly ladder to compare himself to all the heavenly prides that have stepped onto the heavenly ladder throughout the ages. Someone guessed Lin Yuan's purpose and said in an excited voice, his heart lifting. Endless years, the 9 heaven-asking cliffs had descended upon the 9 immortal realms for an unknown amount of time, too ancient, too long. Even some of the once invincible true demons, great emperors and ancient emperors in their youth, had the feat of stepping onto the heavenly ladder and topping the list. Once in 30 years, the subterranean dragon ranking was opened, and there was a difference between high and low for the top of the subterranean dragon ranking in each life. But that heavenly ladder to the top, above the 989th floor, has never been a taboo, no one can climb up. The ambition is not in the current world, to compare and even surpass all the heavenly prides of the past and present. What kind of ambition is this? 920 floors. Just 930 floors. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had climbed to heights that even those who had been ranked number 1 in previous lives would not necessarily be able to climb to. The pressure of the ladder there was nearly at the limit of the Ascension Realm cultivators already. But, the footwork has not stopped. However, the only thing that could be seen was that as it went upwards, Lin Yuan's speed was slowing down a little bit, and as strong as the supreme Taoist body, it was a little difficult to withstand at that height. It was simply inconceivable to imagine the significance of a heavenly ladder that only the Heaven Ascension realm could step on, with the highest point being 999 floors. On the 950th floor, Lin Yuan's figure rested there. Humph, wanting to be compared to all the heavenly prides throughout the ages? Let's first pass the record set by that heavenly pride of my Dragon Emperor Ridge back then. For Lin Yuan to defeat Long Tian abhorred beyond measure. With a grim face, looking at the speed at which Lin Yuan was climbing, the Dragon Pool elder below let out a cold laugh, before saying to the people around him. For so many years, the Dragon Emperor Ridge had been dominating the top spot of the subterranean dragon ranking. There was a former dragon son, whose record set above the heavenly stairs was such that it would be difficult for anyone to compare to it in the Jun Tian immortal domain for countless years. Could it be, 100 years ago, that demon of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, Long Yu? The moment these words came out, there were people who knew the name of that heavenly pride. After all, many years ago, this matter had caused a sensation throughout the Jun Tian immortal domain and even several other great immortal domains. Emperor Dragon Feather is the son of the true ancient dragon emperor of my Dragon Emperor Ridge, who was sealed until recent times before he came out. Back then, when he ascended to the top of the submerged dragon ranking, Emperor Longyu, he stepped on the 989th floor of the heavenly stairs. Stroking his white beard, Elder Longqi said with a proud face, 989 floors, just one step away from surpassing nearly all the heavenly prides of the past and present. In Longqi's opinion, even if Lin Yuan was a supreme Tao body, he would not be able to step on those heights. Chapter 156 Not Stopping, Moving on Up. The ancient emperor's own son, even if it is now known as the Jun Tian immortal domain's most powerful heavenly pride of the day, Long Tian, his bloodline is only comparable to that of the ancient emperor's own son. The purity of his bloodline was still quite a gap from that Dragon Feather Emperor. Logically speaking, as the personal son of the Swift Dragon Emperor, his age, I'm afraid, was even older than some of the truly old antiquities within the Dragon Emperor Ridge nowadays, and the requirement for stepping onto the heavenly stairs in each life, the bone age must be since 30. The reason why that prince was still able to participate in the heavenly ladder fight 100 years ago was that it had been personally sealed by the ancient Dragon Emperor with the laws of the Emperor's Way an endless number of years ago, and his age was not bound by time. Spanning endless years, he came out 100 years ago, stepping onto the 98,090th floor of the heavenly stairs and shaking the world. 989 floors. The moment Elder Longqi said this, the surrounding area, especially some of the young celestials, had eyes that were shocked beyond measure. Many of them, for example, had just come down from the heavenly ladder, knowing that they could no longer climb up. Only they truly understood how terrifying that pressure from above the heavenly ladder was the further up they went. 989 floors, that was almost a height they didn't dare to imagine. Dragon Feather. Not far away, Lin Wei, the Lin family's second elder, who originally still had a smile on his face, instantly changed his expression after hearing this name. As an elder of the Lin family, at his age, he had naturally heard of this name 100 years ago. Long Yu, that was indeed a person who could be called a demon. The old man's gaze was looking towards the heights of the heavenly ladder, and at this moment, Lin Yuan was still stuck at the 950th floor of the heavenly ladder, not continuing upwards, seemingly about to stop. It's already enough that the Divine Son was able to obtain the top spot on this subterranean dragon ranking for my Lin family. No need to be comparing anything to anyone else. 989 floors of the heavenly staircase, those heights, are too difficult and completely unnecessary. Shaking his head slightly, he said that although he had some thoughts in his heart, in Lin Wei's opinion, to be able to set foot on the 950th floor of the heavenly stairs, his own Divine Son was already strong enough. Even when placed amongst the heavenly prides who had once topped the subterranean dragon ranking, there weren't many who could set foot on such heights. There is absolutely no need to take risks just to be compared to others. Stepping on the heavenly ladder was risky, and there had been a selfless pride who tried to forcefully climb it and was crushed by the mighty pressure on top of the heavenly ladder. Lin Yuan wanted to borrow the step on the heavenly ladder to compare all the demons who had stepped on the first of the heavenly ladder throughout the ages. At this moment, the dragon pool due to mention, 100 years ago, their dragon emperor Ridge a real emperor, the sky ladder up and down, the surrounding voice in the rise, the discussion continues. Long Yu, this name, 100 years ago, represented a true demon, even when placed among the countless number one of the heavenly ladder. Especially at this moment, Lin Yuan stopped at the 950th floor of the heavenly staircase, stopping short. Emperor Long Yu, that's a true demon in my Jun Tian immortal domain. Yes, with the record of stepping on the 989th floor of the heavenly ladder, to be ranked at the top of the list of potential dragons in that world, who can compare? However, this Lin family Divine Son, to be able to set foot at such a height is not bad at all, living up to the power of the Supreme Body. Voices resounded all around, and no one would question the power of the Supreme Tao Body. 950 layers of the heavenly ladder is not bad, but in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, compared to the Dragon Emperor Ridge that year, the Dragon Feather Emperor, naturally, is somewhat less than. At this moment, in the midst of countless gazes, on the 950th floor of the heavenly stairs, there was no one behind him, no one who could follow, only Lin Yuan. It was so quiet that any little sound seemed unusually loud here. On top of the ladder under his feet, the golden runic light was getting brighter and brighter, and the pressure that came along with it was growing exponentially, just like countless mountains, all falling on Lin Yuan's body. No wonder, in the past, the heavenly pride who set foot on the 900th floor of the heavenly stairs was basically determined to be number one. Feeling the pressure around him, Lin Yuan sighed. In just these 50 layers of stairs, climbing all the way up, even Lin Yuan, who possessed the Supreme Tao Body, felt the pressure, and an unusual physique would not be able to resist the pressure here. But not yet at my limit. Continue to. Lin Yuan looked up high, his voice ringing out calmly. Boom! The beginning Emperor scripture in his body was running wildly, and the chaos mist around him was filled with an incomparably dense mist. Wow! The black and white Tao light blazed incomparably, and densely packed runes hovered around Lin Yuan, resisting the powerful pressure above the ladder. Eyes firm, one step out, on the way up. Look, the Lin family's Divine Son hasn't stopped, he's continuing to climb upwards. Below, countless onlooker cultivators' gazes were shocked when they saw Lin Yuan's movements. The stop Lin Yuan made just now made countless people think that even if they were as strong as the Supreme Tao Body, they could only stop here. After all, 100,000 years had not come out, for how powerful the Supreme Body was, most people were only stuck in rumors about it. Now it seemed as if what Lin Yuan had shown in defeating Long Tian before was still not all, it seemed that he was still hiding his strength. Humph. So what, I guess it won't last long. With a cold snort, the Dragon Pond Elder saw this scene, and although his eyelids jumped, he still didn't think that Lin Yuan would be able to break the record of that Dragon Feather Emperor Prince of theirs back then, and that at most, he would just be stepping on a few more rungs of the ladder. A single gaze was watching, all of them looking at Lin Yuan, wanting to see where the limit of stepping onto the heavenly ladder was for the supreme Tao body among the 10 supreme bodies. You don't see this kind of scene very often. Time is passing. Soon, the cultivators below realized that something was wrong. 960 floors. 970 floors. Lin Yuan had never stopped and was still climbing upwards, as if he couldn't see his limits. 980th floor. How is that possible? At this moment, Long Qi, who was an elder of the Dragon Emperor Ridge, was completely unable to sit still. 980 floors, which is almost close to being equal to that true ancient emperor's own son of theirs, Long Yu. Chapter 157 comparing to the one who was once there, Taboo 10th layer. High above the dome of the sky, the steps were smooth and surrounded by gold, and the sound of the great Tao roared. This is the 980th floor of the heavenly staircase. Stress. Endless majestic extreme Tao pressure was surging towards Lin Yuan. With a slender figure and a black dress, the chaotic aura in his body was running to the extreme, resisting the extreme pressure from the 4 directions. Throughout history, has anyone really been able to set foot on the last floor? Eyes fixed, Lin Yuan asked curiously as he looked upwards. Unfortunately, the only thing around was the booming Tao sound, and no one could answer this answer to Lin Yuan. It was possible to feel that at this moment, below the heavenly ladder, countless cultivators were looking at themselves. But for Lin Yuan, he never cared about what others thought, what others said. He wanted to see where his limits were, and how he compared himself to those who had stepped onto the heavenly ladder throughout the ages. Without further thought, the feet lifted, in continuing upward. Click. 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 The slender body was trembling slightly, and with each step upwards, the bones in his body rattled. First floor. 2 layers. Tier 3. A black coat was windless, the white hair behind him was floating up, and within his body, the light of the Tao was blazing, and he was using all his strength to resist every layer of the extreme Tao pressure. What appeared to be a somewhat wobbly body never fell. Up again. Up, climbing upwards again. At this moment, below, countless watching cultivators, vibrating voices were ringing out. Just now, when Lin Yuan stopped at the 980th floor, many people thought that this was already Lin Yuan's limit. But who knows, the other party only stayed for a moment and climbed upwards once again, turning his eyes to several more floors. Yeah. Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, said with an excited voice as his gaze perked up. Although the moment he defeated Long Tian, it was already destined that the top of the subterranean dragon ranking in this life would be their imperial clan's Lin family. But stepping onto the 980th floor, even though the subterranean dragon ranking had been opened for an unknown number of times, the number of heavenly prides who were able to step onto such heights had been counted throughout the ages. It can't be done without a supreme demon. In recent years, only that Dragon Emperor Ridge's dragon feather had set foot on the 989th floor, but who was that? A true son of the ancient emperor was sealed for an unknown number of years before coming out. At this moment, above the heavenly ladder, a heavenly pride was similarly watching. Such as Zi Yanran, Ning Yushang, Yi Wuhong, Lin Qinghan, Lin Ming, and others. It was very likely that Lin Yuan, who was the Lin family's divine son, would set a new record in this life's subterranean dragon ranking. It was comparable to, or even surpassed, those whose names had been spread for countless generations throughout the ages, the true supreme demons. Above the heavenly ladder, watching this scene, there was another person at the same time. Half of his body shattered, golden blood scattered all over the place, lying on the ground, having just woken up from his coma, his breath shriveled to the extreme. Long Tian half narrowed his eyes, the golden divine aura in his eyes dimmed as he was looking upwards. How? How is that possible? A weak voice rang out with surprise. More than 980 floors, that was a height he dared not imagine, at least he had not thought about it before coming here. At this moment, all around the heaven-asking cliff, all the gazes of the cultivators converged, all looking towards Lin Yuan, who was alone upwards at the highest point of the heavenly ladder. The figure is thin, but it's so straight, as if it were the backbone of the sky. 988 floors. Someone's voice trembled. Just one step away from being able to match the record-setting, Supreme Demon Dragon Feather Ancient Prince of the Dragon Emperor Ridge 100 years ago. If one were to say that the one who was most unable to accept this scene right now at this moment, it would only be Elder Long Qi. Looking at Lin Yuan's ever-present figure, the original previously proud face became somewhat confused, and it was difficult to accept it in his gaze. How? Emperor Dragon Feather is the son of a true Taiku Dragon Emperor of my clan. How can he possibly compare? Inarticulate, pale face, lost in thought. Just one step away, Lin Yuan would be able to compete with the once Dragon Emperor Ridge, that supreme demon Long Yu, and Elder Long Qi was somewhat unable to accept this scene. But sometimes, the more you fear something, the more it comes. Right here and now. As the heavenly ladder reached a high place, Lin Yuan once again took a step forward, 989 floors. Boom! There were cries of astonishment, like waves, up and down the heavenly stairs, around the heavenly cliff. It was completely boiling. Reached. The Lin family's contemporary divine son, stepping on the 989th floor of the heavenly ladder, not inferior to that peerless demon from the Dragon Emperor Ridge 100 years ago. The scene shook and the clamor was immense. Throughout history, there were only a handful of people who were able to set foot on such heights, and they were called absolute demons. More than 100 years ago, there were still cultivators today who remembered the sensation caused by that Dragon Emperor Ridge ancient imperial prince. Now, only a few hundred years have passed, and the Jun Tian immortal domain has reappeared with one such demon. It's worthy of the long years and still endless splendor of the Emperor clan Lin family. I'm afraid that only such an Emperor clan would be able to produce such a supreme demon. Someone catalogued admiration and exclaimed. It should be known that the previous Imperial clan Lin family, because of the clan's pride's unsatisfactory ranking in each of the subterranean dragon rankings over the past 100 years or so, had been called a more brilliant clan, but there was also a time when the green and yellow didn't come to life, and the decline was over. But at this moment, with Lin Yuan's performance on this heavenly staircase, it had been proven that the Lin family was worthy of the name of the Imperial clan. Yes, the supreme Tao bodies that can only be born once in 100,000 years have all appeared in such clans. A vibrating sound rang out. Since the heavenly cliff descended into the 9 immortal regions, although the height of the heavenly ladder totaled 999 floors, the long years had been like this. However, 989 floors of the heavenly ladder was already the limit of the heavenly ascension realm's heavenly pride. At least the remaining 10 floors seemed to be a taboo that no one could step on. Perhaps even if there were, it was so long ago that no records have been passed down to the world. Just when the surrounding cultivators thought that this time, Lin Yuan would stop here. No. Quickly look, that Lin family divine son doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He is going to continue to go up and step on the final forbidden 10 layers of that? At this moment, high up on the heavenly ladder, on the 989th floor. The height that Lin Yuan was at was equal to the height of that peerless demon from the Dragon Emperor Ridge 100 years ago. As strong as that ancient imperial prince, he was also unable to set foot on the last 10 floors of the heavenly stairs, also known as the last taboo 10 floors. Regarding this name, some of the cultivators below knew it, but only Lin Yuan, who was close by, didn't know it. Before coming, the Lin family had not told Lin Yuan, and after coming to this heavenly prefecture of Dao, second elder Lin Wei had not mentioned it either. After all, no one had expected that Lin Yuan would eventually set foot on such heights. At this moment, he was actually going to be crazy enough to challenge this final forbidden 10-story ladder. The last 10 floors of this heavenly ladder. It seems a little different, doesn't it? Lin Yuan had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. It was only when he got closer that he realized that the last 10 floors of the heavenly ladder could no longer be referred to as steps. Immortal light was overflowing, like immortal gold poured out, for square, about 1,000 feet wide, draped with the power of the extreme Tao. It is 10 huge platforms, arranged in front, floating in the air, increasing in height in turn, right under the light-flowing submerged dragon list. Chapter 158 The Ray of Chaotic Immortal Light. I wonder what the mystery is. Being on the next rung of the ladder is like standing on smaller steps, on the way up to a huge platform, looking down, high above the ground. Lin Yuan raised his feet and was just about to step onto the 990th floor. Just then, immortal light condensed, the sound of the great Tao sounded like a bell, an incomparably majestic pressure shook from above, and the void rumbled with more than 900 layers of steps below. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Endless, like countless huge mountains pressing down on Lin Yuan, the power seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. Click! 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 The bones were vibrating, the chi and blood in his body were churning, the blazing Tao light around his body could not be blocked, and the runes suspended beside Lin Yuan's body were shattering, and his body was about to split apart in general. This pressure was too terrifying, and it was simply not something that a heaven ascension realm heavenly pride could resist. Pust! Face instantly pale, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lin Yuan's mouth, the pace that was just about to fall on the 990th floor could never fall, his body was shocked back. difficult to step on. Calming the surging qi and blood in his body, Lin Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said unwillingly, "Too hard." The heaven-ascending realm heavenly pride could not arrive at all, but the requirement to step onto the heavenly stairs had to be within the heaven-ascending realm. At this time, he finally understood why, throughout the ages, he had rarely heard of anyone being able to set foot on the top 10 floors of this heavenly ladder. However, although he was used to keeping a low profile on weekdays, in his bones, Lin Yuan was more arrogant than anyone else. It's hard to give up. At this point. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The countless layers of the heavenly ladder vibrated in unison from top to bottom, coming from the fact that Lin Yuan had just stepped on the 990th floor of the heavenly ladder. Originally still on top of the heavenly ladder, some of the heavenly pride who were still climbing upwards, instantly stood unsteadily, and their bodies fell on top of the ladder in a large area. This Lin family divine son has made quite a commotion. Someone lamented inwardly and stood up with a helpless face. He's challenging what countless demons throughout the ages have been unable to do. Some people have eyes of admiration. All of them were worldly prides, competing in the same world, and Lin Yuan's appearance, even though it would eclipse countless people of the same generation. But there are others who admire the move and aspire to it. Stepping onto the last 10 floors of the heavenly stairs was something that some true demons had been unable to do in countless eras. Failed? At this moment, below, some of the older generation of cultivators sighed. Looking at the height of the heavenly ladder, as strong as Lin Yuan who possessed the supreme Tao body, he was still unable to set foot on the last 10 floors. It seemed that this was a magic spell that no heavenly pride had ever been able to break throughout the ages. Taboo 10th level, it's too hard, the Lin family's divine son, already worthy of the Emperor clan's absolute demons. No one felt contempt because of Lin Yuan's failure just now. After all, the subterranean dragon ranking was opened every 30 years, and many of the strongest heavenly prides of the same generation that were born in that time were unable to reach even Lin Yuan's current height. Of course, that Dragon Pond elder from the Dragon Emperor Rage was not excluded. Humph. It's just a matter of self-importance. Back then, my clan's ancient imperial prince couldn't even step foot. Who does he think he is? Taboo 10th floor, if he can take a step upwards, the old man will eat this heavenly ladder. A sneer on his face and a taunt. The Dragon Emperor Ridge had been enemies with the Emperor clan Lin family since ancient times, but whenever they caught a chance, they naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity to strike. As he spoke, Elder Long Qi once again brought up 100 years, that ancient imperial son Long Yu. It was not thought that the supreme Tao body was stronger than the swift Dragon Emperor's own son. With all the attention, this world's heavenly ladder competition was on the verge of becoming a solo show for Lin Yuan, the Lin family's divine son. Facing the final 10 floors of the heavenly stairs that could be called taboo, almost everyone, even Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, thought that they could give up. After all, Lin Yuan's appearance had brought enough honor to the Lin family. However, right at this moment, Lin Yuan, who was at the highest point of the heavenly ladder, was once again moving upwards. 989th floor of the heavenly ladder. Since these last 10 floors exist, there must be someone who can step on them. I don't believe it. It can stop me. With a pale face, looking at the immortal light in front of him, like a gigantic platform of 1,000 feet poured with immortal gold, which contained a majestic power of the extreme Tao, Lin Yuan's gaze was firm and incomparable, and his voice rang out calmly. With a slender posture and a clear face, the chaotic aura generated by the beginning emperor scripture in his body was running wildly from Lin Yuan's circumference. Boom! The originally dim Tao light around his body rose again, broken runes surfaced around his body, and every inch of his body skin was glowing, containing the majesty of the Tao. In the meantime, money. A sword intent that cut through the heavens and the earth with an unparalleled sharpness surged within Lin Yuan's body. All means came out in unison, and his aura was powerful to the extreme. Steps lifted in an upward march. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Still as before, endless immortal light condensed on the platform, the sound of the great Tao sounded like a bell, an incomparably majestic pressure shook from above, and the void rumbled along with the entire heavenly staircase. The pressure was infinite, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as it was pounding towards Lin Yuan's body, not allowing him to get close. At this moment, even with all his strength, Lin Yuan's entire body was still like a boat in a monstrous wave, about to be drowned by that majestic pressure at any moment. Difficulty. It's too hard. The body was about to be torn apart and crushed, as if he was fighting against the extreme pressure of the entire heavenly staircase with the strength of one person. Just then. Congeal. With white hair flying and black clothes fluttering, Lin Yuan's face showed a scowl as he let out a loud shout. From the chaotic aura that was running wildly within Lin Yuan's body, surging chaos was condensing. Wow! A blazing incomparable chaotic immortal light shone out from Lin Yuan's body. It is like the most colorful colors in the world, coming from before the opening of the sky. It was precisely one of the colors from the beginning emperor scripture, the 9-colored chaotic immortal light. In the middle of the Lin family's imperial tomb, Lin Yuan had condensed this strand. The chaotic immortal light was rising, enveloping Lin Yuan's entire body, resisting the majestic pressure from the pounds. Finally, the footsteps that had been delayed were stepping up, and Lin Yuan's body, under the shroud of chaotic immortal light, steadily landed on the 990th floor of the heavenly staircase. At this moment, up and down the heavenly ladder, all the cultivators who saw this scene lost their voices in unison and were quiet. Just because this scene is so shocking. Chapter 159. The test is an emperor. The final forbidden 10th floor, someone has stepped on it. At least within this heaven ascension realm, this Lin family divine son has already surpassed the dragon feather ancient imperial son of the dragon emperor Ridge back then. I'm not mistaken, am I? Some people's gazes trembled, and up until this moment, it seemed to be somewhat difficult to accept the scene in front of them. How many years had it been, and it wasn't that there hadn't been demonic-level heavenly prides throughout the ages that wanted to be afraid of climbing this final forbidden 10 layers. And yet some of them can't even set foot on the 980th floor. Surpassing the countless demons that had once been there was not something that anyone could do. At this moment, the many cultivators present all thought that Lin Yuan should, by no means, be just as simple as a supreme Tao body. Especially the ray of chaotic immortal light that rose from its body at the last moment, blocking the pressure from the entire heavenly ladder. God's son he stepped on it. At this moment, standing below, in a golden robe, second elder Lin Wei's pale gaze trembled. The inside was vibrating and roaring violently. Originally, he just wanted Lin Yuan, a divine son, to come and just top the subterranean dragon ranking for multiple Lin clans. But it's totally unexpected. And what made Lin Wei even more surprised was that ray of chaotic immortal light. That light just now, it should be one of the 9 colors of immortal light from the beginning emperor scripture. The gaze was heavy, the other cultivators present might not know, but it didn't mean that Lin Wei, who was an elder of the Lin family, wasn't clear. 9-colored chaotic immortal light is the root of the way of the beginning emperor, but how long has it been since Lin Yuan obtained the beginning emperor scripture, which had already condensed one of the colors? How is that possible? My clan's ancient imperial prince couldn't even set foot up there back then, how can he do it? The voice rang out, and it was none other than Elder Long Qi, who had previously let out harsh words, saying that if Lin Yuan was able to step on it, he would be able to eat the entire heavenly ladder. The eyes were confused and a little disoriented. Right at this moment, the sound of Lin Wei's voice not far away rang out. And I wonder who just said that if my clan's divine son can step on the forbidden 10th floor, he'll eat this heavenly ladder? Elder Long Qi, the group is watching your performance. With a smile on his face, his teasing voice spread all around, and he even intentionally expanded the volume so that the countless cultivators around him could hear it. Eating a ladder? No one has ever been so brave as to make such a harsh statement, not to mention whether it can be eaten or not. One must know that the heavenly ladder contained the power of the extreme Tao, and other than the young prides of the heaven ascension realm, even a quasi-emperor couldn't approach it hastily. Dragonpool, but the strength of the late stage of the saint realm is just, give him 100 guts also dare not, let alone raw nibbles. But, again, the harsh words just now were put out by him in public. With the surrounding countless cultivators watching the show, eyes have seen, always high and proud Dragon Pond Elder, the original iron green old face in turning pig liver color. There is no place for it. Humph. A cold grunt, and all one can do is play ostrich. It was just a farce. No one really believed that the dragon pool dared to go and literally gnaw on the heavenly stairs, let alone swallow the whole thing. However, after this matter, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to the reputation of this Dragon Emperor Ridge Elder. At this moment, all the cultivators were still turning their gazes high up on the heavenly ladder towards Lin Yuan. The forbidden 10 layers, no cultivator present had ever known of a deed where anyone was able to set foot on it. Lin Yuan had made history today. For the last forbidden 10 layers of the heavenly staircase, cultivators in the world had never harbored curiosity. All eyes on the world. At this point, immortal light flowed above a huge platform poured with immortal gold, more than 1,000 feet long and wide. Slender in stature, dressed in black, with a clear face, his feet were so smooth that they could even reflect Lin Yuan's reflection. Since he had just stepped onto this 990th floor, the original majestic pressure had completely disappeared. High above, a golden list of submerged dragons was scattering endless light, and the power of the extreme Tao above the ladder came from there. Lin Yuan gazed forward. There were 9 more identical platforms, increasing in height in order from the front, suspended in the void. Those were the last 9 levels of the ladder. I'm afraid it's not that simple if you want to continue stepping on the last 9 floors. The surrounding area was silent as Lin Yuan's voice rang out, looking around. After experiencing what happened before, he was not arrogant enough to think that this last 9 rungs of the ladder would still be difficult to defeat. The 10th level of the heavenly staircase taboo was too mysterious, not to mention Lin Yuan. Even the countless older, more knowledgeable cultivators below were unclear about the situation here. The history of the Jun Tian immortal domain did not record this mysterious forbidden 10 layers. Just when everyone, including Lin Yuan, was curious about it. Step on the extreme top of the 10,000 ancients, the first level of the test. A voice inexplicably rang out, grand and incomparable, seemingly resonating with the entire heaven and earth, containing supreme greatness. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this moment, the entire heavenly staircase, the entire heaven-asking cliff trembled, and the void in all directions shook. Only Lin Yuan, who stood on the 990th floor of the heavenly stairs, was closest to the voice. It's the subterranean dragon ranking. The voice rang out from the subterranean dragon list. The originally calm gaze rippled as Lin Yuan was looking up. Endless power of the extreme Tao surged out from the subterranean dragon ranking, scattering endless light and landing on top of the platform that Lin Yuan was on. Within the light, the polar path coalesced, in the birth of a figure. It was a young man with white hair like snow and a green coat, and the light around him shone universally and the heavens sank. Within his eyes, the river of stars turned, and under his feet, the 10,000 great avenues were roaring in unison, submitting to him. In the center of its brow, there was a one eye that was born as a Tai Shang Dao pupil, somewhat similar to Lin Yuan's physical breath. When he saw this figure, Lin Yuan froze. When he was within the lower realm's Tai Ching Emperor Palace, he and Lin Jiao were watching this figure with their own eyes, obliterating the last wisp of self-consciousness. Emperor Yuan Tian. Eyes vibrating, Lin Yuan's voice rang out. However, it was found that the other party did not reply and did not seem to have an independent consciousness. The situation was the same as the beginning emperor that Lin Yuan had encountered when the power of rules had been transformed into the Lin family's imperial tomb. No, it's not the Yuan Tian emperor, it seems to be condensed by the power of the extreme Tao. Moreover, Lin Yuan was able to sense that the other party's realm was suppressed at the middle stage of the ascension realm, which was equal to his own. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan understood that this seemed to be a test. In order to continue upward, one must first pass through Emperor Yuan Tian. The same realm, defeating the last emperor in the world 100,000 years ago. If you break through the test, the heavenly gift of God, you may continue upward. As Emperor Yuan Tian's figure converged, the supreme voice from the golden list of submerged dragons above reappeared. A heavenly divine artifact, only one can be obtained by the top of the subterranean dragon ranking in each life. That was a true rare treasure that was hard to find in the world, and the Emperor clan, and the ancient Imperial clan were all going to be moved by it, and it would come down at the time of the finalization of the list. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor Ridge wouldn't have spent a huge amount of resources to purify the anti-ancestor bloodline in Long Tian's body to the point that it was comparable to that of a true ancient emperor's own son, just to obtain the top of the submerged dragon ranking in this life. But alas, with the appearance of Lin Yuan, a supreme Tao body, the Dragon Emperor Ridge as well as Long Tian's plan failed. At this moment, as long as Lin Yuan defeated the Yuan Tian Emperor in front of him, it was equivalent to being able to obtain one more piece. Of course, Lin Yuan could also choose to fight through these forbidden 10 layers, and he would be able to obtain 10 more pieces. The test, however, is not a difficult one. The first level of the test is the last emperor in the world. Who knows what lies beyond? Chapter 160, the third in 100,000 years. That's the Yuan Tian Emperor. The last 10 floors of the heavenly staircase were too mysterious, and no one knew what they would find when they stepped on them. The opening of the heavenly ladder in this life, and Lin Yuan stepping on it, let all the cultivators near the heavenly cliff at this moment know the mystery of the forbidden 10th floor. The appearance of a great emperor. In an instant, the scene boiled over as they looked at the figure of Emperor Yuan Tian, who was confronting Lin Yuan at the height of the heavenly ladder. The last great emperor in the world, the last supreme Tao body in the world. There is no doubt that mystery abounds in this great emperor. And, looking at the situation on the 990th floor of the heavenly stairs at this moment, Lin Yuan's opponent was the Yuan Tian Emperor. All the cultivators at the scene had also heard the voice in the submerged dragon golden ranking just now. The forbidden 10 layers, each layer up, is a test to be experienced. So, the Lin family's divine son is the equivalent of fighting a great emperor in his youth? The voice perked up. Every great emperor is someone who has reigned over the entire world. The sky is hard to bury, the earth is hard to bury. A thought of the sky and the earth collapsing, shattering the universe, all the living beings in the world have to be subjugated at his feet. Whether it was before or after becoming an emperor, it represented absolute invincibility within the same generation. In particular, Emperor Yuan Tian and Lin Yuan were both Taishan Dao bodies of 100,000 years before and after. In this battle, regardless of whether Lin Yuan won or lost, it was destined that after this subterranean dragon ranking, the name of the Lin family's divine son would shake the entire Jun Tian immortal region. Battling with the great emperors of the ancient past, there were countless heavenly prides in the world who had this qualification. It had to be said that the opening of the subterranean dragon ranking this time brought too much shock to the people present. Once and for all, and all by Lin Yuan. A single gaze gazed, 10,000 feet above the sky, at the Lin clan's divine son who was confronting the emperor. At this moment, high above the heavenly ladder, above the huge platform. That's really looking up to me. Smiling helplessly and shaking his head, Lin Yuan let out a sigh. But, words notwithstanding. Looking at the opposite side, the slender figure, Lin Yuan did not retreat. Instead, his heart was a bit foolish, his eyes were surging with wariness. Winning or losing has long since ceased to matter. It was important to be able to fight the last emperor in the world. In addition, Lin Yuan had another purpose, and that was, according to what that old Lin family ancestor had said before, his own supreme Dao body originally had 3 great visions. And today, one is just awakening one of them. Lin Yuan knew nothing about the other 2 great visions. Perhaps he could see the other 2 great visions belonging to the supreme Dao body in the next, in the middle of this Emperor Yuan Tian's sparring match. That was what was most important to Lin Yuan. Just then. Boom! Amidst the convergence of the light of the power of the extreme Dao, the figure of Emperor Yuan Tian was no longer as illusory as when he had just appeared, but was instead solid and incomparable. This means that the test is really going to begin. In the entire 9 heavens immortal region for 100,000 years, you are the 3rd person to step foot on this heavenly staircase taboo. The voice was ringing out at Lin Yuan, but it wasn't the voice of the Yuan Tian Emperor. Lin Yuan could hear that it was similar to the voice that had just resounded amongst the subterranean dragon golden rankings. Indifference, supreme. I'm the 3rd person to set foot on the 990th floor of the heavenly stairs? With a calm gaze, Lin Yuan didn't feel surprised, nor did he feel that he was that special. 100,000 years of age was too long for the Lin Yuan of today. The potential dragon ranking had been open for an unknown number of generations, and the entire 9 heavens immortal region heavens pride added up to an incomparably large base. Extraordinary opportunities, supreme physique, demonic talent, will always appear. The supreme body that is equal to one's own Taishan Dao body. There are still 9 other kinds. How can one be the only one? Hearing that he was the 3rd, Lin Yuan was already content. The first level of the test, begin. He just mentioned that Lin Yuan was the 3rd person to receive the test in 100,000 years, and then he didn't mention anything else. The battle opens. Forbidden sky. White hair like snow, a green coat, black and white Dao light rising up around him, mysterious runes suspended around him. Emperor Yuan Tian was a supreme Dao body, so naturally, he was the same as Lin Yuan. The light of his eyes was incomparably indifferent as he pointed out a finger. Boom! 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 3 green chi emerged from between the fingers of great Emperor Yuan Tian, in the midst of transforming into 3 green lights. In the midst of the light, mountains, rivers and seas, the sun, the moon and the stars manifested, piercing through the void, flying towards Lin Yuan. Although they were both in the middle stage of the heavenly ascension realm, such an offense was definitely something that Lin Yuan had only seen in his life so far, and it was not at all comparable to the previous stream of Long Tian. Rumor has it that Emperor Yuan Tian created the Emperor's Law, 1 breath transforms 3 purities. It should just be a style amongst the Emperor's laws. As the voice rang out, Lin Yuan's gaze was grave and he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Boom! The beginning Emperor scripture was in operation. A majestic aura rose up, a black dress, the same white hair. Lin Yuan's body was shrouded in chaos. The Dao light around his body blazed incomparably, and mysterious runes were suspended around him. The physique is the same, the 2 are too similar. Acid. A sword chant sounded. Sword chi was bursting out of Lin Yuan's eyes, and the fingertips of his fingers were lined with sword Dao runes, turning his fingers into swords. The sword awnings were monstrous, like a sea churning. It was a sharp one that cut through the sky and the earth, cutting through the void, in chopping out. It was the Jintian sword intent. Back then, the Lin family's Jintian sword ancestor, with this sword intent, had not let Emperor Yuan Tian suffer on the Emperor Road. Previously, borrowing Yi Wuhan's flying immortal sword intent to grind his own sword path, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the heavenly sword intent had also become small. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The green light was colliding with the Zantian sharpness, and above the 1,000-feet platform, the void was rippling, drizzling everything, and the great battle had completely begun. At this moment, countless gazes were watching this scene below the heavenly ladder. The battle has begun. That's Emperor Yuan Tian. Even if the Lin family's divine son loses, he'll still be honored. The last great emperor in the world, and again the same Taishang Dao body. Among the onlookers, a voice rang out from all directions. The word emperor was too heavy, and there was no longer any need to say what it stood for. However, the fact that Lin Yuan had previously broken the crowd's perceptions time and time again also made some cultivators not dare to jump to conclusions too easily. Otherwise, just like that elder Long Qi, it was all about to be a joke in the eyes of the crowd at the moment. The two of them are equal in realm, and at this moment, Lin Yuan is equal to fighting the great emperor of his youth. Chapter 161 3 Great Anomalies. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The green light spread out in all directions, and within the light, mountains, rivers and seas, the sun, moon and stars manifested themselves. The Tao gives birth to all things. The platform beneath his feet was shaking, trembling violently. This was a peak matchup that stood in the forbidden land of the heavenly stairs. Clad in green, he himself seemed to be the embodiment of the Tao, and around his body, 3 green rays of light surrounded him. Emperor Yuan Tian's knowledge of the supreme Tao body was quite a bit stronger than Lin Yuan's, and his aura was too powerful. When he himself was young, he was nearly an invincible existence, even if he wasn't the great emperor's true original at the moment. However, his Tao, his method, even if he himself was suppressed at the middle stage of the Heaven Ascension realm and was at the same realm as Lin Yuan, he still wasn't a match for Lin Yuan. The chaos mist around him was becoming thinner, the Tao light was becoming dimmer, and Lin Yuan's face was pale. Is this the battle power of Emperor Yuan Tian when he was young? The voice was weak, and the gaze was tinged with shock as he looked at the figure across the room. Pust! Blood was spat out of his mouth, and his breath appeared slightly shriveled. There were wounds on top of his body, and blood was seeping out, dripping down the corners of Lin Yuan's clothes. Before this sparring match, Lin Yuan had no concept of young emperors, and it was only after a sparring match at this moment that he completely understood. In each life, the 9 heavenly immortal realms added up to so many heavenly prides and demons, so why was it that only one emperor could appear in 100,000 years? To beat all of them in that life. Although the person in front of him was not a true Yuan Tian emperor, did not have the consciousness of an emperor, but was merely the subterranean dragon list, the cohesion of the power of the extreme Tao. Yet it seemed a perfect replica of all that a great emperor had been when he was young, suppressed at the middle stage of the Ascension realm. Seems fair, yet not so fair. Battling with the great emperor whose light had overshadowed all the heavenly prides in the world 100,000 years ago would be unfair to any heavenly pride of the current generation. But this, then, is the rule for the last 10 floors of the heavenly ladder. Since Lin Yuan was able to step up, it already showed that he possessed the qualifications to fight against that supreme figure. It was too late to think too much, the fight wasn't over yet. Vision. His green clothes fluttered and his white hair was as snowy as snow, and Emperor Yuan Tian's voice was indifferently incomparable. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The scene was grand and incomparable, a vision of Emperor Yuan Tian's supreme Tao body. Before the heavens and earth opened, in a chaos, all the paths converged, and countless runes of the great Tao were condensing the eye of the great Tao, not unlike Lin Yuan's. But it didn't end there, as Mando was coalescing the other 2 sights. The body of the great Tao. The heart of the way. This Taishang Dao body has all the visions. His eyes shook and his heart trembled as Lin Yuan's voice rang out. At this moment, he was able to feel that, being the same supreme Tao body, with each additional vision that appeared on the other side, his own physique seemed to be suppressed. The visions were too important for the augmentation of the supreme Tao body, Lin Yuan knew it well. Previously, when he went down to the lower realm, if he hadn't forcefully opened the eye of the great Tao, he would have been slaughtered to death by Yi. On top of the Lin family clan competition, even against Lin He, such as not opening the vision, he was unable to win, and at that time, he was in a precarious position. But one has only awakened one of the three great visions. Shun. Boom. Right now, Great Emperor Yuan Tian opened the entirety of his Supreme Tao body's visions. The other party's temperament changed, a green dress, the light around him shone universally, the heavens sank, and the eyes contained the supreme and incomparable power of the law within them. The mysterious runes around its body, which were originally the same as Lin Yuan's, were now transforming into 10,000 runes under the three great visions. This was the perfect stance of a true Taishang Dao body. In other words, nowadays, Lin Yuan's Supreme Dao body was still not considered perfect, and only when he awakened these three great visions would it be considered perfect. Three magnificent and incomparable sights were suppressing towards Lin Yuan, drowning everything around them. And, for some reason such as, Lin Yuan always felt that the three great visions of the Taishang Dao were able to merge into one. But it was too late to think too much at the moment. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The void rumbled, and the platform underneath his feet trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. This strike was too powerful, an incomparable sense of crisis within Lin Yuan. Not even a great emperor can make me retreat. Lin Yuan's voice rang out calmly, his gaze was tough and unparalleled, his heart was fearless. What crisis hadn't he met along the way? Of course, it was useless to fear, since Lin Yuan stepped on the 990th floor of this heavenly ladder, it was destined for him to either win or die in defeat. Under the tremendous pressure, Lin Yuan's bent posture that had been crushed was forcing itself up. Click! 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 It was the sound of bones rattling inside, as if they were about to crack. A black dress with white hair flowing up. Boom! From the place of Lin Yuan's brow, black and white rays of light surrounded him, one eye opened, and behind him, the same vision that belonged to himself, the eye of the great Tao opened. Acid! The heaven-slashing sword intent rose up from around his body, battling the heavens and the earth, and his sharpness was unrivaled. The chaotic spiritual energy in his body was boiling, and Lin Yuan used all his means. In resisting the other party's three great visions, however, the gap still existed. Put! 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 The body was cracking, and the body that was originally full of wounds was now filled with countless amounts of blood flowing out from the cracks, and the blood was like a gushing fountain, scattering at his feet. On the smooth platform under his feet, a pile of blood slowly flowed, all of it was Lin Yuan's blood. Click! 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 Like a bloody man, his bones were crumbling by inches, and endless pain was like a tidal wave that was gradually drowning Lin Yuan's consciousness. This was still only the first of the forbidden 10 layers defeated, it was simply unimaginable that anyone had been able to penetrate these 10 layers throughout the ages. Without the power to fight back, Lin Yuan could only use all his means to barely support himself. Facing the Yuan Tian Emperor's complete three great visions, Lin Yuan undeniably had a gap. Just then. Perhaps it was because opening the three great visions of the Supreme Tao body was too great a load for that Emperor's shadow, which was condensed by the power of the Extreme Tao. Emperor Yuan Tian's figure was appearing illusory, and the power of the Extreme Tao was gradually dispersing in all directions. Lin Yuan saw this scene, this was his last chance. Congeal. The clear face was hideous, a loud shout. It was Lin Yuan's last resort, the endless chaotic power in his body condensed and surged. Boom! A brilliant chaotic immortal light rose up from Lin Yuan's body, it was one of the 9 colors of chaotic immortal light of the beginning Emperor Law that had helped Lin Yuan step onto this platform before. Chaotic immortal light coalesced, pulsing, and hovering like fireworks from between Lin Yuan's fingers. A finger was pointed out, and the light tore through the void, flying towards the near unsustainable, somewhat illusory Yuan Tian Emperor's figure. Using the method of a primordial great emperor to battle against a Yuan Tian great emperor, it would be impossible to see it again in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Click! The chaotic immortal light blazed incomparably, like the most vibrant colors in the world, coming from before the opening of the heavens and piercing through the illusory body of the Xian Heavenly Emperor. Boom! The three great visions that had suppressed Lin Yuan disappeared. At the same time, along with the power of the Extreme Tao and the submerged Dragon Golden ranking, the Yuan Tian Emperor's shadow that was condensed could no longer be maintained, and after turning into endless dots of light, it rose up into the air from the platform and returned to the Golden ranking. Ancient Extreme Realm, Test Level 1, Pass. Shall we continue and set foot on the second level? Supreme and majestic, the voice rang out from the subterranean Dragon Golden ranking. Lin Yuan triumphs, crisis lifted. Chapter 162 True Dragon's Blood. Although there was some trickery involved, the final result was undoubtedly Lin Yuan defeating the Yuan Tian Emperor in the same realm at the Heavenly Staircase Supreme. When that chaotic immortal light pierced through the Emperor's shadow, that scene was seen in the eyes of countless heavenly prides and cultivators below. First there was a dead silence, followed by an endless boiling. The countless celestial pride on the heavenly ladder and the countless cultivators in the four directions of the heavenly inquiring cliff were boiling over. Battle, defeating the Yuan Tian Emperor. Lin family divine son. When he was a teenager, he did it. Someone's voice rang out, frozen within their gaze, and until this moment, it seemed a bit unbelievable. We have not come to this world's subterranean dragon ranking in vain. Yeah. An older generation of cultivators sighed. I'm afraid that the scene they saw today would make them forget it for the rest of their lives. In looking at the white-haired man at the highest point of the heavenly ladder, he first broke the rumor that the forbidden 10th floor could not be stepped on. And then, at the highest point of the heavenly stairs, he fought with Emperor Yuan Tian and won. It was the kind of thing they had never heard of before. Ha ha! My clan's divine son has the posture of a great emperor. A loud laugh rang out, and above second elder Lin Wei's pale face, he was excited and energized inwardly. It could be said that Lin Yuan had given him shock after shock. Lin Yuan, who had surpassed all the heavenly prides and even defeated Long Tian and possessed the supreme Tao body, shouldn't have much of a problem in Lin Wei's opinion. But what happened after that was completely beyond everyone's imagination. A sentence about the posture of a great emperor was undoubtedly the highest evaluation for the world's pride. If this statement had been made before, everyone would have been absolutely bragging and blowing too much. But at this moment, everyone didn't feel that there would be any problem with this phrase being used on the Lin family's divine son. How could it be done? Of all the people present, the one most unable to accept the scene needed no further thought. Naturally, it was the Dragon Emperor Ridge Elder, Long Qi, who had dared to boast about swallowing the entire heavenly staircase before and then denied it afterward. Above a grim face, he was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Originally, it was thought that the biggest winner of this opening of the subterranean dragon ranking would still be their Dragon Emperor Ridge. But now, he was about to become the laughingstock of the Jun Tian immortal region, not to mention the dragon son Long Tian, who was highly expected by the clan, is still lying half dead on top of the heavenly ladder at the moment. The Dragon Emperor Ridge had been having celestial pride reigning at the top of the potential dragon ranking for 100 years, which was undoubtedly making their Dragon Emperor Ridge fame vaguely somewhat overpowering the Emperor clan's Lin family. If Lin Yuan hadn't done what he did later on, even if he had won the top of this world's potential dragon ranking, the imperial clan Lin family still wouldn't have been able to surpass the Daolong Imperial Ridge in terms of influence alone. After all, the fame saved up by the younger generation over the course of 100 years was not so easily surpassed. But now, the bad thing was that the other party had not only stepped into the forbidden 10th layer, but was also there, defeating the Yuan Tian Emperor of the same realm at a young age. Vibrations, boiling time resounded in all directions, which naturally included the crowd of celestial pride above the heavenly ladder that had previously been surpassed by Lin Yuan one by one. As Lin Yuan stepped onto the 10th level of the taboo, and later fought with the Yuan Tian Emperor's shadow, the crowd of celestial pride below were also watching and climbing at the same time. 500 floors of the heavenly staircase. Purple haze surging, face with a thin veil to cover the face, flowers and moonlight, pouring out the country, Xianren has been completely dumbfounded. Thin veil covering the face, the silhouette is delicate and incomparable, a moment of heart vibration, purple haze beautiful eyes in the look to the heavenly ladder to the heights, the red lips of the small mouth slightly open, Xianren completely unable to speak. After Lin Xinghan recovered from his injuries, his climbing speed was unceasing, and he finally stepped on the 600th floor of the heavenly ladder. Is this the true strength of the Son of God? Jade hand holding a sword, ink hair and blue clothes, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate body, blue light surging around her body, accompanied by wisps of the power of Taiyin, just like an ice beauty. A cold and pretty face was looking upwards as it looked towards the heavenly staircase to the top. In the beautiful eyes is worship, admiration. On the 800th floor of the heavenly ladder, the original duo who had been recuperating from their injuries arrived after recovering from their injuries. Hiss. This life, this divine son of your Lin family is a bit ridiculously strong. Black hair bundled up like ink, a white coat, his body standing upright and straight, sword chi rising around him. On top of Yi Wuhan's always cold and incomparable face, he could no longer maintain it at this moment. Joking aside, he has to score points for his condescension. Facing Lin Yuan, who had stepped into the 10th level of the taboo at this time, after his battle with the Yuan Tian Emperor, he could only stand below and look up. Well, as if. To the side, Lin Hei's voice sighed, a somewhat bitter expression on his face. While watching that scene over just now, he had a question within him. Could one really still reclaim the Lin family's divine son position? Even with the reincarnation underworld body, as well as the supreme sword body, stepping onto the 800th floor of the heavenly staircase was already the limit for Yi Wuhan and Lin Hei. However, at this moment, on top of the ladder not far from the duo, there was still a remnant of a body lying. It was none other than Long Tian, who had been crippled by Lin Yuan earlier. Always arrogant and high and mighty. But now it was lost in thought, disregarding its poise, cloaked in hair, and murmuring something under its breath. It seemed that with the defeat in that battle with Lin Yuan and seeing the height that Lin Yuan stood at today, the Tao heart had shattered. I lost. The sound of the sky boiling below was too far away for Lin Yuan to hear. At this moment, the 990th floor of the heavenly stairs. Surrounded by immortal light, the platform was 1,000 feet in size and floated in the air, underneath the submerged dragon golden list. Blood slowly flowed, and a broken body with an incomparably shriveled breath was Lin Yuan. Others only saw Lin Yuan's splendor. How could they ever see the crisis he had just encountered? But the danger was finally past. At this moment, he faced the voice that had just been in the subterranean dragon gold list. I refuse. Lin Yuan's weak voice rang out as he sighed inwardly. Are you kidding? You almost died just now, continue to step on the second level? That's no longer sharpening yourself, want to see where your limits are, but completely, actively looking for death. On the first level, the Yuan Tian Emperor appeared, who knows what level of forbidden person would appear on the second level. As Lin Yuan's voice of rejection rang out. Break through the first level of the Vanguard Extreme Realm test. Reward, the blood of a true dragon. A supreme, icy voice rang out from the subterranean dragon ranking. Roar! 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 The subterranean dragon golden ranking was vibrating, purple chi surging in the 8 directions, and the sound of the dragon's roar moved the 9 heavens. A drop of fist size, like a treasure of true dragon blood, in the slow descent toward Lin Yuan, pure and incomparable. Chapter 163 The 9 Great Potential Dragons Golden List appear together, Lu Shui. True dragon, one of the 10 great immortal beasts in the beginning of time, the source of all dragons in the world. Even that once ancient dragon emperor who established the Dragon Emperor Age was only a descendant of a true dragon. After the age of the beginning, there were no more true dragons in the world. As a result, the blood of true dragons had long been extinct in all of the 9 heavenly immortal realms. The only way to get it was to be given by the heavenly gift of a divine object at the opening of the subterranean dragon ranking for each generation, and the top-ranked subterranean dragon ranking leader would be able to get it. The value of the mere possibility is incalculable. It was rumored that a single drop of true dragon's blood was enough to allow any heavenly pride in the world to match any physique other than those under the 10 supreme physiques based on their physical strength alone. As for what changes would happen if the blood of the true dragon fused with Lin Yuan's supreme Tao body, no one knew. Because both are too rare. Roar! 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 The sound of a dragon's roar and a drop of blood resounded in all directions, spreading down from the heights of the heavenly ladder. It was the voice of the once true dragon. When they heard this voice, the people of the Dragon Emperor Ridge were the ones who changed the most drastically. They were all just miscellaneous blood descendants of true dragons. It's the blood of a true dragon. Elder Long Chi's face changed greatly, and the most primal bloodline in his body was boiling. The Dragon Emperor Ridge had dominated the top of the subterranean dragon ranking for many years in order to obtain a drop of true dragon blood, but all of them ended in failure. A drop of true dragon's blood was enough to allow their Dragon Emperor Ridge to produce one more heavenly pride at the level of a true ancient emperor's own son, instead of one such as Long Tian who was still a hair short. And in this life, above the heavenly ladder, the blood of a true dragon appeared, but the recipient was not them, the Dragon Emperor Ridge, but their nemesis, someone from the Lin family. In the pale gaze, jealousy was hard to hide, and the desire to seize it was foolish. However, seeing that it was a heavenly ladder that even the quasi-emperors didn't dare to approach, Long Chi temporarily dismissed the thought. The eyes were pensive, pondering something. The heavenly staircase has been opened for countless generations, when the number of times the blood of a true dragon has appeared is very few. Looking at the drop of true dragon's blood at the height of the heavenly ladder, the gazes of countless cultivators below shook. It was too rare, and in the past, among the heavenly providence divine objects, this drop of blood was the topmost. A drop of true dragon's blood triggered a hot debate below. At this time, the heavenly ladder to the heights. After a great battle, the qi and blood in his body had long been depleted, and his injuries were so severe that Lin Yuan didn't even have the strength to stand on his body. Immortal light blossomed within the golden dragon's blood as it approached Lin Yuan. True dragon's blood? For this object, Lin Yuan did not know. But just the immortal light flowing from that drop of blood caused Lin Yuan's cracked wound to gradually recover. One must know that one's own supreme Taoist body is difficult to heal with ordinary things. The heart had already anticipated that this object would be not bad. It's too late to think too much. Immortal light shone brightly as the blood of the true dragon was integrating within Lin Yuan's body. Roar! 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 A majestic dragon roar sounded from within Lin Yuan's body. The original pale and incomparably pale face was becoming rosy, and in the broken meridians, there was pure dragon qi wandering around, repairing the broken meridians, the chipped bones, and the broken body skin. My body! The voice wasn't weak, the voice was tinged with shock. At this moment, Lin Yuan could feel that his own fleshly body was becoming stronger, surpassing what it was before. It was important to realize that before this, his body was already strong enough. The Taishang Dao body, which was ranked among the 10 supreme bodies, was not famous in the world for its physical strength, but this was only in comparison to the 10 supreme bodies. Compared to other physiques, it was still incredibly strong. But now, a drop of true dragon's blood had actually caused Lin Yuan's body in becoming even stronger. Within the broken body, immortal light and dragon qi rushed through the sky, just as Lin Yuan fused the drop of true dragon. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! A loud voice rang out from above Lin Yuan, at the top of the heaven-asking cliff. The golden aura was soaring, and the power of the extreme Dao converged into a huge golden list, and at this moment, dragons were flying, and a single text surfaced on top of the submerged dragon list. And at the same time, in addition to this golden list of potential dragons in the Juntian immortal domain, the other 8 great immortal domains, before there are still a little illusory, not cohesion of the 8 submerged dragon gold list, at the moment in the solidification, a name, listed above the gold list. When this scene appeared, the countless cultivators around the heaven-asking cliff naturally understood what was going on. It's time to start fixing the list. In this life of my Juntian immortal domain, a Lin family divine son has emerged, breaking the limits of the past and stepping onto the 990 floors of the heavenly staircase. I wonder what demons have appeared in other immortal domains, this life. Hee, those who can compare to the Lin family's divine son, how many have there been throughout the ages? A voice was ringing out, with pride in its gaze. Although Lin Yuan had nothing to do with them, what he represented was the Juntian immortal domain after all. Voices continued to rise and fall, and a single gaze was looking towards the top of the heaven-seeking cliff, the 9 huge golden lists hanging side by side. The text is simple and ancient. Above the 9 lists, the first to appear ranked first name, but also among the 9 immortal domains, 9 this time the name of the head of the submerged dragon list. And on the golden ranking of the Juntian immortal region, the number 1 ranking, without a doubt, was the word Lin Yuan. When this scene appeared, it meant that the name was no longer limited to just one immortal region, but the entire 9 heavens immortal region. Treading the heavenly ladder into the golden list, every world's pride do not want to make their own name listed in the submerged dragon list. However, with so many heavenly prides in one side of the immortal realm, how many could be able to make the list? And the potential dragon list leader is the most important. Aside of the immortal domain, every 30 years can only appear one, beat all the same generation of heavenly pride, demon, top the list. First, sitting cross-legged on the smooth platform, his body was still surrounded by the true dragon's blood qi, immortal light flowing, the strength of his physical body climbing, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard above his sinews and bones and body skin. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm, his tightly closed eyes were opening as he looked upwards, the golden light shining brightly as he saw his name. In itself, the moment he defeated Long Tian, the outcome was already predetermined, and he could not afford to make waves within. His eyes moved, and as he looked at the other 8 immortal realms golden lists, the appearance of a name caught Lin Yuan's attention. Jiang Lan. It was the Tsang Heavenly Immortal Region's potential dragon golden ranking, the second most ranked name, and these 2 words appeared. It seems to be the name of that cousin of mine, but I don't know if it is. Eyes were a little hesitant. Early on when he returned from the lower realm, from Lin Yu's mouth, Lin Yuan learned that the 2 of them had a cousin who was the daughter of that Jiang family divine lord, the uncle of Lin Yuan and Lin Yu. However, there were too many heavenly prides in the one-side immortal region, and Lin Yuan didn't know if they just happened to have similar names. The 9 immortal regions setting list was undoubtedly a carnival among all the heavenly prides in the world. Not only was it the Jun Tian immortal domain, but within the other 8 immortal domains, there was a heaven-asking cliff, with 9 golden potential dragon gold lists hanging high. At this moment, in the Tsong Tian immortal region, below the heaven-asking cliff, amongst the countless cultivators, an unfamiliar yet familiar figure stood there, looking upwards. A flowing white dress, fair complexion, tall and delicate figure, 3,000 green silk hanging down, like a fairy in a painting. It was none other than Lu Shui, who had been brought to the upper realm by Yu Linglong earlier. Chapter 164, Jun Tian Immortal Region's Potential Dragon Ranking Leader, Lin Yuan? The Holy Maiden is so powerful, stepping on the 400 floors of the heavenly stairs at the time of the finalization of the list, ranking 36th on top of the subterranean dragon gold list. Standing at the bottom, looking towards the heavenly ladder above, with excitement in her gaze, Lu Shui's voice was shocked. With her talent, she was naturally not qualified to step onto the heavenly ladder and compete with the heavenly prides in the immortal realm on one side. She appeared here, but as Yu Linglong's maid, she just came along for the ride. Since coming to this upper realm Tsong Tian immortal domain, Lu Shui realized how short-sighted she had been before. The ultimate existences in the lower realm, the Heaven Ascension realm cultivators, were only the lowest level after ascending to this upper realm. And in front of the sky ladder above, but also gathered aside of the immortal region, countless of the supreme pride, which is not behind the powerful forces, the young generation in the leading. The eyes were looking towards the top of the Tsong Tian immortal region's submerged dragon golden ranking. Those heavenly prides that ranked first and second were even more extraordinary. Lu Shui heard the people around said, is the Tsong Tian immortal domain, the ancient royal family Kirin house of the ancient emperor's son, was sealed to this life before coming out, listed in the Tsong Tian immortal domain, this time the top of the list of potential dragons. The second ranked, on the other hand, was a woman, for the Jiang family of the imperial clan, the daughter of the contemporary divine lord. Even the jade clear sacred land that he was in nowadays was far from being able to compare with it. The other 8 immortal realms' potential dragon golden lists have also appeared. Lu Shui's gaze was looking at the other 8 immortal regions' potential dragon gold list, and when she saw a name, her gaze lurched, and the expression on top of her pretty face changed slightly. Lin Yuan? In the potential dragon golden ranking belonging to the Jun Tian immortal domain, the person at the top of the list was clearly the word Lin Yuan. When she saw the name, Lu Shui was taken aback and thought carefully, how could that be? The top of the list of a party's immortal domain, that was an existence that was comparable to the Tsong Tian immortal domain, the Kirin Mansion's supreme ancient imperial prince. Lin Yuan. Is that possible? It should just be a coincidence. Willow Snow's voice muttered to herself. Although she had been present when Lin Yuan had defeated the lower realms Yu Emperor Yi too. But what was the 9 heavenly immortal region in the upper realm? It was far from being comparable to the tiny Xin Tian continent. Which of the celestial pride that stepped on top of the heavenly ladder was not an existence that had cultivated to the Heaven Ascension realm at a young age? And being at the top of the list meant that it was even more important to surpass all the heavenly pride of the immortal domain on one side, above the heavenly ladder. The perception of Lin Yuan was still stuck in the lower realms, and no matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. After all, with tens of thousands of Dao states on one side of the immortal realm, there were too many people, and it was inevitable that there would be renames. The 9 potential dragon ranking leaders were being seen by the 9 immortal regions as the Skycliff at this moment, by all the cultivators. At this moment, in the Tsong heavenly immortal region, at the 900 or so floors of the heavenly stairs, was a peerless woman. Long red hair fluttering in the wind like a divine flame, a tall figure, a blood-colored dress, and jade-like legs that were long and slender. His body was shrouded in divine light, a wisp of red-colored mark on his brow pulsed like flames, noble and unattainable. His face was absolutely beautiful and valiant. It was none other than that cousin of Lin Yuan, the contemporary Jiang clan goddess, Jiang Lan. Damn it! A pair of phoenix eyes were looking high up the heavenly ladder, where the 989th floor was located. The Qilin mansion has really paid a big price this time. In order to seize the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, they actually lifted the son of an ancient emperor. Jiang Lan let out a sigh of relief. 989 floors of the heavenly staircase. During this 100 years in the 9 heavenly immortal domain, it was rumored that only in the Jun Tian immortal domain, a demon who was also the ancient emperor's own son had once reached it. However, it was different from the Lin clan's many years of unsatisfactory rankings in the subterranean dragon ranking for the clan's heavenly prides. The imperial clan's Jiang family had been in power since the contemporary divine lord, Jiang Lan's father, had taken charge all these years, but it had been dominating the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, presumably forcing the Qilin palace too hard, and it had no choice but to unseal one of the ancient emperor's own sons. It's a bit disheartening to be in second place, but it's irrevocable. Let's see what heavenly pride has appeared in this life and several other great immortal domains. John Lan's gaze shifted, and again the appearance of a name caught her attention. Wait, the number 1 ranking in the Jun Tian immortal domain is Lin Yuan. That cousin of mine? A pair of phoenix eyes were full of valor, but at the moment, they looked a bit confused, with shock and hesitation on top of their faces. Back then, Lin Yuan had been sent to the lower realms shortly after he was born, so for that cousin he had never met, Zhang Lan only knew his name but had never seen him. There was no longer any need to say what the top of the subterranean dragon ranking stood for. At the moment, what made Jiang Lan hesitate was that she wasn't sure if the two were the same person. After all, I heard that when the cousin was born, it was only the innate Taoist body, and with this kind of physique wanting to seize the top of the potential dragon list, it is undoubtedly a bit difficult. Is Lin Yuan the one we met in the lower world before? The features are clear, skin is like condensed fat, noble and skillful, a green fairy dress, delicate body, surrounded by a hazy green light. Confused, Yu Linglong came down from the heavenly ladder and stood next to Lu Shui. Looking at the Jun Tian immortal domain, that name at the top of the submerged dragon list, her beautiful eyebrows straightened. When he was preparing to search for the relics of the Tai Ching Emperor Palace and had just traveled to the Xin Tian continent in the lower realm, he was almost slapped to death by Lin Yuan's protector, Lin Jiu. After escaping back to the upper realm, he learned from Lu Shui that the young man's name was Lin Yuan. And now, among the top of the Jun Tian immortal domain's potential dragons list, that name was once again seen. It was too much of a coincidence, and over this period of time, Yu Linglong had been speculating whether the other party would be from the Jun Tian immortal domain, the Emperor clan Lin family. I hope not. With a sigh of relief, whether it was or not, to have a Saint Realm powerhouse defending his path was not something that she, a holy daughter of the Jade Clear Holy Land, could offend. Unfortunately, if I could have found the Tai Ching Emperor Palace in the first place, I would never have stopped at the 400th floor of the heavenly stairs this time. Thinking of that incident back then, Yu Linglong was a bit chagrined. The Holy Maiden ranks 36th on the subterranean dragon ranking this time, it's already very strong. Next to him, Lu Shui complimented. No, it's not enough. In the beginning, before Great Emperor Yuan Tian fell, he left behind a total of Shanqing, Taiqing, and the Jade Qing Imperial Palace, which is related to my Holy Land. Before I came, the Sacred Lord said that it's not far from the opening of the Jade Clear Imperial Palace, and it's right here in that Song Heavenly Immortal region. This time, I'm going to capitalize on it. Jade Linglong whispered, for so many years, their Jade Clear Holy Land had been searching for the traces of the 3 great imperial palaces, but fortunately, their efforts were not lacking, and they had finally found them. Unlike the Taiqing Imperial Palace in the lower realms, according to what the self-same Holy Lord had said, it seemed that this time, the Jade Clear Imperial Palace that was about to be opened could only be accessed by heavenly pride of the Ascension Realm and below. Coupled with the fact that the subterranean dragon ranking had just opened not long ago, at this moment, Yu Linglong was already predictable. Perhaps soon, within the Jade Clear Emperor Palace ruins, the vast majority of the celestial immortal region's celestial pride would arrive. Perhaps even, there were other immortal realms' heavenly prides descending. Jade Linglong is the main, next to Lu Shui as the servant, in that Sangtian immortal domain under the cliff of Asking the Sky, plotting what? Chapter 165 Primordial Immortal Stone, End of the Subterranean Dragon Ranking. The 9 great potential dragons golden list appeared in all 9 immortal regions, and the names of the 9 potential dragons list leaders were known throughout the world, and were extolled in the mouths of countless heavenly prides, including Lin Yuan's name. Juntian immortal domain, Lin surname, many people had already guessed that it must be someone from the Emperor clan Lin family without a doubt. However, other than the Jun Tian immortal region, very few people among the other 8 immortal regions associated Lin Yuan with the young master of the Emperor clan's Lin family who had come out many years ago. After all, trying to dominate the top of the subterranean dragon ranking with an innate Dao body was undoubtedly impossible. Jun Tian immortal domain, Heaven Asking Cliff, 990th floor of the heavenly staircase. A drop of true dragon's blood not only allowed Lin Yuan to recover all of his injuries, the strength of his fleshly body was even more powerful than before. The fusion of the supreme Dao body and the true dragon's blood was extremely rare throughout history. With a black coat and white hair, Lin Yuan stood up, his broken body healed without the slightest scar. Roar! 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 Accompanied by the last sound of a dragon's roar, the drop of true dragon's blood was completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. Boom! An incomparably majestic blood qi rose up from within Lin Yuan's thin and slender body. The qi and blood is endless as the sea. It seems not bad at all. Clenching his fist with one hand, the space around him was distorting, and a drop of true dragon's blood made Lin Yuan's body now completely surpass that of before. I wonder how today's me compares to the desolate ancient sacred body among the 10 supreme bodies? Lin Yuan muttered to himself, curiosity appearing in his gaze. Of the 10 supreme bodies, the focus is different. The fleshly body was peerless and the chi and blood shook the heavens, with the desolate ancient saint body and the Tsong Tian hegemony heavenly body being the two most famous supreme bodies. At this moment, Lin Yuan was wondering if his present-day self could match these two body types with his physical strength alone. Boom! At this moment, high above the sky, golden awns pranced, and on the list of potential dragons, along with the name of the last heavenly pride to step onto the heavenly ladder was listed amongst the countless names, which looked as if they were tadpoles. This life's subterranean dragon gold list finalization is complete. For the top of the list, the heavenly gift of the gods, the beginning immortal stone. A grand voice rang out from within the golden list, a reward for Lin Yuan as the top of the subterranean dragon ranking in this life, the only one who had it. The true dragon's blood that had been heavenly bestowed before was obtained by Lin Yuan from breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm, and it had nothing to do with being the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. And the Taichu immortal stones at this moment were the real reward for Lin Yuan for being at the top of the list. Taichu immortal stone? Doubtful voices rang out. If the true dragon's blood from before, Lin Yuan still understood what it was. Then with regards to the 4 words Taichu immortal stone, he was just ignorant. At this moment, I don't know that Lin Yuan didn't know, even below the heavenly ladder, many erudite, older generation cultivators had never heard of it. Taichu immortal stone, what is it? With a golden robe, Lin Wei, the second elder of the Lin family, had a puzzled look on his face. His own divine son was the one who obtained the top of the subterranean dragon ranking by ascending to the height of 990 floors of the heavenly stairs, a height that had not been heard of by several people in the long years of the Jun Tian immortal domain. It was logical that the heavenly divine objects obtained would inevitably be more precious, just like the true dragon's blood that had been verified before. But as for the primordial immortal stone, even among the records of their Lin family, they had never heard of it. Strange, how is it that the divine object of the Lin family's divine son in this life has never been heard of in the history of my Jun Tian immortal domain? Yeah, unheard of. Below, a doubtful voice rang out, no one knew what this object was. Boom! The golden list was hanging high, and at this moment, it was blooming with endless light. Seemingly the divine object was not bad, and it was even more tremendous than the commotion caused when the blood of the true dragon appeared before. Generally speaking, the greater the commotion, the more precious the divine object from heaven, the more precious it is. Standing below, Lin Yuan quietly watched. A thumb-sized, pitch-black stone block flew out from within the golden list, immortal light flowing, with dense and mysterious runes suspended around it. Upon seeing this object, Lin Yuan was confused. This is... He had seen this item before and had one right in his space. As he spoke, the power of space surged within Lin Yuan's ring, and an identical stone block appeared in Lin Yuan. So, this item is named the Primordial Immortal Stone? It was precisely the item that had been passed down through the generations of the Qingyan Dao sect, and the soul of his own senior sister, Xiao Xiao Xiao, resided within it. All this time, Lin Yuan did not know its name. Boom! Right at this moment, the immortal light above flowed, runes floated, and small, dark stones floated down from within the submerged dragon gold list and fell into Lin Yuan's hands. And with the original Taichu immortal stone in Lin Yuan's hand, it resonated, pulling each other closer, and the two seemed to be originally one. Wow! Within the two primordial immortal stones, light blazed, runes mingled, and a scene from the primordial era was floating in the air, but it was a bit blurry, so Lin Yuan couldn't see it clearly. The only sight that he was able to see clearly was that it seemed like the true dragon's blood in his body was working, and in that one sight, Lin Yuan saw the true dragon's shadow flickering away during the beginning of the Tai dynasty. With that, the image in front of him shifted and disappeared. The two Taichu immortal stones had lost their light and were dim, held in Lin Yuan's hands, not fully fused and still incomplete. Although he didn't know the true function of this object, Lin Yuan was able to barely sense that this object definitely had a great origin. One was left by the former founding ancestor of the Qingyun Dao sect, Daoist Taiqing, who was one of the 3 great doppelgangers of Emperor Yuan Tian, so according to Lin Yuan's speculation, the one he possessed should be related to Emperor Yuan Tian. The other one, however, was a divine artifact that had been heavenly bestowed by this subterranean dragon ranking list. Ask around later. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yuan didn't think much about it and put the two Taichu immortal stones within his spatial ring. Now wasn't the time to understand this. The rankings of the subterranean dragon golden ranking were finalized, and the divine artifact belonging to Lin Yuan at the top of the list had already been bestowed, heralding the end of the heavenly ladder competition in this life. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Right at this moment, above the heavenly ladder, a vibration appeared. The light that constructed the countless layers of the ladder shone brightly, and after wrapping up the figure of a heavenly pride and sending it to the ground below, the heavenly ladder disappeared along with the golden list of the submerged dragon. The only way to open it again is to wait until 30 years later. The figures of thousands of heavenly prides landed on the ground below, and undoubtedly, Lin Yuan's figure was the most noticeable. He broke the rumor within the Jun Tian immortal domain that no heavenly pride had set foot on the 10th level of the taboo since ancient times. The name of the divine son, this time I'm afraid that it will resonate throughout the entire 9 heavens immortal region. The second elder below, Lin Wei, had long been waiting still, looking at Lin Yuan excitedly, his eyes showing emotion. As for the Lin family's group of celestial pride, such as Lin Qinghan and Lin Yu, they looked at Lin Yuan with awe. Countless celestial pride around them similarly surrounded them, such as that heavenly mansion Taoist Academy's holy maiden, Zi Yanran, who had palpitations for Lin Yuan. The potential dragon golden ranking has ended. I, the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, have prepared a thin banquet to invite you all to gather together. After the end of each generation's potential dragon list, all the heavenly prides will gather in the Heavenly Palace Taoist Academy, which is a carnival that belongs exclusively to the contemporary heavenly prides between. Chapter 166 Heaven's Pride Banquet, Talking by Candlelight? The people of the Dragon Emperor Ridge walked away under the leadership of Elder Long Qi, carrying their half-dead, Tao-centered dragon son who had not participated in the Heaven's Pride gathering afterward. After all, they were the ones who had previously released news all over the Jun Tian immortal region, claiming that the top of the submerged dragon ranking in this life would still be their Dragon Emperor Ridge. But now, with their own dragon son half-dead and their previous words now more like a slap in their face, naturally, there was no interest in attending the next Heaven's Pride gathering. But before leaving, true dragon's blood. Elder Long Qi's gaze inadvertently swept a glance at Lin Yuan, as if he still had his heart set on the true dragon's blood. Ning Yushang, the Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, dragged his heavily injured body away with a heavy heart. A few days later, a grand banquet was held within the Heavenly Mansion Dao courtyard. All of the contemporary Jun Tian immortal domain's renowned major power prides were among them. Any one of them singled out was at the level of a holy son or daughter of a holy land, and when placed outside, they were all honored with an incomparable status. But within today's Heaven's Mansion Dao Academy, it was everywhere and with an incomparably low stance. After all, everyone at this banquet understood that there was only one protagonist. The identity of the divine son of the Emperor clan's Lin family was already incomparably honored. However, in addition to his identity, above the heavenly ladder, he presses down on all the heavenly prides and demons of the current Jun Tian immortal domain. He stepped into the final forbidden 10 layers, and at the highest level, he fought against the young Emperor Yuan Tian and won the battle. Any one of them singled out was one that required all the heavenly prides of the world to look up to. Who would have thought that this time when the heavenly stairs opened, the one who became famous was not Long Tian, but the one who was once the young master of the Lin family who was ridiculed by the entire Jun Tian immortal region? It's not clear to anyone when it comes down to it. Back then, the rumors about the young master of the Lin family's innate Dao body were simply a smokescreen put out by the imperial race's Lin family in order to protect the smooth growth of Lin Yuan, the supreme Dao body. After all, the matter of the Emperor clan's Lin family's children being sent out to the lower realms for training was well known throughout the entire Jun Tian immortal region, and it was inevitable that there wouldn't be any hostile forces that took advantage of this opportunity to secretly inflict harm on them. For example, it was well known that the Lin family's nemesis, the Dragon Emperor Ridge. Nowadays, I'm afraid that other than the Lin family, all the people of the forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain thought the same way. The Emperor clan's Lin family is really stoic enough to have a supreme Dao body come out of their clan and hide it for more than 20 whole years. If not to say that people are the Emperor clan, if we were to change if the supreme Dao body appeared within the clan, I'm afraid that it would have been publicized all over the world. Just that you broken sect, still want to produce a supreme body's heavenly pride. Really dare to think. In the middle of the banquet, some cultivators of the older generation gossiped with their wine cups. The scene was lively and boisterous, and the wine smelled great. Other than some of the older generation cultivators, the greatest number of people were still some of the younger heavenly prides. After all, this banquet, the Heaven's Mansion Dao Academy itself was prepared for, all the contemporary heavenly prides of the current generation who had set foot on the heavenly stairs. It had to be said that the Heaven's Mansion Daoist Academy had made a good deal on this deal. Those who were able to qualify to step on the heavenly ladder were the young talents that the major forces of the Juntian immortal domain had focused on cultivating, which might not seem like much now. But when 100 years or 1,000 years pass, which one of them is not a high-powered, dominating existence, the connections accumulated by the heavenly mansion Daoist Academy alone are unimaginable. For example, that divine son who was destined to be the head of the Lin family in the future. The divine son has broken the limits of his predecessors and stepped onto the forbidden 10th floor of the heavenly stairs, which makes us admire him. To the divine son. High above the banquet, where the Heavens Mansion Dao Academy was dedicated to entertaining the Emperor clan's Lin family. The figures of Lin Yuan, Lin Qinghan, Lin Yu, and second elder Lin Wei were all there. From time to time, the holy sons and daughters of some of the great powers of the Juntian immortal domain came over, their faces respectful, as they toasted Lin Yuan. Between the heavenly pride, the same world and fight, should have been each other's eyes, can call the heavenly pride, which one is not lonely and arrogant, inner conceited people. However, when one was at a height where the gap was so large that the pride of the world needed to look up, very few people would be jealous, and some would only admire each other because the other party had done what all the contemporary heavenly prides were unable to do. And undoubtedly, the moment before, on top of the heavenly ladder, when Lin Yuan stepped onto the 10th level of the Forbidden and defeated the Yuan Tian Emperor at the same realm, all the celestial prides of the Jun Tian immortal domain in this world would need to look up. With a slender figure, a black dress, and white hair naturally draped behind him, Lin Yuan's face was cold and stern, and the wine cup rotated from between his fingers. Although there wasn't the slightest breath displayed, there was quite a sense of majesty without anger, making the heavenly pride that came over to toast feel an incomparable sense of oppression. It was as if what was in front of him was never a young man of the same generation, but a ferocious beast from the beginning of time. Ever since fusing that drop of true dragon's blood, Lin Yuan's temperament had changed slightly. Please. Without any extra words, Lin Yuan faintly said one word. Without the slightest bit of condescension, other people came over to toast, and at first they wanted to act easygoing, but they just couldn't pretend, and after that Lin Yuan simply stopped pretending. Visible to the naked eye, those two status not bad two heavenly pride, body slightly trembled, the wine cup in the hand shook, all spilled out. With an embarrassed face, he apologized and then fled the scene as if he were running for his life. The Son of God displayed great power on top of the heavenly staircase, and defeated the young Yuan Tian Emperor in a single battle. My little girl is impressed. The voice was soft and boneless, and underneath the purple fairy dress was a pair of jade legs, walking towards Lin Yuan. Flowery and beautiful, a delicate silhouette with a thin veil covering her face. It was none other than the holy maiden of the heavenly mansion Daoist Academy, Xianren. It was just a fluke. Facing such a stunning woman in front of him, Lin Yuan's gaze did not ripple and calmly said, defeating Long Tian and stepping into the 10th level of the taboo, this shouldn't be a fluke after all. A pair of violet haze beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Yuan, in awe and with a few other implications. Xianren smiled. Compared to the oppressive feeling of the other celestial pride facing Lin Yuan, Xianren, being the world's greatest celestial pride, was undoubtedly quite a bit better. The Heavenly Mansion Dao Academy had set up this banquet originally to make good relations with the heavenly prides of the major powers. And with the identity of Lin Yuan, the divine son of the Emperor clan Lin family, the other people of the Heavenly Mansion Daoist Academy were not qualified, and only she, the Holy Maiden, had personally stepped in. Yanyan's qualifications are low, and there are still matters of cultivation that are unknown. I wonder if it would be possible to talk with the Divine Son by candlelight. Chapter 167 Dragon Emperor Ridge Paragon Emperor Powerhouse, Crisis. Talking by candlelight? Hearing these words, the expression on Lin Yuan's face froze slightly. With his current strength, there was naturally no problem in instructing a heavenly pride of the same realm. But this night talk, is it decent? Before Lin Yuan could reply, someone on the side replied for Lin Yuan. My divine son is busy with his affairs, Holy Maiden, the matter of nightly talks is not necessary. The face was cold, icy and delicate, and the body contained a coldness around it. Lin Qinghan's beautiful eyes seemed to carry a hint of eagerness. The two, one delicate and the other cold, were both stunningly beautiful. At this moment, they were beside Lin Yuan, but they had some tit-for-tat intentions, and they were vaguely hostile to each other. Even Lin Yuan, who had never understood women's hearts, seemed to smell a hint of smoke at this moment. You guys go on. Leaving a sentence behind, Lin Yuan dodged out of the way. Humph. With a cold snort, the two women did not strike up a conversation. As early as before the subterranean dragon ranking had been opened, Xianren and Lin Qinghan had looked at each other because of perhaps too many differences in their personalities. At this moment, I didn't know if it was because of Lin Yuan, the hostility was deepening. The Heavens Pride gathering has not ended and is still going on. One by one, young talents who knew or didn't know each other, both male and female, were coming over to Lin Yuan to get close to each other. Among them was the holy daughter belonging to the imperial clan's Lin family affiliation, a holy son of the heavenly driving Holy Land, and the holy daughter of the shaking light Holy Land. Greetings to the Son of God. Speaking of which, back then, Lin Yuan had ascended to this Jun Tian immortal domain through the ascension gate of the shaking light Holy Land. When she learned that Lin Yuan was the contemporary Lin family's divine son, Shen Yueying only hated the fact that she hadn't made a good relationship with this divine son in advance when she was in the shaking light Holy Land. Prior to this, they, like the vast majority of the celestial pride of the Jun Tian immortal domain, had thought that reincarnation underworld body was the contemporary Lin family divine son. But it's not too late. When the divine son has the opportunity to visit my shaking light Holy Land in the future, Yueying will congratulate him on his great honor. A white-clothed woman with a pretty face and outstanding temperament stood in front of Lin Yuan and respectfully said, "Eh?" Lin Yuan's voice was flat. The two didn't dare to disturb Lin Yuan too much, so they turned around and left. The other two great visions. Alone, Lin Yuan was thoughtful and murmured in a low voice. It seemed that the scenery was boundless now, but when living in peace, one should think of danger, and at this time, there were some things that still plagued Lin Yuan. Having previously seen the full vision of the Supreme Tao body in the battle with Emperor Yuan Tian, Lin Yuan realized that nowadays, his own Supreme Tao body was still not considered complete. The only way to be considered a truly flawless Supreme body was to have all three major visions awakened. The answer, perhaps, is to be found in the other two great imperial palaces of the Yuan Tian Emperor. Lin Yuan's awakening of the Supreme Tao body and possessing the first associated vision was within the lower realms Taiching Imperial Palace. According to what Emperor Yuan Tian had said back then, the other two Shanqing and Yuqing imperial palaces were within this upper realm. No matter what, he had to find it. This matter before he came to the heavenly prefecture of the Tao. Lin Yuan had already asked his family to look for traces of the other two great imperial palaces for himself. The immensity of the power of the Emperor clan's Lin family could affect more than just within this Jun Tian immortal domain. Compared to Lin Yuan, who was like looking for a needle in a haystack, if he went to look for it in the 9 immortal regions, even if he found it, it would be a matter of years and months. That's the benefit of having a powerful force behind you. Other than that, there was another matter whose importance to Lin Yuan was even greater than finding the other two great imperial palaces. The 9 specters of the other side. Spitting these 5 words out of his mouth, the wound deep inside that could not be smoothed out seemed to be aching again. How could one dare to forget the Qing and Dao sect that perished because of himself? What Lin Yuan could do was to search for the 9 Sephirotic shoreflower and resurrect his little sister. However, coming to the upper world has also been a period of time. For the trace of the immortal pill of immortality, the 9 pale shoreflower, there is still no news, and this matter is also in the search of the Lin family. However, compared to the other two great imperial palaces, the 9 secrets of the other side flower seem to be even more difficult to find. Rumor has it that the forbidden force to which the 9 sepulchral flowers once belonged, hell, disappeared with the 9 sepulchral flowers in the long river of history an endless number of years ago. No trace? The voice carried a hint of impotence. But at this very moment, for some reason, being within this heavenly mansion Dao courtyard, Lin Yuan's heart suddenly gave birth to a palpitation within his heart, a sense of crisis that he possessed after having experienced the aftermath of a robbery several times. No, it's not right. Lin Yuan frowned straight. Within the heavenly mansion Dao courtyard, a banquet of contemporary heavenly prides continued. The scene was joyful, the smell of wine was overflowing, and there was a clamor of voices. But just then, boom! Rumble! Rumble! The void shook as a majestic and incomparable dragon's roar sounded, shaking the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and the entire heavenly mansion Daoist courtyard trembled violently. It was an immense and incomparable fingerprint that covered the dome of the sky, spanning the countless regions of the Jun Tian immortal domain and coming from the direction of the Dragon Emperor Dao state. It cracked the heavens and earth, pressed down on the heavens, and shook the 8 wastelands, surpassing the absolute peak of the Saint Realm. This is the might of a quasi-emperor. Some people recognize this force, which only a quasi-emperor powerhouse could possess. Within the Heavens Mansion Dao Academy, the scene was in chaos. There were no emperors in the world, and a quasi-emperor was already at the top of the world, and I'm afraid that only the forbidden forces can have this level of power today. The fingerprints came from the direction of the Dragon Emperor Dao State, arriving in the twinkling of an eye, appearing in the sky above the heavenly mansion Dao Academy, impartial, in the process of suppressing Lin Yuan's body. The Lin family's supreme Dao body. It's a pity that the ungrown pride of heaven, in how demonic, after today, is just a corpse. Crush your flesh, and the blood of the true dragon shall rightfully belong to my Dragon Emperor Ridge. Within the fingerprints, the sound was grand and incomparable, resonating with the entire heaven and earth. The identity of the visitor no longer needed to be said, a quasi-emperor ancestor from the Dragon Emperor Ridge. The purpose was both to behead Lin Yuan, the ungrown supreme body of the Lin clan, as well as to obtain the true dragon's blood that had long been fused within Lin Yuan's body. The importance of this item to the Dragon Emperor Ridge was self-evident. Between the two taboo forces of the Jun Tian immortal domain, the Dragon Emperor Ridge and the Emperor clan's Lin family, they were deadly rivals themselves. This was undoubtedly a 1-2 punch, going so far as to have a quasi-emperor level ancestor personally make a foolproof move. Click. 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 The huge fingerprints slowly descended, and the void, like a broken mirror, cracked open with an immense and incomparable rift, as if a corner of the world had been torn apart, and within the rift, it was pitch black and incomparable. This strike was too powerful, and all under the quasi-emperor were ants. Protect the godson. With a loud shout and a worried eye, the breath of the second elder Lin Wei Saint realm completely erupted, before blocking above Lin Yuan. Chapter 168 Sense of Belonging, Lin family's quasi-emperor. The scene was in disarray after the killing of a paragon emperor powerhouse at an original Heaven's Pride banquet. Above the dome of the sky, the void rumbled, and the might of the quasi-emperor spread out, shaking the Qiankuan, as if the entire heaven and earth were about to shatter. Is this the might of a quasi-emperor? Not to mention the crowd of young celestials on the scene at the moment, it was the cultivators of the older generation from the major powers present that all had horror in their eyes. Quasi-emperor. A powerful person who hadn't appeared in the world for many years, a sentence that all under the quasi-emperor were ants, said everything. Even nowadays, the major powers of the Jun Tian immortal domain's knowledge of quasi-emperors was only stuck in rumors, having never seen such a strong person. At this moment, several old men with white hair flew up from the heavy ground of the Heaven's Mansion Taoist Academy and stood on top of the void, their eyes showing shock. They were the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Heaven's Mansion Taoist Academy. In the middle of his seclusion, he was startled by the might of the Paragon Emperor. I can't imagine that the Dragon Emperor Ridge, which is known as a forbidden force, would do something so underhanded. The Lin family's supreme Dao body, once it grows up, is too great a threat to the Dragon Emperor Ridge. Unstoppable, I'm afraid that even with all of our Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy's power, we won't be able to resist the wrath of a Paragon Emperor. A sigh rang out. In theory, the Heaven's remarkable feast was held at their Heaven's Mansion Dao Academy. In any case, with this situation before them, the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy had the responsibility to stop this crisis for Lin Yuan. But the problem is that after 100,000 years, the Golden Age has now just begun. In the past tens of thousands of years, those who could cultivate to the peak of the Saint Realm in the world were already rare. As for quasi-emperors, they were too rare. Even within the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, which was an immortal force, there were no such taboo powerhouses today. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Emperor Ridge actually possessed a quasi-emperor. One could only say that it was worthy of being the only two taboo forces in the Jun Tian immortal domain with a deep heritage. I, the Heavenly Mansion Taoist Academy, am I just going to stand by and watch? Boom! Rumble! Rumble! A finger covered the sky, and the huge fingerprint was slowly descending, seemingly in no hurry to behead Lin Yuan. After all, for a quasi-emperor powerhouse, obliterating a mere heavenly ascension realm Heaven's Pride was no different than crushing a mole cricket. It was so unforgiving to take a shot once, just to let the major forces of this Jun Tian immortal domain understand the depth of the Dragon Emperor Ridge. No one else had been injured, and the only person who had been targeted was Lin Yuan. Wanting to kill my clan's divine son, have you, Dragon Emperor Ridge, considered the cost? A loud voice asked in the direction of the sky. Golden robes fluttered as Lin Wei's pale figure, standing above the void with an unearthly aura of the Saint Realm around him, was going to block this strike for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was too important to the Lin family in this life, and must not be lost. Especially at the moment of stepping onto the forbidden 10th floor of the heavenly stairs, defeating the Yuan Tian Emperor in the same realm and escorting him was something that the Lin family needed to do. The Lin family really has no one left, a mere Saint Realm, and you dare to be in the way of an old immortal? I don't know what I'm talking about. A condescending voice rang out from the fingerprints above the sky dome with mockery and indifference. A finger fell, shattering the 8 directions of the void. Pust. Blood stained the void as Lin Wei fell into the void with serious injuries. Second elder. The voice was tinged with worry. Being below, the black clothes spreading, Lin Yuan flew up, catching Lin Wei's pale suffering from serious injuries. Everything came too suddenly. In the midst of a battle at that level, Lin Yuan's area, the Ascension Realm, indeed didn't even have the qualifications to react. Falling to the ground, the old man in front of him with a shriveled breath, the other party was seriously injured because of himself. Lin Yuan's face showed his intolerance. God, son of God. Quick, run away. The gap between a quasi-emperor and the Saint Realm was too great, a world of difference, and even Lin Wei, who was notoriously powerful among the Saint Realm, was far from being able to contend with a quasi-emperor. Lin Wei's voice was weak, blood stained his golden robe red, his pale gaze was looking at Lin Yuan with urgency. It was at this point in time, the old man was still telling Lin Yuan to run away. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Escape? Leaving the person who saved him to run away alone, he, Lin Yuan, could not do it yet. Besides, under the might of a quasi-emperor, oneself, a mere heaven ascension realm, would never be able to escape even if one wanted to. With a firm gaze and white hair fluttering, Lin Yuan was raising his head upwards, a pair of dead gazes looking at the huge fingerprints, ice-cold and incomparable. If I, Lin Yuan, don't die today, in the future, I will slaughter your Dragon Emperor Ridge cleanly, decimating it and leaving no one behind. The voice was not loud, but it was resounding, not bowing down in the face of the might of a paragon emperor. Son of God. Silky coldness was surging around his body, a voice rang out, and appearing beside Lin Yuan was a stunningly beautiful silhouette, Lin Qinghan. The Dragon Emperor Ridge Paragon's target was only Lin Yuan, and the other Lin family celestials weren't enough to be looked at by a paragon. Once that finger fell, she would definitely die, but at this moment, Lin Qinghan was righteous and appeared beside Lin Yuan. Don't forget, I'm also a member of the Lin family. A hint of a smile actually appeared on his originally always cold face, and his gaze was looking at Lin Yuan. And me. The people of my Lin family never fear death. Lin Yu, a few other Lin family celestials appeared and stood beside Lin Yuan. And the last figure to appear beside himself was something Lin Yuan never expected, because in Lin Yuan's opinion, this guy hadn't always looked forward to his own death to be good. The position of the Son of God. I will take it away after defeating you in a dignified manner. A white coat not stained with dust, handsome face like cutting, long gray hair naturally spread out, falling on its back, eyes dark, Lin He cold a stinky face calmly said. That you would show up is something I didn't expect. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Humph. Even though I hate you, a member of my Lin clan will never stand by and watch one of my fellow clan members go to their deaths. Still acting all high and mighty in front of Lin Yuan, but at this moment, facing the might of a quasi-emperor, Lin He didn't back down and stood out, appearing next to Lin Yuan. He understands very well that maybe he will die. However, as he had said, the various veins within the Lin family were no longer fighting internally, but it was all a matter of their own. Once they faced a foreign enemy, they were never united, not to mention the Dragon Emperor Ridge, the Lin family's longtime mortal enemy. It seems I underestimated you before. Looking at the Lin family members beside him at the moment, who were willing to die with him. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Yuan truly felt a sense of belonging towards his own clan, not just the beginning Divine Island lineage, but the entire Lin family. The same family, man. The original life and death crisis belonged to Lin Yuan alone, but at this time, there were all the people of the Lin family standing beside him. Humph. A cold snort came from high above. Just a bunch of mole crickets, so it's just as well that you've all been eliminated in one go. This time, no one stood in front of Lin Yuan and the others anymore, only a group of resolute-eyed Lin family members stood beside him, all so young. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The fingerprints fell and the void shattered, about to crush Lin Yuan and the others. A situation of certain death, but just then. Long Ao, who gave you the guts to kill my Lin family's pride? A voice spanned space, the might of a quasi-emperor majestic and incomparable, coming from the direction of the forbidden land of the Lin family in the reverse central Dao state.